Upon awakening, Wang Bo discovered that the world had undergone peculiar alterations. All the familiar works he once cherished had inexplicably vanished. Marvel, Transformers. All memories of these had dissipated from the minds of everyone around him. Just as he was enveloped in confusion, a system interface abruptly materialized before his eyes. Technologies that had only existed in films were suddenly becoming a reality in this world. Thus began the rise of a prodigy in every conceivable domain. High school student Wang Bo has recently been awarded the Nobel Prize in Physics. Breaking news. The awarding committee has decided to bestow the Nobel Prize in Biology upon Wang Bo as well. Yet, at this moment, Wang Bo's aspirations transcended mere accolades. The stars and the vast ocean were the true frontiers he sought to conquer. Chapter 1. Binding. The Multiverse Technology System. At Soichi City High School, Class 6, Wang Bo jolted awake, disoriented from an unsettling dream. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted that there were still 6 or 7 minutes before the next lesson, ample time for a brief nap. If memory served him right, the upcoming class was physics taught by the notoriously cantankerous Zhang Fengxia, who had always harbored a disdain for him. Should she catch him dozing off, he would surely face dire consequences. Just as he contemplated resting his head on his desk once more, his gaze fell upon his left hand, where a peculiar tattoo had inexplicably appeared on the back. What on earth? It looked rather striking, yet he had no recollection of spending money on such an embellishment. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he looked again at his left hand, and the faint blue tattoo remained intact. It was undoubtedly the handiwork of a classmate. Since enrolling in this prestigious high school, renowned throughout the city and province, he had endured relentless bullying and humiliation. Most students were either privileged offspring of officials or wealthy elites, looking down upon him, a poor boy from a small county. Incidents of cockroaches being slipped into his cafeteria food and his hard-earned sneakers being vandalized were all too common. In comparison, having a strange drawing on his hand felt relatively minor. As he pondered, Wang Bo rubbed the tattoo on his hand, attempting to erase this inexplicable mark before class commenced. However, after a considerable time, the design remained unchanged, showing no signs of fading. To his astonishment, as he increased his movements, the eerie tattoo began to emit a faint glow. Astonished by the shimmering light, he turned to his desk mate. "Hey, did you see that? My tattoo is glowing." His desk mate, engrossed in the latest smartphone drama, appeared thoroughly annoyed by the interruption. "What tattoo? Wang Bo, are you hallucinating?" With a dismissive turn, he muttered under his breath, "Orphans are orphans without parental guidance. They make a fuss over everything." Under normal circumstances, Wang Bo would have confronted him for such insolence. However, his attention remained fixated on the tattoo, leaving him indifferent to the insult. He inquired among his classmates, only to receive responses ranging from mockery to suggestions of seeking psychiatric help. It became evident that the tattoo and its glow were visible solely to him, while everyone else remained oblivious. Before he could delve deeper into this bizarre phenomenon, a cold electronic voice resonated in his mind. Multiverse Technology System loading. Ding. System loading complete. You have been assisted in arriving at a suitable parallel world. Current world lacks information regarding system products. Upon hearing the voice in his head, Wang Bo felt a rush of clarity. System? I am here, host. With this confirmation, Wang Bo realized that this was not a mere figment of his imagination. He was on the brink of exhilaration, nearly shouting in joy. Having lost his parents in an accident during childhood, his life had been shrouded in gloom, marred by the cruelty of those around him. Now, fortune had finally smiled upon him, offering him his golden opportunity. Focusing on the system, a vast virtual interface unfolded before him. The system's layout was remarkably simplistic, featuring only a few options. Reputation 84 note. Reputation points increase in correlation with the emotions of this world's inhabitants, as shock, admiration, or disdain towards the host can augment one's reputation. Items none. Level 1 store. 84 reputation points. This was the culmination of his efforts over the past decade. Eagerly, he opened the store to see what he could acquire with his meager savings. Upon examining the Level 1 store's catalog, he found the selection disappointingly sparse, rendering this function somewhat superfluous. Small nuclear reactor technology from Marvel's Iron Man series, 1,000 reputation points. Mark 1 armor manufacturing technology, the original Iron Man suit, 10,000 reputation points. Mark 2 armor manufacturing technology, the second generation suit, with the drawback of lacking high-altitude flight, 20,000 reputation points. Mark III armor manufacturing technology, the third-generation suit, featuring the iconic red and yellow design, equipped with infrared lasers and mini-missiles, boasting formidable combat capabilities, 50,000 reputation points. Super Soldier Serum from Captain America, 100,000 reputation points. Gazing at the paltry offerings in the store and his meager reputation points, Wang Bo couldn't help but shed silent tears. Reflecting on his life over the past decade, he realized he had never accomplished anything particularly remarkable throughout his schooling. He had been a mere shadow. Having lost his parents at a young age had fostered a sense of inferiority within him, resulting in the accumulation of only a scant amount of reputation over the years. Wait, what did the system mean by the current world lacks information on system products? Could it be that this world had no knowledge of the Marvel Universe? With this thought in mind, Wang Bo hastily retrieved his old smartphone and began searching for relevant information. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, while the surface of this world appeared unchanged, it had subtly transformed in many ways. Not only the Marvel series, but many beloved works from his past had vanished without a trace. Skeptical, Wang Bo made calls to several friends to confirm his findings, ultimately concluding that this world truly lacked Iron Man and Captain America. As a seasoned novel enthusiast, he swiftly reconciled with this peculiar premise. In the midst of his revelations, time slipped away unnoticed. As the bell rang for class, Zhang Fengxia, the physics teacher for Class 6, entered the room punctually. Seeing the teacher's arrival, Wang Bo quickly stowed away his phone and prepared his textbooks. As for his deskmate, Sun Weihong, he seemed oblivious to the teacher's presence, turning over and continuing to binge-watch a series. In the classroom, there were many like Sun Weihong, yet Zhang Fengxia appeared to be unfazed, continuing with the lesson. Suchi City No. 1 High School, renowned for its exceptionally high admission rate to universities in the entire Yunbei province, boasts an astonishing undergraduate admission rate of 98.9 each year. The number of students entering prestigious institutions, such as Huqing University and Jingxing University, reaches terrifying three-digit figures annually. In such a results-driven high school, grades are the ultimate measure of worth. Despite Sun Weihong's lack of diligence, he benefited from a well-connected family, attending tutoring sessions that cost thousands per hour, and even transferring his academic record shortly before the college entrance examination. These occurrences were all too common in this institution. Zhang Fengxia felt a surge of frustration witnessing the behavior of these privileged offspring. Yet she understood her position as an ordinary teacher, unable to afford enmity with such influential families. Unbeknownst to her, today, Wang Bo was different. Chapter 2. Confronting the Teacher. Rise in Reputation Points. Wang Bo, please write yesterday's physics assignment on the board. Zhang Fengxia's harsh tone elicited a variety of intrigued expressions from the students below. Looks like the old witch is in a foul mood today. Wang Bo, that coward, is in for it again. Though these discussions were whispered, the words old witch still reached Zhang Fengxia's ears, igniting a fresh wave of indignation within her. However, knowing the backgrounds of those students, she could only unleash her ire upon Wang Bo. What are you dawdling for, Wang Bo? Do you realize how precious my time and that of your classmates is? She barked. If you can't solve it, then get out and stand in the hallway as punishment, and don't annoy me here. Listening to Zhang Fengxia's cutting remarks, Wang Bo couldn't help but smirk internally. To be honest, Wang Bo possessed remarkable academic talent otherwise. He wouldn't have entered this high school as the top student from his county. However, since starting high school, his grades had plummeted, leading to ridicule from relatives and friends back home. Yet, he never explained himself due to his inherent insecurity. Little did they know the trials he faced in high school: endless standing and punishment, bullying from classmates, and discrimination from teachers. After enduring all this, they still looked down upon his academic performance. Previously, he had silently borne it all, but today was different. Receiving a golden opportunity, he could no longer remain humble. That would be an embarrassment to the system he had acquired. With this thought, he slowly rose from his seat. Zhang Fengxia, expecting him to obediently walk to the hallway for punishment as usual, was taken aback when he simply stood there, motionless. What are you staring at, Wang Bo? Do you expect me to carry you out on a sedan chair? Zhang Fengxia snapped. Wang Bo, unfazed, replied in a steady tone, I am observing a pitiable individual, a sycophant groveling before the powerful. This declaration shocked the classroom, for even the wealthy students dared not openly defy their teacher, as this was tantamount to tearing apart the facade of respect. Did Wang Bo take crazy pills today? He's so bold. I think he was asking me about Marvel nonsense during the break. Who cares? Whether he's on drugs or not, we've got a show to watch. Let's hope they don't expel Wang Bo. Who else will we have to amuse ourselves with? Contrary to the uproar from the students, Zhang Fengxia was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening as she processed Wang Bo's words. Wang Bo, do you have the audacity to repeat what you just said? She demanded, her voice laced with hysteria. Wang Bo, caught in a brief stupor, recalled the system's prompt in his mind, noting that his reputation points had surged by 300 due to his statement. His balance had now reached 384. Surprised, he felt a rush of exhilaration, as if he had grasped the secret to acquiring reputation points. Having suffered under the old woman's tyranny, he was determined to repay her in kind. Let me say this, Zhang Fengxia. It's not that I look down on you, but your failure as a teacher is evident. Despite your years of service, your title remains stagnant while your age and complaints continue to rise. If I were to teach at your level, I would have buried myself long ago. The class erupted in chaos. Wow, Wang Bo really dares to speak out. Everyone knows that the stagnation of her title is her long-standing sore spot. No kidding, Wang Bo just poked a hornet's nest. This won't end well for him. As Zhang Fengxia listened to Wang Bo's every word, she clutched her chest, gasping for breath. The pain she had concealed for years was now laid bare by the very student she despised most. It was clear as day that by this time tomorrow, she would be the laughingstock of the entire school. Realizing this, Zhang Fengxia's gaze hardened. Very well, Wang Bo, if you're not expelled today, then I have wasted all these years teaching at this institution. Meanwhile, Wang Bo was oblivious to her threats, pondering why his shock value had not increased. Could it be that shock value, like leeks, needed time to grow back after being harvested? If that were the case, creating a stir in class would serve no purpose. It would be better to escalate it until the entire school was aware, allowing him to reap a significant reward. Upon this realization, Wang Bo hastily urged, "Yes, Zhang teacher, I was too inconsiderate. You should quickly summon the head of the department to expel me." Zhang Fengxia interpreted Wang Bo's words as provocation, nearly choking on her anger, and she stormed out of the classroom without another word. As soon as the old woman left, the atmosphere in the classroom exploded. "Awesome, Wang Bo. Did you take something today? You're so fierce. After today, the old witch is going to be humiliated." Sun Weihong chimed in teasingly. "Wang Bo, if the department head comes to apologize, who will be cooking for us if you're expelled?" Other classmates joined in. "Sun, it's not just about cooking who will wash our clothes and socks." "Exactly. Let's make the most of this hurry and ask him to fetch hot water." As cups were placed on Wang Bo's desk, laughter erupted, yet he remained composed amidst the mockery. "If I were you, I would close my mouth and quietly observe from the sidelines." Upon hearing these words, Sun Weihong was filled with fury. "Wang Bo, do you think you can speak to me like that? Do you believe?" Before Sun Weihong could finish his sentence, a metal water cup whizzed past his scalp, crashing heavily against the wall at the back of the classroom, producing a resounding noise. Gazing at the deformed cup, Sun Weihong swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. Despite their fierce shouts, they were merely pampered scions of affluent families. If it came to blows, Wang Bo could easily bring them to their knees. Adhering to the principle that wise men do not suffer immediate losses, they chose to retreat, knowing that this fellow would soon be packing his belongings and leaving. Most importantly, Sun Weihong sensed an unusual aura from Wang Bo that instilled a profound sense of danger within him. If they dared to insult him further, Wang Bo would truly unleash his wrath upon them. The other classmates in the room were equally startled by this transformation, and for a moment, no one dared to hurl the usual insults at Wang Bo. Just as the tension escalated among the group, Zhang Fengxia arrived in the classroom accompanied by the head of the department. Chapter 3. Public Acknowledgement of Mistakes. An estranged ex-girlfriend. As the head of the department entered Class 6, a profound silence enveloped the room, as every student instinctively hushed. While they may have shown disrespect towards Zhang Fengxia, they dared not act out in the presence of the department head. This portly figure wielded the formidable power to expel students. Such is the influence of authority. At that moment, Feng Yuze was seething with frustration. As the head of the department at the most prestigious high school in the city, he had just received commendations from the principal for the remarkable improvements in both academic integrity and discipline under his leadership in the second year. Moreover, the principal's hints suggested that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he might soon have the opportunity for further advancement within 6 months. This prospect filled him with elation. After all, the position of vice principal at the first high school of Suchi City carried far more weight than that of a mere department head. However, his joy was short-lived. As issues arose within the second year that he managed, Zhang Fengxia, a seasoned physics teacher with a less-than-stellar reputation, was currently wreaking havoc in his office, sobbing uncontrollably as she recounted how a student named Wang Bo had humiliated her. Feng Yuze allowed her to vent her frustrations, knowing that expulsion was out of the question. At such a crucial juncture in his career, dismissing a student would undoubtedly cast doubts on his performance in the eyes of his superiors. He would not permit any threats to his advancement to emerge. After listening to Zhang Fengxia's grievances, Feng Yuze proposed a solution. During the upcoming Grand Assembly, Wang Bo would be required to publicly apologize to her in front of the entire faculty and student body. Whether Wang Bo was truly at fault was of no consequence. After all, the feelings of a student from a humble background were far beneath his consideration. Zhang Fengxiao attempted to plead her case further, but upon seeing the indifference in Feng Yuze's gaze, she wisely fell silent, well aware that he was her direct superior. To oppose him within the confines of the first high school would be tantamount to sacrificing her career. The two then proceeded to Class 6 to inform Wang Bo of the decision. Upon hearing the news, Wang Bo initially felt a surge of joy. An apology before the entire school? This was a perfect opportunity to turn the tables and reap the rewards from his peers. He would ensure that his apology would be nothing short of unforgettable. Meanwhile, the students in the class found Wang Bo's capitulation rather dull, particularly Sun Weiyang. Recalling how he had been intimidated by this so-called coward, felt a surge of indignation. He vowed to make Wang Bo pay once they returned to the dormitory. However, Wang Bo was unconcerned with such matters. His focus was entirely on the forthcoming Grand Assembly. Finally, as the second period concluded, the assembly commenced. Unlike any previous gatherings, under the guidance of the department head, all students were assembled in the schoolyard. The students gazed at the few individuals standing at the center, utterly perplexed. What was happening? Was there no morning exercise today? It turned out that during physics class, a fellow from Class 6 had fiercely reprimanded Zhang Fengxia, nearly causing that old hag to faint from rage. To think that Class 6 had such a formidable character was truly surprising. Well done. I have long found that pretentious old woman intolerable. I wonder who this brave soul is. From now on, I shall support him unconditionally. I heard it's Wang Bo from Class 6. Wang Bo? Surely not the ex-boyfriend of Zhou Yumin? Instantly, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Class 3. At the end of their line of sight stood a young girl in a flowing white dress, radiating beauty and an air of serenity. With her ethereal gown, she resembled a lily blooming in stillness. At that moment, Zhou Yumin furrowed her brow, feeling inexplicably agitated. Since entering this high school, the name Wang Bo had become her greatest source of distress. Their relationship had begun in middle school, where Wang Bo excelled academically, consistently outshining her in every exam, much to her chagrin. Yet, amid their rivalry, she found herself drawn to this intelligent and resilient boy. They had formalized their relationship before graduating middle school. However, as they transitioned to high school, everything changed. Zhou Yumin encountered many individuals who surpassed Wang Bo in brilliance, and through their interactions, she gained a deeper understanding of Wang Bo's family background. This realization made her acutely aware of their growing disparity, until one day, they passed each other like strangers, marking the end of what had felt like a farcical romance. Yumin, I heard your ex-boyfriend is the one causing trouble this time. How could someone from your esteemed family ever be interested in such a poor boy? Her friend Yang Tian whispered. Ex-boyfriend? Tian, don't be ridiculous. Wang Bo and I were merely classmates from the same middle school, nothing more, Zhou Yumin insisted, her voice rising loud enough for the entire class to hear. As if such a declaration could sever her ties to Wang Bo and erase the shameful past she wished to escape. Meanwhile, as Wang Bo approached the podium, he caught wind of Zhou Yumin's sharp admonition. Observing the disdain in her eyes, he felt no stir of emotion. He had long recognized her true nature upon entering high school. One could share in prosperity, but not in adversity. He recalled the lengths he had gone to in order to present her with a proper birthday gift, sacrificing his after-school hours to work a part-time job. He still remembers the parents of Zhou Yumin, who came to the school and coerced him into breaking up, their words laced with profound contempt. Zhou Yumin's family, along with Zhang Fengxia, the head of the department, and Sun Weiyang, represented nothing but bullies preying on a poor student like him, devoid of power or influence. In the past, he had no choice but to endure this treatment. However, from this day forward, he vowed to gradually reclaim the dignity that had been trampled upon over the years. It would all begin with this so-called reflection conference. At the podium, Feng Yuze observed the scene before him with a sense of self-satisfaction. When conflicts arose between students and teachers under his guidance, the student would recognize his mistakes and awaken to the truth in front of the entire faculty and student body. Such an occurrence, at a pivotal moment in his career, was bound to leave a favorable impression on the higher-ups regarding personnel decisions. With the entire school present, Feng Yuze cleared his throat and commenced today's performance. Good morning, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I trust you are all quite curious about why I have summoned you here today. This morning, in Class 6, a disagreement arose between student Wang Bo and teacher Zhang Fengxia due to issues pertaining to the lesson. As we all know, our Suchi City One High School is not only renowned for its high college admission rates, but also for its spirit of unity and camaraderie. Through my earnest guidance, student Wang Bo has recognized his errors and is determined to publicly apologize to his teacher. Now, let us invite Wang Bo to the stage. With that, Feng Yuze led the applause. Amidst the sparse clapping, Wang Bo strode confidently to the front, accepting the microphone from Feng Yuze. Now, it was his turn to perform. Chapter 4, Wang Bo's Apology. The arrival of small-scale nuclear reactor technology under the watchful gaze of all, Wang Bo calmly approached the podium. Taking a deep breath, he began. Hello, fellow students and teachers. I am Wang Bo from Class 6, Grade 2. As Mr. Feng just mentioned, I had a disagreement with teacher Zhang Fengxia in class. Here, I would like to offer my sincere apologies. Seeing Wang Bo's earnest demeanor and observing the approving nods from the school leaders below, a satisfied smile spread across Feng Yuze's face. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuman in the audience could not help but express a hint of mockery at this scene. Ultimately, the once indomitable and proud youth had his spirit shattered by the harsh realities of life, reaffirming that his choices had indeed been correct. Countless classmates in the audience regarded the spectacle with cold indifference in their eyes. How could a poor boy from a remote county dare to defy a teacher from the top high school? Standing aside, Zhang Fengxia couldn't help but sneer, underestimating the belief that a mere apology could quell the fury raging within her. Even if expelling the boy proved impossible, she was resolute in her determination to make him pay. With an entire year in the senior class ahead, she had ample time to devise her revenge. However, Wang Bo's next utterance left everyone astounded. I must apologize for my own cowardice and for enduring the injustices I have faced over the years. How could I allow individuals like Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuze to wield power over me? You petty people compel me to apologize. I must ask, have you ever exhibited even a semblance of being role models throughout these years? Zhang Fengxia, ask those present, who is unaware of your preferential treatment in education and your private tutoring classes. Feng Yuze, how many unjust matters have you suppressed in your relentless pursuit of promotion? With Wang Bo's emphatic inquiries resonating through the air, the audience fell into a stunned silence, only to erupt moments later like a powder keg. Goodness, Wang Bo certainly has audacity. This brother is impressive. With these few words, Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuze will have to walk with their heads down in school from now on. Well said. We, the students of modest backgrounds, have long suffered under the oppression of these two. Today, we finally vented our frustrations. Yet, some regarded Wang Bo's actions with disdain. Wang Bo is merely seeking transient satisfaction. Having offended both teachers, I wonder how he plans to navigate his future at the first high school. Still hope to thrive here? These words have effectively sealed Feng Yuze's path to promotion. He will undoubtedly seek to expel this boy. At that moment, Zhang Fengxia's face turned as red as a liver. Her two major scandals at the first high school, failing to advance in professional title and running unauthorized tutoring classes, were laid bare before all. It was evident that following today's events, her position as a teacher would surely be revoked. As the leading high school in the city, every move made by the first high school in personnel appointments drew scrutiny. In the past, when such matters remained concealed, the school leadership could turn a blind eye. Now, they would certainly not allow a teacher with a tarnished history to continue with their teaching duties. The best outcome for her would be a reassignment to the Academic Affairs Office for logistical work. Equally despairing was Feng Yuze, who stood nearby. Ever since the school leaders had left with grim expressions, he knew his promotion was unattainable. He had invested considerable effort for this advancement, having spent no less than 300,000 on gifts for the school leaders. Now all of that was in vain. After a brief moment of despair, an overwhelming anger surged within him. He intended to make this audacious student understand the consequences of his provocation. Wang Bo, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Observing the principal before him, whose eyes were ablaze with anger, Wang Bo felt not an ounce of trepidation. On the contrary, he was filled with elation. In just a fleeting few minutes, his reputation had skyrocketed to an impressive 1,500 points. What had he toiled for all this time? While seeking personal vindication was significant, the true essence lay in augmenting his reputation. Now, as he gazed at the system interface reflecting a steadily increasing reputation score, his heart brimmed with joy. System. Exchange for the technology of a small nuclear reactor. The reputation points have been deducted. and the knowledge of the small nuclear reactor has been transmitted into the host's mind. As the system's notification chimed, a torrent of information flooded Wang Bo's consciousness. The small nuclear reactor, as the energy core of Iron Man's armored suit, is also the first instance of cutting-edge technology to grace the Marvel Universe. Its significance and value are beyond question. In truth, military powers around the globe have delved deeply into this field. Yet only Iron Man Stark has succeeded in condensing enough energy to power a fighter jet for half an hour into a compact coil the size of a palm. Now, with the system's transmission, Wang Bo too could transform this black technology into reality, provided he had sufficient materials. Moreover, the system did not merely transmit the technology of the small nuclear reactor to ensure the host could fully master this knowledge. It also provided Wang Bo with a wealth of foundational physics concepts and related information. At that moment, the myriad of physics problems that had previously plagued him unraveled effortlessly. With such a bounty of knowledge, he was, of course, overjoyed. However, the students below remained unaware of the revelations unfolding in Wang Bo's mind. They witnessed only the hysterical threats from Feng Yuze, while Wang Bo met these threats with a calm smile. How formidable he was, seemingly dismissing that old man entirely. Everyone knew that Feng Yuze valued his reputation above all, yet today, Wang Bo had trampled all over that old face. It was not merely a trample. It was as if he had torn it off and ground it into the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Tiantian, beside Zhou Yuman, chattered incessantly. Yuman, Wang Bo is truly remarkable. Now I understand what you admired in him before. To this, Zhou Yuman, unusually, did not retort. She merely gazed at Wang Bo, lost in thought. Yes, he had always been like this. She had thought that the trials of high school had dulled his pride and spirit, but it seemed she had underestimated him. Yet, this was likely the end of their paths. After his expulsion, the chasm between them would only widen, and they would likely share no further intersections. This was enough to affirm that her decision at that time had been the right one. As I observed Zhou Yuman remaining silent and refraining from rebuttal, her suitor expressed considerable dissatisfaction. Yuman, your middle school classmate is exceedingly reckless. His poor academic performance is overshadowed by his audacity to confront a teacher publicly. If he were to be expelled, just look at him. He would struggle even with laborious work on a construction site. To be associated with such an individual in the same school is nothing short of a disgrace. Let him create a ruckus. He clearly does not belong to our world. An expulsion would be beneficial for us all. A few of them exchanged remarks, diminishing Wang Bo to insignificance, as if such disparagement would elevate their own sense of superiority. Upon hearing their words, Zhou Yuman lifted her swan-like neck, further solidifying her past decision to part ways. Chapter 5. The Struggling Student? Wang Bo's gift for physics at this moment. Wang Bo on stage, without waiting for Director Feng Yuze to continue, proclaimed loudly, Director Feng, I am aware of your intentions, expelling me. Upon hearing Wang Bo's astuteness, Feng Yuze's face revealed a fleeting smirk. Wang Bo, as a student in this institution, do not blame me for lacking compassion. Your expulsion today is not merely due to your conflict with the teacher, but rather your own academic standing. You are well aware that you could not even solve a very simple physics problem presented by teacher Zhang Fengxiao today. Hastily, Zhang Fengxiao seized the opportunity to interject. Indeed. Wang Bo, that question in physics class was fundamental. If you cannot answer such a question, it is best not to waste our time here. Observing their synchronized performance, a cold smile crept across Wang Bo's lips. The problem posed in class that day was by no means basic. It could easily have been featured as a challenging question on a college entrance exam. Their actions were merely an attempt to preserve their own reputations. For expelling an unmotivated student is an entirely different matter than forcing a student to drop out due to a teacher's misconduct. However, today, Wang Bo was determined to disappoint them. He was no longer the pliable individual they could manipulate at will. Zhang Fengxiao, you claim I cannot answer basic physics questions. Yet today I shall assert that my prowess in the realm of physics surpasses that of 10 Zhang Fengxiao combined. His proclamation stirred a tempest in the atmosphere. Arrogant. Upon hearing Wang Bo's audacious declaration, the teachers in attendance immediately countered. Although Zhang Fengxiao's reputation among students and faculty alike was rather lackluster, her teaching acumen in physics was widely acknowledged. Wang Bo's words, therefore, not only insulted Zhang Fengxiao, but also disrespected the entire physics department. Wang Bo, you must be held accountable for your recent statements. To question the professionalism of our esteemed teachers is unacceptable. I believe the decision to expel this student is justified. Initially, I felt a pang of sympathy for this student from class 6, but it has now become evident that he is entirely reaping the consequences of his own actions. Observing the chorus of condemnation from the audience, Feng Yuze could not suppress a faint smirk. Wang Bo, you have surely incurred the wrath of the masses. You cannot blame me for the decision to expel you. As she watched this student, who had dared to confront and humiliate her in class, become the target of collective disdain, Zhang Fengxiao felt an exhilarating surge within her. To ensure that this impoverished boy was expelled from the prestigious school, she decided to stoke the flames. Wang Bo, since you question my expertise in physics and claim to surpass me in knowledge, why don't you enlighten us all by explaining why you are unable to solve such simple problems in class? At that moment, a colleague of Zhang Fengxiao chimed in. Indeed, if you are so remarkable, why don't you demonstrate your brilliance on stage and solve the problem for us, so we can witness your genius in the realm of physics? This provoked a cacophony of laughter from the students and teachers alike. What qualifies a mere teenager to compare himself with an educator who has dedicated decades to the craft of teaching physics? It was utterly absurd. Not a single person intervened to stop Wang Bo. They all were eager to witness how this underperforming student would be humiliated and expelled. Yet, amidst this tempest, Wang Bo remained remarkably composed, sensing the spectators' anticipation, a sly smile creeping into his heart. If they wished to witness disgrace, then let us see who truly ought to be embarrassed on this stage. Very well, I shall solve this problem and reveal your true levels of understanding. The physics teacher who had previously mocked Wang Bo, incensed, responded with a sarcastic chuckle. All right, let me see your supposed brilliance. Get him some paper and a pen to work it out. No need. Wang Bo coldly retorted. This problem is so simple that I do not require any calculations. I have already arrived at the answer and can state it verbally. The audience, hearing Wang Bo's audacious tone, shook their heads in disbelief. It must be noted that as the finest high school in the city, the institution harbors many academic overachievers. This physics problem had been presented in class the previous day without a solution provided. Even the top students, ranked among the best in their grade, would require significant time to arrive at an answer, and even then, it was uncertain whether their results would be accurate. How could anyone possibly derive the solution on the spot? The answer is 21,059. As Wang Bo's voice echoed, all eyes turned towards the physics teachers, eagerly awaiting their rebuttal. Yet, an eerie silence descended upon the room. The teachers were not refuting Wang Bo, but instead wore expressions of shock. How could it be? Wang Bo couldn't he have possibly gotten it right? How could that be? He had seen that problem before. Its difficulty far surpassed that of typical examination questions. If not for the accuracy of his calculations, how would one explain the expression on Zhang Fengxiao's face, the old witch? Upon hearing Wang Bo's correct answer, Zhang Fengxiao was initially taken aback, but soon her expression turned to one of profound sorrow as she spoke. Wang Bo, I once believed you merely lacked diligence in your studies, yet I am astounded to discover your character is equally debased. Utilizing answers of dubious origin, you shamelessly flaunt your knowledge before the entire school. As a teacher, my failure to guide a student who tarnishes the school's reputation is inexcusable, and I must apologize to all the faculty and students. At that moment, Feng Yuze interjected. Wang Bo, merely stating an answer proves nothing. If you possess true skill, elucidate the steps to your solution for everyone here. Wang Bo merely chuckled at this remark. With the advanced physics knowledge he had acquired, failing to solve a high school problem would be a disgrace to both himself and the system he represented. According to the law of conservation of momentum, he began to articulate the collision between the two spheres. While Wang Bo spoke with confidence on stage, most students in the audience were left perplexed. Only a few top students revealed expressions of enlightenment upon hearing his explanation. Meanwhile, Li Hongmei, the head of the physics department, exhibited a rare look of astonishment. Renowned for setting particularly challenging questions, she had crafted this very problem. When it was first presented, it had stumped not only the students but many teachers as well. She had braced herself for the possibility that no one in the school would solve it, which would have been unremarkable. However, the student on the verge of expulsion had managed to resolve the problem entirely. Should this student have indeed employed his own knowledge to arrive at the solution, it might warrant her intervention to save him. After all, it had been years since she had encountered such a promising talent. With her guidance, he could potentially excel in the National High School Physics Competition, fulfilling a dream of hers and paving a bright future for him. Wang Bo's subsequent declaration solidified Li Hongmei's resolve to spare no effort in protecting this exceptionally gifted young man. After detailing the steps to his solution, Wang Bo cleared his throat and, under the astonished gaze of the audience, stated, "This is the conventional method for solving this problem. But I also have two more streamlined approaches." In the following 10 minutes, Wang Bo elaborated on the detailed steps of the other two methods. The physics teachers in the audience eagerly followed his reasoning, ultimately concluding that the methods were entirely valid. It is noteworthy that even Li Hongmei, a distinguished educator in the realm of physics throughout the province, has only proposed 2 approaches to problem solving. Yet, this student has managed to derive 3 distinct methods solely through verbal verification. Is this conceivable? Absolutely not. You must have searched for the answers online or enlisted someone as assistance. Zhang Fengxiao exclaimed in a flustered manner. The students below merely scoffed. They were well aware that upon the release of the problem, many had sought answers. However, this was a novel question, and it was evident that no solutions existed online. This old witch was truly resorting to unscrupulous means to frame Wang Bo. Observing Zhang Fengxiao's current state of hysteria, a hint of disdain flickered in Wang Bo's eyes. Li Hongmei, who shared her dissatisfaction, was equally perturbed. As the author of the question, she understood best that this problem could not merely be resolved by a quick online search. The notion of seeking help was even more absurd. As one of the finest physics teachers in the province, even she could only arrive at 2 solutions. She had a vague understanding of Wang Bo's family circumstances and found it implausible that a student like him could possess connections to find professionals more adept than herself to aid in cheating. The only explanation was that this child exhibited an extraordinary talent in physics. As the saying goes, the layman watches the excitement, while the expert observes the intricacies. Although it was merely a physics problem, it was sufficient to reveal Wang Bo's remarkable scientific reasoning. Zhang Fengxiao's blatant distortion of the truth to malign a student truly repulsed her. In the past, she had been somewhat lenient out of consideration for her colleague. But today, given the stakes regarding such a gifted student's future, she could no longer afford to yield. What do you mean, Teacher Zhang? Are you implying that the question I posed was plagiarized from the internet, easily solvable? As Li Hongmei posed her question, Zhang Fengxiao's face turned pale. In her previous focus on discrediting Wang Bo, she had neglected to be cautious with her words, inadvertently offending the head of the physics subject group and her direct superior. Meanwhile, Feng Yuze furrowed his brow. Having served as a department head for many years, he was adept at reading the room. Although Li Hongmei was confronting Zhang Fengxiao, it was evident that her true intention lay elsewhere. She likely aimed to protect Wang Bo. For all teachers at the school knew that her goal had always been to nurture an exceptional student to compete nationally for prestigious awards. With such a promising candidate emerging, she was determined not to allow Wang Bo to be expelled. While Feng Yuze would typically disregard the concerns of ordinary teachers, Li Hongmei was a seasoned educator, a leading figure in teaching within the city and province, and even the school leadership held her in high regard. Had it not been for her aspirations lying elsewhere, her position would undoubtedly be superior to her own. Should I truly confront Li Hongmei over a mere student? The answer was evidently negative. A single Wang Bo had already thwarted my chance for promotion. However, offending Li Hongmei could potentially confine me to the role of department head for the rest of my life. With this thought, Feng Yuze resolved to remain silent, refraining from further discourse. Observing the central figures of the incident, Feng Yuze and Zhang Fengxiao abandoned their insistence on expelling Wang Bo. Li Hongmei sighed in relief and spoke. Wang Bo, let us put this matter to rest. From now on, I shall be your physics instructor. If you can secure a national award in the competition, even if your other subjects falter, you shall gain entry into a prestigious university. Her words instantly stirred a commotion among the onlookers. Was Wang Bo not the luckiest of all? Not only had he emerged unscathed from this turmoil, but he was now under the tutelage of Teacher Li. Who could deny the mastery of Teacher Li in the realm of high school physics? Countless individuals yearned for her guidance, yet found no avenue. It was said that even the principal's child had been turned away when seeking her assistance. Wang Bo had truly soared to great heights. Meanwhile, Zhou Yumei, witnessing this scene, felt a flicker of regret for the first time. If she had aligned herself with Li Hongmei, Wang Bo's future might have been significantly brighter. Was her decision to part ways truly correct? However, glancing at her numerous admirers surrounding her, Zhou Yumei swiftly dispelled those thoughts. Among those who were enamored with her were top-tier scholars, capable of entering prestigious institutions through their academic prowess, rivaling Wang Bo's future. Moreover, the majority of them hailed from affluent families, a distinction that Wang Bo could not match. By any measure, her earlier decision had been undeniably sound. At that moment, Wang Bo gazed at Li Hongmei, who had spoken up for him, feeling a surge of gratitude. Throughout his nearly 2 years in high school, she had been the sole individual to treat him with fairness. Whenever he encountered difficulties in his studies, she patiently provided explanations, never displaying any bias due to his background. Yet today, leaving the school was unavoidable, not merely for the sake of pride, but because the construction of a small nuclear reactor was unsuitable for a school environment. With this reflection, Wang Bo felt compelled to decline Teacher Li's kind offer. Teacher Li, I am truly grateful for your goodwill, But in a school rife with injustice and discrimination, I am unwilling to linger for even a moment longer. Upon hearing her proposal rejected, Li Hongmei had intended to continue her persuasion, but upon witnessing the resolute look in Wang Bo's eyes, she merely parted her lips, refraining from uttering another word. Over the past 2 years, this student, despite his humble background, has displayed an admirable dedication to learning and an insatiable curiosity. As time passed, Li Hongmei became increasingly attentive to him. It was through this attention that she became aware of the numerous injustices Wang Bo faced at the first high school, the bullying from classmates, the disdain from teachers, and the lack of educational resources. It is no exaggeration to assert that had this student started on an equal footing with most of his peers, his achievements would undoubtedly surpass those of his current standing, which languishes at the lower end of the class spectrum. If she were to place herself in his shoes, she too would be reluctant to remain in such an environment. Alas, Wang Bo, since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you further. Should you encounter difficulties in the future, you may always seek the counsel of a teacher. Though you may leave the school, I will forever regard you as my student. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bo felt a warmth in his heart. Teacher Li, if one day I achieve success, I will certainly not forget you. Meanwhile, Feng Yuze and Zhang Fengxia, witnessing Wang Bo's ungratefulness, were nearly overcome with delight. Just when they were troubled by Li Hongmei's interference and the prospect of not being able to expel this troublesome student, they were pleasantly surprised to find that he himself wished to drop out, leaving them blameless. However, before Feng Yuze could utter a word, Wang Bo interjected. Feng Yuze, Zhang Fengxia, my departure today is a decision of my own volition, not an expulsion by either of you. Furthermore, remember this, my exit will be the greatest loss in the history of the first high school, and you two are the principal architects of this loss. As for the school leadership, you will soon find yourselves regretting this decision day and night. Chapter 7. Financial Dilemma. Selling a house to raise funds. Listening to Wang Bo's nonsensical declaration, everyone nearly erupted in laughter. Has he truly lost all sense of humility simply because he possesses a modicum of talent in physics? Who does he think he is? Newton or Hawking? He solved a physics problem, and one might mistakenly believe he has won a Nobel Prize. Haha, this is too much. Yuman, your old classmate is quite the comedian, isn't he? Not only has he rejected Teacher Li's invitation, but he has also dared to make such bold proclamations on stage. Truly, he deserves the award for the most bewildering behavior of the year. Observing Yang Tiantian laughing uncontrollably beside her, Zhou Yuman chose not to speak. Yet the subtle hints of derision and indifference on her face were sufficient to reveal her inner thoughts. Wang Bo, I once believed that despite your impoverished circumstances, both your academic pursuits and your character were commendable. Yet, today, it appears I have misjudged you. What benefit do you derive from such arrogant statements? Is it merely to vent the grievances of the past 2 years, or to draw my attention? Regardless of the circumstances, from this moment forth, we have become inhabitants of 2 separate worlds. The name Wang Bo shall no longer bear relevance in my life. At that moment, Wang Bo, having uttered those words, departed from the school without a glance back at the crowd. He had no time to squander on these individuals, for more pressing matters awaited him. Changwon County, a district under the jurisdiction of Suchi City, is where Wang Bo's family resides. After leaving the first high school, he hurriedly made his way home. During his journey, he estimated that liquidating a small nuclear reactor would require close to 5 million in funds for all the materials, equipment, and space, even if the lowest quality options were selected. Yet, he found himself devoid of even 500, let alone 5 million. This predicament troubled him greatly. Even if he were to sell the house left by his parents along with their savings, he would still fall short of 2 million. He was still a considerable distance from the 5 million mark. Alas, it is often said that a single coin can thwart a hero. Now, where could he possibly procure the 3 million he lacked? His mind brimmed with knowledge, yet he was hindered by a lack of sufficient equipment and materials. It was indeed a case of a talented cook being unable to prepare a meal without rice. After pondering for a while and arriving at no solution, Wang Bo resolved to sell his house first. He promptly contacted a real estate agent. It is worth noting that while the house his parents left him was somewhat aged, its location was exceedingly advantageous. Thus, despite its high price, it attracted numerous eager buyers. The agent had approached him multiple times, attempting to persuade him to part with this sole memento from his parents. Previously, Wang Bo had been adamant about not selling. This house represented more than mere property. It embodied his fond memories of his late parents. However, now, in pursuit of successfully monetizing the system's technology, he had to temporarily sell the house. Believing that once his small nuclear reactor technology was realized, a substantial windfall would soon follow, he firmly resolved to repurchase the house, When the time came, the agent, demonstrating remarkable efficiency, dispatched someone to wait at the entrance as soon as they learned of Wang Bo's intention to sell. Upon returning home, Wang Bo welcomed the individual inside, conducted a brief inspection, and the two settled down to negotiate the price. Having already researched online and considered the selling prices of other units in his community, they agreed upon a suitable figure. However, Wang Bo stipulated that the payment must be in cash, not through a loan, as the urgency of developing the small nuclear reactor left no room for delay. After signing a preliminary letter of intent, the agent rose to leave, promising to return in a couple of days with potential buyers for a property viewing. If all went smoothly, Wang Bo would receive the full payment within 3 to 5 days. However, just as the agent departed, a series of loud knocks echoed at the door. These were no ordinary knocks, but rather a forceful pounding with a palm. Wang Bo immediately deduced the identity of the visitor, and the mere thought of that person outside filled him with dread. He quickly gestured for the agent to remain silent, attempting to feign the absence of anyone at home. Yet, he clearly underestimated the persistence and determination of the individual outside. After a prolonged period of knocking without any response, the lock clicked and the door swung open. Wang Bo scrutinized the newcomer, internally lamenting the absurdity of his situation. It felt as if he had been transported to a parallel universe, yet Uncle Huang remained unchanged, exuding the same commanding presence. The visitor appeared to be in his 50s, with a head of hair that was half black and half silver, neatly combed back. Perhaps due to his military background, despite nearing 50, he radiated an energy and vigor that rivaled that of a spirited young man. Such a composed individual would only reveal his stern demeanor to those who had spent considerable time with him. His severity was indeed formidable. It was no surprise that, given his accomplishments in the military, he had only reached this point in life at such an advanced age. Upon seeing the visitor, the agent shrank back like a mouse confronted by a cat, rendered speechless. Observing Wang Bo at home, Huang Haoyang smirked and strode into the living room, plopping down onto the sofa. "You rascal, so you do know how to hide." Ignoring the door after knocking for so long, playing dead, are we? Wang Bo, feeling slightly guilty, replied, "What am I hiding from, Uncle Huang? The school is on break, so I just came back for a day." Huang Haoyang scoffed at Wang Bo's response before turning his gaze towards the agent, feeling a bit too bold. "Are we coming to bother my nephew again?" The agent, upon hearing this, managed a smile that was more painful than a frown. "Principal Huang, we would never dare to intrude uninvited. Your nephew expressed interest in buying a house, so I came to see him." Before the agent could finish, Huang Haoyang brusquely interrupted, "Get lost. If I see you trying to deceive my nephew again, I will be at your shop every day." The agent, recalling an unpleasant encounter, shivered involuntarily. Wang Bo quickly signaled for the agent to leave, and upon receiving his cue, the agent felt as if a weight had been lifted, hastily bidding farewell before exiting. Once the outsider had departed, Wang Bo rubbed his hands and approached, saying, "Uncle Huang, you are truly formidable. You scared that agent so much he could hardly speak." In response, Huang Haoyang's anger flared, and he seized Wang Bo by the ear. "You little rascal, are you trying to get yourself into trouble?" The sound was so thunderous that it nearly uprooted the ceiling of Wang Bo's home. "Tell me, did you drop out of the first high school on your own accord?" Hearing the familiar bellow of Huang Haoyang, Wang Bo felt no trace of annoyance. Rather, a flicker of warmth stirred within him. After all, it had been quite some time since he had been admonished by this sole remaining relative of his. Chapter 8. "Uncle, could you lend me 3 million? Huang Haoyang had met Wang Bo's father, Wang Yangping, during his early years in the military. At that time, Wang Yangping was already a squad leader, while Huang Haoyang was merely a rookie. Being fellow townsmen, Wang Yangping extended considerable care towards him during their military service. In one particular exercise, Wang Yangping even shielded him from a lethal shrapnel, resulting in a wound that forced Huang Haoyang to retire early. From that moment onward, he regarded Wang Yangping as his own elder brother and vowed to repay his kindness. During his years of service, Huang Haoyang diligently pursued self-education, preparing for university entrance examinations. Fortune favored the diligent, and upon his honorable discharge, he successfully gained admission to his desired university. After graduation, he was assigned to work in the education bureau of his hometown. In those times, the dual accolades of military service and a university degree served as a stepping stone to advancement in the bureaucratic realm. Consequently, Huang Haoyang experienced remarkable success in his career, eventually being promoted to the position of principal at a school. Just as he believed everything was progressing beautifully, tragedy struck. His elder brother Wang Yangping and sister-in-law perished in an accident, leaving behind a 4 or 5-year-old child. After mourning, Huang Haoyang took the child under his wing, raising him as his own son without any neglect. When Wang Bo excelled and secured the top score in the county, gaining admission to the first high school, Huang Haoyang was overjoyed, recounting the news to anyone who would listen, even more thrilled than when he himself had been accepted into university. Yet now, this troublesome youth was publicly defying his teachers at school and had even chosen to withdraw, displaying a nonchalant attitude. Huang Haoyang could scarcely contain his anger. "You little rascal. Tell me what you are trying to achieve. You turn your back on the finest high school available and dismiss teacher Li Hongmei, whose name is like gold throughout the province. And you so easily cast it all aside." Listening to Huang Haoyang's booming voice, Wang Bo rubbed his ears. "Uncle, your education system's news travels too swiftly, and for what it's worth, your straightforward demeanor tends to ruffle feathers. You ought to amend that. Otherwise, with your qualifications and achievements, how could you possibly be the principal at the worst high school in the city? Not to mention a transfer to the provincial level. At the very least, you should be at a municipal key institution." "Shut up," Huang Haoyang bellowed. "Laozi's temper is such. How dare you, a mere child, lecture me? If you do not clarify your issues today, I shall not hesitate to break your legs." Wang Bo, with a sense of helplessness, raised his hands in surrender. "Uncle Huang, this matter is truly not my fault." He then recounted the events that transpired during the physics class earlier that day, sharing his experiences from the past 2 years of high school in their entirety. This was the first time Huang Haoyang was hearing about such grievances faced by his nephew at school. Anger surged within Huang Haoyang upon learning of the injustices Wang Bo had endured, yet he also felt a pang of guilt. It was all due to his own wretched temperament and character. Having offended too many, he found himself marginalized in the political arena, relegated to the position of principal at the worst high school. Had he been in charge of a prestigious municipal high school, even the likes of Feng Xia and Feng Yuze would not dare to trouble his child. Given the circumstances, he no longer expected Wang Bo to return to his former school. "Very well. Since this time the fault does not lie with you, I shall refrain from reprimanding you. However, your public defiance of a teacher has already spread. No high school will accept you now. Take these days at home to gather your thoughts. Once I arrange your enrollment, you shall attend my high school." "What? Uncle Huang, I still have to go to school?" Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Huang Haoyang's eyes widened. "What? At such a young age, do you wish to drop out and stay home?" Wang Bo, quick-witted, replied with a grin. "Of course. Education is essential, but I have a small condition." Observing Wang Bo's mischievous demeanor, Huang Haoyang found his previously simmering anger somewhat dissipated. "A condition for schooling? Very well. Let me hear what it is." Wang Bo, like a cunning fox, rubbed his hands together. "Hee. Uncle Huang, are you feeling financially comfortable these days? I would like to borrow some money." Taken aback by Wang Bo's request, Huang Haoyang questioned, "What do you need money for? By the way, didn't the agent mention you were planning to sell the house? Let me remind you, young man, that this is your parents' legacy. If you find yourself in need of funds, do not resort to selling the house at the slightest whim." Seeing Wang Bo's innocent expression, Huang Haoyang's heart softened, and he could not continue his reproach. "How much do you need? Speak plainly to your uncle. You, who usually refuse my financial assistance, find yourself in a bind now. I see. This time, I shall give you more. Take advantage of these days off to treat yourself to a couple of suitable outfits. You're nearing adulthood. It's time to dress more handsomely." With that, Huang Haoyang reached for his wallet. "Uncle, I need 3 million. 3 million, you say? Let me tell you. Money is but an external possession. Spend it freely. Do not mourn its depletion. Just ask your uncle when you need more." "How much more?" As Wang Bo gazed into Huang Haoyang's eyes, which sparkled like brass bells, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Uncle, please don't be like this. It frightens me. You're asking for 3 million without a hint of fear. Honestly, tell me, have you been deceived?" In Huang Haoyang's mind, an elaborate drama unfolded, depicting Wang Bo as the victim of a scam. "What are you thinking, uncle? Your nephew is astute. I'm the one who does the deceiving, not the other way around." Observing the smug expression on Wang Bo's face, Huang Haoyang struggled to suppress the urge to give the boy a good thrashing, gritting his teeth as he asked, "Then tell me, what do you need 3 million for?" "Hee. Uncle, since you know that teacher Li Hongmei wants to take me under her wing, you must understand why she values me so highly. I heard it's because you think I possess some talent in physics? Spare me the suspense. Just speak plainly." Huang Haoyang delivered a playful knock on Wang Bo's head. Wang Bo scratched his head, feigning innocence. "Uncle, it's not just a bit of talent. If you support your dear nephew today, tomorrow we could both stand on the Nobel podium." At these words, Huang Haoyang rolled his eyes, fully aware that such banter was not to be taken seriously. However, he began to grasp the true purpose behind Wang Bo's request for funds. You intend to use this money to study physics abroad? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo broke into a sweat. To be honest, with his current understanding of the field, he believed no one in the world could truly teach him. Not quite, uncle. I plan to establish my own laboratory to research an invention. Huang Haoyang nearly spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Wang Bo's ambition. You, a mere high school student who hasn't even fully matured, wish to embark on research for an invention? Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of disbelief, he caught the unwavering determination in Wang Bo's eyes, seriousness devoid of jest. Are you serious? Listening to Huang Haoyang's incredulous inquiry, Wang Bo solemnly nodded. Uncle, to be honest, my high school grades have suffered not only due to the bullying from classmates and teachers, but also because the majority of my energy has been dedicated to this endeavor. The theory has been successfully developed. Only the practical application remains. Wang Bo understood that revealing the existence of the system was out of the question. Thus, he fabricated a backstory to enhance the credibility of his claim. After all, the notion of a high school student inventing a miniature nuclear reactor is astonishing enough. But if he had supposedly achieved the theoretical groundwork in a mere morning, it would veer into the realm of the horrifying. To avoid such an unsettling perception, Wang Bo concocted a narrative that he had devoted 2 years in high school to the theory of a miniature nuclear reactor. Chapter 9. The Source of Funding. The wisest investment, though Huang Haoyang found it difficult to believe at this moment. Wang Bo was someone he had known since childhood. Based on his understanding, this young man was not one to indulge in fanciful dreams. I cannot lend you such a substantial sum, he stated firmly. We are not discussing mere hundreds or thousands, but millions. It is not something I can treat lightly unless you provide me with more than just verbal assurances. Upon hearing Huang Haoyang's words, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. His greatest fear had been that Uncle Huang would dismiss his explanations outright. Such a rejection would render any advanced theories he had conceived utterly unrealized. Very well, Uncle Huang. Come with me and allow me to showcase the fruits of my labor over the past 2 years. As dusk approached, Huang Haoyang stumbled out of Wang Bo's home. Feeling somewhat dazed, the entire afternoon had been spent under the relentless barrage of Wang Bo's fervent ideas, leaving him with a sense of imbalance. Yet, despite the torment of that day, the astonishment in his heart outweighed his fatigue. That young rascal had not merely been speaking idly. He had genuinely developed a comprehensive system. Huang Haoyang was uncertain whether Wang Bo's theory of constructing a small nuclear reactor was feasible, but he understood the profound impact its realization could have on the world. Having worked in education for many years and participated in numerous prominent domestic physics seminars, Huang Haoyang had cultivated his own insights into the field. His understanding made him all the more astonished, for all the theories Wang Bo had calculated were correct within the scope of his knowledge. As for concepts that lay beyond his comprehension, he could not ascertain their validity. Nevertheless, the knowledge he possessed was sufficient to affirm Wang Bo's unparalleled talent and intelligence in physics. Reflecting on the care his late brother, Wang Yangping, had shown him throughout his life, Huang Haoyang looked at the child he regarded as his own. He had made a decision in his heart. Inside the house, Wang Bo felt a pang of compassion. Before leaving, Uncle Huang had promised to help him secure funding, but with one condition: he could not sell the property left behind by his parents. Hearing this moved Wang Bo deeply. It was only out of sheer desperation that he had considered parting with the last remnant of his parents. Having been under Uncle Huang's care for nearly a decade, he was well aware of his financial situation. Although Uncle Huang held a position of authority, he was known for his integrity, having never engaged in any unscrupulous activities over the years. Therefore, his income was modest, and it was no small feat for him to gather 3 million. How could Wang Bo bear to place all the pressure upon Uncle Huang? Thus, the house must be sold. At worst, should fortune smile upon me later, I could repurchase it at a higher price. Confronted with the weighty affection from Huang Haoyang, Wang Bo silently vowed that once he achieved success, he would ensure that Uncle Huang lived the life he desired. Meanwhile, Yang Ping was exceedingly agitated, for no reason other than that her husband, upon returning home, had become obsessively preoccupied with the family's bankbook. When she inquired about the cause, Huang Haoyang remained reticent, absorbed in his calculations regarding their limited finances. It was evident without further questioning that it was once again for that little rascal, Wang Bo. Although her husband was generally straightforward and fiery, he maintained a calm demeanor in the face of any situation, save for when family matters arose, which elicited such anxious expressions from him. Both she and their daughter were well, so it was clear that Wang Bo was the source of Huang Haoyang's distress. Haoyang, if you ask me, that scoundrel Wang Bo simply does not appreciate the good fortune he has. Teacher Li Hongmei, a renowned educator in the province, was willing to humble herself to take in such a poor student, and instead of expressing gratitude, he publicly rejected her. Huang Haoyang, upon hearing this, did not even look up. What do you know, woman? Wang Bo's talent in physics far exceeds our expectations. Not even the university professors might be able to teach him. Hearing this, Yang Ping could not help but scoff. Having watched the boy grow, she knew precisely how much he was capable of. It was only because Huang Haoyang regarded that foolish boy as his own son that he found him so endearing. By the way, dear, where is the title deed for our house in Huaxing community? Observing Huang Haoyang's anxious expression, Yang Ping felt a twinge of foreboding. What do you need the title deed for? Let me remind you, Huang Haoyang, that house is the fruit of our labor over the years. It is meant to be our retirement home. I won't interfere with your help for your nephew, but if you dare to have any designs on the house, I will not let this matter rest. Listening to his wife's warning, Huang Haoyang nodded hastily. Rest assured. I mean no harm. I was merely inquiring. However, upon seeing his dismissive expression, Yang Ping realized that her husband had not taken her words to heart. Frustrated, she retreated to the inner room and dialed Wang Bo's number. At that moment, Wang Bo was inside, repeatedly calculating the theories swirling in his mind. It is worth noting that 5 million, while seemingly a substantial sum, would barely suffice to purchase a set of experimental equipment. This meant that from theory to practice, he had to succeed on the first attempt. Otherwise, there would be no second 5 million to fund another experiment. Just as he was deeply engrossed in his thoughts, the ringing of a phone disrupted his concentration. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Bo felt a wave of trepidation. From a young age, I have been acutely aware of my aunt's sharp tongue. Today, as Uncle Huang returned home to secure funds for me, I thought that a few hundred yuan might have sufficed to keep this astute aunt in the dark. However, the sum at stake now amounts to millions. Had she been oblivious to such a significant matter, Wang Bo would not have endured her scrutiny all these years. Nevertheless, the moment has arrived. I must confront it. Gritting my teeth, I answered the phone. Hello, Annie. How lovely to hear from you today. It has been quite some time since we last connected, and your dear nephew has missed you dearly. Wang Bo, spare me your flattery, came the restrained yet furious voice of Yang Ping from the other end. Tell me, what sort of enchantment have you cast upon Huang Haoyang? Are you aware he is considering selling the newly purchased house? Upon hearing her accusatory tone, Wang Bo fell into a momentary silence. He understood that ever since Uncle Huang had given his word, he would spare no effort to assist him. Yet, the revelation that Uncle Huang was willing to sell his new home to aid him deeply shook Wang Bo's heart. Why are you silent? You owe me an explanation. The urgency in her voice stirred Wang Bo from his reverie. Taking a deep breath, he replied, Auntie, I cannot divulge the nature of this money, but you may regard it as an investment. I, Wang Bo, swear to you that this investment will prove to be the wisest decision of both Uncle Huang's and your lifetime. Chapter 10. Gathering Together. Familial conflicts. After ending the call, Wang Bo remained unsettled. He was well aware of his aunt's nature, sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted. Despite the harshness of her words, her concern for him was evident. Following this conversation, Wang Bo was convinced that his aunt would ultimately support him. With this in mind, he felt even less inclined to disappoint either of them. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the efficiency of the real estate agent was remarkable. Within this brief period, they arrived with the contract. Once Wang Bo signed, a staggering sum of 1.7 million yuan would be immediately deposited into his account. Coupled with the savings his parents had left behind, his balance would soar to an impressive 2 million. Gazing at the familiar arrangement of the house, a wave of nostalgia washed over Wang Bo. Yet, he firmly believed that with the knowledge he possessed, it would not be long before this house would once again be his. The furnishings within the home would remain untouched. In no more than 3 months, he would reclaim ownership of the property. The agent, initially taken aback, hesitated before responding. The buyer is securing a loan, and there are numerous procedures to complete. It seems they will not be able to move in right away. I will find a way to keep an eye on the house during these months. However, you must understand that after 3 months, it is only natural for them to take occupancy, and I would not be able to prevent that. Listening to the agent's assurances, Wang Bo nodded in gratitude. Despite having resided here for over a decade, Wang Bo's belongings were remarkably scant, consisting of merely a single suitcase that could easily be carried away. This frugality was indicative of his daily habits. Now that his sole residence had been sold, leaving him homeless, he found himself dragging his suitcase towards the home of Huang Haoyang, intending to stay there for a few days. Upon arriving at Uncle Huang's house, he was greeted not by the uncle and aunt, but by a youthful maiden in the bloom of her teenage years. The girl, likely around 16 or 17, though not yet fully developed, was undeniably a beauty. Wang Bo felt a twinge of discomfort upon seeing the girl, who wore sunglasses. Had he overlooked the calendar when he ventured out? Of all days, it had to be today. Cousin, Isn't it a holiday today? Upon recognizing Wang Bo, Huang Weiqian's face contorted with genuine disdain. What are you doing here? I finally have a day off. Can't you come another time? With that, she attempted to shut the door. Wang Bo, quick on his feet, swiftly blocked the doorframe. What a farce. If he couldn't enter Uncle Huang's home, he would be forced to spend the night on the streets, and he certainly lacked the funds for a hotel. What are you doing? As his cousin grew agitated, Wang Bo was about to explain when a voice from behind interrupted him. You two will inevitably end up demolishing our front door. Turning to the voice, Wang Bo saw it was Yang Ping, returning from her grocery shopping. Upon noticing Wang Bo dragging his suitcase, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes, but she said little, merely beckoning him inside. Once indoors, Yang Ping directed him to a room. You'll need to tidy up. No one is here to serve you. Wang Bo felt a surge of warmth at her words. He had just been contemplating how to broach the subject, yet his aunt had offered him a room without hesitation. This gesture made him, who had lost his parents at a tender age, truly feel the warmth of familial affection. Meanwhile, Huang Weiqian, overhearing Yang Ping's words, reacted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. What do you mean, Mom? This fool is going to stay with us. Yang Ping's expression darkened instantly at these words. Huang Weiqian, how dare you speak to your brother like that? Is this how I raised you? Realizing their mother was genuinely upset, Huang Weiqian dared not speak further, her eyes reddening as she retreated to her room. However, the resentful glare she cast back at Wang Bo sent a chill down his spine. Aunt, I'm fine. Be quiet. I'm asking you. Is what you did truly worth it? Yang Ping's gaze fixed intently on his suitcase, and Wang Bo understood the question she posed. Aunt, it is worth it. I assure you. Everything I lost, I will reclaim piece by piece through my own efforts. Gazing into Wang Bo's resolute eyes, Yang Ping nodded. I do not place my trust in you, but I have faith in my husband. Since he has decided to assist you, he must possess his own judgment. Very well. Go and tidy up. Dinner will be ready shortly. With that, she turned and entered the kitchen. Wang Bo, too, returned to his room to prepare. Before long, Yang Ping had set out an abundant feast, and Huang Haoyang arrived home punctually. Upon seeing Wang Bo in his own house, he was momentarily taken aback. But then a thought struck him, and he hurried to the inner room. Upon witnessing the piles of luggage, his expression darkened instantly. Come, we are going to confront that deceitful agent who dares to mislead my nephew. I shall dismantle his scheme, he declared, and without allowing Wang Bo to interject, he dragged him towards the door. Fortunately, Yang Ping quickly emerged to intervene. Huang Haoyang, after the new year, Wang Bo will turn 18. He is capable of making his own decisions. Can you oversee him for a lifetime? Upon hearing this, Huang Haoyang halted in his tracks. Meanwhile, Wang Bo seized the moment to interject. Uncle Huang, you are aware of my intentions. If I succeed, I will undoubtedly reclaim the house in its entirety. Observing the ease with which the young man spoke, Huang Haoyang felt an irritable surge rise within him. And what if you do not succeed? In response, Wang Bo composed himself, his gaze steady and resolute as he replied, I will succeed. For an inexplicable moment, Huang Haoyang seemed to glimpse the shadow of his elder brother, Wang Yangping, in this young man. That unwavering determination mirrored the sense of reliability his brother had always exuded. Indeed, father and son share an undeniable resemblance. Perhaps he had truly matured, and it was time for him to refrain from excessive interference. With this thought, Huang Haoyang gradually loosened his grip on Wang Bo's arm. Although he felt a sense of relief internally, his words remained sharp. If you fail to secure that house, I shall make you pay dearly. Witnessing Huang Haoyang relent, Yang Ping promptly urged everyone to take their seats for dinner. At the table, Huang Weiqian maintained a frosty demeanor towards Wang Bo. Were it not for her fear of her parents, she would have preferred not to share a meal with him at all. Here, this is 300,000. Together with your own funds, it should suffice, Huang Haoyang said as he placed a bank card before Wang Bo just as the meal commenced. Yang Ping had anticipated this and raised no objections. However, Huang Weiqian, having been boarding at high school, was oblivious to the recent events. Yet, this did not hinder her from concocting her own narratives, taking advantage of her parents' affection for him to recklessly squander their savings. As her thoughts spiraled, Huang Weiqian could no longer suppress the fury that surged within her. 3 million. Wang Bo, has your conscience been devoured by dogs? My parents have cared for you all this time, and now you seek to take their lives. Enough, Weiqian, Huang Haoyang interjected, setting down his chopsticks with a grave tone. Yet, Huang Weiqian seemed impervious to his admonition, continuing her tirade. You should inquire at the top high schools. Who doesn't know that you were expelled from number 1 high? And now you drag my parents down with you into disgrace. And yet you audaciously demand such an exorbitant sum. It's no wonder you have no parents. Someone like you is unworthy. With the last word escaping her lips, Huang Haoyang could no longer contain his own wrath, delivering a sharp slap across her face. Chapter 11. The Beginning of Creation. The recognition ceremony at number 1 high at the dining table. Wang Bo's expression was also somber. He could endure Huang Weiqian's scornful insults, as she was the daughter of his uncle and aunt. However, he could not allow even the slightest affront to his own parents. This was a boundary that even the daughter of Huang Shu could not cross. In that moment, tears, as tiny as pearls, began to gather in Huang Weiqian's eyes. In her mind, that money was rightfully hers, a legacy from her parents, and now it was squandered on outsiders. What pained her further was the realization that her father would strike her for the sake of such a poor boy. The more she pondered, the more aggrieved her heart felt. Tonight, I shall stay at my uncle's house. From now on, consider me as having no daughter. With that, Huang Weiqian stormed out, slamming the door behind her. Yang Ping, seated nearby, contemplated pursuing her daughter, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that Weiqian had gone too far today. Wang Bo observed the scene in silence, understanding that no words would suffice at this moment. The only way to repay his uncle and aunt's kindness and resolve all conflicts was to successfully create the miniature nuclear reactor. After dinner, Wang Bo entered Huang Haoyang's study. "What troubles you?" Huang Haoyang inquired, noticing the turmoil etched across Wang Bo's face. "Uncle Huang, to be candid, while the funding is secured, some experimental equipment and materials are restricted and cannot be procured on the market," Wang Bo replied earnestly. "I anticipated this. Let me know what is lacking, and I shall find a solution," Huang Haoyang offered. Without hesitation, Wang Bo handed over a meticulously prepared list. "So many?" Huang Haoyang exclaimed, overwhelmed by the extensive inventory. Wang Bo could only manage a wry smile. "It's not that simple. This is merely the basic version. Once completed, this palm-sized device will contain enough energy to power a fighter jet for half an hour." Upon hearing Wang Bo's words and glancing at the list once more, Huang Haoyang could only grit his teeth and nod. "Within 3 days, I shall gather these items for you." Observing Uncle Huang's commitment alleviated Wang Bo's worries. Although Huang Haoyang had not ascended to a high position for various reasons, his extensive tenure in the education sector had endowed him with a network, making the acquisition of these materials merely a matter of time. In the following 3 days, Wang Bo rented a reasonably sized factory in a remote suburb at an exceptionally low price to serve as his laboratory. By day, he traversed the province to procure available instruments and materials. By night, he toiled tirelessly, engaging in theoretical deductions to ensure the experiment would proceed flawlessly. Finally, on the 3rd day, with Huang Haoyang providing the last batch of experimental apparatus, all conditions for the small-scale nuclear reactor experiment were at last fulfilled. The moment for Wang Bo to showcase his talents had arrived. He also resolved to reside in the laboratory during the experiment, both for convenience in his research and to minimize external disruptions to the process. Upon making this decision, he returned to the laboratory, intending to fetch some bedding and change of clothes from home. Perhaps out of reluctance and concern, Uncle Huang and Aunt Yang volunteered to assist him with packing. "Xiao Bo, do your best. Thanks to my daughter's loose tongue, all our relatives now know that I invested 3 million in you, eagerly awaiting our downfall," Aunt Yang exclaimed, her frustration evident. "Moreover, some insincere individuals have come to mock us. I've been holding my tongue these past few days, but once you achieve results, I will ensure those who once derided us witness who truly lacks vision." Seeing his aunt's exasperated expression, Wang Bo couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He knew his aunt's temperament all too well. She was never one to suffer in silence. He could already imagine the dismay of those who had once scorned them. Once he completed his small-scale nuclear reactor, "Don't speak nonsense," Huang Haoyang interjected, frowning at Yang Ping's remarks. He then turned to Wang Bo, saying, "Young lad, do not bear too much pressure. Regardless of success or failure, you will always be the greatest pride of me and your aunt. Our door shall remain forever open to shelter you from the storm." Upon hearing these words, Wang Bo felt a surge of emotion, his eyes reddening as he fought back tears, nodding deeply in acknowledgement. He understood the immense pressure Uncle Huang and Aunt Yang had endured for his sake. After all, to any rational observer, liquidating their assets to invest millions in a minor high school student for a physics experiment would seem utterly insane. Furthermore, they were acutely aware that the consequences of failure extended beyond mere financial loss. Such a setback would render them the subject of ridicule among their peers. Nonetheless, even so, the two individuals resolutely extended their assistance to one another, a kindness that he would never be able to repay throughout his lifetime. Observing the heavy atmosphere, Yang Ping interjected with a sharp tongue, saying, all right, you two grown men, spare us the melodrama. Once you finish tidying up, hurry along. I could use one less dinner to prepare. Listening to his aunt's acerbic remarks, Wang Bo felt no resentment whatsoever. I'm leaving, Uncle Aunt. Just wait and see. When your nephew returns, he will certainly astonish the world. On the 10th day of Wang Bo's entry into the laboratory, the annual most significant day arrived for the first high school. The award ceremony, a grand event held after the college entrance examination, not only celebrated the achievements of the newly graduated seniors, but also provided a model for the rising juniors who were about to enter their final year. As a high school renowned for its high college admission rates, the award ceremony at First High School invariably attracted the attention of various societal sectors. And this year was no exception. City and provincial television stations, along with numerous local channels and social media platforms, dispatched reporters to witness the remarkable achievements of First High School this year. As the attendees settled in, the much-anticipated event commenced. The principal on stage, adjusting his attire slightly, initiated his speech at the behest of the assembled reporters. First and foremost, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the journalists present. The esteemed reputation of First High School is inextricably linked to your diligent efforts. Therefore, please allow me, on behalf of all the faculty and students, to extend our sincere thanks. With that, he led the audience in applause, a gesture that the reporters found gratifying. In this era of advanced networking, the title of journalist transcends mere occupation. To a significant extent, they are the architects of public opinion. Thus, even someone of the principal's stature must show them due respect. The applause continued for a few minutes before gradually subsiding. Subsequently, the principal began to announce the results of this year's college entrance examinations. This year, our school has seen 112 students gain admission to prestigious institutions such as Beijing University and Huqing University. Additionally, 442 students have entered first-rate universities. The announcement of these results lasted approximately 10 minutes, during which the audience once again bore witness to the extraordinary achievements of First High School. Following the results, the next segment involved a declaration from the soon-to-be seniors preparing for their upcoming examinations. Next, let us invite Mr. Feng Yuze, the head of the sophomore department, to deliver a speech on behalf of these aspiring seniors. Chapter 12. The Upsurge of Reputation and the Distortion of Truth. Greetings to all school leaders, esteemed teachers, and fellow students. Witnessing the remarkable accomplishments of the previous cohort fills me with genuine joy. However, I am merely filled with joy, devoid of envy. Do you understand why? It is because I firmly believe that this cohort of soon-to-be seniors, under my guidance, will achieve even more remarkable accomplishments. Tell me, my dear students, do you possess confidence? A feeble response echoed from the audience, causing Feng Yuze's expression to instantly darken. Clearly, his impassioned speech had failed to ignite enthusiasm among the students. Yet, amidst the throng of journalists capturing the moment, he refrained from expressing his frustration, mustering a forced smile to continue his address. Meanwhile, Yang Tiantian, observing the awkwardness of Feng Yuze on stage, could not contain her laughter. She nudged Zhou Yuman beside her and whispered, "Yuman, look at this old fellow getting his comeuppance today. After tormenting us for 2 years, he is finally receiving some payback, not to mention avenging your middle school classmate, Wang Bo." At that moment, Zhou Yuman, upon hearing Wang Bo's name, felt an absence of emotion. In her eyes, the fates of the two were worlds apart. After all, how could a proud swan take interest in a toad scuttling on the ground? Whether revenge was warranted, I cannot say. What I do know is that this recognition ceremony has brought this fellow immense embarrassment, and when we enter our senior year, this old dog will undoubtedly make our lives a living hell. Upon hearing Zhou Yuman's words, Yang Tiantian's expression fell. Indeed, we still have to endure another year under this fellow's reign. With that, she lowered her head dejectedly, as if envisioning her dismal senior year. On stage, Feng Yuze continued his speech. I firmly believe that the students I lead will attain even more splendid achievements. This confidence stems not only from your outstanding talents and diligent efforts, but also from the fact that, as we transition from the second to the third year, we have purged the detrimental elements from our ranks. The moment Feng Yuze uttered these words, the teachers in the audience erupted in astonishment. The students, who had been dozing off during Feng Yuze's monologue, were suddenly jolted awake. What did Feng Yuze mean by revisiting Wang Bo's past grievances in such a public setting? It was evident that this old fellow was truly ruthless. In front of a provincial audience, he seemed intent on utterly ruining Wang Bo. Alas, why did Wang Bo have to offend someone like this? From this day forth, his reputation is irrevocably tarnished. Meanwhile, Li Hongmei, listening to Feng Yuze's remarks, wore an expression of disbelief. She could hardly fathom that the head of the best high school in the city could stoop to such depths. publicly defaming an innocent student. Wang Bo had merely risen in rebellion against the humiliation and oppression from Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuze, speaking out openly. No matter who judges this situation, they would not place the blame on Wang Bo. Now, Feng Yuze has brazenly labeled him a troublemaker. Is this not blatant falsehood? Is it not a form of slander? Meanwhile, the journalists in attendance seem to have caught a whiff of scandal. Their interest peaked. Traditionally, such commendation ceremonies are rife with lengthy speeches and lack novelty. Yet being a live broadcast, the reporters musters their spirits to participate. However, today is markedly different. From Feng Yuze's remarks, it appears that an exceedingly troublesome student has emerged within the school. Otherwise, why would he employ the term troublemaker? Unfazed by the reactions from the audience, Feng Yuze continues. I must reflect upon my responsibilities. The school should be a paragon of high school education in the city. Yet, among the students under my management, there have been instances of outright disrespect towards teachers. This is indeed a lapse on my part. Not only have I failed to enhance this student's academic performance, but I have also neglected the cultivation of their character. As he speaks, a hint of emotion tinges Feng Yuze's voice, leading one to believe he is a remarkably principled and selfless educator. Regarding the student's name, for the sake of his future, I cannot disclose it. I merely hope that he can conduct himself well after leaving our institution. In just a few sentences, he crafts an image of Wang Bo as a notoriously unruly student who insults his teachers, completely reversing the narrative of the incident. Meanwhile, sitting in front of the television, Huang Haoyang is seething with rage. What concern for Wang Bo's future? When Wang Bo left the school, the uproar was tremendous. Anyone with a modicum of inquiry could ascertain who Feng Yuze was referring to. His actions are merely an attempt to construct a noble image for himself as a caring educator while subtly casting Wang Bo into the storm. Today, I shall expose this scoundrel in front of everyone, even if it costs me my position as principal. With that thought, Huang Haoyang rises to leave. Hold on, Lao Huang. Yang Ping quickly steps forward to stop him. If you go now, given your relationship with that rascal, everyone will think you are biased. You won't be able to clarify the situation, and you'll lose your job for nothing. Hearing this, Huang Haoyang pauses, akin to a deflated balloon. Indeed, his wife is right. In the heat of anger, he almost overlooked the intricacies of the situation. If he were to confront them today, it would only solidify Wang Bo's guilt and jeopardize his own position. So what shall I do? My nephew has been wronged. As his uncle, I cannot simply stand idly by. Observing Huang Haoyang's clenched teeth, Yang Ping breathes a sigh of relief, secretly amused by the predicament. Although my husband possesses a fiery temperament, he has undoubtedly reached his current position through no lack of intellect. However, as the saying goes, concern breeds chaos. The moment family matters arise, he becomes flustered. For now, all we can do is wait. That old rascal Feng Yuze has claimed that our child lacks both academic prowess and moral integrity. Once Wang Bo manages to concoct this 5 million project, the esteemed Zhongyi will surely recognize the genius they have lost. By then, it is entirely possible that Feng Yuze will be on his knees, begging for our child to return to Zhongyi. At this moment, Yang Ping's fierce expression did not escape Huang Haoyang's gaze. He stared intently at his wife. Yang Ping, feeling somewhat embarrassed under his scrutiny, shot back with a glare. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen me furious? Wait, dear wife, did you just say that Wang Bo is our child? Upon hearing this, Yang Ping was momentarily taken aback, then defiantly retorted, I did not. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, Wang Bo paused his work. The experiment was progressing remarkably well. Barring any unexpected developments, the small nuclear reactor would be ready for unveiling in a week. However, the sudden system notification interrupted his research. Upon accessing the system panel, he nearly stumbled in shock. What on earth was happening? He had been quietly working in the lab for days. Where had all this prestige value come from? Chapter 13, Infamous. The unveiling of the nuclear reactor. Gazing at the nearly 30,000 prestige points displayed on his account, Wang Bo was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that news of his invention had leaked? That seemed improbable. He had only informed Uncle Huang, not even Andy. He trusted his uncle's discretion, knowing he would not blabber about it. Moreover, if such information had indeed leaked, tech companies would have arrived at his doorstep in no time, and the state might even get involved. Yet, to this moment, not a single mouse had graced his laboratory. After pondering for a while, he could not arrive at a conclusion. Thus, he pulled out his old smartphone to call Uncle Huang. However, to prevent Wang Bo from becoming distracted, Huang Haoyang tightened his jaw and refrained from revealing a single word, stubbornly insisting that there was nothing amiss. This left Wang Bo in a state of helpless amusement. Although Huang Haoyang remained silent, His adeptness at deception allowed Wang Bo to sense that something unusual was indeed afoot. Clearly, something had transpired regarding him, otherwise. The system's prestige points would not have surged so dramatically. Since his uncle was unwilling to divulge anything, he decided to inquire with someone else. At this moment, Huang Weiqian was in a foul mood. As the saying goes, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. Thanks to that foolish boy, I too found myself the target of ridicule during high school. Just as I was cursing him silently, my phone rang. To my dismay, it was none other than Wang Bo. How fortuitous. I was already seething with anger, and here he was, conveniently presenting himself as the perfect outlet for my frustration. Xiao Qian, are you in class? The irritating voice on the other end of the line made Huang Weiqian's fury boil over. Wang Bo, you scoundrel. Do you even realize that you have become a laughingstock yourself, dragging me down with you? I have lost all face at school. After nearly half an hour of verbal bombardment from Huang Weiqian, they finally ended the call. Wang Bo, on the other hand, felt a peculiar sense of elation. Fortunately, his phone had run out of battery. Otherwise, that girl might have truly sent him packing. However, from her fragmented sentences, he pieced together the unfolding drama. Feng Yuze, you truly are a haunting presence. Little did you know, your actions have inadvertently benefited me, gifting me nearly 30,000 points of reputation. Patience, my friend. In no more than 10 days, I shall present you with a grand surprise. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo ceased his hesitation and immersed himself once again in the creation of a miniature nuclear reactor. The day following the award ceremony, thanks to extensive media coverage, the prestigious First High School gained renewed fame. What set this occasion apart from previous ones was the emergence of another name alongside the school's, Wang Bo. As soon as the award ceremony concluded, a throng of reporters and media outlets sprang into action, diligently uncovering every detail about the so-called troublemaker mentioned by Feng Yuze. To the delight of journalists and online influencers, it was revealed that after his expulsion, Wang Bo had not remained idle. He had somehow swindled millions from his uncle and even sold the only inheritance left by his parents, the family home. This was the epitome of sensational news. Consequently, articles about Wang Bo flooded the city the very next day. What an ungrateful wretch Wang Bo is. Who could argue otherwise? He openly confronted and insulted his teachers, displaying nothing resembling a student's demeanor. I even heard that he publicly rejected the esteemed teacher Li Hongmei. How could she tolerate such a morally bankrupt student? It is infuriating to realize that this boy, who lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his uncle, not only failed to repay his kindness but resorted to despicable means to rob him of a lifetime of savings. Such scoundrels, devoid of any sense of responsibility towards their school, society, and family, would have been subjected to the most severe punishments in ancient times. However, I have heard that Wang Bo has long been a victim of relentless bullying at school, and out of sheer desperation, he has risen to retaliate. What do you mean? Are you implying that a prestigious high school like No. 1 High still grapples with issues of campus violence? Indeed, Director Feng, a veteran educator at No. 1 High, has stated as much. It must be that this student has a problem. At this moment, Feng Yuze sits comfortably in his office, sipping tea with an air of tranquility. As he gazes out at the tumultuous storm raging outside, a cold smirk curls at the corners of his mouth. Wang Bo, you have obstructed my path to promotion. Do you truly believe that expulsion will suffice? I shall ensure that you and all others understand that crossing Feng Yuze will lead to an eternal downfall. Meanwhile, Huang Haoyang is also enduring a tumultuous time. Ever since his nephew's situation was widely reported, he has been subjected to incessant inquiries from the Education Bureau's leaders. The motive behind these frequent discussions is singular, to force him out of his position as principal of No. 9 High. After all, the uproar surrounding this incident has led some citizens to question the personnel appointments within their educational system. Yet, with Huang Haoyang's temperament, he is not one to be easily manipulated. Having committed no wrongdoing himself, why should he resign? However, ultimately, the might of authority prevails. After several days of relentless pressure, the leaders found a pretext to remove him from his role. As for the reason, quite simple. He had allegedly used his position to assist his nephew's admission into No. 9 High. The formal dismissal notice would not be issued until a week later. Upon exiting the Education Bureau, Huang Haoyang displayed no signs of despondency. Instead, he spat vehemently at the door of the leader's office. Just wait, before long. Once my nephew's miniature nuclear reactor invention succeeds, I shall await your request for my reinstatement. A week swiftly passed, and during this time, the commotion surrounding Wang Bo not only failed to diminish but, with the encouragement of certain individuals, escalated further. On this day at noon, the gates of a factory on the outskirts, sealed for over half a month, swung open. As he stepped outside into the blinding sunlight, Wang Bo felt as though he had been transported to another world. It had been nearly half a month since he entered this place. During these past 20 days, apart from the essentials of eating and sleeping, he had devoted every ounce of his energy to the creation of the reactor. Now, as he beheld the faintly glowing coils on the experimental table, a smile of satisfaction graced his face. At last, the trials he endured had not been in vain. At this moment, he fixated on this small object, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. Are you ready, Fengyuza? It is my turn to make a move. Chapter 14. Preparing for the press conference. The frustrated young journalist, as evening descended. Wang Bo finished organizing all the instruments in the laboratory and returned to Huang Haoyang's home with his findings. Upon seeing Wang Bo return, the hearts of Huang Haoyang and his wife instantly leapt into their throats. Although the couple had previously feigned indifference in an attempt to alleviate their nephew's psychological burden, the gravity of the situation was undeniable. 500,000 yuan, a sum they had labored for half their lives to accumulate, was at stake. Moreover, Wang Bo's decision to drop out of school had stirred a tempest in the city, implicating Huang Haoyang as well. Whether they could finally hold their heads high and turn their fortunes around hinged entirely on the success of this young man. Observing the anxious yet expectant expressions on their faces, Wang Bo found himself amused. He was well aware of their concerns. After toiling away for over half a month, returning home to find not even a warm meal waiting was indeed disheartening for their astute nephew. Meanwhile, Yang Ping, overhearing his words, was not one to indulge him. She swiftly seized Wang Bo's ear, exclaiming, "You little rascal, after being away for half a month, you've grown bold, haven't you? Dare to keep me in suspense? Quickly, tell me how things went." "Ouch, that hurts. Aunt, please loosen your grip, and I shall speak." At her words, Yang Ping released his ear, while Huang Haoyang, though silent, revealed his anxiety through his tense demeanor. "All right, uncle, aunt, I shall not keep you in suspense any longer. I can only say that during this past half-month, your nephew has not failed in his mission." As he spoke, Wang Bo retrieved the product of his seclusion, the miniature nuclear reactor, from his backpack. Seeing Wang Bo's nonchalant demeanor, Huang Haoyang hastily and cautiously took it from him, admonishing, "What kind of carelessness is this? What if there were a nuclear leak?" In response to Huang Haoyang's rebuke, Wang Bo could only helplessly shrug. In reality, the energy produced by the miniature nuclear reactor was remarkably stable. It could be placed in a backpack or even on the street, and not even the passing of vehicles would result in a nuclear leak. Standing behind them, Yang Ping observed the little glowing orb being treated as a treasure by the two men and scoffed. "I was wondering what it was. After all that fuss for half a month, it turns out to be just a light bulb." Upon hearing his aunt's disdain, Wang Bo nearly stumbled, after investing millions. To her, it was merely a light bulb. Huang Haoyang, eager to clarify, interjected, "What do you know? This palm-sized invention by your nephew contains enough energy to power the entire city of Suchi." Yang Ping was taken aback by this revelation. This little gadget is that impressive. Although she is merely a full-time housewife, she comprehends the implications behind Huang Haoyang's words. If true, this small device before her would undoubtedly trigger a seismic upheaval in the realm of physics throughout the entire nation. Wang Bo, standing beside her, added, "This is just a simplified version. It's not as exaggerated as it seems. However, it should adequately support the electricity demand of our county." Listening to Wang Bo's explanation, Yang Ping remained ensnared in a state of astonishment. It was not solely due to the miniature nuclear reactor before her, but also because of Wang Bo's remarkable transformation from a student once deemed mediocre by the high school to an unparalleled genius in physics. The leap is indeed staggering. No wonder that audacious young man dared to boast before me that day. It appears he was well prepared. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo chuckled, "Of course. Without this formidable skill, how could I dare undertake such a delicate task? Your nephew was right. That 3 million will undoubtedly prove to be the wisest investment." Observing Wang Bo's smug demeanor, Yang Ping shot him an exasperated look. "You're so full of yourself. Fine, you two can chat. I shall attend to your meals." With that, she turned and walked into the kitchen. Once Yang Ping had departed, Wang Bo shared his forthcoming plans with Huang Haoyang. "Uncle, the reactor has been successfully invented. Now, it is crucial to make a grand announcement. I wish to leverage your connections to invite reporters from various media outlets to hold a press conference." Huang Haoyang's face displayed a hint of hesitation, yet he nodded in agreement. "All right, I will do my utmost to contact them in the coming days, but I cannot guarantee how many will attend. After all, your reputation in Suchi City has unfortunately taken a hit, and I am no longer the principal of Jiuzhou." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo paused momentarily, then a twinge of guilt surfaced within him. "Uncle, it's all my fault. Otherwise, you wouldn't have faced dismissal. Huang Haoyang waved his hand dismissively. Stop with the apologies. Since you've made your decision, pursue it boldly. Once your invention is made public, it will be merely a matter of time before I reclaim my position. Wang Bo nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Lin Zichao, a professional journalist and a graduate of Beijing University, once harbored dreams of his own in his youth. Yet, reality often proves to be unforgiving. Born into a rural family with no prestigious lineage, his parents were ordinary farmers, and it was already a struggle for them to afford his university education. Now, he found himself without the means to seek favor from influential leaders. Thus, Lin Zichao could only watch helplessly as those with lesser qualifications and abilities gradually ascended above him. Approaching 30, he had completely lost the youthful sparkle in his eyes. He moved through life like a mere automaton, fulfilling the tasks assigned by his superiors. Have you heard? Recently, that raucous Wang Bo is supposedly holding a press conference and has invited our station's reporters to attend. Is that the delinquent from the first high school who insulted his teacher? Don't be ridiculous. Does that little brat even know what a press conference is? Huh, you wouldn't believe it, but just a moment ago, I saw our 2 deputy directors fretting over this matter. What is there to fret about? Just refuse outright. That is not an option. It seems Wang Bo's uncle, the principal of the 9th high school who was dismissed just days ago, shares a close relationship with our station's director. Hence, the deputy director in charge is hesitant to decline directly. What shall we do? I certainly do not wish to lose face in this matter. Haha, our station has more than just a few reporters. As they spoke, several reporters cast their gaze upon Lin Zichao in the corner of the office, their faces betraying knowing smiles. Sure enough, moments later, Lin Zichao was summoned to the office by the deputy director. Approximately 10 minutes later, Lin Zichao emerged from the television station's doors, a document in hand. His expression tinged with bitterness. The document detailed his assignment: to attend the press conference of the troubled youth Wang Bo Chapter 15, the squalid press conference. The young reporter's shock according to the address provided in the document. Lin Zichao drove for nearly an hour to reach a rather remote factory in the suburbs. Observing the dilapidated buildings nearby, he furrowed his brow, his disappointment intensifying. He had attended numerous press conferences, yet this was the first time he encountered such a rudimentary venue. With this thought, Lin Zichao shook his head. What do you expect, Lin Zichao? A barely adult high school student. What surprises could he possibly bring? Resolutely, he pushed open the factory's large door and stepped inside. The interior was spacious, yet filled with an abundance of experimental equipment and instruments, making the vast space feel somewhat cramped. He tiptoed around the factory, but could not locate the area designated for the press conference. Excuse me. Lin Zichao's voice echoed in the expansive space. To his astonishment, a head emerged from beneath a piece of unfamiliar equipment. Before he could inquire, Wang Bo eagerly exclaimed, "You're here for the press conference, right?" Nodding in affirmation, Lin Zichao watched as Wang Bo wriggled out from beneath the apparatus like a slippery eel. "Come, my brother. Allow me to escort you to the journalist's seat." Previously, on various media platforms, Lin Zichao had encountered images of Wang Bo, instilling in him a lingering skepticism regarding the rumored malevolence attributed to this youth. Yet, witnessing Wang Bo's genuine warmth in person only intensified his doubts. Under Wang Bo's guidance, they arrived at a corner of the factory, where 2 rows of simple benches and a solitary experimental table were arranged, devoid of any other embellishments. "Please, make yourself comfortable. We shall commence shortly." Lin Zichao nodded mechanically in response, his mind consumed with the desire to bring this farcical affair to a swift conclusion. Not long after he settled in, another individual arrived at the factory. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Bo, who was fiddling with instruments nearby, immediately voiced his grievances. "What on earth is going on, uncle? Has your reputation waned so much over the years that it takes this long for a single person to show up?" Hearing this, Huang Haoyang could scarcely contain his irritation. "How dare you reproach me?" Now, whenever that name Wang Bo is mentioned, journalists scatter like they've encountered a plague. Who would dare approach? Lin Zichao, seated on the small stool, interjected aptly. "Well, Wang, you must be aware of the current situation outside. No journalist wishes to risk offending the first high school and face public scorn." Wang Bo, puzzled, inquired, "Then why have you come, brother?" This question sparked a surge of frustration within Lin Zichao, who inwardly retorted, "Were it not for the strength of your uncle's connections, I would not have come at all." At that moment, Wang Bo cast a glance at his watch, noting that the time for the press conference had arrived. He promptly ceased his procrastination, shutting the factory door and adjusting his attire, mindful that he would soon be on camera. It would not do to appear disheveled. Discarding his previously nonchalant demeanor, He turned to Lin Zichao with seriousness. Dear journalist, we may commence. What I am about to present is the culmination of years of tireless effort and dedication. Please ensure that the cameras remain rolling throughout the duration of this conference, for you are about to witness the dawn of a new era. Lin Zichao felt a jolt of emotion, observing this earnest, underage high school student. He was transported back to his own student days and the dreams of becoming a renowned journalist. Lin Zichao, reflect on your current state. Where is the semblance of the ambitious graduate you once were? If a mere high school student can relentlessly strive for his dreams, what have you done for yours? Resolutely, he set up the camera, preparing to document this extraordinary press conference. Greetings, everyone. I am an ordinary high school student from Suchi City. My name is Wang Bo. Today, I shall convene a press conference that is uniquely my own. You may be curious or skeptical, pondering what revelations an ordinary high school student could possibly unveil. Please, do not rush to conclusions. Stay with us until the end, and you shall witness the birth of a groundbreaking technology that could transform the world. With that, Wang Bo approached the experimental platform. As you are all aware, following the Second World War, we entered the nuclear age. However, our utilization of nuclear energy remains in its nascent stages of fission. The challenges associated with integrating nuclear energy into our daily lives stem not only from its uncontrollable nature, but also from the vast spaces required for construction and the exorbitant costs of the necessary equipment. Today, I intend to address this very issue. Upon hearing Wang Bo's astonishing declaration, Lin Zichao, who was filming nearby, was profoundly shaken. Though merely a novice journalist, an outsider to the realm of physics, he grasped the monumental implications of Wang Bo's words for Hua country and indeed, the entire world. He believed that if this young man could indeed solve such a conundrum, humanity would usher in a new era. Yet, could this be possible? Could a high school student, deemed a poor performer by his school, truly conquer a challenge that has perplexed countless esteemed physicists? At that moment, Wang Bo inhaled deeply and unveiled the small nuclear reactor shrouded beneath a curtain. This was Marvel Technologies' inaugural appearance in this parallel world, symbolizing the commencement of a profound impact on the world, aided by Wang Bo's system. The palm-sized nuclear reactor before them emanated a gentle azure glow. This, indeed, was my answer. Lin Zichao, however, found it difficult to believe. Is this truly a nuclear reactor? How can it be so small? It is worth noting that while research on small nuclear reactors is underway by various experts, with significant advancements, the currently controllable smallest fission reactor has been deployed in nuclear submarines. This application is feasible due to technological progress and the immense heat released during energy production, necessitating copious seawater for cooling. Nevertheless, even the reactor on a nuclear submarine boasts a diameter of several meters. Yet, the one before them appeared to measure merely a few centimeters in diameter, a staggering reduction in size. Pray tell, Wang, how much energy can this diminutive nuclear reactor generate? Listening to Lin Zichao's urgent inquiry, Wang Bo gestured for him to remain calm. Approximately 500 million kilowatt-hours, which, in terms everyone is familiar with, is the electricity consumption of an ordinary county for about a month. Lin Zichao gasped in astonishment. No one could have anticipated that this seemingly insignificant object could contain such an immense reservoir of energy. After taking a few deep breaths to steady his emotions, he posed a second question. Chapter 16, Nuclear Fusion Technology. An astonishing power generation, Wang. It is not that I doubt your findings, but as far as I know, the nuclear fission reactions that can occur within such a small container are indeed limited. How could they possibly generate such colossal energy? Wang Bo, standing beside the experimental platform, adjusted his protective goggles and replied calmly, You are correct. Even theoretically, nuclear fission cannot achieve such high output. But what if this is not nuclear fission? Lin Zichao was momentarily taken aback. In today's era, the principles employed in nuclear reactors are based on nuclear fission technology, a fact known even to middle school students. Yet, Wang Bo was asserting that nuclear fission technology was not being utilized. This revelation extinguished the flicker of hope that had begun to kindle within Lin Zichao. However, Wang Bo's next statement left him utterly dumbfounded. I am researching and applying nuclear fusion technology. What? At this moment, Lin Zichao sprang to his feet in disbelief. Was he joking? That was a realm that no nation in the world could yet penetrate. Even the formidable United States found itself powerless in the face of nuclear fusion. It is no exaggeration to say that if nuclear fusion technology were to come to fruition, humanity would bid farewell to the concept of energy scarcity. Yet, such a revolutionary technology was beyond the reach of an ordinary high school student, let alone an entire nation. Wang, if you are merely jesting with me, then I cannot entertain this conversation any longer. As he spoke, Lin Zichao began to gather his belongings, preparing to depart. This journalist brother, just because you cannot fathom it, does not mean I cannot achieve it. Perhaps in this conventional world, nuclear fusion technology remains an unattainable dream. However, within the Marvel Universe, this technology has already matured and found widespread application. Subsequently, under Lin Zichao's astonished gaze, Wang Bo revealed a massive iron contraption from behind the experimental platform. Lin Zichao recognized it as the latest model of a steam turbine generator, a machine he had seen during an interview at the local power station last year. Compared to previous steam turbine generators, this model featured a substantial central control display, ensuring efficient electricity generation while also conveniently recording the output levels. As he gazed at the machine before him, Wang Bo felt a pang of regret. To understand, a typical steam turbine generator typically costs around 30 to 50,000. However, the machine before us commands a rental price of 100,000, a figure achieved thanks to a personal connection facilitated by Huang Haoyang, securing an internal discount. Otherwise, the price would be even more staggering. Wang Bo has rented a total of 10 units, amounting to nearly 1 million. While the expense is indeed painful, Wang Bo is unwilling to compromise in this regard. After all, the high-power energy output of a small nuclear reactor, if replaced with a conventional generator, would easily succumb to damage during the energy conversion process. Moreover, despite possessing theoretical knowledge, Wang Bo yearns to witness firsthand the astonishing energy harbored within this small nuclear reactor. Under the incredulous gaze of Lin Zichao, Wang Bo leisurely connected all 10 machines to the small device on the experimental platform. What does this signify? Is he about to demonstrate the power generation capacity of this gadget? At this moment, Lin Zichao's curiosity was piqued. He was eager to ascertain whether this contraption was genuinely substantial or merely a facade. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes, Wang Bo successfully linked the small nuclear reactor to all 10 generators. Meanwhile, Huang Haoyang, having received Wang Bo's signal indicating readiness, took a deep breath. The outcome hinged on this crucial moment. He then firmly pulled the switch. As the command was issued, the 10 machines sprang to life, and the central control screens began to register an increase in power generation figures. Simultaneously, the small nuclear reactor on the experimental table emitted an even more radiant glow. At this juncture, Lin Zichao's eyes were fixated on the fluctuating numbers displayed on the generator screens. For reasons unknown, a voice within him suggested that he might indeed be witnessing the ascent of a genius. Wang Bo, despite his unwavering confidence in his creation, felt a twinge of anxiety. As this was the inaugural operation, Huang Haoyang, on the other hand, was visibly distressed, his eyes wide as saucers, fearing any unforeseen complications. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the three, the small nuclear reactor operated methodically. 1 minute passed, then 5, half an hour, and finally an hour. At this moment, Huang Haoyang observed the machines functioning without issue, and his heart began to settle. However, Lin Zichao was exhilarated. It is noteworthy that each of these 10 generators has a capacity of 1.2 million kilowatts. This means that in 1 hour, a single machine can convert 1.2 million kilowatts of energy, equating to 1.2 million kilowatt hours, and collectively, the 10 machines would yield an astounding 12 million kilowatts. Whether Wang Bo's bold claims regarding his mastery of nuclear fusion technology are true or not has become inconsequential at this moment. It is remarkable that this diminutive object, no larger than a mobile phone, harbors an astonishing energy of 12 million kilowatts. Moreover, the brilliance emanating from this small device remains undiminished, as if the energy it provided an hour ago was merely a trifling matter. What nonsense about Suchi City No. 1 High School? What absurdity regarding the head of the department? If this is deemed a failing student, then surely all the students at this school must be divine beings. At this moment, Lin Zichao could surmise with his toes that the expulsion of Wang Bo was shrouded in considerable intrigue. Reporter, what's the matter? At this instant, Lin Zichao dared not converse with Wang Bo in his previous casual manner. He recognized that although this young man was still in his youth, his ascent was undeniably unstoppable. Thus, his tone naturally bore a note of respect. What thrilled him even more was the fact that such groundbreaking technology had fortuitously fallen into his hands, granting him the privilege of an exclusive report. Undoubtedly, with the introduction of the small nuclear reactor to the public sphere, Lin Zichao's identity as a journalist would soon gain considerable recognition. Meanwhile, Wang Bo remained oblivious to the labyrinth of thoughts swirling in the young reporter's mind. After such a long wait, he found himself quite hungry. Based on my calculations, the nuclear reactor can operate for nearly 2 more days. Are you certain you wish to remain here for that duration? Upon hearing this, Lin Zichao instantly recalled Wang Bo's earlier words, a county's electricity consumption for an entire month. It dawned on him that all of this was indeed true. Could it be that nuclear fusion technology is also genuine? How else could one explain how this small light ring could contain such immense energy? Though Lin Zichao yearned to witness this marvel firsthand, the battery life of his camera was regrettably limited, rendering it impossible to sustain continuous filming for 2 days. It would be wiser to submit the recorded material to his station, allowing this technology to be unveiled to the world sooner. With this thought in mind, he respectfully addressed Wang Bo. Mr. Wang, my proposal is to first take this footage back and arrange for it to be released by our station at the earliest opportunity. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing Lin Zichao's plan, Wang Bo nodded in agreement. Although he possessed extensive knowledge in the realm of physics, he was entirely unversed in promotion and publicity. Thus, it was better to entrust such matters to this professional. Then I leave it in your capable hands, dear reporter. Do not mention it. Here is my business card. You may contact me at any time. After Wang Bo accepted the card, Lin Zichao did not linger for a moment longer. He bid farewell to the two and hurriedly drove back to the station. Having uncovered such a monumental news story, he could hardly wait to witness the expressions of regret on the faces of his colleagues. Chapter 17. The video goes viral. Upon returning to the station after his dismissal, Lin Zichao hastened to the office of the deputy director, eager to present his footage. However, the deputy director's demeanor mirrored that of his previous encounters. After all, it was indeed absurd to believe that a high school dropout had developed such groundbreaking technology. No matter how fervently Lin Zichao attempted to elucidate his findings, the deputy director remained unconvinced, even suggesting that Lin's claims were mere fabrications born from years of suppression, concocted to escape his current predicament. Throughout the afternoon, Lin Zichao traversed the offices of every leader at the station, yet not a single individual deemed his footage credible. Instead, they questioned his integrity and professional acumen. By the time evening descended, he left the workplace, feeling like a mere shell of his former self. His heart was heavy with despair, not solely because no one believed him, but also due to his inability to leverage the station's resources to publicize Wang Bo's achievements. Resolute in his determination, he decided that if the station refused to assist him, he would forge his own path. Once he achieved success, he would not be held accountable for the opportunities he would have afforded the station. With newfound determination, Lin Zichao's gaze sharpened. The day following the press conference dawned, the sun rising as it always did, yet this day bore witness to a resurgence of a name previously shunned by society. Wang Bo, the expelled student from Yizhong. The individual once vilified for betraying his uncle, emerged once more in an unforeseen manner. Unlike the previous scandal, which had remained confined to Suchi City with little recognition even at the provincial level, this time was markedly different. The video of Wang Bo's press conference skyrocketed to an astonishing 20 million views overnight, continuing to surge at a terrifying pace. Clearly, this modest press conference had captivated the attention of the entire nation. Meanwhile, Lin Zichao, having spent a sleepless night at home, radiated excitement rather than fatigue. Having occupied a reporter's position for nearly a decade, despite various setbacks preventing significant advancement, he had nevertheless cultivated a network of connections. Just the previous evening, he had leveraged all his contacts and savings to bolster the visibility of Wang Bo's video. This endeavor was nothing short of a gamble. Should the video fail to capture the public's attention, he would not only deplete nearly a decade's worth of savings, but also risk incurring the wrath of the station's leadership, jeopardizing his own job security. After a night fraught with tension, the moment of truth arrived. The video ignited a sensation. He had emerged victorious in his gamble. This signifies that he has seized an opportunity, a chance to realize his dreams. The mere thought that he would no longer have to endure the vexations from his colleagues and superiors filled his heart with a sense of exhilaration. Just as Lin Zichao was envisioning the splendid life that lay ahead, the shrill ring of his phone interrupted his reverie. Upon seeing the caller's name, a sardonic smile crept onto his lips, and he promptly answered the call. Lin Zichao, are you planning to quit? How dare you engage in such reckless behavior behind the station's back? Do you have any idea what kind of impact such a fraudulent video could have on our reputation? The furious voice of the deputy director resounded through the line, but Lin Zichao felt nothing but disdain. Just wait until I fully verify the authenticity of this video. Then you will truly understand who has been behaving irresponsibly. On the other end, Chao Chen assumed that Lin Zichao had been intimidated into silence. This thought brought him a flicker of satisfaction. Such is the allure of power, even when treating a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university with such disdain. He dared not utter a word of complaint. Conveniently, he had a nephew graduating at the end of the year, and he contemplated having that young man take Lin Zichao's position. As for Lin Zichao, dismissal was out of the question. Despite his lack of connections, his capabilities were undeniable. Retaining him could alleviate numerous troubles for the station. Lin Zichao, for now, you shall return to the position of an intern reporter and learn how to be a proper journalist. At nearly 30 years of age, you still lack discernment. Unable to endure the cacophony on the other end any longer, Lin Zichao erupted, "Shut your mouth." Chao Chen was startled by the sudden outburst. "Listen here, you old hound. I have been exploited as a fool for 6 or 7 years. Today, I won't accept any demotion. I am walking away on my own terms. But mark my words, there will come a day when you will beg me to return." With that, he hung up decisively before Chao Chen could respond. Yet, before he could set his phone down, a call from an unfamiliar number came in. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Brother Lin. I found your number on the business card, so I decided to call." The voice of Wang Bo resonated on the other end, instantly revitalizing Lin Zichao. "Mr. Wang, I have sent out your video." Meanwhile, Wang Bo wore a wry smile, having been roused early that morning by Yang Ping, who had shown him the video that was rapidly gaining traction. Observing its surging popularity, he realized that Lin Zichao had indeed put in considerable effort. Although the internet is currently inundated with skepticism and vitriol, it is indeed astonishing that a high school student would dare to make bold claims at a press conference, tackling challenges that have stumped numerous eminent physicists. Such a high level of societal attention is bound to attract experts from the academic community. As the saying goes, the layman enjoys the spectacle, while the expert discerns the intricacies. Those who have immersed themselves in the field of physics for years will undoubtedly discern whether the content of this video possesses genuine substance or is merely a sensationalist ploy. Furthermore, if Wang Bo's predictions hold true regarding such a pivotal technology, even a minuscule probability of the small nuclear reactor being real would prompt intervention at the national level. At that point, with the state validating his claims, the entire situation would become significantly more manageable. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lin Zichao, noticing Wang Bo's prolonged silence, presumed he harbored some dissatisfaction and inquired, "Mr. Wang, do you have any further requests or grievances?" Upon hearing the cautious tone from the other end, Wang Bo couldn't help but chuckle softly, replying, "Brother Lin, I am quite content. My only grievance is with the title Mr. Wang, as it feels too formal. If you prefer, feel free to call me by my first name." To be honest, Wang Bo held a deep sense of gratitude towards Lin Zichao. As the old adage goes, it is easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to provide fuel in the midst of snow. During the preparations for the press conference, all the journalists in the city avoided Wang Bo as if he were a plague. Only Lin Zichao attended his press conference and subsequently worked tirelessly to assist him. It is important to note that the video of the press conference was disseminated through social media rather than traditional television channels. This implies that the video's remarkable reach was solely due to Lin's efforts. The arduous price he paid for this can only be imagined. Therefore, Wang Bo had long considered him a true friend. Chapter 18, An Avalanche of Doubt. The state intervenes in the following days. Wang Bo remained at home, calmly awaiting developments. Occasionally, he would peruse the comments on the press conference video, despite the chorus of insults. How dare a high school dropout make such grandiose claims about inventing nuclear fusion technology? The state of the world has truly declined. People will do anything for fame. Perhaps Wang Bo is a genius after all. But seriously, have you ever seen a genius expelled from high school? Don't associate this with Suchi City. I am from Suchi, and this Wang Bo has brought shame upon our hometown. For such a person who dares to desecrate science, I suggest the state impose severe punishment, tagging the relevant national departments. At that moment, in his office, Feng Yuze observed the recent uproar surrounding the video online and couldn't suppress a smirk of disdain. Wang Bo truly cannot remain idle. However, this turn of events may be fortuitous. The fervor surrounding the recent commendation ceremony scandal is gradually waning, and I was pondering how to deal with Wang Bo once more. After all, this individual not only disrupted my prospects for promotion, but also audaciously insulted me in front of the entire school, which is utterly detestable. Yet now, he has managed to ensnare himself without my intervention. Director Feng, have you seen the recent viral video? One of my colleagues remarked with a feigned smile. That video featuring Wang Bo is quite surprising. I never realized he possessed such talent in social media, capable of producing such a sensational piece. To this, a nearby colleague scoffed, "What talent? It's nothing more than deceit, devoid of any sense of shame." Fortunately, Director Feng expelled that shameless student. Otherwise, our school would be facing significant disgrace. In response, Feng Yuze feigned compassion, saying, "We cannot speak so harshly. Although Wang Bo has left our school, we once shared a teacher-student bond, and I sincerely hope he finds a better path in life." Director Feng, Your magnanimity is commendable. No wonder you are esteemed by the leadership as an exceptional educator. I doubt you will remain in this position for long. Once you finish guiding this cohort of students, we shall soon address you as Vice Principal Feng. Listening to the flattery from the crowd, Feng Yuza felt somewhat elated. Yumian, have you seen that viral video that has been trending these past few days? During the break, Yang Tiantian hurried to inquire beside Zhou Yumian's seat. Before Zhou could respond, the class monitor interjected, how could one possibly miss it? That's a notable alumnus of our school who invented a small nuclear reactor. Hearing the sarcastic tone in Su Chen's words, Yang Tiantian slightly furrowed her brow. Though she was aware of the monitor's long-standing affection for Zhou Yumian, such behavior, which sought to elevate oneself by belittling others, filled her with genuine disdain. At this moment, Su Chen, oblivious to Yang Tiantian's contemptuous expression, struck a pose he deemed charming. Continuing to boast before his goddess, this individual is nothing but a morally reprehensible scoundrel. Just the thought of having studied alongside him makes me feel nauseous. He then donned an expression of feigned sympathy, adding, alas, it must have been quite a burden for Yumian to know someone like him since middle school. But thankfully, he was expelled in his final year, so we shall no longer have to endure his insufferable presence. Observing Su Chen's melodramatic demeanor, Zhou Yumian felt no ripple of emotion within her. Yet, she had heard whispers that his family business thrived, ranking among the best in Suchi City. Despite his unlikable nature, Su Chen excelled academically, buoyed by the numerous educational resources available at the tutoring center. Her appearance can be considered of superior quality. Among her numerous admirers, she stands out as an exceptional presence, and it would be unwise for her to be overly aloof. Thankfully, the class monitor. Though Wang Bo and I attended the same middle school, we are merely acquaintances, having crossed paths only a few times. Listening to Zhou Yumin's soft and melodious voice, Su Chen felt an inner turmoil akin to a cat's clawing. Ah, that is good. Do not allow that loathsome individual to dampen your spirits. By the way, Yumin, my garden recently received a new batch of exotic plants from overseas. Knowing your fondness for flowers, how about visiting this weekend? However, at this moment, Zhou Yumin's thoughts were entirely detached from Su Chen. Wang Bo, I cannot fathom why someone as astute as you would resort to such a foolish move. If you intend to prove your worth through this juvenile behavior, hoping to make me regret my decision at number 1 high school, it only reveals that I have misjudged you. A toad must possess the wisdom befitting its kind. Relinquishing unrealistic fantasies is the best outcome for you now. In the capital city, within an obscure and aged residential complex, constructed in the 1970s, the houses here are undeniably ancient. Issues such as aging electrical systems and uneven road surfaces are rampant. Yet, amidst such surroundings, one can frequently observe fully armed soldiers patrolling every corner, making the security situation of the complex unparalleled throughout the nation. The reason is simple. All residents here have made remarkable contributions to the country. At this moment, a group of officials from the Ministry of Science and Technology anxiously awaited the results from within a residence. How is it, Elder He? Can you discern anything amiss in the video? A diligent middle-aged man inquired cautiously from inside the house. Despite years in the political arena, having cultivated the ability to conceal his emotions, he could not help but reveal a hint of fervor upon seeing the elder before him. In that era of rebuilding, Elder He was a pillar of strength. With nothing but a pencil tip and scrap paper, he managed to break the technological blockade imposed by the United States. This alone was enough for the younger generation to regard him as a lifelong idol. At this moment, He Jianhua felt an overwhelming shock. With a lifetime of immersion in the field of physics, he could not detect a single flaw in the video. Yet, therein lies the greatest problem. It is well known that in the realm of physics, He Jianhua ranks among the best, not only in the country but worldwide. Even so, he could find no signs of fabrication. This indicates either that the opposing side's forgery skills are extraordinarily sophisticated, or that the nuclear fusion technology is indeed genuine. Upon this contemplation, He Jianhua's breath quickened slightly, for he knew that this was the very enigma his seasoned colleagues had wrestled with for decades without resolution. Should he truly command this technology, Huawei would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of global nuclear applications. There was no trace of fabrication. This youth named Wang Bo might indeed possess genuine nuclear fusion expertise. Is it feasible, old he? He is merely a high school student, he pondered. Could this Wang Bo have resorted to dubious methods to acquire such experimental scenes, merely replicating them within this facility? His skepticism was understandable. Being a member of the Ministry of Science and Technology, this middle-aged man was acutely aware of the implications of nuclear fusion. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered his disbelief so profound. If old he were to develop it, there would be no doubt. for his 70 to 80 years of experience in physics would lend credibility. But this was merely an adolescent lad. Now that nuclear fusion technology had become a reality. Several years ago, a few of us old-timers had received a clandestine invitation to the Kingdom of the Queen to observe a nuclear fusion reaction. However, due to its uncontrollable nature and low energy conversion rates, it had yet to be applied. As he spoke, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in old He's eyes. I will never forget that scene. The colors emitted from the nuclear fusion in the Kingdom of the Queen were identical to those of the small nuclear reactor in the video. The entire nuclear fusion phenomenon, along with our group of old men, has been witnessed by fewer than 20 people worldwide. Do you truly believe this youth could achieve such a feat through unscrupulous means? The staff member beside him displayed a hint of embarrassment. Long before the video had gone viral, he had thoroughly investigated Wang Bo's background. An orphan from a modest family, with his highest-ranking relative merely a high school principal. It was evident that he had no access to such levels of technology. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, Old He slowly rose to his feet. Book a ticket. I must personally visit Suchi City. I wish to ascertain whether my vision has dimmed with age, or if this Wang Bo truly possesses extraordinary talent. Chapter 19. Old He's Astonishment. Do not deceive the young and impoverished amidst the rising clamor online. A week after the video's release, the authorities finally responded. A notarization conference was scheduled for 5 days later at the military district in Suchi City, spearheaded by the renowned physicist academician He Jianhua, to verify the authenticity of the technology depicted in the video. This announcement sparked considerable public reaction. The authorities had finally taken action. It seemed this charlatan was destined for disgrace. Well done. It was high time to ban this individual from the internet entirely. Old He's personal involvement meant that even if Wang Bo faced public scorn, it would still be worthwhile. Alas, it pains me to see the venerable Mr. He, at such an advanced age, compelled to traverse far and wide for the sake of certain individuals. Meanwhile, at home, Wang Bo received an email from the Ministry of Science and Technology. The correspondence was extensive, spanning thousands of words. Yet the essence conveyed was a summons for Wang Bo to present his research findings at the military district in Suchi City in 5 days' time. Upon reading the message, Wang Bo felt a profound sense of relief. Although the results had yet to be disclosed, the trajectory of events thus far suggested a predetermined outcome. Furthermore, with the esteemed founding pillar overseeing matters, it was unlikely that any unforeseen variables would arise. In the kitchen, Yang Ping, busy with her tasks, expressed her excitement upon hearing the news. That little rascal, with so many distinguished figures present. Don't you dare get nervous and mess it up. Wang Bo chuckled softly at her words, replying, Auntie, rest assured, I still owe you and Uncle a new apartment, so I will make sure everything is executed flawlessly. Yang Ping, unsatisfied with his response, retorted, What do you mean a new apartment? It's clearly two. Is borrowing money without interest acceptable? Nearby, Huang Haoyang, who had dropped out of school, shook his head in resignation at his wife's sharp tongue. The fleeting 5 days passed swiftly. On the morning of the event, Huang Haoyang's doorstep was besieged by a throng of onlookers and a cadre of journalists, creating an impenetrable crowd. As Wang Bo fretted over how to make his exit, an inconspicuous sedan approached. Though the vehicle appeared unremarkable, its distinctive license plate signaled to all who was within. The crowd instinctively parted, and the cacophony of voices dissipated as the car drew near. The driver, witnessing this spectacle, felt a surge of awe. As Mr. He's chauffeur, he had encountered such scenes countless times before, yet each occasion stirred his heart anew. The fervent welcome was a testament to the magnetic charisma of the elderly gentleman behind him, and the privilege of being his driver filled him with immense pride. Inside, Huang Haoyang and his wife gazed at the approaching car as though it were a beloved celebrity, fervently urging Wang Bo, You rascal, mister. He has come personally to fetch you. Hurry, hurry, do not keep him waiting. If you dare to disappoint the elder, I swear I will break your legs. By the way, can you ask Mr. He for an autograph? Are you out of your mind? Do you think he is a star or something? Seeing his parents transformed into eager fans, Wang Bo wore a look of exasperation. Nevertheless, he dared not delay any further. Swiftly shouldering the necessary equipment for the day's testing, taking a deep breath before stepping outside. Once outside, he hesitated not a moment longer and hurriedly climbed into the car. He harbored no doubt that if he hesitated even for a moment, he would be overwhelmed by the torrent of uninformed spectators outside. Little one, has this period been uncomfortable for you? Wang Bo, seated in the vehicle, fixed his gaze upon the elderly gentleman. At over 80 years of age, Old He appeared remarkably youthful, thanks to meticulous self-care and a fervent passion for physical activity. His long tenure in high office had imbued him with an aura that, while subtle, exerted a palpable pressure upon Wang Bo. Nevertheless, true gold is unafraid of the flames of scrutiny. Moreover, the wise are but a minority. Why concern oneself with the opinions of the majority? Upon hearing these words, He Jianhua's eyes gleamed with intensity. It is worth noting that, despite being a researcher, he had once wielded a rifle and trod upon the battlefield before the founding of the nation. The commanding presence he exuded even had the young personnel from the Ministry of Science trembling in his presence just days prior. Yet, this mere child, not yet 20, could engage him in conversation with such confidence. It elevated his regard for the youth. Furthermore, it was evident that despite his tender years, this boy possessed a formidable pride. While arrogance is not inherently detrimental, the true crux lies in whether such pride is matched by genuine talent. To test this, He Jianhua subtly steered their conversation toward the realm of physics. The military district was situated far from the city center, and even with the driver's swift maneuvering, nearly 2 hours elapsed before they arrived. After halting the vehicle and opening the door for old He, the driver exhaled a sigh of relief as he watched the two depart. At that moment, he produced a cigarette and lit it in silence. Frankly speaking, after years of accompanying old He across the country and encountering numerous eminent figures, his capacity for composure had been honed to a remarkable degree. Yet today, he found himself profoundly astonished by an unheralded high school student. In those brief 2 hours, what had he witnessed? A minor, still in his adolescence, engaging in a robust dialogue with old He on physics? Ultimately, he even resolved queries for the elder. Was he losing his mind or still trapped in slumber? Meanwhile, He Jianhua, walking beside Wang Bo, remained silent. To put it plainly, he was genuinely taken aback by the child before him. In the short span of their discussion, he had gleaned the astonishing depth of the youth's insights and knowledge in physics. Particularly at the conclusion, the exchange had transcended mere discussion. It had become a one-sided inquiry on his part. In that moment of reverie, he felt an inexplicable sensation wash over him. Who would have thought that even at this stage of his life, he could once again be a student in the realm of physics? This sparked a flicker of anticipation within him. Perhaps, the technology of nuclear fusion is indeed a reality. At this moment, Wang Bo remained utterly oblivious to the thoughts swirling in the mind of Elder He. As he made his inaugural entrance into the military district, an insatiable curiosity compelled him to explore every nook and cranny, reminiscent of Lu Laolau's astonishment upon entering the Grand View Garden. Throughout this period, he had been warned countless times by the soldiers on duty. Had it not been for the esteemed Elder He standing beside him, they would have long since ushered this young lad away. Meanwhile, the leaders of the provincial military district had also arrived at the entrance of the military zone. In their eyes, though this was merely a farcical episode, it involved Elder He, and out of respect, they all came personally to extend their greetings. A group of military leaders approached to greet He Jianhua, yet none acknowledged Wang Bo. In their view, it was this inconsequential young man who had summoned Elder He, compelling him to embark on a long journey from the capital to Suchi City. Wang Bo, observing the indifference of the gathered dignitaries, could only helplessly shrug. He understood their dismissive attitude, but he was determined to demonstrate through his actions that one should never underestimate a youth's potential. As the individuals prepared to enter the military district, a throng of reporters, who had been waiting outside in the oppressive heat for several hours, could no longer contain their impatience. Their anticipation was solely to secure first-hand information regarding the impending test results. The fervor surrounding Wang Bo's previous video had reached staggering heights, and with Elder He's appearance, the media could foresee the heightened societal interest in this matter of debunking fraud. Securing exclusive insights into the testing would undoubtedly lead to wealth and opportunities. However, this was no ordinary location. Military grounds were not to be trespassed upon by such a crowd. The fully armed soldiers at the entrance would not allow anyone to pass without direct orders from their superiors. At this moment, Wang Bo, accompanying Elder He, noticed the commotion among the reporters at the entrance. A familiar figure caught his eye in the crowd. Brother Lin. On the periphery, Lin Zichao waved excitedly at Wang Bo. His purpose for being here was not to enter the military district for an interview, as the issue had already garnered nationwide attention. The reporters barred from entry were renowned journalists from various provincial stations, along with some prominent figures from social media. As a journalist from a local station, he felt his presence lacked significance. Thus, his intention was straightforward: to support Wang Bo. Despite the skepticism from the outside world, he, as the sole audience member at the press conference, was aware of the authenticity of the technology. Following today's verification, Lin Zichao's status and professional trajectory would inevitably rise alongside Wang Bo and this groundbreaking technology, filling him with profound gratitude for this young man. At this moment, Wang Bo addressed the esteemed elder he beside him, inquiring whether he might designate a specific journalist to document the data from today's tests. After all, the equipment at my previous experimental site was rudimentary, and many attributes could not be fully characterized. Before elder he could respond, the indignant Hao Zhigua, a commanding officer of the Beichuan Provincial Military District, bristled with ire. His presence in the military subdivision of Suchi City today was not merely to indulge Wang Bo's whims. Rather, it was out of genuine admiration for the venerable elder. Long ago, when he was still an anonymous figure, he had the fortune of meeting the elder once. At that time, the elder was in his 40s, in the prime of life. Now, decades later, as he observed the elder's stooped figure, a pang of sympathy surged within him. Alongside this sympathy was a rising disdain for Wang Bo. Had it not been for this ungrateful young man, elder, he would not have gone through such trouble to arrive here. Impossible. Today, you are merely here to assist with the testing and lack the standing to make demands. Hearing the general's cold words, Wang Bo felt a surge of frustration. Though youthful, he had earned his place through genuine skill. Why should he be treated with such disdain? Just as he was about to retort, elder, he interjected, "No problem. Since it is your request, you may choose." Although Hao Zhigua remained unaware, elder, he understood that this might not merely be a fade. This young fellow possessed knowledge of physics that rivaled his own. A person dedicated to scholarly pursuits would hardly have the time for frivolity. Reluctantly, Hao Zhigua conceded the elder's authority and signaled the soldiers at the entrance to allow passage. Then, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the journalists, the bewildered Lin Zichao entered the military district, escorted by the soldiers. Humph, what is so remarkable about a mere city reporter? Who could argue otherwise? This fellow rose to prominence through sensationalist journalism. I doubt Lin Zichao is anything exceptional. Such individuals deserve our collective rebuke, ensuring they cannot thrive in this industry. Perhaps Wang Bo and Lin Zichao are in cahoots, exploiting this scenario to garner attention. Let us all wait here for elder he to expose these shameless individuals, ensuring they are forever marked by disgrace. Meanwhile, within a vast military-industrial testing facility, everything had been meticulously prepared. 5 military helicopter engines, dozens of armored vehicle engines, alongside 20 high-capacity military generators stood ready. These powerful engines had been removed from their original equipment, intended for routine maintenance days prior. However, unforeseen circumstances had arisen with Wang Bo's unexpected involvement. The assembly was compelled to postpone the maintenance of the engines, opting instead to utilize these powerful fuel guzzlers to test Wang Bo's innovative achievement. Today, they were to operate at full capacity simultaneously, drawing energy from a singular source, the palm-sized aperture before them. Such a plethora of military-grade equipment could, during times of conflict, adequately confront a minor skirmish. Correspondingly, their energy consumption was staggering. Even a conventional nuclear reactor would barely suffice to meet the demands of these voracious beasts. How could this seemingly insignificant object possibly harbor such formidable energy? With this thought, a trace of derision flickered across the faces of those present. General Hao, please proceed. Upon hearing the slightly agitated voice of elder he, Hao Zhigua felt a pang of discomfort within. If this elderly gentleman were to discover that it was all merely a farce, how profoundly disappointed he would be. Yet, if it were within his power, he would gladly fabricate a false outcome to bring joy to the elder. However, this incident had already attracted immense societal attention, and a strict directive from above mandated a transparent public result. With such significant pressure from public opinion, he could not afford to engage in deceit. Commence. At Hao Zhigua's command, several soldiers standing by simultaneously pulled the switches. The miniature nuclear reactor appeared to respond to the call, radiating a brilliant glow. Oh! Surprised murmurs echoed throughout the experimental site. The reason was simple. As the operation commenced, the first helicopter engine slowly began to function. How could this be possible? Although it was merely one engine, it was designated for military use. The technicians present were acutely aware of its immense energy requirements. How could such a diminutive object energize equipment of this magnitude? Before the technicians could fully comprehend the situation, the next scene left them utterly astonished. Within a minute, the second and third engines, and soon 5 military helicopter engines, roared to life under the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Even Hao Zhigua, usually impervious to such matters, sensed that something was amiss. Though he lacked expertise in physics, he was not devoid of basic common sense. How could such a small entity possibly power so many engines? Did this not imply that the cumbersome fuel tanks on the helicopters might one day be supplanted by this unassuming device? Chapter 21. Controlled Nuclear Fusion. Maximum alert in the military district. Unlike the general technicians and military leaders like Hao Zhigua, Elder He, who had spent years delving into the field of physics, recognized the pivotal point at hand. Decades ago, humanity embarked on the exploration of nuclear energy. Within the realm of nuclear science, the true challenge lies not in the extraction of nuclear power, but rather in its application. The dichotomy of controllable versus uncontrollable energy is an insurmountable mountain that experts in the field cannot evade. This is precisely why nuclear weapons were conceived decades ago, and yet, even in this era of technological marvels, the integration of nuclear energy into everyday life remains a formidable task. Before him now lies a diminutive object capable of producing energy with near perfection, allowing engines to operate continuously at peak power. This singular fact is sufficient to demonstrate that this small entity possesses a talent in the realm of physics that rivals the greatest minds. However, He Jianhua is not here for this alone. Fusion. This is the very purpose of his long journey to this location. Suppressing his excitement, he nodded towards a soldier nearby. Upon receiving the Elder He's approval, the soldier decisively pulled the lever controlling the military armored vehicle S engine. With a resounding click, the first armored vehicle engine began to hum to life. It moved. Simply astonishing. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a small contraption could harbor such formidable energy. At this moment, none present doubted Wang Bo's achievements. Curiosity now filled their minds, eager to discover the limits of this extraordinary device. "Look, the second one is operational too," exclaimed one in disbelief. "Good heavens, this is nothing short of a miracle." A sharp reprimand interrupted their astonishment. Upon recognizing the source of the admonition, the crowd fell silent. Yet, Lin Chongqing remained unfazed by their response, his eyes glinting with excitement and avarice. He had never dreamed that after years in the military district, such an opportunity would arise. Lin Technology Group, a company co-founded by Lin Chongqing and his brother Lin Tianfeng, had quickly risen through the ranks of technology firms, thanks to their academic prowess and shrewd strategies. They became a leading force in the technological landscape. With the support of their extensive family, the brothers successfully transitioned their enterprise into the military-industrial sector. However, due to the sensitive nature of military technology, Lin Technology Group was inevitably subject to national regulation for the safety of the public and the interests of Huagua. Yet, with the backing of their influential family in the capital, the brothers perceived such regulation as little more than a fade. In the present day, in pursuit of military orders from the Beichuan Provincial Military District, the two brothers devised a plan that brought Lin Chongqing to the military district as an expatriate chief engineer for a duration of 3 years, aiming to win the favor of the military leadership. However, the life in the barracks proved to be quite challenging for Lin Chongqing, who was accustomed to a life of comfort. Just as he began to voice his grievances, Wang Bo arrived at the military district with his small nuclear reactor, instantly transforming Lin Chongqing's perspective and rendering all his struggles worthwhile. As he gazed longingly at the alluring device on the experimental platform, he reluctantly averted his eyes and concocted an excuse to step outside the testing ground. He intended to strategize with his brother on how to acquire this technology from the impoverished youth. Meanwhile, inside the testing facility, the experiments continued unabated. In the center of the space, numerous armored vehicle engines operated at full throttle, leaving the onlookers in a state of profound numbness. In stark contrast, however, Elder He was consumed by anxiety. The presence of dozens of armored vehicle engines and 5 helicopter engines theoretically suggested that such energy supply could be achieved through nuclear fission technology, but only under conditions of exceptionally high energy conversion rates. Yet, for the meticulous Elder He, this was still insufficient to fully convince him that the technology contained within the luminous circle was indeed nuclear fusion. What followed was the focal point of the experiment. The military-grade generator, though constructed in peacetime, was inherently designed for warfare. The immense power required by a military district during conflict could be met solely with these seemingly modest devices. In modern warfare, a loss of power translates to an inability to see or hear, rendering one akin to a blind and deaf individual, susceptible to enemy manipulation. Thus, in a certain sense, these small apparatuses could be deemed as strategic assets of the first echelon. Conversely, the issue of power supply had troubled innumerable researchers within the military-industrial sector. Even someone like Hao Zhigua, who possessed limited knowledge of technology, understood the critical importance of resolving the energy supply dilemma. During military exercises, countless capabilities remain unexploited due to insufficient electricity, a reality that could be illustrated by countless examples. The civilian generators tested in previous videos? That output barely reached 1% of military specifications. The numerous armored vehicle and helicopter engines, in terms of energy consumption, were insufficient even to serve the military-grade generators. As a result, none present could fathom how this diminutive device, no larger than a bowl, could possibly power these energy-hungry machines. Nevertheless, this did not diminish the admiration held by the audience for Wang Bo, including Hao Zhigua, who had previously voiced criticisms against him. To comprehend the remarkable feat of creating this small device is no trivial achievement, whether applied in military or civilian sectors. It promises to significantly enhance the advancement of various industries. The young Wang Bo, still in his teenage years, has already surpassed the vast majority of so-called experts worldwide, a fact that cannot be disputed. As the soldiers, under the unwavering gaze of the crowd, slowly pulled the final lever, a peculiar thought flickered in the minds of onlookers. Did the military generator truly just move? Could it be a mere illusion? My heavens, is this the real world? My heart cannot bear this. The generator's power continues to escalate. 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%. As the first generator sprang to life, an absurd notion took root in the minds of the spectators. Does magic truly exist in this world? How else could one explain this spectacle? At that moment, the elderly he, leaning on his cane, trembled with disbelief. Even he had not anticipated that this small contraption harbored such immense energy. And this young lad had indeed mastered the technology of nuclear fusion. Prior to his journey from the capital, countless individuals had advised him against making the trip to Suchi City for what they deemed a hoax. Yet, at this moment, He Jianhua was profoundly grateful for his resolute conviction. Who would have thought that, before his departure, he would witness the advent of controllable nuclear fusion technology, to hear the path of enlightenment in the morning and die content in the evening. Subsequently, the remaining 4 generators roared to life, and Hao Zhigua hurriedly summoned a substantial number of technical personnel from the nearby military district to assist in documenting the detailed parameters of the miniature nuclear reactor. Before arriving, he had merely envisioned a cursory visit, never anticipating that this technology was indeed real. At the same time, he turned to his aide and commanded, "The military district in Suchi City is to be placed on high alert. All off-duty soldiers are to report for duty immediately, until testing is complete. I do not wish to see any suspicious individuals intrude, not even a fly." Chapter 22. The Acclamation of the Crowd. Lin Tianfang's ambition at this moment, Lin Chongqing, overwhelmed with excitement, felt a slight tremor in his body. He could hardly fathom that today, in the unassuming locale of Suchi City, such a remarkable treasure would emerge. This is controllable nuclear fusion. A graduate of Ford University, he understood this technology all too well. It is a challenge that numerous luminaries in the realm of scientific research from the United States have failed to conquer. Yet now, it has materialized in the hands of a mere high school student. This engendered a sense of unreality within him. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and a sinister smile crept across his face. Who could possibly believe that a mere high school student could achieve such heights? Yet, this is precisely where the Lin Technology Group finds its narrative. The entire test spanned approximately an entire morning. During this time, dozens of engines and 5 colossal power generators operated at peak efficiency, never pausing for a moment. Just as concerns arose about the potential for these machines to overheat, the glow emanating from the small nuclear reactor on the experimental platform began to dim. What is the output? Upon hearing He Jianhua's inquiry, the team of technicians hastily compiled the data, revealing an output of approximately 20 million megajoules. Wang Bo exhaled in relief, realizing that the energy contained within the small nuclear reactor closely aligned with his earlier prediction of 500 million kilowatts made during the press conference. As he observed the system panel's soaring prestige value, Wang Bo's heart brimmed with joy. It is vital to note that the increase in prestige is not solely dependent on the number of people present. The caliber of the audience significantly enhances the prestige garnered. For instance, the attendees were not only renowned researchers, but also high-ranking military officials. Although few in number, their presence ensured that the prestige accumulated was substantial. Compared to the previous occasion when Feng Yuze publicly disparaged himself at the awards ceremony, leading to a tarnished reputation throughout the city, the current situation was markedly different. With the assistance of Lin Zichao in releasing a viral video, his prestige value had surged to an astonishing 80,000 points. Before Wang Bo could revel further in his success, he noticed that everyone in the testing area was staring at him with wide-eyed astonishment. The hushed atmosphere weighed heavily on him, as he felt ill-equipped to handle such scrutiny. Suddenly, with a resounding clap from Hao Zhigua, the peculiar tension was shattered. A thunderous applause erupted, echoing throughout the venue. "Well done. You truly embody the essence of genius," exclaimed the crowd. "Goodness. In comparison to Wang Bo, I feel as though my decades of effort have been in vain. This is the true new wave, and we, the older generation, can only bow to such talent." Amidst the unreserved praise from the researchers, Wang Bo felt a rare flush of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Hao Zhiguo remained silent, though the flicker of contemplation in his eyes suggested that he was not entirely at ease. Outside, a throng of journalists remained, unwilling to depart, despite their claims of indifference. They were all seasoned veterans of the media realm, well aware of the significance of Wang Bo's current predicament. Even if the allegations were ultimately proven false, the ensuing drama would undoubtedly be substantial. For these reporters, such turmoil translates into traffic, money, and reputation, leaving one to ponder the potential derision and harm that Wang Bo might endure. What relevance does this have to them? As they pondered, a black Maybach slowly approached from the end of the road. A group of bewildered journalists were engaged in discussion, speculating on the type of individual who would drive such an ostentatious vehicle to a military site. However, a few seasoned reporters fell silent, narrowing their eyes as they observed the car drawing nearer. While there were numerous Maybachs within the country, very few could afford military vehicle plates. Coupled with the connection to the Beichuan military district, several of them quickly made the necessary associations. Inside the vehicle, Lin Tianfeng was in high spirits. After a brief half-hour phone call, he had gleaned the unfolding events from his brother, Lin Chongqing. The phrase-controlled nuclear fusion technology was irresistibly alluring. Should they manage to acquire this technology, the influence of the Lin Group would undoubtedly extend far beyond domestic borders, granting the two brothers a significant position on the international stage. Perhaps they might even free themselves from the control of their family. The rise of the Lin Group is nothing short of legendary. In just a few years, leveraging several core military technologies, it transformed from an obscure small enterprise into a leading technology conglomerate in the country. As the CEO, Lin Tianfeng naturally exuded an aura of legend. Some enthusiastic media outlets even referred to him as the most astute businessman among arms experts. However, in reality, the two brothers were not as exceptionally talented as others perceived them to be. Over the years, the multitude of technological patents that sustained the Lin Group were, for the most part, not inventions of their research department. Instead, they had acquired them from other small tech companies, thanks to their substantial financial resources and assistance from their family. Of course, this acquisition process was not always smooth. Occasionally, smaller companies attempted to resist their buyouts, necessitating some underhanded tactics to ensure compliance. However, over time, whispers about the Lin Group's clandestine dealings began to surface. Yet, this acquisition was entirely distinct from previous ones. A small nuclear reactor was significant enough to compel Lin Tianfeng to take immense risks to secure this technology. The vehicle arrived at the military district's gate and came to a gradual halt. After adjusting his attire, Lin Tianfeng emerged from the car at a leisurely pace. The soldier manning the gate, upon recognizing Lin Tianfeng, was initially taken aback but quickly prepared to grant him entry. After all, this individual was well known among the soldiers in the division, and even their own leaders showed him a modicum of respect, as their weaponry depended on supplies from the Lin Group. Observing the soldiers allowing him through, the journalists behind him exhibited expressions of envy. Such is the advantage of power. While others, including myself, have waited for hours to gain entry, the head of the Lin Group merely needs to show his face to be granted access. The disparity in treatment is glaringly apparent. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng gazes at the soldiers who have facilitated his entry, a smirk of derision playing upon his lips. This is precisely why he is willing to go to any lengths, even to the point of servitude to that family, in his relentless pursuit of ascendance. For it is only through such means that he can elevate himself above others. Only in this way can he transform a military stronghold, in the eyes of others, into his own private garden. As Lin Tianfeng steps through the entrance, an ear-piercing alarm suddenly blares, shattering the atmosphere. Chapter 23. The Invitation from Elder He. The next steps in the plan. Upon hearing the alarm, the soldiers' expressions shift dramatically. This sound, which they have been trained to recognize since their first day of service, has never resonated within the military district during their years of enlistment. Veteran soldiers have recounted that this level of alarm was only sounded during the rescue operations of a significant natural disaster over a decade ago. The fact that the military district has activated the alarm today signifies that an event of equal magnitude to that catastrophe is unfolding. Apologies, Mr. Lin, but we cannot permit you entry, they implore, and we kindly ask all journalists to step back. The highest level of military alert has been declared, and no potential threats can exist within a 500-meter radius of the military zone. Immediately, their faces turn serious as they ready their weapons. This is no longer a moment where they can allow the journalists to bicker and misbehave. As soldiers, it is their duty to fulfill the orders issued during the highest state of alert with absolute precision. The journalists, bewildered by the soldiers' unyielding demeanor, are reminded that this is a time of peace, where the highest alert level is typically reserved for only the most critical incidents. Yet today, what could possibly be transpiring within this military base? Lin Tianfeng, denied entry, remains unperturbed, simply nodding in understanding before retreating to his vehicle. Inside, he is overwhelmed with exhilaration. Such a degree of vigilance, coupled with the ongoing tests within the military district, confirms his suspicions. The technology must indeed be legitimate. Otherwise, why would such a high alert level be activated? This indirectly highlights the significance of the small nuclear reactor. With this thought, Lin Tianfeng licks his lips, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. Wang Bo, I hope you recognize the gravity of the situation. Otherwise, you may truly find yourself in peril. Meanwhile, Wang Bo wears a look of helplessness. The reason? Just after the completion of the tests, he has been besieged by a throng of renowned researchers, akin to a group of starstruck admirers, incessantly bombarding him with questions. Wang Bo's heart inevitably swelled with a sense of elation. After all, to garner such admiration from this crowd, he must be quite exceptional. Yet, the overwhelming attention also left him feeling somewhat daunted. Ultimately, it was Hao Zhigua's timely intervention that allowed him to extricate himself from the throng. Observing Wang Bo surrounded by admirers, Hao Zhigua felt a twinge of irritation. What nonsense! He knew all too well what these seasoned schemers were thinking. It was important to note that these scientists were not solely from Beichuan province. Many hailed from various military districts. He was acutely aware of their underhanded tactics. If he didn't extract this young man from the crowd soon, the small nuclear reactor could very well become the property of another military district. Grateful for the assistance, Wang Bo expressed his thanks to the commanding officer, saying, "General Hao, I truly appreciate your help, not only for rescuing me just now, but also for dedicating your time and resources to help me test these parameters." As he held the glowing ring in his hands, Hao Zhigua maintained a stoic facade, though internally he was salivating with desire. "Ah, you do have some awareness. In that case, let us discuss the costs involved." Wang Bo, feeling a buzzing in his head, thought it amusing how the district commander behaved almost like a busybody. Meanwhile, Hao Zhigua was undeterred. His priority was to secure this young talent for his military district. "Listen here, don't think I want to look out for you. If this little device goes into mass production, you must not forget the Beichuan military district. We should be the first to receive supplies." Wang Bo found it somewhat amusing to see the once glamorous military commander now appearing rather desperate. He couldn't help but tease, "I recall when I first arrived, someone was quite disdainful towards me. Who? How dare anyone treat a member of our military district so disrespectfully?" Wang Bo was momentarily speechless at Hao Zhigua's righteous indignation. However, he held no ill will towards this forthright man, despite their initial friction. After all, Hao Zhigua had objectively provided him with considerable assistance. Moreover, Wang Bo had a natural affinity for those in the military, making it easy for him to accept the proposal. "Rest assured, General Hao, if the opportunity arises, I will prioritize the Beichuan military district." Hao Zhigua was elated by this promise and was about to continue his attempt to bond with this young prodigy, knowing that Wang Bo's talent in physics would necessitate future interactions. However, Elder he interjected, "Enough of this. You're a leader of a military district, yet you act so childish." At Elder he's reprimand, Hao Zhigua recoiled slightly. He may appear carefree and indifferent towards others, yet for this elderly gentleman, he harbors an immense sense of reverence. "Child, when you arrived from the capital, I had contemplated admitting you into my tutelage if you proved to be a promising talent. However, after our recent conversation in the vehicle and witnessing your epic-making invention at the testing ground, I have abandoned that notion, for even I lack the capacity to guide you." The onlookers were taken aback by He Lao's high regard for Wang Bo. It is worth noting that He Lao is an influential figure in the realm of physics, even on an international scale. Wang Bo, upon hearing this, was initially stunned, followed by a wry smile on his face. He Jianhua's assessment was indeed accurate. In terms of physical technology, the ordinary world pales in comparison to the Marvel Universe. Moreover, Wang Bo's mind is imbued with the pinnacle of knowledge from that realm. Nonetheless, I wish for you to traverse the path of education in a conventional manner. Hence, I am willing to humble myself and recommend you for further studies at Hucking University or Capital University. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo fell into contemplation. After completing the small nuclear reactor, his next plan was undoubtedly to research the Iron Man suit. Ultimately, this small device was intended to power that very suit. Only by constructing the armor could he ensure a modicum of safety in this world. After all, following this incident, he would undoubtedly attract the attention of many interested parties. It is no exaggeration to assert that if this technology were to be sold, with proper execution, its beneficiary would become the next richest person in the world. Such terrifying profits would naturally entice many to take risks. Thus, he must remain vigilant. In a prestigious university, he would undoubtedly be under scrutiny, which would increase the difficulty of his experiments. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo reached a resolution. As he exited the military district, dusk was approaching, and his stomach growled with hunger. Under the watchful eyes of the eager scientists, Wang Bo ultimately left the small nuclear reactor at the testing ground. He had no concerns about the technology being deciphered. The theoretical foundations were too dissimilar for the scientists of this world to comprehend. It is akin to two disparate languages. The technological systems of Marvel and this parallel world are entirely different concepts. To exacerbate matters, there was no information regarding Marvel in this world. Thus, to master such technology, the scientists here would have to start from the most fundamental knowledge. Just as Wang Bo pondered how to escape this desolate area, a luxurious black sedan gradually came to a halt before him. Chapter 24. Coercion and Temptation. The transfer of debris. At this moment, Lin Tianfang, seated within the confines of the vehicle, was scrutinizing Wang Bo outside, a person of rather ordinary appearance. Wang Bo would typically escape Lin Tianfang's notice amidst the throngs of the street. Yet now, his gaze was irrevocably fixed upon Wang Bo, as if he were appraising a rare and precious artifact. Although he held Wang Bo in high regard, Lin Tianfang had no intention of exiting the vehicle. Over the years, he had gathered numerous prodigies in the field of scientific research, and he understood them too well. If one did not temper their arrogance, such individuals could wield their talents like a double-edged sword, capable of striking enemies but equally capable of inflicting harm upon oneself. After a moment of emotional recalibration, Lin Tianfang composed himself and gradually lowered the car window. At that moment, Wang Bo regarded the luxurious vehicle before him with a look of perplexity. Was there something amiss with the car? With every movement he made, the car seemed to mirror him, as if it were determined to halt right in front of him. Just as Wang Bo contemplated approaching to inquire about the glass, the window unexpectedly descended. Wang Bo? The mere utterance of his name from within the vehicle was laden with an air of superiority that left Wang Bo feeling decidedly displeased. For he had encountered many such individuals during his time at the prestigious school. What is it? Wang Bo replied with impatience. Lin Tianfang, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. After all, it was only natural for a genius capable of inventing a small nuclear reactor to possess a degree of pride. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Tianfang of Lin Technology Group. As he spoke, a sense of haughtiness radiated from Lin Tianfang, filled with confidence that this young man had certainly heard of him. As Wang Bo absorbed the self-introduction, his pupils constricted. Even though he had little knowledge of the military industry, he had certainly heard of the name Lin Tianfang. Over the years, various media outlets had offered mixed reviews of him. Nevertheless, this did not impede the continuous expansion of Lin Group under his stewardship. This was ample evidence that the person before him was no ordinary individual. Yet, even so, that did not grant him the right to address Wang Bo with such condescension. Lin Tianfang, I haven't heard of you. If you have something to say, just say it. Wang Bo's voice was far from subdued, drawing the curious glances of the reporters who had yet to depart. Hearing Wang Bo's blatant disregard for his authority darkened Lin Tianfang's expression. After many years in a position of power, few dared to speak to him in such a manner, aside from those select few. However, upon reflecting on the technology in Wang Bo's possession, he felt compelled to suppress his rising anger for the time being. My purpose here is quite simple. I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our company. Furthermore, if you are amenable, I am prepared to offer 5 million for the technology and patents pertaining to your small nuclear reactor. At this moment, Lin Tianfang was brimming with confidence. Prior to his arrival, he had conducted thorough research. The individual before him, known as Wang Bo, had lost his parents at a tender age. Although his family's circumstances could not be deemed impoverished, they were far from favorable. A price of 5 million, while insignificant to Lin Tianfang, would surely startle this young man. As Lin Tianfang spoke, Wang Bo nearly burst into laughter. 5 million? Was he jesting? The cost of developing a small nuclear reactor had exceeded 5 million, and now he was expected to sell it for the same amount? Did Lin Tianfang believe he was performing a charitable service? Even if Wang Bo was not well versed in the valuation of relevant patents, he was acutely aware that the price of technology related to small nuclear reactors was far more substantial, not to mention 5 million. Even 500 million or 5 billion would attract eager bidders. Clearly, Lin Tianfeng was underestimating Wang Bo due to his youth, attempting to coerce him into relinquishing his technological knowledge. Observing Wang Bo's silence, Lin Tianfeng felt a flicker of impatience. Wang Bo, I do not have the luxury of time to indulge your deliberations. You must make a decision. Hearing the urgency beneath Lin Tianfeng's calm demeanor, Wang Bo could not help but smirk inwardly. Though the man appeared composed, his words betrayed a subtle urgency. It seemed he understood that should the news spread, acquiring Wang Bo and his technology would demand a price exponentially greater. Very well, I shall personally add an additional 200,000. Here is the contract for the patent sale. Sign it. Wang Bo remained unmoved as the driver handed him a pen and the contract. Mr. Lin, I am but a humble lad. I cannot possibly aspire to your esteemed Lin Group. Furthermore, I advise you to remain grounded and not to treat others as fools. Upon hearing this counsel, Lin Tianfeng's forehead throbbed with anger. The driver, witnessing such an irate reaction from his boss, trembled in fear. He had never seen his superiors so openly chastised before. Wang Bo, observing the scene, chose to ignore Lin Tianfeng and turned to leave. As he watched Wang Bo's departing figure, Lin Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with menace. For years, no one has dared to speak to me in such a manner. Wang Bo, since you have chosen to be unappreciative, you shall bear the consequences. By the time he returned home, it was nearing midnight. To avoid disturbing Huang Haoyang and his wife, Wang Bo crept quietly through the door. Upon entering, he immediately headed to the kitchen. Throughout the entire day, apart from a brief breakfast that morning, he had not eaten. Just as he rummaged through the refrigerator, the steaming dishes on the dining table caught his eye. After finishing his meal, Wang Bo hurried off to bed, urging his mother not to rummage through the refrigerator. Listening to the sounds emanating from the bedroom, a warm current coursed through him. The food remained steaming hot, and he could easily surmise that Yang Ping had reheated it for him countless times. As he heartily devoured his rice, Wang Bo muttered, "What is wrong with checking the fridge? Just wait until I come into some money in a few days, and I'll replace it with the largest refrigerator, filled to the brim with delicacies for you." In stark contrast to the cozy atmosphere at home, a group of researchers at the military district was burning the midnight oil, studying the remnants of a small nuclear reactor. However, to their astonishment, the device before them contained a plethora of principles and technologies that were previously unknown to them. Everyone, including Elder He, found themselves momentarily at a loss. Why not transfer the remnants of this small nuclear reactor to our group for further research? Lin Chongqing suggested, feigning concern as he observed the troubled expressions of those around him. After all, this was a military testing facility, and their research equipment was not particularly comprehensive. The Lin Group, on the other hand, had made significant strides in nuclear applications, and he believed they could be of considerable assistance in deciphering the small reactor. Listening to Lin Chongqing's proposal, no one voiced any objections, as they all understood that he was correct. Progress would be exceedingly difficult under the current circumstances. Observing the glimmer of interest in their eyes, Lin Chongqing decided to stoke the flames further. I understand your concerns, as transferring such a vital invention without authorization from above could lead to accountability issues. However, I must inform you that I have already relayed the situation to my brother. To alleviate your worries, he has contacted the relevant departments and secured an approval from Vice Minister Zhang Wenqing of the Ministry of Science and Technology overnight. Thus, the transfer of the small nuclear reactor will no longer concern you. And if you are interested, the Lin Group warmly welcomes your participation in the research and decryption. Chapter 25. High-Level Meeting. Tension in the air. The listeners were initially taken aback by his words, but soon their expressions shifted to one of understanding. After all, many present had heard of the close ties between the Lin Group and a prominent family in the capital. Under the operations of that family, obtaining an approval late at night seemed hardly a challenge. Elder He, listening to Lin Chongqing, furrowed his brow slightly. He had heard of the Lin Group, which was currently riding a wave of popularity. Yet, being in such a position, Elder He could not help but detect some underlying issues. Naturally, he was reluctant to entrust such crucial technology to a company with questionable practices. Alas, the arm cannot contend with the thigh. Although Mr. He holds a unique status, he bears no official title within the political arena, rendering him reluctant to intervene in the decisions made from above. In a meeting room within the capital, it is now 3 o'clock in the morning, and this small chamber, typically characterized by its desolation, is now bustling with approximately 20 to 30 individuals. Is everyone here? At this moment, a pivotal figure in Huawei strides into the room. Upon his arrival, the discussions among the attendees come to an abrupt halt. "Everyone is present," responds a burly middle-aged man seated nearby, his voice low and resolute. The other attendees regard him with evident trepidation. Fu Guotai, a man of military background, ascended to the position of director before reaching 50. His exceptional ability to execute tasks, coupled with his unyielding demeanor and ruthless methods, causes considerable apprehension among those present. However, Fu Guotai remains indifferent to such concerns. From the moment he enlisted, he vowed allegiance to his country. Any parasites within Huagua, once verified, would face his relentless wrath. Observing the assembled crowd, Hong Guotao clears his throat and begins, "I trust that prior to our meeting, you have all familiarized yourselves with the matter at hand. Therefore, I shall keep my remarks succinct. The small-scale nuclear reactor, which has stirred considerable online speculation in recent days, has been confirmed through testing conducted by Mr. He and several technicians. It is indeed real." A wave of astonishment sweeps through the room, despite initial suspicions upon arrival. The gravity of the revelation leaves many struggling to believe it. This represents an extraordinarily complex challenge within the realm of physics. If humanity has only taken 2 or 3 tentative steps in the nuclear field, then this controlled nuclear fusion, embodied in the small-scale reactor, stands at the 100th step. For decades, countless scientists have labored diligently to achieve those initial strides, and now, an unknown youth has seemingly surpassed them with ease. It is nothing short of fantastical. Nonetheless, disbelief is not an option, for the speaker is a figure who resides at the zenith of power. Undeterred by the astonishment of his audience, Hong Guotao continues, "As all of you are talents in your respective fields, let us deliberate on how to proceed with this matter. I understand that someone from your family has signed off on the transfer of the small-scale nuclear reactor. Zhang Boheng, please take the floor." With that, Hong Guotao directs his gaze toward Zhang Boheng, who occupies the seat of honor. Listening to the discontent in this man's words, Zhang Boheng's eyes flickered with a hint of shadow before he began to explain. "I have already reprimanded Zhang Wenqing regarding this matter. He has ascended to the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, yet he still acts with such impatience. However, considering his endeavor to unravel the technology of controllable nuclear fusion, I chose not to delve further into the issue." Beside him, Fu Guotai furrowed his brow. This was hardly an explanation, but rather a blatant excuse for Zhang Wenqing's egregious negligence. Having cultivated his career in that department for many years, he possessed quite a bit of incriminating information regarding the political landscape. The Zhang family represented the most malignant tumor in Huagua, having fostered numerous factions over the years through their wielding of power, with the Lin Group being one of them. Yet, regrettably, the Zhang family, being entrenched in the center of power, was well acquainted with the workings of that department. Thus, despite their numerous transgressions over the years, Fu Guotai had never managed to acquire decisive evidence, leaving him feeling utterly frustrated. Meanwhile, Zhang Boheng observed the indecisive countenance of the steadfast director with a covert smirk. "Fu Guotai, if you cannot bring down even a single Lin Group under my Zhang family's influence, what right do you have to contend with me, the head of the Zhang family?" Despite the swirling thoughts within him, Zhang Boheng maintained his composure and continued, "I propose that the technology for small-scale nuclear reactors be nationalized. After all, such a level of technology is inherently unsafe in private hands. As for compensation, we can negotiate. I trust that Wang Bo will not be unreasonable." Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai immediately opposed. What difference does this have from moral coercion? Huagua is a truly free and democratic nation, unlike certain countries and families that engage in despicable acts of extortion. Hearing Fu Guotai's veiled insinuation against his family, Zhang Boheng remained unperturbed. After all, having navigated the political arena for so many years, losing one's composure over a mere taunt would render him unworthy of his position. "Director Fu, your words are misguided. The reason Huagua stands proudly among the nations of the world is not only due to our intrinsic heritage, but also because of the unparalleled unity and selfless dedication of each Huagua citizen." Perhaps Wang Bo would respond favorably upon hearing the nation's decision. Reacting to this almost brazen rhetoric, Fu Guotai slammed his palm on the table. "I utterly refuse to agree. Zhang Boheng, would you be willing to donate all your family assets for the country's benefit? You are merely twisting words." Amidst their heated exchange, Hong Guotao helplessly rubbed his temples and interjected, "Enough. Do you two need to decide everything for everyone?" Observing the stern demeanor of their superior, Zhang Boheng and Fu Guotai discreetly fell silent, though the defiance in their eyes lingered, suggesting that the conflict between them was far from resolved. After the verbal sparring between these two formidable figures concluded, the assembly voiced their diverse opinions on the handling of this technology. Hong Guotao refrained from interruption, choosing instead to attentively absorb their perspectives, while his secretary diligently recorded the sentiments expressed by the attendees for the leadership's consideration in reaching a final decision. Chapter 26. Achieving Fame. Huang Haoyang's restoration to office as the discussions among the key officials drew to a close. Hong Guotao seized the opportune moment to articulate his stance. I believe that Director Fu possesses a valid point. How has our nation, in merely a few decades, transformed into a formidable entity that commands the respect and caution of those powerful nations across the ocean? This is not due to mere chance, but rather our unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare of our people. If today we were to forcibly acquire this technology from a high school student, we would be forsaking our very foundation. At this, Zhang Boheng could no longer contain himself. Acutely aware that the prior decision to hastily transfer the remains to the Lin Group had already incited dissatisfaction among the higher-ups. If they failed to secure this lucrative opportunity entirely, it would be tantamount to suffering a double loss. Leader, I believe, before Zhang Boheng could further advocate for his position, Hong Guotao raised his hand to interrupt. Committee Member Zhang, I understand your concerns, which ultimately stem from the fear of this technology falling into the hands of other nations. Director Fu, since it is you who proposed this idea, I entrust you with the responsibility. Ensure that the technology remains secure, and that the young man's safety is guaranteed. Yes, leader, we will ensure the task is accomplished. Witnessing the harmonious exchange between the two, Zhang Boheng's countenance darkened significantly. It appeared that they had begun to exclude him from the equation. The affairs of the Zhang family, despite their secrecy, had evidently attracted the attention of some discerning individuals, compelling him to strategize a contingency plan for the Zhang family. Upon awakening, he found it was already noon. Perhaps due to the exhaustion from the previous day's endeavors, Wang Bo had enjoyed an unusually deep slumber. However, upon rising, he was astonished to discover that his home was completely devoid of any occupants. How peculiar. Typically, at this hour, his aunt would be bustling about in the kitchen, and Huang Haoyang, having been dismissed from his position due to Wang Bo's earlier actions, was now an unemployed drifter, idling at home. Yet today, both were inexplicably absent. Venturing into the living room, he noticed 2 packets of instant noodles and a note on the dining table, which evoked a sense of inexplicable melancholy within him. Picking up the note, he was struck by his aunt's haphazard handwriting, which captured his attention with its chaotic charm. Get up, you little rascal, and quickly check the news. For lunch, just make do with these instant noodles. But tonight, your mother will treat you to a grand feast. Gazing at the brief 2 lines inscribed on the note, Wang Bo felt utterly bewildered, yet he had no choice but to comply and turned on the television. The astonishing invention of a 17-year-old boy, a miniature nuclear reactor, heralded a revolutionary technological advancement. Hailing from a modest background, yet unwilling to succumb to mediocrity, young Wang Bo embodied the essence of a triumphant resurgence. He emerged as a beacon of hope for the Nobel Prize in Physics for China. As he perused the channels, all broadcasting news related to his remarkable achievements, even those typically dedicated to entertainment, were today astonishingly reporting on him. The comments beneath his previous press conference video had also undergone a remarkable transformation. He awaited the moment when his critics would be silenced. Incredibly, controlled nuclear fusion had indeed been realized by a mere youth. Where had those condescending keyboard warriors, who had belittled the residents of Suchi City, vanished to? Wang Bo, the everlasting pride of Suchi City. Scanning the comments below, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief. Although he had previously paid little heed to the online vitriol directed at him, the sensation of being wronged was undeniably unpleasant. Now, with He Lao and others vindicating him upon the release of the test results, Wang Bo felt genuine gratitude. As for the whereabouts of Huang Haoyang and his wife, he had a fair idea. With his aunt's tenacity, she must have seized the opportunity to flaunt their newfound status to relatives, especially after enduring the scorn and derision from those superficial observers. Now that even a figure like He Lao had publicly refuted the slander against his nephew and praised Wang Bo in interviews, she would undoubtedly not let this golden opportunity slip away. Just as Wang Bo was idly switching television channels, the doorbell rang. Is this the residence of Huang Haoyang? Principal Huang? Hearing the voice from outside, Wang Bo felt a surge of confusion. It had been quite some time since anyone had come to visit since Uncle Huang's dismissal. With a heart full of questions, he opened the security door. You must be Wang Bo, the esteemed student, the visitor said with an eager demeanor, leaving Wang Bo perplexed. I am from the City Education Bureau, and I apologize for the intrusion. I am here to inform you that Principal Huang has been reinstated. Furthermore, in 3 months, the principal of the 3rd middle school will retire. We have recognized the contributions and efforts Principal Huang has made over the years leading the 9th middle school. Therefore, it has been decided by the leadership that after the retirement of the 3rd middle school's principal, Huang will assume that position. Observing the visitor's obsequious behavior, A cold smile crept across Wang Bo's face. When the tide of public opinion had turned against me, you were quick to dismiss Uncle Huang without a second thought. Where was your acknowledgement of his contributions then? Upon this contemplation, Wang Bo mockingly remarked, I have heard that the reason for my uncle's dismissal was the abuse of power for personal gain, allowing me unauthorized entry into the 9th middle school. I wonder, do I possess the qualifications to enroll now? As Wang Bo's emotionless words echoed, the visitor broke into a cold sweat, inwardly cursing, how absurd. This calamity, caused by these leaders, is being thrust upon me to bear the consequences. What logic is this? Despite the turmoil within, his face maintained a forced smile. The review was erroneous. It was a lapse in our Education Bureau's duties. Please be accommodating. Observing the young man before him, who was only slightly older, Wang Bo decided not to press further. Very well, please leave the appointment documents with me. Upon hearing that Wang Bo accepted the documents, the visitor sighed in relief, fearing Wang Bo's impulsive nature might lead to his abrupt expulsion. Such an outcome would surely invite punishment upon his return. After all, times had changed. Wang Bo had risen to prominence throughout Huagua due to his pioneering work on small nuclear reactors and controllable nuclear fusion technology. No one doubted that, as time unfolded, the name Wang Bo would echo internationally. This genuine prodigy was poised to soar to great heights. At this juncture, any discord with Wang Bo, particularly under unfavorable circumstances, would understandably induce anxiety among the leaders of the Education Bureau. In stark contrast to the leader's tension, Feng Yuze, situated within the 1st middle school, appeared ashen. His future was bleak. Gazing at the besieged official website of 1st middle school and the merciless criticisms proliferating across various media platforms, he understood that not only was his job at stake, but he would also face public scorn as he walked the streets. Chapter 27. The Ridicule of 1st Middle School. Wang Bo's demands at this moment. On the official Weibo account of 1st Middle School, comments flowed in. Is this truly the school that expelled the genius Wang Bo? Water friends from Xining province have come to take note. What a farce. The esteemed reputation of 1st Middle School, built over decades, has been tarnished by a group of ignorant leaders. Are poor academic performance and lack of diligence the only assessments of Wang Bo by this institution? I am eager to witness the teaching prowess of Suchi City's 1st Middle School. What manner of school could deem a genius, who invented a small nuclear reactor, as a poor student? Utterly laughable. If he is considered a poor student, then the pupils of Suchi City's 1st Middle School must be Nobel laureates by the dozen. I implore everyone, in future discussions, do not conflate 1st Middle School with Suchi City. I am a proud citizen of Suchi, and to reject such a student is a disgrace to us all. Hey, Haven T, I seen you before? You were the one commenting during the press conference, claiming Wang Bo brought shame to Suchi City. Ahem, let us not dwell on these trivial details. At this moment, the entire leadership team of 1st Middle School was in disarray. They could never have anticipated that expelling a student with no notable background would lead to such significant turmoil. It is worth noting that such incidents are not uncommon at No. 1 high school, as the school's admission rates are a reflection of their achievements. If they wish to ascend further, it is imperative to ensure that the school consistently excels in the national college entrance examinations. Consequently, expelling a few underperforming students is hardly surprising. However, in a strict sense, Wang Bo cannot be classified as a poor student. His academic performance may not be stellar, but it is certainly not at the bottom. His expulsion stemmed solely from offending Zhang Fengxia and Feng Yuze, a fact well known within the institution. Furthermore, Wang Bo's recent accomplishments have garnered admiration even from high-ranking officials such as He Lao and Hao Zhigua. According to whispers from journalists, even Lin Tianfeng, the head of the leading domestic military-industrial enterprise, Linsher Technology Group, has personally sought to cultivate a relationship with Wang Bo. Such accolades not only highlight Wang Bo's extraordinary talent, but also underscore the lack of discernment displayed by the leadership of No. 1 high school. At this moment, in the principal's office, Tan Dawei was profusely apologizing to the representatives from the provincial education department. Principal Tan, as a renowned high school in the city and even the province, are you aware of the immense impact that Wang Bo's expulsion has had on the educational community of Beichuan province? The entire nation is pointing fingers at us, berating our education department for its inability to recognize talent, and criticizing your leadership at No. 1 high school as inept. At these words, Tan Dawei dared not utter a word in protest, bowing repeatedly in apology like a chastised schoolboy, while offering cigarettes to the visitors with a servile smile. Let me inform you, Tan Dawei, this incident has already caught the attention of high-ranking officials at the Ministry of Education. If you cannot provide the public and the authorities with a satisfactory explanation, you might as well resign and retire. With that, The visitors ignored the cigarettes offered by the principal and departed without a backward glance. Watching them leave, Tan Dawei felt his heart sink. At not yet 50 years old, he had been poised for further advancement in his career, yet this incident had completely severed any prospects for promotion. To make matters worse, he could potentially face dismissal. The thought of losing his current wealth and status filled him with a sense of agitation. Taking a deep breath to quell the turmoil within, he spoke to himself in the mirror, attempting to appear as amiable as possible. He then dialed the contact number left in Wang Bo's student file. Hello? The youthful voice on the other end of the line elicited an inexplicable sense of tension in Tan Dawei. After all, the fate of his career hinged upon the attitude of the person on the other end of the call. Wang Bo, is it? I am the principal of No. 1 High School, Tan Dawei. If you are not preoccupied at the moment, I would like to discuss your admission issues with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but a faint smirk soon graced his face. As the saying goes, an unprincipled leader breeds unprincipled followers. The current state of No. 1 High School is a direct reflection of the mismanagement by this reckless principal. The exorbitant fees for extracurricular tutoring, sporadic sanitation fees, textbook costs, and various other unreasonable charges commenced with Tan Dawei's tenure. This has rendered students from average backgrounds utterly miserable, earning him the notorious nickname Tan the Exploiter among the student body. Now, with this Tan Dawei reaching out, Wang Bo could fathom his intentions without a second thought. It was merely an attempt to persuade him to return to No. 1 High School to mitigate the repercussions of the situation. Perhaps even to claim some political merit for having a Nobel laureate among his students, which undoubtedly holds more weight than mere admission rates. However, the prospect of his return would not be so easily realized. If there were issues to discuss, they could be addressed by Feng Yuze. I would not entertain conversations with anyone else. With that, he hung up the phone before Tan Dawei could utter a word. As the busy tone echoed from the receiver, the principal's chest heaved with agitation. The indignation he felt today surpassed that of the past decade combined. With a grim expression, he swiftly made his way to Feng Yuze's office. Director Feng. At the sound of that familiar voice, Feng Yuze, seated at his desk, sprang up like a coiled spring. Principal Tan, how may I assist you? Observing his former trusted aide, Tan Dawei's mood remained unchanged, filled only with an overwhelming loathing. If you want Wang Bo back in school, I can guarantee your position as a teacher. Otherwise, you might as well start packing your things for the new teacher. Hearing the principal's chilling words, Feng Yuze cast a desperate glance at his colleagues in the office. Unfortunately, none dared to speak up on his behalf. Not only was the principal currently in a foul mood, but even under normal circumstances, they would refrain from defending him. In the past, when Feng Yuze held power, everyone had to flatter him. Now that he had fallen from grace, they would be more than pleased to see him hastily depart. As Tan Dawei surveyed the diligent teachers, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. The higher-ups are scrutinizing us closely. You all need to be cautious. Should any trouble arise, you will face the consequences. At his words, the group nodded like chicks pecking at grains. Once Tan Dawei departed, a collective sigh of relief washed over the office, entirely disregarding Feng Yuze standing nearby. Observing the indifference of his colleagues, a fleeting shadow of despondency crossed Feng Yuze's heart. However, the pressing concern is not these matters, but rather how to bring Wang Bo back to continue his classes. Observing the contempt in his colleagues' eyes, he can easily envision the derision he would face after being dismissed. To safeguard his position, what is a little humiliation to him? Thus, he took his phone and retreated to a secluded corner, dialing the number he least wished to see. At that moment, Wang Bo's phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, a faint smirk graced his lips. He set the phone aside and resumed watching television. Meanwhile, each ring on the other end was a torment for Feng Yuze, who anxiously awaited the outcome. After approximately 2 minutes, the call was automatically disconnected. Listening to the busy signal, Feng Yuze's face flushed with embarrassment. After all, seeking a favor from his student and rival was hardly a dignified act. He could not believe that Wang Bo did not recognize his number. Therefore, Feng Yuze could only console himself. Perhaps Wang Bo was simply unavailable, engrossed in his busy life. With lingering apprehension, he dialed the number once more. To his surprise, the call was answered almost immediately. What is it, Director Feng? I intentionally ignored your previous call. How shameless of you to call again. The familiar voice on the other end stripped away any pretense, leaving Feng Yuze's face as purple as an overripe eggplant. Yet, considering the impending career crisis he faced, he suppressed his anger and maintained a facade of calm, even submissive demeanor. Wang Bo, I understand we have had our disagreements in the past. Regardless of who is right or wrong, can we let bygones be bygones? Hearing Feng Yuze's conciliatory words, Wang Bo could not help but scoff internally. Even in such dire circumstances, Feng Yuze failed to recognize his own faults, attempting to obfuscate the truth. As a department head, instead of seeking a fair resolution amidst the misconduct of a teacher, he prioritized his own advancement, aiding in the oppression of a student. When Wang Bo exposed him publicly, rather than showing remorse, he shamelessly twisted the narrative at the commendation meeting, aiming to ruin Wang Bo. Fortunately, with the assistance of the system, a typical student would have their life irrevocably damaged by such malicious behavior. After the scandal was revealed, instead of offering an apology, his first thought was how to mitigate the fallout and preserve his position. Contemplating this, rage surged within Wang Bo. Let us be frank, Feng Yuze. I might consider returning to the first high school, but I have my own conditions. On the other end of the line, Feng Yuze, sensing the situation had taken a turn, hastily gathered his composure. What are your terms? Speak. The conditions were straightforward. If you can apologize in front of the entire faculty and student body of the school, I will consider returning. Upon hearing Wang Bo's demands, Feng Yuze nearly choked on his own indignation. Why was he stealthily hiding in such a secluded corner to call Wang Bo, as if he were a thief? It was merely for the sake of preserving his dignity. Yet, Wang Bo's audacious request to publicly humiliate him was a blow he could scarcely endure. Wang Bo, do not overstep your bounds. One should leave room for future encounters. Those are the terms, Wang Bo retorted, interrupting Feng Yuze's attempt at negotiation with palpable impatience. Choose between your livelihood and your pride. The decision is yours. With that, Wang Bo abruptly ended the call. Gripping the phone, Feng Yuze's veins bulged visibly with rage. In the next moment, he hurled the device to the ground. His crimson eyes bore no semblance of a teacher's composure, but instead resembled a beast poised to pounce. Meanwhile, the now renowned Wang Bo faced his own share of tribulations, such as the incessant ringing of his phone. Calls came from those seeking interviews, invitations to join various companies, and even universities requesting him as a guest speaker. Throughout the afternoon, he lost count of the number of invitations he had declined. It was only when he recognized a familiar number that he steadied himself and answered with reverence. Hello, Teacher Li. At that moment, Li Hongmei, who was working late in her office, felt a swirl of complex emotions upon hearing Wang Bo's greeting. Many of her former students, upon achieving success, had become insufferably arrogant, losing their respect for their teachers. Yet, what made Wang Bo truly remarkable was his ability to remain grounded despite his extraordinary accomplishments. You've certainly stirred up quite a commotion this time, Li Hongmei teased, to which Wang Bo responded with a sheepish smile, no matter how famous I become. I will always be your student. Your teachings are what truly matter. Don't flatter me. I could hardly teach you about controlled nuclear fusion. Wang Bo chuckled at her modesty. And after exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Li Hongmei's tone shifted to one of seriousness. Today, Principal Tan spoke with me, and his message was clear. He wants you to return to school. To be candid, both Tan Dawei and Feng Yuze approached me today, but I did not acquiesce. However, if you wish to return to school, I will certainly support your decision. Hearing Wang Bo's soft yet resolute tone filled Li Hongmei with a sense of pride. She knew she had not misjudged him. My intentions are quite clear. You must resolutely refrain from returning. For a genius like you, pursuing secondary education is merely a waste of time. You should seek higher learning to fully unleash your unparalleled talent. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bo felt a surge of emotion within. It is worth noting that Li Hongmei's advice undoubtedly undermined Tan Dawei's pride, bringing her no benefit in her position at the first high school. Do you hear me? Li Hongmei inquired anxiously after a prolonged silence on the other end of the phone. I hear you, Teacher Li. Let us not dwell on such unpleasant matters. How about I treat you to a grand performance during tomorrow's recess? Wang Bo's mischievous tone indicated that he harbored some mischief. Oh you, how unfortunate for Feng Yuze and Zhang Fengxia to have offended you. They must have encountered a streak of extreme bad luck. After hanging up, Wang Bo finally relished a rare moment of tranquility. He promptly opened the system panel to examine the fluctuations in his prestige value. Prestige, 80340. Note, the increase in prestige is correlated with the emotions of the people in this world. Reactions such as shock, admiration, and disdain towards the host can augment one's prestige. Items, none, level 1 mall. Small nuclear reactor technology from the Marvel Universe Iron Man series has been redeemed. Armor 1 manufacturing technology, first generation Iron Man suit, 10,000 prestige points. Armor 2 manufacturing technology, second generation suit, which unfortunately cannot fly at high altitudes, 20,000 prestige points. Armor 3 manufacturing technology, third generation suit, iconic red and gold design, equipped with infrared lasers and micro missiles, boasting formidable combat capabilities, 50,000 prestige points. Super Soldier Serum from Captain America, 100,000 prestige points. With over 80,000 prestige points at his disposal, Wang Bo was certainly not inclined to be frugal. The first and second armors seemed far too trivial to suit his stature. If he were to exchange, it must be for the flamboyant third armor. After all, compared to the aesthetic appeal of the third-generation suit, the first two were rather lacking, which was a significant torment for someone as image-conscious as Wang Bo. Chapter 29, Undercurrents Flowing. The conspiracy against Wang Bo as his prestige points were deducted, an influx of memories surged into Wang Bo's mind. Unlike his initial exchange, this transfer of memories left him with a peculiar sensation. If one were to describe this feeling, it could be characterized as a sense of deficiency. What is happening, system? Why does this exchange evoke such an odd feeling? Detected that the host lacks the foundational knowledge required for the manufacturing of Armor 3, specifically the techniques for Armor 1 and 2, thus rendering him unable to create Armor 3. Upon hearing the system's response, a faint melancholy washed over Wang Bo. Even in this parallel world, he found himself unable to escape the constraints of bundled sales and exploitative tactics. The total prestige required to exchange for the third-generation armor amounts to 80,000. Wang Bo harbors suspicions that the system's origins lie with a salesperson intent on extracting every last penny from customers. In the past, he would have fought tooth and nail against such malevolent forces. However, today, he finds himself unable to do so. Having already expended 50,000 prestige points to acquire 3 units, he cannot fathom that the system would benevolently offer him a refund. Thus, in a bid to mitigate his losses, Wang Bo reluctantly exchanged for the manufacturing techniques of the first 2 generations of armor, shedding tears in the process. After a cumulative expenditure of 80,000 prestige points, the complete structure of the armor finally crystallized in his mind. Having digested all the information, he could not help but silently admire Stark's genius. Unlike the previous small-scale nuclear reactor, this suit of armor employs an exceedingly intricate technology. The knowledge encompassing human mechanics, energy supply issues, and weapon installation is so diverse and complex that Stark managed to develop it without any assistance. This serves as a testament to the extensive erudition of this playboy. Across the vast ocean in the beautiful nation, it was the early hours of the morning. Yet, the Secretary of Defense found himself wide awake, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized the report before him. Just as he was deep in thought, a shrill telephone ring interrupted his contemplation. However, he dared not express any dissatisfaction, for the ringing black phone was a direct line to the president. "Mr. President, what brings you to call so early?" he inquired. On the other end, President Wilson was seething with anger. "Damn it, Andrew. How long do you intend to keep this from me? Are you waiting for the enemy's small nuclear reactor to claim the lives of thousands of our soldiers on the battlefield before you report to me?" Hearing the president's reproach, Secretary of Defense Andrew could only manage a wry smile. "Mr. President, there is no need to panic. This information has yet to be verified, which suggests it could very well be a smokescreen released by Huagua. After all, you are aware of the complexities surrounding controlled nuclear fusion and small-scale nuclear reactors." Wilson was momentarily taken aback, then inwardly berated his own foolishness. Indeed, if such advanced technology was beyond the reach of his own nation, how could Huagua's scientists possibly be the first to overcome it? Graduating from Stanford University, he majored in management. Yet this did not mean he was oblivious to the terrifying implications of controlled nuclear fusion. To speak frankly, the current efforts of scientists in the field of nuclear fusion have only just begun to take their first steps. The journey to the finish line is still a vast distance away. How could one individual, especially a mere high school student, surpass all scientists and leap over such a chasm? As he contemplated this, his conviction grew stronger that this was merely a smokescreen thrown by Huagua to confound him. Nevertheless, on the other end of the line, Wilson sternly cautioned, "Andrew, you are the Minister of Defense. Regardless of the challenges you face, you must not be complacent. Even the slightest possibility warrants your utmost attention." Listening to the admonishment from the other side of the call, Andrew could only acquiesce repeatedly. After disconnecting, the Minister of Defense gazed at the documents before him, grappling with the dilemma of whether the immense cost of involving this young boy was truly justified. However, recalling the president's recent warning dispelled his inner doubts. He swiftly picked up another phone. Notify the agents embedded in Huagua to closely monitor this Wang Bo. In the capital city, at the Zhang residence, the typically arrogant Lin Tianfeng now bowed his head in respectful deference, his eyes betraying no hint of audacity. In Huagua, he understood that even if his Lin group basked in glory, the individual before him could dismantle it with merely a word. "How are things progressing?" Upon hearing Zhang Boheng's inquiry, he dared not show any signs of negligence and promptly responded. The remnants of the small nuclear reactor have been relocated to our company premises. All non-essential projects of the Lin Group have been halted, and the relevant researchers have signed confidentiality agreements, tirelessly decrypting in the laboratory. Nodding in acknowledgement, the head of the Zhang family recalled why he had chosen the Lin brothers. It was their reliability that made them suitable instruments for amassing wealth for the Zhang family. What about Wang Bo? As Lin Tianfang heard the inquiry about Wang Bo, a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temples. Wang Bo is still negotiating, he replied, sensing the ominous tone in his voice. Remembering the humiliation he had endured during yesterday's meeting, Zhang Boheng's gaze turned ferocious. Still negotiating? If they can't reach an agreement, employ other means. Do I really need to instruct you on this? Observing the fury emanating from him, Lin Tianfang was taken aback. The usually unflappable Zhang was uncharacteristically enraged by this. Wang Bo, realizing he had lost his composure, Zhang Boheng straightened his collar and regained his composure. While others remained oblivious, he was acutely aware that based on Hong Guitao's attitude towards him yesterday, the higher-ups seemed to have uncovered the clandestine dealings of the Zhang family. This implied that the Zhang family was perilously close to annihilation. Thus, he now required a potent bargaining chip, one so formidable that its possession would deter Huagua from easily moving against the Zhang family. Wang Bo and the technology of the small nuclear reactor represented precisely the weighty trump card he sought. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfang remained blissfully unaware of the Zhang family's looming crisis. His only thought now was how to fulfill the task assigned by Zhang Guang. The memory of Wang Bo publicly humiliating him at the military district's entrance, in front of numerous reporters, and speaking disparagingly to him, sent a chill through Lin Tianfang's eyes. Wang Bo, since you refuse to recognize your own worth, do not blame me for seizing everything you hold dear. There will come a day when you will kneel and plead for my mercy. Chapter 30. The Apology Meeting. Zhou Yuman's regret at this moment. During the grand recess, the atmosphere in the school was different. Under the principal's orders, all faculty and students gathered once again before the podium, a scene reminiscent of when Feng Yuze expelled Wang Bo. Can you guess why the school leadership has summoned us here today? It goes without saying, it must be concerning that matter with Wang Bo. I must say, Wang Bo is truly remarkable. While we struggle to grasp high school physics, he has already reached such heights. Who would have thought? Previously, I mocked his poor grades during the various mock exams, oblivious to the fact that he simply did not wish to compete with us. Being classmates with a Nobel Prize winner in physics is genuinely exhilarating. This time, Feng Yuze is truly in a predicament. He failed to recognize a gem among stones. Listening to the murmurs from the crowd below, Feng Yuze's face grew increasingly grim. Yet, despite his discomfort, he had no choice but to publicly apologize to Wang Bo. It was the only way to secure his position. He could hardly fathom the number of people he had offended due to his previous temperament. In the past, he had relied on his status as the head of the junior high department to assert his dominance. However, should he lose this title, he would instantly revert to his true self. While lost in thought, Tan Dawei stepped forward and began to speak. Today, we gather here to rectify an error made by the school leadership. Due to the negligence of Director Feng and our leadership team, we have forced an exceptional student, Wang Bo, to leave our institution, which is a grave oversight on our part. Having said this, he bowed deeply before the audience. At that moment, as Tan Dawei lowered his head, his gaze drifted towards a concealed camera in the audience. On the other end of the lens was Wang Bo, who was watching the live broadcast of this spectacle on his phone. Listening to Tan Dawei's grandiloquent words, Wang Bo felt nothing but disdain. Although the man spoke eloquently, his true intention was merely to coax Wang Bo back. If Wang Bo returned, not only would nothing happen to him, but he might also advance further during Wang Bo's time at school. However, at this moment, Wang Bo was far more intrigued by the performance of that old dog, Feng Yuze. Now, let us continue with the remarks from Director Feng Yuze. After receiving a nod, Feng Yuze stepped forward with great difficulty. Years of experience had accustomed him to the sensation of being under the gaze of thousands, yet now, under the watchful eyes of students and teachers alike, a wave of anxiety, or perhaps dread, welled up within him. At this moment, he felt akin to a condemned prisoner led to the gallows by Wang Bo, about to pay the price for his misdeeds. What are you standing there for, Feng Yuze? Speak up at once. If you mess this up, beware of my wrath. Listening to Tan Dawei's quiet warning beside him, he took a deep breath to temporarily dispel the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. I have made a significant error in my work. I sincerely apologize. Wang Bo. Feng Yuze yearned to perform admirably at this moment, for this address was crucial to his livelihood. However, perhaps due to a sense of pride, He ultimately failed to execute the apology successfully. Goodness, Wang Bo is truly formidable, compelling this old fellow to apologize. From now on, Brother Bo shall be my idol. Meanwhile, in Class 3, the class leader Su Chun felt a twinge of unease. Just days ago, in an attempt to impress his goddess, he had publicly disparaged Wang Bo. Now, the principal and department head were forced to bow to this individual, and he feared that if his previous comments reached Wang Bo's ears, the consequences would be dire. Among the ranks, Yang Tiantian gazed in admiration and exclaimed, "My goodness! Wang Bo is incredibly impressive. He vividly exemplifies what it means to turn the tables." However, given Wang Bo's current stature, it is likely that he views such matters with indifference. With controlled nuclear fusion technology, he may very well be the youngest academician in history. As she absorbed Yang Tiantian's praise, an overwhelming sense of regret blossomed within Zhou Yuman. She recalled Wang Bo's parting words when he left the school. "My departure will be the greatest loss for this institution. All school leaders will come to regret this decision day and night. Why did I not persevere further at that time? I was so infatuated with this boy. Why could I not place my faith in him once more?" She recognized that Yang Tiantian's words were not exaggerated. In fact, Zhou Yuman's father had graduated with a doctorate under the esteemed He Lao and now worked at a research institute in Beichuan province. He had once asserted that, once this technology was validated, not only would domestic institutions compete to bestow titles upon Wang Bo, but international academies would also rush to honor him with various accolades. Observing the now resplendent Wang Bo and reflecting on Su Chun, whom she had previously deemed an acceptable suitor, she felt a profound sense of loss. In an instant, a profound sense of disparity surged within Zhou Yuman. It was akin to the stark contrast between a phoenix and a mere chicken. How could her proud heart permit such a golden phoenix to slip away before her very eyes? Perhaps Wang Bo still harbored feelings for her, or maybe their relationship was not as dire as she had imagined. Once this thought took root, it rapidly spread through her mind. Resolutely, her gaze firmed, as if she had resolved upon a significant decision. On stage, witnessing Feng Yu's performance, Tan Daoi's expression plummeted, and after casting a fierce glare, he nervously glanced at the camera beside him. Just as Tan Dawei contemplated salvaging the situation with words, Feng Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Tan Dawei's heart raced with excitement, and disregarding the multitude of teachers and students left waiting on the playground, he quickly gestured for Feng Yu to step away to take the call. Hastening to a secluded corner, Feng Yu took a deep breath and answered the phone. "Director Feng, I watched the apology meeting, and it was quite commendable." Hearing Wang Bo's satisfied voice from the other end, Feng Yu exhaled in relief. Tan Dawei, who had come to listen in, was equally exhilarated, quickly signaling for him to inquire about Wang Bo's specific enrollment date. "Since you are satisfied, Wang Bo, when would you find it appropriate for us to proceed with the enrollment formalities?" However, on the other end, Wang Bo's calm voice responded, satisfaction aside. "When did I ever say I wanted to return to number 1 middle school?" At these words, Feng Yu's breath caught in his throat. After enduring such humiliation and overcoming immense psychological barriers, Wang Bo responded in such a manner? "Are you not keeping your word?" Hearing Feng Yu's accusatory tone, Tan Dawei quickly signaled for him to be cautious. Yet, in his current state of fury, Feng Yu had completely lost his reason, disregarding all else. Listening to Feng Yu's questioning, Wang Bo merely smiled lightly. "Director Feng, on that day, I merely stated that I would consider the matter. Now that I have pondered it, the conclusion is a refusal. Well, I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With the sound of the line disconnecting, both men understood that they had irrevocably severed ties with the teaching profession for the rest of their lives. Chapter 31. The Accusation from the Lin Group. The assistance from Elder He. About a week after the confirmation of controllable nuclear fusion, the tumult began to subside. Just as Wang Bo was preparing to embark on the next phase of his exoskeleton development, an unexpected turn of events arose. The Public Relations Department of the Lin Group suddenly convened a grand press conference, publicly accusing Wang Bo of plagiarizing developed by the Lin Group over many years. Esteemed journalists, first and foremost, I would like to extend an apology on behalf of the Lin Group to the public. I apologize for the oversight of one of our technical staff, which has regrettably led to the leakage of our group's painstakingly developed controllable nuclear fusion technology, along with the loss of a completed product. We sincerely regret any disappointment caused to the public who have supported us. Witnessing Lin Tianfang bow deeply on stage, the entire nation of Huaguo was left in utter shock by these statements. Subsequently, during the press conference, he earnestly presented evidence that their research had commenced a decade ago. This stirred up a tempest of controversy. Following Lin's remarks, public opinion on the internet swiftly turned against them once more. and the name Wang Bo was thrust back into the spotlight. I always suspected that such a young and inexperienced individual could not possibly possess the capability to explore realms untouched by numerous esteemed physicists. To pilfer the achievements of others, Wang Bo is indeed shameless, utterly disgracing the reputation of Suchi City. It is advisable for Wang Bo to gracefully depart from Suchi City. Seated before the computer, Lin Tianfang observed the shifting tides of public opinion with a faint smirk of satisfaction. Perhaps, in terms of physical prowess, 10 Lin Tianfangs would not measure up to a single Wang Bo, but what does that matter? This world is not solely governed by talent and contributions. At times, one must also wield certain tactics. Just like now, in the face of overwhelming capital, what significance does individual genius hold? That night, at the gates of the military district, Wang Bo's mocking tone echoed vividly in his memory. It was precisely because of this that he anticipated. Yearned for the day when Wang Bo would kneel before him like a dog, pleading for forgiveness. As the press conference concluded, the aftershocks soon followed. The first issue to arise was the appointment of Huang Haoyang. Within less than a week of being reinstated, the old Huang faced yet another honorable dismissal. Watching Huang Haoyang storm into the room, cursing under his breath, Wang Bo found it amusing yet felt a twinge of guilt. After all of this stemmed from his actions. However, this time Huang Haoyang remained unperturbed. While others may not be aware, he knew full well that his nephew possessed genuine talent. Coupled with the boy's cunning nature, he could already envision a future where the opportunistic individuals would be beseeching him to return to work. Before Wang Bo could offer words of consolation, an unexpected phone call abruptly interrupted their conversation. Picking up the phone, he saw it was Elder He. This is outrageous. In the very first moment of connection, Wang Bo was nearly swept away by the force of the exclamation. I never anticipated that the Lin Group could be so shameless. Had I known this would be the case, I would have never allowed that scoundrel Lin Chongqing to take the remnants of the small nuclear reactor away on that day in the military district. Unlike outsiders, He Lao had previously met Wang Bo, and the two had engaged in profound discussions regarding physics while in the car. To put it kindly, one could call it an exchange. To be less flattering, it could be described as He Jianhua being unilaterally overwhelmed by the 17-year-old Wang Bo. Because of this, he was acutely aware of the catastrophic loss that the actions of the Lin Group would entail for the remarkable talents of Huagua. Listening to the furious voice on the other end of the call, Wang Bo hastily advised, He Lao, please calm down. It is truly not worth damaging your health over such individuals. How can I not be angry? He Jianhua retorted, his guilt and rage intensifying at Wang Bo's counsel. Such a charlatan is nothing short of a threat to the very foundation of Huagua. Rest assured, young man, I will certainly seek justice for you. Hearing the resolute voice on the other end, Wang Bo quickly interjected, No, old man, your position is sensitive. Please do not get involved. You see, although He Lao holds immense prestige in Huagua, he does not hold an official title, and any forceful interference in certain matters would undoubtedly bring more harm than good. Then, with a glint of mischief in his eyes, Wang Bo proposed, If you truly feel indebted and wish to assist me, I find myself in need of certain items. Without hesitation, the elder, driven by a sense of guilt, readily agreed. What do you need? Just say the word, and I will ensure it is done. As long as it is legal. At this, Wang Bo resembled a cunning fox. Unable to suppress a sly grin. I require 30 million in funding and the purchasing rights to certain rare metals. I will provide you with a detailed list shortly. Additionally, I have heard that you possess the most advanced biomechanical laboratory and related equipment in the country. I will need to borrow all of it for a minimum of 3 months. Upon hearing Wang Bo's demands, He Lao nearly choked on his own breath. Are you trying to rob me? Even if you dismantled my old bones, they would not be worth such things. No way. Wang Bo quickly flattered. You are an invaluable treasure for Huagua. Meanwhile, as He Jianhua began to comprehend the situation, he hesitantly inquired, What do you plan to do with these items? Have you stumbled upon another groundbreaking invention? Wang Bo chuckled. You are truly astute, He Lao. To be candid, the invention of a small nuclear reactor is merely a prelude to my grander scheme. The real centerpiece lies in the subsequent invention. After Wang Bo's revelation, He Lao fell into a prolonged silence. Frankly, the existence of a small nuclear reactor alone is enough to astonish the entire world. Any physicist, upon witnessing the delicate azure glow emitted by that small gadget, would undoubtedly find themselves entranced. However, in the eyes of Wang Bo, this astonishing masterpiece merely serves as a preliminary existence. This revelation genuinely astonished the elderly gentleman, who had surpassed 80 years of age. He inhaled deeply, attempting to compose himself before inquiring, Are you confident? Absolutely confident. Wang Bo's assured voice resonated. leaving He Lao in contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, He Lao finally spoke. I will ensure everything is arranged for you. Shortly, I will send you the address of the laboratory. From today onward, for the next 3 months, the laboratory will be entirely at your disposal. Regarding funding, you requested 30 million. I shall provide you with 50 million, as experiments invariably come with failures. During this period, I will offer you my unwavering support, and I hope you will create something that will astonish this old man. Listening to He Lao's calm and composed words, Wang Bo felt a rush of emotion. He had prepared himself for rejection when making these requests. Yet he never anticipated that this venerable elder would not only acquiesce, but also augment the funding. Such immense trust. By the way, do I really not need to intervene with the Lin Group? Wang Bo slowly shook his head at the concerned tone from the other end of the line. Rest assured, He Lao, what I have lost, I will reclaim through my own efforts. The Lin Group may have tarnished my reputation, but 3 months hence, I intend to make the Lin brothers pay 100-fold for their transgressions. Chapter 32. A declaration of war against the Lin Group. The research commences having resolved within himself. Wang Bo hesitated no longer. After sharing a dinner with Huang Haoyang and his wife, he meticulously packed his belongings and set forth on his journey to the capital early the next morning. The distance between Suchi City and the capital was considerable. Even with the high-speed train, he arrived in the capital well past lunchtime. After disembarking, he grabbed a quick bite from a roadside stall before hailing a taxi to He Lao's designated location. As the vehicle continued its journey, the scenery along the roads gradually grew more desolate. Due to the need for confidentiality, coupled with the inherent dangers of the experiment, He Lao's laboratory, specializing in human kinetics, was situated in a remote area on the outskirts. The choice of this laboratory was based on Wang Bo's understanding of exoskeletal design. With energy supply issues now resolved, the most significant challenge lay in human kinetics, specifically the problem of shock absorption. It was akin to the scene in the first Iron Man film, where Stark was plummeted from a great height by a tank. The sheer force of the artillery impact, combined with the fall, would have reduced an ordinary person to a mere puddle of flesh. Yet, he emerged with only minor injuries. The essence lies in the intricate structure of the battle armor, which affords its operator ample shock absorption, ensuring that even after enduring such a tremendous impact, they merely experience a slight discomfort. This represents one of the most formidable challenges that Wang Bo must conquer in the forthcoming period. Just as he was deep in contemplation, the vehicle came to a halt. Upon glancing at the fare displayed on the meter, Wang Bo felt a pang of anguish. Had it not been for the utter lack of public transportation in this secluded valley, he would never have allowed the driver to exploit him so mercilessly. Stepping out, he was greeted by a vast complex resembling a stadium, its expansive area filled with experimental apparatus. It was evident how much the nation esteemed and trusted Elder He. After articulating his purpose to the guard at the entrance and presenting the necessary credentials, Wang Bo was escorted to the laboratory by a soldier. Inside the laboratory, a group of researchers was in a state of uproar. How outrageous! Why should we make room for a mere child fresh out of adolescence? I don't care what antics Wang Bo is up to outside, but invading our laboratory is simply unacceptable. Who could blame them? A child who seemingly emerged from nowhere dares to attempt seizing a whole laboratory. It is utterly preposterous. At that moment, Wang Bo, standing outside the laboratory, could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, his youth was a disadvantage that made him a target for criticism wherever he went. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of guilt. Despite the circumstances, interrupting the research progress of these dedicated scientists and forcing them to vacate the premises was an undeniable fact. Yet, time was of the essence. The confrontation with the Lin brothers was imminent, leaving no room for hesitation. Resolute in his decision, he pushed open the door before him. As the young man strode confidently into the laboratory, the gathered crowd could not possibly be oblivious to his identity. Wang Bo, do not delude yourself into thinking you can oust us from the laboratory, they exclaimed. Indeed, such a prestigious facility was among the rarest in the world, and placing it in the hands of a mere child felt like tarnishing a priceless gem. Humph, Wang Bo. Though I am unaware of the tactics you employ to deceive Elder He, do not presume you can pull the wool over our eyes. Listening to their derision, Wang Bo remained unperturbed, his expression calm as his gaze swept over the assembly. Mark my words, in 3 months' time, this laboratory will be renowned across the globe because of the name Wang Bo. You will come to understand whether I am deserving of this laboratory, and you will also discern whether Elder He's judgment was flawed. He continued, as for your departure, this is not a matter for negotiation. It is an order from Elder He. With that, Wang Bo produced the document issued by Elder He, prominently displaying the 3 characters of He Jianhua. After allowing you to finish your current tasks before departing, I have done so out of respect for Elder He. Otherwise, I would have had to dismiss you." Accompanied by Wang Bo's words, the soldiers on duty stepped forward. For a soldier, obedience to orders is paramount, and within this highly classified research institute, Elder He's words stand as the ultimate command. You. Although the group of researchers was infuriated, they were powerless. After all, the document in Wang Bo's hand held the weight of a decree within this institute. "Very well. Wang Bo, let us depart. I am eager to see what innovative creation you, a distinguished talent, will conjure in 3 months." With that unfruitful retort, the group of researchers left in a huff. As they exited, the vast laboratory was left in solitude, with only him remaining, observing the intricate and sophisticated instruments around him, though he had not encountered them before. The methodologies surged into his mind, thanks to the system's memory infusion. As for the various required metals and materials, Elder He had arranged for them to be stored in the Institute's warehouse before Wang Bo's arrival, ready for his immediate use. With everything in place, he, however, had no intention of commencing right away. Before entering seclusion to develop the battle armor, he intended to formally declare war on the Lin group. Recording the video took about half an hour. A video that should have sufficed within 3 to 5 minutes ended up taking 10. As Wang Bo struggled to locate the beauty filter on his outdated smartphone, ultimately resigned to his fate, he sent the video to Lin Zichao, adhering to the customary practice of leveraging this journalist's influence to ensure the video reached the eyes of all citizens of Huagua. At that moment, Lin Zichao was somewhat exhilarated. His life over the past few weeks had been a roller coaster of highs and lows. Following the joint confirmation of Wang Bo's invention's authenticity by Elder He and others, he, as the sole journalist permitted to interview within the military district, found his interview materials in high demand. Numerous television stations and social media platforms clamored to offer him coveted positions. Even the once arrogant deputy director had to grovel to invite him back to work. Just as Lin Zichao basked in his success, Lin Tianfang's press conference abruptly brought him back to reality. After all that transpired, he realized that his fate was now irrevocably intertwined with that of Wang Bo, this high school student. Thus, when Wang Bo sought his assistance, he readily obliged. Hearing Lin Zichao's agreement, Wang Bo felt a sense of relief. After all, having collaborated numerous times, he trusted his capabilities. Once the trivial matters were settled, he gazed upon the array of instruments and materials within the laboratory. Wang Bo inhaled deeply. Unlike the previous small nuclear reactor, once he emerged from this research institute clad in his battle armor, he anticipated that the entire world would be stirred into a monumental tempest by his actions. Chapter 33. He Yaoan's Dismissal. The Wheel of the Era. In truth, Lin Zichao did not betray Wang Bo's trust. Through his utmost efforts, within a mere week, Wang Bo's video had once again swept across the nation. At that moment, Lin Tianfang, situated within the Lin group, observed the uproar surrounding the video with a countenance as dark as stormy waters. In the footage, Wang Bo exhibited an unusual composure, even humility, which, to the oblivious onlookers, appeared to be a manifestation of guilt. However, Lin Tianfang, privy to the underlying circumstances, understood that the technology in question rightfully belonged to this individual. Thus, there was no basis for such guilt. The sole information divulged in the video was that, 3 months hence, Wang Bo intended to unilaterally invite the Lin group to convene a notarization meeting, during which he would provide an account to both the Lin group and the public in the presence of numerous journalists. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often conceal hidden motives. From Lin Tianfang's perspective, Wang Bo should have been seething with rage, perhaps even hysterically denouncing his accusers in the video. Yet, the anticipated outburst never materialized. Instead, there was merely the proposition of a notarization meeting. This left a twinge of unease lingering in Lin Tianfang's mind. However, Lin Tianfang was acutely aware that the Lin group could not refuse this notarization meeting. To do so would undoubtedly invite public condemnation. And the Lin group had not reached its current standing without formidable competitors, coupled with the machinations of old adversaries. The reality of the Lin group's invention of controllable nuclear fusion technology could easily be undermined. More critically, the Lin group required Wang Bo. It had been nearly a month since they acquired the remnants of the small nuclear reactor. During this time, under Lin Tianfang's clandestine management, countless researchers had been dedicated to deciphering the technology behind the small nuclear reactor. Yet, to the dismay of all, after a month of extensive financial and material investment, the outcome had yielded no tangible progress. This left Lin Tianfang seething with frustration, while simultaneously feeling a sense of trepidation. For now, he could still manipulate the situation using the Lin group's reputation. But as time elapsed without the successful creation of the small nuclear reactor, their facade would inevitably crumble. Therefore, Wang Bo could not be crushed. One could surmise that through this incident, he should come to realize that, in the face of vast capital, an individual amounts to nothing. His arrogance would be tempered, making it far easier for Lin Tianfeng to maneuver him in the future. Suppressing his growing unease, Lin Tianfeng promptly convened the public relations department of the group to prepare for this highly publicized notarization meeting. Once everything was arranged, standing atop the Lin Group's skyscraper, he gazed down at the bustling vehicles and pedestrians below, a glint of malice flickering in his eyes. Wang Bo, I hope you have learned from the previous experience and refrained from any further mischief. Otherwise, your days may not be so pleasant. A little over half a month into Wang Bo's time in the laboratory, an unexpected incident interrupted his experimental progress. According to the soldier on duty at the gate, a middle-aged man claiming to be the son of He Lao insisted on forcibly entering the research institute. Under normal circumstances, these well-trained soldiers would not entertain such audacity. Who would dare to intrude upon such a confidential place? A swift blow from the rifle but would render one dazed for quite some time. However, upon hearing the man's claim of being He Lao's son, the soldiers hesitated to take action. After all, one must consider the gravity of the situation. He Lao is a figure who has made immense contributions to our nation, and it would be inappropriate to treat his son with hostility. Reluctantly, they decided to summon the concerned party. I understand, soldier. I will go down to meet this individual immediately. You have my gratitude, Wang Bo said, sensing the soldier's weariness. The soldier felt a sense of warmth. Having served diligently in this isolated post, he was somewhat unaware of Wang Bo's achievements. Yet, he could not help but speculate. For someone held in such high regard by He Lao, especially at such a young age, must indeed be a prodigious talent. The respect Wang Bo showed towards the soldiers warmed their hearts. Setting aside his ongoing experiments, Wang Bo swiftly descended to the lower level. Upon entering the hall, he spotted the middle-aged man examining the display board, and he recognized the resemblance. This man was likely the offspring of He Lao. As Wang Bo assessed the individual, the man spoke without turning around. Heaven rewards diligence. Do you know who penned the words on this display? Wang Bo's gaze focused intently on the 4 large characters adorning the wall. The strokes were powerful and vigorous, indicative of the skill and strength of the calligrapher. It would take decades of mastery to achieve such artistry. It must surely be a work of He Lao. Indeed, it is my father's calligraphy, the man continued, turning to face Wang Bo, his eyes sharp as a hawk's. In my youth, he pointed to these characters and explained that conducting scientific research is akin to calligraphy. Without the tempering of time, it is merely an ephemeral illusion. We are no longer in an age where one discovers gravity simply by observing an apple fall. Without extensive research, hypotheses, and a significant investment of time, no one can attain any breakthrough in the realm of science. Confronted by the man's aggressive demeanor, Wang Bo remained unfazed, for he too possessed the strength of the system. Just because others may falter does not imply that I shall as well. You underestimate the potential of humanity. As the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, ready to retort, the phone in his pocket began to ring. Upon seeing the caller ID, a hint of resignation crossed his face. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. He Yaohan, you rascal, where are you now? The robust voice of He Jianhua resonated from the other end of the line, filling He Yaohan's heart with a mix of helplessness and warmth. As it had been a long time since he had heard his father shout like this. Dad, I'm conducting research in Beixiong country. Nonsense. The security office of the research institute has nearly bombarded our home phone. I don't care what you're up to. Come home immediately and do not disturb Xiao Bo's experiments. At that moment, Wang Bo, astonished, couldn't he help but marvel at He Lao's unexpected display of emotion in front of his son. This instantly reminded him of the Huang family, who resided thousands of miles away. After exchanging a few words, He Yaohan finally managed to hang up the phone with great difficulty. Looking at the young man before him, he gently shook his head and said, I still cannot believe that you, a high school student, could create an invention that would astonish the world. Allow me to inform you that my father has lived a life of integrity, never relying on others. However, in order to gather this money for you, he has nearly pleaded with everyone around him. Wang Bo's breath caught in his throat at this revelation, as he could imagine how difficult it was for the proud elder to ask for help. Yet, this was not the most crucial aspect. Money could always be earned again. What mattered most was that he did not want his father to be ridiculed because of him. If he were to fail, it would tarnish his father's lifelong reputation. Do you understand this? Listening to He Yaohan's words, Wang Bo nodded solemnly. I understand, and therefore, I shall not fail. I recognize your concerns, but ultimately, this is your father's choice, isn't it? With less than 3 months remaining, I hope you will not leave Huagua. On the day of the notarization meeting, I will ensure you comprehend the magnitude of the ship that your father has anchored the He family upon. Chapter 34. The Plan of the National Security Bureau. As the appointed day arrived, in a certain building in the capital city, the structure appeared somewhat aged. Yet few would imagine it to be the headquarters of the National Security Bureau, the most enigmatic department. At this moment, Fu Guotai was reporting the relevant intelligence he had gathered to Hong Guotao in his office. What is your perspective on the Lin Group incident? Upon hearing his superior's inquiry, Fu Guotai promptly replied, Sir, personally, I tend to believe Wang Bo Hong Guotao's brow slightly furrowed at this. Do not let your personal feelings cloud your judgment. What is your rationale? Listening to the warning from this individual, he hastily assured, Leader, although I have long wished to eliminate the malignant tumor that is the Lin Group, I assure you that I will not turn a blind eye in the face of right and wrong. Noticing the silence on the other end of the line, Fu Guotai paused momentarily before continuing. Firstly, our National Security Bureau has been closely monitoring the Lin Group over the years. I can state with absolute certainty that they have never established any research projects related to nuclear fusion. Furthermore, the so-called evidence presented at the previous press conference was utterly fictitious. What is more alarming is that members of our bureau have recorded that Lin Tianfang visited the capital late at night, prior to the notarization meeting. Listening to the conjecture of the bureau chief, Hong Guotao felt a chill in his heart. The theft of the small nuclear reactor remnants from the military region, coupled with the fraudulent notarization meeting, he could not bring himself to believe that all of this was merely the idea of the Lin brothers. The only plausible explanation was that a formidable force was backing them, allowing Lin Tianfang to act with such impunity. He had previously sensed many clues, but was reluctant to accept them. Continue, Fu Guotai urged. Regarding Wang Bo's statements, we have consulted several individuals present at the scene, including He Lao and Hao Zhigua. The conclusions drawn were remarkably consistent. Wang Bo is indeed the inventor of the small nuclear reactor. He Lao praised him highly, even stating that in the field of physics, he could not compare to Wang Bo. Hong Guotao nodded upon hearing this. It seemed that the truth of this matter was becoming clearer. Director Fu, you will handle this matter. If it is indeed the case, then you must understand Wang Bo's significance to the entire nation. Listening to Hong Guotao's instructions, Fu Guotai felt a sense of gravity. Yes, sir. The National Security Bureau will ensure Wang Bo's safety. After hanging up the phone, Fu Guotai let out a long breath. Speaking with that individual had indeed put him on edge. As for the Lin Group, he had already made up his mind. Hearing from the members of the Security Bureau monitoring Wang Bo that the young man had recently borrowed He Lao's laboratory for some unknown purpose, Fu Guotai surmised that given his character, after suffering such a considerable setback, he would not let it go easily. Thus, Fu Guotai planned to observe the situation. If, at the notarization meeting in 2.5 months, Wang Bo could prove the Lin Group's deceit, he would take the opportunity to dismantle them. For his current evidence was insufficient to topple the Lin brothers, who had the Zhang family as support. Young man, whether you can eradicate this malignant tumor for our nation rests in your hands. More than 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Wang Bo dedicated himself to research and development in the laboratory, achieving commendable progress. Meanwhile, significant events unfolded in the outside world over the past 2 months. Firstly, there was Tan Dawei and Feng Yuza from No. 1 High School. Ever since Lin Tianfang orchestrated the fraudulent notarization meeting, Feng Yuza has incessantly berated Wang Bo on his personal account, thereby bringing shame to the institution. Tan Dawei, on the other hand, went to the extreme of using Wang Bo as a negative example, convening a grand meeting entitled Seeking Experience from Negative Examples to build a better No. 1 high school. Throughout the meeting, Tan Dawei unabashedly mentioned Wang Bo's name, disparaging him without reserve. As for the couple, Huang Haoyang and his wife, they remained at home. Both aware of Wang Bo's critical situation, though concern lingered in their hearts, they dared not reach out. During this time, their daughter, Huang Weiqian, visited several times. Heartbroken to see her father dismissed, and vociferously chastised Wang Bo for his lack of ambition and for dragging others down with him. Meanwhile, the personnel from the National Security Bureau did not rest, intensifying their efforts to gather evidence of the Lin family's criminal activities while also augmenting their forces to ensure Wang Bo's safety against any potential threats from the Lin family seeking to silence him. However, their worries were unfounded. Given the precious nature of the small nuclear reactor technology and Lin Tianfang's cautious demeanor, he would not take action against Wang Bo unless he had complete control over it. Yet now, even after nearly 3 months, with teams of researchers cycling in and out, there had been no progress whatsoever. On He Yao's side, He ultimately chose not to return to Beixiong country and opted to stay longer in Huagua. This did not imply he believed Wang Bo had any chance of a comeback. He lingered merely to witness the utter failure of the ignorant man who had boasted so audaciously before him. As time slipped by amidst a mixture of support, pessimism, and derision, the day of the press conference finally arrived. In the early morning, Wang Bo was roused from sleep by the persistent ringing of his phone. "Have you completed it?" Although it was a question, the voice of Elder He on the other end was filled with certainty. "Yes, I have not let you down. And I am grateful for the additional 20 million you provided. Otherwise, I truly might not have met the deadline." Upon hearing this, Elder He smiled knowingly. "Can we be certain that I will not be disappointed? Perhaps I may not be satisfied with your mysterious invention." Listening to Elder He's teasing tone, Wang Bo chuckled in response. "You will definitely be satisfied. How about a bet? If you are not satisfied, I shall give you the technology of the small nuclear reactor. What do you think?" At Wang Bo's words, Elder He was taken aback. The value of that technology could not merely be measured in monetary terms. If an auction were truly to take place, He Jianhua is confident that every nation would deplete its treasury to acquire this technology. Such confidence? Very well. I shall await the outcome. After hanging up the phone, Wang Bo dialed Huang Haoyang. Although they had not been in contact for a while, he knew that Uncle Huang must be quite anxious at this moment. After offering a brief reassurance, Wang Bo concluded the call. After freshening up, he stepped outside the laboratory. It was October, and the temperature had noticeably dropped. A gust of cold wind seeped down his collar, sending a shiver down his spine. Yet, at this moment, his heart was devoid of any chill. Gazing into the depths of the laboratory, he felt nothing but intense anticipation. Lin Tianfang. I hope you will appreciate the surprise I have prepared for you. Chapter 35. The notarization meeting begins. Wang Bo, who dared not show his face, found himself at the Crown Hotel, one of the most prestigious establishments in the capital, where the costs were exorbitantly high. Thus, in ordinary times, those who graced its premises were invariably renowned dignitaries. However, today, the entrance of the hotel buzzed with unusual activity. The reason was simple. A notarization meeting of significant societal interest was about to commence. Early in the morning, countless media influencers and numerous reporters from television stations flocked to the waiting area for the meeting. Everyone aspired to secure a front-row seat, well aware that today's notarization meeting, regardless of its outcome, would create a tremendous social uproar. The ensuing surge of attention would be overwhelming. And it would not be an exaggeration to assert that this event would forge several top-tier media influencers. With such temptation, how could they refrain from frantically competing for a position? Observing the frenzied reporters, Lin Tianfang, hidden behind the scenes, wore a subtle smirk of satisfaction. Under his orchestration, the attention surrounding this matter had reached its zenith. His efforts to orchestrate such a grand affair were not without purpose. It was a precaution against the prying eyes of the National Security Bureau. Lin Tianfang harbored no doubts that the fabricated issues he had conjured had already been exposed before those individuals. After all, they had been at odds for many years, and both sides were well acquainted with each other's tactics. However, the Lin Group could remain concealed from the public eye, as long as everyone resolutely believed that the small nuclear reactor belonged to the Lin Group. Even if the National Security Bureau uncovered the truth, they would be powerless to act, especially since no substantial evidence had been left behind. At this juncture, the only vulnerability in the entire scheme was the technology in Wang Bo's possession. If he could persuade Wang Bo to submit to him during this notarization meeting and secure the development technology, then the entire affair would be flawlessly executed. At that time, not only would I be able to amass great wealth through this technology, but I would also lead the Lin Group onto the international stage. Most importantly, perhaps my brother and I would have the opportunity to break free from the Zhang family's control. Chief Fu, we have made our entrance, came the report. Meanwhile, members of the National Security Bureau, disguised, infiltrated the venue of the notarization meeting. All right, pay close attention to Lin Tianfang's every move, while remaining vigilant against foreign agents. Cautioned Fu Guotai on the other end of the line, his concern palpable. Yes, Chief, rest assured, we will not falter at a critical moment. The group discreetly scanned their surroundings. A few foreign journalists and several individuals of Chinese descent appeared to be mere interviewers. Yet their true identities had long been uncovered by the National Security Bureau. Damn those beautiful countries. They can never bear to see our nation thrive. At this moment, several disguised agents from that beautiful country cautiously extracted an old-fashioned mobile phone from their pockets. This seemingly unremarkable device could evade the surveillance of the Chinese National Security Bureau, serving as the sole channel for communication with their homeland. Minister Andrew, we have successfully infiltrated and will closely monitor the Lin Group and that Wang Bo's every action. After sending the message, the agent swiftly concealed the phone and feigned engagement in work. Across the ocean, Minister Andrews sat in his spacious office, glancing at the agent's message before returning to his other tasks. After all, in his eyes, controllable nuclear fusion technology was merely a fabrication of our nation. As the defense minister of that beautiful country, he had no time to indulge in a game of cat and mouse with us, with numerous international issues demanding his attention. The clock ticked on, and less than half an hour remained until the notarization meeting commenced. Lin Tianfeng had already arrived at the forefront, engaging warmly with a throng of journalistic acquaintances. In stark contrast, Wang Bo had yet to make an appearance. Wang Bo may lack ability, but he certainly has a grandiose sense of self. It's astonishing that he hasn't shown up at this hour. He possesses no sense of time whatsoever. The discussions among the National Security Bureau members reflected their growing concern. Reports from colleagues stationed at the research facility indicated that Wang Bo was still in the laboratory and had not yet departed. It was well known that the fastest journey from the lab to the Crown Hotel would take at least half an hour. Was Wang Bo deliberately timing his arrival? As time passed, the group's confidence waned further. What could be the issue? Was something wrong on Wang Bo's end? What issue? I believe he simply lacks the courage to show up. It baffles me why He Lao and Director Fu hold him in such high regard. Surely, today's grand event would seal Wang Bo's fate if he dared to disappoint everyone. The accusation of plagiarism against the Lin Group would then be unequivocally substantiated. At this moment, the tension was palpable not only among the officials from the National Security Bureau, but also within Lin Tianfeng, the protagonist of this notarization meeting. Could it be that Wang Bo was genuinely intimidated by the gravity of today's proceedings? Surrounded by numerous agents, this gathering represented Lin's sole opportunity to engage with him. If he failed to appear, it would spell trouble. As half an hour slipped by, amidst a chorus of curses, mockery, and concern from the audience, Wang Bo remained conspicuously absent. You see, Wang Bo is nothing but a charlatan. Now you can comprehend how astute my decision to expel him was. At this moment, the entire school, organized by Tan Dawei, was tuned in to the live broadcast of the notarization meeting. With Wang Bo's absence, Feng Yuzi seized the opportunity to publicly commend his own decision to expel Wang Bo, feeling an immense sense of vindication. It had been a challenging time for him, having endured numerous dramatic twists involving Wang Bo, but now he perceived a glimmer of hope, a chance to definitively anchor Wang Bo to the pillar of disgrace, illuminating his own path to success. As Feng Yuzi raved on stage, the students below expressed their disdain while simultaneously harboring contempt for Wang Bo. I told you so? Wang Bo was merely a poor student here. How could he transform from being expelled to achieving greatness? He mistakenly believes that sheer luck and seizing someone else's opportunities will elevate him. An orphan remains an orphan, devoid of any moral compass. Observing the reactions of Feng Yuzi and the students below, Tan Dawei felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite the numerous setbacks, his career and future seemed secure. Meanwhile, at home, Huang Haoyang and his wife anxiously awaited Wang Bo's appearance on television. Could he be stuck in traffic? You should call him, his wife urged. Huang Haoyang rolled his eyes in response. Calling him now will only heighten his anxiety. Let us not add to the chaos. Seizing the moment, Huang Weiqian, who was on break, chimed in with mockery. Traffic? At this hour? How naive can you be? This Wang Bo is clearly a fraud. He has not only deceived us, but also deceived Mr. He. I've seen through this boy from the beginning. It's only because Dad insisted on being the nice guy. Now he has gained national notoriety. Shut your mouth, you insolent girl. Before Huang Weiqian could continue her tirade, Yang Ping interjected. Can't you wish him some good fortune? Meanwhile, Huang Haoyang remained silent, lost in thought. He has an instinctive feeling that this mischievous lad, currently absent, might be planning something grand. Chapter 36. Venue change. The spectacle begins. What on earth is this boy up to? At that moment, He Jianhua mumbled before the television. Meanwhile, He Yaoan, standing nearby, appeared entirely unfazed. Father, you should never have held any expectations for this boy from the outset. In the realm of science, without diligent study and thorough research, it is utterly impossible to achieve any results. You taught me this. Wang Bo is merely 16 or 17 years old, and even if he had been learning since infancy, he would have barely accumulated 2 decades of knowledge. 2 decades, in the field of physics, is hardly sufficient to establish a solid foundation. Observing the skeptical expression on his son's face, He Jianhua refrained from voicing any opposition, merely offering a wry smile and a shake of his head. In truth, He Yaoan's words resonated with him. He had indeed imparted such teachings over the years, and it was a belief he had steadfastly held. In scholarly pursuits, the essence lies in relentless effort and extensive research time, rather than ephemeral notions of talent. However, not long ago, a young boy he encountered at the Suchi military district shattered this conviction. A mere teenager had rendered him speechless in the realm of physics. He was capable of elucidating complex questions for him. This phenomenon transcended mere hard work. It became evident that unparalleled talent truly exists in this world. Perhaps, it could be said that the two of them had been akin to frogs at the bottom of a well. Just watch, Yawen. Although I remain oblivious to what this young fellow has concocted, I am confident it will astonish the entire world. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng surveyed the bustling venue. Knowing he needed to take action, suppressing his worries and agitation, he strode confidently to the podium. Esteemed journalists, friends from social media, and viewers across the nation, greetings. I am Lin Tianfeng, chairman of the Lin Group. It is a great honor to welcome each of you here today. The audience responded with generous applause, appreciating the humility of this promising young leader. After a prolonged moment, the applause subsided. Lin Tianfeng cleared his throat and continued. However, our other protagonist, the young Mr. Wang Bo, seems to be caught in traffic and has yet to arrive. This remark elicited a ripple of laughter from the crowd. Everyone understood this was Lin Tianfeng's jest. Traffic jams? Surely, such an important notarization event would not overlook this consideration. The only plausible explanation was that Wang Bo felt insecure, unwilling to confront the Lin Group directly. Observing the lively crowd, Lin Tianfeng was poised to continue his playful jabs at Wang Bo, using this opportunity to buy some time. Suddenly, the phone in Lin Tianfeng's pocket began to ring. He initially contemplated rejecting the call, but upon seeing the incoming number, his pupils involuntarily contracted. He promptly answered the phone on the stage. What is it, Mr. Wang Bo? Did you oversleep or perhaps misremember the date? Today is the grand day of the notarization meeting, and there are numerous individuals waiting for you both on and off the stage. Just as the audience was ready to join in the mockery of Lin Tianfeng's sarcasm, Wang Bo's next words silenced them all. Enough nonsense, Lin Tianfeng. Human Dynamics Research Institute, Simulation Lab. You have 1 hour to get here, so make haste. If you're late, I want to be at your service. After delivering this chilling ultimatum, Wang Bo abruptly hung up the phone. The reporters in the audience, momentarily stunned, soon erupted in uproar. Who does Wang Bo think he is, dictating the location at will? After years of interviewing, I've never encountered such arrogance. We must not indulge such a person. Indeed, Mr. Lin, let us proceed with the notarization meeting here. There's no need to pay heed to that clown, Wang Bo. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng's expression darkened ominously after Wang Bo ended the call. The audacity of Wang Bo to publicly confront him had undoubtedly crossed a line. Although he was tempted to heed the audience's suggestions, he understood he could not afford to do so. Under normal circumstances, he possessed a myriad of ways to deal with Wang Bo. However, he was compelled to meet him now. The technology was not yet in his grasp, and aside from the potential upheaval it could bring to the Lin Group, Zhang Guojing would not spare him either. He vividly recalled how much importance was placed on this technology. If he failed to secure it, he shuddered to think of the consequences he and his brother might face under the dual pressures from the Zhang family and the National Security Bureau. With this thought, he suppressed his anger and donned his signature smile once more. Ladies and gentlemen, please, do not be anxious. I believe Mr. Wang Bo must have his reasons for this. Furthermore, the protagonists of this notarization meeting are indeed both the Lin Group and Mr. Wang Bo. So let us first investigate the matter. Rest assured, the Lin Group will provide special vehicles to transport everyone. Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's remarks, the audience unanimously praised the Lin Group's generosity and grandeur. Lin Tianfeng merely responded with a slight smile and proceeded to make arrangements. It is undeniable that the Lin Group, having operated for many years, wielded considerable influence. Within just 15 minutes, over 100 special vehicles awaited outside the hotel. Under the guidance of the event staff, the attendees boarded the vehicles in succession, heading towards the location specified by Wang Bo on the phone. After approximately an hour's journey, the grand convoy finally arrived at the research institute located in the suburbs. The soldiers stationed there year-round were taken aback by the sight, as although Wang Bo had given them prior notice, they never anticipated such a large assembly. Due to confidentiality concerns, the institute had never hosted such a multitude of visitors over the years. Now, with this considerable influx of people, the soldiers found themselves quite occupied. As the journalists disembarked, the leading soldier stepped forward to initiate the handover. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow these soldiers to Simulation Experiment Site Number 3. Throughout your visit, you will be under constant surveillance and the watchful eyes of the soldiers. Please refrain from entering any other buildings, or you will be immediately expelled from the institute. Should the situation be serious, we will refer any violators to the judicial authorities. Among the journalists, including Lin Tianfeng, who had spent years on the front line of reporting. They were well aware of the Institute's regulations. They nodded in understanding. The soldiers then proceeded to escort them to experiment site number 3. After a brief walk of about 10 minutes, they finally reached the experimental site. In the center of the site loomed a massive, unidentified object shrouded in a large black cloth, while Wang Bo busily attended to his tasks nearby. The journalists exchanged skeptical glances, feeling that this was mere theatrics. What a charade, they thought. If we traveled all this way without receiving a satisfactory explanation, this will not end well. Leading the group, Lin Tianfeng stared at the ominous silhouette concealed beneath the black drapery, a sense of foreboding swirling within him. At that moment, Wang Bo was engrossed in calibrating data when the leading soldier approached him. "Xiao Wang, all the guests have arrived." Wang Bo looked up, acknowledged the soldier with a brief thanks, and then directed his gaze toward the entrance of the experiment site. Ignoring the journalist's reproachful stares, his eyes quickly found Lin Tianfeng, observing him as if he were a prey about to step into a trap. Chapter 37. The Young Journalist. The outraged crowd glared at Wang Bo, and Lin Tianfeng felt a peculiar sensation, as if he were the unsuspecting catch. He forced himself to suppress the unease rising within and addressed Wang Bo, saying, "Mr. Wang, my fellow journalists and I have arrived. This is the venue you designated. Could you please inform us where the press conference will take place?" Wang Bo remained silent, preoccupied with his tasks, merely gesturing in a particular direction with his lips. This infuriated Lin Tianfeng, causing his eyelids to twitch. As the group turned to follow Wang Bo's indication, they were left utterly astonished. A row of crooked little stools, a hastily dragged office desk, and not even a proper bulletin board in sight. Those in the know understood that this was a notary meeting. Those unaware might think a group of elderly gentlemen had gathered downstairs for a game of chess. Witnessing this familiar scene, Lin Zichao, standing at the back of the group of reporters, couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. Good heavens! This setup was nothing short of a travesty compared to the previous press conference held by Wang Bo. Yet, what a situation we find ourselves in. Renowned journalists from across the nation had gathered, alongside the head of the Lin Group. In the face of such a scenario, Wang Bo dared to present this shabby display. Was this what they called audacity born of talent? Absolutely outrageous. Every individual present was a person of stature. How could they be expected to sit on such meager stools? Indeed, Wang Bo, you must immediately redecorate the venue. At the very least, there should be genuine leather seats. Yes, comply obediently, and when we pen our segment later, we might be a bit gentler on you, sparing you from utter disgrace. To those speaking, Wang Bo appeared as a lamb awaiting slaughter, his fate entirely in the hands of these journalists. Naturally, he dared not defy their commands. However, upon hearing the pompous remarks from these few jesters, Wang Bo did not even lift his head. If you can't handle it, then leave. There is no need for all this fuss. The bluntness of Wang Bo's reply nearly left several reporters choking on their words, just as they were about to argue back. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng, the CEO of the Lin Group, interjected with a curt tone. "Enough, the notary meeting won't take long. Just make do with your seats." Hearing the unfriendly tone from the Lin Group's leader, the reporters dared not continue their pretensions, quickly settling down. They could swagger before Wang Bo, but when faced with Lin Tianfeng, they had to humble themselves. There were also unspoken rules for seating arrangements. Prominent journalists and social media influencers naturally claimed the front row, while lesser-known figures like Lin Zichao from the municipal television station found themselves relegated to the back. As Wang Bo observed everyone taking their seats, he too abandoned any pretense, wiping his face before stepping up to the front. "Can we begin now, Mr. Wang Bo?" Hearing Lin Tianfeng's gritted voice, Wang Bo seemingly remained oblivious to the simmering anger. "Wait, what is the rush?" The rebuffed CEO's chest heaved violently and irregularly. He recognized Wang Bo's genius. After all, how else could he have developed controllable nuclear fusion technology? Previously, he had intended to keep Wang Bo as a perpetual cash cow for the Lin Group. However, that notion had since evaporated. Now he only yearned to seize the technology for a small nuclear reactor and extinguish this insufferable individual without delay. At that moment, Wang Bo lifted his gaze in search, and after a brief while, he finally spotted Lin Zichao in an inconspicuous corner. "Brother Lin, how did you end up there? Come, quickly take a seat in the front row." He then turned to the haughty journalists, coolly instructing, "You all move to the last row." The journalists erupted in outrage. "Wang Bo, you are being excessively tyrannical. Indeed, who do you think you are? Why should we comply with your demands? Right, we refuse to leave. Do you dare to lay a finger on us?" Faced with their obstinacy, a hint of derision crept onto Wang Bo's lips. "Why should I? Simply because this is my domain. You may wish to test the repercussions of your defiance here, which would be far worse than a mere beating. At that moment, several soldiers responsible for maintaining orders swiftly advanced. It was clearly stated in Elder He-S documents that Wang Bo was the de facto head of the research institute for the next 2 months, and the soldiers were obliged to heed his authority. Observing the soldiers' approach, the journalists promptly fell silent, begrudgingly gathering their belongings to occupy the last row. The adage "scholars meet soldiers," and reason fails holds true even in modern times. Wang Bo, watching the dejected figures, felt a strong sense of disdain. How foolish. To think they could bully me in my own territory. Meanwhile, the other journalists harbored deep jealousy towards Lin Zichao, a mere junior reporter sitting in the front row. What is so special about him? Isn't it just that he has a better connection with that pestilential Wang Bo? Exactly. After today, Wang Bo's reputation will be tarnished, and Lin Zichao will surely share his misfortune. Humph. Journalists like him, who lack any principles for fame, should collectively write to the Suchi City television station, urging them to expel this rogue from their ranks. Yes, I will represent our station in writing that letter. In stark contrast, Lin Zichao, seated in the front row, remained unfazed by their disparagement. He felt an exhilarating thrill within, for he understood that the youth before him was not merely the embroidered pillow depicted in public gossip. The very fact that he had orchestrated the gathering of numerous journalists here indicated that he was well prepared to counter the unjust criticisms from the outside world. Being at the forefront allowed him to meticulously document everything. With all preparations in place, Wang Bo strode confidently to the stage, grasping the microphone, and declared in a resonant voice, "Esteemed journalist friends, welcome to today's notarization meeting. As you are aware, the purpose of this meeting is to resolve a dispute. Who is the true inventor of the small-scale nuclear reactor technology? The Lin Group accuses me, Wang Bo, of plagiarism. Isn't that right, General Lin?" Listening to Wang Bo's inquiry, Lin Tianfeng nodded. "Indeed, our group has dedicated over a decade to the development of this technology, investing countless hours and efforts from our researchers. It is only after overcoming significant challenges that we achieved success. Yet, just as we are on the verge of unveiling this groundbreaking technology for the benefit of humanity, we have been mercilessly plagiarized. As the head of the Lin Group, I cannot tolerate this." Observing Lin Tianfeng, whose righteous indignation was evident and eyes slightly reddened, Wang Bo was astonished. "Goodness! If you're not present at next year's Oscar nominations for Best Actor, I shall not watch it." Meanwhile, the audience watched the impassioned president of the Lin Group, their hearts ablaze with righteous fury. This is utterly outrageous. If justice is not served for the Lin Group today, who would dare to delve deeply into research in the future? It is a disgrace to have such a scandal revealed in front of numerous foreign media. There were suggestions to impose a severe penalty on Wang Bo, emphasizing that he should not be spared simply because he is a minor. Chapter 38. Confrontation at the Notarization Meeting. The armor unveiled witnessing this crowd of easily swayed individuals led by Lin Tianfeng. Wang Bo could not help but smirk inwardly. If Mr. Lin asserts this, he must possess some evidence. Upon hearing Wang Bo's question, Lin Tianfeng responded with righteous fervor. "Of course, we have evidence." As he spoke, an assistant approached carrying a large box. "Inside are some of our research documents and videos from these past years. This is merely the tip of the iceberg, regrettably. Due to the majority of the materials being classified, we cannot disclose everything. Please forgive us." With that, they began to explain the contents of the documents and play the videos. Once everything was completed, Lin Tianfeng felt a sense of satisfaction. Over the past 2 months, he had expended immense effort and resources to fabricate this non-existent evidence. It was fair to say that, apart from the 2 individuals aware of the truth, no one else could harbor even a shred of doubt upon witnessing this. After presenting the evidence, Lin Tianfeng skillfully redirected the conflict toward Wang Bo. "Mr. Wang, we have concluded our presentation of evidence. May I inquire where yours is?" At this juncture, Wang Bo had no choice but to produce a video of the small nuclear reactor's construction to sway the audience. However, Lin Tianfeng was unconcerned. If Wang Bo dared to reveal the details of this technology in public, not only would the Lin Group object, but the Special Affairs Bureau would also vehemently oppose it. After all, the consequences of making such crucial technology public were unfathomable. Yet, without direct evidence, Wang Bo would have to accept the failure of this notarization meeting. Eventually, Lin Tianfeng could extend a magnanimous invitation, not only allowing Wang Bo to join the Lin Group and relinquish the technology, but also establishing his own image of benevolence before the public. It is truly a flawless plan. Regrettably, due to the confidentiality surrounding the technology of small nuclear reactors, I possess no direct evidence. Listening to Wang Bo's words, The gathered journalists could almost unanimously conclude that the individual before them was nothing more than a charlatan, a shameless scoundrel, still obstinately defending himself at this juncture. It is precisely through the juxtaposition of such unscrupulous individuals that the greatness of the Lin Group becomes evident. Observing Wang Bo's admission, Lin Tianfeng felt a weight lift from his heart. He was about to extend an invitation when he was interrupted by the subsequent query. Mr. Lin, did you just assert that this is the result of your company's dedicated research efforts? Taken aback by Wang Bo's nonsensical question, Lin Tianfeng quickly responded, indeed. Over the past decade, we have invested virtually all our human and material resources into this project. This statement was part of his strategy, for the Lin Group had experienced a period of stagnation, expending significant national funds without yielding commensurate results, an issue that had drawn considerable criticism. By declaring this, Lin Tianfeng effectively conveyed to the public that they were neither corrupt nor idle, but rather that their funds had been judiciously allocated, thereby silencing the whispers of detractors. So, this implies that the Lin Group lacks the capacity to develop another project on par with, or even superior to, a small nuclear reactor. As Wang Bo's words sank in, Lin Tianfeng felt an ominous thought arise. Yet to avoid contradicting himself and leaving further openings, he chose to remain silent in tacit agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, please open your eyes wide and behold the second gift eye, a mere imitator, present to this world. With that proclamation, he yanked down the black cloth at the center of the stage before anyone could react. Observing Wang Bo's actions, the audience was taken aback. Previously, they had assumed that the cloth concealed some mysterious apparatus from the research institute. However, it soon became apparent that this was indeed Wang Bo's preparation for the public demonstration. In the next moment, what lay beneath the cloth left everyone astounded. What is this? Before their eyes was a colossal halo, at the center of which was a set of yellow and red armored battle suit, firmly secured in place. Lin Tianfeng, equally astonished, felt an instinctive warning blaring in his mind. His fate would be irrevocably cast into the abyss by this very object. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained a calm demeanor. Retorting, Mr. Wang Bo, do not engage in futile struggles. Today, nothing can alter the ironclad truth of your theft of the Lin Group's technology. At the tips of his fingers, Wang Bo lightly touched the cold armor and spoke in a deep voice. Mr. Lin, since you accuse me of stealing your technology, kindly enlighten me on the true purpose of the small nuclear reactor. Hearing this, Lin Tianfeng felt a sudden panic in his heart, yet he stubbornly retorted. It provides energy for daily life and has numerous applications in military affairs. Wang Bo, unfazed, replied, do not attempt to buy time. Confess your transgressions before everyone present. I may consider your youth and impose a lighter penalty. At that moment, the president of the Lin Corporation had completely lost the composure he once possessed. Throughout the exchange with Wang Bo, the rhythm had been dictated by this young man. It created an illusion for him, as though he were a prey ensnared in a spider's web, being inexorably dragged toward an abyss. Upon hearing Lin Tianfeng's response, Wang Bo shook his head in derision. You fundamentally misunderstand the true purpose of the small nuclear reactor. Only this suit of armor can be its rightful vessel. His words instantly stirred a tempest in the audience. It is impossible. How could such a mere hunk of metal consume such terrifying energy? Indeed, that is equivalent to the electricity consumption of an ordinary county for nearly 30 days. I believe Wang Bo has lost his mind. Realizing he is about to be exposed, he is now pretending to be foolish. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Lin Tianfeng's thoughts settled once more. As a graduate of the renowned Faha University, although he had not delved deeply into robotics or armor, he possessed a certain understanding. Even the most energy-consuming robots in the world, powered by a small nuclear reactor, could sustain operation for decades. Moreover, it is crucial to acknowledge that global research and application of robotics and armor remain in their nascent stages. It is no exaggeration to assert that successfully mimicking human actions such as running, jumping, bending, and turning is an exceedingly challenging feat yet. Wang Bo had the audacity to claim that such an epic-making invention was created merely for such trivial purposes. It was utterly ludicrous. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng felt a wave of shame wash over him. He was embarrassed for his earlier anxiety and fear. Lin Tianfeng, you have truly regressed. How could you let yourself be unsettled by such a foolish boy? It was merely a stroke of luck that led to the invention of this technology. Yet he had elevated him to a figure of significance. Meanwhile, Elder He, watching the revelation of Wang Bo's invention on television, furrowed his brow. Beside him, Hiaoan interjected. The world's most powerful robot is an underwater machine developed by our nation, capable of diving to a minimum depth of 6,000 meters. Its power stands at 400 kilowatts. Even when accounting for the energy consumption of auxiliary machinery, it shall not exceed 800 kilowatts. By such calculations, a small nuclear reactor can provide energy for over 70 years. Clearly, this is not the most advantageous application of this groundbreaking technology. Listening to his son's mockery, He Jianhua felt a flicker of doubt arise within him. What is this? Wang, your talents should extend far beyond this. If this is all there is to it, then you are bound to lose our wager. Chapter 39. Armored Warrior Hong Wang No. 1. The reactor makes its reappearance. Hearing the skepticism of the crowd below, Wang Bo slowly began to speak. Your doubts stem from ignorance. I shall now present to you the meticulously developed armor. Allow you to see whether I, Wang Bo, am indeed a true genius or merely a charlatan. Without heeding the jeers and taunts of the crowd, Wang Bo turned and addressed. General Hao, I must trouble you. Upon hearing his name mentioned, Hao Zhiguo felt compelled to step forward, though he could not shake a sense of regret. A month prior, Wang Bo had contacted this highest-ranking military leader of Beichuan province through Hilao. In exchange for a fully operational small nuclear reactor, Hao Zhiguo had agreed to facilitate the deployment of a fighter jet from the capital to assist Wang Bo with his tests. However, unbeknownst to Wang Bo, even Hao Zhiguo lacked the authority to mobilize a fighter jet during peacetime. His acquiescence was solely due to the presence of officials from the National Security Bureau bearing orders from above. Yet, witnessing the magnitude of the situation now unfolding, the general felt a twinge of apprehension. Young man, be honest with me. Do you truly possess the confidence to pull this off? Once the jet is summoned, should this performance falter, both our reputations will be at stake. Observing the cautious general, Wang Bo could only chuckle. Rest assured, General Hao, after this public demonstration, you need not pester me for this suit of armor. Hao Zhiguo scoffed at Wang Bo's self-assured words. The notion of armor being utilized in military operations belonged to the realm of cinema. In reality, it was utterly implausible. Why would he ever beg for such scrap metal? What a jest. Once the fighter jet was in position, Wang Bo called out to Lin Zichao below. Brother Lin, I require your assistance. What sort of assistance? Speak. I am listening. At that moment, Lin Zichao was equally startled. What was Wang Bo attempting to orchestrate that even a fighter jet was involved? I need you to capture on film everything you witnessed from the aircraft. Though the request left Lin Zichao bewildered, he gritted his teeth and agreed. Although Mr. P.S. Research Institute is ostensibly focused on the study of human dynamics, it also bears connections to military applications. Consequently, the fighter jet has long been stationed at other testing grounds. In a short span, all preparations were completed. The public broadcast successfully connected to Lin Zichao's filming, revealing the fighter jet gracefully ascending into the sky. Mr. Wang Bo, please dispense with the theatrics. At this juncture, no performance you offer can absolve you of the plagiarism against the Lin Group. Moreover, our time is precious, and we have no inclination to indulge in such futile endeavors. Listening to Lin Tianfeng's remarks, the reporters in the audience grew increasingly impatient. Indeed, Wang Bo, cease your desperate struggles. Simply admit your fault before the nation. I am confident that Mr. Lin will not make it difficult for you. Yet, in the next moment, the crowd's jeers and scorn fell silent. On stage, a colossal halo began to rotate slowly, which, in an instant, manifested into 3 gigantic mechanical arms. Wang Bo stood at the center of the halo, and the moment he stepped within, the entire exosuit appeared to awaken, radiating light. A brilliant red beam swept across the scene, followed by an emotionless mechanical voice announcing, "User of Honghuang No. 1 detected. Wang Bo preparing to don the Honghuang No. 1 exosuit. Please hold on." As the words echoed, the 3 massive mechanical arms seemingly received a command and began their operation. Under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the arms extended toward the exosuit, disassembling it and assembling it onto Wang Bo's form. With the arms deftly maneuvering, the exosuit was finally fully donned by Wang Bo. Subsequently, the 3 robust mechanical arms reached toward a black metal box, as if something extraordinary resided within. To the astonishment of all, a soft blue glow emerged into view. Could it be? Did Lin Tianfeng not previously state that only one small nuclear reactor was missing? How then can this be explained? Might Wang Bo have acquired the technology to fabricate one himself? Are you jesting? Given the related materials, you couldn't even comprehend the construction. Look, is it just my imagination, or does this small reactor appear to emit a more radiant glow than the previous one? Your observation seems valid. Witnessing the chaos and skepticism erupting from the audience, Lin Tianfeng momentarily lost his composure. He had never anticipated that, within such a brief period, Wang Bo would possess the resources and determination to recreate one. Observing the confusion in the eyes of the crowd, Wang Bo calmly interjected, "This reporter friend is correct. Indeed, last time, Due to a lack of funds, only the most rudimentary small nuclear reactor could be constructed. However, this time is different, with the support of Mr. He. All the materials employed are of the highest caliber. The energy storage capacity and stability of power supply, compared to the previous model, will reach unprecedented heights. At this moment, the reporters in the audience have set aside their mockery of Wang Bo, fervently documenting every word he utters. Damn, is it that old man He Jianhua? Lin Tianfeng, upon hearing Wang Bo's words, suddenly realizes. No wonder, given this kid's worth, how could he possibly afford to create another one? It turns out that old codger is meddling. This oversight has nearly pushed him to the brink of despair. In the past, he could have leveraged his influence to gloss over this matter. But now he is unwilling. Unwilling to part with this groundbreaking technology of the small nuclear reactor. Unwilling to let go of an opportunity to break free from the Zhang family's constraints. Unwilling to forfeit the chance for the two brothers to etch their names in history. Amidst these numerous obsessions, he resolutely decided to make a final stand. Clap, clap, clap. As Lin Tianfeng applauded, all eyes turned toward him, a hint of derision gracing his lips as he spoke. Mr. Wang Bo, I never imagined you could be so utterly depraved. For the sake of fame, you have sunk to such depths. To fabricate a similar halo and deceive the public here. Hearing the words of the president of Lin's corporation, the audience awakened from their stupor. Now I understand. Why is that color so strikingly bright? How fortunate we weren't duped by this scoundrel. To claim he has improved the small nuclear reactor, what utter nonsense. Wang Bo's audacity is astonishing. Such a revolutionary marvel cannot simply be claimed by him. Fortunately, President Lin spoke in time, pulling us from this lad's web of lies. Observing public opinion shifting back in his favor, Lin Tianfeng momentarily breathed a sigh of relief. He was gambling, betting that Wang Bo could not produce a second small nuclear reactor in such a short time, betting that he was merely bluffing. After all, the technical personnel from his own group had previously stated that even with mastery of this technology, it would take at least a year and a half to construct one with the full force of the corporation. And Wang Bo is but one man. Even with He Jianhua's assistance, he does not believe it. To recreate a small nuclear reactor, let alone an improved version, in less than 2 months is simply implausible. Chapter 40. The Name of Genius. The debut of Hongwang No. 1 Wang Bo gazed at Lin Tianfeng, whose face reflected a wild frenzy. A hint of indifference playing on his lips. Lin Tianfeng, how pitiful you truly are. In pursuit of fame and fortune, one may resort to unscrupulous means. Yet ultimately, it is akin to drawing water with a bamboo basket, an exercise in futility. Behold, for today I shall shatter all your illusions. In the emotionless tone of Wang Bo, 3 mechanical arms deftly delivered a brand new miniature nuclear reactor into the core of the Hongwang No. 1. As the last and most crucial component of the armor was positioned, the entire suit erupted in a brilliant radiance, as if it had come to life. Wang Bo then addressed the onlookers. Do not blink, for every moment that follows will be etched into history. As his words fell, the iron mask upon his face descended with a resounding clang. The alloy armor enveloped Wang Bo, fitting him like a second skin. Then, under the incredulous gaze of all present, for jets of flame erupted from the armor's hands and feet. With this tremendous counterforce, the entire suit began to ascend slowly. Soon, the armor hovered steadily in midair, eliciting expressions of disbelief from the crowd. Impossible. There should be no existing technology that allows a robot or armor to achieve such perfect levitation. This alone could trigger a seismic shift within the scientific community. Observing the astonishment etched on their faces, a playful smirk graced Wang Bo's lips. Ladies and gentlemen, your astonishment is premature. Levitation is merely the most trivial application of my Hongwang No. 1. Next, I shall reveal to you its true purpose. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, the jets of flame from the armor's limbs intensified, unleashing a force exponentially greater than before. In an instant, Hongwang No. 1 surged forward with terrifying speed, vanishing from sight. What velocity is this? My heavens, what a miracle we are witnessing. This Hongwang No. 1 has the potential to propel the entire field of armor development into unprecedented advancement. Look at the big screen. At this prompt, the crowd quickly turned their attention. The armor had, in the blink of an eye, ascended to several thousand meters, gracefully hovering beside a fighter jet. This is what it means to command a fighter jet. Indeed, without the fighter jet, we would have been unable to appreciate the splendor of Hongwang No. 1. Lin Zichao is incredibly fortunate, having obtained first-hand interview material on 2 epic-making inventions. Alas, it is mere fortune that allowed this fellow to meet Wang Bo at such a pivotal moment. From this point onward, Lin Zichao is destined for greatness. At this juncture, The crowd harbored not a shred of doubt regarding Wang Bo. After all, the ability to develop such an advanced armor speaks volumes of Wang Bo's extraordinary genius, a rarity to be found only once in a millennium. This will undoubtedly become a formidable force within the realm of scientific research. Such individuals would never resort to plagiarism, nor would they deign to do so. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, who is on stage, slumps to the ground, his face ashen. He, along with the Lin group, is finished. From this day forward, he and his brother are destined to be forsaken by the Zhang family, and without the protection of Zhongguan. Their crimes warrant execution multiple times over. Even now, he cannot comprehend how an inconspicuous high school student could achieve such remarkable feats. However, the mindset of the world cannot fathom the extraordinary strength of Marvel and the system. At this moment, He Laozhong, seated before the television, trembles uncontrollably. Although this towering figure of the nation is approaching his twilight years, it does not mean he is out of touch with the times. The exosuit, undoubtedly, it should be the prevailing theme of future living and military applications. Yet, this future may not arrive for hundreds or even thousands of years. Yet now, within He Laozhong's lifetime, someone has managed to translate this conceptual technology into reality. What a truly astonishing and exhilarating occurrence. As he watches the broadcast, He Yaoan unusually remains silent, refraining from mocking Wang Bo. Though it merely suspends individuals in midair, the underlying issues of human dynamics are exceptionally complex. So intricate that even the most esteemed experts worldwide have yet to devise effective solutions. Just based on this, he must concede that Wang Bo possesses considerable skill. Observing his father's provocative gaze, the typically composed He Yaoan finds himself harboring a fleeting thought of mischievous defiance. Do not rejoice too soon. This minute energy consumption does not even approach a fraction of the terrifying energy reserves of a small nuclear reactor. This contradicts his earlier assertions. Listening to this almost nonsensical statement, He Jianhua cannot help but smile knowingly. He recognizes that although his son outwardly denies it, the deeply entrenched biases within him are beginning to crumble. Watching the youthful figure on the screen, He Jianhua feels a rare stir of anticipation. Wang, my boy, I sense that there is still more to come. Will you bring me even greater surprises? Meanwhile, Fu Guotai, who is watching the live broadcast, is filled with excitement. Firstly, because China has produced a once-in-a-century genius. Secondly, with the emergence of the exosuit, the National Security Bureau finally has an excuse to take action against the Lin Group. He quickly dials the phone of the National Security Bureau member at the venue. Director Fu, what are your instructions? Listen closely. Immediately place Lin Tianfeng under strict surveillance. He must not be allowed any opportunity to leave the venue. Secondly, remain vigilant against all foreign spies within the venue. Once the battle suit descends, swiftly ensure the protection of Wang Bo, listening to the serious voice of Fu Guotai on the other end of the line. A member of the National Security Bureau felt a chill in his heart. Yes, Chief Fu, I assure you I will accomplish the task. Inside the venue, the journalists, having recovered from their shock, began to perceive certain discrepancies. If this is merely a test of the hovering function, why summon a fighter jet? One pondered aloud. Indeed, I share your bewilderment. Could a standard helicopter not suffice? Perhaps it was the exuberance of youth that led to such ostentation. After all, conducting an experiment with a fighter jet is far more glamorous. Wang Bo's penchant for such extravagant displays wastes unnecessary resources. What of it? If I were that young, producing such astonishing inventions, I would be even more audacious. I would request 2 fighter jets. Listening to the discussions from the audience, Hao Zhigua furrowed his brow slightly. This was precisely the source of his confusion. A helicopter could easily resolve the issue at hand. Why did Wang Bo insist on requesting a fighter jet? Unlike the journalists below, Hao Zhigua had previously collaborated with Wang Bo. Though their interaction had been brief, the youth had exhibited a level of maturity and sophistication that belied the notion he was merely seeking to attract attention. Inside the battlesuit, Wang Bo heard the myriad questions through the internal communication system. He had not intended to explain, as all uncertainties would soon be clarified during the upcoming demonstration. However, reflecting on his somewhat tarnished online reputation, he deemed it necessary to salvage it and promptly connected to the microphone, stating, I believe you are all quite curious. Why has a fighter jet been requisitioned for this experiment? It is because, in the forthcoming tests, even a fighter jet may struggle to keep pace. Please hold your breath and open your eyes wide. I present to you the debut of Honghuang No. 1. Chapter 41, The Shocked Venue. Extreme speed, what does this mean? Is Wang Bo really going to race against a fighter jet? What a farce. I acknowledge Wang Bo's genius, but that does not mean he can toy with us. Who would argue otherwise? The speed required to break the sound barrier would subject the human body to an overwhelming inertia that could tear it apart. Meanwhile, Hao Jiguo's expression darkened at these words. It is important to note that the fighter jet requisitioned for Wang Bo is among the most advanced models currently serving in the Huahua military. Its maximum speed can reach a staggering Mach 3, or 3 times the speed of sound. What does this imply? It means this aircraft can traverse a distance of 1 kilometer in merely 1 second. From the southernmost tip to the northernmost reaches of Huahua, one can traverse this expanse in just over an hour aboard this aircraft. Such terrifying speed places it among the elite in the world. Yet Wang Bo, with this seemingly modest piece of battle armor, dares to claim superiority. For this seasoned general, with years of military service, such aspirations seem nothing short of folly. He perceives Wang Bo as a youth intoxicated by the adulation of the masses and the allure of fame, spouting nonsensical bravado. With this thought, his impression of Wang Bo diminished further. At this moment, Wang Bo remained oblivious to the musings of the highest-ranking officer in the Beichuan military district. Previously constrained by numerous limitations during development, even he could not fully grasp the true capabilities of the Honghuang No. 1 battle armor. Now presented with the opportunity, he yearned to witness the true extent of this armor's power. General Hao, please inform the pilot to cease hovering and proceed at full speed. General Hao Jiguo hesitated, considering offering a word of caution, but then thought that perhaps a little setback might serve this young man well. He promptly picked up the communicator and commanded, Pilot 003. Halt the hover and accelerate forward at full speed. Upon receiving the order, the pilot began to operate the aircraft, gradually initiating movement. Witnessing this, Wang Bo leaned slightly forward, and the flames emitted from his armor shifted direction. 30 meters per second, 50 meters per second, 100 meters per second, while the aircraft continued to accelerate. The Honghuang No. 1 armor remained steadfastly alongside its wing. What sorcery is this? Speeding past 100 meters per second, it had already exceeded the velocity of high-speed trains. Most astonishingly, its speed continued to surge. At this moment, Hao Jiguo was equally astounded. Even though this speed could not compare to that of the aircraft, the current velocity of this striking red and yellow armor was sufficient for conventional military engagements. It is no exaggeration to assert that Wang Bo's armor heralded a new revolution in military technology. Following the advent of the Honghuang No. 1, the concept of individual combat would be redefined across the globe. As the fighter jet's speed soared ever higher, the anticipation of the onlookers grew palpable. They were eager to discern the limits of this seemingly miraculous armor. Finally, accompanied by a thunderous sound, the sound barrier was effortlessly shattered before their astonished eyes. It truly breached the speed of sound. Unbelievable. Wang Bo is indeed a singular genius of our age. Ha ha ha. Let anyone dare to claim that Huahua lacks talent. This year's Nobel Prize in Physics is beyond dispute. At this moment, the pilot within the fighter jet gazed incredulously at the flamboyantly colored red and yellow battle armor flying alongside. Good heavens, this is supersonic. No one would have anticipated that this garish hunk of metal could achieve such remarkable speeds, had he not undergone rigorous training. Any ordinary pilot might have been too frightened to continue flying their aircraft. Yet, before he could even stabilize his astonishment, he noticed the distant battle armor subtly tilt its head in his direction, followed by a slight forward motion of its right arm. Having witnessed this gesture countless times, the seasoned pilot instinctively understood its implication. This audacious individual was signaling him to accelerate. Unbelievable. Since the pilot had taken to the skies, he had never encountered such indignity. Who would dare suggest that a fighter jet was insufficiently fast? This was intolerable. In that moment, the veteran pilot felt a surge of indignation ignited by Wang Bo's audacious maneuver. He was determined to demonstrate the sheer terror of a fighter jet at full throttle. 1 Mach, 1.5 Mach, 2 Mach. Although theoretically, 3 Mach represented the upper limit of a fighter jet's speed under normal circumstances, 2 Mach was more than adequate for conventional warfare. As he watched the red and yellow armor vanish alongside him, the pilot exhaled in relief. In a race of speed, you are ultimately still a novice. However, before he could fully savor this victory, he noticed Lin Zichao, filming from behind, swiftly redirecting the camera to capture another angle of the fighter jet. Following the direction of the shot, a scene unfolded before the pilot's eyes that was nearly impossible to accept. The battle armor had merely changed direction, yet still maintained a steady position alongside the fighter jet. How is this possible? The culmination of decades of human ingenuity and engineering was being so effortlessly surpassed by a mere high school student. At this moment, the very foundations of his preconceived notions felt shaken. Although his pride forbade him from yielding, the soldier's adherence to orders prevented him from accelerating further. reporting to command. The aircraft's speed has reached 2 Mach. Shall we continue to increase? In the conference room, upon hearing the pilot's report, Hao Jigua fell into an extended silence. He could hardly believe that this mere child had managed to invent something so formidable. At that moment, he began to question whether he was trapped in a dream. For how else could such absurdity occur? It was no wonder the boy had requested a fighter jet. No wonder he had sought permission for flight over 1,000 kilometers. He could scarcely fathom the seismic impact that the world would experience following the live broadcast of the Honghuang No. 1. Regaining his focus, the immediate priority was to continue testing. Pilot 003, permitted to exceed Mach 2, proceeded to accelerate. Upon receiving the command, the pilot, with a solemn expression, slowly pressed a red button. It is noteworthy that even a pilot of his caliber, due to the prevailing peacetime, had scarcely encountered such extreme modes of combat aircraft. Yet now, in pursuit of this record, this aerial steel behemoth ultimately shed its constraints. As he steadily pushed the control stick forward, the fighter jet's speed surged once again. Observing the accelerating aircraft, the citizens of Huagua watching the live broadcast couldn't help but clench their fists, eager to discover whether Mach 3, the ultimate speed of this fighter jet, could reveal the limits of Honghuang No. 1. Chapter 42, Flight Altitude. Records are meant to be broken amidst the anxious gazes of the onlookers. The pilot's voice gradually resonated through the communicator. Report to headquarters. The aircraft has reached maximum speed. Hearing the pilot's report and witnessing the armored suit closely following in the footage, the crowd erupted in excitement. They could hardly believe it. Honghuang No. 1 was simply astounding. Its inaugural appearance was already matching the speed of our nation's fighter jets. Matching? Just look at the armored suit's ease. It was evident that it had not yet reached its limits. As the discussion among the crowd intensified, Wang Bo's voice timely broke through. Ladies and gentlemen, I regret to inform you that due to the fighter jet reaching its limit, the following footage cannot continue to be captured by it. The audience, including Hao Jigua on stage, felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They longed to witness the limits of Honghuang No. 1 with their own eyes. Was it ultimately a mere wish? However, Wang Bo swiftly shifted his tone, saying, to ensure that everyone present and the viewers of the live broadcast can witness the performance of Honghuang No. 1, I have prepared another small device for the follow-up. As Wang Bo's words concluded, a device roughly the size of a softball slowly ascended in the venue. I have named it the Xinfeng. Its core is equipped with a miniature nuclear reactor, sacrificing all other functionalities purely to pursue speed. This little marvel can achieve a maximum speed exceeding Mach 10. Moreover, it is programmed for evasion and photography, ensuring stable and clear capture while safeguarding itself from harm. It will be responsible for the upcoming follow-up. As he spoke, the Xinfeng had already soared into the air, vanishing from the audience's sight in the blink of an eye. Just moments ago, the fighter jet took nearly 10 minutes to traverse a certain distance, but now, the Xinfeng has accomplished the same feat in under a minute. As the scene resumed, the crowd erupted in cheers once more. This signifies their opportunity to witness this epic-making marvel in its entirety. Meanwhile, under the command of Hao Jigua, the fighter jet began its return, clearly indicating that in the realm of speed, this latest model of aircraft was destined for slaughter. With the arrival of the Xinfeng, Wang Bo's anticipation finally ignited. He was eager to discover the extent of the performance enhancements made to the Honghuang No. 1 by himself and the system. Boom. The instantaneous acceleration generated a formidable shockwave, resulting in a massive explosion cloud behind the battle suit. Bolstered by this immense recoil, the battle armor's speed soared, transcending the realm of Mach 3 and stepping into Mach 4. Mach 4. 3. Mach 4. 5. Mach 4. 8. Mach 5. At this moment, one could hear a pin drop in the venue. Initially, in their understanding, even if the Honghuang No. 1 could surpass the speed of the fighter jet, it would not exceed by a significant margin. However, it became evident that they were gravely mistaken. The battle suit boasted a lead of a full 2 Mach over the fighter jet, and observing its seemingly insatiable demeanor, everyone understood that this was far from its limit. Just as Wang Bo was about to push for further acceleration, Hao Jigua suddenly recalled something and quickly interjected, Wang Bo, you cannot continue. The restricted airspace granted for this demonstration was merely over 1,000 kilometers. Continuing further could easily breach the no-fly zone, leading to an irreparable disaster. Listening to Hao Jigua's urgent plea, the live audience expressed their regret. Such a monumental moment was regrettably at risk of being cut short due to inadequate preparations, which was naturally bound to incite dissatisfaction among the citizens of Huagua. Observing the audience's criticisms and discontent on the live stream, Hao Jigua wore a look of bewilderment and helplessness. Who would have thought that a simple public demonstration could lead to such a terrifying spectacle crafted by this young man? Wang Bo? However, Wang Bo, undeterred by the command to return, maintained his high-speed advance. General, what is the maximum flight altitude of today's fighter jets? Upon hearing Wang Bo's seemingly nonsensical question, Hao Zhiguo was momentarily taken aback before responding. The maximum flight altitude is 25,000 meters. A record set by the MiG-31 of Beixiong country. Why do you ask? Wang Bo, with a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth, replied, General, do you know the true purpose of a record? It is meant to be broken. Listening to Wang Bo's self-questioning and answering, the crowd was enveloped in bewilderment. In the next moment, the colossal screen displayed Hongwang, number 1 suddenly veered upward, soaring straight into the sky. 10,000 meters, 15,000 meters, 20,000 meters. As the altitude approached its limits, the spectators' breaths grew increasingly rapid. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of the Chinese populace, the flight altitude effortlessly surpassed the previous record set by the Northern Bear country's aircraft. My heavens, it is utterly unbelievable. This defies the laws of science. How has he resolved the issues of extreme low temperatures? Indeed, one must remember that altitude exceeds 20,000 meters. The temperature approaches minus 60 degrees Celsius, which could easily result in mechanical failure. Furthermore, the issue of oxygen supply poses significant challenges for high-altitude flight. If one were to deploy nuclear weapons at such heights during warfare, it would be an insurmountable dilemma. At this moment, the venerable he, seated before the television, suddenly gasped for breath, his face turning an alarming shade of red. Meanwhile, He Yaowen, disregarding any familial quarrel, hurriedly approached to pat his father's back, assisting him in alleviating his distress. Once he finally managed to exhale, he stood upright. A prodigious talent indeed. I can hardly fathom that in this era where battle armor remains merely theoretical, this young man has forged ahead, transcending the limitations of time. I dare predict that with just these two technological advancements, our nation can contend with the seemingly invincible beautiful country. Listening to his father's praise, He Yaowen unusually refrained from retorting. In truth, his inner turmoil mirrored that of he. He had never imagined that the young lad he encountered that day possessed a mind so far ahead of the world. Previously, he felt a pang of regret for his own immaturity, given that his research project in the Northern Bear country was reaching a critical juncture. How could he have foolishly agreed to that boy's invitation to remain in China for 2 months out of spite? Yet now, it appears that his youthful folly has allowed him to witness such a marvel today. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 30,000 meters, Wang Bo gazed down upon the earth, a swell of pride surging within him. Reflecting on his months of bullying during high school, he now found himself at 30,000 meters, basking in the admiration and respect of thousands. This entire experience felt like a surreal dream. General Hao, testing here should pose no risk, correct? Listening to the teasing voice from the equipment, Hao Zhiguo felt a wave of exasperation. At 30,000 meters, with not a hair in sight, what sort of accident could possibly occur? Though he thought this, he remained mindful of his words during the live broadcast. Young man, do take care. In the next moment, a deafening roar erupted, shattering the sound barrier once more. With no reservations left, the Hongwang number 1 unleashed its full might. Chapter 43, Conspiracy. An urgent warning. On Blue Star, at an altitude of 30,000 meters, the conditions were harsh to the extreme, severely lacking in oxygen and shrouded in a chilling minus 60 degrees. No living creature could survive in such an inhospitable environment, rendering the area unsettlingly silent in the past. However, today, this forbidden realm of life was invaded by an unexpected guest. With a swift motion, a beam of light, surpassing the limits of human perception, streaked across the sky. Perhaps due to its astonishing speed, the thin air ignited under the immense kinetic energy, causing the luminescent trail to shine even brighter. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a faint human silhouette at the heart of this mysterious glow. 6 Mach. Was this truly the pinnacle speed of Hongwang number 1? Inside the battle armor, Wang Bo observed the fully operational Hongwang number 1 and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. This velocity, when compared to the existing technology of this world, could only be rivaled by a select few drones designed for speed, marking it as a zenith of achievement. As for the combat capabilities of the armor, due to the stringent control of weaponry by the Huagua government, Hongwang number 1 was not equipped with any lethal weapons at this moment. Thus, the primary aim of Wang Bo during this demonstration was to showcase the flight speed and altitude of the armor to the world. Believing that these two aspects alone would be sufficient to capture the attention of the Huagua leadership. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo prepared to descend and return. At this moment, across the ocean in the beautiful country, within the presidential office, Defense Minister Andrew and the nation's highest leader, Wilson, were rendered speechless as they watched the live broadcast. After the initial shock, Wilson's voice, filled with repressed fury, broke the silence. Andrew, is this what you call fake news? Is this the smokescreen you claimed Huagua had thrown out? If this is indeed a smokescreen, what does that make our nation's physicists? Are they merely malfunctioning duds? Hearing this, Andrew could only manage a bitter smile. Who could have imagined that this young man named Wang Bo could possess such extraordinary talent? This young Huagua individual had a gift in physics that was utterly revolutionary. It was precisely because his abilities defied logic that Andrew had previously overlooked the need for stringent oversight over the boy. Thus, in response to the president's furious inquiries, Andrew dared not utter a word of dissent. After the president had vented his anger, as the defense minister, he hastily proposed a solution. Mr. President, perhaps this is also a fortuitous opportunity. An opportunity for what? The opportunity for our splendid nation to relinquish the title of the world's foremost power is upon us. Listening to the president's rebuttal, Andrew remained unfazed and continued his analysis. As soon as Wang Bo ascended to 30,000 feet, I commanded the operations department to monitor him closely via satellite. Following the test flight, he would undoubtedly return to the research institute in the capital. Based on his flight trajectory, our experts have conducted a thorough analysis, concluding that he will likely pass over the eastern coastal regions of our country. And there, our aircraft carrier, the Megan, is currently patrolling. At this revelation, Wilson's eyes brightened with realization. Are you suggesting that we could intercept him? However, he soon recalled the terrifying speed of the Honghuang 1. At 6 Mach, it surpasses the maximum speed of all fighter jets, making interception by aircraft utterly impossible. Observing Wilson's furrowed brow, Andrew instantly grasped his thoughts. Interception is indeed unattainable. Not to mention that the altitude and velocity of Honghuang 1 far exceed that of conventional fighter jets. Even if we were to intercept it, the higher echelons of our nation would undoubtedly prevent us from taking possession of it. Listening to Andrew's analysis, Wilson's agitation surged once more. So what do you propose? My suggestion is that we must act swiftly, so rapidly that our country cannot react, completing all necessary tasks. We could deploy fighter jets armed with lightweight missiles to bring down that armored suit. Then, we would promptly send teams to salvage the wreckage and return it for our research. Given the advanced research capabilities of our splendid nation, with the wreckage at hand, we could achieve mass production of small nuclear reactors and armored suits within a year. At that point, the conquest of the entire world by our splendid nation will be no mere dream. Listening to Andrew's plan, Wilson felt an exhilarating thrill. If we could bring back those two technologies, there would be no controversy surrounding his re-election in the near future. As for whether Wang Bo would survive being struck by a missile, that was of no concern to either of them. Andrew, proceed with the arrangements. Upon receiving the order, the Minister of Defense did not hesitate for a moment, swiftly contacting the head of the Megan. Meanwhile, in the conference hall, the large screen displayed footage of Wang Bo's return, while General Hao Zhigua was handling a throng of fervent reporters. General Hao, could you clarify whether there has been any state involvement in Mr. Wang Bo's research? General Hao, you have appeared twice at Mr. Wang Bo's demonstration events. Does this imply that Mr. Wang Bo has reached a collaboration with the military district of Beichuan? As General Hao was diligently responding to inquiries, an abrupt and piercing ringtone emanated from his right pocket, causing his expression to change dramatically. It was the dedicated line for wartime communications within the military district, accessible only to a select few high-ranking officers. General Hao Zhigua had been in possession of this phone for a decade, and during this time, apart from a few extraordinary disasters, it had remained silent. At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with the throng of reporters and hastily answered the call. A voice, that of a middle-aged man, urgently relayed from the other end. General Hao, this is the National Security Bureau. You must immediately inform Wang Bo to halt his descent and ascend without delay. 2 unidentified fighter jets have breached our airspace over the East China Sea. We suspect they are targeting Wang Bo and the Honghuang No. 1 battle armor. The Eastern Theater has dispatched fighter jets which will arrive within 10 minutes. Please ensure Wang Bo holds his position. Upon hearing this, Hao Zhigua's expression shifted once more. Just moments ago, he had been enveloped in shock and elation, completely forgetting the immense allure that this battle armor held for all nations, particularly the United States. This allure was so profound that, within half an hour of the Honghuang No. 1's unveiling, they had recklessly disregarded international safety protocols and intruded into Chinese territorial airspace with intentions of seizing it by force. Observing the persistent reporters surrounding him, he felt a surge of anger. Drawing his sidearm, he fired 3 shots into the air. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of the gunfire quelled the tumultuous atmosphere within the hall. All present, though filled with confusion, instinctively fell silent and parted to create a pathway. Without the luxury of explanation, Hao Zhiguo rushed to the center of the venue, seized the communicator, and relayed the urgent situation to Wang Bo. Meanwhile, inside the battle armor, Wang Bo, after addressing Hao Zhiguo's frantic warnings, prepared to ascend. Yet, in an instant, as if sensing danger, he squinted slightly, peering through the visor of his armor in a particular direction. Was it too late for the warning? Although he had anticipated such a scenario, he was still taken aback by the swiftness of these malicious actors. He hoped they would not go too far. Otherwise, despite the Honghuang No. 1 being unarmed, it was not to be underestimated. Chapter 44, Missile Impact. Descent. In the distance, 2 fighter jets were rapidly approaching Wang Bo's location. Although these unidentified aircraft bore known national insignia, their model revealed the truth: the United States. At that moment, the spectators in the venue, through the perspective of the Signal B, also beheld the swiftly approaching fighters. What was happening? Were those aircraft there to escort Wang Bo back? Fool! Look at the fighter jet model. It is evident that it does not belong to our nation. How dare foreign aircraft intrude into our airspace? They must possess the audacity of a bear and the courage of a leopard. At this moment, Hao Zhiguo felt a chill in his heart. Unable to fathom the consequences should such technology fall into the hands of the United States. What fate awaits our nation? Wang Bo, head southwest at full speed. There, our Air Force awaits your arrival. Hearing Hao Zhiguo's frantic cries and recalling the earlier reckless display of gunfire, those present seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Tianfeng, slumped on the platform, revealed a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Have other nations begun to act? If Wang Bo perishes amidst this turmoil, today's events will leave no witnesses. Even if the higher-ups are aware of their wrongdoing, they will be powerless to act, for in our nation, evidence holds paramount importance. No individual possesses the authority to detain another without proof. A tinge of madness flickered in his gaze. Wang Bo, under the scrutiny of the entire nation, you shall obediently meet your demise. Shameless, utterly shameless. At this moment, he now trembled uncontrollably due to the tumultuous emotions surging within him. Immediately, contact the American embassy and vehemently protest this act of piracy. Beside him, Yaoan hastened to assist and cautioned, it is futile. Do you think the United States will relinquish this prize merely due to a few protests? The strong prey upon the weak. This has always been the sole principle governing relations between nations. Now, we can only hope for the swift arrival of support from our homeland. In this way, Wang Bo may yet have a sliver of hope. At this moment, following Hao Zhiguo's signal, Wang Bo sped towards the southwest. However, the 2 enemy jets, clearly aware of their speed disadvantage, launched a frenzied assault the moment Wang Bo altered his course. The 2 American pilots, however, did not immediately fire missiles. The orders conveyed were explicit: to down him while preserving the integrity of their aircraft as much as possible. Thus, they refrained from using their missiles until the target was within range. A barrage of bullets from their machine guns whistled through the air towards Wang Bo. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the venue closed their eyes. Hao Zhiguo's heart raced to his throat. Could the Honghuang No. 1 armor withstand bullets of nearly 20 caliber? Finally, under the watchful eyes of the entire nation, the bullets made contact with the armor. Yet, to the relief and cheers of the crowd, the bullets ricocheted violently off the armor's resilient surface the moment they struck. In stark contrast to the collective optimism of the crowd, Hao Zhiguo's expression remained profoundly grim. The armored suit, capable of such high-speed operation at great altitudes, was crafted from exceptionally resilient materials, rendering it impervious to the bullets of machine guns. However, what truly troubled him was the presence of another type of weapon aboard the fighter jet: missiles. At high altitudes, these weapons posed a genuine threat. Once locked on, evasion was nearly impossible. The immense thermal wave generated by an explosion could instantly engulf the entire armored suit. Equally terrifying was the subsequent force. Even within the confines of the suit, Wang Bo would be at risk of having his internal organs shattered by the shockwave. Observing that the machine gun bullets failed to bring down the armored suit, the pilot in the fighter jet grew impatient. With support from Huaguo potentially arriving at any moment, their time was running short. The 2 pilots swiftly resolved to deploy lightweight missiles. As the red button was activated, a missile, trailing flames, rapidly detached from the aircraft and hurtled towards Wang Bo, approaching speeds of nearly 10 Mach. Even with the full firepower of the armored suit, evasion was futile. The warhead loomed larger in Wang Bo's vision, and in the next instant, it struck the back of the armored suit with a resounding boom. A colossal explosion erupted in the sky. The Hongwang No. 1 was directly hit by the missile, seemingly losing all propulsion, and plummeted rapidly through the air. Within moments, it fell thousands of meters, crashing heavily onto an uncharted island in the East Sea, all under the despairing gaze of onlookers. No, at that moment, back home, Huang Haoyang was consumed by grief upon witnessing this scene, while Yang Ping beside him was rendered speechless by tears. Although Wang Bo was not of their bloodline, after nearly a decade of companionship, they had long considered this inherently kind-hearted child as their own. Yet today, had I known, I would never have allowed him to tinker with such things. It's all my fault. All my fault. Watching Huang Haoyang pound his chest in anguish, Yang Ping, with tear-filled eyes, placed her hand on his shoulder and reassured him. This was his dream. We had no reason to hinder him, did we? Equally devastated was Elder He, far away in the capital. In that moment, he felt as though his spine had been severed, slumping helplessly in his chair. A direct missile hit, followed by a fall from thousands of meters in the air, offered no glimmer of hope. The terrifying impact would obliterate Wang Bo into mere pulp. This rising pillar of the nation, this unparalleled talent, had met his demise beneath the despicable machinations of a foreign power. It was a reality that Elder He simply could not accept. Meanwhile, He Yaowen remained remarkably composed. As an expert specializing in human dynamics, he understood that the most terrifying and challenging aspect of the Hongwang No. 1 lay in its protection of the personnel within the armor. It is well known that the human body is exceedingly fragile. Even the slightest sudden acceleration can induce discomfort. In the aerial realm, where speed is often measured in the sonic range, such discomfort can escalate to potentially fatal levels. They had previously conducted similar experiments, abruptly decelerating at speeds of 2 Mach. In that fleeting moment, the force exerted on the human body could reach thousands of kilograms, akin to having 4 or 5 sows pressing down on one's chest. This force surpasses the human body's threshold for endurance. Remarkably, Wang Bo had just demonstrated astonishing maneuvers such as sudden stops, turns, and accelerations at the terrifying speed of 6 Mach. Clearly, this armor had maximized the application of human dynamics principles, effectively dissipating the immense forces acting upon the pilot within a confined space. If this were indeed the case, then Wang Bo's fall from such heights was not devoid of hope for survival. However, at that moment, within the venue, as they watched Wang Bo plummet from the sky, seemingly devoid of life, Lin Tian began to emit a maniacal laughter from the stage. Although his reputation lay in ruins, Wang Bo's demise offered a glimmer of opportunity for a reversal in the situation. Everyone was aware that he had framed Wang Bo, yet the law hinges on evidence. As long as he maintained his denial, coupled with the adept maneuvering of his legal counsel, exoneration would be as effortless as breathing. Chapter 45, Perfect Defense. A clash with the fighter jet report, Commander. The target has been shot down. The crash site is located at 27:17 in latitude and 1:18:58 in longitude. Please dispatch ground forces to recover the wreckage promptly. Fox 1, Fox 2, well done. The aircraft from Huagua is en route. You may return home at once. Receiving the orders, the 2 American pilots did not hesitate, immediately turning to prepare for their return. Meanwhile, at an unidentified small island, the site of the Hongwang No. 1's descent, debris stirred as several stones rolled down slowly. Hey, did you just see that? It looked like the finger of the Hongwang No. 1 moved slightly. One reporter exclaimed incredulously. Are you out of your mind? Do you think this is a movie? A person can't survive a fall from thousands of meters. Exactly. This isn't fiction. It's the real world. How on earth did someone with such poor eyesight become a reporter? Boom. Just as the ridicule from the reporters began to fade, the big screen captured the moment when the chaotic stones pressing upon the Hongwang No. 1 suddenly exploded. A massive cloud of smoke enveloped the scene, shrouding the entire image in a haze. Before long, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the silhouette of the battle armor amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. At that moment, Hongwang No. 1 was gently massaging the area around its neck, while inside, Wang Bo seized the opportunity to speak. Goodness, that missile has cured my long-standing cervical issues. His voice echoed throughout the hushed venue. After a brief moment of silence, the crowd erupted into a chorus of exuberant cheers and astonished gasps. This was nothing short of a miracle. No words could adequately describe the phenomenon before them. How could this be achieved? At this moment, Hao Zhigua, upon hearing Wang Bo's voice, felt the previous gloom and sorrow evaporate, replaced by boundless excitement and joy. Wang Bo, are you all right? Hearing the anxious and trembling tone of Hao Zhigua, Wang Bo felt a warmth in his heart. I am perfectly fine. The defensive capabilities of Hongwang No. 1 are not as simplistic as you might think. As he assessed the overall damage to the armor, Wang Bo couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of Marvel technology and the system. Although it was a lightweight missile, its power was sufficient to overturn an armored vehicle. Remarkably, Honglong No. 1 sustained minimal damage even under direct impact. Excellent. Those 2 American fighter jets have returned. What you need to do now is fly southwest immediately. Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Wang Bo's lips. They strike and then flee? Such opportunism is rare in this world. Although he was unharmed, it did not mean he would tolerate this inexplicable assault. Moreover, the missile clearly intended to leave him no escape, were it not for the nearly flawless shock absorption of his armor. Wang Bo would now be either dead or severely incapacitated. Since they sought to eliminate me, I shall not hold back. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo immediately commanded the armor to ascend. However, he did not head towards the safe southwestern direction. Instead, he aimed for the path of the returning fighter jets. Witnessing this, Hao Zhiguo was understandably alarmed. This reckless young man had narrowly escaped death, yet he dared to return and throw himself into danger. Wang Bo, listen to me. You must not act impulsively. The state will intervene to seek justice for you. By stepping forward now, you are merely placing yourself in peril without any benefit. Understanding the concern in Hao Zhiguo's voice, Wang Bo reassured him. Do not worry, General Hao. When have I ever undertaken a venture without assurance? The power of Honglong No. 1 extends beyond mere speed and altitude. Just watch. With that, Wang Bo abruptly ended the call. At the venue, Hao Zhiguo contemplated interjecting once more to halt the proceedings. But the incessant busy signal emanating from the communication system left him in a state of exasperation. Youthful exuberance indeed. Who could argue otherwise? It is difficult to fathom how such a diminutive exosuit could possibly contend with a colossal fighter jet, especially one that was fully armed and brimming with a considerable arsenal of missiles. Contrary to the prevailing pessimism among the majority, he had gleaned valuable insights from the numerous reversals of fortune throughout the day. I have come to realize that this young man approaches every endeavor with unwavering confidence. If today's events continue to unfold in such a manner, I fear my old heart may not withstand the strain he imposes. Beside He Yaoan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. The clash between the exosuit and the fighter jet promised to be nothing short of spectacular. Meanwhile, the returning Fox 1 and Fox 2 pilots felt remarkably at ease, even euphoric. Although the nature of the airborne exosuit remained a mystery, it was evident, as one could surmise, that it represented an extraordinary innovation. Otherwise, why would the upper echelons of the United States risk violating national security protocols and incurring animosity with China by forcefully infiltrating its airspace to seize such a formidable piece of technology? The significance of the mission entrusted to them could hardly be overstated. Their prospects for advancement within the military would undoubtedly be smooth sailing upon their return. As the two men indulged in fantasies of accolades and rewards upon their homecoming, an abrupt alarm blared from the radar. A mysterious object was rapidly closing in on their aircraft at an unfathomable speed. Inside the exosuit, Wang Bo watched in horror as the two fighter jets loomed larger in his vision, a frenzied glint flickering in his eyes. What was happening? Why wasn't it slowing down? Had the exosuit lost control? If this continued, a collision was inevitable. Concerned murmurs rippled through the gathered crowd. In the next instant, their fears were realized. Honglong 1 collided with the flank of Fox 2 in the most brutal manner imaginable. Like a bullet piercing flesh, the full force of Honglong 1 seemed to encounter little resistance, effortlessly penetrating the aircraft. The pilot of Fox 1 remained momentarily stunned, grappling with the surreal turn of events. What had just transpired? Within mere seconds of the radar's warning, Fox 2 had been struck down. Gazing at the weapon that had breached the fighter jet, he recognized it as the very exosuit that had previously been in the air. What on earth was this bizarre contraption? The damned high-ranking officials. What on earth are they doing? Such matters cannot simply be resolved by two fighter jets. At this moment, he was utterly terrified by the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. All thoughts of promotion and accolades were cast aside. His sole desire was to survive. He immediately pushed the joystick to its limit, propelling the aircraft to maximum speed. Desperate to escape this place. Meanwhile, Wang Bo gazed at the Fox 2, which had just exploded in midair, feeling a twinge of remorse. After all, it was a life lost. And for someone who had previously been just a high school student, he was ill-prepared for such a reality. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he cast aside his guilt. If it were not for the formidable defenses of the Honglong 1, he would have been the one to perish today. He would not instigate trouble, but that did not mean anyone could trample over him. As he pondered, a brilliant light erupted from the palm of the Honglong 1. He then directed his gaze towards the fleeing aircraft. Next, let me show you the standard weaponry of this battle armor. Chapter 46. Overwhelming aerial combat. The aftermath within the right arm of the Hong Huang. 1. Tremendous energy surged into its palm. The Arc Pulse Hand Cannon, an iconic attack method of Iron Man from the Marvel Universe, could adjust its output power based on the strength of the enemy, allowing it to defeat foes while conserving energy. As the energy accumulated, the launch device in his palm reached a critical threshold. Feeling the intense heat radiating from his right hand, Wang Bo was secretly astonished. Just as the energy was fully charged, he could distinctly sense the glow of the small nuclear reactor in his chest dimming slightly. Having absorbed such immense energy, a flicker of anticipation arose within him. He wondered what level of power this strike could achieve. In thought, the Hong Huang, one raised its right arm and aimed. In the next instant, an extraordinarily brilliant beam shot forth from its hand. A beam as thick as a calf disregarded all obstacles, soaring directly towards the fleeing fighter jet. Meanwhile, the terrified pilot could only perceive a blinding flash before his aircraft seemingly lost control. Boom! The Fox, 1, struck by the laser, erupted in midair, resembling a magnificent yet tragic display of fireworks. Having accomplished this, the Hong Huang, 1 did not glance back, but instead accelerated away at full speed. In the conference hall, silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone, including Hao Zhigua, stood with mouths agape, witnessing this surreal spectacle. Hey, slap me and tell me this isn't a dream. Slap. Damn it. You went a bit too hard there. That hurt like hell. The film industry would never dare to depict such a scenario. This day is destined to be etched in history. I can already envision Mr. Wang Bo standing proudly on the podium. As the audience erupted in astonishment and admiration, Hao Zhigua regained his composure, only to be beset by his own worries. This rascal has certainly stirred up a considerable commotion, making it impossible for me to claim all the glory for myself. No, I must overcome this challenge. I am determined to secure a set of that battle armor for Beichuan province. Moreover, this constant back and forth is not a sustainable approach. If this young man conjures up another invention next time, I may not be afforded the same opportunity. I must devise a strategy to bind this lad to our cause. Meanwhile, the members on the other side were still reeling from the breathtaking spectacle they had just witnessed when Fu Guotai's call came through personally. Listen closely. Lin Tianfeng does not need to be apprehended, and we need not concern ourselves with other nations. You have but one task within the venue. As soon as Wang Bo lands, immediately ensure the protection of this young man. There must not be a single misstep. I am en route with my team. Before we arrive, it is imperative to guarantee his safety. The personnel responded promptly, casting sympathetic glances toward Lin Tianfeng, who sat slumped on the stage. In truth, after witnessing the debut of the Hong Huang No. 1, this president of the Lin Group had completely relinquished any thoughts of escape or reversal. He was acutely aware of his limitations. How could the head of a corporation contend against the will of those in power? At that moment, He Lao, seated before the television, laughed heartily like a child. Ah, I was right about this one. No wonder he dares to gamble with the technology of a small nuclear reactor. Now my old comrades have nothing left to say, though they had refrained from voicing their concerns earlier. He Lao had felt a deep sense of frustration when it came to raising the 50 million for Wang Bo's research and development. Given He Lao's reputation, everyone was quick to lend money. However, those, including his contemporaries, urged him to reconsider. After all, it was not merely a matter of finances. A wrong bet could tarnish He Lao's lifelong reputation. Although He Jianhua understood their intentions were well-meaning, he could not shake off the discomfort, as it indirectly questioned his judgment. This was intolerable for the proud He Lao. Now, with the emergence of Wang Bo's Hong Huang No. 1, all doubt would surely be shattered. Beside He Lao, He Yaoan, who had witnessed the entire process of the battle armor, found his heart in turmoil, not solely due to the armor's stunning performance, but also because of the profound upheaval of his worldview. He had always believed that in the realm of scientific research, without relentless dedication and sufficient research conditions, one could not achieve remarkable results. This conviction was the very reason he traveled great distances to study and conduct research abroad. Yet now, this scene shattered his beliefs into fragments. 20 years is insufficient for an ordinary individual to even lay a solid foundation, yet Wang Bo has reached unprecedented heights. As for research conditions, according to He Yaoan's understanding, Wang Bo was orphaned and had been under the care of his uncle for years, living on a meager monthly allowance of just a few hundred yuan. In such dire circumstances, how could one even talk about research conditions? This fact is indeed astonishing. Dad, I have decided to return to develop my career. I will start at your research institute. Hearing his son's resolute voice, He Jianhua raised his eyebrows, feeling a sense of comfort. His son had always held lofty aspirations, previously believing that the research conditions in the country hindered his development, Otherwise, he would not have chosen to study abroad alone at a young age. However, influenced by Wang Bo, he has finally come to realize that the nation's scientific research, in terms of both external conditions and talent, is not inferior to that of foreign countries and, in some aspects, even surpasses them. Having undergone these experiences, it is likely that this young man will mature significantly. While he Jianhua felt pleased with his son's decision, he betrayed none of his emotions outwardly. Since you have made your decision, then go ahead. As for my research institute, if you wish to attend, then so be it. But do not expect your father's name to assist you in any way. If that is the case, you might as well return abroad and spare me the embarrassment. He Yaoan nodded in response. Rest assured, father, your son is not so spineless. Whatever I desire, I will acquire through my own abilities. As the saying goes, some rejoice while others lament. In stark contrast to the jubilant atmosphere in Huagua, the mood across the ocean in the United States was far from cheerful. Chapter 47. The Fallen Hongwang No. 1. Lin Tianfeng's Descent into Ruin Crash. In the presidential office, an enraged Wilson hurled his cup forcefully to the floor. As he gazed at the scattered shards of glass, the onlookers dared not breathe a word. Each fighter jet costs 20 million pounds. In addition to the expenses of training pilots, this time, we have incurred a loss of 50 million pounds. Listening to Wilson's hysterical outburst, Andrew's head drooped even lower. 50 million pounds. Even if one were to throw that amount, it could have obliterated that Wang Bo. Yet now, it was utterly destroyed by this inexplicable battle armor in mere minutes. Pray tell, is it that Wang Bo is exceptionally formidable? Or is it merely that your group is utterly incompetent? After a brief outburst, Wilson regained his composure and coldly addressed the minister. Andrew, I care not what methods you employ. You must procure those two technologies within 2 months. Additionally, Wang Bo must be dealt with. Listening to the president's directives, Andrew felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He could surmise that, following this public meeting, the higher-ups would undoubtedly escalate their protection of both the technologies and Wang Bo to an absurd degree. In his estimation, there existed no feasible means to accomplish such an impossible task. However, witnessing the president's furious countenance, he harbored no doubt that a single protest from him would result in the immediate removal of his ministerial position. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. The distance from Donghai to the capital city is nearly 1,000 kilometers. Yet, under the full operation of the Hongwang 1, Wang Bo returned to the venue in less than 10 minutes. As the battle armor descended gracefully from the sky above the testing ground, the spectators' previous disdain transformed into sheer astonishment and genuine admiration. Before the eyes of the entire populace of Huagua, the armor landed firmly upon the ground. Observing the surface of the armor, riddled with countless bullet holes and marks from missile strikes, it became evident to all that the scene they had just witnessed was not a mere illusion, but an extraordinarily tangible reality. As the Hongwang 1 settled into its designated position within the halo, 3 massive mechanical arms were reactivated, having detected Wang Bo as the user. We are now preparing to disassemble the battle armor, announced the prompt. With that, the 3 immense mechanical arms commenced their swift operations. As the armor was dismantled, Wang Bo's figure gradually emerged. The crowd gasped in astonishment upon seeing Wang Bo, completely unscathed. No one could have anticipated that the defensive capabilities of the armor could reach such terrifying levels. It had withstood missile impacts and a fall from several thousand meters. Yet not a single scratch marred its wearer. This was nothing short of mythological. As Wang Bo stepped forth, eager reporters surged forward to approach him. Suddenly, several individuals burst from the crowd, with one leading figure drawing a pistol and firing a warning shot into the air. Officials are conducting an operation. All unrelated individuals retreat. After ensuring the area was clear, he presented his credentials, gesturing towards Hao Zhigua. Upon verifying the authenticity of the documents, the general from Beichuan province lowered his weapon. At that moment, Hao Zhigua's nerves were stretched to their utmost limit. It is no exaggeration to say that if any misfortune were to befall this young lad before me, I would be condemned as a historical sinner. Just moments after donning his battle armor, Wang Bo found himself encircled by a formidable crowd, leaving him utterly bewildered. The expressions of those around him, filled with trepidation, inevitably stirred a sense of anxiety within his heart. Hey, what on earth is happening here? In response, a member of the department scrutinized Wang Bo with a curious gaze, considering that such a prodigious individual was likely unparalleled throughout history. However, after a thorough examination, he found Wang Bo to be rather ordinary, devoid of any exceptional traits, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. The highest directive from above instructed us to ensure your personal safety. At that moment, Wang Bo felt a peculiar sense of confusion as he regarded the older man before him. sensing a discriminatory bias based on superficial appearances. This discontent brewed within him. Were it not for his respect for the elderly and the young, he might have been tempted to retaliate. Meanwhile, the leader, witnessing Wang Bo successfully shielded, felt a wave of relief as foreign agents in the crowd remained inactive. He then strode confidently to the stage. On the platform, Lin Tianfeng regarded the individual before him with a faint, grim smile. Lin Tianfeng, you are implicated in malicious competition, disruption of market order, betrayal of state secrets, and the misappropriation of another's patented technology. Please accompany us for an investigation. The journalists in the audience were taken aback by such explosive revelations, astonished to discover that Lin Tianfeng, who appeared so respectable, was entangled in such unsavory activities. It seemed that his transgressions were indeed considerable, otherwise, the department would not have intervened personally. We nearly fell victim to this man's deception. Indeed, if Wang Bo were wrongfully accused, we would all bear the stain of disgrace upon our nation. As the crowd condemned Lin Tianfeng, Fu Guotai hurriedly arrived on the scene. Upon seeing this high-ranking official, the infiltrating foreign agents instinctively recoiled, for his reputation resonated like thunder within their circles. Those who fell into his grasp rarely met a favorable fate. However, at this moment, Fu Guotai had little time to spare for such unworthy adversaries. He approached Wang Bo directly, his gaze sweeping over him with keen scrutiny. Wang Bo felt a twinge of unease under his intense scrutiny. Sir, is there something you require? Fu Guotai furrowed his brow slightly, inquiring, are you certain you are uninjured? Hearing this concern from the esteemed official, Wang Bo felt a sense of relief. After all, he was not one to take such matters lightly. I assure you, I am unharmed. I am well aware of the protective capabilities of the armor. Such a degree of assault could hardly result in injury. Listening to Wang Bo's response, Fu Guotai still felt somewhat uneasy. He then turned to the leader of the team that had previously arrested Lin Tianfeng and instructed, once matters here conclude, take him to the nearest hospital for a comprehensive examination. Understood, Chief Fu. Upon hearing their exchange, Wang Bo felt a mix of resignation and astonishment. Chief Fu. This individual likely holds a significant position within that department. After confirming Wang Bo's safety, Fu Guotai approached the apprehended Lin Tianfeng directly. You never expected that after playing this cat-and-mouse game for so many years, you would ultimately lose. Lin Tianfeng, confronted with the director's derision, felt a surge of indignation. If it weren't for that anomaly, Wang Bo, I would never have stumbled so profoundly. Fu Guotai merely smiled faintly at this remark. It is not about Wang Bo. Should anyone dare to undermine the interests of our nation, I shall relentlessly pursue them, not relenting until their last breath. Upon hearing the resolute tone of the man before him, Lin Tianfeng shook his head. To the victor belong the spoils. I have little to say. However, you, Fu Guotai, are merely a bully of the weak. Noting Lin Tianfeng's insinuation, Fu Guotai responded with a cold laugh. I understand precisely what you mean. Rest assured, it won't be long before you might find yourself sharing a cell. With that, Fu Guotai ceased further discourse, commanding his men to escort Lin Tianfeng away. Chapter 48. At this moment, within the heavily guarded conference room, after a lapse of more than 3 months, numerous leaders convened once more in this modest space, all due to the same individual. Observing the assembled figures, Hong Guotao cleared his throat and proclaimed the commencement of the meeting. Little did anyone anticipate that this young man, named Wang Bo, could stir such upheaval. Let us discuss our stance regarding Wang Bo and the Honghuang No. 1 battle armor. Although the leader had spoken, a profound silence enveloped the room, with not a single voice daring to break it. Long before that department took action, those present had already received word. Fu Guotai had targeted the CEO of the Lin Group. This was indeed significant news. Everyone in attendance had navigated the corridors of power for many years and understood the intricacies involved. For instance, Director Fu was a direct subordinate of Commissioner Hong Guotao. Furthermore, the Lin Group had substantial ties with Commissioner Zhang Guoqing. On the surface, it appeared to be merely a straightforward case handled by that department. However, considering these connections, the situation was instantly transformed into something much more complex. Director Fu's actions had effectively thrust the rivalry between these two titans into the limelight. It is essential to note that although Zhang Guoqing possessed slightly less authority than Hong Guotao, the implications of this confrontation were far-reaching. However, the elder of the Zhang family has made remarkable contributions to the development of our nation, and the Zhang family possesses significant connections in both political and business circles. Thus, Zhang Bohong, as the head of the Zhang family, would naturally not be overshadowed by Hong Guotao. The conflict between these two titans, however, would not see any hasty engagement from them until the situation became clearer. As the conference room fell into silence, Zhang Boheng took the opportunity to speak. I believe that the technology for manufacturing this battle armor must be nationalized. Previously, when Commissioner Hong decided to leave the technology for the small nuclear reactor to Wang Bo, I was willing to acquiesce. However, the current circumstances are different. This battle armor, named Hong Huang No. 1, evidently possesses formidable destructive power, and it is highly inappropriate for it to be entrusted to an individual. Upon hearing this, many in the audience nodded in silent agreement. Zhang Boheng's assertions held merit. Observing the crowd beginning to lean toward Zhang Boheng's side, Hong Guotao remained composed, unwavering. After a considerable pause, he slowly responded, "Since it is indeed dangerous, then no individual should be entrusted with its custody. In that case, I propose that we eliminate knives from the market altogether." The audience's faces flushed at his words. Yet, Hong Guotao, seemingly oblivious to the reactions, continued, "Oh, and I believe we should refrain from selling tools like electric drills and saws as well. After all, those are exceptionally hazardous. How does that sound to everyone?" As the crowd fell into a hushed silence, Hong Guotao's anger surged within him. With a resounding slam of his palm against the table, he shattered the somber atmosphere of the room, expressing the leader's fury. "I see you all have grown too complacent, forgetting your roots." The audience trembled at the sight of such a furious leader. While I do not oppose appropriate regulation, I vehemently reject the notion of nationalization. To covet what is beneficial for oneself, how does that distinguish us leaders from bandits? Zhang Boheng furrowed his brow at this statement. "Commissioner Hong, such rhetoric is unwarranted. None present harbors selfish intentions. We all strive for the betterment of our nation. Then, for the sake of our country, we should act differently." Hong Guotao abruptly interrupted, dismissing Zhang Boheng's hollow platitudes with unreserved disdain. "Such behavior is no different from that of the arrogant foreigners. If this continues, who will still be willing to exert effort for our nation?" The cadre present were both astonished and alarmed by this confrontation. Historically, while these two titans had their differences, they maintained a semblance of decorum. Yet today, Hong Guotao displayed a blatant disregard for Zhang Boheng. Meanwhile, Zhang Boheng's countenance darkened, his fury brewing, but before he could respond, the tension in the room thickened. Zhang Wenqing, the deputy minister, could no longer remain composed. Although his Zhang family did not wield the same influence as Hong Guotao, they were not to be trifled with either. "Commissioner Hong, your assertion is rather inappropriate. How can we, like the beautiful nation, procure technology from the hands of the people? We have indeed offered ample remuneration. I have heard that Wang Bo's family circumstances are rather challenging. Our acquisition might be precisely what he desires." Listening to Zhang Wenqing's nonsensical arguments, Hong Guotao could not help but chuckle coldly to himself. "Very well, Deputy Minister Zhang, I shall pose a question to you. As the second in command of the Ministry of Science and Technology, how much do you believe we should pay for these two technologies? Hundreds of millions? Tens of billions? Or even hundreds of billions?" Zhang Wenqing fell silent, his face fluctuating between shades of green and white. "Since you are unwilling to speak, allow me to answer for you. The value of Hong Huang No. 1, whether in civil applications or military strategy, is beyond measure. Not even the depletion of Huagua's treasury could procure it." With the dissenting voices silenced, Hong Guotao began to summarize the meeting. "I am aware that many of you are dissatisfied with today's resolution. However, I declare that today, Hong Guotao will have the final say. If you are unhappy, feel free to post the contents of this meeting online and see where the people of Huagua stand." With that, he stormed out of the room. Watching Hong Guotao's departing figure, Zhang Boheng felt a shadow pass over his eyes. This was not merely due to Hong Guotao's blatant disregard for the Zhang family's reputation during the meeting, but also because just half an hour prior, Fu Guotai had personally apprehended Lin Tianfang. This series of ominous signals instilled in him, a veteran of the political arena, a foreboding intuition. The Zhang family might be in peril this time. At that moment, Wang Bo, leaving the conference room, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Observing the several security bureau members surrounding him like bodyguards, he felt as though he were imprisoned. "Director Fu, having you follow me like this isn't exactly ideal. If you have something to say, please do so directly." Listening to Wang Bo's inquiry, Fu Guotai took a deep breath and replied, "Wang Bo, I am now officially conveying the decision made by the higher-ups of Huagua. The nation wishes to collaborate with you to further develop these two technologies and refine their specific applications in civilian and military sectors. The patent rights will remain yours, but it is strictly forbidden to disclose them to individuals or enterprises." Wang Bo's face displayed surprise. He was acutely aware of the allure these two technologies possessed. In any other country, especially one like the beautiful nation, he would have been compelled to surrender these technologies at the earliest opportunity. To his astonishment, The upper echelons of Huagua have now entrusted this technology into their own hands. Observing Wang Bo's unchanging expression, Fu Guotai mistakenly assumed he harbored dissatisfaction. Of course, co-development will not leave you at a disadvantage. He promptly retrieved a pre-prepared bank card from his pocket. This card contains 100 million Huagua dollars. Furthermore, we learned that the previous research expenses were raised by He Lao on your behalf, totaling 50 million Huagua dollars. This sum was uniformly allocated by the state and has been reimbursed to He Lao. Upon reaching this point in his explanation, Fu Guotai's face flushed with rare embarrassment. I understand that these funds are trivial compared to these two technologies. However, collaborating with the state brings numerous other advantages. For instance, regarding the incident of shooting down a fighter jet, the state will intervene on your behalf to resolve it. Chapter 49. Admiration for Wang Bo. The crisis of the Zhang family. Watching Wang Bo depart, Fu Guotai felt a wave of relief wash over him. He dared not delay and promptly took out his phone to call his superior. At that moment, Hong Guotao had just exited the conference room, barely catching his breath when his phone began to ring. Hello, Guotai, how did it go? Hearing the inquiry on the other end, Fu Guotai, with a hint of self-satisfaction, replied, Hee, Boss Hong, you should know me by now. After my heartfelt and logical persuasion, that young man finally accepted the card, though he pretended to consider it. Once he took the card, there was no going back. Listening to the near-rogue tone of the Security Bureau chief, Hong Guotao was momentarily speechless. You. Take care to avoid calling me Boss Hong. I don't want to hear those terms that suggest forming cliques. In response to Hong Guotao's feigned anger, Fu Guotai was unperturbed. This hardly constitutes forming cliques. Besides, I only use such terms privately, unlike certain individuals who blatantly display their affiliations. Catching Fu Guotai's insinuation, Hong Guotao chose not to elaborate further, merely letting out a sigh. That sigh caused the Security Bureau chief to understand something instantly. He knew that in the past, whenever he had expressed any criticism of the Zhang family, it would invoke harsh rebukes from this individual. The reasons were twofold. First, due to insufficient evidence. Second, because the elders of the Zhang family had made indelible contributions to the entirety of Huagua, thus emotionally. His superior was reluctant to accept the reality of the Zhang family's corruption and crimes. However, today, the man did not counter or reprimand him, but simply sighed. Did this indicate that Guotai, perhaps I am being too indecisive? Upon hearing these words, Fu Guotai adopted a serious demeanor. Leader, please do not say such things. Your contributions to our nation over the years are evident to all. I understand your concerns, after all. Targeting a family as distinguished as the Zhangs would undoubtedly invite considerable resistance from various factions. To put it more severely, removing the Zhangs could potentially incite societal upheaval. I have also grappled with whether the cost of such an endeavor is justified. However, in recent days, Wang Bo has imparted an invaluable lesson to me. Hearing this, Hong Guotao's interest was piqued. Oh, do tell me how this young man has enlightened you, Director Fu. With a tone of admiration, Fu Guotai responded, during this period, I meticulously examined Wang Bo's file. From the inception of his research on small-scale nuclear reactors, he has faced countless hardships. Financial constraints, derision from others, and a lack of experimental equipment have all been obstacles in his path. He had numerous opportunities to compromise, such as during the military district's negotiations. He could have easily accepted Lin Tianfeng's invitation to join the Lin Group, which surely would have offered him a lucrative position. Yet, this young man stood firm, refusing to yield to complacency. The outcome is evident. He achieved fame through his perseverance, and our nation subsequently excised the malignant Lin Group. Such courage to defy convention and comfort is exhibited by a mere teenager, and we should harbor no fear or retreat. A glimmer of determination flashed in Hong Guotao's eyes. This young man not only possesses extraordinary intellect in physics, but also teaches us a lesson in integrity. Director Fu, begin compiling and organizing the relevant information on the Zhang family. Once we manage the diplomatic discourse with the United States, we shall take decisive action against the Zhangs. Listening to Hong Guotao's resolute tone, Fu Guotai felt an overwhelming sense of joy. It is well known that the Security Bureau has not been idle over the years. The evidence of the Zhang family's corruption and crimes has long been meticulously documented. Understanding their transgressions has fueled his animosity towards Zhang Boijing. Previously, the Zhang family's influence and the societal repercussions of a potential arrest held him back from acting. With the direct order from a high-ranking official, he could finally unleash his efforts. In the capital, the Zhang family estate, although it was the dead of night, the study deep within the mansion remained brightly lit. At this moment, Zhang Boijing sat at his desk, his brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly troubled by some vexing matter. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenqing sat nearby, stifling yawns. Appearing somewhat impatient. Brother, there's nothing to worry about. Hong Guotai has opposed you more than once or twice. Regarding the downfall of the Lin Group, it can be attributed to the sheer folly of Lin Tianfeng, who could not even handle a minor adversary like Wang Bo and ultimately fell victim to him. Observing his brother's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Boheng's fury escalated uncontrollably. Foolishness. How could I possibly have such a dim-witted brother? In light of Zhang Boheng's evident rage, Zhang Wenqing found himself entirely awake, as previous conflicts with Hong Guodao had merely been matters conducted behind the scenes. However, today, Hong had audaciously interrupted his speech, denying him the opportunity to voice his thoughts, which was tantamount to publicly expressing his dissatisfaction with Zhang Wenqing. Furthermore, concerning the Lin Group, Lin Tianfeng's criminal actions and the framing of Wang Bo could have been resolved by merely apprehending Lin Tianfeng. Why then did Fu Guotai choose to dismantle the Lin Group altogether? Their motives were strikingly clear: to sever the wings of the Zhang family and diminish their influence. Listening to his elder brother's analysis, Zhang Wenqing became increasingly anxious. What should we do, brother? Faced with his brother's evident distress, Zhang Boheng felt a sense of helplessness. Contemplating the potential crisis looming over the Zhang family, the head of the Zhang family's gaze hardened, as if he had made a resolute decision. Wenqing, I recall that Wang Bo has an uncle who is a principal in Suchi City, correct? I do not care what means you employ. Arrange for this individual to go on a business trip to Anzhou in the west. Taken aback by his brother's suggestion, Zhang Wenqing, with a perplexed expression, inquired, Brother, our Zhang family's survival is at stake, and you wish to preoccupy yourself with Wang Bo's uncle? Exasperated by his brother's naivety, Zhang Boheng replied impatiently, Just execute the task. I will handle the matters of the Zhang family. After dismissing Zhang Wenqing, Zhang Boheng opened the safe tucked away in the corner of his study. Within the expansive safe, there were no confidential documents, nor was there an abundance of cash or gold. Instead, a solitary mobile phone sat forlornly in the center. Upon opening the device and gazing at the only number displayed, Zhang Boheng found himself in a moral quandary. If he were to dial this number, there would be no turning back for him or the Zhang family. Yet, recalling Hong Guotao's peculiar demeanor during the meeting today, he felt a decisive clarity emerge within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he dialed the number. Chapter 50, The Approaching Conspiracy. Defection. At this moment, John Zhang was relishing his sumptuous lunch. As a student who had journeyed thousands of miles from Huagua to study in the beautiful country, he was undoubtedly quite successful. During his time at Fuhai University, he had exhibited exceptional performance, earning the admiration of the professors for this young man from Huagua. He had been inundated with various scholarships, reaping rewards in abundance. Upon graduation, he successfully realized his ambitions, obtaining a coveted green card and becoming a member of the United States. Through relentless effort, he secured a position within the Department of Defense, becoming one of the few individuals of Asian descent in the Pentagon. This narrative appears remarkably inspirational. However, unbeknownst to many, this aspirational figure, John Zhang, harbors a concealed truth. He was a pawn strategically placed by the Zhang family in the United States decades ago to safeguard against the potential exposure of their clandestine activities, leaving no refuge in his homeland. As John Zhang dined, preparing to continue his work, he felt a subtle vibration emanating from his phone nestled in his left pocket. His countenance shifted dramatically. The device was the sole link to his family in China. Despite being carried with him for years without a single call, today's unexpected ring signified a grave matter from home. Realizing the urgency, he hastily retreated to a secluded corner to answer the call. Xiaoyan. It has been quite some time, came a voice, both familiar and foreign, causing Zhang Yan to feel a rush of emotion. Uncle Boheng, is everything well at home? Zhang Boheng responded with a mere sigh. The sound of his exhalation led Zhang Yan to surmise that trouble had indeed befallen his family. Otherwise, the head of the Zhang clan would not remain so reticent. The silence lingered briefly before Zhang Yan broke it. Uncle, is there anything I can assist with? Please, feel free to instruct me. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Boheng replied, You must have heard about Wang Bo's situation in China over the past couple of days. Zhang Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I have heard that our superior, Andrew, has received a direct order from the president. He must acquire 2 technologies within 2 months and eliminate Wang Bo. However, China's security apparatus is formidable. With nearly half a day elapsed since Wang Bo departed the venue, he is now surrounded by numerous security personnel, rendering it nearly impossible for U.S. agents to act. The task at hand remains utterly elusive, and Minister Andrew has expressed his frustration multiple times. Listening to the developments relayed by Zhang Yan, a peculiar smile crept across Zhang Boheng's lips. What if I were able to assist Minister Andrew in accomplishing this task? The gravity of Zhang Boheng's words startled Zhang Yin profoundly. Uncle Zhang, are you serious? You must understand that with such words, my Zhang family will completely lose our foothold in Huagua. Xiaoyan, just go find Andrew and hand him the phone, Zhang Boheng interjected. Rest assured, Uncle will not harm the Zhang family. Xiaoyan wanted to persuade further, but upon hearing the resolute tone of the Zhang family head, he ultimately said nothing and silently acquiesced. At this moment, it was the time for a midday nap, and there were not many people in the entire building. Once he confirmed that there was no one around, Zhang Yin knocked on Andrew's office door. Come in. Upon seeing Zhang Yin, Andrew's mood soured instantly. He wished to avoid anything related to Huagua. What brings you here, Mr. John Zhang? Are you not busy enough with work to be idling in my office? Zhang Yin did not respond but calmly stated, I am here to assist the minister with a problem. As his words fell, an oddly shaped mobile phone was presented before Andrew. Gazing at the well-known good-natured person in the Ministry of Defense, a wave of unfamiliarity surged within Andrew. However, all his attention was captivated by Zhang Yan's previous statement. John Zhang, you should know that I do not appreciate jokes at this moment. The Zhang family head remained still, simply observing him with a tranquil demeanor. The next moment, Andrew took the phone directly. Hello, Mr. Andrew. The voice on the other end was one he recognized all too well, Zhang Boheng, one of the high-ranking officials of Huagua. How could this John Zhang possibly be in contact with such a figure? Suppressing his curiosity, Andrew replied, Mr. Zhang, what prompted you to reach out to me? Zhang Boheng responded in a solemn tone, Mr. Andrew requires assistance, and I am the one capable of providing it. Observing Zhang Yan's calm expression, Andrew could easily deduce that this individual had informed Zhang Boheng of the challenges he currently faced. Oh, I am quite eager to know how Mr. Zhang intends to assist me. Listening to Andrew's impatient tone, Zhang Boheng revealed his plan without holding back. For nearly 10 minutes that followed, Andrew listened intently to the Zhang family head's proposal. Once the explanation concluded, Zhang Boheng ceased to elaborate further, granting the defense minister a moment for contemplation. After a brief period of reflection, Andrew had to concede that this was indeed the sole method to bring those two technologies and Wang Bo to the beautiful nation. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. Mr. Zhang has provided us with so much assistance. It cannot be without cost. Please, feel free to articulate your needs. Upon hearing this, Zhang Boheng did not hold back. The conditions for obtaining a green card in the beautiful country include a total of 50 individuals, 500 million beautiful coins, and a private jet flying from Huagua to the beautiful country. Listening to the terms laid out by the head of the Zhang family, Andrew instinctively sensed something amiss. Mr. Zhang, are you planning to betray Huagua? In response, Zhang Boheng laughed heartily. Mr. Andrew, one cannot frame it in such a manner. There is a saying in Huagua, a wise bird chooses its tree to perch upon. My family and I merely yearn for the life offered in the beautiful country. Although Andrew internally doubted Zhang Boheng's excuse, he refrained from exposing it, as he still needed his assistance. Then, Mr. Zhang, I hope our collaboration will be a pleasant one. Chapter 51. The Suppressed Lin Zichao. Wang Bo's gift after much negotiation. Wang Bo finally managed to persuade the members of the Security Bureau to leave. With his stomach growling, he decided to indulge in a late-night snack. However, he did not wish to go alone. He promptly took out his phone and made a call. Within 20 minutes, Lin Zichao hurriedly arrived. Mr. Wang, what brings you to seek me out? Seeing Lin Zichao breathless, Wang Bo couldn't help but chuckle. What's wrong, great reporter? Now that you've gained fame, you can't be called out for a drink? Observing Wang Bo's unpretentious demeanor, Lin Zichao's heart relaxed. Not at all. You are now a rarer species than the giant panda. I fear that getting too close might lead those high-ranking officials from the Security Bureau to eliminate me. Enough chatter. Let us go. Brother Lin, we shall not return until we are intoxicated. Due to the late hour, most restaurants were closed. The two wandered for quite a while before finding a small establishment still in operation. Once seated, the waiter promptly handed them the menu. Wang Bo, without hesitation, took the menu and began selecting the most expensive dishes. I'll have a premium serving of crayfish, the finest, no, the most expensive. Do not attempt to pass off inferior quality on me. And some braised pork knuckles, along with 2 servings of roasted pigeon. As Wang Bo seemed eager to order more, Lin Zichao quickly snatched the menu away. Will we even finish all this? Observing Lin Zichao's frugal demeanor, Wang Bo couldn't help but smirk. I merely asked you to treat me to a meal. Look at how stingy you are. Lin Zichao's eyes widened in disbelief. I never claimed I would treat you. You rascal, after this notarization meeting, with those 2 technologies, you will undoubtedly make a fortune. Why are you still trying to pinch pennies from me, a humble reporter? Listening to Lin Zichao's grievances, Wang Bo sighed deeply. Do not mention it. The money has indeed arrived, but we still carry a heavy burden of debt behind us. Furthermore, the ensuing research project will also require funding. Lin Zichao found himself rendered speechless by Wang Bo's remarks. It appeared that he was merely short of a few hundred yuan for meals. Despite this, Lin Zichao harbored profound gratitude for Wang Bo in his heart. He remembered the numerous times Wang Bo had looked after him with kindness. Without this young man before him, he would not have achieved his current brilliance. Thus, while he grumbled, he called out to the waiter, "Bring us 2 more bottles of Moutai." The waiter, upon receiving the menu, did not dare to delay and hurried to the kitchen to fetch the dishes, perhaps due to the scarcity of guests at this late hour. The speed of service was remarkably swift, and soon the table was laden with an array of dishes. Wang Bo, famished, immediately grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat without hesitation. However, Lin Zichao refrained from touching his food. Instead, he uncorked a bottle of wine, poured himself a glass, and downed it in one gulp. Sensing Lin Zichao's preoccupation, Wang Bo set down his chopsticks without any pretense and filled his own glass. Observing Wang Bo drink his glass in one go, Lin Zichao shot him a disapproving glance. "You're still a minor. What are you doing drinking?" To this, Wang Bo chuckled. "Today is my birthday. By strict definition, I am already an adult." Upon hearing this, Lin Zichao ceased his protest, and the two began to drink, exchanging glasses. After several rounds, Lin Zichao suddenly smiled. "Throughout the first half of my life, I have been subjected to various forms of oppression, disdain, and humiliation without respite. Countless times, I have watched those inept individuals ascend over me. The suffocation of that powerlessness has been overwhelming." Listening to Lin Zichao's pained tone, Wang Bo fell silent. In many ways, Lin Zichao's plight was more tragic than his own. Although he had faced similar circumstances, he at least had the support of a system. No matter the situation, he had the confidence to turn the tide. But Lin Zichao was different. Had it not been for Wang Bo's appearance, his life would have continued in a hopeless manner. After another drink, the former journalist spoke. "In the past, I lamented why my parents were not dignitaries, why they were just ordinary farmers. Yet your presence has truly taught me a lesson. Your circumstances are far worse than mine, yet you have never relinquished your pursuits. Compromise and subservience, which I once regarded as commonplace, I see none of in you. Despite being much older than you, you have imparted invaluable lessons to me. Even if I were to depart from the realm of journalism in the future, I would still hold my head high and conduct myself with integrity." Upon hearing these words, Wang Bo set down his wine glass and urged, "Lin Gu, what has transpired? Speaking of it will certainly bring some relief." Listening to Wang Bo's words, Li Zichao refrained from being overly sentimental, replying, "It is nothing. Those petty individuals in our circle have discerned the extraordinary nature of our relationship. They fear that any exclusive news concerning you will inevitably fall into my hands. Thus, they have conspired with all the employers to attempt to blacklist me." As Li Zichao calmly recounted his predicament, a surge of anger welled up within Wang Bo. He had never anticipated that his previous kindness towards Lin Zichao would not only fail to assist him, but instead attract such calamity. Moreover, Wang Bo was astonished by the repugnant behavior of these individuals, who were, after all, figures frequently in the public eye. Their jealousy and malice were shockingly severe. "They wish to exclude you, yet I shall not grant them that satisfaction." Lin Zichao regarded this as mere words of frustration from Wang Bo and paid it little heed. After all, this young man was undoubtedly a genius in the field of physical research. However, when it came to the intricate games of intrigue, he was far outmatched by that group. After speaking, Wang Bo rummaged in his pocket and eventually produced a disc. "Lin Gu, take a look at what is contained within." With Wang Bo's enigmatic expression piquing his curiosity, Lin Zichao promptly retrieved his notebook to transfer the files from the disc. "Is this the original video footage captured by Xian Feng?" Wang Bo nodded affirmatively. Then, Lin Zichao, in a tone of disbelief, inquired, "For me?" Wang Bo confirmed. "There is also a video within that documents my research process. It is truly one of a kind. Hong Huang #1 embodies all my dedication. I regard it as my child, and I cannot entrust it to anyone else." Gazing at this weighty gift, Lin Zichao felt tears welling up in his eyes, a rarity for him. No way, no way. It cannot be that someone nearing 30 would still cry. Observing Wang Bo's playful demeanor, Lin Zichao quickly wiped his eyes and retorted, "If I don't manage to drink you under the table today, I shall write my name backward." Chapter 52, He Yaoan's Apology. An unexpected encounter. After the two had finished their drinks, the dawn had already begun to break. Looking at Lin Zichao, who resembled a puddle of mud, Wang Bo expressed disdain. "I thought you could hold your liquor. Turns out you can only talk tough." Despite his words, Wang Bo still called a cab to escort him back to the hotel. After a long and arduous day, he finally managed to see this fellow off. Wang Bo summoned another vehicle and hurriedly made his way to Mr. He's residence. At this moment, Mr. Yaoan, let out a sigh of relief. The previous night had certainly been exhausting for him. Ever since witnessing Wang Bo's notarization meeting, Mr. He's excitement had been unyielding. Throughout the night, he either praised that young man or engaged in phone conversations with his old companions, boasting about his remarkable discernment. His spirited demeanor left Yaoan quite astonished. As dawn broke, various visitors began to arrive incessantly. Currently, a student of his father was seated in the living room. Interestingly, this student appeared to work at a research institute in Beichuan province, making him a fellow townsman of Wang Bo suddenly. The ringing of a telephone interrupted Yaoan's wandering thoughts. "Who is it?" he answered, his tone less than cordial, as anyone would feel irritable after a night of incessant phone calls. Is this Uncle He?" The voice on the other end was instantly recognizable to Wang Bo. The recognition brought a hint of awkwardness, considering their first meeting had not been particularly pleasant. However, the tone of the voice on the line prompted a swift change in Yaoan's demeanor. "Wang Bo." "Yes, it's me, Uncle He," Wang Bo replied. "I wish to visit Mr. He today to express my gratitude for his assistance during this period." Upon hearing this, Yaoan felt a surge of excitement. "Of course. If my father knows you're coming, he will be extremely pleased. Where are you now? I'll send someone to fetch you." Meanwhile, Wang Bo stood at the entrance of the community, looking rather helpless. "I'm right here at the community entrance. But it seems there's no one to guide me in." Without a moment's hesitation, Yaoan instructed, "Wait at the entrance, I'll be right there," and rushed out, dressed hastily. With the assistance of Mr. He's son, Wang Bo was soon able to enter the highly secure community. Upon stepping inside, He was already waiting nearby. "Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I thought you had become so successful that you forgot about your old man." Upon hearing Mr. He's playful scolding, Wang Bo's expression turned serious. "Don't even mention it. You've kept me on my toes all night long." It was a struggle to escape the crowd just to catch my breath. Observing Wang Bo's disheveled appearance, Yaoan furrowed his brow. "The security department is quite negligent. Your identity is particularly sensitive right now. How could they allow you to wander around unaccompanied?" Mr. He shot a disapproving glare at his son. "You, stop discussing these matters. Do not be deceived by the apparent solitude surrounding this young rascal. Believe me, at the slightest hint of disturbance, the security personnel will materialize beside him in an instant." Subsequently, it seemed that Elder He recalled something and began to tease. "Didn't you express vehement disdain for Wang Bo just yesterday? Why today? Are you suddenly concerned for his safety?" Elder He, like a playful child reminiscing, brought up past grievances. Wang Bo, feeling helpless, was just about to intervene when Yaoan interjected. "Wang Bo, I owe you an apology. Please forgive my previous actions. I truly did not anticipate that there could exist such a prodigious talent in this world. I am profoundly grateful to you for allowing me, in my lifetime, to witness the more profound realms of physics." With that, he performed a deep bow. Observing Yaoan's sincere and candid demeanor, Wang Bo felt no inclination to make things difficult for him. "Please, Uncle He, I understand your actions at that time. After all, to anyone, a high school student inventing such things seems quite incredible." As he spoke, Wang Bo hastily assisted him back up. "From now on, let us consider this matter closed." Seeing the two reconcile, Jianhua was immensely pleased. "Excellent, excellent. Yaoan, despite being decades older than Wang Bo, you will surely seek his guidance in physics in the future." Upon hearing his father's advice, Yaoan nodded in agreement. "By the way, young Wang, your timing is quite fortuitous. A student from Beichuan province has come to visit me today. He mentioned that such a remarkable talent has emerged from Beichuan province and insisted that I introduce you. Come, Songyan, quickly come and meet your fellow townsman." No sooner had Elder He finished speaking than a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, emerged from the inner room. "Long time no see, Xiaobo." Upon recognizing this man's face, Wang Bo's expression darkened instantly. "It's you?" Almost immediately, two more individuals entered the room. Wang Bo was all too familiar with these three. Throughout his junior high and high school years, he had endured their humiliation and slander. "Zhou Yuman, what brings you here? Do you know each other?" Elder He, oblivious to the underlying complexities, assumed they were already acquainted. He promptly invited the group to take a seat. Observing Wang Bo remain motionless, Zhou Yuman quickly approached and whispered, "Wang Bo, I know you are upset. However, this is Elder He's home. You surely wouldn't want to create an unpleasant scene here, would you?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Bo glanced at the frail Elder He and reluctantly moved forward. In the living room, the elderly He, brimming with excitement, beckoned Wang Bo to sit beside him, incessantly inquiring about the matters concerning the Honghuang No. 1. Observing He's eager curiosity, Wang Bo couldn't help but find the situation amusing, and thus, he shared everything without reservation. As he listened to Wang Bo's myriad of imaginative ideas, he couldn't help but applaud in admiration. Meanwhile, Zhou Songyan, who was listening to Wang Bo's eloquent discourse, was struck not only by astonishment but also overwhelmed by a profound sense of regret for having overlooked such a remarkable talent. At the notarization meeting yesterday, witnessing Wang Bo's solo brilliance, he realized that this young man was destined to soar to great heights. The advent of the small nuclear reactor and the Honghuang No. 1 battle suit was sufficient to elevate Wang Bo to the pinnacle of the physics realm. What was most terrifying was that he was merely 17 years old. At such a tender age, he had already acquired everything he desired. Zhou had no doubt that if Wang Bo wished to immigrate to the beautiful country at this moment, he would be welcomed with open arms, showered with honorary titles from prestigious universities, and the title of honorary academician would be easily within reach. Whatever Wang Bo needed, the government of the beautiful country would ensure it was fulfilled without delay. Such treatment was precisely what everyone aspired to attain in their lifetime. Chapter 53. The Greedy Countenance. Wang Bo's fury. Previously, during his middle and high school years, Wang Bo was merely a penniless boy, looked down upon by the Zhou family. However, times had changed. If his daughter could forge a connection with Wang Bo, then Zhou Songyan would no longer need to remain in a modest provincial research institute. With such a relationship, there would be no limit to where he could go throughout Huagua. Once everything settled, he could acquire several patents from this young man. And then his name might ignite recognition worldwide. Perhaps, in that moment, he would no longer be addressed as researcher Zhou, but rather as academician Zhou. With this thought, he exchanged a conspiratorial glance with Zhou Yumin. Seeing her father's encouraging expression, Zhou Yumin turned to gaze at the young man before her, lost in thought. Deep down, she had always harbored feelings for Wang Bo, but since entering high school, she had encountered numerous outstanding classmates. On one hand were suitors with excellent academic performance and privileged backgrounds. On the other was a penniless boy from a small county. Anyone would unhesitatingly choose the former. However, as Wang Bo began to showcase his astonishing talents, her feelings for him were reignited, even stronger than before. Yet, gazing at the reticent Wang Bo, a flicker of discontent welled up within her. What does it mean? Although Wang Bo has showcased his extraordinary talent, now Zhou Yumin has lowered her stance and returned to his side. Why then does she present such a cold demeanor? Throughout her life, no one has ever dared to give her the cold shoulder. She initially intended to leave Wang Bo in the lurch, waiting for him to seek her out and plead for her favor. However, upon catching a glimpse of her father's urging gaze, she suppressed her displeasure and said, Wang Bo, stop sulking. Let's consider the past as my fault. Let us turn the page and return to our middle school days, shall we? Hearing Zhou Yumin's words, Hilao was taken aback. The implication of the girl's words suggested that Wang Bo had once shared a romantic connection with her. How marvelous is fate! Young man, it seems we have an existing bond. According to our generational hierarchy, you ought to address me as your grandmaster. He Jianhua then turned to Zhou Songyan beside him and remarked, You, my boy, are truly fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter who has even managed to win over this young fellow. If I had a granddaughter, I would certainly have a word or two with Wang Bo. Listening to his father's light-hearted banter, Hiaoan was left speechless. Dad, by the time I have a daughter, she would be nearing 30. At the very least, she would have to be a generation older than this lad. Do you think that is appropriate? Amidst the playful teasing between father and son, Wang Bo found himself at a loss for words. He then looked calmly at his former lover and replied indifferently, You are mistaken, Zhou Yumin. I harbor no resentment towards you. Let us part amicably. However, regarding your parents and the vile words they once directed at my family, I can never forgive them. Today, in Hilao's home, I refrain from speaking harshly. If you are here merely to visit Hilao, that is none of my concern. But if you intend to take advantage of me, I urge you to abandon that thought while you still can. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Hilao and his son realized the gravity of the situation. It appeared that Wang Bo's relationship with the Zhou family was not as they had presumed. Observing Wang Bo's ungratefulness, Zhou Yumin felt her eyes redden. In her recollection, her almost conciliatory tone should have prompted Wang Bo to come over and apologize, then carefully seek to please her. Why, then, did the situation unfold differently than she had anticipated? Meanwhile, Zhou Songyan's expression darkened immediately. In his view, although this young man had achieved remarkable feats in physics, he remained, in terms of mentality, a mere child. With his wife and daughter by his side, he traveled a considerable distance to the capital, enough to stir his emotions and make him forget past grievances. However, it appears that this young man is entirely unfazed by such gestures. While Zhou Songyan remained composed, Zhou Yumian's mother could no longer contain her agitation. Since childhood, she had cherished her daughter dearly, never willing to scold or strike her. She held her so delicately, fearing she might shatter. Yet now, this boy had brought her to tears, which she could hardly tolerate. Wang Bo, do not overstep your bounds. My Yumian is as beautiful as a flower. And countless suitors pursued her in high school. To be chosen by her is your fortunate blessing. You should recognize your good fortune. She glared at the timid woman before her. Wang Bo was abruptly transported back to his middle school days, recalling a time when this very woman, along with Zhou Songyan, had cornered him at the school gate. In front of everyone, she had berated him as an uneducated, uncared-for wildling. As a frightened child, he had trembled, uncertain of how to retaliate. But times had changed. He was no longer that defenseless child. With a hint of impatience, he addressed the incessant woman. What do you expect me to do? Sensing his capitulation, the woman exchanged a triumphant glance with her husband and continued, It's quite simple. Once you and Yumian are together, we shall be one family. As a family, we need not speak of separate households. Adding your uncle Zhou's name to your patent isn't too much to ask, is it? This would benefit him professionally and bring you no harm. As for money, you certainly have enough. Oblivious to the reactions of those around her, she continued to dictate how Wang Bo should proceed. Little did she know, at that moment, Elder He's expression had darkened considerably. Though it was the woman speaking, Zhou Songyan's unreadable demeanor indicated that he was fully aware of his student's intentions. Get out. Elder He suddenly rose to his feet, nearly stumbling due to his abrupt movement. Both He Yaoan and Wang Bo rushed to support him. I never imagined that I, He Jianhua, who has lived my life with integrity, would raise such a shameless being. You are to leave my home this instant. Meanwhile, Wang Bo coldly smiled and remarked to the woman, I could comply with your demands, but there's just one question. Do you truly believe you are worthy? To speak candidly, our discord became irreconcilable long before you insulted my parents at the school gate. I, Wang Bo, am but a wretched soul, and a few curses would suffice. However, no one possesses the right to utter a single disparaging word against my parents. Were it not for the fact that Huagua is a civilized society, I would have surely shattered your mouths. With a gaze reminiscent of a ferocious beast, Wang Bo caused the Zhou family to retreat several paces in fear. Meanwhile, He Yaoan, witnessing his father's fury, felt a surge of anger. Are we still waiting for dinner? Why don't you get lost? In unison against a common foe, Wang Bo and the He father-son duo compelled Zhou Songyan's family to leave in disgrace. Once He Jianhua's emotions had somewhat settled, Wang Bo revealed his purpose. Old He, this card contains 30 million, as a token of gratitude for your assistance. Observing Wang Bo in this manner, He Jianhua felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He was confident that the personnel from the security department had informed this young man that the government would reimburse the 50 million he had spent. Wang Bo need not reach into his own pockets. It must be noted that this young man was not affluent. 30 million was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for him. Yet, regardless, he displayed no reluctance, resolutely and sincerely presenting this sum as a gesture of thanks, a testament to his character. Enough, I accept your goodwill. But please take the money back, He Jianhua interjected, cutting off Wang Bo's further persuasion with a wave of his hand. Hearing this, Wang Bo could only sheepishly retract the card. With the matter settled, He Yaoan promptly pulled him aside, inquiring with childlike curiosity about various aspects of Hong Huang No. 1. The security department had arranged for a special vehicle at noon. Initially, Wang Bo did not wish to trouble them. Yet given the overwhelming news and photographs circulating online about him, he realized that riding a regular train would render him a target for the passengers. Thus, after partaking in lunch at Old He's residence, he hastily took his leave. After bidding farewell to Old He, his journey to the capital concluded successfully. The journey from the capital to Suchi City spanned over 1,000 kilometers. Even without traffic delays, it consumed an entire afternoon. Upon arriving at Huang Haoyang's home, night had already fallen. After expressing his gratitude to the members of the security department, Wang Bo hurriedly entered the house. Once inside, noticing only Yang Ping at home, he inquired, Auntie, where is my uncle? To which Yang Ping responded with evident annoyance, Don't mention it. Those folks at the Education Bureau are remarkably swift. The moment your notarization meeting concluded, your uncle was reinstated to his position. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt a tinge of disappointment. Is it merely a restoration to his former position? Sensing the underlying meaning in Wang Bo's words, Yang Ping cast him a disapproving glance. Of course, it is not just a return to his previous role. Your uncle has been dispatched for a month of study and will return to be appointed as the principal of No. 3 Middle School. Hearing that Huang Haoyang would advance further, Wang Bo naturally felt delighted for him. And, from now on, Please refrain from saying your nephew is merely a spendthrift. As Wang Bo handed her the card, Yang Ping did not even glance at it. Don't be too hasty in returning it. First, you must swiftly redeem our family's house. We can't have you lounging around at your mother's place, enjoying free meals. Wang Bo was initially taken aback by her words, but warmth surged through him. Aunt, rest assured. Tomorrow I shall reclaim the house. Your nephew is now truly affluent and not short of a few coins. Observing Wang Bo's smug expression, Yang Ping snatched the card from his hand. How much is it? Have you calculated the interest? If it's even a penny short, you'll be sleeping on the streets tonight. Wang Bo chuckled and whispered a figure into Yang Ping's ear. Seeing her astonishment, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Yet, once she regained her composure, Yang Ping stubbornly retorted, "It's not much. After all this fuss, I expected you to earn a fortune." Shaking his head at his aunt's bravado, Wang Bo retreated to his bedroom to rest. The following day, with money in hand, Wang Bo set about reclaiming his family's house. After all, it was the only memento his deceased parents had left him, and he could not bear to lose it. However, 3 months had elapsed, and the agency could not prevent the new occupant from moving in. Fortunately, the new tenant was not financially robust after purchasing the property. They had no extra funds for renovations. Thus, the interior furnishings and decor remained largely unchanged. The subsequent process became considerably easier. Wang Bo approached directly, offering a premium to buy back the house. Perhaps due to his rising fame, the new tenant immediately recognized him as the recently celebrated Wang Bo. They readily agreed to sell and insisted on not charging extra. Naturally, Wang Bo did not take advantage of the situation. Hearing that the individual had also taken out a loan for the house, incurring substantial interest, Wang Bo persisted until they ultimately settled on a price 20% above the market rate to reclaim the property. Stepping once more into his home, Wang Bo was flooded with a multitude of emotions. He recalled leaving this house with nothing to his name. In less than half a year, upon his return, he has not only had the privilege of meeting significant figures such as Mr. He and Fu Guotai, but he has also achieved considerable success himself. Yet, he understands that this is far from the conclusion. With the system at his disposal, everything is merely the beginning. As he silently recited in his mind, the familiar interface of the system began to unfold in his consciousness once again. Without any hesitation, he accessed the balance of his prestige points. He was filled with anticipation regarding the surprises this conference might bring him. Upon seeing the figure displayed, he nearly stumbled in disbelief. A staggering 179,900 prestige points. This experience truly made him appreciate the notion of a former serf singing a triumphant song. What hesitation could there possibly be? The ultimate reward from the first-level marketplace. The theoretical framework for producing super soldier serum was worth a whopping 100,000 prestige points. As the points were deducted, an unfamiliar yet vast memory surged into Wang Bo's mind. The duration of this memory transmission was significantly longer than that of the previously acquired technologies related to small nuclear reactors and combat armor, instilling within him a sense of eager anticipation. He could hardly fathom just how formidable the super soldier serum could be. After approximately 5 minutes, the transmission concluded. As Wang Bo began to process and assimilate this information, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Though he had previously encountered it in films, only now did he grasp the terrifying extent of the serum's enhancement capabilities. Unlike combat armor, which merely offers protection to the pilot, the serum's efficacy lies in directly augmenting the individual who receives the injection, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. This intrinsic strength is far more reliable than that which is derived from external sources. Moreover, the serum's enhancements extend beyond mere strength and speed. They also include an increase in muscle density, endowing the injected super soldier with formidable defensive capabilities. This explains why, in the films, characters like Captain America can continue to function normally even after being shot. The impact of the bullet is absorbed by their dense, powerful muscles. Only by receiving the serum could Wang Bo truly ensure his own safety. Chapter 55, The Ambush of Huang Haoyang. Wang Bo's adversaries as the last item in the first-level marketplace was exchanged. All products transitioned to a gray, unpurchasable state. The entire marketplace now offered but a single option: unlock the second-level marketplace. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo could not help but feel a twinge of curiosity. The merchandise in the primary marketplace is astonishingly impressive. One can only imagine the extraordinary offerings that await in the secondary marketplace, which is a tier above. Just as Wang Bo, filled with anticipation, pressed the unlock button, the expected new marketplace did not materialize. Simultaneously, the system's notification echoed in his mind. To unlock the secondary marketplace, 150,000 prestige points are required. Your current prestige is insufficient. Please strive harder. Listening to the system's announcement, Wang Bo felt an overwhelming urge to curse. The system was exceedingly mercenary, while it was already frustrating to require prestige points for exchanging goods. The previous experience of purchasing battle armor had involved a bundling scheme that forced him to buy a lower-tier version to access the higher one. Now, to open a marketplace, he was being asked for an exorbitant amount of prestige. Yet, given his reliance on the system, Wang Bo could only swallow his indignation and endure the unreasonable charges. After completing numerous tasks, he had no intention of immediately diving into the research on serum development. After such an exhaustive stretch, he resolved to grant himself a 2-day respite to recuperate. At that moment, Huang Haoyang, just alighting from the vehicle, appeared somewhat fatigued. Having traveled over 2,000 kilometers from Suchi City to Wanzhou Province, the various transfers along the way had left him wary of any lapse in diligence. He was puzzled as to why this research trip was so urgent. The instant he resumed his official duties, this research document had landed on his desk, accompanied by a dedicated official from the province to oversee the matter. This left him quite perplexed. However, considering the promise made by the visitor, that if he successfully participated in this research, he would be appointed principal of the 3rd middle school upon his return, he cast aside all doubts. As evening fell, Anzhou in the west was starkly different from Suchi City. Once night descended, the biting cold wind howled, making Huang Haoyang feel quite out of place. Observing the deserted station, he was filled with confusion. He had visited Anzhou province before. As a renowned tourist destination, even during off-peak seasons, it was typically bustling with people. Why, then, was the station devoid of life today? Just as he pondered this, several figures emerged from the dim light in the distance. His heart leapt with hope, and he hurried to approach them for directions. However, before he could utter a word, the individuals swiftly drew handguns from their waists. Witnessing this scene, alarm bells rang in his mind, and the reflexes honed from years of military service propelled him into action. Yet, faced with well-trained adversaries and his own advancing age, he was unable to evade the impending danger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots struck Huang Haoyang squarely in the chest. Contrary to his expectations of pain, Huang Haoyang lowered his head to find a syringe-like object pressed against his chest. A tranquilizer dart. In an instant, he felt his limbs grow weak, and a drowsy sensation enveloped his mind. Thud! As the target collapsed, several shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. They bore foreign visages, and among them stood Zhang Wenqing. Mr. Zhang, the target has been successfully captured. It remains to be seen how much influence your family possesses, the lead foreigner stated in broken Mandarin. Rest assured, it is all under my control, Zhang Wenqing confidently assured him, directing his gaze towards the fallen Huang Haoyang. Whether my family can establish a foothold in America depends on your significance in Wang Bo's eyes. 3 days had elapsed since the notary meeting. During this time, Wang Bo had remained at home, indulging in sleep and scrolling through Weibo, savoring this rare moment of leisure. Notably, since the notary event, his previously established Weibo account had witnessed a meteoric rise in followers, surpassing 30 million by this morning. This left Wang Bo astounded, as most of his admirers were young individuals. The near-miraculous fame he had achieved garnered an exceptional level of admiration. Some enthusiastic supporters even formed a fan club, referring to him as Teacher Wang on Weibo to express their respect. This left Wang Bo in a state of bemusement. However, where there are ardent fans, there are also detractors. Though a minority, some individuals, envious of Wang Bo's accomplishments, took to his page to voice their disdain. Wang Bo is nothing extraordinary. He merely stumbled upon these 2 inventions by chance, nothing to be impressed by. Some even remarked on his character, labeling him cruel and violent for having killed the pilots of 2 aircraft during the notary event. Indeed, I had almost forgotten, such a beast, who tramples on human life, deserves severe punishment. Yet, these criticisms were swiftly drowned out by the chorus of support for Wang Bo online. Stumbling upon success? Anyone who has attended kindergarten would know better than to utter such nonsense. Exactly. If you can name the symbols in even a simple formula for a small nuclear reactor, I would consider that an achievement. I agree with the above. Those who attribute his success to luck should perhaps seek prenatal education or consult a psychiatrist. Furthermore, regarding the events of the notary meeting, it was evident to all that Teacher Wang had acted in self-defense. Let us not argue. In the eyes of these detractors, Teacher Wang should have been bound and subjected to humiliation. Humph, Teacher Xiao Wang, pay no heed to this group of detractors. Others have intruded into our airspace, flaunting their power within the territorial waters of Huagua, yet some still think to defend those invaders. What a spineless bunch. Observing the scathing remarks directed at the critics, Wang Bo felt a surge of enthusiasm and decided to stoke the flames further. He recalled a renowned retort from his previous life and proceeded to make his comment in the discussion area. Look, Teacher Xiao Wang has commented. Let me see what the teacher has to say. Haha, I can't take it anymore. This is killing me. Teacher Xiao Wang is so talented. Beneath the disparaging remarks of the critics, Wang Bo boldly responded. Jealousy causes a separation of essence and form. This phrase, which had once swept across the internet in his former world, now found its origin in Wang Bo himself in this new realm. Haha. Teacher Xiao Wang's comment is so vivid. It conjured an image of those twisted faces of the critics. Hey, don't forget that the prenatal education of those critics isn't over yet. They probably don't even understand what essence and form separation means. Unexpectedly, Teacher Xiao Wang was not only proficient in physics, but also displayed a remarkable grasp of biology. Just as the online discussion reached a fervent pitch, a contrasting voice interrupted the ongoing chatter. Oh, Wang Bo is well versed in biology. That's utterly ludicrous. I am a student from class 1 of Suchi High School. Wang Bo's biology grades are among the lowest in the entire class. Here's the evidence. The comment was accompanied by a screenshot of Wang Bo's previous biology report card. At that moment, Su Chun anxiously stared at his phone screen. Indeed, it was the monitor of Class 3 who had posted Wang Bo's report card on Weibo. His motive was simple, to vent the pent-up frustration he harbored. His secret infatuation with Zhou Yumin was no longer a secret at Suchi High School. Previously, Zhou Yumin's demeanor had been quite warm towards him, indicating a mutual affection. To everyone's eyes, they appeared to be a golden couple. However, everything changed following Wang Bo's notarization meeting a few days ago. Zhou Yumin's attitude towards him turned suddenly cold. The warmth in her gaze was replaced with a strange mixture of disdain and contempt. How could Su Chen endure this? Having been coddled since childhood, he had never faced such humiliation. Moreover, he heard from Yang Tiantian that Zhou Yumin's family had traveled all the way to the capital for Wang Bo's sake. This deepened his sense of betrayal. How dare you, wretched person, leap so eagerly into the embrace of that wild seed? And that Wang Bo, what gives him the right to develop such technology? All this honor, status, and wealth should belong to me. It belongs to me. After venting his frustrations, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After all, he no longer possessed even the qualification to stand before Wang Bo. The very foundation upon which he had built his years of arrogance, his father, had sternly warned him against any further association with Zhou Yumin. The implication was clear: do not offend Wang Bo. Without all of this, what was he worth? Just as he was engulfed in gloom, the internet unexpectedly offered him a glimmer of hope. Here, he could conceal his true identity without fear of exposure, and he need not worry about retaliation from Wang Bo. He could freely malign the person who had taken everything from him. As he observed the renewed fervor of public opinion online, Wang Bo furrowed his brow. Clicking on the image, he was confronted with a familiar sight: his high school report card, prominently displaying a score of 39 in biology. In truth, Wang Bo's performance in biology had not been so dismal. He vaguely recalled that during that exam, a few classmates seated nearby had played a prank by seizing his paper, which resulted in his incomplete answers. While he was aware of the truth, the ignorant onlookers were not. Furthermore, this report card served as a clarion call, reigniting the battle spirit of his detractors. Ha ha ha, 39 points. I could score better than that with my feet. Is this what you deem a genius? Truly laughable. He only knows how to separate quality from quantity, yet naively flaunts himself here. Listening to the incessant mockery from the naysayers, Wang Bo's fans naturally grew indignant. What of it if Teacher Wang isn't proficient in biology? He too contributes to research for the nation. Indeed, what use is it to know so much? It is far better to specialize like Teacher Wang. While he may not excel in biology, he is capable of winning a Nobel Prize. Will you, the critics, ever receive such an honor? Observing the heated debate between the two factions, Wang Bo felt a throbbing headache. In an effort to quell this war of words and to clear his name, he commented, "You claim I lack knowledge in biology. Allow me to inform you, my adversaries, that my next project will be an endeavor into the realm of biological research." Such a declaration stirred a tempest in the comments section. Wang Bo's fans quickly urged him, "Teacher Wang, this is merely a provocation from these detractors. You need not pay them any mind. Indeed, you need not stoop to their level. Simply continue your research in physics." Yet, witnessing Wang Bo's impulsiveness, some netizens shifted their allegiance, even unfollowing him. Alas, how is it that Wang Bo can be so impetuous? Who could argue otherwise? Interdisciplinary research is not something that can simply be undertaken at whim. Perhaps it is due to youthful exuberance, speaking without due consideration, unfollowing. A person so ostentatious, Even if they were to achieve fleeting glory, how could it endure? As for those detractors, witnessing public opinion begin to sway in their favor, they find amusement. Venturing into the biological realm, do they really believe themselves omnipotent? Just having taken a bite of food, I nearly choked with laughter. Wang Bo is truly hilarious. Wang, the esteemed biologist. What could be the next marvel you endeavor to create? Faced with a chorus of derision, Wang Bo remained unfazed. He promptly replied online with utmost seriousness, I intend to develop a serum that enhances various bodily functions. Upon hearing this declaration, his fans were rendered speechless. A sense of melancholy arose within them. Had Wang Bo been before them, they would undoubtedly demand, we are prepared to fight to the death. Why does your majesty concede first? As for the critics, they nearly laughed their teeth out at Wang Bo's words. Enhance human capabilities? Has Wang Bo turned to selling health supplements? This post shall stand as testament. Should Wang Bo achieve success in the biological field, I will eat my hat while standing on my head. To those above, stop deceiving for food and drink. Observing the myriad of mocking voices on Weibo, a flicker of anticipation ignited within Wang Bo. I can hardly wait to see the expressions on their faces when the super soldier serum is unveiled. He promptly concluded his holiday, retrieved the phone given to him by the National Security Bureau, and dialed one of the numbers. At that moment, Fu Guotai was enjoying a fishing trip with Hong Guotao, relishing this hard-earned respite. Although it was a vacation, their conversations rarely strayed far from work. For these two, the challenge was not the work itself, but rather the difficulty of ignoring the affairs of Huagua. Is the evidence secured? At his superior's inquiry, Fu Guotai responded quickly, rest assured, we have had a direction for quite some time. The reason for our inaction was due to the Zhang family's influence in Huagua. Hearing this, Hong Guotao nodded slightly. We must not act hastily. There are numerous enterprises connected to the Zhang family. Acting recklessly could incite panic among the populace. We must ensure that everything is arranged to minimize the impact of this incident before proceeding. Listening to Hong Guotao's words, Fu Guotai felt a genuine admiration. This is precisely why he chose to follow this man. Perhaps he may not be a good husband or father, but for the entirety of Huagua, Hong Guotao is undoubtedly a competent leader. Just as the two were about to continue their discussion on official matters, Hong Guotao's secretary stepped forward and interrupted, saying, Leader, you might find this interesting. As he spoke, the secretary presented a tablet with both hands. Upon gazing at the contents of the tablet, a flicker of surprise crossed Hong Guotao's eyes. Chapter 57, The Lion's Roar. Commencing development. Noticing the astonishment on the secretary's face, Fu Guotai felt a surge of curiosity as well. After all, there were few things capable of surprising this individual in the entirety of Huagua. Leader, what is it? Fu Guotai inquired, his expression rife with eagerness. Hong Guotao chuckled and shook his head, saying, I never expected this young man to be quite so audacious. Take a look for yourself. He then handed the tablet over. Fu Guotai promptly accepted it, and after merely glancing at it, the two characters Wang Bo caught his eye. As he continued to read, he was taken aback, nearly dropping the fishing rod in his hand. This young man was incredibly bold, venturing into the realm of biology. If it were an ordinary person making such claims, it would be one thing. However, given Wang Bo's current prominence, any statement he made would undoubtedly stir significant repercussions. Observing Fu Guotai's discontented expression, Hong Guotao merely smiled faintly, remarking, he's still a child. We shouldn't hold him to excessively high standards. Overall, this young man has indeed contributed to Huagua. Not to mention, with those two technologies, even if he jokes about such matters online 1,000 times, I would still support him. Just as Fu Guotai was about to speak, his phone rang from within his pocket. Noticing the caller ID, he scoffed and answered the call. Hello, Moses. Hey there, leader, what are you up to? Hearing Wang Bo's unconventional greeting, Fu Guotai's mind buzzed. After a moment to collect himself, he retorted angrily. You little rascal, how dare you call me? How is it that you can't keep your mouth shut like a pair of cotton pants? Why do you have to air everything online? As Fu Guotai vented his grievances, Wang Bo increasingly felt that this fellow resembled a nagging mother. Nevertheless, one must bow when under the eaves. Considering the purpose of his call, Wang Bo could only force a smile and apologize. My fault. Leader, I assure you, next time I will keep my lips sealed. I will consult you before saying anything. Observing the young man's relatively earnest demeanor, Fu Guotai's inner ire subsided somewhat. Speak, what is the reason for your call? With the conversation shifting to the main topic, Wang Bo perked up. Director Fu. I would like to requisition the country's most advanced biochemical laboratory. Additionally, there is a need for relevant biochemical experimental equipment, and I will compile a list for you. Simultaneously, I require a funding of 300 million Huaxia coins. As Wang Bo made his exorbitant demands, On the other end of the line, Fu Guotai was struggling to contain his rising anger. Is there more? Yet Wang Bo appeared oblivious to the irritation emanating from the other side, nonchalantly responding. This is generally all I need for now. I'll let you know if I think of anything else. Hearing Wang Bo's flippant tone, Fu Guotai could no longer contain himself. What are you thinking? Are you robbing the rich? Furthermore, I must ask, what do you intend to do with the biochemical laboratory and equipment? You are not focusing on your research regarding the battle armor. What other nonsense are you concocting? Meanwhile, Hong Guotao looked on in astonishment. Was this young man truly serious? On the other end of the line, Wang Bo wore an expression of helplessness. Wondering why everyone thought he was joking, he was indeed quite earnest. Although he internally scoffed at the notion, Wang Bo was well aware of how incredulous the endeavor of developing a super soldier serum was. Thus, mere words might not suffice to persuade the director. Moreover, the expenses for this research were substantial, and he felt uncomfortable asking for something for nothing. In exchange, I can provide a complete set of battle armor. I assure you, this armor will surpass the previous Honghuang No. 1 in terms of defense and endurance. Additionally, I can include some small gifts with the armor. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, Hong Guotao immediately nodded in agreement. Observing his superior's endorsement, Fu Guotai, though displeased, had no choice but to acquiesce. After hanging up the phone, Fu Guotai expressed his confusion. Director, why agree to this young man's request for these facilities and equipment? It seems like a waste. Furthermore, is 300 million Huaxia coins truly worth it for a set of battle armor? In response, Hong Guotao smiled calmly. Guotai, you are being too hasty. 300 million for a set of battle armor does seem excessive. However, this will enable our nation to become the first in the world to incorporate battle armor into combat operations. In the grand chess game between great powers, one misstep can lead to a cascade of setbacks. Our nation must strive to be the first to embrace this innovation. Witnessing his superior's ability to think so far ahead filled Fu Guotai with admiration. As for the funds, equipment, and facilities, let it serve as a lesson for this young man. Encountering obstacles in the realm of biology will surely temper his approach. Guotai, you must keep a close watch on this young talent. With his potential, it won't be long before he becomes a pivotal figure for our nation. As the words of Hong Guotao faded, the bait floating on the water suddenly stirred. Wang Bo, having just hung up the phone, felt a peculiar sense of unease. Logically, Fu Guotai should not have acquiesced so readily. It is crucial to recognize that the items Wang Bo sought were of considerable value, even with his status. Acquiring them was no trivial matter. His initial expectations were set at 3 sets of battle armor, along with 5 completed small nuclear reactors. After all, as a citizen of Huagua, he could not afford to be overly stingy. Yet, to his astonishment, this old fellow did not even haggle, but simply agreed. If this old man were to engage in business, he would surely face ruin. Had Fu Guotai overheard Wang Bo's inner musings, he would undoubtedly have given him a sound thrashing. The efficiency of the organization was remarkable. With directives from above, the entire operation was swiftly coordinated. Within 3 hours, the vehicle dispatched to collect Wang Bo arrived at his doorstep. Observing the car's arrival, he hesitated no longer, quickly gathered his belongings, and stepped outside. The location of the biochemical laboratory was exceedingly clandestine. During the journey, Wang Bo was even blindfolded to prevent any disclosure of its whereabouts. By the time they reached the designated site, night had fallen, surveying the vast expanse of the desolate Gobi Desert. He had no doubt that straying from the confines of the laboratory could lead to his demise amidst the arid wasteland. Before him stood a uniquely designed structure. Yet it was the most advanced laboratory in the country. Wang Bo eagerly touched his nose in anticipation. Every youth harbors dreams of heroism. While the super soldier serum may not transform him into a superhero, it could, in some capacity, elevate him to the extraordinary prowess reminiscent of the illustrious Captain America in films. The mere thought of attaining such strength ignited a fervor within Wang Bo. Chapter 58. The kidnapped Huang Haoyang. The enraged committee member at this moment. Huang Haoyang awakened amidst the jostling. Feeling the bindings on his hands and the oppressive black mask covering his head, he quickly deduced that he had been kidnapped. The thunderous roar emanating from outside extinguished any notion of resistance. That sound, all too familiar to someone who had served in the military, was unmistakable, a military transport aircraft. If his assumptions were correct, he was currently thousands of meters above the ground. Huang Haoyang did not consider himself akin to the retired agents from action films who could single-handedly take on numerous adversaries. Thus, any disobedience in this predicament would undoubtedly be a reckless path to self-destruction. However, who could it be that orchestrated such an elaborate scheme to abduct him? As Huang Haoyang pondered these questions, time slipped away unnoticed. At long last, In a moment marked by a tremor, the engine's thunderous roar gradually diminished until it vanished entirely. The cabin door swung open, and a few clumsy phrases in Mandarin wafted in from outside. At this moment, Andrew was filled with elation. He could hardly believe how seamlessly this operation had unfolded. After that notarization meeting, he had scrutinized Wang Bo's personal information countless times. He was confident that as long as Huang Haoyang was in his grasp, Wang Bo would inevitably walk straight into a trap. Mr. Zhang, I am immensely grateful for your assistance this time. Without your family, our beautiful nation would not have succeeded so smoothly in inviting Mr. Huang as our guest. I am certain that Mr. Wang Bo will soon arrive in our beautiful nation as well, Andrew remarked. Zhang Boheng merely nodded in response, while Zhang Wenqing, standing nearby, wore a self-satisfied expression upon hearing Andrew's words. Indeed, Minister Andrew, our family has operated in Hua country for decades, and we are not merely talk. Just consider the National Security Bureau, which you cannot bypass. Yet, our family can oversee all their movements. Furthermore, it is only our Zhang family that possesses the capability to elude the scrutiny of Hua country's high echelons with this military transport aircraft. Observing Zhang Wenqing's boastful demeanor, Andrew could not suppress a cold smirk within. Previously in Hua country, the Zhang family held significant influence, even instilling caution in the Ministry of Defense. Yet now, they had defected to the beautiful nation, resembling a tiger ensnared in a cage, ripe for slaughter. Zhang Boheng, cognizant of this reality, felt an immense frustration as he noticed Andrew's disdainful expression. Yet, as the saying goes, one must bow their head beneath a roof. Given the choice, he would never have left Hua country. However, the ambiguous attitudes of Hong Guotao and Fu Guotai tormented him deeply. His long-honed political instincts warned him that if he clung to his status and power at this juncture, only imprisonment awaited him. Meanwhile, the agents behind Andrew wasted no time engaging in futile conversation with the Zhang family. They swiftly boarded the plane, tearing away the black cloth that shrouded Huang Haoyang's head. After comparing him with a photograph, they nodded in confirmation towards Andrew. As Huang Haoyang adjusted to the light after being freed from darkness, he took a long time to force his eyes open. Upon seeing the figure at the cabin door, none other than the frequently televised Zhang committee member, and recalling the recent conversation, he could not fathom that this was a conspiracy against Wang Bo. Zhang Boheng, you wretched beast. How can you justify your actions towards Hua country? You disgrace your forebears, who were founding figures of our nation, bringing them nothing but shame. Upon hearing this, Zhang Boheng displayed no remorse. Instead, a twisted expression crossed his face. Do you even realize the immense contributions my Zhang family has made to Huagua? Just look at how Huagua has treated us. Is it merely a few thousand yuan in salary for each of us? Observing Zhang Boheng's hysterical demeanor, Huang Haoyang revealed a hint of derision. You feel guilty, don't you? Zhang Boheng. In terms of authority, take a good look at how many individuals in Huagua surpass you. Given this, what more do you wish Huagua to do for you? If you desire wealth, relinquish your committee position and venture into business. With your family's influence in Huagua, you would face no obstacles. Why do you not do this? Shut your mouth. At that moment, Zhang Boheng seemed to be struck at his core, roaring in anger at Huang Haoyang. Yet, Huang Haoyang remained unfazed, continuing. Let me tell you why. Your family's decline is solely due to your greed, Zhang Boheng. With a sudden surge of rage, Zhang Boheng could no longer bear the humiliation and struck Huang Haoyang across the face. The blow, fueled by fury, sent Huang Haoyang crashing to the ground, unable to rise for some time. However, the former committee member appeared unsatisfied and advanced to deliver a few more kicks. Observing this, Andrew subtly signaled to a few agents nearby. They quickly comprehended their superior's intent and intervened to restrain Zhang Boheng, simultaneously escorting Huang Haoyang away from the scene. Witnessing his brother being taken away, Zhang Wenqing was about to erupt, but was halted by Zhang Boheng's outstretched hand. Andrew, witnessing this, merely offered a cold smile. In Huagua, your Zhang family remains a tiger, but in the beautiful country, you are merely a soft persimmon. At that moment, in Hong Guotao's office, the leader of Huagua erupted for the first time in fury. Behind the desk, Fu Guotai gazed at the shattered teacup, rendered speechless. I never imagined that the Zhang family could be so spineless. Zhang Boheng has utterly disgraced the legacy of his forebears. Clearly, news of the Zhang family's defection had reached his ears. What on earth is the head of the National Security Bureau doing? How could he allow the Zhang family to slip away right under his nose? Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai felt a pang of grievance. In truth, Zhang Boheng's ancestors were founding figures of the National Security Bureau, and with Zhang Boheng holding such a high office, he was well aware of the Bureau's various tactics. With the Zhang family's influence in the military, Escaping from Huagua without raising any suspicions was hardly a daunting task. However, witnessing the fury of the current situation, Fu Guotai, regardless of his grievances, could only swallow his pride and endure. What is the status regarding Uncle Wang Bo? Hearing the leader's inquiry, a flicker of anguish crossed Fu Guotai's eyes. We had previously dispatched individuals for covert protection. However, due to the Zhang family's deep-rooted connections within the National Security Bureau and their extensive infiltration over the years, they were acutely aware of our movements. The dozen or so protectors we sent were all silenced. Listening to this disarray, the leader of Huagua was seething with rage, ordering an immediate red alert for a global manhunt for the Zhang family. Chapter 59. The news reaches Wang Bo, administering the serum. Fearing that Wang Bo might act impulsively, Fu Guotai quickly sealed the information. Yet, as the saying goes, one cannot hide fire with paper. Under the vigorous propaganda from the United States, news of Principal Huang Haoliang's academic visit spread across the globe. Just a month after Wang Bo entered the laboratory, the progress of his experiments was remarkably promising. The war armor crafted for the nation had been successfully completed, benefiting from the full support of the state, utilizing only the most advanced materials. Most importantly, for the first time, this armor, built for the nation, was equipped with laser weaponry. The serum for the super soldier was also nearing completion, expected to be finalized in just a couple of days. Therefore, today, Wang Bo decided to grant himself a rare respite. He opened Weibo to browse, and the platform was inundated with news about Huang Haoliang's visit to the United States, particularly under Wang Bo's account. Even though individuals had contacted the relevant authorities to delete the information, it was too late. Observing this official news from the United States, a sense of foreboding settled in Wang Bo's heart. He realized that at such a crucial moment in his newfound fame, Huang Haoliang would certainly not want to complicate matters for him, and this trip abroad was likely not voluntary on his uncle's part. With this thought, he resolved to call home for clarification. The phone rang only once before it was answered. Hello, Aunt, do you know about my uncle's business trip? Hearing this, Yang Ping was equally perplexed. I was just wondering about that. He only mentioned going to Anzhou province and said nothing about going abroad. Listening to Yang Ping's response, Wang Bo's heart sank. He knew that something must have happened to his uncle. Although Wang Bo had his suspicions, he spoke in a manner devoid of any unusual tone to alleviate Yang Ping's worries. Aunt, it appears that your relationship with uncle isn't exactly stellar. Even I, as your nephew, am in the know, while you remain blissfully unaware. Perhaps this time, uncle will bring back a foreign girl. Yang Ping, irritated by Wang Bo's teasing, overlooked the flaws in his words. You little rascal, your month away has certainly emboldened you. How dare you sow discord between me and your uncle? When you return, I shall ensure you feel the consequences. Wang Bo, relieved that Yang Ping did not dwell on Huang Haoliang's whereabouts, exhaled deeply, concerned for Uncle Huang's safety. He offered a few half-hearted remarks before hanging up. He promptly dialed Fu Guotai's number. At that moment, the director of the Security Bureau, troubled by the situation, grimaced upon seeing the incoming call. Suppressing his negative emotions, he adjusted his tone slightly and answered, Hello, Wang Bo. How are things? Any progress on your biochemical invention? Hearing Fu Guotai's gentle tone sent shivers down Wang Bo's spine. Director Fu, hasn't anyone told you that your skill in changing the subject is rather poor? Just tell me straight, what is the situation with my uncle? Despite Fu Guotai's attempts to sidestep the issue, Wang Bo interrupted, Director Fu. As much as I wish to trust you, your lying skills leave much to be desired. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Fu Guotai recounted the entire situation to Wang Bo. As for the boy's impulsiveness, that was a non-issue. Following Huang Haoliang's incident, Fu had already stationed numerous personnel around the biochemical laboratory, first to ensure the boy's safety, and second to prevent Wang Bo from hearing any news that might prompt him to act rashly. Listening to the unfolding narrative, Wang Bo's expression darkened. He was taken aback by the lengths to which the United States would go to acquire the technology he and his uncle possessed. Even more shocking was the betrayal of his homeland by the Zhang family, who had made significant contributions to China. This revelation filled him with disdain. However, he was somewhat reassured that Uncle Huang's safety would likely be secured until the United States could not obtain him. Wang Bo, you must have faith in the country. This matter will surely receive a satisfactory resolution from China. Our nation will never abandon one of its own citizens to be imprisoned abroad. Never. Wang Bo repeatedly affirmed his commitment to remain cautious and not act recklessly. After ending the call, the nearby members of the Security Bureau seemed to sense something amiss. They approached Wang Bo without reservation, wary of any attempt he might make to escape. Rest assured, I shall not flee. Wang Bo waved his hand towards them, signaling that he would not abandon this place. After saying so, he turned, and entered the laboratory. "Captain, should we not proceed into the lab to keep an eye on him? After all, if this lad attempts to escape in his battle armor, we would be utterly powerless to stop him." The leader shot a glare at the speaker. According to intelligence, Wang Bo spent over 3 months creating the Honghuang No. 1. This time, it has been less than a month. We need not rush. Within the laboratory, Wang Bo's gaze was fixed upon a vial on the workbench, glowing with a cerulean light. The super soldier serum was not yet complete, but he was confident that with extra effort, he could finish it by tomorrow night. It was not that Wang Bo lacked faith in China. Rather, the allure of those two technologies was simply too great. Faced with the war machines of the Honghuang No. 1 and a miniature nuclear reactor, he doubted that mere diplomatic pressure would suffice to persuade the Americans to release him. Continuation along this path would only exacerbate the conflict between these two great nations. Although Wang Bo harbored a deep disdain for the sordid tactics of the American government, he recognized that the people of both countries were innocent. There was no need to entangle them due to his own predicament. With this thought, Wang Bo made his decision. In the deep night of the following day, the laboratory was illuminated, starkly contrasting the darkness outside. At this moment, Wang Bo, bare-chested, slowly approached the container that resembled a space capsule. Sensing his entry, the hatch automatically sealed behind him. As he entered, various programs on the control panel began to operate automatically. Above him, 3 tubes of pale blue liquid, guided by the control panel, gradually flowed into the chamber. Pain. A searing agony akin to fire. At this moment, Wang Bo felt as though his body were being utterly torn apart. This was after systematic modifications. He could scarcely imagine the torment endured by the American captain in the original narrative. As the last of the serum was injected, the chamber erupted in a blinding light. Simultaneously, Wang Bo's body began to undergo a subtle transformation. Approximately 10 minutes passed, and the brightness within the chamber gradually faded. As the final glimmer dissipated, the hatch slowly opened. Wang Bo, feeling utterly drained, collapsed out of the chamber. Though exhausted, he could profoundly sense the immense power now coursing through him. After regaining a modicum of strength, Wang Bo, lying on the ground, turned his head to gaze at the battle armor standing nearby. He knew it was time to embark on his mission. Chapter 60, A Single Blade at the Conference. The beginning of the confrontation. "Captain, you should go in and rest. I will keep watch for a while longer." Upon hearing this, the captain slightly shook his head. "We are currently in a sensitive period, especially with Wang Bo, who must not encounter any issues. Any misstep on his part would result in a considerable loss for us." A member of the security department, hearing this, dismissively replied, "We have already suffered from our previous oversight. This time, our elite forces are fully committed to safeguarding this young man. If he were to face any unforeseen circumstances again, it would be disastrous." Before he could finish this reproachful statement, a sleek combat suit suddenly soared into the air from the distant biochemical laboratory. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, then quickly reacted. Damn it! How could Wang Bo's research progress so rapidly? It's only been a month. Immediately notify the higher-ups and dispatch fighter jets for interception. At this moment, within the security department, Fu Guotai learned of Wang Bo's escape from the laboratory. Setting aside his agitation, he hastily called the military district to send fighter jets for interception. Just a second before the call connected, Wang Bo's phone rang. "You rascal! Get back here at once." The combat suit, soaring thousands of meters in the air, staggered momentarily. Inside the suit, Fu Guotai's voice reverberated incessantly. "Director Fu, you truly are as vigorous as ever." Even Wang Bo, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, nearly succumbed to this sudden sonic assault. "Stop with the banter. Now, immediately, return at once, or I swear I will flay you alive." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo ceased his jesting. "Director Fu, what do you think are the chances of the beautiful nation releasing him?" Recently, due to issues with chips, the neighboring country of Maple Leaf had audaciously detained our citizens. This time, facing the Honghuang No. 1, the beautiful nation would certainly not relent until they achieved their objectives. A silence fell over Fu Guotai on the other end of the line. Indeed, the previous promise made to Wang Bo was merely an attempt to placate his emotions temporarily. Given the unscrupulous nature of the beautiful nation, if Wang Bo did not intervene, Huang Haoyang might never return. "Then you are not allowed to go either. Trust me, I will find a way to bring your uncle back." Hearing the resolute tone of Fu Guotai, Wang Bo understood that he was not merely speaking for effect. However, Wang Bo's purpose for this endeavor extended beyond rescuing his uncle. It was also to ensure that those who dared to threaten his family would face retribution. With this thought in mind, he spoke. "Director Fu, I appreciate your intentions, but from your position, taking action may prove to be quite inconvenient. From my perspective, He is an elder who has raised me for over a decade, akin to a father figure. If I lacked the capability, it would be one thing. But now that I possess the means, I must act to save him. Furthermore, I am acutely aware of your concerns. I have meticulously compiled the technology of small nuclear reactors and battle armor. Should the time come and I have not returned, these materials will automatically be sent to your email. Rest assured, even if this mission fails and I am detained in that beautiful country, I shall never lift a finger to assist them. Listening to Wang Bo's somewhat tragic words, even Fu Guotai, seasoned in the face of storms, could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. The silence on the other end of the line prompted Wang Bo to continue. Director Fu, you need not worry. I have made ample preparations for this journey. Over the past month, my efforts have not solely been devoted to the battle armor. My inventions in the biochemical laboratory are the true focal point. Hearing Wang Bo's assertions, Fu Guotai did not take them seriously, dismissing them as mere self-comfort. In his heart, he believed Wang Bo would not return. After all, no matter how formidable the battle armor, it could not withstand the might of a nation. Moreover, with Huang Haoyang as a hostage, Wang Bo's actions would inevitably be constrained, preventing him from unleashing his full potential. After hanging up the phone, Hong Guotao, who had been listening in, also sighed deeply. Has he left? The security minister nodded with great difficulty. Alas, we have lost a great talent. Observing this despondent figure, Fu Guotai's mood soured considerably. At that moment, Lin Zichao was sleeping soundly. Although it was already morning, he had worked almost through the night. Thanks to the materials provided by Wang Bo, he had successfully secured a position at the television station. Now, he served as a reporter in a primetime program. Everything was progressing smoothly, but the only discomfort in his heart stemmed from the debt of gratitude he owed. For Wang Bo, it may have been a trivial act, but for Lin Zichao, it felt like a life-saving grace. Yet, reflecting on his own situation, having received such a significant favor without any means of repayment left him feeling profoundly uneasy. Suddenly, an insistent phone ring shattered Lin Zichao's sweet dreams. Who on earth is calling at this hour? Irritated, he almost hung up, but, catching a glimpse of the caller ID, he instantly snapped to attention. Hello, Chao Gu. Are you awake? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Lin Zichao felt all traces of sleep vanish. I'm awake. Why are you calling me at such an hour? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo did not hesitate to speak directly. I need your assistance with a matter. Lin Zichao, instantly invigorated by these words, replied, Go ahead. What is it? As long as it doesn't involve murder or arson, I will handle it flawlessly. Listening to Lin Zichao's response, Wang Bo felt a wave of exasperation. It seemed he was regarded as someone of dubious character in Lin's eyes. However, glancing at the faintly visible coastline in the distance, Wang Bo understood that his time was limited. Brother Chao, I need you to broadcast the live footage of the Xinfeng stream. Upon hearing this, Lin Zichao sensed an unusual undertone. Is something amiss? In response to the inquiry, Wang Bo replied, Brother Chao, I will explain everything when I return. For now, just follow my instructions. Noting the urgency in Wang Bo's tone, Lin Zichao ceased his questioning and promptly got out of bed to start working. After a couple of minutes, the connection was finally established. Observing the rapidly flying battle armor, Lin Zichao felt puzzled, yet remembering Wang Bo's previous demeanor, he dared not be negligent. He quickly utilized his connections and resources to amplify the impact of this broadcast. What is happening? Isn't this the battle armor showcased during the previous notarization meeting? Why does it look so different now? This version appears far more robust and secure compared to the previous flimsy design. By the way, isn't the person inside Teacher Wang? Where could he possibly be heading in this battle armor? Meanwhile, Wang Bo gazed into the distance, where several dark spots slowly emerged beneath the battle armor. Clearly, the radar of the beautiful nation was no slouch. They had detected him long before he entered their airspace, dispatching several aircraft to monitor his movements. As the coastline gradually came into view, a chill flickered in Wang Bo's eyes. Beautiful nation, our confrontation begins now. Chapter 61, A Fully Armed Welcome. Mysterious maneuvers. As Wang Bo entered the territorial waters of the beautiful nation, several fighter jets surrounded him, preventing any erratic movements. Although he had come alone, the destructive potential of the battle armor meant that if he truly intended to wreak havoc, he could unleash significant turmoil on the beautiful nation's soil. Meanwhile, back in Huagua, with Lin Zichao's efforts, the live broadcast of Xinfeng was garnering an increasing audience. Moreover, to exert international pressure on the beautiful nation, Hong Guotao personally ordered the release of the events that had transpired. Thus, the beautiful nation found itself in a position of culpability. Additionally, with Wang Bo's situation being streamed live, and so many eyes watching, it was likely that the beautiful nation would refrain from excessive actions. The audacity of this beautiful nation is truly remarkable. It prides itself as the world's police, claiming to uphold global peace. Yet this is how it conducts itself. Wang Bo has acted impulsively. His presence serves only to further the interests of this beautiful nation, with no substantial benefit. To those above, if your loved ones were taken hostage, could you remain composed? Perhaps with the armor, Wang Bo might still have hope. However, it remains precarious. Although the armor possesses formidable power, it is still insufficient to contend with the might of an entire nation. At this moment, within the confines of his armor, Wang Bo received an incoming call. Without hesitation, he answered the unknown number. On the other end, the voice of Defense Minister Andrew echoed, "Greetings, Mr. Wang Bo." It seems that the government of this beautiful nation has been informed, as Wang Bo was broadcasting the meeting live through a communication device. Consequently, Andrew spoke with great caution. "We extend a warm welcome to the illustrious Mr. Wang Bo for visiting our beautiful country. We are eager to have talents like you here. Due to the potential dangers associated with the armor, we must take certain precautions. I hope you understand." Listening to the insincere words of the defense minister, Wang Bo felt a wave of disdain. However, considering that his uncle's fate lay in this man's hands, he refrained from showing any overt hostility. "Mr. Andrew, I completely understand. I am very much looking forward to our forthcoming meeting." Hearing Wang Bo's tactful response, Andrew felt a sense of relief. After all, he harbored no favorable opinions of the Chinese. Previous encounters with individuals privy to secrets from China had proven to be quite rigid, making it difficult to extract desired information. This situation, however, was different. It involved the methods for constructing a small nuclear reactor and armor. If he were to fail in acquiring these technologies from Wang Bo, the enraged president would surely find a reason to imprison him, condemning him to a life in a dark, filthy cell. Yet, it appeared that fortune favored him, as Wang Bo did not exhibit strong resistance towards this beautiful nation. Furthermore, he was still quite young, especially in comparison to the Chinese individuals he had previously interrogated. With confidence in his methods, he believed he could swiftly bring this young man under his control. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Wang Bo, escorted by a fleet of fighter jets, arrived at the Coastal Defense Department. "Mr. Wang, please land on the rooftop of this building. Our personnel await your arrival." As he gazed down at the building and the surrounding aircraft, Wang Bo took a deep breath and gradually descended in his armor. Though it is merely a division building of the Ministry of Defense, in anticipation of the esteemed guest Wang Bo, hundreds of agents summoned from across the nation stand at the ready, their vigilance unwavering. As the formidable armored suit descends slowly, a palpable tension grips the air. With every breath held tight, they had undergone rigorous training prior to this moment, and were acutely aware of the catastrophic destruction this suit could unleash. With a staggering speed of 6 Mach, it descends from the heavens unscathed, having obliterated a fighter jet upon impact. It wields a devastating pulse cannon capable of unleashing terrifying power. The thought that the one controlling this might is merely a child under 18 sends a chill through their spines. The volatility of youth is a cause for concern, especially given that this situation involves the abduction of his uncle. Should Wang Bo lose control of his emotions, the rampage of this iron beast would necessitate their very lives to intervene. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, suspended in the air, surveys the rooftop's defenses. Approximately 100 armed personnel, concealed in strategic positions, are equipped with heavy weaponry such as Gatling guns and small anti-aircraft missiles. Observing this scene, a cold smile creeps across Wang Bo's lips. He had not anticipated that the loss of 2 fighter jets would instill such fear in the United States. A wave of disdain washed over him. Had it been the previous iteration, the Hongguang No. 1, with its accompanying aerial support, they might indeed have posed a challenge. However, this suit, albeit still designated as -3, boasts upgraded materials and weaponry, rendering its combat capabilities incomparable to those of the former model. With this in mind, he resolves to act decisively, confident that within 5 minutes, he could conclude this confrontation. Yet, his purpose here is not to engage in battle. The safety of Huang Haoyang remains the paramount objective of his journey to the United States. With that thought, he gently hovers to the designated spot on the rooftop. As all eyes remain fixated on him, the armored suit gradually opens, and Wang Bo steps out. At this sight, the agents collectively exhale in relief, at least momentarily free from the fear for their lives. The moment Wang Bo exits the suit, several agents swiftly approach to ensure his distance from it, preventing any further contact. Witnessing this, Andrew's heart swells with joy. Wang Bo's demeanor only reinforces the notion that he harbors no animosity toward the United States, thus facilitating his forthcoming persuasion. In the live broadcast room of Huagua, Chaos erupts at the sight of Wang Bo emerging from the armor. They deem him utterly reckless. With the suit on, he had room for negotiation and resistance. But now, stripped of that protection, he stands as an ordinary individual. At this juncture, he is akin to a fish on the chopping block, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. Now, this individual faces two possible paths. One is to steadfastly hold his ground, refusing to yield, and become a hero of the Huagua nation. The other is to betray and align himself with the beautiful country, turning into one of Huagua's most formidable adversaries. At this moment, Yawen, witnessing this scene, felt his heart sink. He had not dared to share the details of the live broadcast or the overall situation with his father. He understood the depth of Jianhua's disdain for acts of betrayal against Huagua. He was acutely aware of the immense hopes his father had pinned on Wang Bo. Yawen had no doubt that if his father were to discover the Zhang family's defection and Wang Bo's perilous circumstances, he might very well faint on the spot. Therefore, until the dust settled, he could not possibly divulge this information to his father. However, Wang Bo's perplexing actions left him devoid of any hope for a smooth resolution. Yet, he also recognized that the young man was not one to easily surrender. Wang Bo, what on earth are you attempting to achieve? Chapter 62. A Conversation with the Minister of Defense. Conditions. As Yawen pondered these matters, Lao returned from his morning exercise and opened the door. This startled him into quickly putting away his phone. Yawen, it's not that I'm criticizing you. You should take some time to exercise more. Staying cooped up inside is detrimental to your health. Look at how you struggle to climb the stairs. I, at my age, can still outperform you. Had it been any other day, Yawen would have retorted to his father's teasing. But now, he was entirely preoccupied. Noticing his son's silence, Jianhua continued. By the way, is that young Wang Bo still toiling away in that biochemical lab? Upon hearing his father inquire about Wang Bo, Yawen was startled into a nervous jolt. Yes, he is still at the lab. Observing his son's anxious demeanor, Lao found it peculiar but did not dwell on it. He then expressed his irritation. That young man, just a while ago, I praised him. And now he has lost his way. He thinks he can delve into the biological field. Does he not understand that switching fields is like crossing mountains? He is merely wasting his time here. And those above, instead of intervening, are even lending this brat the lab. Listening to Jianhua's dangerously critical remarks, Yawen could only muster a wry smile. Young man, you must return safely, otherwise, I will be the sole target of the old man's ire. Meanwhile, at that moment, Wang Bo, under the protection of a cadre of agents, arrived at Andrew's office. Before even entering, the affable Minister of Defense welcomed him warmly. Welcome, welcome, Mr. Wang Bo. Although we have not met prior to this moment, your name resonates profoundly. Those two near-miraculous inventions have truly broadened my horizons. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Despite knowing the ill intentions of this old rogue, Wang Bo would not confront him directly in such a public setting. Mr. Andrew, you flatter me, he replied. Yet, before Wang Bo could elaborate further, an agent nearby attempted to seize the floating camera drone. To them, it was evident that the ensuing conversation was inappropriate for public ears. The agent acted with remarkable speed, one that an ordinary person would scarcely perceive. But was Wang Bo ordinary? Having been injected with the super serum, he had transcended human limits in both reflexes and agility. Thus, in the very moment the agent's rifle was about to strike the drone, Wang Bo intervened. The agent, halted in his tracks, bore a look of astonishment. It is worth noting that these agents are elite soldiers, rigorously selected from the military and subjected to years of grueling training. Each of them could easily take on 10 adversaries. Yet, this mere 18-year-old Wang Bo was able to match their speed, which genuinely surprised Andrew. The agent's face flushed crimson. Having been thwarted by such a youth in front of his peers and superiors, a stinging slap to his pride. As the agent withdrew, preparing to launch a second attack, Andrew interjected, Enough. How can you treat our esteemed guest with such disrespect? Hearing his superior's words, the agent, though seething with resentment, had no choice but to retreat begrudgingly. Wang Bo seized the moment to inquire, Mr. Andrew, do you hold this little gadget in high regard? Or is it that our forthcoming discussion cannot be made public? Taken aback, Andrew then burst into hearty laughter. Of course not. Since Mr. Wang Bo is fond of it, let us keep this little device. It shall showcase the hospitality of my great nation to the people of Huagua and indeed the world. At that moment, Andrew's spirits were high. In his eyes, the seemingly insurmountable task assigned by the president was on the verge of completion due to a series of fortuitous events. What delighted him further was Wang Bo's audacious stance during the interruption. This young fellow seemed to believe that as long as the drone was operational and the live broadcast continued, he could not be challenged. The scene resembled that of a burly man intruding upon the home of a solitary young woman. The solitary young woman, clutching a slender wooden stick, cowered in the corner, projecting a facade of bravado, as if this would secure her safety. Little did she realize, to the robust men, she was merely a source of amusement. Subsequently, at Andrew's invitation, the group proceeded to the conference room of the branch. Along the way, Andrew endeavored to appear amiable, as he had intentions to extract 2 technological secrets from the young one. Mr. Wang Bo, it seems you have a penchant for fitness, Andrew remarked, noting how effortlessly Mr. Wang had intercepted their earlier attempts. Wang Bo raised an eyebrow in response. Mr. Andrew, what are you implying? Perceiving the rigidity in Wang Bo's tone, Andrew remained unperturbed, nothing of consequence. If fitness is your interest, our National Defense Headquarters boasts a fully equipped gym. Should you find the time, you are welcome to experience it. Though this conversation seemed casual, the Minister of Defense's overtures were unmistakably transparent. Should the opportunity arise, I would indeed like to explore your beautiful country. However, Mr. Andrew, your abduction of my uncle has cast a shadow upon my perception of this nation. As Wang Bo exposed this matter openly, Andrew displayed no signs of dismay. Instead, he erupted into hearty laughter. Who has dared to spread such rumors about me, Andrew? Mr. Huang Haoyang merely happened to be visiting your beautiful country. Out of respect for Mr. Huang, I invited him to my department as a guest. How can this be construed as abduction? In the live stream, viewers witnessed the hypocritical demeanor of this official from the beautiful country, erupting in scornful criticism. This old man has no shame. How dare he claim it's out of respect for Mr. Huang? If it weren't for Wang Bo, would you even know the name of a high school principal? I now deeply suspect whether the laser from the battle armor could even pierce this old fool's thick skin. As the two engaged in their lackluster banter, they finally arrived at the conference room. Wang Bo, unceremoniously, took a seat at the center. Observing the room filled with an abundance of agents, he slightly furrowed his brow. Mr. Andrew, I prefer not to be crowded. Taken aback by Wang Bo's statement, Andrew waved his hand, dismissing most of the agents, leaving only the most elite among them. Although he did not perceive Wang Bo as a significant threat without his armor, caution is never unwarranted. Retaining a few agents was certainly prudent. With this, Wang Bo ceased to linger on the matter and promptly articulated his conditions. Mr. Andrew, let us not beat around the bush. If your beautiful country desires the 2 technologies in my possession, it is quite simple. You need only fulfill my 2 conditions. Upon hearing this, Andrew smiled faintly. I believe Mr. Wang has misunderstood. Our beautiful country is one that values freedom and equality. We certainly do not covet the technology you possess. However, if Mr. Wang has any requests, he is welcome to voice them. As a friend, I shall do my utmost to assist in any matters I can. Listening to Andrew's insincere remarks, Wang Bo could not help but feel a cold amusement within. Were it not for the cameras of the Exine phone, he believed this conversation would have unfolded quite differently. The first condition is that I need to see my uncle to ensure his safety, and to escort him back to Hua country safely. Andrew was not surprised by Wang Bo's initial demand. In fact, since the moment Wang Bo had descended from the armored suit, the significance of Huang Haoyang had effectively vanished. Thus, he had no qualms about doing a favor and releasing Wang Bo's uncle. Of course, that is not an issue. Mr. Huang is under the protection of our beautiful country. As his friend, it is my duty to ensure his safe return to Hua country. As the two conversed, Huang Haoyang was brought into the conference room by personnel from the Ministry of Defense. Observing Wang Bo in the meeting room, Huang Haoyang felt a mix of anger and gratitude. He was frustrated that Wang Bo was so stubborn, realizing that the beautiful country had taken such great risks to bring him here, ultimately for the knowledge contained in this young man's mind. It was infuriating that this fool had so easily walked into a trap. He could imagine that if the beautiful country's objectives were achieved, both he and his nephew would be branded as traitors in Hua country. Yet, he was also touched that despite the evident dangers, this young man had come without hesitation. All these years of concern for him had not been in vain. Wang Bo, noticing Huang Haoyang's fierce expression, instinctively shrank back. Uncle, please do not act rashly. You understand the function of this Exine foam, right? The entire nation is watching us. Huang Haoyang also noticed the hovering device and took a deep breath to suppress his anger. Do you have confidence? Hearing Huang Haoyang's somewhat nonsensical question, Andrew and the viewers in the live stream looked bewildered. However, Wang Bo understood his uncle's intent. Yes, you can rest assured. Though his voice was soft, Huang Haoyang discerned the unwavering determination therein. All right, then I shall return and wait for you. Their seemingly perplexing exchange darkened Andrew's expression. He disliked matters that eluded his comprehension, particularly concerning Wang Bo. Mr. Huang, the private jet to take you back to your country is ready. Without further ado, let us embark on our journey. Huang Haoyang cast a deep glance at Wang Bo before departing the conference room without a backward glance. Mr. Wang Bo, I am curious about your second request. Listening to Andrew's inquiry, Wang Bo remained unhurried. There is no rush, Minister. It would be prudent to wait for my uncle to return to Huagua before discussing it further. Observing Wang Bo's cautious demeanor, Andrew refrained from pressing him, feeling no urgency in the few hours that lay ahead. It would be wiser to afford this young man some peace of mind, while simultaneously showcasing the amiability and inclusiveness of the beautiful nation before the world. Mr. Wang Bo, since the notarization meeting, I have not had the pleasure of hearing from you. I wonder what has occupied your time over the past couple of months. As Andrew continued to probe, a subtle smile appeared on Wang Bo's face. It seems the minister is quite concerned about my whereabouts. Hearing Wang Bo's retort and noticing his expression, Andrew experienced a peculiar illusion. Before him stood not a mere adolescent high school student, but a seasoned political veteran. Haha, mister. Wang is jesting. I feel an instant rapport with you. As your friend, I naturally wish to learn more about your past. Listening to the excessively flattering remarks and the clumsy Chinese of this old fellow, Wang Bo felt compelled to scratch a perfectly formed 3-bedroom apartment into the smooth floor of the conference room with his toes. I have not been engaged in much lately. I have recently developed an obsession with the field of biology and intend to develop a serum capable of enhancing human capabilities. Andrew paused momentarily at this revelation. He had heard whispers of this endeavor. A month prior, agents embedded in Huagua had meticulously observed Wang Bo. His announcement on social media regarding his foray into biology had been duly noted and reported to Andrew. Subsequently, Wang Bo had been taken away by the National Security Bureau to a highly secretive location. Everyone, including Andrew, had assumed Wang Bo was involved in some form of physical research, given his undeniable talent in that realm. However, it now appeared that Wang Bo was indeed delving into biological research. Had the higher-ups in Huagua lost their senses? How could they permit such a preposterous undertaking? Meanwhile, within the live stream, listeners were left speechless as Wang Bo nonchalantly disclosed this embarrassing matter. Goodness, Wang Bo had managed to embarrass himself on an international stage. Rising to fame at a young age had clearly gone to his head. Who could argue otherwise? This had tarnished not only his own reputation, but also that of our beloved Huagua. Regaining his composure, Andrew nonchalantly remarked, Haha, Mr. Wang Bo. I still advise you to specialize in a single area. After all, that is your forte. With that, Andrew lost all interest in conversing with Wang Bo. To him, this young lad, despite his astonishing aptitude for physics, was hardly distinguishable from any other child. Take, for instance, the audacious claim about venturing into the realm of biology. Any adult would recognize the profound complexity and obscurity that lies within the biological sciences when explored deeply. Yet, this boy, having barely scraped by in high school, boldly proclaimed his intent to develop a serum to enhance human capabilities, which was utterly ludicrous. Andrew felt entirely confident in prying open the young one's mouth, considering his obliviousness. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, observing that Andrew had finally lost the desire to speak, let out a sigh of relief, internally mocking, Goodness, is this the Minister of Defense? Such verbosity. Why not recruit a stand-up comedian instead? Even the elderly gentlemen in my neighborhood have less to say. The following hours passed in the conference room enveloped in silence. Just as Wang Bo was on the verge of dozing off, the sudden ring of a phone shattered the stillness. Chapter 64, Wang Bo's Second Condition. Impressive skills. Upon seeing the caller ID, Wang Bo wasted no time and answered the phone, Director Fu. On the other end, Fu Guotai fell into a moment of silence upon hearing Wang Bo's voice. After a considerable pause, he replied, Your uncle has been received, rest assured. Listening to the news that Huang Haoyang had successfully returned to Huagua, a weight lifted from Wang Bo's heart. Be careful over there. Fu Guotai's concerned tone warmed Wang Bo's spirit. Haha, don't worry, old Fu. When I return, you must prepare a feast for me. Despite the casualness in Wang Bo's words, Fu Guotai felt no anger. He understood that Wang Bo's perilous situation was closely tied to the shortcomings of the Security Bureau. Although the defection of the Zhang family was an unforeseen variable, Huang Haoyang had been abducted while in their custody, rendering them undeniably culpable. All right, kid, when you return, I'll personally host a welcome gathering for you. Nearby, Andrew, listening to the conversation, recognized who was on the other end of the line. What infuriated him the most was that this young fellow seemed to entirely disregard the influence of the United States. It was common knowledge that they would never allow Wang Bo to return to Huagua. Yet, this lad was still contemplating a return for a meal. Mr. Wang Bo, may we discuss your second condition now? Listening to Andrew's interruption, Wang Bo bid farewell to Fu Guotai and hung up the phone. Do not be hasty, Mr. Andrew. My second condition is exceedingly simple. However, I require the presence of both Zhang Buang and Zhang Wenqing before I can divulge it. Although Andrew was somewhat impatient upon hearing this, he instructed his subordinates to bring the two individuals forth. After all, under the scrutiny of the live broadcast by Exine Phone, the appearance of the Zhang brothers would be akin to a slap in the face for Huagua. This defense minister was undoubtedly keen to witness such a spectacle. Before long, the two were ushered into the conference room. Looking at the culprits who had ensnared him in this predicament, Wang Bo let out a cold chuckle and slowly spoke. Mr. Andrew, my condition is quite straightforward. Eliminate these two wretches, and I shall provide you with what you seek. Upon hearing Wang Bo's proposition, before Andrew could respond, Zhang Wenqing, standing nearby, mockingly interjected. So you are Wang Bo. It seems you have truly lost your mind, thinking you can kill us. The Zhang family has fallen to such depths all because of you, this foolish jester. With irritation etched on his face, Andrew shot a disdainful glance at Zhang Wenqing, who had interrupted him. To be frank, had it not been for the live broadcast, Andrew might have actually considered Wang Bo's proposal. For the beautiful nation, the Zhang clan had already outlived its usefulness. Trading the lives of the two for the technology Wang Bo possessed would undoubtedly be a shrewd bargain. However, that was not feasible at the moment. Countless eyes were fixated on this live broadcast. If the beautiful nation were to commit murder in public, it would not only leave a savage impression on the world, but also deter those contemplating allegiance to the beautiful nation. Mr. Wang Bo, I must decline your condition. The beautiful nation is a land of beauty and freedom. The indiscriminate slaughter of innocents is absolutely intolerable. Cannot agree? Then there is nothing further to discuss. Wang Bo interrupted Andrew directly. Had I known earlier, I would have taken matters into my own hands. As he spoke, Wang Bo rose from his seat and began to stretch. Uft. Ha ha ha. Wang Bo, you cannot be serious. Have you truly lost your sanity? Do you intend to strike amidst these elite agents? Zhang Wenqing's loud mockery echoed, and the live stream in Huagua erupted in chaos. What on earth does Wang Bo intend to do? I cannot fathom it. Surely he does not plan to perform calisthenics before everyone. Is he truly considering a violent escape from the Ministry of Defense? Alas, it appears this once gifted individual has indeed been driven to madness. At this moment, Fu Guotai and Hong Guotao, staring at the screen, wore expressions of profound confusion. This was not a film. Such absurdity as 1 against 100 could not possibly occur. In their eyes, the situation had escalated to a point where Wang Bo had no viable means of escaping the confines of the beautiful nation. Meanwhile, Hiaoan, at home, observed this scene with beads of cold sweat forming in his palms. Brother, you cannot be serious, he thought, to consider making a move in such a place. In the conference room, Andrew watched as Wang Bo warmed up before him, nearly bursting into laughter. As the defense minister, he had witnessed countless tumultuous events over the years. Never before had he seen someone attempt to escape the defense ministry through sheer force. He swiftly cast a glance behind him, signaling, "Be cautious. Ensure our esteemed guest remains unharmed." The agents behind him, upon hearing this, cracked their knuckles and approached with cold smirks. As the imposing figures of the agents drew nearer, Wang Bo seemingly ignored them, continuing his squats. Yet, a chilling smile curved his lips. Mr. Andrew, it appears you have truly failed to heed my words. I believe I mentioned my recent endeavors in developing a serum to enhance human capabilities. Surely, you do not regard that as a jest? Andrew was momentarily taken aback. But before he could grasp the implications of Wang Bo's words, the latter's leg muscles suddenly tensed with formidable strength. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself into action. The sheer velocity, born from the tremendous force of his movement, rendered him invisible to the agents for an instant. In the next moment, two agents felt a sharp pain in their chests, akin to being struck head-on by a speeding locomotive. To the astonishment of all present, the two elite operatives of the beautiful nation were sent flying backward at an incomprehensible speed. With a resounding crash, they collided violently with the wall. As they beheld this unfathomable scene, the minds of everyone present seemed to freeze in shock. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Huagua, the atmosphere was akin to that of a nuclear explosion. What on earth was that? Viewers exclaimed. Did I just see Wang Bo, with his slight frame, send those two burly men flying? Each of them must weigh at least 200 pounds. For 100 pounds propelled over 10 meters. How is that even human? The reality of the serum enhancing human capabilities was indeed true. Professor Wang truly possessed extraordinary talent in the field of biology. At this moment, Fu Guotai could hardly believe his eyes. This young man was not jesting. He had truly developed something terrifying. Hong Guotao, witnessing that astonishing blow, felt a tumult of emotions within him. I hope this little fellow can successfully escape from the beautiful country. In the conference room, Under the incredulous gaze of the Zhang brothers and Mr. Andrew, Wang Bo shook his right arm, which had just made contact, and slowly spoke. Do you still consider my previous words to be a jest, Mr. Andrew? Chapter 65, Revenge. The escape from the beautiful country at that moment. As Andrew gazed into Wang Bo's calm eyes, an illusion arose within him. He felt he was not facing a mere underage high school student, but rather a ferocious prehistoric beast. Yet, in the next instant, he snapped back to reality, pulling out his phone to call for backup. With over 100 fully armed agents in the building, their arrival would surely resolve any issue. However, Wang Bo would not grant him that opportunity. With a swift motion, he seized a pen from the conference table and hurled it. The super soldier serum enhances the human body not only in strength and speed, but also in reflexes and control. Thus, the moment the pen left his hand, Wang Bo was utterly confident of its accuracy. Fueled by terrifying power, the pen shot forth like a bullet. A piercing scream erupted from Andrew's lips. The agents present and the Zhang brothers were jolted from their stupor, turning to look at Andrew. At that moment, the defense minister's right hand was visibly pierced, a gaping hole marring his palm. Even more horrifying was the fact that after penetrating his hand, the pen continued its trajectory and embedded itself into his phone. What kind of terrifying force and speed could accomplish such a feat? Seeing this, the others dared not make a single move. Aware that there were still many pens on the table, as the situation returned to his control, Wang Bo smiled apologetically at the defense minister. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Andrew. But before I conclude my business, I have no desire to encounter your subordinates. Upon hearing this, Andrew broke into a cold sweat. It was his first time loathing this conference room so intensely. Why were there so many pens available? Why was the soundproofing so effective? He also cursed himself for being so reckless, bringing in only a few unarmed agents. No one could have anticipated that a child, upon shedding his armor, would possess such terrifying prowess. Observing that no one dared to make a move, Wang Bo turned his attention to the Zhang brothers. You stand accused of 2 crimes. First, you have sullied the dignity forged by countless martyrs of our nation over the past century. Second, you should not have laid a hand on my kin. As Wang Bo approached, Zhang Biheng remained relatively composed, while Zhang Wenqing collapsed onto the ground in despair. Wang Bo, what does it matter if you kill us today? For the rest of your life, you will be imprisoned in this beautiful country, deprived of freedom. My brother and I shall await you in the underworld. With these words, a fierce expression crossed Zhang Biheng's face as he seized a chair and hurled it at Wang Bo. However, Wang Bo found no amusement in this desperate struggle. In the blink of an eye, his hand shot forth like lightning to grasp Zhang Biheng's head. With an immense force, Zhang Biheng's neck twisted at an unnatural angle, and he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Wenqing felt a chilling dread surge through him. Big brother, spare me. This was not my idea. It was Zhang Biheng who instigated me. As he spoke, a stream of yellow liquid unexpectedly poured from beneath the once mighty official. Wang Bo regarded this with disdain. Had he known it would come to this, why had he acted otherwise? Under the astonished gazes of all present, Wang Bo replicated his previous action, snapping this man's neck as well. The live stream erupted once more. This teacher Wang is truly formidable, ridding the nation of pests. I'm now a fan. Who dares speak ill of teacher Wang in the future? I shall confront them. It was a gratifying spectacle. Such traitors to the country deserved this fate. Yet, do not rejoice too soon. The true challenge lies ahead. How will teacher Wang leave this beautiful country? Upon hearing this, the crowd wilted like frostbitten eggplants. Indeed, while the satisfaction was palpable, how would Wang Bo manage to return home? In the conference room, Wang Bo let out a slight sigh of relief. This journey to the beautiful country had 2 purposes: to bring Huang Haoyang back home, and to exact vengeance on the 2 traitors who dared to harm his kin. As for how to return, was there not a ready-made hostage before him? When Wang Bo's gaze turned toward him, Andrew felt a chill run down his spine, a wave of fear washing over him. The earlier incident with the pen had shattered the resolve of this minister of defense. You useless bunch, get moving. Block this man. The remaining agents, though lacking confidence, stepped forward to shield Wang Bo. Meanwhile, Andrew continued to exert psychological pressure on Wang Bo. Mr. Wang, while you may have destroyed my phone, do not forget that your signal is being monitored in this live conference room. I trust my subordinates have received the news and are hastening to this location. To seemingly validate Andrew's words, Wang Bo's phone vibrated in his pocket. This vibration signified that someone was transferring their battle armor. Observing Wang Bo frozen in place, Andrew assumed he had intimidated him, feeling a surge of covert delight within. Faced with Wang Bo's hesitation, he decided to stoke the flames further. Mr. Wang Bo, surrender. You have no chance of victory. Unlike the agents you just defeated, the ones outside are fully armed. No matter how skilled you are, can you withstand bullets? Why not sit down and have a conversation? We have witnessed your astonishing talents in physics and biology. I am certain that the illustrious nation will bestow upon you the highest honors. Listening to the incessant prattle of the Minister of Defense, Wang Bo ultimately lost his patience. In the next instant, he swiftly closed the distance to a nearby agent, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Under the sheer force, the agent collapsed into unconsciousness. Another agent nearby reacted quickly, preparing to counterattack. However, Wang Bo, having been injected with the serum, was beyond his match. Under Andrew's horrified gaze, Wang Bo astonishingly lifted the 200-pound man with one hand. This defied the limits of human capability. With a swift motion, he hurled the man aside. After accomplishing this feat, Wang Bo gazed at Andrew with an air of nonchalance. "Come along, Minister. It seems you will be accompanying me for a while." Outside, dozens of fully armed agents stood guard at the conference room door, hesitant to act, knowing their superior was with that madman. Just as they attempted to peer through the door to assess the situation, the next moment, the conference room door was violently ejected. The sheer force sent the nearest agent sprawling. Witnessing this scene, the seasoned agents outside were momentarily disoriented. Is this really something a human can accomplish? Within the conference room, as the smoke cleared, Wang Bo emerged, holding Andrew hostage. Observing the corridor now surrounded by agents, he smiled faintly. "Minister, your subordinates are quite enthusiastic." Chapter 66. The defense minister reduced to a hostage. Jumping off the building. Upon the appearance of the principal, the agents immediately raised their weapons. Seeing this, Wang Bo remained unfazed, tightening his grip on Andrew's hand with added force. "Do not act rashly, everyone. You wouldn't want your esteemed superior to perish due to your impulsiveness, would you?" Hearing Wang Bo's icy tone, Andrew felt a chill race down his spine. "Put down the gun at once." "Goodness, do you want me dead?" Hearing Andrew's furious admonition, the crowd hesitated no longer and promptly lowered their weapons. "Since you are too fearful to fire, you shall have no choice but to watch me depart," Wang Bo declared as he firmly grasped the defense minister and hastened towards the elevator. The exterior elevator, encased in panoramic glass, revealed to him a startling sight. The ground floor was devoid of any presence, save for a strangely shaped truck parked below. Once inside the elevator, Wang Bo dared not delay and quickly retrieved his phone to pinpoint the location of the armored suit. Observing its gradual movement, his expression darkened. "Give it up, mister. Wang Bo, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Your armored suit has already been loaded onto a transport vehicle and dispatched elsewhere. You have no option left but to surrender." As if to affirm Andrew's words, the elevator abruptly came to a halt. At that moment, Wang Bo's countenance soured. Damn, they reacted so swiftly. Watching the departing truck, his heart sank. Yet, in the next instant, his gaze hardened, as if he had made a resolute decision within. In that moment of despair, Andrew, enduring the searing pain in his hand, slowly rose. "Mr. Wang Bo, you must realize that merely holding me hostage will not grant you escape from this place. I am not of such significance to be a worthy bargaining chip." Wang Bo understood the truth of these words. Whether he had taken the defense minister or even the president hostage, the nation would never let him go. Ultimately, it was the allure of the technologies he possessed that held the greatest weight. Noticing Wang Bo's silence, Andrew seized the opportunity to persuade further. "Rest assured, Mr. Wang Bo, as long as you remain in our beautiful country and contribute to its development, we can overlook today's events entirely." The unabashed overtures from the defense minister ignited outrage among the citizens of Huagua in the live broadcast. How shameless could Andrew be to utter such words? Had he discarded even the thinnest veil of modesty? Truly, this exemplified the arrogance of a hegemonic state. Alas, poor teacher Wang was in grave danger. Indeed, even with my 180 IQ, I cannot discern any means for teacher Wang to escape back to Huagua. Do you still have any pride left? Just as the viewers collectively mourned for Wang Bo, a voice interrupted their sorrow. "Look quickly, what is teacher Wang doing?" At the call, the audience shifted their gaze back to the live feed. In this moment, under the astonished gaze of the crowd, Wang Bo astonishingly tore off a layer of steel from the top of the elevator with his bare hands. Is this even human? I have a premonition that this so-called serum may well be an invention rivaling that of battle armor. I concur with the sentiments expressed above. This strength has transcended the capabilities of an ordinary person by several magnitudes. If it were to be disseminated within the military, the implications would be utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, Andrew, witnessing this spectacle, erupted into maniacal laughter. Initially, the beautiful nation sought only the compact nuclear reactor technology and battle armor technology that Wang Bo possessed. However, they had not anticipated that this young man would offer a two-for-one deal, including such a formidable serum technology, as an added bonus. At that moment, Wang Bo gazed down from nearly 10 stories high, took a deep breath, and grinned at Andrew, saying, "Watch closely, old man. Today I shall present you with a thrilling performance." Then, under Andrew's incredulous stare, Wang Bo used the torn piece of steel as a shield and shattered the tempered glass of the external elevator before leaping down from a height of nearly 10 stories. No. Watching Wang Bo recklessly courting death, Andrew felt a wave of despair wash over him. He could already foresee the wrath of the president, who would be incensed for not obtaining three technologies. His own career prospects might very well be extinguished. Yet, as he watched Wang Bo plummet, a glimmer of relief flickered within Andrew's heart. At least this terrifying individual had not been left for the beautiful nation. At this moment, the live broadcast was filled with sorrow. Alas, Teacher Wang's temperament is far too resolute to avoid aiding the oppressor. He would rather leap to his death to make a statement. Truly, he is a role model for our generation. It is suggested that the nation posthumously honors Teacher Wang as a martyr. Agreed. At this moment, in the capital of Huan Nation, at the headquarters of the National Security Bureau, Fu Guotai's heart shattered as he witnessed Wang Bo's leap from such heights. He had never imagined that this young man would display such courage to guard the secret and refrain from divulging the technology to the beautiful nation. He could not accept that his negligence had ultimately led to this young man's demise. Fu Guotai, you pride yourself on your patriotism. Yet you have inadvertently sacrificed a once-in-a-millennium genius for your country. This single blunder is sufficient to etch your name in the annals of shame for Huan Nation. At this moment, he felt utterly despondent, contemplating resigning after this affair concluded, and then leading a life of aimless existence. Bang! The massive iron plate, under the influence of gravity, crashed heavily to the ground. Accompanying its descent was Wang Bo. Those with tender hearts could no longer bear to witness the scene. They did not wish to see the once heroic Wang Bo in such a bloodied and broken state. Is it merely my illusion? Or did I just witness a flicker of movement from Teacher Xiao Wang's fingers? To those above, do not succumb to excessive sorrow. The height of 10 stories is indeed insurmountable. It is not an illusion. Astonishingly, Teacher Xiao Wang has truly moved. Goodness, what have I just seen? Teacher Xiao Wang is standing up. In this moment, Wang Bo rises slowly. The fall from 10 stories, even for one who has been injected with the super soldier serum, is a force that is profoundly challenging to endure. After stretching his joints, he cannot help but marvel at the serum's formidable power. Such a drop would spell certain death for an ordinary person. Yet for Wang Bo, the injuries sustained amount to merely a few superficial scrapes. The terrifying recoil was wholly absorbed in that initial moment by his augmented muscles and bones. In the elevator, Andrew gazes at Wang Bo, who appears utterly unfazed, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in disbelief. He recalls the day Wang Bo first mentioned the serum on his Weibo, claiming it provided slight enhancements to the body's functions. Slight? Is this some sort of jest? To leap from the 10th floor and still be standing is akin to a myth in real life. The next scene leaves the defense minister cursing in astonishment. My God, is this some divine jest? Chapter 67, The Terrifying Speed of Running. In the astonished gaze of the onlookers, Wang Bo begins to run slowly. As they watch his speed steadily increase, the live stream from Huagua erupts with excitement. Is this a god? Falling from a height of over 30 meters and suffering no ill effects whatsoever. The power of this serum is simply astounding. Gazing at the serum's remarkable efficacy, Andrew's eyes gleam with insatiable greed. Before he can issue a command, his phone rings. Hello, Mr. President. On the other end, Wilson, situated in a small white room, breathlessly insists, Andrew, no matter the cost, it is imperative that we capture Wang Bo alive. With battle armor and this serum, our beautiful nation's global domination is within reach. Upon hearing this, Andrew promptly assures him over the phone that he will ensure Wang Bo is brought back intact. After hanging up, Andrew immediately picks up his communicator and orders the pursuing agents. All weapons must be switched to tranquilizer darts. There is but one command. Ensure this young man is brought back without harm to his life. Listening to their superiors' orders, over 100 seasoned agents spring into action without the slightest delay, swiftly organizing the pursuit. As Andrew gazed at the several cars speeding away below, he finally exhaled in relief. Today had witnessed an overwhelming number of twists and turns, and it was time to draw a conclusion to this affair. Meanwhile, on the road, Wang Bo was gradually running with purpose. Having injected the serum, he had yet to undergo training, rendering him somewhat unaccustomed to the surge of power coursing through him. However, with each stride, he began to master his newly enhanced physique. Could it be that Teacher Wang intended to chase that truck on foot? It was an unfortunate predicament. After all, Which vehicle on the road would dare to stop and offer him a ride? Yet, under such circumstances, it was evident that he would never catch up to the armored vehicle. What a pity, having come this far, only to fall short at the final hurdle. Suddenly, amidst the fervent discussions, a netizen posed a question. Am I mistaken, or do I sense that the surrounding vehicles have slowed down? Is there a kind-hearted soul willing to stop and give Teacher Wang a lift? Don't be ridiculous. Who would dare to stop for someone wanted by the authorities? But how could one explain the scene unfolding before them? As if responding to the crowd's perplexity, the camera of the live broadcast slowly panned out, revealing the truth of the situation. Gasps of astonishment echoed in the live stream. In the footage, Wang Bo was sprinting at an astonishing pace. Had it merely been running, the spectators might not have been so astounded. However, the terrifying part was that his speed was nearly on par with the cars whizzing by. It was important to note that, despite the congested traffic, the vehicles were certainly traveling at no less than 50 kilometers per hour. This meant that Wang Bo was currently sprinting at a staggering speed of 50 kilometers per hour. Even more astonishing was the fact that this speed was still escalating. Was this truly human endurance? Not even a beast could run at such a pace. Meanwhile, Hiawan, watching this spectacle from home, dropped his cup in shock. A leap from the 10th floor, a sprint at breakneck speed. He could surmise from the very essence of Wang Bo's feats just how fearsome his invention was. He recalled how his father had previously erupted in fury over Wang Bo's perceived lack of seriousness. He had thought Wang Bo, having achieved fame at a young age, was getting carried away. Now, it seemed the fool was none other than himself. At that moment, as Wang Bo observed the vehicles retreating around him, he felt an unparalleled lightness in his body. He never imagined that the boy who had consistently failed physical fitness tests, yet always emerged first in the 1,000-meter run, would one day bask in such a radiant moment. Were one to compete in the Olympic Games, I would undoubtedly claim the gold medal in athletics. Yet, I find myself in a critical moment, and here I am, indulging in frivolous thoughts. I must cast aside the chaotic musings swirling in my mind. Wang Bo directed his gaze towards the truck speeding ahead. At that moment, the driver of the truck was nearly struck with a stroke from sheer shock. As a dedicated chauffeur, he had transported numerous confidential devices and documents for various authorities over the years. Having faced assassination attempts and countless life and death experiences, his psychological resilience was formidable. However, none of those harrowing encounters could compare to the shock of today. What did he see in the rearview mirror? A youth, astonishingly, was sprinting after a speeding truck? Even more absurdly, he had managed to catch up? Was it that he had not yet awakened? Or that God himself was still asleep? How else could such an outrageous event occur? The agents accompanying the truck, though equally astounded, recognized their duty and swiftly opened the door to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Regrettably, the multitude of vehicles on the road rendered their efforts futile, as the enigmatic young man, upon noticing the gun drawn, swiftly took cover behind a car. This left the agent's weapon ineffective. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, sheltered behind a car, observed the bullets whizzing by, a smirk gracing his lips, tranquilizer darts. It appeared that Andrew was indeed reluctant to take his life. With this thought, Wang Bo's resolve intensified. He accelerated, darting out from behind the vehicle. Before departing, he did not forget to snatch away the rearview mirror of the unfortunate car owner. Weighing the mirror in his hand, Wang Bo inhaled deeply, seizing the opportunity while the agent in the truck was reloading. He hurled the mirror with all his might. That seemingly innocuous rearview mirror, empowered by a terrifying force, hurtled towards the agent like a cannonball. In the blink of an eye, it appeared before the agent's chest. Faced with the unexpected sight of a rearview mirror, the agent's mind went blank. In the next instant, an overwhelming force swept through him, sending the battle-hardened agent flying from the truck. The driver, nearly at his wit's end, could hardly believe his eyes. What had he just witnessed? The accompanying agent had fired countless shots, yet the young man remained unscathed. Instead, he had launched a rearview mirror, sending both the agent and the truck door hurtling away. Was this a scene from a film? The driver, consumed by a singular thought, yearned to swiftly navigate through this surreal day, after which he would promptly resign and seek employment at a construction site. If such occurrences were to persist, he feared his heart might not withstand the strain. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, as they witnessed Wang Bo, resembling a valiant warrior, exerting his influence upon the territory of the beautiful nation, the audience erupted in fervor. Goodness, Teacher Wang has achieved instant fame. To pursue and confront the citizens of the beautiful nation in broad daylight is a remarkable feat indeed. In the cinematic realm of the pickled cabbage nation, there exists the elevator god of war. Today, I shall bestow upon Teacher Wang the title of the rearview mirror god of war. At this moment, Andrew listened to the trembling report from the driver of the transport mech, his expression darkening in an instant. He was astonished that the serum could possess such formidable strength. The intensity of the enhancement was akin to a flawless evolution. He had no doubt that based on the data presented, this little fellow was more than capable of earning the title of the strongest being on the planet, eclipsing even tigers and lions. If such a serum were to be widely disseminated within the military, the beautiful nation could sweep aside all obstacles and dominate the globe within a matter of decades. With urgency, he turned to the staff behind him and commanded, "Immediately contact the transportation department. Clear the entire street." Wang Bo's maximum speed was approximately 60 kilometers per hour. As long as the truck could operate at full capacity, this boy would not be able to catch up. Listening to their leader's orders, the personnel wasted no time and promptly addressed the matter at hand. Subsequently, Andrew dialed the nearest hospital. "Hello, Dean Smith. I require the immediate deployment of your hospital's helicopter. Please send a pilot to stand by in the helicopter at once." Hearing Andrew's anxious tone, the person on the other end understood that a significant event must have transpired. Without hesitation, they hung up and began arranging the helicopter. Once everything was in order, Andrew contacted the truck driver. "Change your destination. I need you to head straight to St. John's Hospital at full speed. A helicopter will be waiting to assist you." After accomplishing all this, Andrew finally let out a sigh of relief. Observing the live feed of the rapidly sprinting Wang Bo, a cold smile crept across his lips. "Little mouse. Once the mech is airborne, all your fantasies will be shattered. Unless your serum grants you the ability to fly. But I think that highly unlikely." Noticing the dwindling number of vehicles on the road, Wang Bo furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that Andrew's efficiency would be so astonishing, managing to seal off the entire street in merely a matter of minutes. Without the hindrance of traffic, it would have been impossible for him to pursue a speeding vehicle. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo decisively took action, forcefully extracting two side mirrors from an unfortunate bystander and hurling them with all his strength. Accompanied by Wang Bo's intervention, the truck's two tires were instantly punctured, causing a significant reduction in speed. Witnessing this, Wang Bo's face lit up with delight. Just as he intended to take further action to bring the truck to a complete halt, the pursuing vehicles finally arrived. At that moment, within those cars, Andrew's furious voice echoed, "You bunch of useless fools. We cannot allow the truck to stop. We must restrict that little brat's movements." Hearing the frantic voice on the communicator, everyone's spirits were immediately lifted. They promptly rolled down their windows and brandished tranquilizer guns, launching a barrage of shots at Wang Bo, observing the incessant onslaught of tranquilizer darts. Wang Bo felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Although tranquilizer darts traveled at a slower velocity compared to conventional firearms, and their inability to be fired in rapid succession prevented them from forming an effective fire coverage net, Wang Bo's enhanced visual acuity and reflexes made evasion a trivial matter. Nonetheless, amidst the distractions posed by these individuals, his speed diminished. He could barely maintain a position behind the truck, ensuring he would not lose track of it. Simultaneously, the road was devoid of any civilian vehicles apart from the few pursuing, rendering Wang Bo's rearview mirror techniques ineffective. The situation had momentarily descended into a stalemate. Observing this scene, Andrew erupted into maniacal laughter. A stalemate was precisely the scenario he relished. As long as the battle armor reached the helicopter, no matter how formidable Wang Bo was, he could not escape from the beautiful country. At that point, this little fellow would merely become a plaything in his hands. Meanwhile, Fu Guotai, witnessing Wang Bo ensnared in this impasse, felt his heart race. "Kid, although I am unaware of the beautiful country's schemes, this stalemate is undoubtedly the most disadvantageous position for you. You must find a way to break free, or hope to return to your homeland will be lost. When that time comes, I shall personally prepare a feast to welcome you." Time steadily ticked away in the tense standoff. As the St. John Hospital came into view, the truck driver finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Once he delivered that mysterious battle armor to the helipad, his mission would be accomplished. At this moment, Andrew issued a commanding order to the agent who was harassing Wang Bo within the building. "Everyone, ensure that Wang Bo is stopped before the armored suit is equipped with the helicopter. Even if it costs you your lives, do you understand?" Listening to their leader's command, the crowd inhaled deeply, their eyes glinting with a hint of madness. Having undergone rigorous training, they were always prepared to sacrifice themselves for their country. As soon as this minister spoke, they were willing to risk everything. Meanwhile, the truck had already entered the hospital and came to a gradual stop in front of the helipad. Several nearby vehicles accelerated and firmly positioned themselves between Wang Bo and the helipad. Subsequently, from 5 or 6 cars, over 20 agents swiftly exited, adopting combat stances, determined to intercept the young man before them. Upon noticing the helicopter on the helipad, its propellers still whirring, Wang Bo instantly discerned Andrew's intentions. In an instant, before the astonished agents, he bent a solid directional pole with his bare hands. The iron rod scraped against the ground, producing a jarring sound, and Wang Bo's gaze grew increasingly frigid. In that case, let us see whose actions are swifter. In a moment of focus, he propelled his legs with tremendous force. Due to his astonishing speed, he seemed to vanish from the sight of the crowd. Open fire! The leading agent shouted in panic as Wang Bo approached with uncanny velocity. Do not conserve ammunition. To survive, we must suppress this monster. Just hold on a little longer. The minister's reinforcements are on their way. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Bo swung his weapon, striking the agent squarely in the chest. The excruciating pain coursed through the agent, making him feel as though he had been struck by a speeding vehicle. In the wake of the collective astonishment, the unfortunate agent was sent flying, akin to a cannonball, crashing into a parked car. His fate remained uncertain. Wang Bo then flashed a bright smile, revealing his pearly teeth, and addressed the crowd. If we are to fight, let us do so without unnecessary words. Who's next? Chapter 69, The Battle at the Hospital. A 3-minute clash at this moment, the staff and patients at St. John's Hospital gazed in stunned silence at the unfolding scene. Wait, did I just see that correctly? That young man with yellow skin actually hurled a 200-pound man over 20 meters? The nearby medical personnel remained speechless, yet their eyes reflected the sheer shock of the moment. Observing this spectacle, the patient who had just posed the question sighed in relief, realizing that he had not merely experienced a hallucination. Otherwise, he truly intends to consult a psychiatrist. Is this a scene from a film? Surely not. There are no cameras in sight. Moreover, one would expect prior notice for a film shoot in a hospital. But how does one explain the recent spectacle? At this moment, Wang Bo's spirits soared with delight. That exhilarating strike had indeed afforded him immense pleasure. No wonder so many abroad adore baseball. It is precisely this sensation. Fortunately, these musings remained confined to Wang Bo's mind. Uttering them would surely astonish the agents before him. Good heavens! Have you ever witnessed anyone wielding a 200-pound living being as a baseball? Jokes aside, Wang Bo recognized he had no time to squander. Following that blow, he vanished from sight once more. Observing the ghostly figure of Wang Bo, the agents dared not exhibit an ounce of complacency. Forming a triangle, they stood back to back, creating a formation devoid of blind spots. As the tranquilizer darts whistled toward him, Wang Bo remained vigilant. Despite his current physical prowess rendering the dosage ineffective for most, he prudently evaded their path. As Wang Bo retreated, the agents barely had a moment to breathe. Suddenly, his hand gripping the iron rod transitioned from a forehand to a backhand grip. In an instant, the once close combat weapon transformed into a lethal spear. With a resounding hum, the spear shot forth like a meteor, propelled by immense force. The powerful inertia caused the tail of the spear to sway alarmingly, exuding an aura of dread. Quick, take cover, before the warning could fully escape their lips. The terrifying spear pierced through 2 of the 3 agent teams, embedding itself forcefully into a concrete wall dozens of meters away. Witnessing the 6 individuals fall lifelessly, with wisps of smoke still rising from the embedded spear, the agents trembled in fear. Despite their extensive training, designed to confront conventional emergencies, they were mere mortals when faced with the incomprehensible, like specters. In their eyes, this youth resembled a ghost. As the agents faltered, Andrew's heart sank. In the next moment, it seemed he had resolved to take action, seizing the radio to declare, "Everyone, leave no survivors, fire at will. Above all, that boy must not reach the battle armor." Listening to the sound reverberating through the phone and glancing at the firearms strapped to his waist, the confidence of the onlookers was instantly restored. However, upon noticing that the opposing agent had abandoned his tranquilizer gun and was reaching for his weapon, Wang Bo instinctively sensed trouble. It appeared that Andrew had developed murderous intent towards him. Though his mind was racing with countless thoughts, his body remained in motion. With a swift movement, he positioned himself beside the agent's vehicle. Under the astonished gazes of all present, Wang Bo effortlessly ripped a car door from its hinges to use as a shield. Just as he raised the makeshift barrier, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Were this a typical car door, it would have been perforated by now. However, the agents were not driving ordinary civilian vehicles, but rather specially armored ones. As Wang Bo advanced, braving the hail of gunfire, the onlookers were rendered speechless. The sheer force of the bullets striking the door was terrifying. One could only imagine the impact, capable of incapacitating even a bull. Yet, against all odds, Wang Bo remained unscathed, even managing to inch forward. Did his wrists not ache? At the moment the agents reloaded, Wang Bo seized the opportunity to dart out from behind the door. Nevertheless, these operatives were seasoned soldiers, and their reloading was executed in phases to maintain a continuous barrage of fire. Consequently, Wang Bo sustained a few gunshot wounds. However, for someone who had undergone the super soldier serum treatment, these injuries were inconsequential. Unless the bullets were of substantial caliber or struck critical areas such as the eyes or temples, it was exceedingly difficult to mortally wound someone with his significantly enhanced muscle density. Under the incredulous gazes of the assembled agents, Wang Bo quickly bent forward, adopting a pose reminiscent of a discus thrower. In the next instant, he hurled the car door with tremendous force. Unlike the javelin he had previously thrown, the door now presented a far larger target area. Should it connect, the agents would either be killed or left severely injured. In a flurry, several of them scattered in panic, desperately seeking to escape. Yet, despite their efforts, a few were unable to fully evade the onslaught and the immense power of the door. Even with a mere grazing impact, left them grievously wounded and incapacitated. As for those who had managed to leap away, Wang Bo was not inclined to grant them a moment to regain their composure. Lowering his stance slightly, he lunged forward like a panther. In a mere 3 minutes, over 20 agents were neutralized, while Wang Bo bore the cost of several superficial bullet wounds. Yet at that moment, he could hardly afford to dwell on his injuries, for the helicopter before him had begun to spin its rotors. At this moment, Andrew gazed at the helicopter that had already ascended, slumped helplessly in his chair. Today, this young boy had delivered an overwhelming shock. Just moments ago, Wang Bo had astonishingly incapacitated over 20 fully armed agents in a mere 3 minutes. This was accomplished without any firearms in his possession. Goodness, had this been on a battlefield, given this fellow sufficient time and suitable weaponry, Andrew had no doubt he could annihilate an entire regiment unscathed. This was utterly preposterous. Despite being astounded by the serum's potency, the minister felt a sense of delight. He did not fear the serum's effectiveness. Rather, he hoped for it to be even more formidable. For with the helicopter's departure, it signified that this revolutionary invention would soon fall into the hands of foreign nations. As the primary contributor, he might, in a few years, leap over the vice presidency to attain the pinnacle of power. After all, each of these 3 technologies represented monumental achievements. Before Andrew could indulge in visions of his promising future, he suddenly noticed Wang Bo in the live feed making a move. In the next instant, he lunged toward the helicopter that had just taken off. Chapter 70. Dragging down the helicopter. The exosuit is within reach. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room of Huagua, countless viewers lamented for Wang Bo. Alas, he was but a step away. What a pity. Who could disagree? The exosuit was right before him. Yet he could only watch it being taken away. Must Huagua truly lose such a remarkable talent? Wait, what was Wang Bo intending to do? Was he charging toward the helicopter out of an inability to accept defeat, in a fit of rage? In the next moment, under the bewildered gaze of all, Wang Bo grasped a railing, thick as a calf, on the helipad with his left hand and seized the helicopter's landing gear with his right, assuming a posture of dragging. He intended to use sheer human strength to halt the ascent of a helicopter? Observing Wang Bo's seemingly suicidal act, a smirk crept onto Andrew's lips. At the same time, Fu Guotai and Hong Guotao, situated in the capital, shook their heads in despair at Wang Bo's childish behavior. To them, it appeared that Wang Bo, unable to bear the failure of being so close to success, was impotently venting his frustrations. After all, how could human strength possibly rival the terrifying thrust of a helicopter? It should be noted that this helicopter was specifically designed for hospital use, though it resembled a civilian model. Its formidable thrust was capable of lifting nearly 3 tons of weight to soar freely through the skies. Such force was simply beyond human endurance. In the live broadcast room of Huagua, viewers were engulfed in sadness as they witnessed Wang Bo's reckless actions. In their eyes, Wang Bo's extreme actions stemmed from an inability to accept failure, while the audience in the live stream mourned for Wang Bo, who seemed destined to spend the rest of his life imprisoned in a foreign land. One observant viewer discerned an anomaly. "Look, the helicopter has truly ceased its ascent," he exclaimed. "No way. Teacher Wang has actually managed to grab hold of the helicopter. Go for it, Teacher Wang, don't give up." Meanwhile, Andrew, situated within the Defense Ministry building, sensed something amiss and swiftly seized his walkie-talkie. "Damn it, pilot, what are you doing? Increase power and take off immediately." Inside the helicopter, the pilot was drenched in cold sweat. He yearned to comply with the defense minister's command, yet he found himself powerless, for the helicopter had already reached its maximum thrust. He swore he had never witnessed such madness in his life. A mere boy had halted the ascent of a helicopter with his bare hands. Unlike the previous agents, He had only been instructed to transport the armored suit and had little regard for Wang Bo's fate. From the outset, he had pushed the throttle to its limits, indifferent to the potential dismemberment of the youth beneath him. However, as he maxed out the controls, the pilot finally grasped the true nature of the creature beneath the helicopter. At that moment, observing the bulging veins of Wang Bo on the screen, Hiaoan felt a pang of anxiety for him. Come on, just one last push. Hold on, and you'll be able to return home. Wang Bo, exerting himself to the utmost, felt his face flush with strain. If the helicopter's force increased even slightly more, he feared he might lose his grip. Yet now, sensing that the helicopter's power was no longer escalating, he realized that this steel behemoth had also reached its limit. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bo summoned all his strength, his left arm propelling his right arm into a powerful burst of energy. To the astonishment of all, the helicopter began to descend slowly. Witnessing this breathtaking scene, the onlookers from the hospital were left speechless. One could only imagine that, following this incident, the neurology department would be inundated with patients. Meanwhile, the pilot, witnessing the helicopter's gradual descent, was thrown into a panic. He opened the window, removed his helmet and headset, and hurled them towards Wang Bo. Damn it. Let go of me, you yellow-skinned duck. Struck by the debris, Wang Bo lifted his head slightly, a sinister grin spreading across his face, veins surging. What nonsense are you babbling? I can't understand you. Get down here. With Wang Bo's fury, a surge of even greater power erupted from his being. With a sudden jolt, the helicopter plummeted to the ground, accompanied by a deafening explosion, signaling the decisive victory of Wang Bo in this fierce confrontation. In the split second before the crash, he executed a swift lateral leap, narrowly escaping the epicenter of the blast to avoid being struck by shrapnel. The ensuing cloud of smoke enveloped him instantaneously, leaving everyone breathless as they witnessed the scene shrouded in darkness. At that moment, Andrew was consumed by regret, lamenting why he hadn't taken immediate action to eliminate this dangerous individual. How long would it take for the nearest support from St. John's Hospital to arrive? Observing Andrew's fury, the onlookers dared not hesitate, promptly responding that it would require another 3 to 5 minutes. Damn it. At those words, Andrew's expression darkened ominously. In truth, the response time was not slow, but Wang Bo's actions had been alarmingly swift. From the moment this individual began his rampage in the conference room to the helicopter's catastrophic descent, a mere 10 minutes had elapsed, rendering any support virtually impossible to reach in time. All he could do now was pray that this man would perish in the explosion, and pray that the armor had sustained damage from the blast. Amidst the tense gazes of the crowd, the smoke gradually began to dissipate. In the hazy depths, a pale blue light suddenly illuminated the surroundings. Wang Bo's voice once again resonated through the communications system of the battle armor. Echoing in the live broadcast, "It feels great to be back." Instantly, the live stream erupted with excitement. My goodness, it's unbelievable. Wang Bo has successfully reclaimed the battle armor from the hands of the beautiful nation. Teacher Wang is simply invincible. A miniature nuclear reactor, battle armor, serum. Each invention is nothing short of miraculous. As they beheld Wang Bo successfully don the armor, the two prominent figures breathed a sigh of relief. At the very least, they saw a glimmer of hope, the hope of Wang Bo returning to his homeland. Immediately, they dispatched warships and aircraft to the periphery of the Eastern Sea. Should Wang Bo manage to return safely, he must be protected at all costs. Hearing Hong Guitao's authoritative tone, the secretary beside him felt a chill run down his spine. He had never witnessed such fervent concern directed towards a single individual. Yet, considering Wang Bo's accomplishments, the secretary felt a sense of understanding wash over him. Such brilliant inventions would earn the utmost respect in any nation. Without further hesitation, he set off to make arrangements. Meanwhile, Andrew resembled a gambler who had lost everything, his eyes burning with fury. No, I have not lost yet. Wang Bo, I will not allow you to leave so easily. He then turned to the staff nearby. Immediately contact the Eastern Seaboard Military District. The staff member was startled by the menacing minister's glare. Stammering in response, he proceeded to make the call. Meanwhile, Andrew fixated on the figure of Wang Bo on the screen, vowing, "Mark my words, I shall not allow you to leave the territory of this great nation alive." Chapter 71, Medium-Range Missiles. The siege of the fighter squadron amidst the cheers and gasps of countless onlookers, the armored suit once again radiated brilliance. In the next moment, it soared into the sky. Just as Wang Bo was about to depart, reinforcements arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon witnessing the desolation of the hospital, the lead agent's countenance darkened instantly. He promptly ordered his team to unleash a barrage of fire upon the floating armored suit. Though this group of agents was equipped with superior gear compared to those Wang Bo had previously faced, the high-strength titanium alloy rendered their bullets nearly ineffective against the armor. The leader soon realized this and ceased firing, retrieving a small device from within the vehicle. Observing this, a cold smile crept onto Wang Bo's lips. Raising his left hand slightly, he unleashed a searing glow from his palm before the agent could launch his device. Boom! Before it could be fired, it detonated, erupting amidst the crowd of agents. As the explosion erupted in a fiery blaze, Wang Bo piloted his armored suit into the sky. Witnessing this spectacle, Andrew felt beads of cold sweat form in his palms. Although he had made arrangements at sea, this young man had provided him with too many surprises today, leading to a surge of paranoia within him. At this moment, soaring high in the sky, Wang Bo's radar displayed a multitude of combat units stationed several dozen kilometers ahead. As he gazed upon the dense array of lights, a chill smile graced his lips. Andrew had truly expended significant resources to intercept him. Yet, this armored suit was far superior to the previous model, not only boasting enhanced defensive capabilities. Looking toward the horizon, Wang Bo felt no fear. Instead, an exhilarating anticipation coursed through him. Eagle 1 and 2 launched the fighters. At this juncture, Colonel Stankin, responsible for the interception operation, issued a solemn command as he observed Wang Bo's approach. Once the order was given, 2 waiting aircraft on the Moriu swiftly took off. Remember, soldiers, show no mercy. We must ensure that this scoundrel, who has disgraced our great nation, is sent to the depths of the sea before the eyes of the world. The captain's icy tone resonated with authority. The 2 pilots wore expressions of malice. Ever since the young rogue named Wang Bo shot down 2 fighter jets, the reputation of the beautiful nation, particularly its air force, had been utterly tarnished. This time, however, the situation was different. Although they were again targeting 2 aircraft, the ammunition carried within the missile bays comprised large-caliber machine gun rounds and powerful missiles, which would ensure that the young scoundrel and his toy would meet their demise at the bottom of the sea. As the armored suit approached, the seasoned pilots exhibited no hesitation and promptly pressed the missile launch button. Their years of combat intuition compelled them to give their all in any circumstance. Boom! A missile, nearly the height of a person, was released from the missile bay beneath the fighter jet. In the instant it detached from the aircraft, its tail erupted with immense energy, and in a mere moment, the missile's speed escalated to supersonic levels. Inside the armored suit, Wang Bo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he observed the missile information displayed on the panel. A medium-range missile. This caliber of missile could effortlessly create a several-meter-deep crater upon impact with the ground. Even a tank, a formidable ground combat vehicle, would struggle to withstand such a bombardment. If Wang Bo attempted to endure this strike with his armor, he felt an unsettling uncertainty in his heart. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo swiftly altered his trajectory towards the sky. Witnessing this maneuver, the pilots in the fighter jets exchanged a smirk. As the foremost technological power in the world, the beautiful nation had long since delved deeply into missile tracking capabilities. If this individual believed that a mere simple turn could evade the missile's assault, he was sorely mistaken. As expected, upon detecting the change in the target's direction, the missile immediately adjusted its course, pursuing Wang Bo upwards. In the live stream, viewers watching this unfold felt their hearts race. Teacher Wang was in danger. Who said it was dangerous? It was merely a small missile. Previously, Teacher Wang's armored suit had withstood such attacks. Fool, did you not see the size of that missile on screen? It was several times larger than the one from before. By my estimation, its destructive power was sufficient to collapse an entire residential building. What was more alarming was that this missile was equipped with tracking capabilities. 5 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 1 kilometer. At this moment, soaring high in the sky, Wang Bo observed the missile swiftly closing in behind him, yet his expression bore no hint of anxiety. His mind was focused, awaiting the opportune moment to eliminate this bothersome threat. Suddenly, alarms blared within the armored suit. The missile had finally reached its optimal position. Deploy the countermeasures. With Wang Bo's command, a circular object ejected from the right leg of the armor. In the next moment, countless countermeasures surged forth. Boom! The missile detonated upon impact with the countermeasures, scattering shrapnel in every direction. Even at a distance of 1 kilometer, Wang Bo felt the armor vibrate from the debris. Observing the successful interception of the missile, the live stream erupted in cheers. However, Colonel Stan King, witnessing the scene, struggled to maintain his composure. Damn it, they even equipped countermeasures. It was evident that they intended to transform this technology into a formidable weapon. Thus, he could not allow this young man to escape. Order the entire Falcon squadron on the Mori to take off. No matter the cost, we must intercept him. As the colonel's words echoed, Nearly 40 aircraft ascended one after another, forming an impregnable aerial defense. Facing the dense formation of fighter jets, a sense of despair crept into the hearts of all present. Such a show of force was sufficient to handle conventional warfare. Could Wang Bo's armor possibly elude such a terrifying array? As if to confirm their fears, the next moment saw the squadron unleash a shocking offensive. 40 aircraft launched in succession, encircling Wang Bo. From a distance, it appeared as though Wang Bo and his armor were a fierce beast trapped within a cage, unable to escape. Chapter 72. The Surrender of Wang Bo. Infrared lasers swept across the battlefield. In the midst of the fighter jets, Wang Bo sensed the alarming synchronicity of their maneuvers, instinctively realizing the peril he was in. In the next moment, he activated the armor, preparing to flee. Yet, before the armor could accelerate, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him. Unlike the previous encounter in Donghai, this time it was 40 aircraft, unleashing the firepower of 80 20mm machine guns simultaneously. The inescapable web of gunfire, combined with its overwhelming force, forced Wang Bo back into the center of the encirclement. Observing Wang Bo, pinned and unable to move within the circle, Stan King allowed a smirk to creep across his face. Long before the launch of Wang Bo's Honghuang No. 1, the upper echelons of the beautiful nation had begun to prepare for contingencies. After all, they needed to be ready for the worst-case scenario, that this armor stood in opposition to their interests. Thus, he received orders early in the morning to instruct the fleet's aircraft on how to contend with this agile and versatile battle armor. The insidious siege was, in fact, the answer he himself had provided. Perhaps this armor was remarkably sturdy, capable of withstanding bullets from machine guns. Yet, the adage that a quantitative change can lead to a qualitative transformation is no jest. While it may endure 10 or even 100 shots, can it truly withstand 1,000 or 10,000? And indeed, the reality aligned with the colonel's deductions. Under the almost frenzied barrage from the aircraft, the surface of the armor began to exhibit numerous dents of varying depths. Within the armor, the electronic systems issued warnings, indicating varying degrees of damage across its surface. Observing Wang Bo in peril, Fu Guotai's eyes blazed with fury. He yearned to command the warship's dispatch to rescue Wang Bo to cross the border directly and alleviate his current predicament. However, he could not. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether they could even save Wang Bo by intruding into the territory of the beautiful nation, the formidable military prowess of that nation, particularly its naval strength, was indisputable. Even if a rescue were possible, such an overt action would be tantamount to declaring war. Moreover, with Wang Bo's advanced technologies as bait, it was conceivable that a conflict between the two nations could erupt. A war with casualties exceeding 1 million was a burden Fu Guotai could not bear. Contemplating this, a wave of helplessness surged within him. Perhaps, in his daily life, his position held some weight, but in the realm of military confrontation at this level, his influence was negligible. At that moment, the live broadcast showcased the scene within the encirclement. The ominous swarm of aircraft, even through the screen, evoked a palpable sense of suffocation among the viewers. Can Teacher Wang return? This question plunged the entire live stream into silence. No one could answer, or rather, no one could provide a definitive response. Even Wang Bo's previous detractors fell silent in this moment. After all, in the face of national righteousness, they remained discerning. Watching the severely damaged armor within mere seconds, Wang Bo took a deep breath. He understood that he must take action. If he continued as before, using the pulse cannon in his palm to shoot them down one by one, the feasibility of such a method was exceedingly low. Setting aside whether the armor's defenses could last until then, even if they could, the energy from the small nuclear reactor would be insufficient. The previous strike that destroyed a fighter jet had already dimmed the reactor's output. Given the current quantity, even 2 or 3 small reactors might not suffice. Is it time to resort to that strategy? As the electronic system incessantly emitted warnings, Wang Bo no longer hesitated. In the next moment, he slightly raised his hands, adopting a posture reminiscent of surrender. Witnessing this scene, Stan King erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter. Wang Bo, who had brazenly acted with impunity on the soil of the beautiful nation, even evading the grasp of Defense Minister Andrew, was now striking a pose of capitulation amidst his own encirclement. How gratifying this was! Yet, despite his elation, the colonel had evidently no intention of sparing Wang Bo. After all, the orders from above were to eliminate this young miscreant. As for the technology he possessed, those in power believed that, given the remnants of the battle armor, they could undoubtedly replicate it in the future with their technological prowess. However, capturing Wang Bo alive would require considerably more time. Observing Wang Bo's surrender, the audience from Hua country displayed expressions of disappointment. Ultimately, he could not hold out, could he? Alas, There is no shame in surrender. After all, who does not wish to survive? Indeed, no matter how brilliant, he remains a child, and in the face of death, one cannot help but feel trepidation. What trepidation? Fearing death is simply fearing death, this traitor. If you possess the capability, then act. Should you wish to betray your nation, they may not even welcome you. Amidst the heated exchange between the two factions, a voice interrupted their quarrel. In the imagery, the armor's arm began to rise slowly, emanating a peculiar red glow. Moreover, as time progressed, the intensity of the light only grew more pronounced. Sensing the ominous hue, the battle-hardened Colonel Stan King instinctively detected a whiff of danger. Everyone, expand the encirclement. Utilize medium-range missiles for the assault. Ensure that the little rascal is afforded no respite. Upon receiving the command, the pilots wasted no time. They swiftly distanced themselves, broadening the perimeter to shield their aircraft from the potential damage caused by the missile explosions and shrapnel. Upon reaching the designated safe distance, the countless rehearsals they had undergone allowed them to synchronously press the missile launch buttons. 40 missiles launched simultaneously, streaking forth with roaring flames towards the battle armor at an alarming speed. The scene was one of utter despair, akin to the apocalypse. Some viewers in the live broadcast even chose to exit, unable to bear witness to the moment when this genius from Hua country would be reduced to mere ashes. Yet, just as the missiles were about to enter a kilometer radius of the battle armor, Wang Bo's eyes gleamed with intensity. The energy had been amassed. In the next instant, Wang Bo propelled the armor, executing a flawless 360-degree spin at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Accompanying the rotation of the battle armor was an exceptionally brilliant and eerie crimson line. The entire maneuver was executed in the blink of an eye. At the moment Wang Bo lowered his hand, it seemed as though the world had been frozen in time. In the next instant, time resumed its flow, and the countless missiles hurtling towards Wang Bo, along with the swarm of fighter jets encircling him, erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Not a single one survived. Chapter 73, Devastating All Enemies. The terrified colonel at this moment, Stan Jean, gazed at the myriad of debris cascading from the sky, as if he were ensnared in a surreal dream. He could scarcely believe that Wang Bo's counterattack had come with such terrifying ferocity. With just this one strike, he had completely obliterated their encirclement. Get lost, you worthless fools. The irate colonel violently shoved aside the soldier responsible for communications. Eagle 1, respond to me. Eagle 2. This chief orchestrator of the encirclement operation, now gripped by disbelief, desperately inquired through the communication system. Yet, the incessant busy signal from the radio shattered any flicker of hope within the officer's heart. Now, Stan Jean dared not reflect on the events that had just transpired. He feared that recalling that crimson light would drive him to madness. Meanwhile, in the office of the director of the Guard Bureau in the capital, Fu Guotai's unrestrained laughter resonated throughout the entire building. In the past, the staff might have thought their leader had succumbed to some grave ailment. However, at this moment, no one dared to voice any complaints. Even they were still enraptured by the miraculous scene they had just witnessed. After a considerable time, one staff member was the first to regain composure, leading the applause. Clap, clap. As more and more individuals joined in, some even felt their eyes misting with emotion. It is essential to recognize how significant Wang Bo's safe return was to the personnel of the Guard Bureau. Despite the uncontrollable factors, such as the Zhang family's treachery, it was an undeniable fact that Wang Bo's uncle had been abducted by the Guard Bureau. This was the direct catalyst for Wang Bo's entrapment in the United States. Although outsiders did not openly criticize them, the staff of the Guard Bureau had endured countless glares of disapproval, as if multitudes were accusing them of incompetence and negligence. Moreover, what weighed heavily on their conscience was the guilt they felt. Being selected for the Guard Bureau, they naturally harbored an unwavering loyalty and faith in their homeland. Yet now, this prodigious young talent, capable of propelling their nation to new heights, had slipped from their grasp. This instilled in them a profound sense of guilt. However, if Wang Bo could successfully return to his homeland this time, although the faults of the Guard Bureau cannot be altered, at the very least, they must find a sense of relief within themselves. In He Yaohan's residence, he gazed at the screen displaying Wang Bo's formidable prowess, his emotions surging. The grip on his cup tightened to an extent that his knuckles turned pale. Fortunately, he had refrained from injecting the super serum. Otherwise, he might have crushed the cup in his hand. To the untrained eye, it is merely a spectacle, but to those in the know, it reveals profound insights. That fleeting red light, though momentary, was unmistakably recognized. It was infrared radiation, commonly referred to as laser. Although the application of lasers in the military has been posited within the realm of physics, such notions were merely speculative. The field of physics is rife with conjectures, often devoid of practical application or even foundational theory. Yet today, someone has transformed speculation into reality, amplifying its power exponentially. In an instant, an entire squadron of fighter jets and dozens of missiles were obliterated. This left the highly educated He Yao Han with an overwhelming urge to curse. Meanwhile, He Lao wore a worried expression. What could be troubling his son today? One moment, he trembles with excitement. The next, he appears as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Has he encountered an academic or experimental challenge that has affected his mental state? This thought deepened He Lao's concern, prompting him to discreetly return to his bedroom and call an old comrade who serves as the head of neurology at a military hospital. At this moment, Wang Bo, observing the electronic panel within his battle armor, was equally astonished. Despite having prepared himself mentally, he was taken aback by the terrifying energy consumption of this maneuver. It is noteworthy that traveling from the homeland of Hua to the beautiful nation, a distance of over 10,000 kilometers, only consumed a quarter of the reactor's energy. Yet, that singular strike had expended nearly half of it. Witnessing this, a wry smile crept across Wang Bo's lips. In the future, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from employing this devastating technique. The infrared rays, akin to the lasers often depicted in films, were originally weapons equipped in the 6th battle armor, reminiscent of Iron Man 2. Although Wang Bo currently lacked knowledge regarding the construction of the 6th model, his understanding of laser technology allowed him to derive insights based on his current comprehension, unlike the frantic Stan Jean. At this moment, Andrew, situated on the soil of the beautiful country, was engulfed in shock and heartbreak, yet he astutely grasped the crux of the matter. He swiftly seized the intercom. Colonel Stankin, immediately dispatch more units for pursuit. Following the recent strike, the small nuclear reactor embedded within the armored suit had visibly dimmed. This was our solitary opportunity for victory. Listening to Andrew's conjecture, Colonel Stankin aboard the warship fell into a silence fraught with hesitation. The Mori aircraft carrier boasted a fleet of 85 fighter jets. Yet, within a mere few minutes, this number had plummeted by half. A second attempt? If Wang Bo possessed any undisclosed tactics, or if these jets encountered further complications, the entire Mori carrier could be rendered defenseless. As he listened to the silence on the other end of the intercom, Andrew felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. He understood that this seasoned colonel had been thoroughly intimidated by Wang Bo's unpredictable prowess. However, if they allowed Wang Bo to escape, the cost to the beautiful country would far exceed the loss of these few aircraft. High above at 10,000 meters, Wang Bo gazed quietly down at the ocean surface. Despite the cloud cover, the electronic systems within his armor amplified the scene below, vividly revealing the situation. Observing the immobilized fleet, a cold smile crept across Wang Bo's lips. In truth, from the moment he donned the armored suit, his escape had been inevitable. At worst, he could ascend to 30,000 feet, a height at which no aircraft or missile could intercept him. Yet, Wang Bo was not one to suffer defeat easily. While the Zhang family may have been the participants in Huang Hailiang's abduction, the true puppet master remained the government of the beautiful country. Although it was not entirely feasible for him to confront the beautiful country directly with his current strength, collecting some interest was certainly within reach. If you wish for me to sink to the depths of the sea, then let us see whose strategies are more adept. Frankly speaking, if the commander aboard that warship truly possessed the resolve, he would send forth a similar-sized squadron to encircle him once more. In such a scenario, he could only rely on his altitude for escape, as the energy reserves in the small nuclear reactor were indeed dwindling. Continuing to linger would undoubtedly lead to peril. However, it appeared that the commander had been sufficiently intimidated by him. Wang Bo then turned his head, flashing a bright smile at the camera of the signal B. "Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Andrew. There is no need to see me off back to Huagua. Otherwise, I fear you may become too sorrowful." Chapter 74, A Smooth Return. Enduring applause echoed in the air as Andrew, consumed by fury upon hearing Wang Bo's mocking words, found himself in a most precarious state. In a moment of public humiliation, this esteemed minister was rendered breathless by the audacity of a mere child. As he spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, Andrew's complexion paled dramatically. He had never fathomed that Wang Bo, once perceived as a helpless target, could brazenly escape his grasp. With the departure of this young rogue, he comprehended the irrevocable demise of his political career. His former adversaries and rival factions would undoubtedly seize upon this blunder, intent on dismantling him entirely. It was likely that the latter part of his life would be spent behind bars. Meanwhile, seated in his office, Old Wei wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that, despite extensive preparations, this young scoundrel would slip through his fingers. To compound matters, The loss of an entire squadron of fighter jets aboard the aircraft carrier Mori was a staggering blow. Even a nation of considerable means felt the sting of a billion-dollar economic setback. What was even more alarming was that the entire debacle had been recorded and broadcast in real time by a device known as the Xinfeng, effectively slapping them in the face on a global stage. Old Wei's apprehension grew as he pondered whether the influential family backing him would continue their support in light of such a monumental failure. The uncertainty surrounding his upcoming re-election loomed ominously. At that moment, Wang Bo, though still within national waters, faced no further obstacles. Hours later, he finally reached the fringes of the Eastern Sea. As he crossed into this new domain, the radar of the awaiting naval vessels immediately detected his presence. Wang Bo. The voice of Fu Guotai resonated within the armored suit, so loud it nearly ruptured Wang Bo's eardrums. Director Fu, this is precisely why I injected the serum. Without it, your bellow would surely have rendered me deaf. Hearing Wang Bo's familiar voice, Fu Guotai's heart surged with emotion. Ever since he learned of Wang Bo's escape from the research facility, he had felt as though he had plummeted into despair. While he understood the motives behind Wang Bo's actions, after all, who would not worry when loved ones are taken hostage? He had not anticipated Wang Bo's return once he entered the airspace. Being in his position, he had access to information that eluded the average person, including details on how Minister Andrew enticed talent. Yet, the fact that Wang Bo had managed to burst through layers of encirclement left the Minister of Security incredulous. Stop your nonsense. Jumping down from the 10th floor without a scratch. Can this truly be the cause of my ear-splitting shouts? Listening to this individual, Wang Bo found himself at a loss for words. Where was the promised leadership? How could one resort to such vulgarities? On the other end, after regaining his composure, Fu Guotai quickly instructed, young man, fly at full speed towards your current southeast direction. Our vessel awaits there to receive you. Wang Bo, without hesitation, complied with the directive, altering his flight path. After all, this escapade had indeed gone overboard. The electronic systems were frantically alerting him that the energy of the small nuclear reactor was nearing depletion. Should he force himself to return to Suchi City, the energy might run out mid-journey, causing the armor to plunge into the sea. Although with his enhanced physique from the serum, falling into the ocean would not threaten his life, it would be quite embarrassing. Let us not forget the spectators capturing the moment. After flying for approximately 20 to 30 kilometers, a vibrant flag came into view at the horizon, bringing a sense of relief to Wang Bo. He then began to maneuver the armor to descend. Following a graceful dive, the armor landed securely on the deck. The soldiers aboard the warship rushed over immediately. Though they had seen it multiple times on video, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. Observing the battle-worn armor, it was not difficult to imagine the fierce combat it had endured mere hours earlier. At that moment, several officers on the ship gazed at the armor with fervent admiration. They had also watched the previous live broadcast, and the spectacle of Wang Bo's crimson laser was still etched in their memories. Why did they dare to repeatedly venture into our territory? Ultimately, it was due to our inadequate strength. In truth, it was indeed the case, not to mention other factors. Even the aircraft carrier battle group was more than sufficient to deal with a navy of a moderately powerful nation. And within that carrier group, there were 11 fleets. That was their leverage. Yet, the situation may have shifted. Just moments ago, in a direct confrontation, this armor had remarkably broken through the encirclement formed by the aircraft carrier fleet. What an astonishing feat. An aircraft carrier costing nearly $5 billion could not stop a mere armor worth only a few tens of millions? This was merely one piece of armor. If there were 10 or 8, it was conceivable that they could decisively crush the carrier fleet. As they contemplated, the long-sealed battle armor suddenly opened. With the unveiling of the armor, a young lad emerged slowly from within. Observing such a youthful figure and then glancing at the exquisite armor behind him, even the school-level officers, despite their prior mental preparation, were taken aback. After all, the youth was remarkably young. Yet, despite his tender age, he exhibited unwavering national spirit. Faced with their threats and temptations, this young man not only refused to yield but also, through a series of miraculous maneuvers, managed to escape unscathed. For this alone, the youth earned their respect. Clap, clap. As the leading officer initiated the applause, a thunderous ovation erupted across the entire warship. Witnessing such enthusiastic support, Wang Bo felt a rare flush of embarrassment. He quickly expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. I am immensely grateful to each of you for traveling such a distance to welcome me back home." While speaking, Wang Bo joined his hands in a gesture of appreciation and bowed slightly to the crowd. Clap, clap. The resounding applause from the officers and soldiers continued unabated, with some even whistling and chanting Wang Bo's name. Watching this scene, Wang Bo was overwhelmed with emotion. Perhaps, in terms of treatment and research conditions, this was not the most suitable place for him. Yet, seeing the supportive faces before him and the countless individuals in the live stream cheering for his return, Wang Bo was convinced that his choice was indeed the right one. Chapter 75. Unlocking the Level 2 Marketplace. Wang Bo's reverse scale on the deck, the applause persisted, resonating like thunder. This spectacle continued for a full 3 minutes. Well done. Bravo, young man. Fearless in the face of power. You are a true role model for us youth. With the soldiers showering him with praises and admiration, Wang Bo found himself thanking them countless times. Eventually, it was only under the orders of several officers that the soldiers dispersed and returned to their posts. Although the officers gazed longingly at the battle armor, they understood that, given their school-level rank, they had no authority over its distribution. Thus, their immediate priority was to leave a favorable impression on the young lad, for he was the rightful owner of the armor, and his voice held more weight than anyone else's. Without heeding Wang Bo's protests, several officers ushered him into the captain's lounge to allow him to rest properly. There were still a few hours remaining before their return to Suchi City, and despite having endured nearly 10 hours of travel and combat. However, for Wang Bo, who had been injected with the super soldier serum, these matters were hardly of any concern. After deactivating the signal B, all his attention and anticipation shifted to the system. He opened the system panel. Accompanied by his silent incantation, the familiar interface materialized once more in his mind. Reputation, 498390. Note: the increase in reputation is correlated with the emotions of the people in this world, as the host's presence can evoke shock, admiration, hatred, and other emotions that enhance his reputation. Items, none, level 1 shop. Upgradable with 150. 000 reputation. Small nuclear reactor technology, from the Marvel Universe's Iron Man series. 1000 reputation, non-exchangeable, armor manufacturing technology 1. The original Iron Man suit. 10. 000 reputation, non-exchangeable, armor manufacturing technology 2. The second generation suit, with the drawback of being unable to fly at high altitudes. 20. 000 reputation, non-exchangeable, armor manufacturing technology 3. The third generation suit, featuring the classic red and yellow design, equipped with infrared lasers and mini-missiles, boasting formidable combat capabilities. 50. 000 reputation, non-exchangeable, super soldier serum, from Captain America. 100. 000 reputation, non-exchangeable. Gazing at the nearly 500,000 in reputation, Wang Bo, undeterred even amidst the onslaught of numerous aircraft, felt his breath quicken at this moment. Goodness, I have truly turned my fortunes around. 400,000 in reputation. Tomorrow morning, I must order 2 bowls of soy milk for breakfast. 1 to drink, 1 to watch. Not for any reason. Just for the fun of it. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Bo immediately upgraded the shop. The shop is currently upgrading, with approximately 8 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds remaining until completion. Observing this scene, anticipation swelled within Wang Bo. After all, the items in the level 1 shop had already equipped him to rival the might of the beautiful nation. What marvels must await in the higher level shop? The more he thought about it, the more restless he became. Ultimately, he decided to cast aside all thoughts and simply collapsed onto the bed. Sleeping was always the best remedy for enduring the passage of time. When he awoke again, the warship had already entered the harbor. Glancing at the time, he realized he had only slept for 2 hours. Yet, at this moment, Wang Bo felt incredibly invigorated, a testament to the effects of the serum. After exchanging brief pleasantries with the soldiers aboard the ship, Wang Bo disembarked. Although he had only been away for a little over half a day, setting foot on his homeland once more filled his heart with warmth. Upon exiting the port, a vehicle from the security bureau awaited him. In a departure from the usual, today, the one driving him was unexpectedly the director of the security bureau. Director Fu, what brings you here? He exclaimed, somewhat flabbergasted. Upon hearing this, Fu Guitai lowered the car window and shot a glance at Wang Bo. Enough with the nonsense. Get in the car. Faced with such a resolute demeanor, Wang Bo felt compelled to comply and entered the vehicle. Their encounters had been few, amounting to a mere 3 meetings at best. Thus, during the journey home, conversation was scarce between the two. The distance from the military port to Suchi City spanned approximately 300 kilometers. Despite Fu Guitai's brisk driving, the journey extended over 4 hours. By the time they reached Wang Bo's neighborhood, dusk had already settled in. As they were about to alight from the car, Wang Bo extended an invitation. Director Fu, it's quite dark now. Why not rest here for the night? Fu Guitai remained silent, lit a cigarette, and shook his head. Perceiving the lack of inclination for further discourse from the director, Wang Bo felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Just as he was about to bid farewell, he noticed Fu Guotai exhale a ring of smoke and utter a soft thank you. Although the words were not loud, they reached Wang Bo's ears unmistakably. Taken aback momentarily by the gratitude, Wang Bo understood its meaning. However, before he could respond with a few courteous remarks, the proud and aloof director swiftly raised the car window and drove away, leaving Wang Bo standing alone in the chilly wind, somewhat bewildered. He had never encountered such a forthright expression of thanks. With less than 2 hours remaining until the countdown to the mall's opening, Wang Bo decided to visit Huang Haoyang's home to assure them of his safe return. Though his uncle likely knew from the earlier broadcast that he had returned safely, Wang Bo understood that, given their personalities, they would not be at ease until they saw him in person. Arriving at Huang Haoyang's doorstep, he did not regard himself as a guest and promptly took out his keys to enter. I'm starving. I'm starving. Inside, upon hearing Wang Bo's voice, Huang Haoyang and his wife rushed out from the back room. Seeing Wang Bo safe and sound, Huang Haoyang remained composed, but Yang Ping, beside him, could not contain her tears. What a wretch! Why are you crying? This brat is back, isn't he? Yang Ping shot Huang Haoyang a glare and retorted without mercy. Am I the wretch? Who was it that trembled while watching the live stream all day? If this kid hadn't returned, I would have sent you to the hospital for Parkinson's. Observing the playful banter between the couple, Wang Bo felt a warm surge of affection in his heart. From a young age, I lost my parents and received considerable care from Uncle Huang and Aunt. They treated me as their own son, and in my heart, I regarded them as my reborn parents. Although Wang Bo's demeanor often appeared carefree and indifferent, he would not hesitate to eliminate any threat to these two cherished figures in his life. After finishing dinner, preoccupied with thoughts of the secondary marketplace, Wang Bo decided not to linger and swiftly returned home. As Wang Bo stepped through the threshold of his abode, the voice of the system resonated in his mind. The secondary marketplace has loaded. The list of goods has been updated. Please make your selection. Hearing the system's voice filled Wang Bo with astonishment. In the primary marketplace, the system's voice had always been a cold and neutral tone. However, following the update, it had transformed into a feminine voice. Although the tone remained somewhat frosty, Wang Bo found himself quite enchanted by this elegant and aloof presence. It seemed the system recognized that he had invested a considerable amount in its offerings. If it did not enhance its service quality, it would be remiss to neglect such a devoted patron. With a blend of internal musings and anticipation, Wang Bo eagerly opened the updated system interface. Reputation 348390. Note: increases in reputation are linked to the emotions of individuals within this world. Reactions such as shock, gratitude, and hatred from the host can enhance reputation points. Items: none. Secondary marketplace. Unlock the next level of the marketplace after spending 2 million. Current expenditure 0 to 2 million. Marvel Series. AI technology prototype. Jarvis. From the Marvel Universe. Iron Man Series 100,000 reputation points. Armor manufacturing technology 5. Briefcase-style armor. With inferior defense, but highly portable 100,000 reputation points. Armor manufacturing technology 6. New energy armor. Featuring a cutting-edge nuclear reactor for enhanced performance 150,000 reputation points. Armor manufacturing technology 7. Flight capsule armor. Equipped with rapid deployment systems and designed for combat with extensive weapon compatibility 200,000 reputation points. Stark element synthesis technology. A groundbreaking element discovered by Iron Man Stark, capable of reducing pollution from small nuclear reactors while enhancing performance. Applicable underwater 200,000 reputation points. Vibranium element synthesis technology, one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, possessing sound absorption and shock-absorbing capabilities 500,000 reputation points. Upon seeing these offerings, Wang Bo could not help but swallow hard. What on earth? In the Marvel Universe, the exceedingly rare and precious vibranium has, under the transformative power of the system, become synthesizable. Does this suggest that such a metal, renowned for its near-invincible hardness, can now be mass-produced? Contemplating the future, Wang Bo could not help but salivate at the prospect of his battle armor being entirely forged from vibranium. Should such armor truly come to fruition, the peril he faced today would be but a trivial challenge, not to mention the onslaught of 40 fighter jets. Even if that number were to increase tenfold, vibranium would effortlessly shield him from it all. What astonished him further was the emergence of a new series beneath these products. The Transformers series featured Bumblebee manufacturing technology. Priced at 200,000 prestige points, a one-time spark essential for granting a Transformer life. each capable of awakening only one transformer, costing 100,000 prestige points. The manufacturing technologies for Megatron and Optimus Prime were also listed. Observing the increasingly extravagant prices, Wang Bo decisively chose to halt his exploration, fearing his blood pressure could not withstand further revelations. Moreover, at the very bottom of the interface, a limited-time sale module appeared. The Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology and One-Time Spark Package, originally priced at 400,000 prestige points, was now offered at a celebratory discount of 348,000 in honor of the secondary marketplace's grand opening. Gazing upon this package, a tinge of melancholy washed over Wang Bo. Where had the aloof, uncompromising systems from the novels gone? How had it transformed into a mercantile system in his case, complete with a limited-time sale? Was it not clearer that they were simply targeting his balance? For the first time, Wang Bo felt that his prestige points were excessively abundant. He estimated that even with a balance of 200,000 or 300,000 prestige points, the system would still offer him that Bumblebee package. Nevertheless, after considerable deliberation, Wang Bo ultimately decided to redeem Bumblebee. This choice was made after thorough contemplation. He already possessed battle armor, although the more powerful variants in the secondary marketplace held less significance for him at this time. In contrast, the Transformers presented a different opportunity. Constructing them would effectively grant him a multitude of invisible bodyguards. Incidents like Uncle Huang's kidnapping would likely never occur again. Most importantly, the thought of missing out on a bargain gnawed at Wang Bo's conscience. As he completed the redemption, an overwhelming flood of memories, infinitely more substantial than before, surged into his mind. Transformers, in the strictest sense, are not mere inventions of some scientist. Rather, they are individual beings born from the essence of the Allspark. Having established the civilization of Cybertron, they are akin to extraterrestrial visitors in comparison to the previous world. However, in the current universe, through systematic modifications, these mechanical civilizations of Cybertron have astonishingly transformed into inventions in the hands of Wang Bo, which genuinely unsettles him. Yet, this situation has its advantages. By diminishing the intelligence of these beings, Wang Bo need not worry about their loyalty. In due time, he can integrate artificial intelligence to oversee them. For one must remain vigilant against such sentient species. The following morning, the shrill ring of the telephone roused Wang Bo from his slumber. Noticing it was his uncle calling, he disregarded it, hanging up the phone and turning over to continue his sleep. Unexpectedly, within 5 minutes, Huang Haoyang appeared at his doorstep, bursting into Wang Bo's bedroom and yanking the covers off him. "You little rascal, you dare hang up on me." Hearing his uncle's bellowing voice, Wang Bo, quite reluctant, opened his eyes and sat up. Observing the lazy demeanor of the young man, Huang Haoyang, a former soldier, could hardly contain himself. He swiftly delivered a playful slap to Wang Bo's head. Had it been in the past, such a blow would have jolted him awake in an instant. However, with the serum coursing through his veins, Wang Bo's skin had toughened, and Huang Haoyang's strike merely left his hand feeling slightly tingly, with little else to show for it. Noticing his uncle's ire brewing, Wang Bo hastily abandoned his reluctance and cheerfully climbed out of bed. "What's the matter, uncle? It's still early. And your nephew hasn't had enough sleep." Huang Haoyang shot him a disapproving glance. "Ever since you dropped out of school, you've become increasingly lethargic. The sun is almost high in the sky, and you're still not awake." Lowering his head to receive the reprimand, Wang Bo stealthily glanced at the clock and the still dark sky outside. High in the sky, there wasn't even a hint of sunlight yet. Nevertheless, Wang Bo dared not retort at that moment, for he knew that would lead to a scolding of epic proportions. Here, in the midst of their exchange, Huang Haoyang handed Wang Bo a stack of documents. "This is your enrollment paperwork. Starting today, you are to promptly make your way to 9th middle school for classes." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt overwhelmed. With countless responsibilities on his plate, he had little time for high school frivolities. Yet, faced with Huang Haoyang's resolute demeanor, he ultimately refrained from arguing. Chapter 77. Out of Place. Serving tea and water, Wang Bo. It was 6:30 in the morning, and the sky was still dimly lit. With a grim expression, Wang Bo appeared punctually at the entrance of number 9 middle school, burdened by his backpack. In the rush of the morning, his uncle had not even prepared a school uniform for him, compelling him to make do with his previous attire. As he stepped through the school's gates, he felt the stares of his peers upon him, each pointing and whispering. A sense of unease gripped Wang Bo's heart. If he was recognized the moment he entered, all the effort he had put into disguising himself that morning would be in vain. Huang Haoyang had repeatedly cautioned him against revealing his identity, as Wang Bo had become something of a celebrity worldwide. If the entire student body discovered that the Wang Bo attending classes was indeed the infamous one, chaos would surely ensue. "Hey, buddy, which class are you in? Why aren't you wearing the uniform?" A voice called from behind, accompanied by a sudden clap on his shoulder. Perhaps due to the serum's effects, Wang Bo instinctively considered throwing the person aside, but his strong sense of reason prevailed. He knew that tossing a person weighing over 100 pounds across the room in front of all the students would jeopardize his chance of attending school. "I'm in class 11, just transferred today, and I haven't received my uniform yet." Upon hearing this, the stranger clapped his hands in delight. "What a coincidence. I'm in class 11 too. Come on, I'll show you the way." During their walk, Wang Bo learned that this affable character was named Zheng Li. "Why was everyone pointing at me earlier?" Wang Bo inquired. Hearing the respectful address, Zheng Li thought to himself that this kid was quite perceptive. "It's because of the uniform. Brother, not many people at our number 9 middle school wear them these days. But things have changed." Wang Bo's curiosity piqued at this revelation. "How has it changed?" Seeing the genuine confusion in Wang Bo's eyes, Zheng Li was taken aback. "You really don't know? Our principal, Huang Haoyong, is actually Wang Bo's uncle. Because of this connection, officials from the Education Bureau come to inspect the school frequently. Although they call it an inspection, it's really just an excuse to get close to the principal. After all, his nephew is quite the hotshot now, even attracting attention from overseas recently." Flattered by Zheng Li's praise, Wang Bo felt a flush of warmth despite his usual confidence. As they spoke, the two entered the classroom of class 11. The moment they stepped inside, the previously boisterous class fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes turning towards them. After all, it was indeed a rare sight to see someone daring enough to forego the school uniform at such a time. After a brief silence, a burly boy from the last row spoke up. "Shaoli, who is this guy?" The contemptuous remark from the speaker made Zheng Li flinch, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. "Xian Gu, this is our new transfer student. What is your name?" After conversing for some time, Zheng Li realized he didn't even know the boy's name. "I'm Yongwan." The thought of having that name inscribed on his records at Jiuzhong filled Wang Bo with a sense of frustration. His uncle had shown little consideration when bestowing upon him such a name. "Yongwan, why not just name me Zhang San or Li Si?" Meanwhile, as Wang Bo was lost in his thoughts, Wu Xian was sizing up the new transfer student. Observing his attire and frail physique, a hint of disdain flickered in Wu Xian's eyes. He promptly declared, "So you're Yongwan. In our class 11, we have an unwritten rule. Newcomers are responsible for cleaning, erasing the blackboard, and fetching water." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo couldn't help but chuckle. "All right, no problem. Which classmate would like some water?" Beside him, Zheng Li opened his mouth as if to protest, but the fierce gaze from Wu Xian silenced him. Seeing Wang Bo so compliant, Wu Xian wasted no time and raised his cup. "Get me a glass." As Wu Xian spoke, several laid-back high school students around him chimed in. "Make mine a glass too. I want one as well." Noticing Zheng Li's reluctant expression, Wu Xian smirked. "Shaoli, are you thirsty too? Why not hand your cup to this kid?" Zheng Li initially wanted to refuse, but as he recalled unpleasant memories upon seeing Wu Xian's clenched fists, he suppressed his conscience and handed his cup to Wang Bo. After 2 class periods, the long break arrived. With Wang Bo's current level of knowledge, studying the sciences was a breeze. Within 20 minutes of the break, he completed the homework assigned by the teacher in just 5 minutes. After finishing these tasks, Wang Bo did not remain idle. He found a broom and dustpan in a corner of the classroom and began tidying up. He appeared dutiful and uncomplaining. After cleaning the classroom, Wang Bo even washed a few rags and started wiping down the windows. Witnessing Wang Bo's unrelenting toil, even Wu Xian's lackeys felt a twinge of sympathy. "Xian Gu, this kid doesn't seem like much of a troublemaker. Let us not take it too seriously." Wu Xian's expression darkened as he heeded his younger brother's words, and he swiftly delivered a resounding slap. "In class 9, who calls the shots, you or I?" The onlookers averted their gaze, suppressing their indignation. Meanwhile, Zheng Li, seizing the moment, discreetly pulled Wang Bo aside. "Yongwan, you're too earnest when asked to do something. You actually comply. Just show some attitude towards brother Xian." Wang Bo, taken aback at first, quickly inquired, "Isn't this the rule of class 11? Perhaps driven by a sense of guilt for previously asking Wang Bo to fetch water. Zheng Li glanced around to ensure no one was listening and shared a few more words. "What rules? Wu Xian is nothing but an uneducated thug, bullying us in class 11. Intrigued, Wang Bo responded, "With so many of you in the class, how can you let him control you? Just confront him." Zheng Li's face flashed with anger before he seemed to recall something, deflating like a punctured balloon. "Ah, you don't understand. Not only did that guy transfer from a sports school, but he is also particularly skilled in fighting. Moreover, I've heard his father has a background in the underworld and has now established a significant real estate company. We ordinary folks are simply no match for him. Chapter 78. A Reserved Teacher. The unrelenting school bully. Upon returning to the classroom, the hour for lessons was drawing near. Shortly thereafter, the teacher for this class entered briskly. As he arrived, all the students ceased their chatter and sat up straight, preparing for the lesson. Even Wu Xin and his gang in the last row restrained themselves, wary of being too unruly in the presence of this instructor. At this moment, Lu Hao, the homeroom teacher of Class 11, was in a particularly irritable mood. Ever since Principal Huang's nephew gained notoriety, this school had resembled a zoo, with various leaders parading around in an attempt to forge connections with Huang Haoyang. This situation genuinely vexed Lu, a man of integrity. As a seasoned educator, he was all too familiar with Zhang's notorious temperament, stubborn beyond belief. Relying on forging a good relationship with him to gain any favors from his nephew Wang Bo was utterly futile. Suppressing his irritation, Lu Hao prepared to commence the lesson. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted Wang Bo, who was not in uniform. Instantly, his frustration resurfaced. Although this was the most dilapidated school in Suchi City, to Lu, students ought to embody the demeanor of students. If one were to constantly seek to stand out with extravagant attire, how could they possibly focus on their studies? Upon this thought, Lu Hao was about to reprimand. However, gazing at the unfamiliar yet oddly familiar face of the child below, a flicker of doubt ignited within him. This child should not have been seen at Jiuzhong before. Yet, what could explain this sense of familiarity? Lu Hao found himself fixated on the new student on stage. Wu Xian and others presumed that this old curmudgeon was dissatisfied with Wang Bo's lack of uniform. This Navi newcomer was in for a rough time. Lu Hao, known for his strictness, was adept at administering punishments. Regardless, they were in for a show. At that moment, a spark of realization flashed through Lu Hao's mind. How strikingly similar this little fellow was to the one depicted in the photographs from Principal Huang's office. Yet, logically, that should not be the case. Although that individual was of high school age, his intellect should have placed him in a national-level laboratory, conducting groundbreaking research in physics and biology. How could he possibly be in such a subpar high school classroom? Unless, upon recalling his obstinate superior, Lu Hao suddenly felt that Wang Bo's presence in this classroom was not so peculiar after all. Well then, let us commence our lesson, he said, surprisingly refraining from confronting Wang Bo. This decision bewildered the students, including Wu Xian. What on earth? This stubborn old man had previously made Wu Xian stand outside for an entire class due to his lack of uniform. Yet now, he chose to overlook this new transfer student? Witnessing this, Wu Xian's expression darkened. Did this not imply that he was inferior to this newcomer? How could he assert his dominance in Class 11 and throughout Jiuzhong? Wang Bo, oblivious to these dynamics, found the old teacher's mathematics lectures rather elementary given his current knowledge. Hence, he disregarded the lesson, grabbing a stack of scrap paper to begin calculating the production techniques for a bumblebee. Before long, the majority of the class had passed. Noticing that the lesson was nearing its conclusion, Lu Hao intended to discuss yesterday's exercises, as several problems had posed considerable difficulty. Has anyone managed to grasp this problem? Please feel free to stand and explain it to the class. As he looked at the unresponsive crowd, Lu Hao was about to begin his explanation when, unexpectedly, Wu Xian interjected from the back. Teacher, just because we don't understand it doesn't mean this new student can't. Beside him, Wu Xian's followers discerned his intentions and immediately began to jeer. Indeed, I noticed that since the moment classmate Yang Wen entered, he has been frantically calculating. For him, such a trivial mathematical problem should pose no challenge. Listening to the raucous crowd, Lu Hao felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. To ask this individual to tackle a high school math problem, it was akin to using a cannon to shoot a bird. If today they dared to call upon Wang Bo to answer this question, he had no doubt that he would be mercilessly ridiculed by tomorrow. What audacity! To summon someone standing at the pinnacle of academic prowess to respond to such a question. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Lu Hao shot a fierce glare at the rowdy group in the back. Just as he was about to brush it off, Wang Bo unexpectedly stood up. Teacher, there are 5 distinct methods to solve this problem. As Wang Bo spoke eloquently, the expressions of the students below transformed from disdain to astonishment, culminating in sheer shock. The most taken aback was Wu Xian, who had originally intended to humiliate Wang Bo before the entire class. Unexpectedly, the outcome was the opposite, as this newcomer garnered unexpected attention. Meanwhile, on stage, Lu Hao was enraptured by Wang Bo's imaginative approach to the problem. It took him 2 or 3 minutes after Wang Bo concluded and sat down to regain his composure. Observing Wang Bo's calm demeanor, Lu Hao was profoundly shaken. A true expert reveals their caliber with a single move. This problem was a city-wide examination question, and even the collective efforts of the city's educators barely yielded 3 approaches. Yet Wang Bo, with seemingly effortless precision, provided 5 methods. This mathematical talent was indeed formidable. Thank you for your explanation, esteemed classmate. Let us conclude today's lesson here. Without further ado, Lu Hao dashed out of the classroom, neglecting even to collect his lesson plan. Upon returning to his office, he gulped down a glass of water. Feeling his damp shirt, he immediately rushed to Huang Haoyang's office. Today, he was determined to transfer Wang Bo to another class. After all, with such a student in the classroom, what teacher wouldn't feel pressured? Meanwhile, back in the classroom, the students watched Lu Hao's hasty departure, erupting into cheers. Newcomer, you're incredible. You actually scared that old stickler away. You're the first to do so. Wang Bo smiled in response to his classmates' praises. However, observing Wang Bo quickly mingling with the others, Wu Xian's expression darkened. Suddenly, with a swish, a metal stool flew past Wang Bo's side. In the next moment, the chair collided forcefully with the wall, producing a jarring sound. Observing the displeased expression on Wu Xian's face, everyone hastily abandoned their conversation with Wang Bo and hurried back to their seats. Fixating on this persistent peer, Wang Bo's countenance also tightened slightly. Despite his unchanging age, his experiences in numerous significant events had fostered a maturity within him. He had no intention of engaging with this individual, yet he was taken aback by how Wu Xian escalated the situation. Chapter 79. The Righteousness of Zheng Li. A brawl ensues at this moment. Witnessing Wang Bo on the verge of being dealt with, Zheng Li found himself in a quandary. To be frank, he harbored a favorable impression of this naive transfer student who referred to him as brotherly. However, he was equally aware that if he intervened now, the enraged Wu Xian could very well turn his wrath upon him as well. Do not act, Zheng Li. Whatever you do, refrain from stepping in. The rational voice in his mind urgently cautioned him against meddling. Yet, seeing Wang Bo about to be beaten, Zheng Li took a step forward. Brother Xian, please calm down. The moment those words left his lips, Zheng Li instantly regretted them. However, having spoken, he felt it imprudent to retreat. Brother Xian, we are all classmates. Is there truly a need for such anger over trivial matters? Upon hearing this, Wu Xian's fury intensified. So this newcomer, having barely arrived, already has someone defending him against me. If this continues, he will surely become insufferable. Today, he intended to demonstrate to everyone the consequences of opposing him in this class. With that thought, he swiftly changed direction and strode toward Zheng Li. Without a moment's hesitation, he launched a punch toward Zheng Li's face. If that strike landed, Zheng Li would undoubtedly sustain a grievous injury. In the classroom, several timid girls covered their eyes, unable to bear the impending scene of violence. 1 second, 2 seconds. After a brief pause, Zheng Li's anguished cries did not materialize. As the onlookers focused their attention, they beheld the transfer student's hand firmly gripping Wu Xian's forearm, halting his punch just inches from Zheng Li's nose. Not an inch further. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled crowd was left in astonishment. What on earth? It is known that although Wu Xian is not well liked, he has never lost a fight since transferring to this school. Yet now, he was being halted by this frail newcomer. Wu Xian, the central figure in this unfolding drama, initially froze in disbelief, only for veins to bulge on his forehead. Since transferring to this school, he had never endured such a significant loss of face. As the thought crossed his mind, the force in his hands intensified, for he aimed to make this newcomer understand the folly of comparing strength with him. However, as he exerted more power, Wu Xian gradually sensed that something was amiss. What on earth? Despite using all his might, he found himself unable to break free from the shackles imposed by this young man. Observing Wu Xian tremble slightly from the exertion, his followers were left in shock. They were well aware of Wu Xian's strength. Had it not been for his altercations during his time at the sports school, he could have easily secured a place on the provincial team through shot put alone. Yet now, this undeniable powerhouse of the 9th middle school was being thwarted by a mere newcomer? In stark contrast, the fellow named Yang Wen stood there with effortless composure, as if he had yet to exert any effort at all. At this moment, Wu Xian felt utterly humiliated, wanting to withdraw and throw another punch, only to be horrified to discover that he could not escape Wang Bo's grasp. It felt as though his forearm were ensnared by a vice, rendering him immobile. As Wang Bo's strength continued to swell, Wu Xian could no longer endure, and before the eyes of the onlookers, he knelt upon the ground. Are you all merely spectators? Hurry up and come to my aid. Wu Xian's furious roar snapped his followers back to reality. Grabbing whatever makeshift weapons they could find, they rushed over. Witnessing the swarm of high schoolers charging at him, A hint of amusement curled at the corners of Wang Bo's mouth. During his time in the United States, he had taken down fully armed special ops teams without breaking a sweat. How could he allow a bunch of mere children to intimidate him? That would surely be a disgrace to his lineage. In the next moment, with a slight exertion of his left hand, Wu Xin was flung away, crashing into the wall at the back of the classroom. The recoil surged through his body, leaving him feeling as though he were falling apart. Before long, as he regained his senses and intended to return to the fray alongside his followers to subdue that boy, he looked up to find a scene that left him utterly speechless. In scarcely 10 seconds since being thrown, all of his followers lay sprawled on the ground, moaning in agony. Meanwhile, Zheng Li stood dumbfounded. Was this a film? Wing Chun? Ip Man? I could take on 10, but this was reality. Such absurdity as 1 against 10 simply did not occur in high school brawls. Yet, this very spectacle unfolded before his eyes. With 2 claps of his hands, Wang Bo nonchalantly returned to his seat. In truth, although the few strikes appeared quite intimidating, Wang Bo exerted little effort, resulting in the assailants merely appearing pained rather than genuinely injured. After all, they were merely a group of high school students, youthful and impetuous. Their inclination for brawling was not entirely unexpected. At that moment, the boys in the class gazed at Wang Bo with intense admiration, their eyes akin to those of devotees beholding an idol. Meanwhile, the girls in the classroom also regarded him with a mixture of fascination and infatuation. A top scholar, formidable in combat, with the only flaw being his somewhat unremarkable appearance. He was undoubtedly the quintessential protagonist of a novel. Observing the girls' admiring glances, Wang Bo mistakenly believed that it was his looks that had captivated them, which inflated his ego somewhat. This serum, could it possibly enhance one's attractiveness? It seemed prudent to consider obtaining a few more doses for future endeavors in courtship. At that moment, even Wu Xin, despite his thick skin, sensed that this new transfer student was not to be trifled with. Struggling to rise, he glared menacingly at Wang Bo and declared, "You've got guts, kid. If you're capable, don't leave after school. Let us settle this outside the north gate." Beside him, Zheng Li quickly interjected, "When go, don't go. Wu Xin's family is in real estate and has numerous construction teams. Those guys can be ruthless. It's not worth it to go and get beaten up." Wang Bo merely waved his hand dismissively. Before he could respond, the next class's teacher entered the classroom. The students who had been knocked down, upon seeing the teacher arrive, remained on the ground, wailing to attract attention. Before the teacher could inquire about the commotion, one of Wu Xin's lackeys spoke up, "Teacher, you must stand up for us. We merely wanted to befriend this new student, but he attacked us instead." Hearing their claims, the teacher was left speechless. He knew these boys all too well. They were hardly the type to make genuine friends. Given the current situation, they had likely provoked Wang Bo and ended up receiving their due punishment. And as for the transfer student seated calmly at his desk, goodness, was he someone the teacher could manage? Just moments ago during the break, Lu Hao had mentioned this student, and the teacher had nearly fallen off his chair in disbelief. How could someone so formidable still attend school? Were they not going to leave any dignity for the teachers? Chapter 80. The arriving officials for investigation. Expelling Wang Bo. Observing the students sprawled on the ground, lamenting their plight, the teacher could only shake his head in resignation. Why must they provoke this particular student? This individual has remarkably leapt from the 10th floor, dusting off his trousers as if unaffected by the gravity of his actions. If any of you could possibly contend with him, it would surely be a haunting occurrence. Consequently, the teacher chose to selectively disregard them and commenced with today's lesson. Observing the teacher's indifference, the raucous group soon grew weary and returned to their respective seats. At that moment, Wu Xin, keenly attuned to the subtle nuances of the teacher's demeanor, sensed something amiss. Over the course of 2 consecutive classes, the teacher's attitudes towards the newly transferred student had been exceedingly peculiar. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? What extraordinary background might this young man possess? As Wu Xin pondered these questions, the teacher had already begun the lecture. The 40-minute class passed swiftly, and soon it was nearly time for the midday dismissal. This left many students disinterested in the lesson, hastily packing their bags in eager anticipation of rushing to the cafeteria. Just then, the sound of footsteps from outside brought a sudden stillness to the somewhat chaotic Class 11. A group entered, led by none other than the vice principal of their school. "Dear students, these esteemed individuals are leaders from the Education Bureau of our neighboring city, here to conduct research at our school. Let us extend a warm welcome." With that, the vice principal initiated applause. The students, somewhat mechanically, joined in to welcome these unfamiliar dignitaries. After all, they had experienced such spectacles countless times over the past few days. The leaders, basking in the fervent applause, lifted their heads slightly, reveling in the adulation akin to celestial bodies surrounded by their admirers. After approximately 1 minute, the time seemed right for the leading figure to signal for silence. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a student with his head down, engrossed in writing, completely oblivious to their presence. This blatant disregard caused the countenances of the self-important leaders to fall instantly. What is the meaning of this, Principal Song? How can a renowned high school like Number 9 have students in such disregard of the uniform code? This reflects poorly not only on Principal Huang, but also on our esteemed compatriot, Comrade Wang Bo. As the weighty accusations were hurled, beads of cold sweat formed on Song Feng's brow. I apologize, esteemed leaders. This student, Young Won, is reportedly a relative of Principal Huang's wife and has just transferred here today, thus is yet to receive his uniform. Aware that he had subtly highlighted the connection between this student and Huang Haoyang, the leaders, though displeased, had no choice but to relent. After all, Huang Haoyang's influence had notably changed, and through his nephew, he could communicate directly with the higher-ups, a privilege that these city bureau leaders could hardly afford to offend. Initially, I had hoped that this student would offer an apology and that we could all smoothly move past this incident. However, to my astonishment, he blatantly disregarded us and continued to immerse himself in his calculations. This was not merely an oversight. It was a blatant affront to our dignity. Principal Song, how could your institution admit such a student? He displays absolutely no respect for teachers or the educational process. As the stern reprimands echoed around him, before Song Feng could utter a word, Wang Bo, seated below, was abruptly jolted from his thoughts by the cacophony of voices. He looked up at his accusers and, with palpable impatience, retorted, "Enough of this drivel. If you have something to say, say it. Don't waste everyone's time here. Respect for teachers? Do you even deserve to be called my teacher?" His audacious remarks left the entire class in awe. What was happening? This new student was astonishingly bold, openly defying the authorities of the Education Bureau. In the back row, Wu Xine couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that fortune had smiled upon him, as he had been contemplating how to rid the school of this student, only to find that the fool was inadvertently paving his own exit. This would certainly save him a great deal of trouble. The officials who had been challenged turned an ashen shade, their composure slipping as one of them threatened. "Do you believe that with just a word from me, you could lose your place in school?" Hearing such a farcical threat, Wang Bo scoffed, shaking his head slowly under the astonished gazes of those around him. "I do not believe you." Faced with this unconventional student, who offered no semblance of respect, the officials quickly lost their patience and turned to Principal Song. "Principal Song, it is clear how to deal with a student of such deplorable character, is it not?" The implication in their words was unmistakable, leaving Song Feng in a precarious position. If it were any other student, it might be simpler. However, the complication lay in the fact that this student had been brought in by Huang Haoyang. He pondered whether his actions might offend his superior. Yet, witnessing the fury of the officials, he knew he could not hesitate. Just as he was about to address Wang Bo with intentions of removing him from the classroom, a distant voice interrupted. "Ha ha ha, old Huang, you truly are something. Forcing our national treasure to attend high school. Who could match that?" Huang Haoyang, at the brunt of this jest, could only manage a wry smile in response. "Director Fu, please do not mock me. That boy hardly qualifies as a national treasure. A giant panda is far more precious than this foolish child." Upon hearing this, Fu Guitai couldn't help but chuckle. That is not quite the case. Though this young man has a knack for causing trouble, when it comes to his contributions to our nation, he stands unparalleled. The conversation among a few distant individuals reached the ears of several leaders from the Education Bureau. Turning to look, they were nearly rendered weak in the knees. They recognized Huang Haoyang, but who was the person conversing with him? Although they hadn't seen him before, they sensed that he must possess an impressive stature. After all, how could the esteemed leader of Suchi City be trailing behind him like a well-behaved child? Upon entering Class 11, Huang Haoyang immediately spotted Wang Bo and, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "You rascal, you've truly outdone yourself. I merely suggested you attend school, yet you've managed to bring this esteemed individual along." Listening to Huang Haoyang's sardonic tone, Wang Bo could only respond with a helpless expression. "What can I say, uncle? If I told you the truth, you'd be more likely to give me a beating." He then turned to Fu Guotai and added, "Director Fu, please just give my uncle a call. There's no need to trouble you to come all the way here." Acknowledging Wang Bo's politeness, Fu Guotai waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. After dropping you off yesterday, I had some business in Suchi City, so I hadn't left yet." As they conversed, Wang Bo no longer concealed his identity and, in the next moment, removed his hat. The classroom erupted in astonishment upon recognizing his familiar face. "Oh my, Wang Bo, My goodness, who would believe this? Teacher Wang has come to our class to teach. No wonder he was able to tackle such difficult problems effortlessly, presenting 5 different methods of solving them. It's no surprise if it's Teacher Wang. Moreover, his earlier display of prowess was impressive. Not just 10, he could easily take on 100. This was the formidable individual who had single-handedly infiltrated the U.S. Department of Defense. Chapter 81, Identity Revealed. Fu Guotai's request at that moment, in the last row. Wu Xin and his group were left dumbfounded. What on earth? They had just attempted to confront Wang Bo? Remembering the live broadcast from a couple of days prior, where a U.S. agent had been turned into a pulp, they shuddered. Had Wang Bo taken their confrontation seriously, they would have had no chance of survival. Wu Xin, feeling even more desperate, was accustomed to wielding power in school. However, his bravado only extended to confronting ordinary high school students. Faced with a figure like Wang Bo, whose intellect and physique transcended human limits, he harbored no thoughts of resistance, only an overwhelming sense of dread. Bang! In days gone by, the once imperious Wu Xin of Jiuzhong unexpectedly slipped from his seat, landing squarely on the ground. Accompanied by this loud thud, the stunned leaders from the Education Bureau jolted back to reality. What a stroke of misfortune. After much effort in securing an appointment, they found themselves visiting Jiuzhong to meet Huang Haoyang, only to inadvertently kick against the hardest of obstacles. It was not difficult for them to envision that, with a mere word from this youth before them, the esteemed hats of authority perched upon their heads would soon be stripped away. Observing the commotion within the classroom, Huang Haoyang was equally perplexed, inquiring, Song Feng, what on earth is happening here? Upon hearing his superior's query, Song Feng, still in a daze, finally came to his senses. Fortunately, Huang Haoyang and his colleagues had arrived in the nick of time. Had they been a moment later, he might have been compelled to expel Wang Bo from the classroom. With a countenance marred by anger, Song Feng directed his gaze towards the visiting leaders. Principal Huang, these officials from the Education Bureau have just insisted, without a second thought, that I expel student Wang Bo. At this, Huang Haoyang's expression darkened. What is the reason? Sensing Huang Haoyang's ire, Song Feng hastily responded. The reason is that Wang Bo was not wearing the school uniform. I have already explained that this student is a recent transfer and deserves some understanding. However, they refused to listen and insisted on his expulsion. Before Huang Haoyang could interject, the head of Suchi City, accompanying Fu Guotai, spoke up. Is what he said true? Faced with this inquiry, the leaders turned ashen, their lips quivering, their minds drawing a blank. Observing their reaction, Fu Guotai and the others were quick to grasp the situation. Get out, you disgraceful fools. Return and await your fate. How can the Huagua government tolerate such pampered incompetence? Listening to Fu Guotai's unreserved reprimand, the officials dared not express a hint of discontent. After all, the authority wielded by the top echelon of Suchi City left them little choice but to follow in his wake. It was evident how formidable this middle-aged man truly was. Once these arrogant leaders exited, Fu Guotai gestured towards the door. Come, young man, I have matters to discuss with you. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo shrugged and was about to follow the National Security Director out when he caught a glimpse of Zheng Li from the corner of his eye. He paused his steps and returned to the classroom. As Wang Bo approached, a bead of cold sweat appeared on Wu Xion's forehead. Observing this school bully seated on the ground, Wang Bo felt a twinge of amusement. He promptly bent down and whispered in Wu Xion's ear, Zheng Li is my friend. If you wish to spend the rest of your life behind bars, feel free to test him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xion gazed into Wang Bo's emotionless eyes and shook his head vigorously. Witnessing this, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. He then approached Zheng Li, casually tore a page from his notebook and wrote down his phone number, saying, Li Ge, here's my number. Contact me anytime if you need anything. At the sound of Wang Bo's address, Zheng Li's face flushed crimson as he timidly accepted the slip of paper from Wang Bo's hand. Noticing this, Wang Bo hesitated no longer. After all, it was inappropriate to keep a high-ranking official like Director Fu waiting. Once outside the classroom, Wang Bo followed Fu Guotai to the sports field. Director Fu, please be direct. What is the matter? Upon hearing Wang Bo's inquiry, Fu Guotai hesitated before finally speaking. Wang Bo, although I understand this may seem excessive, if possible, I would like to purchase a batch of that serum on behalf of Huagua. As the words left his mouth, Fu Guotai felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders, only to find himself amused by his own apprehension. Having served as the Director of National Security for several years, he had never been so cautious. However, the technology that Wang Bo possessed was simply too formidable. Miniature nuclear reactors, battle armor, super soldier serum. Each of these could elevate a nation's comprehensive power to unprecedented heights. Wang Bo fell silent for a moment before responding. Director Fu, it's not that I wish to undermine your authority, but the super serum is exceedingly perilous. If mass-produced, it could severely disrupt social order. Can you imagine the number of police needed to apprehend a criminal armed with super serum? Listening to Wang Bo's concerns, Fu Guotai assured him, I guarantee that this batch of super serum will not fall into the hands of wrongdoers. It will be strictly monitored by our National Security Bureau and distributed to selected soldiers within the military. Observing Fu Guotai's earnest demeanor, Wang Bo sighed. Director Fu, I trust you, but I cannot place my faith in everyone. Take, for instance, those officials from the Education Bureau today, or the Zhang family. Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, he had once approached the task of safeguarding Huang Haoyang with great confidence. But what had been the outcome? As the saying goes, one may be vigilant against outsiders, yet the greatest threat often lies within. Fu Guotai can guarantee his unwavering loyalty to the nation and society. But what of others? What about those who have received the serum? How can he assure their fidelity? Observing Fu Guotai fall into silence, Wang Bo felt a sense of relief within. This is precisely why the super serum in the Marvel Universe has not been widely disseminated. Such a terrifying substance, if mass-produced, would undoubtedly lead to a dramatic surge in crime rates. Simultaneously, Wang Bo harbored his own thoughts. After all, he was currently the sole recipient of the serum. Thus, the threat posed by ordinary individuals to him was nearly non-existent, allowing him to feel secure in his life. However, should the super serum become widespread, the situation would drastically change. It would signify the emergence of many super warriors akin to himself, thereby significantly diminishing his safety. Until he possesses further means to ensure his security, he would resolutely refrain from administering the super serum to others. After declining Fu Guotai's proposition, Wang Bo felt a twinge of guilt. After all, the tumult he had instigated in the beautiful country had been mitigated by the intervention of the Huagua government, and he couldn't afford to be excessively parsimonious. Chapter 82. The Great Change in the Beautiful Country. Provocation. Watching Fu Guotai depart, Wang Bo found it difficult to feel joy. 3 sets of battle armor, accompanied by corresponding small reactors. He wished he could slap himself. While he possessed the theoretical knowledge, the actual construction of such devices was undeniably time-consuming. Nonetheless, there was no alternative. Both the previous research funding and assistance from the Huagua government had been substantial. Moreover, a previously agreed-upon set of battle armor had been rendered inoperative due to Wang Bo's excursion to the beautiful country, leaving him with a sense of guilt. The principle of reciprocity guided Wang Bo's actions. He treated others well when they treated him well. Following Director Fu's appearance, Huang Haoyang finally ceased to be preoccupied with the notion of Wang Bo attending school, which brought him considerable relief. Given his current status, campus life was indeed ill-suited for him. Upon returning home and tidying his belongings, Wang Bo embarked on a new phase of his research endeavors. At this moment, the government of the beautiful country was undergoing a monumental upheaval. Although Wilson's administration was striving to mitigate the repercussions of the recent incident, the number of witnesses was overwhelming. Coupled with the incitement from his political adversaries, public sentiment online escalated, with voices of dissent growing ever louder. Protests had even erupted in certain states. At this moment, President Wilson found himself overwhelmed in his office, staring at an array of documents. Although he had relieved Secretary of Defense Andrew of his duties on grounds of severe misconduct and referred the matter to the judicial authorities, the ramifications of this blunder were undeniably colossal. It was evident to anyone that a golden opportunity for the beautiful nation to assert global dominance had slipped through the fingers of these incompetent officials. Clearly, such a monumental political crisis could not be quelled by merely the removal of Andrew. As Wilson pondered his next course of action, the telephone on his desk rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, the president felt a chill run down his spine. Taking a deep breath, he answered, "Good day, Mr. Duru." However, the voice on the other end offered no acknowledgement of his greeting. The ensuing silence instilled a sense of panic in Wilson. "Mr. Duru, please allow me to explain. The responsibility lies solely with that fool Andrew," he pleaded. Yet, the head of the Duru family seemed to grow impatient with Wilson's feeble justifications. "Wilson," came the voice from the phone, prompting the president to silence himself, awaiting the decision from the other side. "I suggest you relinquish the presidency willingly." The cold tone reached Wilson's ears, leaving him feeling as though his spine had been severed, collapsing into his chair. He understood that public opinion mattered little, and the disdain of political adversaries was trivial. As long as the oldest family in the beautiful nation stood behind him, everything could be resolved. Yet now, it was apparent that the Duru family had lost their patience. He yearned to speak again, to plead for his position, but the words faltered on his lips, for he knew that his entreaties would bear no fruit. After disconnecting the call, he comprehended the bleak future that awaited him, his eyes devoid of light. In the 2 months that followed Wang Bo's entrance into the laboratory, a staggering announcement reverberated around the globe. President Wilson of the beautiful nation had failed to secure re-election. This was an exceedingly rare occurrence. Among the numerous past presidents, only a handful had failed to achieve a second term. Typically, barring any significant scandals, a continuation in office was virtually guaranteed. Yet now, Wilson had been ousted. When world leaders learned who the new president was, they gasped in astonishment. Adam, the renowned hawkish figure. Their impressions of him were largely shaped by a particular conflict in the Middle East, during which Adam held the rank of a mere major general. Yet, he resolutely disregarded the orders of his superiors, igniting a massacre-like war. When subsequently brought before a military tribunal, this individual displayed no remorse whatsoever, firmly asserting that all his actions were for the glory of his nation. In a scenario where an unparalleled genius emerged from China, it is bewildering that such a belligerent figure was elected as president in the United States. Under the scrutiny of the public eye, the newly inaugurated president's inaugural speech resonated with a tone of aggression. The core message was unequivocal. All who have brought shame upon the United States would pay a grievous price. This was not merely a suggestion. It was a blatant declaration. The transition of power evidently targeted Wang Bo. Meanwhile, within the confines of the laboratory, Wang Bo observed the remarks of this newly minted president with a sardonic smile. Let them bear the consequences. He had yet to settle the score with them, and this group audaciously sought to trouble him first. Even a clay figurine retained some fire, and Wang Bo, who was not known for his magnanimity, was no exception. With this thought, he reopened his Weibo account. At that moment, the comments section of Wang Bo's personal profile was filled with harmonious voices. Due to his previous exploits in the United States and the emergence of the super serum, his detractors had been cast into the abyss. They now dared not surface in the comments, for a moment's misstep could result in a deluge of scorn from Wang Bo's loyal supporters. Accompanying one of Wang Bo's posts, these individuals finally found a moment of respite. To commemorate the honorable retirement of President Wilson, I have decided to hold a press conference in mid-next month. Spoiler alert. This time, the product will pertain to intelligent robotics. The announcement sent shockwaves across the globe. How audacious. Just as a new official takes office, you choose to celebrate the retirement of his predecessor. Is this not a direct affront? This was akin to challenging the hawkish president head-on. A mere high school student dared to confront the leader of the world's foremost superpower. This truly astonished many. However, recalling Wang Bo's previous feats in the United States, the public felt reassured. He was, after all, a formidable figure who had emerged from the depths of encirclement. Compared to that, this provocation seemed trivial. Meanwhile, in the presidential office, Adam observed the juvenile provocation on Weibo with a cold smile. Although he was a representative of the hawkish faction holding the office of the presidency, he would not allow himself to be swayed by a few taunts. Rising slowly, the newly appointed president approached the window, gazing toward the direction of Huagua. A press conference, perhaps, could serve as a splendid opportunity. Chapter 83, A New Realm. The Emergence of Artificial Intelligence. At this moment, the comments section of Wang Bo's Weibo had erupted. Intelligent robots, a realm so enchanting. Unlike the battle armor previously developed by Wang Bo, the challenge of this entire project lay in the very essence of intelligence. The ability to think independently, to confront emergencies, and to make autonomous judgments. That is the true hallmark of intelligence. In today's world, apart from the human brain, there exists no other entity capable of such feats. Wang Bo's bold proclamation now signified his ambition to create an entirely new mechanical brain. Could this be feasible? Even with Wang Bo's past miracles, few could muster belief at this moment. How audacious of Wang Bo. Indeed, intelligent robots? Does he truly consider himself omniscient and omnipotent? As someone well-versed in computer programming, I can assert that with current technology, it is utterly impossible to construct a self-thinking mechanical being. It seems that whatever serum he has taken has thoroughly inflated his ego. Those commenting in the section are either Wang Bo's detractors or those paid provocateurs from the beautiful country, stirring discord. Upon hearing such remarks, Wang Bo's supporters were naturally incensed. In this day and age, anyone dares to rant on the internet. Have you forgotten the lessons taught by our teacher Wang? Moreover, our teacher Wang never claimed to develop such intelligent robots. He merely mentioned related fields. Observing the online uproar, Wang Bo shook his head, choosing to disengage. Words would bear no weight. When the genuine article is unveiled, those jesters will inevitably fall silent. Turning his gaze to the bright yellow sports car positioned at the center of the laboratory, A fervor ignited within Wang Bo's eyes. The body of Bumblebee had been fully constructed. Unlike the Transformers depicted in films, which are a completely autonomous race, in this world, the Transformers are merely products under Wang Bo's command. Everything is now complete. He must bestow consciousness upon this first Transformer. Opening the system panel. With Wang Bo's thought, an electronic interface reappeared in his mind. Reputation points, 15, 320. Item, one-time spark, and essential for granting intelligence to the Transformer. Without hesitation, Wang Bo decisively retrieved the one-time spark from the item bar. It felt cool to the touch. Unlike the cube-shaped sparks from the movies, this one bore a different design. Instead, it presented a bizarre pyramid shape. As he felt its peculiar texture, a glimmer of obsession flickered in Wang Bo's eyes. This was indeed a treasure capable of giving rise to an entire race. Simultaneously, gazing at its austere exterior, an inexplicable sensation arose within him. The material of this spark must be a metal far surpassing vibration gold. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo toiled with the spark in the laboratory for nearly half a day. Throughout the process, he utilized every detection instrument available, yet found himself utterly at a loss. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo had no choice but to set it aside for the time being, knowing that the exchange for a one-time spark was unlimited. He believed that with the accumulation of knowledge in his mind, there would come a day when he would unravel the secret of the spark's origin. Contemplating this, Wang Bo ceased his hesitation and placed the one-time spark onto the body of Bumblebee. As the spark made contact with the Transformer, an extraordinary flash of light flickered momentarily, followed by a visible stream of energy gradually infusing into the Transformer's body. The flow of energy grew increasingly intense, enveloping Bumblebee entirely. Observing the energy being absorbed, Wang Bo chose to ignore it, for he had another task at hand. Artificial intelligence, Jarvis. The reason Iron Man possessed such formidable combat prowess was inseparable from the guidance and analysis of this entity. Long before, with the knowledge imparted by the system, Wang Bo had successfully programmed this powerful artificial intelligence. Now, all that remained was to activate it. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bo pressed the start button. Instantly, it felt as though all electronic devices in the laboratory had been swept by an unseen force. Amidst his tension and anticipation, a voice resonated in his ears. "Hello, sir. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis is pleased to serve you." Upon hearing this familiar yet strange greeting, Wang Bo's excitement surged. "Jarvis? I have always been here, sir." Listening to the male mechanical voice, Wang Bo was finally assured of the successful operation of the artificial intelligence. Henceforth, when donning the battle armor, he would no longer have to exert his mind and effort. To test Jarvis's capabilities, a playful curiosity arose within Wang Bo. "Jarvis, what is this?" At this moment, as he touched a piece of experimental equipment, he eagerly inquired. "Sir, this is the latest liquid chromatograph independently developed by Huagua, with a power consumption of..." As he listened to Jarvis's articulate explanations, Wang Bo felt both astonished and elated. Truly, he was the capable assistant of Iron Man Stark. Absolutely remarkable. Subsequently, Wang Bo, like an inquisitive child, inundated Jarvis with questions about nearly all the equipment within the laboratory. Naturally, Jarvis, connected to the vast expanse of the internet, responded with effortless fluency. Eventually, Wang Bo's gaze settled upon the energy-transmitting Bumblebee and the ember situated at the heart of the lab. "Jarvis, do you have any idea what this is?" he inquired, clinging to a glimmer of hope. This time, however, Jarvis fell into a prolonged silence. After a considerable pause, his voice returned. "Unknown element. Its composition is excessively intricate to analyze." Upon hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Wang Bo's eyes. It seemed the ember was indeed a completely enigmatic entity in this world. Perhaps sensing the disappointment in Wang Bo's expression, Jarvis thoughtfully suggested, "Sir, within the system's artificial intelligence exchange sequence, I am classified as a juvenile entity, the most rudimentary form of artificial intelligence. I am confident that with continuous upgrades, you will ultimately obtain the answers you seek." Initially taken aback by this revelation, Wang Bo was soon engulfed by an unsettling chill. What on earth? Jarvis was aware of the existence of the system. It was essential to note that the celestial technology system was the foundation of Wang Bo's renown in this world and his greatest secret, one he had no intention of sharing with anyone, even with an artificial intelligence. "System, what is happening? How does this artificial intelligence know of your existence?" Listening to Wang Bo's inquiry, the cool, aloof voice resonated once more in his mind. "The host need not worry. The artificial intelligence's design is akin to an extension of the system's will. It possesses unwavering loyalty to the host, with no possibility of betrayal or exposure of the system's existence. Upon hearing this explanation, Wang Bo's heart finally settled. Chapter 84. The Awakening of Bumblebee. The unveiling of the prelude. As time flowed on, the energy emitted by the ember gradually diminished, until, at a certain moment, the energy completely dissipated and the machine, having undergone the baptism of energy, began to emit a faint glow. In the next instant, under Wang Bo's astonished gaze, the Bumblebee, which had appeared as a car just moments before, began its transformation. Observing the intricate process of change, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a profound astonishment. Truly, this was a creature valued at 30,000 prestige points, far surpassing the capabilities of the previous armor. At this moment, the newly birthed Bumblebee, with its mechanical eyes the size of basketballs, curiously surveyed its surroundings. When its gaze fell upon the human beneath it, the nascent little being experienced an inexplicable sensation. The diminutive creature before him was his master. Under the gaze of this towering 5-meter colossus, even Wang Bo, who had experienced countless grand spectacles, felt a surge of tension within. He was uncertain of how this newly awakened Bumblebee would regard him, should it come to blows. Even with the super serum coursing through his veins, he harbored no confidence in his ability to withstand the onslaught of this formidable being. After all, he was acutely aware of the combat prowess of Transformers as depicted in the films. Yet, as Wang Bo maintained his vigilant watch, Bumblebee, having just regained consciousness, slowly lowered itself and extended its hand towards him. Was this creature signifying its submission? In the next moment, Wang Bo cautiously placed his hand upon Bumblebee's. Witnessing his master accept his fealty, the freshly awakened Bumblebee was filled with immense joy. In an instant, it stood upright and began to hop about in exuberance. Observing this scene, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. This nascent entity, with its newly birthed consciousness, resembled a child, and he believed it would not be difficult to tame it. However, one must always remain cautious. To guard against potential treachery from the Transformers, Wang Bo resolved to have Jarvis implant a self-destruction protocol within Bumblebee's mind as a precaution. Just as Jarvis initiated the incursion, the previously jubilant Bumblebee's demeanor shifted dramatically, its eyes suddenly fierce as if it had been struck by an unseen force. In the laboratory, Jarvis's voice became urgent. "Sir, it has sensed my intrusion and is now executing a counteroffensive." Hearing this, Wang Bo's expression changed drastically. If Jarvis, valued at 100,000 reputation points, were to be compromised, he would find no solace in weeping. "Bumblebee, halt." Upon hearing his master's command, Bumblebee turned its head, begrudgingly ceasing its assault despite its displeasure. "What is happening, Jarvis?" "Sir, its evolutionary level is extraordinarily high. As a mere juvenile, I am entirely incapable of breaching its defenses, unless it willingly lowers its guard. The self-destruction protocol cannot be implanted." Instead of feeling any discontent, Wang Bo's heart swelled with surprise. If even Jarvis could not penetrate Bumblebee's mind, it was a testament to the fact that no hacker on Earth could infiltrate a Transformer's brain. Subsequently, under Wang Bo's directive, Bumblebee reluctantly relaxed its mental defenses, allowing Jarvis to plant the self-destruction protocol within its consciousness. With this matter concluded, Wang Bo turned his attention to preparing the 3 sets of battle armor promised to Guitai. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and during this time, Wang Bo's earlier proclamations on Weibo continued to gain momentum. Under the covert influence of the American government, numerous globally renowned figures have joined in the denunciation of Wang Bo. The president of a famous smartphone company has publicly declared that Wang Bo's irresponsible words and actions are tantamount to questioning and mocking the experts in the entire field of intelligence. He has vehemently demanded that this unknown little imp issue a public apology and atone for his misdeeds. This declaration has unequivocally cast Wang Bo into opposition within the realm of intelligent research. All of Wang Bo's admirers are filled with trepidation on his behalf. Amidst the varied attitudes of concern, indifference, or even malice from the crowd, the press conference quietly approaches. At the Beichuan Hotel, a state-run establishment of provincial stature, many prominent figures from the business and political spheres often convene. However, today, this hotel, which has been operational for decades, will close its doors for a single day. The sole purpose of this closure is to host a grand press conference. At the break of dawn, the venue at Beichuan Hotel is already teeming with people. Numerous journalists have gathered to attend this highly anticipated event, drawing attention both domestically and internationally. Brother Lin, upon spotting Lin Zichao, Wang Bo, who had been preparing at the venue, rushed over. Observing Wang Bo's appearance, Lin Zichao exclaimed in astonishment, "Does this serum have cosmetic effects?" Taken aback by the remark, Wang Bo quickly retaliated with a playful punch, laughingly scolding, "Get out of here." Witnessing Lin Zichao's current success, Wang Bo felt a genuine sense of joy. As Lin Zichao dodged Wang Bo's playful jab, he quipped, "Take it easy. My little frame can't handle your strength." Then, glancing around at the bustling venue, he remarked, "Wang, the great scientist, you certainly have a significant following. A single post on Weibo has summoned reporters from all over the nation." To this, Wang Bo shrugged helplessly. "Oh, please. The vast majority are merely drawn by my previous reputation. As for the matter of intelligent robots, aside from you, who else truly believes in it?" Lin Zichao, with a playful blink, jested, "I never said I don't believe." The gathered journalists took note of Wang Bo's presence at the center of the venue, their faces reflecting a mixture of envy and jealousy as they observed the two engage in their familiar banter. Indeed, Wang Bo's assessment was accurate. Nearly none among them believed that he could deliver any substantial advancements. After all, we are speaking of intelligent robots here. To exaggerate slightly, what Wang Bo aims to accomplish is nothing short of the creation of an entirely new species. Having returned from the beautiful nation, it has barely been 2 months. In such a brief span of time, you dare to proclaim that you will create an entirely new life. Do you fancy yourself as Enwa, molding clay figures with a mere breath to bring them to life? Although Wang Bo has previously accomplished numerous remarkable feats, including a small nuclear reactor, battle armor, and super soldier serum, those pale in comparison to what he claims now. Yet, the journalists have still gathered. The reason is simple. Even if Wang Bo presents nothing at today's conference, even if all of this is merely a jest, it will not alter the esteemed position this young man holds in Huagua. With his 3 astounding inventions, he has secured monumental contributions to the nation. To put it bluntly, as long as Wang Bo remains loyal to his country, any request he makes will be given due consideration. At this moment, as Wang Bo converses with Lin Zichao, Fu Guotai strides in with members of the National Security Bureau. Upon seeing this esteemed presence, Wang Bo hesitates no longer. He strides confidently back to the stage, officially commencing the conference. Chapter 85, The Arrival of Bumblebee. The outdated autonomous driving system as Wang Bo steps to the center of the stage. The previously raucous atmosphere falls silent. Witnessing this transformation, Wang Bo is filled with a multitude of reflections. He recalls the time of his first press conference, where not a single journalist bothered to attend. In his second public event, although the journalists showed up, it was merely out of courtesy to Lin Tianfeng, eager to witness his embarrassment. In stark contrast, now, as he stands on the stage, no one dares to overlook or belittle him. Noticing Wang Bo lost in thought, Lin Zichao in the front row quickly waved his hand to bring him back to reality. Regaining his composure, Wang Bo cleared his throat. "Greetings to all esteemed journalists. I am Wang Bo. I believe you are already familiar with the purpose of this press conference and the product we are about to unveil, so I shall refrain from any further elaboration. Now, let us welcome today's star, Bumblebee." As he speaks, Wang Bo gestures towards the backstage. The audience gasps in astonishment. Has the development of the intelligent robot truly succeeded? How else could Wang Bo speak with such conviction? Meanwhile, Fu Guotai, amidst his skepticism, harbors a flicker of anticipation. Unlike the journalists, he has been acutely aware of Wang Bo's activities over the past 2 months. It is precisely this understanding that fuels his disbelief. 3 complete sets of battle armor have been successfully handed over. If we assert that today's intelligent robots are indeed genuine, does it not imply that Wang Bo has, within a mere 2 months, manufactured 3 sets of battle suits, 3 compact nuclear reactors, and developed intelligent robots? Are you jesting? Even pigs do not produce at such a rate. Yet, astonishingly, this high productivity is a reality. It is not Wang Bo's extraordinary output, but rather the brilliance of Jarvis. With the assistance of this artificial intelligence, what previously took several months to produce can now be accomplished in less than a week. As the personnel from the Security Bureau were captivated by Wang Bo's confidence, several journalists in the audience exchanged glances of intrigue. Simultaneously, as Wang Bo concluded his statement, a sleek, bright yellow sports car gracefully emerged from backstage. The crowd was instantly mesmerized by the design of this automobile. Is this car not simply exquisite? Indeed, I have never encountered such a stunning sports car. Imagine the allure it would exude on the road. Did teacher Wang design this himself? His talent and aesthetic sense put automotive manufacturers to shame. Upon hearing the admiration, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, soon realizing that it must be the system's doing. The system had initially stated that there were no memories related to technological products in this world. However, Wang Bo had not anticipated the extent of the system's thoroughness, erasing even the existence of such vehicle models. Just as the attendees were enamored with the car's design, contrasting voices began to arise from the audience. "Teacher Wang, weren't you supposed to showcase the intelligent robots?" Yes. What is the deal with this car? I understand now. Teacher Wang must be attempting to enliven the atmosphere by first presenting his beloved car. Listening to the inquiries from the audience, Wang Bo cleared his throat and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, no need for speculation. In fact, this car is the highlight of our press conference." Upon hearing this, the crowd's jaws dropped in astonishment. What on earth? Were you not supposed to present intelligent robots? What does bringing out a sports car signify? Fu Guotai nearly toppled over in disbelief. He felt an overwhelming urge to rush onto the stage and shake Wang Bo by his collar to rouse him from this apparent stupor. What nonsense are you spouting? In what way is this car intelligent? In what way does this resemble a robot? It is important to note that many renowned international journalists were present today, which means this was a global live broadcast. If it were within the confines of the nation, Fu Guotai might manage to mitigate the repercussions of this incident. However, at this moment, he lacks the influence necessary to halt this global broadcast. On stage, Wang Bo suddenly felt a chill running down his spine. He lifted his gaze to meet the fierce stare of Fu Guotai. Wang Bo could only awkwardly scratch his head and, turning back to the audience, spoke aloud. "I wonder if any of you have noticed that this fellow showcased its intelligence right from the moment of entry." The crowd paused, pondering the striking sports car's entrance for any peculiarities. After a brief moment, a few astute reporters seemed to recall something. "I remember now. This sports car entered without a driver." Upon hearing this reporter's reminder, the audience experienced a collective realization. Indeed, the vehicle had traversed from backstage to the center of the stage without a driver present. Was this a demonstration of autonomous driving? Following a moment of astonishment, a wave of skepticism washed over the crowd. What constitutes intelligence in this scenario? Among the renowned automobile manufacturers worldwide, which one does not possess autonomous driving technology? With such a trivial claim, how could Wang Bo audaciously assert that he had developed intelligent robotics? Was he driven mad by the desire for fame? The domestic reporters, being cautious not to offend Wang Bo, refrained from being the first to challenge him. However, foreign journalists were not bound by such reservations, particularly the reporters from the United States, who eagerly awaited an opportunity to expose Wang Bo's folly, would not let this chance slip away. "Mr. Wang, are you toying with us? This rudimentary autonomous driving technology was successfully invented over a decade ago. To present such outdated technology as intelligent robotics is rather audacious. Mr. Wang, I acknowledge your significant contributions to the fields of physics and biology, but that does not grant you the right to so brazenly deceive the world. Is the character of our nation's people truly so deteriorated? Arrogance." Hearing these words, a cold smile crept across Wang Bo's face as he prepared to retort. Yet, the domestic reporters could no longer contain themselves. "How dare you? While we may have previously mocked Wang Bo, those were internal conflicts. But now, these foreign scoundrels openly insult him and our nation. How can we endure this? Silence your vile mouths. Indeed, how dare you insult our esteemed Mr. Wang? If you claim that autonomous driving technology is obsolete, then step forward and develop something better. A few days ago, the automotive companies in your beautiful country faced a series of unfortunate incidents regarding autonomous driving." Chapter 86, Wang Bo's Stern Command. The automotive representatives make their appearance. Observing the agitated crowd of reporters, Wang Bo appeared utterly astonished. Soon, a surge of inexplicable fervor welled up within him. This fervor was precisely why Wang Bo cherished his homeland. Perhaps within its confines, intrigues and rivalries were not uncommon. However, when confronted with the affronts and oppression from outsiders, the vast majority of people could invariably unite and stand resolutely together. This is the essence of national cohesion. Taking a deep breath, Wang Bo gradually raised his hand to quell the bickering among the reporters. "Everyone, allow me to handle this matter." Upon hearing his words, the reporters ceased their verbal skirmish. After all, despite their agitation, Wang Bo was the host today, and it would be unseemly to undermine his dignity. Wang Bo then cast a cold gaze towards the foreign reporter who had spoken disrespectfully. "You accuse me of arrogance? You label me a frog in a well? Little do you know, in my eyes, you are the most ignorant among us." The foreign reporter, upon hearing Wang Bo's scathing remark, was immediately incensed and rose to retort. "Silence!" Wang Bo thundered, abruptly interrupting him. Empowered by the serum, his voice resonated with authority. The foreign reporters meeting Wang Bo's gaze were instantaneously captivated. At that moment, they were struck by an illusion. The man upon the stage had ascended to the next phase of evolutionary existence, while they, in the presence of such a being, could merely submit. Witnessing the formidable aura radiating from Wang Bo, Fu Guotai was equally taken aback. Although he had seen the might of the super serum during the live broadcast, witnessing it firsthand was a wholly different experience. He could hardly fathom that the enhancement provided by the super serum could reach such extraordinary heights. Indeed, throughout the process of biological evolution, a hierarchy had always existed. Superior beings instilled profound intimidation in their inferiors. This sense of intimidation stemmed from a simple truth. Powerful beings evoke a sense of mortal threat in the weaker ones. Such a threat renders the minds of the weaker beings blank and their bodies momentarily rigid. It is akin to how an ordinary person feels when facing a bottomless abyss or standing atop a skyscraper. In such instances, most would find their legs trembling and their minds clouded, acutely aware that a moment's misstep could lead to death. This overwhelming sense of peril, Fu Guotai realized, was distinctly palpable in Wang Bo. He now felt immensely relieved that Wang Bo had declined his offer back in school. If such a terrifying phenomenon were to spread, the repercussions on the entire social order would be incalculable. Observing the silent foreign journalists, Wang Bo let out a cold chuckle. Just wait and see. The forthcoming spectacle will leave you utterly astounded. He then turned away, his right hand gently patting the hood of the sports car. Arise, my companion. Let the world behold the form of a transformer. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Minutes passed, yet nothing transpired. Witnessing this, a vein of frustration appeared on Wang Bo's forehead. He was compelled to turn back, forcing a smile as he addressed the gathered reporters. Dear friends in the press, please bear with me. This fellow is a bit shy. Allow me a moment to have a word with him. Wang Bo then leaned down, speaking with a hint of irritation into the rearview mirror. I tell you, Bumblebee, today is in front of so many people. If you embarrass me, I assure you, there will be consequences. With Bumblebee remaining utterly still, Wang Bo had no choice but to adopt a more conciliatory demeanor. Come on, buddy. Rise up and help me out here. I swear, once this is over, I'll treat you to the finest fuel available. Observing Wang Bo conversing with the car, the foreign journalists below were momentarily taken aback before erupting into raucous laughter. My goodness, what is Wang Bo doing? Is this truly the so-called genius? Talking to a mere automobile? Ha ha ha. Forgive my ignorance, for I am utterly baffled by the brilliant scientist's current antics. Perhaps my fellow journalists can provide some insight, as they have previously held this genius in high regard. However, the faces of those journalists soon flushed with confusion. They simply could not comprehend what Wang Bo was doing in front of the entire world. Speaking to a lifeless hunk of metal? Had it not been for Wang Bo's previous groundbreaking technological advancements, they would have considered dragging him off to a psychiatric facility. In the audience, Fu Guotai also found this scene bewildering. Yet, unlike the others, he remained unperturbed. With his understanding of Wang Bo, he knew this young man was not one to indulge in empty gestures. Every action was imbued with purpose. At that moment, having exhausted his patience, Wang Bo stood up and delivered a forceful kick to the car door. You little rascal, if you don't get up now, believe me, I'll fetch a few burly men to relieve themselves on your hood. Listening to Wang Bo's absurd remarks, the audience erupted in laughter once more. To the foreign journalists present, Wang Bo resembled nothing more than a jester. All the previous accolades were merely a product of national pride. Some even harbored doubts, questioning whether this eccentric young man truly was the inventor of those several technologies. The journalists were so overwhelmed that they wished they could bury their heads in the ground. However, the raucous laughter ceased abruptly. In the next moment, the sports car at the center of the stage stirred under Wang Bo's threat. As the crowd watched in astonishment, the car began to transform. The front, doors, and rear of the vehicle underwent a bewildering and intricate metamorphosis. With the passage of time, the striking shape of the car vanished. Look, what is that? Exclaimed a reporter, prompting the others to awaken from their stupor. As they beheld the emerging limbs and torso, the entire audience was rendered speechless in shock. What on earth was this? No one dared to naively believe that the previous sports car was merely an ordinary vehicle. Ultimately, under the astonished gaze of all, Bumblebee completed its first transformation in public. Meanwhile, Fu Guotai felt his mind was overwhelmed. He swore that after more than a decade in the industry, he had witnessed countless spectacles. Yet, since encountering Wang Bo, his once steeled nerves had begun to falter in less than 6 months. Chapter 87. Ingenious Tricks to Threaten Bumblebee. Before the towering figure exceeding 5 meters in height, the audience was left speechless in awe. After a long pause, a Chinese journalist finally regained his composure and murmured, "My goodness, is this truly reality?" It was utterly unbelievable that a car could evolve into such a robot. Who would have imagined that Teacher Wang's robot was concealed within the vehicle? Beside him, Fu Guotai, while astonished, held a deep admiration for Wang Bo. Connecting cars with robots was a flight of fancy that ordinary people would scarcely conceive. Yet, Wang Bo not only envisioned it, but also brought it to fruition. This was indeed remarkable. As the Director of National Security, Fu Guitai possessed a fair amount of common sense. To transform such a fantastical idea into reality, one could only imagine the insurmountable obstacles that lay in between. Yet, Wang Bo astonishingly managed to shatter these difficulties one by one, ultimately bringing his vision to fruition. This serves as a testament to the remarkable talent possessed by this young man. Observing the towering 5-meter giant before him, the Chinese journalist, having regained his composure, was instantly invigorated, fervently questioning the foreign reporters nearby. "Oh, esteemed journalists, why do you no longer wear smiles? Indeed, continue laughing, mock our esteemed teacher Wang for his audacity." Teacher Wang's assertions were not unfounded. "You are but a collective of the uninformed. How dare an outsider challenge Teacher Wang? It is akin to brandishing a sword before Guangdong. Presumptuous fools, return to your own countries and reacquaint yourselves with the virtues of propriety and integrity." Listening to the Chinese journalist's scorn, the foreign reporters could no longer maintain their composure, defiantly retorting, "What are you so pleased about? Perhaps Wang Bo merely fabricated this iron contraption to deceive. Indeed, isn't this supposed to be an intelligent robot? I see this fellow hardly moves at all, merely a useless ornament." Humph, Wang Bo has evidently schemed meticulously for fame, concocting such a deceptive facade to obfuscate the truth. Who can argue otherwise? Even the CEO of the fruit company asserted that true intelligence cannot possibly emerge in this era, in the realm of artificial intelligence research. Who holds more authority than the fruit company? If they declare it impossible, I suggest Wang Bo humbly admits his faults and ceases his futile struggles. At that moment, Wang Bo, gazing at the frozen bumblebee beside him, felt somewhat speechless. Unlike the transformers depicted in films, this companion, having recently emerged into the world, had yet to fully engage with its surroundings. Encountering such a multitude for the first time, the newly birthed bumblebee naturally felt a degree of trepidation. However, Wang Bo had not anticipated that this creature would become so paralyzed with anxiety that it would remain utterly still. "Since you are hesitant to move, allow me to assist you." With that, Wang Bo clapped his hands and called out to the journalists below, "Dear friends in the press, would you care for a brief intermission? Those in need of a restroom break may do so." The audience of journalists below was momentarily taken aback by Wang Bo's nonsensical suggestion. An intermission? A restroom break? The press conference had scarcely lasted half an hour. What need was there for a restroom? Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Bo's glaring threat, the now excessively anxious bumblebee could no longer remain still. Gradually, under the astonished gazes of all present, the first Autobot slowly turned its head and, in a voice laden with melancholy, remarked, "Boss, could you refrain from using the threat of urination against me in the future? My body is quite fragile, and that acidic liquid would truly cause me to rust." As the colossal figure on stage began to speak, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. Observing the audience's wide-eyed gaze directed at him, Bumble, feeling a twinge of anxiety, instinctively withdrew his neck. In the next moment, the atmosphere within the hall detonated like a nuclear bomb. What on earth? This behemoth could articulate the Mandarin language with such fluency. It was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, the foreign journalists, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly deduced, perhaps it was a pre-recorded voice. That hardly proves anything. The domestic journalists, upon hearing this, were instantly incensed. "Are you kidding me? If it weren't for the global live broadcast today, I would have unleashed a torrent of curses." One scoffed, "You are far too polite. I would have taken matters into my own hands and taught these foreign fellows a lesson in decency." The sheer audacity of their critique was unfounded. The robot's expressions and demeanor were beyond mere imitation. These individuals had abandoned even the most basic professional ethics to undermine Teacher Wang. As he observed the struggling foreign reporters, Wang Bo felt a flicker of disdain. He then raised his hand slightly, quelling the cacophony in the room. "Dear journalist, since you assert that all of this is mere performance, why not conduct the interview yourself?" The journalist singled out approached the stage. Skeptical that Wang Bo could truly be a prodigy capable of achieving brilliance across numerous fields simultaneously. Deep down, he harbored intense doubts that the robot before him was anything but an act. Bumble," the robot interjected, furrowing its brow. "I am not called Bumble. That is a name for a small dog." Laughter erupted in the audience, as no one anticipated the robot's sense of humor. However, Bumble's next remark nearly sent everyone into fits of laughter. "My name was mentioned by the boss a total of 21 times. Yet you still failed to remember it. According to my database analysis, your brain may be experiencing memory decline. The nearest psychiatric hospital to North River Hotel is located southwest, 5 kilometers away. Taking a taxi is estimated to cost." The crowd burst into uproarious laughter. Bumble had deftly put the impudent foreign journalist in his place. "Did you hear that? Stop embarrassing yourself on stage. Another chimed in. Yes, hurry and get yourself checked at the psychiatric hospital. I can call you a cab. Don't wait until it gets worse. As the audience continued to mock him, the journalist's face turned crimson, resembling a liver. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that after delivering these remarks, the giant robot, known as Bumblebee, playfully winked at Wang Bo. Goodness. This is clearly intentional. Witnessing such a remarkably human-like demeanor from this machine left the audience both amused and secretly astonished. Is this truly a robot? Its mannerisms and emotional expressions exhibit no hint of awkwardness. If one were to replace its towering 5-meter mechanical exterior with that of a human, no one would believe that its essence is merely the product of technological development. Chapter 88, Assassination. The stunned Wang Bo at this moment. The foreign journalist on stage could hardly bear to remain in the spotlight. Journalism is a profession that thrives on verbal prowess. Yet here he found himself rendered speechless by an artificial intelligence. He longed to disappear into the ground. Meanwhile, the personnel from the National Security Bureau were utterly flabbergasted. Wang Bo had indeed created artificial intelligence. This was simply outrageous. It represented an entirely new species, unlike any prior human invention. Historically, all human creations could only be categorized as tools. However, following this conference, everything would change irrevocably. For in Wang Bo's hands, a brand new form of life had truly been brought into existence. From consciousness to corporeal form, it all originated from his ingenuity. In that moment, Wang Bo stood on par with the mythical creators of lore. Clap, clap, clap. A thin yet fervent applause erupted. The applause came from Lin Zichao in the front row, his heart brimming with excitement. This young man on stage was not merely a friend across generations. He was the benefactor who had enabled Lin Zichao to reach his current standing. Prior to the commencement of the conference, Lin Zichao harbored some trepidation. After all, the domain Wang Bo was venturing into was tremendously vast, intelligent robotics. Although the term had recently entered public discourse, with some companies exploiting it as a marketing gimmick, everyone understood that those merely represented simplistic question-and-answer programs, hardly qualifying as true intelligence. Genuine intelligence should resemble human cognition, capable of autonomous thought and reasonable responses to external stimuli, encompassing emotions such as joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. That is what constitutes true intelligence, or rather, true life. Yet, witnessing the eloquent exchanges from this towering figure, Lin Zichao realized that his concerns were entirely unwarranted. Wang Bo had not only invented authentic intelligence, but had also seamlessly integrated it with automotive technology, birthing this magnificent 5-meter-tall robot. Accompanied by Lin Zichao's applause, all present gradually regained their composure and offered their most fervent applause to the extraordinary genius on stage. In this moment, even those foreign journalists who had previously harbored animosity towards Wang Bo could not help but acknowledge that this young man possessed a mind far ahead of his time. However, as the audience continued to applaud, a few Chinese journalists displayed a peculiar expression, subtly reaching into their bags while others were preoccupied. Noticing something amiss, members of the National Security Bureau were poised to act, but Fu Guitai intervened, assuring them, "Do not worry, I have already made contact with that young man. Given his current combat prowess, dealing with such insignificant threats poses no problem whatsoever. Our paramount duty now is to safeguard the innocent civilians present." Just as the applause resonated, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. Several Chinese journalists, concealed among the crowd, retrieved handguns from their bags and aimed them at Wang Bo on stage. Anticipating the attack, Wang Bo's instincts surged into action, and he immediately dropped to the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Several shots whizzed past him, narrowly missing their target. The audience, who had been applauding just a moment ago, scattered in panic at the sound of gunfire. Witnessing the chaos, the members of the National Security Bureau sprang into action. The best defense is an offense. Their sole mission was to bring these cowardly traitors to justice. Gazing at the display board behind the stage, Wang Bo noticed several small bullet holes emitting wisps of smoke. Filled with a mix of fear and relief, he was grateful for the early warning from Director Fu. Prior to the conference, Fu had alerted him about suspicious individuals mingling within the crowd and had identified them. Otherwise, he would have found himself in grave danger today. Despite having previously triumphed against a fully armed team of operatives in a direct confrontation in the United States, he recognized that in the cacophony of today's environment, within a venue of over 1,000 people, he might not have been able to evade an assassination attempt. A bullet to the head or other vital areas would be fatal, regardless of the serum administered. While he felt relieved, his mind was also clouded with confusion. Logically, all individuals entering the venue should have undergone stringent security checks. How could such forbidden weapons, like firearms, have been smuggled in? As Wang Bo demonstrated his awareness and quick reflexes, the assassins were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated that despite their meticulous planning, Wang Bo would still manage to evade their aim. Shocked though they were, their actions did not falter. In an instant, dozens of bullets were fired once more. At this moment, Wang Bo had already reacted. Evading the oncoming projectiles was remarkably effortless for him. However, he made no attempt to move, merely allowing a faint, elusive smile to grace his lips. Observing the frozen Wang Bo, the assassins were filled with boundless surprise. It is worth noting that prior to this assassination attempt, they had conducted thorough preparations, having reviewed Wang Bo's dossier no fewer than 100 times. Particularly, the segment detailing his escape from the Ministry of Defense, where he reclaimed his battle armor, had instilled immense pressure upon them. They ultimately concluded that they had but a single opportunity to eliminate him when he was caught off guard. Yet, astonishingly, this initial onslaught had been evaded by Wang Bo, leaving their hearts chilled with trepidation. Nevertheless, the allure of a substantial reward compelled them to attempt again. Yet this time, inexplicably, Wang Bo seemed distracted. This was a fortuitous opportunity. Meanwhile, Fu Guotai, who had just subdued one of the assassins, witnessed this scene and felt a pang of anxiety. What was happening? Logically, evading these bullets should pose no difficulty for someone of Wang Bo's caliber. It must be noted that the firearms brought by this group were not standard weapons. They were simulated handguns crafted using 3D printing technology, enabling them to bypass security checks and be smuggled into the venue. However, as is often the case, there were both advantages and disadvantages to this. Although these 3D printed guns could evade inspections, their power and initial velocity were significantly inferior to that of real firearms. With Wang Bo's skills, he should have been able to dodge them. Yet, here he was, seemingly oblivious. Across the ocean, in the small White House, the newly inaugurated President Adam was watching the chaotic press conference with great excitement, especially as he beheld Wang Bo's imminent demise. This president was elated. The adage money can move mountains held true in any context. Spending a mere few tens of millions of beautiful currency to eliminate Wang Bo was an exceedingly advantageous exchange. The thought that he could eradicate such a significant threat for his country upon taking office filled him with immense satisfaction. Chapter 89. The Bumblebee Protects the Master. Pursued at this moment, Wang Bo's heart was remarkably tranquil. Although he could effortlessly dodge the incoming bullets, he chose not to, for beside him, the newly born little creature was clearly unable to contain itself. The bumblebee was furious, despite its master's volatile temperament and frequent threats with that corrosive liquid. It was resolute in its loyalty. However, he is indeed the creator of himself, akin to a father. Yet now, that group of individuals below the stage has inexplicably brandished weapons to harm their own leader. Bumblebee can no longer tolerate this. In the blink of an eye, this newly emerged Autobot surged forth, shielding Wang Bo beneath its form. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of bullets struck Bumblebee's body in an instant. The weaponry that had dominated all life for over a century finally encountered its greatest adversary. This nascent being possesses the extraordinary ability to withstand bullets with its very flesh, a feat that no prior species dared to attempt or achieve. Upon contact, the bullets shattered against Bumblebee's formidable exterior. Transformed by the spark, Bumblebee's form has evolved into an unknown and enigmatic metal. Even Wang Bo's extensive knowledge and the artificial intelligence, Jarvis, could not decipher this material. The gathered assassins stood dumbfounded at the sight of Bumblebee, who had voluntarily rushed to protect Wang Bo goodness. While they were aware of its intelligence, this was beyond comprehension. From the moment the first shot was fired to now, merely a few seconds had elapsed, and it had already reacted. The fleeing journalists halted in their tracks, utterly astonished by the performance of this intelligent machine. Can one fathom a 5-meter-tall robot tumbling, leaping, and charging like a human? This was precisely the series of actions accomplished by the colossal robot in such a brief span. With such exceptional agility paired with intellect rivaling that of humans, it undoubtedly qualifies as an entirely new species. The assassins, realizing the futility of their endeavor, knew it was time to retreat. The leader of the assassins bellowed. Subsequently, the entire group of assassins each took a hostage and orderly withdrew from the scene. Upon witnessing this, Fu Guotai breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of the circumstances, Wang Bo's safety was no longer in jeopardy. As for this band of assassins, if they managed to escape from Huagua after committing such acts, Fu Guotai would rather find a pit to bury himself. His only concern now was how to neutralize these thugs without harming the hostages. At this moment, the assassins, surrounded by numerous security personnel, had reached the exterior of the venue. Using their hostages as leverage, a few hijacked a van and swiftly departed. As Fu Guotai was preparing to launch a capture operation at the center of the venue, Wang Bo, tightly embraced by Bumblebee, interjected, "Director Fu, leave this matter to us." Fu Guotai was momentarily taken aback. What had this young man just said? At that moment, Wang Bo managed to free one arm from Bumblebee's grasp and promptly struck the giant robot on the forehead. "Are you trying to strangle me?" Bumblebee, taken aback by the sudden blow, quickly released Wang Bo and rubbed the spot where he had been hit, an expression of indignation on his face. Wang Bo, now half-crouched on the floor and gasping for breath, thought to himself that had he not taken an injection of serum beforehand, he might well have been suffocated today. Regaining his composure, he stood up and kicked Bumblebee, who was feigning innocence nearby. "Stop pretending and get to work." Turning to Fu Guotai, he continued, "Director Fu, this group is after me. I have a habit of avenging my own grievances personally." With that, he turned to Bumblebee and said, "Let us see how well we work together." Before Fu Guotai could utter a word of protest, the next scene left him utterly astounded. As Wang Bo's words fell, the towering 5-meter robot transformed once again into the sleek sports car from before. In the blink of an eye, this eye-catching vehicle came to a stop before Wang Bo, its doors opening automatically. Without hesitation, Wang Bo climbed inside. As he settled in, Bumblebee's engine roared to life, seemingly exhilarated by the prospect of their first battle together. In an instant, the car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing from Fu Guotai's sight in mere moments. Meanwhile, on the street, a van was speeding away in a frenzy. Inside, the faces of several assassins were clouded with grim determination. They were acutely aware that their actions today had undeniably crossed the Chinese government's red line, committing murder in broad daylight and in front of a worldwide audience. No nation could tolerate such events. Their only hope was that the hostages they held could deter the Chinese government from retaliating against them, granting them a slim chance of survival. Amidst their deliberations, a deafening roar echoed behind them. Through the rearview mirror, they caught sight of the miraculous sports car from the venue. "Accelerate!" The leader of the assassins commanded decisively, and the driver pressed the accelerator to the floor. Yet, all their efforts proved futile in the face of Bumblebee. Although it retains the appearance of a sports car, its speed, after undergoing transformation by the ignition, is incomparable to that of ordinary vehicles. Within mere moments, the van and Bumblebee raced side by side. Upon seeing Wang Bo approaching, the group of assassins was instantly thrown into disarray. They vividly recalled the earlier footage showcasing Wang Bo's rampage in the land of the beautiful. Facing such a formidable adversary, they had no semblance of hope for victory. Just as these assassins prepared to shoot out the tires of Bumblebee, they were astonished to witness the high-speed vehicle suddenly manifesting a colossal mechanical arm. In an instant, it tore open the van's door, allowing a gust of cold wind to rush inside, leaving the assassins utterly flustered. Good heavens, is this even possible? Not only can it transform entirely into a robot, but it can also produce just a single arm. They marveled, incredulous at the sheer comprehensiveness of its capabilities. Yet, the spectacle did not end there. After ripping off the door, the mechanical arm seemed insatiable. In the next heartbeat, it ascended to the van's undercarriage. Under the astonished gaze of the hostages and assassins, the mechanical arm surged with power. The terrifying force lifted the entire van into the air, simultaneously spinning it at high velocity. Under the influence of the centrifugal force, both hostages and assassins were flung from the vehicle. At this moment, suspended 5 to 6 meters above the ground, the hostages harbored a singular thought. They would rather the assassins take them away. At this rate, they might perish at the hands of the two. Chapter 90. The coordination of the duo. Wang Bo's strategy. As the hostages were hurled into the air, Wang Bo flung open the car door and leapt out. To an ordinary person, jumping from a speeding vehicle would be akin to a death wish. Yet, for Wang Bo, it was merely a routine maneuver. Observing their leader's successful exit, the pale yellow sports car surged forward, leaping into the air. In mid-flight, the car rapidly transitioned its form, shifting into combat mode within mere fractions of a second. Not daring to waste a moment with the hostages airborne, Bumblebee swiftly reached out, embracing 3 of them as it landed, seamlessly reverting to its automotive form. The entire sequence unfolded within a span of only 3 to 5 seconds. One moment, the hostages were soaring through the air. The next, they found themselves cradled in the robot's grasp, only to miraculously appear in the car's seats upon touchdown, completely unharmed. The helicopter, tasked with pursuit and surveillance, bore witness to an astonishing scene that left its crew questioning their very existence. What had they just witnessed? In a mere few seconds, that sleek sports car had astonishingly transformed into a colossal robot, only to revert back to its original form upon landing. Was this a spectacle akin to acrobatics? Even the most audacious filmmakers would hesitate to depict such a scenario. As for the assassins, their fortune was decidedly less favorable. Wang Bo, lacking any compassion, had no intention of allowing Bumblebee to rescue them as well. The 5 assassins were unceremoniously hurled to the ground, akin to ragged cloths. 3 perished instantly, while the remaining 2 suffered grievous injuries. Observing this spectacle, Wang Bo felt not a shred of sympathy. Those who sought to take lives must be prepared to face their own demise. At that moment, the wounded leader of the assassins glanced at his barely breathing comrade with a look of profound sorrow. Out of a total of 20 in their assassination squad, more than half had been neutralized at the venue, and now only 2 remained alive. With a cough that expelled congealed blood, the leader felt a slight alleviation of his discomfort. Raising his gaze toward the approaching youth, a glint of fierce resolve flickered in his eyes. It was this very individual who had led them to such a dismal fate. At this juncture, the promise of substantial rewards from the United States had faded from his mind, replaced solely by the singular desire for revenge. Spotting a handgun less than 3 meters away, the leader of the assassins hesitated not for a moment. Dragging his injured form, he began to crawl toward it. Wang Bo, observing this development, quickly discerned the assassin's intentions. Just as the assassin was within a meter of the firearm, Wang Bo seized a fragment of debris from a nearby van and hurled it with all his might. The piece flew swiftly through the air, striking the handgun with precision. Being 3D printed, the firearm was inherently more fragile than conventional ones and could not withstand such force. Under the despairing gaze of the assassin, the handgun shattered, and the projectile continued its trajectory, embedding itself into the ground. Make no further movements, otherwise the next explosion will be your head. Wang Bo's indifferent tone brooked no argument. Resigned, the assassin closed his eyes, having exhausted all options. Watching the defeated killer relinquish his struggle, Wang Bo felt a sense of relief wash over him. If not a single living witness is left for Guotai, that old fellow will likely spend an eternity mumbling in his own ear. Subsequently, the severely injured assassin was taken away, marking the complete conclusion of this affair. Alongside the previous live broadcast, Wang Bo's name reverberated across the globe once more. Another name also gained notoriety: Transformers, Bumblebee. Observing the failure of this assassination attempt, Adam, far away in the beautiful country, wore a grim expression. Although he had never expected those incompetent fools to eliminate Wang Bo, that young lad was indeed astonishing. In such a brief period, another world-altering invention had emerged from his hands. This increasingly instilled a sense of trepidation within the president of the beautiful country towards this youth. It was clear that delay was not an option. This threat must be swiftly resolved, lest, in no time, Huagua surpasses the beautiful country with the support of this boy. The day following the press conference, various social platforms of the fruit company were besieged by Wang Bo's fervent fans. The company's CEO found himself under fire. I recall someone once arrogantly claiming that Teacher Wang was merely seeking attention. They also touted their own authority in the realm of intelligent research, to which I can only scoff. This individual is undoubtedly a master in the field of face-slapping. I genuinely suggest that Teacher Wang establish a company to rival the fruit company, allowing them to witness the achievements of Huagua in the domain of intelligence. Upon reading the suggestions in the comments section, Wang Bo fell into contemplation. Indeed, as the technology unlocked by the system grew increasingly complex, he required his own resources and funding to ensure the smooth progression of his research. Constantly asking Guotai for financial support and borrowing laboratory space was far from ideal. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo dialed that particular number, laying out his plans in full. Listening to Wang Bo's ideas on the other end of the line, Guotai fell silent. In truth, he wholeheartedly supported Wang Bo's ambition to establish a company. With the boy's talent and the technology at his disposal, it was evident that if he were to launch a company, it would not be long before it reached the stature of the previous Lin Group. This endeavor would not only promote national economic development, but also foster a closer relationship with Wang Bo, truly a win-win situation. Yet, the foremost challenge remained that every piece of technology in Wang Bo's possession was exceedingly advanced, with none suitable for commercial use or public circulation. Hearing this concern from Guotai, Wang Bo felt a surge of joy. His greatest fear was that Guotai would outright reject him, which would implicitly reveal the stance of Huagua's high-ranking officials. However, Director Fu, all you need to do is give your approval. Since I am able to propose this idea, rest assured, I have taken all these factors into account. Listening to Wang Bo's confident tone, Fu Guotai immediately made a decision. Young man, if you can convince me, then feel free to proceed. Upon hearing Hong Guotao's inquiry, Fu Guotai quickly replied, although this lad has kept me guessing, he appears to be brimming with confidence. Moreover, he mentioned that he would present a detailed project proposal within 3 days. Why do you have such faith in this young fellow? Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai was momentarily taken aback, then smiled wryly. I do not wish to, but I have witnessed too many miracles from this individual. Compared to those wonders, starting a company seems rather trivial. Chapter 91. Outlandish Ideas. A fresh element in the span of 3 days, with Wang Bo's somewhat lacking command of language. He finally managed to cobble together a project proposal. Energy. This was the tone he set for the soon-to-be-established company. When Wang Bo confidently handed over the report to Fu Guotai, rather than seeing surprise on the latter's face, he noticed a furrowed brow, as if laden with concerns. Young man, it's not that I wish to undermine your confidence. You must understand that converting nuclear fusion technology into energy poses numerous challenges. Just controlling that aspect is no simple matter. It's one thing to tinker with a small model, but if you were to scale it up, a miscalculation could lead to an explosion far more terrifying than nuclear fission. Hearing Fu Guotai's caution, Wang Bo rubbed his hands together and smiled. Thus, we shall not build it on land. Fu Guotai, intrigued by this assertion, queried, if not on land, then where? Are you suggesting we construct it in the sea? His words were meant in jest. While most reactors are indeed built near the coast to utilize seawater for cooling overheated systems, he had never heard of a reactor being constructed directly in the ocean. With vast amounts of seawater flooding in, the entire reaction process would be rendered impossible. This is not a matter of technology or equipment. It is dictated by the inherent properties of the elements involved in nuclear fission. Responding to Fu Guotai's jest, Wang Bo remained unperturbed and, with a glint in his eye, proposed, what if I could actually make it feasible to build it on the seabed? Upon hearing this, the National Security Director sprang to his feet, exclaiming, impossible. Young man, I acknowledge your brilliance, but do not attempt to deceive me on this matter. Countless scientists in our country have thoroughly examined this issue, and it is fundamentally beyond the reach of scientific advancement. This is determined by the very essence of the elements. It is no wonder that Fu Guotai has grown somewhat impatient. In truth, all of Wang Bo's previous inventions, though astonishing, have adhered to the progression of science. For instance, the concept of a small nuclear reactor has been proposed by scientists long ago, but the limitations of current technology have rendered it unfeasible. Yet, no one doubts that one day, as technology advances, small nuclear reactors will indeed come to fruition. Wang Bo's genius lies in his ability to manifest what can only be realized in the future, in the present era. However, the proposition of constructing a nuclear reactor under the sea is an entirely different matter. This is a complete paradox. It does not pertain to technology or equipment. No matter how humanity evolves, this will remain unattainable. This is dictated by the fundamental essence of matter, an immutable truth. Observing Fu Guotai's agitation, Wang Bo smiled mysteriously and said, what if I told you there exists an element capable of such a feat? Upon hearing Wang Bo's absurd assertion, the Director of National Security waved his hand dismissively and declared, impossible. Such ideas have been explored by scientists before. I can assure you, no element can achieve the effect you describe. In fact, none have. Listening to Wang Bo's unwavering tone, Fu Guotai was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean, none? Wang Bo, maintaining his composure, replied, none have been fully explored. The National Security Director, astonished by Wang Bo's audacious claim, gaped in disbelief. 118 elements? No, clearly. There are elements yet to be discovered by humanity, and that new element could accomplish this. Fueled by Wang Bo's confident assertions, Fu Guotai was utterly stunned. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, are you suggesting that you intend to create an entirely new element? To this, Wang Bo nodded as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Of course. Otherwise, how would I establish a company? Get out. You rascal. Just get out of here. The thunderous voice from the director's office startled all members of the National Security Bureau. Ever since Wang Bo had made his entrance, it seemed as if their director had prematurely entered a state of emotional upheaval. As Wang Bo stepped out of the National Security Bureau, he hesitated, contemplating whether he should return to seek reimbursement from Fu Guotai for his travel expenses. After all, his finances were rather constrained. However, upon recalling the predatory gaze of that individual, Wang Bo couldn't help but shudder. Perhaps it is best to keep this old fellow in mind for now. Just as he was lost in thought, the phone in his pocket rang. If you need anything, send it to my email. I can't believe I fell for your trick. After uttering these 2 sentences, Director Fu abruptly ended the call. Listening to the beeping sound on the other end, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, but then felt a warmth in his heart. It seems the interest on the fare can be waived for Director Fu. Upon returning home, the evening was already drawing near. Without even pausing for dinner, Wang Bo hurried to his bedroom. As he silently recited in his mind, the system interface reappeared before him. Reputation 986, 500. Note: the increase in reputation points is correlated with the emotions of the people in this world, as the host's presence can evoke shock, gratitude, hatred, and other emotions that contribute to increasing one's reputation points. Items: none. Level 2 Mall. Unlock the next level mall upon reaching a total consumption of 2 million. Current consumption 348,000 of 2,000,000. Marvel Series. Jarvis, Artificial Intelligence in its infancy. Sourced from the Marvel Universe's Iron Man series. Non-redeemable. Armor Manufacturing Technology 5. Briefcase-style suit. With limited defense, but convenient for transport. 100,000 reputation points. Armor Manufacturing Technology 6. New energy suit. Featuring a cutting-edge nuclear reactor with enhanced performance. 150,000 reputation points. Armor Manufacturing Technology 7. Flight pod armor. Equipped with a rapid deployment system. Designed for combat and capable of housing numerous weapons. 200,000 reputation points. Stark Element Synthesis Technology. A novel element discovered by Iron Man Stark, which reduces pollution from small nuclear reactors while enhancing their performance. Suitable for underwater applications. 200,000 reputation points. Vibranium Element Synthesis Technology. One of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, possessing sound-absorbing and shock-absorbing properties. 500,000 reputation points. Transformers Series. Bumblebee Manufacturing Technology. A standard warrior from the Transformers. Non-redeemable. One-time energon. Essential for granting life to Transformers. One can awaken only one Transformer. 100,000 reputation points. Megatron Manufacturing Technology. Optimus Prime Manufacturing Technology. Gazing at the over 900,000 reputation points. Wang Bo could hardly contain his excitement, rolling joyfully on his bed. Had he not feared the elderly gentleman downstairs might come knocking, he would have surely let out a few jubilant shouts. Chapter 92. The Spending of 90,000 Fortune. Nanhai Expedition. After the initial excitement subsided, Wang Bo found himself in a quandary. Although he possessed a vast fortune, the number of things he wished to acquire was overwhelming. Exosuits, vibranium, and the awe-inspiring Transformers. After much contemplation, Wang Bo ultimately resolved to first exchange for Exosuits 5, 6, and 7. His rationale was quite straightforward. As his inventions increasingly ventured into the realm of the extraordinary, those with ulterior motives, particularly from the United States, would undoubtedly intensify their assassination efforts against him. The press conference for Bumblebee served as a prime example of this threat. Despite the presence of the super serum, there lingered an air of danger. A portable exosuit might indeed prove to be a prudent choice. Furthermore, to prepare for the upcoming task of constructing a nuclear reactor beneath the sea, the acquisition of new energy exosuits was imperative. It is essential to recognize that only exosuits powered by new energy, specifically the Stark element, would facilitate pressure-free submersion. Additionally, with the intention of building underwater, Wang Bo had also resolved to procure the corresponding Transformers. As thoughts swirled through his mind, Wang Bo's shopping cart swiftly filled to the brim. 3 sets of exosuits, 1 set of Transformer technology, a disposable ignition source, along with the Stark element, totaled a staggering expenditure of 900,000 prestige points. Before he could dwell on the financial sting, a torrent of unfamiliar memories surged through his consciousness once more. Due to the multitude of items purchased, the entire reception process spanned approximately half an hour. As the radiance faded, Wang Bo collapsed onto his bed, feeling utterly drained. With a slight throbbing in his head, he reflected on the experience. It was no wonder that the system had placed the super serum in the first-level marketplace. Were an ordinary person to absorb such a vast amount of information, their mind would surely shatter. After venting his frustrations, Wang Bo began to assimilate the knowledge he had received, meticulously organizing the key points, particularly those pertaining to the Stark element. His heart was overwhelmed with astonishment. He harbored no doubt that if this energy company were to materialize, leveraging this seemingly insignificant element would propel him to the status of the world's richest individual in the near future. A month later, in the South China Sea, a research vessel glided across the calm waters. As an expert in energy, Chun Zixuan was reluctant to embark on this journey. After all, the notion of constructing a nuclear reactor beneath the sea seemed utterly ludicrous. It is well known that seawater poses the greatest threat to nuclear reactions. Typically, nuclear power plants employ seawater only when halting the reactor's operations. In other words, a nuclear reaction is inconceivable in the presence of seawater. Yet, He had been ordered to accompany the young man before him to survey the terrain in preparation for the construction of an underwater nuclear reactor. Chun Zixuan harbored deep skepticism regarding whether this youth possessed some form of sorcery. Otherwise, how could the higher-ups be so confused? Brother Chun, what do you think of this place? The voice of a distant youth interrupted his thoughts. Observing the exceptionally youthful figure before him, Chun Zixuan felt a surge of frustration. After all, he was a distinguished researcher from a prestigious university. Yet now, he found himself abruptly halted in his extensive experiment of over 6 months. Assigned a task that seemed frivolous. It was glaringly apparent that he was being looked down upon. Whatever. Such a spoiled young master is merely here to play around. Let him do as he pleases. Upon hearing Chun Zixuan's petulant remarks, the accompanying guards felt a wave of discontent before Wang Bo could respond. How dare a mere novice researcher belittle our esteemed teacher Wang, a prominent figure in the nation? Out of respect for you, Mr. Chun, we acknowledge you as a researcher. Without that respect, you are nothing in comparison to Teacher Wang. Indeed, do you truly believe Teacher Wang is easy to bully? Humph, how ignorant. If we were to discuss achievements in this realm, Teacher Wang could easily overshadow you by leaps and bounds. As the atmosphere grew tense, Wang Bo hurriedly intervened. Everyone. Our researcher Chun has been immersed in his studies for a long time. It is perfectly normal for him to be unaware of my reputation. Listening to their unabashed disdain, Chun Zixuan felt his temper flaring. This was truly a case of a scholar encountering a soldier. Logic was lost in the confrontation. And this young brat claiming superiority? When he first entered the lab, this child was likely still in middle school. Yet, the orders from above were irrefutable. He could only hope for a swift conclusion to this assignment. We will proceed 12 nautical miles southeast from here, where the seabed is level and devoid of flammable resources like natural gas. After hearing this response, Wang Bo expressed his gratitude and promptly instructed the driver to alter their course toward the destination. Feeling bored during the journey, Wang Bo struck up a conversation with the others. Why didn't Director Fu accompany you? Upon hearing their idol's inquiry, the group tensed up, with the leader's face turning crimson. Well, you see, Teacher Wang, our Director Fu mentioned he had other matters to attend to, so he couldn't come. Wang Bo nodded in understanding. However, the audacious youth then began to reveal his leader's shortcomings. In reality, Director Fu has been rather idle lately. He felt that his constant presence around you might give the impression of idleness, so he concocted this excuse. Upon hearing the words of Deputy Director Fu, Wang Bo nearly stumbled in disbelief. Goodness, is this truly a director? How can he be so juvenile, engaging in trivial pursuits akin to childish play? In an effort to avoid appearing insignificant, I feigned a demeanor of busyness. Indeed, Deputy Director Fu possesses a certain proud disposition. As their conversation unfolded, the group finally arrived at their destination. Subsequently, Chun Zixuan commanded the helmsman to halt the vessel. As the boat came to a stop, Wang Bo could not help but gaze out at the sea. However, after scrutinizing the waters for an extended period, he discerned nothing of significance. Observing this, Wang Bo could not suppress a thought. Indeed, one's expertise is paramount. Merely by assessing the surface of the sea, one can ascertain the true conditions beneath. This young researcher, Chun, is quite impressive. To be prudent, I believe I should descend and take a look. Upon hearing Wang Bo's remark, the individuals present were momentarily stunned. Chun Zixuan, standing nearby, instantly darkened in countenance. His displeasure stemmed from two sources. Firstly, the audacity of this young man to question his professional competence. Otherwise, he would not have suggested such a descent. Secondly, he was genuinely incensed by Wang Bo's ignorance. Did he think this was a resort's shallow beach, that one could simply dive down to take a look? This is the deep sea. The average depth of the South China Sea exceeds 1,200 meters. According to Chun Zixuan's calculations, this particular area must be around 2,000 meters deep. Even the most seasoned divers, clad in the most advanced diving suits, cannot descend to a depth of 1,000 meters. Yet this audacious youth dares to propose such a venture? Is this not a sign of madness? Meanwhile, the members of the National Security Bureau looked on in confusion. Among the 3 sets of battle armor designed for Huagua, Wang Bo had repeatedly emphasized that this armor was not suitable for underwater operations. After all, the core energy source of the armor is a miniature nuclear reactor. Under the immense pressure of the ocean depths, one cannot guarantee that it would remain watertight. Should it malfunction beneath the surface, the operator would be left facing certain death. Without the armor, young Wang has no other means to explore the depths of 2,000 meters. Unbeknownst to Wang Bo, who had returned to the cabin, the others were pondering these concerns. Shortly thereafter, he emerged carrying a box. Upon seeing Wang Bo's suitcase, a hint of disdain flickered in Chun Zixuan's eyes. He had little patience for those who engaged in such theatrics. Wang Bo, is that your diving equipment within this box? Hurry and don it. Let us witness how humanity intends to plunge into the depths of 2,000 meters beneath the sea. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo chose to disregard the man's sardonic remarks. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his thumb against the handle of the suitcase. At the moment his finger made contact, a flash of crimson light swept across. Instantly, the voice of Jarvis resonated. "Welcome, sir. The Hongwang No. 2 battle armor is at your service." Taken aback by the sudden announcement, Chun Zixuan initially froze, then scoffed. "You're quite the actor. If you don't pursue a career in Hollywood, you're truly wasting your talent." After verifying his identity, Wang Bo, without hesitation, lifted the suitcase to his chest. In the next instant, the armor seemed to detect something, and the suitcase opened automatically. The upper portion of the case underwent a remarkable transformation, morphing into a colossal chest plate that enveloped Wang Bo entirely. The excess material of the chest plate seamlessly spread upwards, eventually covering his head as well. Meanwhile, the lower half of the case gradually disassembled, wrapping itself around Wang Bo's abdomen, legs, and feet. In a mere 10 seconds, the entire armor was donned. As the mask descended, the armor erupted in a dazzling radiance. The small nuclear reactor nestled in the center of the chest began to operate, emitting a profound dark blue glow, distinct from the previous light blue hue. Witnessing this spectacle, Chun Zixuan was utterly astounded. What sorcery is this? Had merely half a year in seclusion transformed the world so drastically? How else could one explain the scene before him? His attitude towards the individual had already begun to shift, while he had yet to witness the actual performance of the armor. The remarkably intricate automatic deployment process alone hinted at its substantial value. The members of the National Security Bureau nearby were equally taken aback. In just a few months, a battle armor capable of single-handedly engaging an entire squadron of fighter jets had been crafted with such portability. It is worth noting that the armors currently being tested by the military, despite their advancements, still required nearly 5 minutes for the entire donning process, necessitating mechanical assistance at designated locations to expedite the procedure. Although 3 to 5 minutes may seem trivial, it is no exaggeration to assert that in modern warfare, that brief span could determine victory or defeat. Yet here was Wang Bo, not only striding about with the armor in hand, but also capable of executing deployment in an astonishingly short time frame. This was beyond absurd. It was nothing short of extraordinary. As the young man, who had just unveiled the secret, recalled the electronic voice, he suddenly realized. Hongwang No. 2? Teacher Wang. Could it be an upgraded version of Hongwang No. 1? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded and explained, "Indeed, it not only enhances portability, but also has this." As he spoke, Wang Bo extended a finger and tapped the small reactor on his chest. This compact reactor had also been fitted with new elements, thus completely resolving the issue of the armor's inability to dive. Chun Zixuan was nearly overwhelmed by the explosive revelation contained within Wang Bo's statements. His gaze fixated on the small nuclear reactor, glowing blue on Wang Bo's chest, and he shook his head vehemently. Impossible. How could something so small be a nuclear reactor? Observing the frenzied researcher, the members of the National Security Bureau exchanged sympathetic glances. Over half a year ago, they had experienced a similar collapse of their worldview. Moreover, even if this were a small nuclear reactor, it could not possibly operate underwater. No element could sustain nuclear reactions in the depths of the sea. Not a single one. Watching the researcher, whose eyes were reddened and bulging like those of a startled bull, Wang Bo felt a pang of concern, fearing that the man's eyes might pop out at any moment. Researcher Xiao Chun, I will now conduct an on-site survey. The visuals from the seabed will be transmitted through this little device. You are the expert in this area. Please keep an eye on it and assess whether the underwater terrain is suitable for constructing a large nuclear reactor. As he spoke, a small object flew out from behind Wang Bo. It was a Xian foam. The members of the National Security Bureau were familiar with this little creature. Meanwhile, Chun Zixuan, witnessing the surreal phenomena unfolding before him, felt as though his mind was buzzing. After giving his instructions, Wang Bo wasted no time. He piloted the armor, soaring into the air before plunging into the sea, leaving Chun Zixuan in a state of bewilderment, silently questioning his existence. At a depth of 2,000 meters beneath the sea, as Wang Bo surveyed the underwater landscape, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. It seemed that old Fu had indeed not underestimated him. Chun Zixuan possessed genuine talent and knowledge. The seabed, aside from a few scattered stones, was relatively smooth. His immediate task was to clear an area the size of a football field to serve as the foundation for the nuclear reactor. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo swiftly set to work. The handheld suitcase armor, while affording great portability, had its own advantages. However, the price paid was the sacrifice of weaponry. If clad in the third model, Infiltrating the depths would have been merely a matter of a few missile strikes against those scattered rocks. Yet now, Wang Bo was relegated to the role of a beleaguered laborer. His palms pulsed as he unleashed bursts from the energy cannon, shattering boulders towering 2 or 3 men high into fragments. Soon, he transformed into a diligent little bee, laboring tirelessly. After finally clearing one colossal stone, just as he intended to address the next, a swarm of gigantic marine creatures surged toward him. With no other recourse, Wang Bo relinquished the stone he was hoisting and evaded. 3 energy blasts illuminated the water, and the creatures quickly discerned that this oddly shaped entity was not one to be trifled with. As they retreated in panic, Wang Bo exhaled in relief, only to witness a greater number of marine beings encircling him. Your previous attack was too bright. These underwater creatures possess a strong phototropic response. Chun Zixuan's voice resonated within the armor, enlightening Wang Bo, who had been caught in confusion. Observing the multitude of marine beings approaching from afar, he realized that this situation was untenable and wasted no time. He activated the armor and ascended from the ocean's depths. Chapter 94, Request for Aid. The frenzied appearance of the dazzling one at this moment. Those on the deck were fixated on the screen, anxiously glancing toward the spot where Wang Bo had submerged. After approximately half an hour, the ocean's surface suddenly erupted. To the astonishment of the onlookers, a figure shot skyward from the depths, accompanied by a graceful backflip. The armor landed firmly on the deck. Witnessing this scene, the individuals from the safety bureau were no longer phased. Meanwhile, Chun Zixuan felt an unsettling sensation wash over him. What in the world? That youth named Wang Bo actually plunged to a depth of 2,000 meters wearing such a garish suit of armor? It was known that the pressure at that depth was 200 times that of standard atmospheric pressure. What did this signify? Even a typical submarine would be crushed under such conditions, leaving no other options. Yet this seemingly flimsy armor had withstood the terrifying pressure. Chun Zixuan wished to convince himself that this was all a fabrication. However, the deep-sea octopuses clinging to Wang Bo's shoulders confirmed that the young man had indeed reached that depth. At that moment, Wang Bo gazed at the menacing octopuses upon his shoulders, feeling somewhat speechless. Well, it seems I can expect a hearty meal today. Jarvis, contact that fellow and have him come to assist. Hearing Wang Bo's words, those present wore perplexed expressions. After all, who could possibly aid him in a task at a depth of 2,000 meters? As they observed Wang Bo's apparent reluctance to explain, the onlookers could only suppress their curiosity. After approximately half an hour, a distant black emerged on the horizon, soon accompanied by the thunderous roar of helicopter blades slicing through the air. They were able to discern the source of that sound, a helicopter. But how could this be? It was known that the ocean they were traversing was 1,000 miles from the nearest land. Typically, the maximum range for a conventional helicopter is around this figure. If it failed to locate the research vessel and its fuel ran out, the dire consequences would be catastrophic. Therefore, it was exceedingly rare to witness a helicopter soaring over distances exceeding 300 kilometers, especially over an expanse of ocean where landing is impossible. The audacity of this pilot was truly remarkable. However, noting Wang Bo's calm demeanor, the crowd began to understand. This helicopter appeared to be the support he had mentioned. Yet, Wang Bo faced the challenge of biological interference 2,000 meters beneath the sea. What use would calling a helicopter serve? As the helicopter drew nearer, the crowd finally beheld its full form. What in the world? Was this truly a helicopter? In terms of fuselage length, this colossal machine was nearly double that of a standard helicopter. Even conventional military helicopters paled in comparison. Where on earth had Wang Bo procured such a behemoth? Even more incredulous was the sight of a massive apparatus suspended beneath the helicopter. Gazing at the center of the structure, they noticed a pulsating deep blue light. A ludicrous speculation began to form in their minds. Could this helicopter be carrying a nuclear reactor? But how could that be possible? The maximum payload of a typical helicopter hovers around 3 tons. Yet, the object being hoisted appeared to weigh not just 3 tons, but at least 30. Nevertheless, the oddly shaped helicopter showed no signs of strain. Was it conceivable that the nuclear reactor was merely a FA lighter than it appeared? As the crowd's conjecture swirled, the helicopter slowly approached, ultimately hovering above the research vessel. At Wang Bo's signal, it began its descent. As the reactor touched down, the vessel noticeably sank. Good heavens, this was no mere FA. They would wager that if this contraption weighed less than 50 tons, a few of them could consume the entire research vessel. With the successful placement of the reactor, a flicker of curiosity ignited within them. They were eager to meet the audacious pilot, whose skill was matched only by their daring. Who could this celestial being be? After all, To dare venture 1,000 miles into the ocean is indeed the mark of a true werewolf. As the helicopter descended, the group's gaze finally pierced through the cockpit's obscurity. Strangely, however, the cockpit was utterly vacant. "Am I seeing things?" one exclaimed. "Where's the pilot of this aircraft? I thought it was just my imagination playing tricks, but it seems you're seeing the same thing. We truly are kindred spirits in confusion." "Wait, you two? I thought I was the only one who noticed the empty cockpit." With their mutual confirmations, they uncovered an astonishing truth. This helicopter was, astonishingly, entirely devoid of personnel. "Is it a drone?" someone suggested. "Come on, have you any common sense? What drone resembles a helicopter? Then how do you explain what's before us?" Observing the escalating commotion among the group, Wang Bo could only shake his head in disbelief. To put an end to this farce, he declared loudly, "Enough? Let us land on the deck." As his words resonated, the colossal helicopter in the sky began to transform. Countless components shifted and rearranged, and in a remarkable display, the entire aircraft morphed into a humanoid figure. Ultimately, to the bewilderment of the onlookers, a towering behemoth, nearly 10 meters tall, landed heavily on the deck. The force of its landing stirred a tempestuous gust that nearly knocked them off their feet. In the next moment, this gigantic transformer locked its gaze onto Wang Bo, who stood on the deck. To the astonishment of the crowd, the 10-meter creature slowly knelt, addressing him with reverence. "Master." The Decepticon dizziness pays its respects. Gazing at the half-kneeling steel giant, the members of the Security Bureau were engulfed in a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, they turned their heads with great difficulty to inquire, "So, Teacher Wang, is this also your creation?" Listening to their stammered words, Wang Bo felt a swell of pride within, though he maintained a facade of nonchalance to uphold his image of brilliance. "Indeed, during this past month, with little to occupy my time, I tinkered a bit and ended up with this trinket. I never expected it would be of use today." The others exchanged wry smiles as they gazed at the 10-meter giant. "A trinket? If you wish to boast, just say so. After all, this isn't the first time you've shown off." If this could be deemed a mere trinket, they couldn't fathom what constituted a grand invention. As they spoke, Wang Bo lifted his gaze toward the towering transformer before him. "Before you stands the remarkable helicopter-like entity. The second Autobot that Wang Bo acquired for a substantial sum of 250,000 prestige points. This awe-inspiring Decepticon, known as Stun, weighs approximately 50 to 60 tons. For an ordinary helicopter, lifting such a mass would require no less than 20 or 30 units. However, for Stun, modified by the Spark, hoisting this weight is an effortless task." Meanwhile, Chun Zixuan is utterly astounded, his mind racing. A suitcase battle armor? Transforming into a robot helicopter? Unbelievably, this robot possesses intelligence. Chapter 95, A Return to the Abyss. Deployment complete amidst the gusty winds, Chun Zixuan, with his tousled hair, exudes a sense of desolation. "Stun, accompany me on a journey to the depths and clear the debris." Stun, upon hearing this command, expresses no dissent. In its eyes, the master's orders are absolute. However, before they can set their plan into motion, Chun Zixuan cannot remain still any longer. He rushes forward and clings to Stun's ankle. "No, you cannot go down there." He turns to Wang Bo, exclaiming, "Have you lost your mind, wanting this creature to accompany you? Do you comprehend the pressure at 2,000 meters? It could shatter its fragile joints. Though I do not fully grasp how it transforms into a helicopter. Have you ever seen a helicopter submerged in water? That would render all its electronic components utterly inoperative." Listening to the fervent concerns of the young researcher, Wang Bo can only shrug in resignation. While it may be true for the metals and elements on Earth, the Transformers, having undergone spark modifications, possess a body composed of an enigmatic element. Even Jarvis, who possesses knowledge of all elements in the world, cannot analyze it. Wang Bo has conducted experiments that demonstrate this metal can withstand even the most formidable mid-range missiles, which once filled him with trepidation. As for the water pressure at 2,000 meters, it is merely a trivial matter for them. Let us not forget that in the original story, Megatron was submerged in the depths of the ocean, thousands of meters down. Yet, upon resurrection, his body remained entirely unaffected. Observing the tiny creature entangled around his foot, Stun's eyes flicker with impatience and ferocity. Indeed, as a Decepticon, it has always had a volatile temperament. Only those it acknowledges can command its submission, much like Megatron in the original tale, or, in this instance, its creator, Wang Bo. However, for others of humanity, there exists only disdain and contempt. In the past, I would have surely struck down this audacious individual who dared to disturb me. But now, I am bound by the explicit command of my master. I am forbidden from harming any human without his consent. With this thought, I exerted a gentle force with my right foot, sending the insufferable human flying away. Observing that Chen Zixuan had been dealt with, Wang Bo closed his mask and plunged directly into the sea. Dizziness followed closely behind. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, the 50-ton nuclear reactor was effortlessly hoisted onto my shoulder. The next moment, I leapt into the ocean. Before long, Wang Bo and Dizziness returned to their previous location. After setting down the nuclear reactor, the duo began to clear the debris on the seabed. During this process, should any heedless marine creatures dare to intrude, the savage Dizziness showed them no mercy. With its nearly 1-meter mechanical hand, it swiftly grasped and crushed them. After approximately half an hour of effort, an area the size of a football field was finally cleared. Seeing this, Dizziness wasted no time in moving the nuclear reactor to the center of the site. Deployment can commence, Jarvis, Wang Bo commanded gravely, observing that everything was ready within the armor. No problem, sir. I shall initiate the deployment immediately. As Jarvis's voice echoed, the exaggerated foundation beneath the nuclear reactor responded instantaneously. In the next moment, mechanical legs sprang forth as if activated, spinning rapidly before forcefully driving into the hard rock of the seabed. Watching the nuclear reactor establish its base, Wang Bo exhaled in relief. He then joined forces with Dizziness to eliminate the marine creatures that dared to harass them. Time passed, and Wang Bo's hands grew weary from the relentless killing. At last, Jarvis's voice resounded once more within the armor. Sir, the nuclear reactor has been successfully deployed. Low-frequency sound waves have been activated to drive away the surrounding fish. As Jarvis's words concluded, the previously reckless shoal of fish, which had charged toward them, suddenly ceased their advance and began to flee frantically away from the nuclear reactor. Wang Bo turned his gaze to the reactor, which emanated a deep blue glow, a hint of enchantment flickering in his eyes. If this could operate smoothly, then the financial troubles that had plagued him might finally be resolved. With the nuclear reactor now deployed, both man and transformer hesitated no longer. They promptly rose and returned to the survey ship. As Wang Bo and Xian Dun boarded the vessel, the underwater nuclear reactor officially commenced its operations. Observing the continuously rising data on the screen, Chen Zixuan found himself engulfed in profound existential doubt. Had he sequestered himself in the laboratory for half a year or an eternity, constructing a nuclear reactor beneath the sea? Even a century from now, such technology might remain unattainable. Watching the data being incessantly relayed by Jarvis, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. This instance was unlike any prior. Historically, Wang Bo's groundbreaking inventions had all heavily relied on the assistance of the system. However, this time was distinct. Though the core operational element was the Stark element, the entire framework and the various deep-sea pressure-resistant materials were all conceived from the depths of Wang Bo's own knowledge. Thus, even though Jarvis had assisted him in countless simulations before their arrival, a tinge of anxiety still lingered in Wang Bo's mind. Yet now, as he beheld the smoothly functioning nuclear reactor, a flicker of pride ignited within him. It seemed that even without the system, he could still achieve remarkable feats. After approximately 3 hours, once Wang Bo and his team confirmed the reactor's complete stabilization, he dialed Fu Guotai's number. How is it? Did it succeed? At that moment, the director endeavored to maintain a facade of calmness, yet his words betrayed a hint of urgency. Listening to the prolonged silence on the other end of the line, Fu Guotai's impatience surged. What on earth is happening? Whether it's a success or a failure, just give me a clear answer. Just as Fu Guotai contemplated unleashing a torrent of expletives, Wang Bo's voice leisurely broke through the silence. Ahem, Comrade Fu. I heard you've been quite busy with official matters, so I hesitated to make this call. Shut up. Just tell me the result. With the anxious urgency emanating from the other end of the line, Wang Bo dared not prolong the suspense. It has succeeded. The nuclear reactor is now operating smoothly. Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai sprang to his feet. Really? Tell me the coordinates. Wang Bo promptly sent him the geographical coordinates. As Fu Guotai cross-referenced the location, he scrutinized the map intently. After a considerable pause, he finally pinpointed the specific site. Chapter 96, a multi-billion-dollar venture. Preparing the company gazing at the coordinates. Fu Guotai was profoundly astonished. Kid, you must be joking. I recall that area of the sea has a minimum depth of at least 1,500 meters. In some profound depths, the exploration personnel estimated they were nearing 2,000 meters. Such locations pose significant challenges for underwater operations, let alone the construction of a nuclear reactor. Listening to this individual skepticism, Wang Bo wore an expression of helplessness. It appeared that without viewing a detailed recorded video, Director Fu could not find peace of mind. Jarvis, Please send the recently documented materials to Director Fu's email. Certainly, sir. The immense video file was swiftly dispatched to Director Fu's inbox by Jarvis. Observing this, Fu Guotai hesitantly opened the email. However, as time passed, his astonishment only grew. A portable battle armor? It can even dive to the seabed? And what about that 10-meter-tall robot resembling a helicopter? What on earth is that? Moreover, when Fu Guotai saw the nuclear reactor operating smoothly on the ocean floor, he was utterly flabbergasted. Why can nuclear fusion occur beneath the sea? He hadn't been in touch with Wang Bo for merely a month. Goodness, a month. And you've managed to concoct so many innovations. Are you even human? Not even livestock produces at such a rate. Meanwhile, Wang Bo remained oblivious to Fu Guotai's myriad thoughts. Observing the reactor's successful operation, Wang Bo articulated his next plan. Director Fu, the safety concerns you have are now resolved. Given the depth of the reactor and its distance from the mainland, even in the event of an explosion or nuclear leak, it would not affect the coastline. On the other end of the line, Fu Guotai had yet to recover from his earlier shock. He could only nod in agreement to Wang Bo's words. I have examined this location. It is surrounded by numerous islands, making it highly suitable for constructing a power station. If we could establish 10 reactors of this scale on the seabed along the southern and eastern coasts, the west-to-east power transmission project could come to a halt. Hearing Wang Bo's astonishing proposal nearly left Fu Guotai breathless. Young man, do you realize what you are suggesting? Currently, the combined population of the central and eastern regions accounts for over 70% of the nation. With such a colossal populace, do you comprehend the amount of electricity required merely for their daily lives? This does not even account for the staggering demand for industrial electricity. 10 reactors, each weighing several tons, could never sustain such immense energy consumption. Upon hearing this, a knowing smile crept upon Wang Bo's lips. Conventional radioactive elements like uranium could indeed not accomplish this feat, but what if there existed an element whose radioactivity was 100 times that of uranium? Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai was momentarily taken aback, but before he could fully process the information, a voice on the other end interrupted him. Impossible. At this moment, Chen Zixuan could no longer remain silent. Among the known elements, there was not a single radioactive element that could contain such a terrifying level of radiation. Wang Bo, observing the now frantic Chen Zixuan, calmly remarked, what if it is something unknown? To be more explicit, what if I were to create an entirely new element? Chen Zixuan was left bewildered by Wang Bo's astounding inquiries. Create an element? In an era where countless eminent chemists stand tall, it seemed that no one would dare to boast about their ability to create an element, let alone conducting experiments in this direction. Even the mere suggestion of such a hypothesis was unheard of. Impossible. How could anyone in this world reach such heights in chemistry? Impossible. Meanwhile, a few members of the National Security Bureau, who were also Wang Bo's ardent admirers, looked at Chen Zixuan, who was shaking his head in disbelief. With a sense of dissatisfaction. How dare you repeatedly question our omniscient little Master Wang? This is tantamount to offering your face for a slap. Yet the issue was that, despite being reprimanded, he continued to persist. Researcher Chen, since you claim it is impossible, could you enlighten us as to why this nuclear reactor on the screen can operate in the deep sea? Listening to the probing questions from the National Security Bureau members, Chen Zixuan was instantly rendered speechless. Indeed, if it were not for a brand new element, this very scene could not be explained. After regaining his composure, Fu Guotai's hands trembled uncontrollably. West-to-east electricity transmission. As one of the pillar projects of the Western development, the nation's finances had invested heavily in it over the years. Roughly estimating, it could not be less than 500 billion Huagui yuan. Such a massive financial burden had no leader daring to halt it. The reason was simple. If the thermal and hydropower plants in the western region were to be lost, the entire development of the eastern region would inevitably be stalled. Even more severely, the livelihood of the populace could be greatly impacted. But now, Wang Bo had actually claimed he could resolve this issue. It is worth noting that this seemingly casual statement could potentially save the nation hundreds of billions in expenditures each year. With this thought in mind, Fu Guotai quickly interjected. Young man, I will call the higher-ups right now. Rest assured, if this project can indeed operate smoothly, the nation will not forget your contributions. Listening to Director Fu's teasing, Wang Bo chuckled. Then I shall count on Director Fu's ample support for my energy company in the future. The project approval process is remarkably swift. In fact, leaders like Hong Guotao are even more eager than Wang Bo. After all, every day's delay translates into expenditures of billions for the West-East electricity transmission project. One does not truly comprehend the value of daily necessities until they are in charge. These leaders are keen to economize. as numerous aspects such as public welfare and national defense require substantial funding. Upon returning home, Wang Bo, neglecting any thought of rest, worked through the night to prepare the necessary documentation for establishing the company. Before dawn, well before 6 o'clock, he stepped out. Under the astonished gaze of the snack shop owner, he consumed 3 bowls of tofu pudding and over 20 deep-fried dough sticks. Sated, he made his way directly to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Upon entering the bureau, in a bid to expedite the process, Wang Bo resorted to leveraging his celebrity status. He removed his hat, lifting his head high, almost as if he were about to announce, "I am Wang Bo." However, the anticipated scene of onlookers did not materialize. The reason was simple. His ordinary face was not easily memorable. Left with no choice, Wang Bo dutifully queued. The staff exhibited remarkable efficiency, and after approximately an hour, it was his turn. As he approached, the staff member scrutinized him with a puzzled expression, increasingly convinced that they had seen him before. Wang Bo, feeling increasingly uneasy under the gaze, stepped forward and handed over his documents. "Hello, I would like to register a company. Here are my relevant documents." After a prolonged stare, the staff member failed to recall where they had encountered Wang Bo. With a long line behind him, he dared not delay and shook his head before accepting the documents. He then handed Wang Bo a form. "Please fill in the company name and type." Without hesitation, given the urgency of the moment, Wang Bo complied. He had already contemplated the name for the company. In just a few minutes, the form was completed and promptly returned to the staff member. Busy as he was, the staff member was about to stamp the documents when the content on the form made him pause. New Future Technology Energy Company, Limited. What on earth is this? To be honest, this individual had been working at the bureau for 3 to 5 years and had encountered various types of companies. There were trading firms, live streaming businesses, and restaurants. He had even seen more obscure companies, including those dealing in adult products and pharmaceuticals. But what kind of company is this? A firm focused on energy development and technological patents? Do not speak of yourself. It seems that no one at the Suchi City Bureau of Industry and Commerce has ever taken on a company of this nature. Although regulations do not explicitly prohibit individuals from establishing energy companies, such ventures, which require substantial investment, are typically funded by the state. After all, for an individual to launch an energy company is an arduous endeavor, both financially and technologically. Observing the youthful countenance of the lad before him, the staff member took a deep breath and advised, "Young brother, do not jest. As you can see, I am quite busy here. It would be prudent for you to return home, lest I have to contact your guardians." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nearly stumbled. After all, he was now somewhat of a notable figure. It was rather absurd to be treated as a mere child. Noticing that Wang Bo remained unfazed, the staff member sighed in exasperation, "If you do not depart, I shall have to call security to escort you out." As he spoke, he pretended to toss the form into the trash. In that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught sight of the name Wang Bo on the legal person section. Recognizing the familiar name, a myriad of thoughts surged within him. Sharing a name with Teacher Wang? It seems I have encountered yet another devoted fan of his. Given the young man's age, he must be of similar stature to the esteemed teacher. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or does this lad bear a striking resemblance to Teacher Wang? No, this was not right. Despite the staff member's usual nonchalance, he sensed something amiss at this moment. The same name, similar age, close resemblance. And here in Suchi City, registered as a technology energy company, the convergence of these keywords jolted him awake, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. "My goodness, you are Teacher Wang." With that exclamation, the bustling atmosphere of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce was abruptly silenced. All eyes turned towards Wang Bo's position. Realizing his identity had been unveiled, Wang Bo reluctantly removed his hat. "Hello, everyone." As they beheld his familiar visage, the crowd erupted into excitement. "My heavens, it truly is Teacher Wang. I never expected to see you in person. Could we possibly take a photo together, Teacher Wang? My child adores you. Would you be so kind as to grant an autograph?" Witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Wang Bo felt a surge of elation within him. So this is what it feels like when a star meets their fans. How delightful. No wonder so many aspire to become celebrities. Yet, this thought lingered in his mind for only a brief moment. Countless fans clamored for Wang Bo's autograph and photographs. Observing the orderly queue formed by the eager crowd, he felt compelled to oblige, arranging for each fan in turn. 10 minutes passed, then half an hour, and soon an hour had elapsed. After an hour of relentless activity, Wang Bo glanced at the ever-lengthening line outside and was suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of dread. This was utterly insane. If he had to sign for each individual, he would be laboring until the end of time. Just as he contemplated how to extricate himself from this predicament, several officials from the arrived promptly to his rescue. Leading the group was a portly middle-aged man who, upon spotting Wang Bo in the center of the throng, quickly approached. Mr. Wang, greetings. I am Tang Ming, the director of the Suchi city. Given the current situation, there was no need for you to personally attend. If you have any business needs, simply give us a call, and we will send someone to assist you at your convenience. After all, your current status is sensitive, and venturing out could lead to numerous inconveniences. In response to this overture, Wang Bo, under normal circumstances, might have exchanged pleasantries. However, at this moment, thoroughly exasperated by the multitude of fans, he was unable to afford such niceties. Tang Ming, well versed in the nuances of officialdom, quickly discerned Wang Bo's discomfort and proclaimed loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. But Mr. Wang and I have an exceedingly important matter to attend to. I kindly ask for your understanding." Without heeding the crowd's protests and vitriol, he promptly whisked Wang Bo away to his office. Inside, Wang Bo, disregarding all decorum, gulped down the water Tang Ming offered. The sight of such a disheveled Wang Bo intrigued the portly director. After all, during previous broadcasts, whether from his journey to the United States or the Transformers press conference, this young man had exuded an aura of fierce determination and decisiveness, a stark contrast to his current disarray. Setting down the glass, Wang Bo took a deep breath and said, "Director Tang, I am truly grateful. Without your intervention, I would still be buried in that crowd." Hearing Wang Bo's words of gratitude, Tang Ming felt quite flattered. It was worth noting that this individual was someone who could engage in equal dialogue with high-ranking officials, though it was merely a spontaneous expression of thanks. Its implications could significantly benefit Tang Ming's career advancement. "Not at all, Mr. Wang. You are a great benefactor to our nation. Resolving this minor inconvenience for you is but a small matter," Tang Ming replied, adeptly navigating the conversation to make Wang Bo feel at ease. "Forgive my intrusion, Director Tang." Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a visibly anxious staff member, who had previously assisted Wang Bo, knocked and entered the room. He presented the materials and forms Wang Bo had submitted to the leader. Before departing, the staff member cast a pleading glance towards Wang Bo, recalling how close he had come to summoning the security to expel him. If Wang Bo were to take offense and lodge a fierce complaint against him in front of Director Tang, he might very well find himself in dire straits. Chapter 98. A call from the Director of the Energy Bureau. An anxious Tang Ming. After briefly reviewing Wang Bo's application documents, Tang Ming found himself in a quandary. Logically, he should not approve this application under any circumstances. The reason was simple. Although the new future technology energy company ostensibly focused solely on energy development, it inevitably touched upon the matter of power supply, specifically electricity generation. This was explicitly prohibited in Huagua. No individual or organization was allowed to establish a power plant independently. Development could only occur through a mixed ownership model for distribution services. This was an ironclad rule, impervious to violation. However, that rule was applicable to ordinary individuals. The person before him, after all, was someone of considerable stature, even protected by the Director of National Security himself. It was entirely possible that an agreement had already been reached with higher authorities, and they were merely waiting for his approval of this document. With this thought in mind, Tang Ming cautiously spoke, "Mr. Wang, may I ask an impertinent question? Is the higher authority aware of your company's situation? As you know, the procedures for energy companies are quite complex, and without directives from above, I cannot simply stamp this application." Wang Bo initially paused in surprise, but soon comprehended his implication and was about to explain when an unfamiliar phone call interrupted. Upon answering, a robust voice resonated from the other end. "Hello, is this Mr. Wang Bo?" Taken aback by the inquiry, Wang Bo replied, "Yes, speaking. Who is this?" The middle-aged man on the line introduced himself. "I am Wang Sudong, the Director of the National Energy Bureau. Interestingly, I share a hometown connection with scientist Xiao Wang." Recognizing the cordial tone of the caller, Wang Bo exchanged pleasantries before promptly steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. "May I inquire what brings you to contact me, Director Wang?" Upon hearing Wang Bo's question, Wang Sudong was momentarily taken aback, then responded with a hint of incredulity. "What? Hasn't Fu Guitai mentioned anything to you? That old fellow seems perpetually preoccupied." Wang Bo could not help but chuckle inwardly at this remark. "It is as follows. Regarding your energy company's matters, the authorities are indeed placing significant emphasis on it. After all, it represents a monumental project capable of supplanting the West-East Electricity Transmission Initiative. With the subsequent promotion, it is conceivable that the energy issues plaguing the entire nation could be resolved." Listening to Director Wang's effusive praise, Wang Bo felt a twinge of embarrassment. After a brief pause, he spoke. Hence, the state intends to acquire shares in your enterprise. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo furrowed his brow. For the purpose behind establishing this company was not merely financial gain. More importantly, it was to secure a sufficiently private venue for future experiments. After all, relying on borrowed laboratories exposes one's inventions to the prying eyes of those with ulterior motives. At this precarious juncture, with tensions rising against the United States, the absence of a trump card left Wang Bo feeling quite unsettled. Wang Bo hesitated before asking, "Director Wang, does the state intend to take a controlling stake in New Future Technology Energy Company, transforming it into a state-owned enterprise?" Noting the hesitation in Wang Bo's voice, the director of the Energy Bureau elaborated, "Not at all. We will only hold a small fraction. The state's investment is merely to assist you with certain matters that may be inconvenient for you to handle alone. After all, once established, your company cannot solely rely on you. Moreover, certain unscrupulous nations will undoubtedly attempt to infiltrate your company, seeking to extract something from you. At this juncture, having state shares will allow us to legitimately assist you in eliminating these obstacles." Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. If the decision-making power truly lay in another's hands, all his efforts would be rendered meaningless. Of course, the state would not acquire your shares without compensation. We will certainly provide a sum of capital as the investment principal. The amount is still under discussion, but rest assured, it will not be less than a seven-figure sum. Before Wang Bo could respond, Tang Ming, who had been listening beside him, accidentally dropped his thermos, producing a jarring crash. What on earth? Supplanting the West-East electricity transmission. Resolving the nationwide energy shortage. Billions in investment. At that moment, Tang Ming was utterly flabbergasted. Although he understood that this New Future Technology Energy Company was remarkable, given its origin from Wang Bo, a prodigious youth excelling in physics, biology, and robotics, he had not anticipated the scale of this venture. The company's establishment was aimed at addressing the energy shortage crisis in the nation? Who would dare to believe it? After outlining the specifics, the energy director concluded the call. To avoid the awkward situation of not being able to distinguish between callers in the future, Wang Bo decisively opened his contacts to add a note for Director Wang. Meanwhile, Tang Ming, glancing instinctively as Wang Bo opened his contacts, was taken aback. Goodness, just one glance. He almost felt compelled to seize this director of the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. There was also National Security Director Fu Guotai, Director of the National Energy Administration Wang Sudong, and the esteemed He Lao, Commander Hao Zhigua of the Beichuan Military District. What an extraordinary contact list. In this vast land of Huagua, could there be anything that this phone could not address? At that moment, Tang Ming had no doubt. If this phone were to be auctioned off, renowned figures from society would surely disregard their images in a fervent scramble for it. Suddenly interrupted by a phone call, Wang Bo remembered that Tang Ming was still present. He turned apologetically, saying, "Director Tang, I apologize for my abruptness. I truly had no idea that the approval process for this energy company involved such complexities. I will return immediately to complete the necessary documents and proofs." No need. No need. Tang Ming quickly waved his hand, not allowing Wang Bo to finish his sentence. Since the higher-ups are already aware and are providing robust support, there is no reason for it to be stalled here. What a joke. This is a major project that can replace the West-East electricity transmission. Though Tang Ming had little concept of it, he understood that delaying even a day could result in enormous losses in manpower, resources, and finances. Furthermore, from Director Wang's words, the state was even prepared to inject capital to safeguard this enterprise. At this critical juncture, he dared not entertain any hesitation. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to navigate this circle. Without further ado, Tang Ming ordered his staff to bring forth the official seal. He needed to personally approve this application. Chapter 99. Assistance from He Lao. Serving at Capital University with the approved documents in hand, Wang Bo felt elated. Rubbing his rumbling stomach, he glanced at the late hour and promptly plunged into a nearby small eatery, ordering 5 servings of braised pork rice. Amidst the astonished expressions of the patrons and the owner, Wang Bo relished the final morsel of rice, letting out a satisfying sigh. Patting his nearly full belly, he picked up the phone and dialed He Lao. At that moment, He Jianhua was in the laboratory, guiding students through their experiments when his phone unexpectedly rang. Initially reluctant to answer, he caught sight of the number and suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He promptly set the student aside and strode out of the laboratory. The onlookers within were filled with curiosity. Who could be calling? It was enough to make the esteemed Professor He, who regarded scientific research as his very essence, abandon his work without hesitation. As he exited the building, He Jianhua eagerly answered the phone. "You little rascal. You still remember to call your old man. I thought after achieving success, you'd forget about this old fellow. Listening to Professor He's playful banter, Wang Bo could only manage a wry smile and quickly apologized. How could I? I've been incredibly busy lately. I finally carved out some time to reach out to you. Hearing this, Professor He's spirits lifted. Well, you certainly know how to flatter. Now, tell me, what brings you to call? Not hesitating, Wang Bo delved straight into his thoughts. Professor He, I recently established a new company and require a cadre of top-tier research and management talents. I recall that you hold an honorary professorship at Capital University. Would you be able to assist me in this matter? Although his voice was soft, in the small restaurant with only a few tables, Wang Bo's words resonated loudly enough for everyone to hear. Goodness, I almost choked on my food, exclaimed one diner. This young man is quite audacious. Another remarked. No doubt. Such bravado without a shred of humility. An honorary professor at Capital University, and he needs top talents for his company. I bet this kid hasn't even sprouted his first hairs. Someone scoffed. I suspect he's hoping to evade the bill with such grandiose claims. The restaurant owner, overhearing the conversation, couldn't resist offering his advice. Young man, if you're short on cash, just say so. If it's a matter of a few coins, consider it my treat. Faced with the scorn and sympathy from the crowd, Wang Bo felt an inner turmoil. Why couldn't he enjoy a simple meal in peace? Yet, he dared not make a fuss, still haunted by the recent experience of being besieged by fans at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He had no desire to relive such an ordeal. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Professor He remained unaware of Wang Bo's predicament. Upon hearing his request, he readily consented. No problem, young man. With your current reputation, even without my endorsement, you will attract plenty of applicants once word gets out. My assistance would merely be the icing on the cake. In response to Professor He's modesty, Wang Bo quickly waved his hand, saying, not at all. Anyone who passes your scrutiny must undoubtedly possess exceptional skills and character. This inadvertently saved me quite a bit of trouble. Listening to Wang Bo's subtle flattery, He Lao felt quite pleased. Young man, do not celebrate too early. What you mentioned is fine, but I, an old man, have my conditions. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo immediately perked up and responded eagerly. Please, state your conditions. I shall certainly do my utmost to fulfill them. After hearing the resolute tone on the other end of the line, He Lao, feeling gratified, was unreserved. First, young man, I wish to join the company you are establishing. Any position will suffice. In short, I want to have my name associated with yours. Taken aback by this unexpected request, Wang Bo paused for a moment, then realized He Lao's intention. This elder sought to safeguard his own company. After all, He Lao's stature was not comparable to Wang Bo's. Although the inventions he had created were, in some respects, beyond the reach of even He Lao, it did not imply that Wang Bo's influence eclipsed that of the elder. He Lao was a benefactor to the entire nation of Hua, and the affection the people held for him was something Wang Bo could not possibly rival. He could already foresee that with He Lao's involvement, the newly established Future Technology Energy Company would encounter little to no hindrance within the borders of Hua. Before Wang Bo could express his gratitude, He Lao proposed a second condition. Young man, I want you to teach at Jingqing University. Before Wang Bo could decline or explain, He Lao quickly added, of course, you need not adhere to a conventional teaching schedule. Just ensure you deliver 1 or 2 lectures each year. Just moments ago, Wang Bo had been contemplating using his busy schedule as an excuse to decline this position, but He Lao had anticipated his reasoning and preemptively closed off his escape route. He Lao, it's not that I refuse. Teaching at Jingqing University is truly not suitable for me. You know I excel at inventing. But to actually lecture, wouldn't that mislead the students? Upon hearing this, He Lao immediately made his stance clear. In any case, this was non-negotiable. It was simply a matter of giving me face. Given He Lao's resolute words, Wang Bo found it difficult to refuse any further and reluctantly agreed. After hanging up the phone, everyone in the restaurant gazed at Wang Bo with astonished eyes. Finally, an elderly gentleman from a neighboring table broke the silence, saying, young man, in my many years, this is the first time I have seen someone boast so convincingly. At this, the entire room erupted in laughter. Oh dear, I can't breathe from laughing. This little fellow insists on finishing the performance. Such dedication. It would be a pity for him not to pursue a career in acting. One must admit, he seems quite suited for the stage. I was almost convinced just now. In the face of the crowd's derision, Wang Bo chose not to engage in further dialogue. After all, he needed to make his way to the capital, as there were various formalities that required his attention. Furthermore, he had to meet the talents that he had introduced to him. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo reached into his wallet and retrieved a 100-yuan bill. Just as he was about to place it on the table, he hesitated, feeling a twinge of regret. He then opted for a 50-yuan note. which he emphatically slapped down on the table, declaring grandly, no need for change. The restaurant owner, upon hearing this, was left speechless. Change. With each rice dish costing 11 yuan, and ordering 5 in total, he was actually owed 5 yuan. Before the owner could voice his thoughts, a tremendous roar of engines echoed from outside, approaching rapidly. The resounding engine noise instantly captured the attention of passers-by. In the small eatery, the stunned gazes of diners and the owner were drawn to a bright yellow figure that, like a bolt of lightning, executed a tailspin and came to a halt at the restaurant's entrance. Whose sports car is this? How stylish. The aerodynamic design is simply flawless. I've never seen a sports car with such an appealing exterior. I wonder which company has released this new model. Wait a moment. The shape of this car seems increasingly familiar. Oh, now that you mention it, I feel like I've seen this vehicle somewhere. In the next instant, as the crowd looked on in awe, the car door opened automatically. What on earth? Why is there no driver in the cockpit? What is going on? These exclamations jolted a few onlookers who were deep in thought. Goodness, I remember now. Isn't this the Bumblebee from Teacher Wang's press conference? Yes, exactly. The intelligent robot. What intelligent robot? Teacher Wang has officially announced it. This brand new species is called Transformers. Hold on. Its presence here must indicate that Teacher Wang is nearby. The crowd erupted in excitement, glancing around to spot anyone resembling Wang Bo. In the next moment, the unassuming door of the small restaurant swung open, revealing a young man who strode directly toward the yellow sports car. Upon seeing their leader, Bumblebee flickered its headlights in excitement. Amidst the astonished stares of the patrons in the restaurant, the boy who had remained silent in the face of their ridicule boldly seated himself in the driver's seat of Bumblebee. Could that possibly be Teacher Wang? Listening to one of the patrons stammering a question, the restaurant fell into a silence. All that could be heard was the sound of swallowing. Teacher Wang. This is exceptionally understated. After those few inventions came to light, it would not be an exaggeration to say he is now immensely wealthy. Yet, he still chooses to dine in this modest establishment. Meanwhile, the owner and chef of the restaurant wore a look of frustration as he slapped his forehead. I should have anticipated this. Who but Teacher Wang could consume nearly half a pot of rice without taking a breath? After the moment of vexation, the owner suddenly seemed to recall something and dashed into the kitchen. He intended to retrieve the footage from the recent surveillance, selecting a few clear screenshots to display at the entrance. He even planned to create a video to post online. As for the title, he had already thought of it. Shocking. What kind of divine dish could compel Teacher Wang to devour 5 large bowls? From Suchi City to the capital, he sped along in the Bumblebee, finally arriving before dusk. Originally, Wang Bo had intended to travel by the dizzying helicopter mode, as flying is undoubtedly more convenient. However, considering the air traffic control in the capital and Bumblebee's pitiful plea, he ultimately decided against using the helicopter form. Wang Bo realized that despite the system's drastic modifications, the Transformers had evolved into a life form of his own creation in this world. Yet, the deeply ingrained factional rivalry between the Decepticons and Autobots still persisted. Otherwise, Bumblebee would not have been so resistant to the helicopter mode. Nevertheless, Wang Bo did not mind this aspect. After all, with the increasing number of Transformer technologies he unlocked, this race of beings would inevitably continue to grow. At that point, if they were to unite, it would be Wang Bo who should be concerned. Upon arriving in the capital, his first stop was not to meet with Old He, but rather to visit the National Energy Administration. He sought to meet with Director Wang Sudong, the very person he had spoken to on the phone. As evening approached, only a few windows in the entire Energy Administration building remained lit. Wang Bo initially considered notifying the security at the entrance. As it was a government facility, and entering unannounced would be inappropriate. To his surprise, upon recognizing him, the guard allowed him to pass without hesitation. Clearly, Director Wang had given prior notice. Wang Bo strode confidently into the courtyard. Before he could even enter the building, the informed Wang Sudong came out to greet him. I truly appreciate you making the trip, Teacher Wang. I fear I might be roasted by your fans online. Hearing this playful banter, Wang Bo knew better than to take it lightly, for this man before him was the head of a vice-ministerial agency. Director Wang, please do not address me in that manner. The title of Teacher Xiao Wang is merely a playful nickname for my friends online. If you prefer, you may call me Wang Bo or simply Xiao Wang. Upon hearing this, Wang Sudong surveyed the young man before him, feeling a genuine sense of satisfaction. Despite his early fame, he had not been blinded by wealth or reputation. He remained grounded, neither arrogant nor impatient, a truly rare disposition. Haha, calling you Xiao Wang feels a bit awkward, as if my former superior were addressing me. I shall stick with Wang Bo, he said with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang Sudong welcomed Wang Bo into his office. The office was exceedingly simple, furnished with a file cabinet, a desk, and a few chairs. At that moment, the secretary had already left for the day, leaving Wang Sudong to brew tea himself. Observing this, Wang Bo promptly rose to intervene. Director Wang, please don't trouble yourself. However, Wang Sudong replied, I was supposed to make a trip to Suchi City, as I have heard a bit about what your company intends to pursue there. If all goes well, it could be a significant project benefiting both the nation and the people. Yet, as you can see, my desk is piled with documents, and I simply cannot leave. Seeing the hint of regret in Wang Sudong's expression, Wang Bo quickly responded, Not at all, Director Wang. After all, you are responsible for managing the country's energy issues, and your time is invaluable. I am currently free, so a trip is no trouble at all. Listening to Wang Bo's understanding, the deputy minister smiled slightly and then got straight to the point, dismissing further pleasantries. Have you brought the documents? At this, Wang Bo immediately retrieved the prepared files. Upon receiving them, Wang Sudong began to review the contents. After a while, the deputy minister was significantly astonished by what he read in the project proposal. Once he steadied his thoughts, he spoke solemnly. Actually, if you are willing, you could establish your company's headquarters in the capital. Although land is quite scarce in the city, if you express this intention, I would estimate that even within the Third Ring Road, the secretary of the Beijing Municipal Committee would grit his teeth and agree. Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated the extent of support from the government. He was aware that the planned area outlined in the documents was substantial. If established in the core of the capital, it would undoubtedly require several hundred billion. Observing Wang Bo lost in thought, Wang Sudong did not rush him, patiently awaiting the young man's decision. Chapter 101, An Unexpected Arrangement. The disguised Wang Bo, after considerable contemplation, Wang Bo ultimately declined Wang Sudong's proposal. Primarily, Suchi City was his home, and he held a deep affection for it. Moreover, the location is not far from the coastline, facilitating the subsequent deployment of the remaining nuclear reactors. Secondly, the capital is teeming with people, and he is inevitably under the scrutiny of many. Although Wang Bo is currently safeguarded by a super serum and the protection of his transformers, his safety is not in jeopardy. However, this will undoubtedly constrain his future research, as Wang Bo is keen to keep any information regarding the system under wraps. After leaving the documents in Wang Sudong's office, Wang Bo's mission can be considered accomplished. Subsequently, the director of the Energy Bureau fully accepted the establishment of the company, which indeed relieved Wang Bo. Just as he exited the Energy Bureau, he noticed that several staff members, who had already clocked out, were called back to work by Wang Sudong. Observing their disgruntled expressions, Wang Bo instinctively recoiled. He pondered whether they would realize that the root cause of their overtime was standing right before them, and he began to doubt if he could leave the Energy Bureau today. Arriving at Mr. He's neighborhood, it was already late at night. Just as Wang Bo intended to call He Yaoan to let him in, the soldiers at the entrance automatically stepped aside, clearly recognizing his identity. After a brief nod of acknowledgement, Wang Bo strode into the community. Watching him disappear into the distance, the seasoned soldiers collectively sighed in relief. Fortunately, Mr. He had called beforehand. Otherwise, their duty would have compelled them to stop the young man. However, reflecting on the individual's previous conduct in the beautiful country, these soldiers couldn't help but feel a twinge of unease. Upon reaching Mr. He's doorstep and about to knock, the door opened on its own, indicating that Mr. He was aware of Wang Bo's arrival and had left the door ajar. Entering, he found Mr. He and He Yaoan seated on the sofa, engrossed in a television program. Upon seeing Wang Bo, Mr. He's expression brightened. Welcome. There's some noodles in the kitchen. Feel free to prepare a bowl for yourself. Heeding the invitation, Wang Bo made his way to the kitchen, as he felt a bit famished after a long day of travel. After enjoying a hearty meal, Wang Bo stood up, intending to wash the dishes. However, He Yaoan halted him. I'll take care of it. The old man has something to discuss with you. Wang Bo had no choice but to step aside. But when He Yaoan glanced at the empty plates on the table, his expression fell completely. He then shot Wang Bo an irritated glare. Didn't the old man only ask you to eat noodles? Caught in the act, Wang Bo feigned ignorance. Did he? I saw those plates of beef on the table and thought they were prepared for me by Mr. He. Upon hearing this, He Yaoan was rendered speechless. How could this be? I distinctly placed that sizable piece of braised beef deep within the refrigerator. Gazing at the empty fridge, He Yaoan felt an overwhelming sense of melancholy. He vowed that from now on, whenever this rascal visited, he would certainly lock the kitchen door. Hastily making his way to the living room, Wang Bo promptly settled himself on one side of the sofa. He Lao, observing the young man before him, couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. Since Wang Bo's last departure from this place, merely 3 to 5 months had passed. In just over 100 days, this lad had ventured boldly into the United States, developed transforming robots, and dismantled a syndicate of assassins. He remembered how Yaoan had repeatedly urged him to remain calm. As he watched the replay of that young man's escapade in America, although he knew Wang Bo had returned home safely, the thrilling scene still made He Jianhua break into a cold sweat. Noticing that He Lao was simply staring at him in a daze, Wang Bo felt a bit puzzled. He Lao, I wonder how my request to you is coming along. Upon hearing this, He Jianhua raised an eyebrow. What's the rush? You expect to receive a reward before fulfilling your promise to this old man? In response, Wang Bo patted his chest confidently. What are you talking about, He Lao? A man's word is his bond. It's just a position at my company, no problem at all. If you want, I'll hand over the boss's seat to you. Seeing Wang Bo grinning foolishly, He Jianhua could not help but feel exasperated. What do I care for being a boss? My old bones want to be constructing nuclear reactors at the bottom of the sea. Moreover, that is not what I meant. Wang Bo initially looked taken aback, but quickly understood. Ah, you mean about being a teacher, right? No problem. To be a lecturer at Capital University is something I would greatly desire. In truth, he had no intention of becoming a teacher. He was well aware of his own limitations. While he might manage some experiments, the thought of teaching a class was laughable. Wang Bo's prompt agreement stemmed from a desire to brush off the matter. After all, once the company began operations, He Lao could hardly drag him into the classroom to lecture. Such endeavors were critical to the livelihood and industry of the entire nation, and by that time, his identity as a teacher would naturally be discarded. Meanwhile, He Lao, sitting beside him and noticing Wang Bo's silly grin, seemed to grasp what was on his mind. Let me tell you, you young rascal, don't think you can fool me. I've already scheduled your classes for tomorrow afternoon. You will promptly go to Capital University to give your lecture. Upon hearing Mr. He's words, Wang Bo, who had just been basking in self-satisfaction, was utterly taken aback. Mr. He, it's not me. I have already boasted to the president and dean of the Capital University. He exclaimed. Please don't let me embarrass myself. Alas, Mr. He's statement effectively severed any retreat for him. It was now a matter of being thrust into the fray, whether he was ready or not. The following morning, before 6 o'clock, Jarvis promptly roused him from sleep. Jarvis, please assist me in selecting an appropriate outfit. Of course, sir. As he spoke, Wang Bo's watch projected an image of himself, clad in a relatively casual suit. The subtly defined muscles showcased by this attire accentuated his physique splendidly. The adage that one is dressed by their clothes rings undeniably true. Sir, I have compiled a memo detailing the brand, price, and recently selling stores of the attire for your convenience. Additionally, based on your schedule, there is still time this morning to arrange a suitable hairstyle. Listening to Jarvis' eloquent discourse, Wang Bo felt increasingly that the investment of his 100,000 prestige points was exceedingly worthwhile. After all, he was to teach at the esteemed Capital University. He could not afford to appear disheveled. Jarvis' suggestion struck a chord within him. The mere thought of encountering a gentle and considerate senior at this prestigious institution made his heart flutter. Chapter 102. The pretentious teacher and generous classmates emerging from the shopping mall, laden with bags, Wang Bo inwardly cursed Jarvis for his extravagance. A single outfit cost over 10,000 Huahua currency. What on earth? Why not just rob a bank? Despite his resentment, in pursuit of his future happiness, Wang Bo begrudgingly accepted the financial strain and proceeded with his plans. With this resolve, he hopped on a shared bicycle and sped towards the hair salon recommended by Jarvis. When he exited the salon, it was nearing noon. Gazing into the mirror, Wang Bo could scarcely believe his reflection. Is this truly me? Although Jarvis had previously simulated the look, witnessing the realization of that image stirred a thrill within him. He looked undeniably handsome. The peculiar behavior of this customer alarmed the salon staff. Clad in attire worth thousands and arriving on a shared bicycle, he was now outside the salon, striking poses in front of the glass. Had it not been for the absence of any evident violent tendencies in the individual before them, the onlookers would have been tempted to contact a mental health facility. Glancing at the time, Wang Bo realized he could no longer afford to dawdle. Without hesitation, he hailed a cab, directing it straight to Capital University. As for the bumblebee, due to its conspicuous nature, it was reluctantly left behind at He Lao Community upon Wang Bo's insistence. Upon arriving at his destination, it was nearly 1 in the afternoon. After disembarking, Wang Bo decisively made his way to a shop in the university town renowned for its braised delicacies. He had heard that this dish was a local specialty, and having missed out during his last hurried visit, he was eager to indulge this time. 5 large servings of braised delicacies. And please add 2 more of those bread rolls, he requested. The proprietor, taken aback, regarded him momentarily before responding, "Certainly. I'll have that ready shortly." Given that it was past the usual meal hours, the establishment was not particularly crowded. Apart from Wang Bo's table, there were only a few university students seated nearby, engaged in animated conversation while savoring their own braised dishes. At that moment, Guo, unconcerned with maintaining a demure image, perched one leg over the other and stuffed a generous piece of bread roll into her mouth. "Hurry up and eat. We still need to rush back for class," she urged. Beside her, Wang Xuefan frowned, voicing her discontent. "The school has sprung this on us unexpectedly, announcing extra classes at the last minute. It's utterly blindsiding." Meanwhile, Xing Lianchao, stroking his unshaved stubble, remarked, "I've heard through the grapevine that the lecturer coming to teach us is no ordinary individual. Apparently, the leadership of our physics department exerted considerable influence to secure their presence. Our dean has pulled countless strings, and it seems even our honorary professors have intervened." Upon hearing this, Guo was taken aback. "What do you mean, honorary professors have intervened? Most of them are renowned academicians in China." The prospect of an academician being involved sparked her curiosity. "Could it be that we have a prominent figure from abroad coming to lecture us today?" Xing Lianchao shook his head. "I don't know. All I've heard is that their reputation is quite formidable, despite their lofty status. They have only agreed to teach once or twice a year." At this revelation, Wang Xuefan could no longer focus on the delicious braised delicacies in her bowl. "Just one class? What can we possibly learn from that? Honestly, it would be better if they didn't come at all. The Earth spins just fine without anyone. Why should we lower the stature of our esteemed physics department at Capital University to beg for their presence?" As she spoke, Wang Xuefan waved her arm in exasperation, as if the imposing lecturer were right before her. Beside him, Xing Lianchao gazed at Wang Xuefan's puffed cheeks, her sulky lips, and her arms glistening in the sunlight, causing his heart to flutter. Meanwhile, Wang Bo, who was voraciously devouring his food, dared not lift his head in fright. From the conversation, he discerned that the individuals spoken of were likely referring to him. How could these leaders have misconstrued his situation? It was merely due to pressing matters that he was unable to attend the extra class. Yet somehow, his image had been tarnished with labels of arrogance and pride in the students' discourse. With this realization, Wang Bo hastened his eating, yearning to leave the place swiftly. However, fate had other plans. The extroverted Guo had already taken note of him, though she appeared somewhat youthful. Anyone dining in the university town at this hour was likely a student from a prestigious Beijing university. Coupled with his well-fitted suit and polished hairstyle, despite his ordinary looks, he had indeed captured Guo attention. "Are you also from the physics department?" she inquired. At her words, Wang Bo felt as if he had been jolted awake. Instinctively straightening his posture, he initially thought to deny it, but reflecting on the class he was about to attend in the physics department, he reconsidered. Was he not indeed part of it? "I suppose so," he replied hesitantly. As for Wang Xuefan, she cast a glance at Wang Bo but quickly turned away. After all, at Beijing University, her admirers were plentiful. Although Wang Bo was well dressed, he failed to pique her interest. What a coincidence, we're also from the physics department. By the way, brother, you're rushing back for that impromptu class too, right? Honestly, our physics department has produced numerous talents for the nation. Yet I have never felt so subservient. If I ever encounter that teacher privately, I shall teach him a lesson on respect." Witnessing Xing Lianchao's fervent indignation, Wang Bo broke into a sweat and could only stammer in agreement. He promptly finished his meal and prepared to settle the bill and leave. Seeing this, perhaps wishing to impress his crush, Xing Lianchao waved his hand grandly. "You go ahead, brother. This meal is on me. We'll see each other in class shortly." Wang Bo nodded in gratitude and hastily made his exit. "Zhihua, do you fancy that guy from just now?" teased Wang Xuefan. At her playful remark, Guo cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily denied, "No way. I merely noticed that he might be from our department but seemed unfamiliar, so I thought to get acquainted." Meanwhile, Xing Lianchao was unfazed, clearly confident that the boy's appearance posed no threat to his standing in the eyes of the goddess. Subsequently, observing that the crowd had nearly finished their meals, he rose to prepare for the settlement. "Boss, added to that table," he stated. "A total of 601. Upon hearing this, Xing Lianchao nearly had his eyes pop out in disbelief. "Do not take me for a fool, including that individual. There are merely 4 servings of braised food, and it should not exceed 200 at most." The proprietor shot him a sideways glance. "Who said 4 servings?" That lad devoured 5, and those were enhanced with extra meat and bread. As he spoke, he gestured towards the corner. Following his gaze, Xing Lianchao beheld 5 empty bowls quietly stacked together. Recalling how that chap had hurriedly exited earlier, a chill wind swept past, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 103, A Staunch Opposition. Wang Bo's self-introduction unexpectedly gleaning the details of the lecture from several students. Wang Bo felt a sense of clarity settle within him. Upon entering the campus, he gazed upon the towering educational edifices and various uniquely designed structures. Without hesitation, he extracted his mobile phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Dean Sunday." On the other end, Dean Sun Changsheng of the physics department, initially taken aback, quickly recalled something and exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Is that you, Wang Bo?" Acknowledging, Wang Bo replied, "Indeed, it is I, Dean Sunday. Welcome, welcome." At that moment, Dean Sun, disregarding the ongoing meeting, began chatting with Wang Bo right in front of all the faculty and administrators. "You have no idea how much I had to bribe He Jianhua with cigarettes and liquor to secure your presence. I nearly emptied my old man's pockets." Wang Bo could only chuckle bitterly in response, listening to the cacophony on the other end. "If you have matters to attend to, please do not let me keep you. I arrived early and am merely exploring the campus. We are currently in a meeting discussing your involvement, and if you do not mind, you are welcome to come and listen." Hearing Dean Sun's words, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him. Truly, a nationally renowned scholar. He exhibited respect even towards a junior like Wang Bo. "Very well, Dean Sun, I shall graciously accept your invitation, as it would be a privilege to receive guidance from esteemed predecessors." Upon Wang Bo's agreement, Dean Sun promptly dispatched someone to fetch him. In the physics department building, on the third floor, the size of the conference room was modest. A semicircular conference table was surrounded by distinguished figures from the physics department. The least among them held the title of professor, while ordinary associate professors and lecturers lacked the qualifications to attend this gathering. However, the department head, Yan Shufeng, seated at the prominent position, wore a grim expression. A renowned professor personally sought out attendance. The dean took the initiative to invite him. It was rumored that even the president of the capital university had exerted considerable effort to assist. What a tremendous honor this is. Yet even so, the individual in question merely acquiesced with great reluctance, absurdly stipulating that he would only lecture once or twice a year. Is this a request for a teacher or an invitation for a lord? Having served at the university in the capital for many years, I have never witnessed the physics department so abjectly groveling. Even with a Nobel laureate in attendance, one would not expect to receive a warm reception here. There were also several elder professors, equally discontent, who, given their advanced years, hold moral character in high regard. With such an inflated sense of self-importance, one cannot expect exemplary character from an individual like this. Amidst the peculiar silence that enveloped the conference room, a sudden knock at the door interrupted. The staff member designated to greet the guest bowed respectfully outside, proclaiming, "Director, the guest has arrived." Upon hearing this, Sun Changsheng suppressed his inner excitement and tremulously responded, "Please, come in." The staff, adhering to the directive, hastily opened the door, gesturing for the guest to enter. "You may proceed." The next moment, Wang Bo strode into the conference room with remarkable confidence. Upon seeing him, every elder from the physics department widened their eyes in astonishment. Who is this? How can he be so youthful? He appears to be no older than 20. Not only the oblivious department leaders, but even Sun Changsheng, who was aware of Wang Bo's identity, was taken aback. Although he had seen him numerous times on television, the sight of him in person at such a young age was still hard to fathom. Youthfulness alone is inconsequential, but when paired with the three groundbreaking inventions he had previously unveiled, it was utterly beyond comprehension. Nevertheless, despite the shock, Sun Changsheng was the first to regain his composure and remarked, with a change of attire and hairstyle, "I scarcely recognized you." Wang Bo responded with a chuckle, for he was here to teach at the capital university and deemed it necessary to present himself well. Hearing this, Sun Changsheng felt a surge of joy. The young man's attitude indicated a genuine respect for the opportunity to teach at the capital university. Initially, he had harbored concerns that their desperate efforts to recruit him might lead to his displeasure, especially considering that teaching would seem a mere distraction compared to his previous technological achievements. Meanwhile, Yan Shufeng, standing nearby, could only smile through his frustration. Is it really such a remarkable feat to tidy oneself up for teaching at the highest institution of learning in Huagua? Shouldn't one present themselves with a bit more decorum? This professor and department head felt an increasing discontent towards the youth standing before him. Before Wang Bo had the chance to introduce himself, he was abruptly interrupted. "Dean Sun, I must firmly oppose the selection of this candidate." As Yan Shufeng's words echoed, several professors who had long harbored discontent towards Wang Bo joined in. "Indeed, I suggest we reconsider. It's not about undermining Dean Sun's authority, but this young lad is simply too inexperienced. Right? He seems too young even to be a student at our academy, let alone a teacher. A teaching position here is quite precious. I hope Dean Sun can deliberate carefully." I heard that Mr. He's son, Hiaoan, intends to develop his career domestically. I believe this position would suit him well. I concur. This young man has achieved notable accomplishments abroad, and remaining in the country, Beijing University would be his finest option. Listening to the animated discussion, Sun Chongqing shook his head with a wry smile. He was acutely aware of the underlying sentiments of these veteran educators. Setting aside the issue of age, the crux of the matter lay in their disdain for Wang Bo's perceived arrogance. Teaching merely twice a year is an unprecedented practice nationwide. If he were of Mr. He's caliber, it might be acceptable. However, for a youthful individual to propose such conditions was seen as an affront to Beijing University and the physics department. This was something the seasoned professors, who had dedicated their lives to the institution, could not tolerate. This decision would remain unchanged. But please trust me. Once this young man completes his introduction, you will understand my steadfast rationale. With that, he cast a knowing glance towards the daydreaming Wang Bo, realizing the cue. Wang Bo quickly gathered himself, stepped forward, and began his introduction. Greetings, esteemed professors, leaders, and seniors. It is a great honor to work alongside you all in the forthcoming period. My name is Wang Bo, a rather common name. I kindly ask for your guidance. Upon hearing this almost trivial introduction, several professors were incensed. What sort of jest is this? Is this truly your introduction? You ought to inquire outside about how one should present themselves in an interview. You lack even the most basic respect. This is a profound insult to our physics department. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes of fervent criticism directed at Wang Bo, the uproar began to subside. Just as everyone anticipated that Dean Sun would furiously expel this individual from the conference room. Given his renowned meticulousness in academic matters, Sun Chongqing remained silent, merely displaying a knowing smile. Those with quick wit sensed something amiss. Wang Bo? Why does that name sound so familiar? Chapter 104. The Confidence of Teacher Wang. A thrilling classroom, it suddenly struck me. The boy who invented the battle armor, the serum, and transformers must be named Wang Bo. Upon your mention, it does seem to be the case. Indeed. If it were not for Wang Bo, how could our principal, the dean, and elder he have jointly invited him? I was perplexed as to why Dean Sun would agree to such outrageous terms. However, if it is indeed Wang Bo, then it makes perfect sense. The individuals present are all astute. They had merely overlooked the matter in a moment of agitation. Now that they have come to their senses, although discussions continue, the voices of dissent have vanished. What a jest! That is Wang Bo we are talking about. Only a fool would oppose him. While the physics department may boast numerous professors and academicians, none have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Yet, this young lad, should he choose, could easily apply for 3 or 5 Nobel Prizes simultaneously. Had it not been for his relative lack of achievements in chemistry, they might even suspect that next year, aside from the Nobel Prize in literature, he would sweep the rest. Unbeknownst to them, after exchanging for Stark elements, Wang Bo has already filled this gap. Thus, there is a chance he may indeed grace the stage multiple times next year. I still disagree. As the opposition melted away, Yin Shufeng spoke in a solemn tone. At that moment, all eyes turned toward him. The professor seated beside him discreetly tugged at his sleeve. Previously, those within the room could dismiss the newcomer using their expertise, as they stood at the pinnacle of the physics community in China. However, the candidate in question is Wang Bo. If he is deemed unworthy, then they may as well retire to farming. Faced with the questioning gazes of the crowd, Yin Shufeng cleared his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no doubts regarding Comrade Wang Bo's professionalism. After all, his genius is evident to all. However, teaching differs significantly from research, with only a few classes each year. Even if Comrade Wang Bo is capable of teaching, the students may struggle to accept him. Upon hearing Yin Shufeng's words, the attendees nodded in agreement. Dean Sun's expression also revealed his concern. Were it possible for him to engage Wang Bo full-time, or even part-time, he would promptly grant him a professorship. Yet, he understood that such notions were unrealistic. To tether this young man to the physics department would be an immense loss for the entire nation. Director Yin, rest assured, since I, Wang Bo, have committed to teaching, I shall not take it lightly. Although I visit only once or twice a year, I am determined to ensure that these students achieve the highest accolades. Observing the unwavering confidence of Wang Bo, Sun Chongqing beside him was also swept up in the fervor. Very well, we old fellows shall eagerly await your splendid performance. Without soliciting anyone's opinion, Sun Chongqing extended his hand directly towards Wang Bo, proclaiming, "The Physics Institute of Capital University welcomes you." In response, Wang Bo solemnly shook hands with the dean. "It is my honor. Xuefan, what are you engrossed in?" As Xing Lianxiao approached, Wang Xuefan disdainfully shifted aside. Yet the unabashed Xing Lianchao remained unfazed. "Oh, Xuefan, you too are a fan of Teacher Wang." His loud voice instantly turned the heads of several classmates in the front row. "Wow, I didn't expect Teacher Wang to actually have female admirers." Hearing this teasing remark, Wang Xuefan's face flushed. "So what if I do? I am among the very first fans of Teacher Wang." Meanwhile, Guo Zhihua chimed in, "By the way, that Wang Bo is truly remarkable. He is only a few years younger than us, yet he has managed to create such astonishing inventions." Hearing this, Xing Lianchao nodded slightly in admiration, stating, "The professor who taught us previously mentioned it. With just a few of Wang Bo's inventions, within 50 years, Huaguo's comprehensive national strength might ascend to the pinnacle of the world." Surprised by this statement, Guo Zhihua exclaimed, "The teachers actually bestowed such high praise." It is well known that the professors at Capital University possess a level of credibility that far exceeds that of ordinary institutions. They stand at the forefront of the entire field of physics. Yet, this group has granted such commendation to a mere high school student. One can only imagine how extraordinary those inventions must be. Wang Xuefan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Of course, he is Teacher Wang. No matter how impossible a task may seem, he can accomplish it. As the discussion continued, more and more individuals joined in the chatter. After about 20 minutes, impatience began to set in. What is taking this new teacher so long to arrive? Truly, he has quite the reputation for being aloof, leaving us here in limbo, scoffed one student. Humph. If he doesn't show up, we might as well not attend. Self-study won't hinder our learning. With that, a few students grabbed their bags and prepared to exit. However, before they could reach the door, several sharp-eyed classmates spotted a group approaching from a distance. "They're coming. Look outside. Oh my, isn't that Dean's son? Could it be that the Dean is personally coming to substitute for us? No way. Dean's son is a genuine academician. If it is feasible to mentor graduate students, it seems improbable to do the same for undergraduates." As these words were spoken, Sun Changsheng had already approached, accompanied by a young man. Who could this individual be? Unknown. Yet he donned sunglasses, attempting to project an air of coolness. "Have you noticed how somewhat familiar this young man appears? Your remark makes it seem like I have encountered him before. Is he a new instructor? Unlikely. He seems far too youthful." Wang Xuefan and the others were equally perplexed. Upon entering the classroom, Sun Changsheng strode confidently to the front, surveyed the students, and then proclaimed, "Greetings, esteemed students. Due to age considerations, Professor Feng, who previously taught you the course on atomic physics, has honorably retired. However, at the compelling invitation of the school leadership, we have procured for you a renowned new teacher. Let us extend a warm round of applause." With that, Dean's son initiated the applause. Listening to their dean's introduction, the students' interest peaked. They were eager to discover who this esteemed individual was, to warrant such a formal introduction from Dean Sunday. "Now, please welcome your new teacher, Wang Bo, to the stage to greet you all." Immediately, Wang Bo stepped forward and removed his sunglasses. "Greetings, students of Beijing University." The instant his voice resonated, the entire classroom fell into a stunned silence. In the next moment, the class erupted into an uproar. "No way, it's Wang Bo, the real Wang Laoshi. Unbelievable. Our department has managed to invite this extraordinary figure. Wang Bo is indeed our new teacher. I could boast about this for a lifetime." In that moment, all impatience vanished, replaced by unparalleled excitement. Chapter 105, An Animated Atmosphere. Holographic Projection. Within the expansive lecture hall, the atmosphere ignited instantaneously. How could it be Wang Laoshi? Our department is truly remarkable to have brought him here. Goodness, I will have plenty to boast about when encountering those fellows from Hucking University. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Xing Lianchao was rendered speechless. Who would have imagined that the individual who devoured 5 large bowls of stew in a snack shop was none other than the world-renowned Wang Laoshi? Even more absurdly, Wang Bo had become his teacher. Under normal circumstances, he would have welcomed this with open arms. But what on earth was happening now? Just moments ago, he had spoken ill of the new teacher in front of Wang Laoshi at the restaurant. Now he was attending that very person's class. It was hard to believe that this was mere coincidence. Even Xing Lianchao found it difficult to accept. Beside her, Wang Xuefan clasped her small hands tightly. Her slightly chubby face flushed with excitement, rendering her utterly enchanting at that moment. She could scarcely believe that just a heartbeat ago, she had been daydreaming about her idol. And now, astonishingly, he was standing right before her. Even more remarkably, they had crossed paths once before in that quaint little restaurant. Goodness, it was Teacher Wang. At this instant, Guo Zhihua's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart brimming with astonishment. Alas, she lamented. How foolish she had been not to muster the courage to request his contact information back then. Perhaps this could have sparked a delightful student-teacher romance. However, The transformed teacher Wang was undeniably more dashing now. She had hardly recognized him during their previous encounter. Listening to the raucous atmosphere in the classroom, Yin Shufeng and the other seasoned professors who had joined him couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Those youngsters. When we, the elder statesmen, teach, you all appear so lackluster. Yet, with Wang Bo at the helm, you seem as invigorated as if you had been injected with adrenaline. How disrespectful to us. The venerable educators. After a brief moment of grumbling, Yin Shufeng peered through the small window of the classroom, including himself. All the professors remained skeptical about Wang Bo's teaching abilities. After all, scholarly brilliance and effective teaching are two entirely different realms. Few in attendance believed that Wang Bo could successfully convey the intricacies of atomic physics. Contrarily, the students from Peking University welcomed Wang Bo with open arms. Firstly, there was his undeniable expertise. Secondly, due to the age difference, they had previously been instructed by older professors. Though rich in content, those lectures tended to be rather dry. Young people, after all, are naturally drawn to the novel and intriguing. Observing the enthusiastic crowd, Wang Bo cleared his throat, striving to quell the cacophony within the classroom. As he began to speak, an immediate hush fell over the room. Meeting the captivated gaze of the Peking University students, Wang Bo stood undaunted. Dear students, although you may already be familiar with me, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Bo, hailing from Suchi in Beichuan Province. I am the inventor of small nuclear reactors, the Hongwang series battle armor, super serums, and transformers. These details can be found online. However, let me share something that isn't readily accessible. I am a male with a penchant for women, particularly those embodying the virtues of a devoted wife and mother, to whom I am utterly defenseless. If any of you know suitable candidates, I implore you to introduce me. The moment Wang Bo delivered his opening remarks, a wave of laughter erupted among the students. Goodness, though you are a teacher, you are merely a minor, are you not? The urgency with which you seek companionship leaves us, the singles, in a rather poignant situation. Observing the newly energized atmosphere, Wang Bo added, in my class, there are no stringent rules. I shall speak at my own pace. Please feel free to raise any questions at any time. The classroom was instantly invigorated by this sentiment. Outside, Director Yin cast a knowing glance at Wang Bo. This young fellow certainly has a knack for enlivening the atmosphere, far from the archetype of a bookworm solely engrossed in research. Before Wang Bo could commence his inaugural lesson, the enthusiastic audience eagerly raised their hands, clamoring for his attention. Me. Ask me, Teacher Wang. Just as Wang Bo pondered whom to address first, his gaze fell upon a group of students he had encountered earlier in a restaurant. If memory serves me right, it was Guozhihua among them. Upon hearing her name called by her idol, Guozhihua sprang to her feet, excitement radiating from her. Teacher Wang, why did you choose to teach at Jingda? In response, Wang Bo adopted a serious demeanor and replied, Jing University, as the pinnacle of higher education in Huaguo, has always been a source of my admiration. It is indeed an honor to serve here. However, he quickly shifted gears, capturing the students' interest. The truth of the matter is that my relentless pursuit of research had depleted my finances, and I was compelled to seek sustenance at Jingda. The candidness of his explanation caught the audience off guard, leading to an uproar of laughter. Goodness, Teacher Wang is quite audacious. No wonder he can confront the beautiful country so boldly. I can't take it anymore. This is hilarious. Meanwhile, seated in the audience, Sun Chongqing couldn't help but smile at Wang Bo's words. This young man certainly possesses a unique charm. Once Guozhihua settled back into her seat, numerous hands shot up, eager to continue the dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, Wang Bo interjected, I would love to engage further, but our esteemed leaders are present, and I must refrain from being too overt in my idleness. Hearing Wang Bo reference him, Sun Chongqing simply shook his head with a wry smile. Let us officially embark on our journey into atomic physics. With that, Wang Bo wasted no time and retrieved several palm-sized objects from his bag. Under the curious gaze of the students, he strategically placed these items around the classroom and asked a student near the door to turn off the lights. We may begin now, Jarvis. As the audience pondered whom Wang Bo was conversing with, the anticipation in the room grew palpable. A deep, resonant male mechanical voice reverberated. No problem, sir, the holographic projection is now activated. As Jarvis's voice faded, several small devices in the corner illuminated, emitting an ethereal blue glow. Instantly, an incredibly lifelike interface materialized in the air of the classroom. Unlike the mere hype surrounding previous companies' 3D technologies, what Wang Bo presented was the cutting-edge technology from the Marvel Universe. It was nearly impossible to discern reality from illusion unless one approached closely. Wow, is this 3D projection? It can be played like this? This is absolutely stunning. I vowed never to miss a single class with Teacher Wang from now on. Wang Xuefan and others were equally astounded by Wang Bo's display. Unlike the typical two-dimensional projections, this immersive 3D experience was simply unparalleled. At this moment, seated in the front row, Sun Changxing and a crowd of professors outside were equally taken aback. Although they were not specialists in this field, being present in such a setting afforded them some familiarity with 3D projection. Over recent years, many cinemas had exploited the 3D label to boost ticket sales. Yet anyone with discernment knew that such crude technology was far from the real deal. What constitutes true holographic projection? It is the kind of projection that makes you instinctively flinch from an oncoming car or prompts you to sit down on a projected chair without hesitation. Yet now, within this classroom, what seemed impossible had been realized. How could these seasoned individuals not be astounded? Just as the audience was still reeling from the astonishing technology, Teacher Wang's first lesson commenced. Students, as you well know, all matter in our universe is composed of atoms. Atoms can be viewed as the origin of everything. As he spoke, Wang Bo waved his hand, and the cosmic imagery in the air erupted into countless atoms, scattering throughout the space. The realism was so profound that even though everyone was aware of its virtual nature, they instinctively recoiled. With Jarvis's assistance, as Wang Bo elucidated, a myriad of visuals transitioned continuously, captivating the students of Peking University, who were experiencing this teaching mode for the first time. At 3:30, the bell rang punctually to signal the end of class. In the past, students' minds would have wandered off with the sound of the bell, but this time was different. No one was distracted, nor did anyone wish to leave. Outside, the group of professors had been standing for a full hour and a half. Now, all their energy was focused on the content presented by Wang Bo, completely oblivious to their physical fatigue. As the class dismissal signal echoed, Wang Bo, parched and relieved, glanced at the captivated students below, reflecting that perhaps his inaugural teaching experience was not a failure after all. All right, class, this concludes our session. I sincerely thank each of you for your attentive listening. Thank you. With that, Wang Bo bowed on stage. Silence enveloped the room. Observing the stillness, Wang Bo was drenched in sweat. With so much advanced knowledge swirling in his mind, he couldn't possibly have performed so poorly. Before he could even seek Sun Changxing's opinion, the esteemed figure in the realm of physics began to applaud vigorously. The sound echoed, and soon the students, jolted back to reality, joined in the applause. In an instant, the clapping resonated like thunder throughout the physics building. Thank you. Thank you all. Outside the classroom, a group of senior professors nodded in agreement. Yin Shufeng, who had previously opposed Wang Bo's appointment, was now entirely convinced. Jianhua was right. There truly is a distinction between ordinary individuals and geniuses. Otherwise, I could hardly explain this scene before me. A seasoned professor beside him nodded in agreement, stating, the content this young man presented today, with a bit of organization, could easily culminate in a top-tier article for the world's most prestigious journals. Inside the classroom, 3 to 4 minutes had elapsed since Wang Bo announced the end of the class, yet not a single student had vacated their seats. They applauded fervently, and some even whistled. Mr. Wang, you are incredible. Do it again. When is your next class? I will definitely be there, no matter what. Feeling somewhat bashful at such enthusiasm, Wang Bo replied, I still have my own experimental projects to attend to, so I likely won't be returning this semester. The students' faces fell at this news. Sun Changxing furrowed his brow slightly, aware that while Wang Bo's lecture was indeed remarkable, he had managed to cover less than 1/10 of the entire course content. It was unreasonable to expect the students to face their final exams with such scant knowledge. However, Wang Bo had already devised a solution. For the upcoming classes, my partner, Jarvis, will take over. As the conversation drew to a close, the projection in the air shifted, revealing the much-anticipated artificial intelligence, which greeted everyone. Wang Bo hastily approached the stage. Dean Sun, I will leave these projection devices in your capable hands. When the time comes, please have someone set them up for each class, and the students will be able to attend lessons. Observing Jarvis interacting with the students at the center of the classroom, Sun Changxing exhibited a flicker of hesitation. Will it truly work? After all, he had only heard about Wang Bo's invention of artificial intelligence, but had yet to experience it firsthand, leaving him with a lingering doubt. Rest assured, Dean Sun, I can guarantee that Jarvis will perform at least as well as I do. You are welcome to attend any session, should any issues arise. I will promptly set aside my work to address them personally. Having completed these arrangements, Wang Bo lifted his gaze, preparing to bid farewell to the students. Dear students, study diligently. Allow me to share a delightful secret. The top scorer in this course's final examination will receive a special reward. Upon hearing this, the students were invigorated. for it was clear that Mr. Wang's rewards would not be trivial. As the foremost admirer of Mr. Wang, Wang Xuefan silently vowed to secure the top position in the class. Upon arriving at the dean's office, Wang Bo promptly gulped down a large glass of water. "You lad, must you empty every drop of water in my office?" Sun Chongqing remarked. Wang Bo wiped his mouth and chuckled. "With your esteemed position, do you truly care for the cost of a couple of glasses of water?" Amused by the boy's playful banter, Sun Chongqing chose not to admonish him. "He Jianhua, that old fellow, has organized a gathering of distinguished graduates from our university. It is all to select someone for you. Here is the address." Receiving the note with care, Wang Bo pondered the extensive efforts made for what purpose was it all but to address the talent needs of the new future company. Observing the boy's eagerness, Sun Chongqing dismissed him. "Off you go. If your artificial intelligence fails to educate these students well, just wait and see how I will handle you." Wang Bo repeatedly assured him that it would not happen, and after bidding farewell to Dean's son, he prepared to leave. Just as he reached the office door, Sun Chongqing called him back. "Young man, you mentioned in class that perhaps in the near future, new atoms will be born. Was that merely a jest?" Wang Bo paused, then revealed a knowing smile. "Who knows, Dean's son? Perhaps some genius will discover an entirely new atom." Dismissing Wang Bo's whimsical remarks with a wave of his hand, Sun Chongqing continued on with his day. Wang Bo, displaying a keen sense of propriety, took his leave. As he observed the retreating figure of that young man, Sun Chongqing was plunged into deep contemplation. The advent of a novel element. Could it indeed be possible? It is worth noting that the discovery of Atom 118 a few years prior had sparked the pursuit of Atom 119. However, the ensuing atomic structures proved exceedingly intricate, their stability alarmingly poor. Countless scientists embarked on various explorations, yet all ultimately culminated in failure. Some renowned scientists even asserted that Atom 119 would not materialize within a century. Yet, this young man boldly proclaimed that a new atom would soon emerge. Was this merely fanciful talk, or did it carry deeper implications? Chapter 107, The Extraordinary Little Restaurant. A gathering of teachers and students. Upon exiting the office, Wang Bo, disregarding subtlety, summoned the bumblebee to the school gate. Amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he and his vehicle sped away with remarkable swiftness, heading directly to their destination. Upon arrival, Wang Bo, who had previously been in a hurry, was taken aback by the modest little restaurant that he had recommended, despite its small scale and less than ideal location. What was most astonishing was that this establishment bore no sign whatsoever. Nevertheless, its business thrived remarkably well. Although it was still early for dinner, every seat was already occupied. The sounds of animated conversations from all corners of the world and the clinking of glasses filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Wang Bo intercepted a server in the hall, provided the room number, and was promptly guided to the back. The private room was situated in the courtyard. As Wang Bo stepped into the courtyard, he was captivated by the scene before him. In stark contrast to the bustling hall, the inner courtyard exuded an unparalleled tranquility. Such a profound effect, achieved merely by a wall's separation, indicated that the restaurant's proprietor had invested considerable thought into its design. Although winter had passed, the temperature still lingered below freezing. Yet in this open-air courtyard, he felt no chill. Rather, he was intrigued to find several lush subtropical plants standing majestically at the center of the garden. Impressed, Wang Bo expressed his admiration. Noticing the customer's fascination with the surroundings, the server explained, "Sir, this is our restaurant's inner courtyard, designed for the convenience of our esteemed guests to conduct discussions. Although it appears to be open air, it is, in fact, covered with a highly transparent insulating layer. Otherwise, these southern plants could not possibly survive." Nodding in understanding, Wang Bo grasped the origin of this remarkable feature. While he spoke little, the server continued to elaborate on the extraordinary aspects of the courtyard as they made their way through. This calligraphy piece was brought back by our proprietress 2 years ago, reputedly the work of a renowned master from the Song dynasty. The other piece was a gift from a prominent businessman from the south to our proprietress. Listening to the introduction from the attendant, Wang Bo felt a sense of unease. The extravagant display in the backyard could be constructed with financial means, but the exquisite calligraphy and paintings in this corridor could not simply be acquired through wealth alone. Without certain connections and a respectable background, such rare treasures would remain out of reach. Wang Bo's interest in the proprietress mentioned by the attendant grew increasingly profound. At the far end of the corridor lay Box 003, reserved by Elder He. This was the reason behind the attendant's utmost respect towards Wang Bo. It is well known that anyone permitted to enter the inner courtyard holds a significant status. and only a handful in the entire city could secure a reservation for a prestigious box under their own proprietress. At such a young age, stepping into a box of this caliber, the attendant could easily deduce that the young man before him possessed an extraordinary background. As he watched the attendant bow and retreat, Wang Bo wasted no time and pushed open the door to the box. To his surprise, the decor within was remarkably simple, a large round table accompanied by several business tables for discussions. Upon his entrance, the room was already populated. Yet perhaps due to Elder He's absence, no one dared to approach the round table and take a seat. Instead, small groups huddled at the business tables engaged in conversation. Casting an appraising glance at Elder He's students, all of whom exuded vitality and enthusiasm, Wang Bo nodded with satisfaction. After all, barring any unforeseen circumstances, these individuals were poised to become the principal leadership of the new future company. While Wang Bo assessed them, they too were scrutinizing him. Elder He had been retired for nearly a decade. Although he retained the title of honorary professor, he had not taken on any students since. This meant that his youngest student would be in their 20s, yet the young man before them appeared to be no more than 20. Evidently not one of Elder He's students. "Little fellow, have you perhaps wandered into the wrong room?" one remarked. "Indeed, this is a gathering of teacher and students. Our esteemed instructor does not have students as young as you." Another added, "Excuse me, attendant, but we aren't ready for our orders yet." Noticing their confusion, Wang Bo comprehended that Elder He had yet to inform them of the purpose of this gathering. Otherwise, given his current prominence, they would not fail to recognize him. Just as he was about to introduce himself, a different voice emerged from the crowd. "It seems that Yi Weiao has been managing this establishment increasingly poorly." This young attendant not only failed to wear a proper uniform, but also dared to intrude into the box without knocking. Such a display of poor upbringing. The crowd present furrowed their brows at these words, seemingly displeased, yet they refrained from voicing their thoughts, as if they were wary of something. Wang Bo, who had been in good spirits moments before, felt his countenance darken upon hearing the man's remarks. Those familiar with him understood that his greatest vulnerability lay in his family. The audacity of this ill-mannered middle-aged man to openly insult him was tantamount to a slander against his parents and Uncle Huang and his wife. How could he possibly endure this? Just as Wang Bo was about to unleash his fury, a woman in her 30s interjected, "Senior Su. This young man may simply be new to his position. There is no need to be so harsh." Su Gang let out a cold snort in response. With his stature, it was truly unnecessary to stoop to the level of a mere waiter. Fortunately, the intervention of this kind lady gradually dissipated the fury in Wang Bo's eyes. Thanks to this interruption, Wang Bo was no longer in a hurry to reveal his true identity. Instead, he was keen to observe the character of these individuals. After all, upon joining the new future company, Wang Bo sought not only capability, but also integrity. "My apologies, young man. It seems everything is settled here, and you may return to your duties," he said, glancing at the amiable lady. An idea struck Wang Bo. "Actually, senior, I'm also a student of Elder He." He then produced the address given to him by Elder He, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to He Jianhua. "Oh, this truly is the teacher's handwriting," exclaimed one of the onlookers. "Goodness, when did our teacher take on such a young mentee? Indeed, the teacher has kept this under wraps so well, we had no inkling at all. Clearly, he considers us outsiders. When he arrives, we must treat him to a drink." As Wang Bo observed the enthusiastic crowd, he feigned shyness, scratching his head. Upon learning of Wang Bo's identity, the earlier kind lady warmly guided him to a sofa. After exchanging a few words, Wang Bo discovered that this amiable woman was named Li Shui. When introducing himself, he confidently reverted to the alias he had used upon entering the 9th middle school, Yang Wan. "From now on we shall call you Xiao Wan. Please do not take offense at the earlier incident. Senior Su merely misdirected his frustration towards you without any ill intent." Listening to the chatter of his seniors, Wang Bo's interest was piqued. Chapter 108, Emotional Matters. Discontent with Elder He. Misdirected frustration? Li Shui whispered, glancing at Su Gang in the distance. "You still remember that Yi Yao he mentioned, right?" Observing the cautious demeanor of his senior colleagues, Wang Bo feigned innocence and nodded. Strictly speaking, she was indeed a student of the esteemed He Lao, and simultaneously, the proprietor of this establishment. Wang Bo gazed in astonishment, realizing that the proprietress he had previously found intriguing had now transformed into his senior. "Li Jia, why hasn't our senior Yi Weiao attended the student-teacher meeting?" Upon hearing this, Li Shui seemed to recall some unpleasant matter. "You might want to direct that question to He Lao. It is not for us to address." Given Li Shui's evident discomfort with the topic, Wang Bo chose not to press further. "Then, Li Jia, is there any animosity between Senior Su Gang and Senior Yi?" he inquired. Listening to Wang Bo's question, Li Shui did not shy away from answering. It is merely a matter of romantic entanglements. You see, our senior Yi was the belle of Peking University. I still recall during the orientation, she was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Senior Su Gang was no exception. I heard it was Su who encouraged Yi Weiyao to pursue her graduate studies under our teacher He. However, this junior sister of ours has exceptionally high standards. Despite Su Gang's commendable qualities, she still deemed him unworthy, leading to an inevitable and unsatisfactory conclusion. As Li Shui elucidated, Wang Bo began to grasp the situation. Was it a case of love turning to hate? He regarded Su Gang with a touch of sympathy. Yet, despite the circumstances that might justify his actions, it was still no excuse to insult his kin. At that moment, Su Gang felt considerable displeasure towards the new junior. Although he had initially mistaken the identity of the young lad, it was somewhat understandable given the youthfulness. Who would naturally associate someone so young with being a student of Hilao? After the misunderstanding, as the youngest junior, one ought to have approached with a cup of tea, clarified the miscommunication, and respectfully offered a gesture of goodwill to his senior. Was it not a simple matter to resolve? Yet, the young fellow showed no inclination to engage with him, instead opting to converse with other seniors. In Su Gang's eyes, this was a blatant disregard for his authority. Before he could voice his discontent, the door to the private room swung open. He Jianhua, having just concluded his lab work, arrived just in time. Everyone is here? Upon his arrival, everyone immediately rose to their feet. Even the previously arrogant Su Gang adopted a respectful demeanor. Good day, teacher He. The group greeted in unison. He Jianhua waved his hand dismissively, saying, enough with the formalities. We are not children anymore. Please, take your seats. Despite his words, none of them moved from their places. However, Elder He did not hesitate. If he did not take his seat, his group of students would undoubtedly remain standing. Approaching the main seat, Elder He sat down without reserve. Upon seeing his teacher take a seat, Su Gang also took a step forward, intending to sit beside him. After all, during previous gatherings, as the elder brother, he had always occupied the position of honor. Yet today, the situation was somewhat different. Come here. Today you shall accompany this old man for a drink, he said, patting the seat that rightfully belonged to Su Gang. With that single remark, the elder brother, who was just about to step forward, froze in place. The onlookers were equally astonished. It is worth noting that although elder he was ostensibly their teacher, he had always maintained an impartial approach to his students, never showing favoritism. Yet today, he had unexpectedly invited this junior disciple to sit beside him. Who exactly was this junior named Yongwen? Seeing this, Wang Bo was also unreserved. If it were anyone else's seat, he might have hesitated. But Su Gang's seat? Huh. Under the watchful gaze of the elder brother, Wang Bo leisurely sauntered past him and plopped down in that very spot. Elder He, I must say, this seat you have chosen for me is indeed comfortable, he remarked, adjusting his position with a rather smug expression on his face. Su Gang, witnessing this, felt the veins on his forehead throb ominously. Once everyone had taken their seats, this unconventional gathering of teachers and students officially commenced. As various dishes and drinks were continuously served, the initially reserved crowd began to engage in animated discussions about their circumstances. Meanwhile, Elder He was approached by students who came to offer him toasts. Observing the fearless demeanor of He Jianhua, Wang Bo was instantly struck with awe. Goodness! The old gentleman's capacity for liquor was no mere boast. Even after consuming the super serum, Wang Bo doubted he could outdrink this octogenarian. While accompanying everyone in their revelry, the astute elder He discerned that this lad was intentionally concealing his identity from the others, seemingly wishing to conduct an informal visit among his students. Thus, he refrained from mentioning Wang Bo's name during their conversation. After several rounds of drinks and an array of dishes, Wang Bo finally grasped the temperaments of those present. The majority exhibited commendable character, as one would expect from students of Elder He. However, there were a few, like Su Gang, who were notably domineering and envious. Such individuals, regardless of their talents, would not find a place in the new future company. As the crowd had nearly finished their meal, Elder He also spoke up, intending to delve into the topic of the day. You must be quite curious as to why this year's student-teacher meeting commenced so early. Listening to the teacher's words, everyone set down their chopsticks. In truth, it was all for this young man. This junior brother of yours intends to establish an energy company. If it aligns with your aspirations, you might consider joining him. Upon hearing this, the gazes directed at Wang Bo were tinged with astonishment. An energy company? Goodness, is that not an industry dominated by state-owned enterprises? Setting aside the exorbitant costs associated with such an endeavor, the approval process itself presents a significant hurdle. Yet, from Elder He's words, It appears this young man has actually embarked on this venture. This revelation only deepened their curiosity about this enigmatic junior brother. After the initial shock, an uncomfortable feeling settled within them. Was their teacher showing excessive favoritism? As graduates of prestigious Beijing University and Prot.GS of Elder He, they were all employed in internationally renowned corporations. Among them, the most successful senior brother, Su Gang, held the esteemed position of president at a top-tier energy multinational. Yet now, Elder He was suggesting they abandon those coveted jobs to assist this junior brother in founding an unreliable energy company? It felt as though their futures and livelihoods were being treated as a mere jest. Observing the silence that enveloped the group, He Jianhua understood their unspoken thoughts. However, unlike his students, his current status afforded him access to information beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. For instance, the colossal entity 2,000 meters deep in the South China Sea, or the impending project set to launch in the East China Sea. It was this knowledge that compelled him to eagerly introduce his students to Wang Bo's nascent company. In its early stages, the demand for talent was still considerable. If this period were to pass, and the company ascended into the ranks of the world's top 100, or even the top 10, it would become increasingly challenging for his students to join. Chapter 109. The Enchanting Proprietress. A stealthy endeavor at this moment, Su Gang, who had long harbored discontent towards Wang Bo, observed the silent crowd and seized the opportunity to voice his concerns. Teacher, it is not that the students wish to undermine your authority. Rather, we have elder family members to care for and young ones depending on us. If we were to resign and indulge in this folly alongside our junior brother, who would provide for our families? Upon hearing Su Gang's remarks, the others at the table nodded in agreement, expressing their concurrence. As students, they naturally dared not direct their grievances towards Elder He. Thus, the youngest junior brother became the target of their collective frustration. In that moment, the gazes cast upon him turned decidedly unfriendly. A flicker of smugness passed through Su Gang's eyes as he achieved his objective, having ascended to the position of president within a Fortune 500 energy company. This senior brother exhibited an exceptional mastery over human emotions, effortlessly shifting all blame onto his junior. One could imagine that the young man, now flustered, would learn a valuable lesson in respecting his teachers and the principles of his discipline. Observing himself cast as the villain of the gathering, while witnessing Su Gang's hypocritical demeanor, a glint of cold determination flashed in Wang Bo's eyes. This was the second time this so-called senior brother had brazenly thrust a dagger into his back. Raising his gaze to Elder He, who occupied the main seat, Wang Bo refrained from unleashing his frustrations. There was no need to spoil the teacher-student meeting before the elder. There would be future opportunities to confront Su Gang. With a slight shrug, Wang Bo stood up, realizing that he had gleaned enough information and thus saw no reason to conceal his identity any longer. If they sought tranquility, he would grant them that. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in contemporary Huagua, his name alone served as the greatest assurance. However, before he could rise to reveal his identity, the door to the private room swung open. A young woman entered, adorned in a rose-red chi-pao reminiscent of the Republic era, the slit reaching mid-calf, perfectly accentuating her silhouette. Her legs, akin to works of art, tantalizingly stirred the hearts of all present. With a waist that was both alluring and delicate, complemented by a plush outer garment, she embodied sensuality without appearing vulgar. The moment this enchanting figure entered the room, she captivated everyone's attention, particularly Su Gang, whose eyes shimmered with obsession. Disregarding the gazes of those around her, the woman gracefully approached Elder He and poured herself a glass of wine. Teacher, this is your student Yi Yao, toasting to you, she said, and without waiting for a reaction, she downed the drink in one swift motion. Witnessing this, He Jianhua fell into a moment of silence, but after a pause, he lifted his glass and drank. Meanwhile, Wang Bo scrutinized this mysterious senior sister of his. Having gained fame, he believed he had encountered many beautiful women, such as Wang Shuafan and Guo Zhirao, who were undoubtedly stunning and rivaled even the most popular actresses. Yet, in comparison to the woman before him, they seemed utterly ordinary. This senior sister possessed an ethereal beauty that Wang Bo had never witnessed in anyone throughout his nearly 20 years of life. At that moment, Su Gang gazed upon his dream goddess, his heart stirred with emotions that had long since dispelled any lingering resentment. If at this moment Yi Weiyao were to cast a glance at him, this senior brother would undoubtedly rush over like a pug, eager to offer his warm greetings. However, in reality, Yi Weiyao would not spare him even a modicum of her attention. After toasting, the young proprietress did not linger any longer. Master, esteemed seniors, I shall take my leave now. Please enjoy your meal. Do not hesitate to call upon me should you require anything. With that, She bowed gracefully to Elder He and turned away with remarkable poise. Just before her departure, Yi Weiyao curiously glanced at Wang Bo. Since Elder He's retirement, she had encountered all her fellow disciples, yet this young lad was a stranger to her. Could he possibly be a closed-door disciple of her master? As Yi Weiyao disregarded him entirely, Su Gang felt veins pulse on his forehead. Were it not for the presence of the master, he would have certainly seized Yi Weiyao's hand to demand an explanation of her intentions. With the departure of senior sister Wang Bo, an air of silence enveloped the private room, particularly Elder He, whose mood visibly darkened. After downing a couple of drinks, he turned to Wang Bo and said, "Young one, you may convey matters to them. I shall take my leave." Observing this, Wang Bo promptly rose to assist Elder He, and everyone else stood as well. "Very well. Let this lad see me off. My driver is waiting outside. You need not worry. Continue your meal," he declared, and the two exited the private room. Once outside the restaurant, Elder He suddenly grasped Wang Bo's hand and said, "Young man, you might want to consider that girl, Yi Weiyao. Although she is not involved in research, her management skills are unparalleled. In just a few years since graduating from Capital University, she has transformed from having nothing to amassing billions." Wang Bo was taken aback. It was indeed no small feat for a young woman to achieve such success. "This girl needs a larger stage, and your new company is the perfect opportunity for her. Just do me a favor and take her on." Wang Bo was somewhat astonished by Elder He's almost pleading tone. What was the nature of the relationship between Yi Weiyao and this venerable elder that would prompt him, who seldom asks for favors, to speak in such a manner? "Rest assured, Elder He, if you request it, I shall comply. Not only is this senior sister remarkable, but even if she were not, for your sake, I would certainly accept her." Hearing the banter from this cheeky lad, Elder He's spirits lifted considerably. As he watched Elder He depart, Wang Bo turned back to re-enter the restaurant. However, he did not hurry back to the private room. Instead, he inquired with the waiter about the location of the proprietress's office. The waitstaff at the restaurant had evidently been asked this question countless times before. With remarkable expertise, one of them retorted, "Mind your own business and stop seeking trouble," before promptly returning to their duties. Faced with the lack of answers, Wang Bo had no choice but to resort to a less conventional method. "Jarvis, assist me in scanning this building to locate Sister Yi," he commanded. As his words fell, a peculiar red glow emanated from his wristwatch. Jarvis's voice soon followed. "Sir, I have detected a life form matching the vital characteristics of Ms. Yi Weiyao, situated in a room on the southwest corner of the 3rd floor." Without hesitation, Wang Bo silently made his way outside the restaurant, using the uneven walls as leverage to ascend. Chapter 110, The Other Side of Sister. An ambiguous scene at this moment. Yi Weiyao, having just entered her office, exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite the somewhat delicate nature of her relationship with her mentor for various reasons, seeing him still full of vitality put her at ease. The office was lavishly decorated, with the most striking feature being the central pristine white carpet. She gently unfastened her shoe buckles, playfully sending her expensive high heels flying. Her bare feet pressed against the soft carpet as she briskly approached a locked cabinet. Upon opening the cabinet, she was greeted not by confidential documents or vast sums of cash, but rather a trove of snacks. Gathering a generous handful of various treats, Yi Weiyao contentedly spread them across the entire carpet. After much deliberation, she finally selected a package, indulging with the delight of a young girl. Despite her reputation as a formidable woman, outside the restaurant, Wang Bo was scaling the wall with the agility of a monkey. Had it not been for the secluded location and dim evening light, he would hardly dare engage in such antics in plain sight. He had no desire to find himself trending again. At that moment, he felt a tinge of discontent. The disdainful glances from the waitstaff and patrons in the hall still lingered in his mind. Though no one spoke it outright, their expressions conveyed the message. With someone like you, do you really think you can pursue the proprietress? Dream on. This was utterly intolerable. Wang Bo harbored a deep-seated aversion to two things: when people used his family against him, and when others looked down upon his handsome visage. This was nothing short of blatant jealousy. Were it not for Mr. He's request, he would have turned on his heel and walked away, unwilling to suffer such indignity. However, for the sake of the future development of the new company, he could endure this slight. Yet all this compromise is for the sake of the company, for the nation, and certainly not for any alluring senior sister. Indeed, as these thoughts crossed his mind, he was almost moved by his own selflessness. This must be the place. In the next moment, Wang Bo directly climbed onto the windowsill and flipped into the room. However, when he steadied himself and beheld the scene within, his eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The previously graceful and aloof proprietress was now sprawled on the carpet like a neighborly little sister, swinging her feet and munching on snacks. Yi Yuyao also seemed taken aback, not expecting anyone to intrude while she opened the window for fresh air. After all, this was the third floor. The next second, realizing the situation, the proprietress made a scream. Startled, Wang Bo sprang into action. What a joke. If the onlookers caught him in the act, his lifelong reputation would be ruined. He had already imagined the headline for tomorrow's trending news. Renowned young scientist Wang Bo caught scaling walls at night. Is it a distortion of humanity or a moral decline? In a flash, he stepped forward and covered Yi Yuyao's mouth with his hand. Shoo, calm down, senior sister. Take a good look, it's me. After all, Yi Yuyao was seasoned in the business world, and her strong mental fortitude allowed her to regain composure upon hearing his address. She signaled for Wang Bo to let go. Seeing her recognition, Wang Bo felt a wave of relief wash over him and released his grip. After a brief moment of calm, the slightly ambiguous atmosphere in the room made both parties feel somewhat awkward. Moments later, Yi Yuyao resumed her authoritative demeanor, her expression tinged with annoyance as she inquired. You're my junior, right? I'm quite curious about what could possibly compel you to risk your life climbing in through a third-floor window. Upon hearing the veiled reprimand in his senior sister's words, Wang Bo could only manage a wry smile, acknowledging that his actions had indeed been rather abrupt. I sincerely apologize. Senior sister, there are reasons for my intrusion. Teacher, he insisted that I come find you, but the staff downstairs clearly are unaware of our relationship. Left with no other choice, I resorted to this drastic measure. Hearing that it was a matter concerning He Jianhua, Yi Yuyao disregarded her irritation and urged Wang Bo to continue. The situation is this. I plan to establish an energy company. As a newcomer, I possess the technology and funding but lack the acumen for management. Hence, teacher, he recommended your remarkable talents to me. You should know how highly he regards you. I nearly developed calluses in my ears from his praises. Listening to Wang Bo's rambling, Yi Yuyao began to grasp the situation at hand. Though bizarre, she did not believe that Wang Bo was lying under the pretense of He Lao's name. After all, a single phone call could unravel the ruse, rendering it unnecessary. Moreover, He Lao must be well aware of her current circumstances. The numerous companies under her name could yield an annual income in the 8 figures. Nevertheless, He Lao's insinuation still urged her to join this so-called energy company, the implications of which were intriguing. However, before she could ponder further, a cacophony of voices from outside interrupted her thoughts. In the next moment, the door to her office was forcefully thrust open. Su Gang, who had barged in, was taken aback by the scene before him. Earlier, in the private room, Yi Yuyao's appearance had stirred the feelings of this senior brother once more. Fueled by alcohol, Su Gang had ascended to the 3rd floor, intending to confess his feelings once again. Yet, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. The disciple named Yangwen was seated on the carpet alongside his dream goddess, Yi Weiyao, who had even removed her shoes. Had he arrived just a moment later, would there have been more discarded garments? In an instant, humiliation and a torrent of negative emotions surged through Su Gang's mind, obliterating his rationality. Scoundrels! He screamed. The two, who had just risen, felt their expressions darken at Su Gang's outburst. Before Wang Bo could react, Yi Weiyao coldly interjected, Su Gang, I respect you as a senior brother, but do not overstep your bounds. This is my office, and I ask that you leave immediately. As she spoke, a number of waitstaff rushed up from downstairs. Sister Yi Weiyao, didn't I mention that no one is allowed on the 3rd floor without my permission? Is everyone ready to forfeit their jobs? Witnessing their boss rarely lose her temper left the staff trembling in fear. The head waiter, mustering courage, stepped forward to explain, I apologize, Sister Yi Weiyao. This person claims to be your senior brother, and we let our guard down. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured to several male waiters, who promptly understood and escorted the drunken man downstairs. As Su Gang was carried down, he began to regain his composure amidst the swaying. The recollection of the earlier scene ignited an endless fury within him. At this moment, a singular thought consumed him: to take revenge on this pair of scoundrels. Chapter 111. Su Gang's Drunken Rampage. Just a touch. Before the two could continue their serious discussion, the head waiter returned. Sister Yi Weiyao, you should go down and check. Your senior brother is causing a scene in the lobby. Observing the breathless waiter, Yi Weiyao felt a foreboding surge within her. The moment they ascended to the 2nd floor, the intolerable vitriol of Su Gang reached her ears. Yi Weiyao, you wretched creature. My affection for you was a privilege. Yet, you shamelessly took a paramour barely in his teens. Truly, you are devoid of any sense of shame. Although Yi Weiyao maintained a calm demeanor, the slight tremor of her hands betrayed the turmoil within her. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and call the police. Upon hearing the landlady's command, her subordinates wasted no time and rushed to make the call. Wait. Wang Bo stepped forward, obstructing the departing waiter. Sister, even if we call the police now, it will take at least 20 minutes for them to arrive. I am indifferent to the time, but the damage to your reputation would be immense. Allow me to handle this matter. You? The landlady revealed a hint of skepticism. To be honest, Yi Weiyao had encountered countless storms in her life, and she had an arsenal of strategies to deal with such scoundrels. However, today was different. The drunken fool downstairs was her nominal senior. She feared that employing her usual tactics against Su Gang might tarnish the reputation and dignity of the elder involved. Remember, do not resort to violence. In a public space, it is our teacher's face that would be at stake. Wang Bo chuckled and nodded. Sister, if I resolve this predicament, you must consider my position as the company president. Without waiting for Yi Weiyao to protest, he descended the stairs. At that moment, the first-floor hall had gathered a considerable audience of diners. Even those seniors who had previously occupied the private room were present, urging the senior brother to return. Senior brother, please cease this commotion. It reflects poorly on our teacher. Indeed, senior brother, whatever the issue, must we not discuss it privately among ourselves? Why make it public and bring shame upon our teacher? Normally, Su Gang would not have acted in such a manner, but under the influence of alcohol, compounded by the earlier scene upstairs, he cared little for decorum. Get out of my way. It is not I who has brought disgrace upon our teacher. It is that couple upstairs. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Couple? What nonsense. Even if there were a matter, what of it? It is natural for men and women to seek companionship. Your antics here, devoid of reason, have led to misunderstandings among the uninformed onlookers. It is truly astonishing that the seemingly aloof proprietress possesses such a side. Who could resist the charm of a robust young lad in his teens? Had I known earlier, I would have boldly stepped forward. My skills are not inferior to that brash youth. The audience, overhearing the crude remarks, erupted into laughter. If I were in your position, I would prudently keep my mouth shut. A chilling voice echoed from behind, prompting the crowd to turn and behold a young man, approximately 20 years of age. The previously brash diner, known for his fiery temper, felt the sting of embarrassment under such a public reprimand. You little rascal. Do you believe I won tea? Just as he was about to retaliate, he met the icy gaze of the newcomer, instantly dousing his fury as if cold water had been splashed upon him. With super serum coursing through his veins and having faced assassins and agents, Wang Bo was no longer the ordinary high school student he once was. It is no exaggeration to say that a mere glance exchanged with an ordinary person now instilled a sense of dread, causing their legs to tremble. Observing the silent crowd, Wang Bo strode purposefully towards Su Gang, who stood at the center of the throng. As he approached, people instinctively parted to clear a path. Brother, you've had too much to drink. Let us return to our private room to continue this banter, Wang Bo stated, placing his hand on Su Gang's shoulder. Just as Su Gang was about to deliver a retort, an excruciating pain in his chest jolted him back to reality. How could this be? Yang Wen merely rested his palm here, yet it felt as though a colossal boulder was pressing down upon him. As Su Gang attempted to break free, his gaze inadvertently locked with Wang Bo's. In that moment, he was struck by the chilling detachment in those eyes, and an illusion took root in his mind. He was not facing a mere teenager, but rather a towering cliff or a ferocious beast poised to pounce. Witnessing Su Gang's paralysis, Wang Bo wasted no time, directly pulling him towards the private room. Observing this scene, the older students were taken aback. They had just spent considerable time trying to persuade Su Gang, yet this young junior had managed to coax him into compliance with just a few words. As the crowd dispersed, having lost interest in the spectacle, they returned to the private room, where Yi Weiyao, one of the event's central figures, was already seated. Upon seeing his idol within the room, Su Gang's emotions surged forth instantaneously. With a sudden motion, he shook off Wang Bo's hand and stepped forward, saying, Yu Yao, I apologize for my earlier outburst, but my feelings for you are genuine. Observing the indifferent expression of Yu Yao, Su Gang, filled with anger and confusion, redirected his ire towards Wang Bo. What does this impoverished fellow have to offer? I am the president of the globally renowned Mica Energy Corporation, capable of providing you with everything you desire. What can this foolish boy possibly give you? Upon hearing this, the seniors in the private room displayed signs of apprehension. Mica Corporation, undoubtedly a leader in the energy sector. While a few state-owned enterprises in Huagua may rank above Mica, in terms of true influence, they pale in comparison. Should this company choose to do so, many nations could find themselves in a dire energy crisis. As the president, Su Gang's status has naturally soared. It is not an exaggeration to assert that offending him could jeopardize the livelihoods of everyone present. As he watched Su Gang insult his master, Wang Bo's last vestiges of patience evaporated. Before Yu Yao could speak, he dug into his ear and retorted, "Is Maika energy truly formidable? As it happens, I am also planning to establish an energy company. If President Su wouldn't mind, perhaps you could offer some guidance." Su Gang, taken aback by Wang Bo's audacity, soon regained his composure and turned to Yu Yao with a smug expression. "Do you see this, Yu Yao? This illustrates my current position and status. Even when I berate this boy, he can only grovel and seek my favor. A woman as exceptional as you would never choose someone so spineless. Only a high-quality man like me is worthy of you. Fool, I merely suggested that our two companies could engage with one another." Wang Bo interrupted, his tone unrestrained. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What on earth? A fledgling energy company daring to openly challenge Maika Corporation? This was not merely a case of an ant trying to stop a chariot. It was akin to a mere insect attempting to halt a tank. Such a display of hubris was utterly ludicrous. It was evident that this was not a venture aimed at profit. One could practically announce the imminent bankruptcy of this so-called new future company. Meanwhile, Yu Yao observed Wang Bo's perplexing behavior with a mix of astonishment and intrigue. However, she refrained from expressing doubt. She trusted that her teacher's chosen disciple possessed far more substance than this. Chapter 112. The Revelation of Identity. The senior sister's involvement at that moment, Su Gang, listening to Wang Bo's extravagant claims, nearly laughed his teeth out. "Engage? Who do you think you are? What do you have to compete with me, with the Maiha company? What qualifications do you possess to be my rival? Your insignificant little company wouldn't even require my intervention. Any subsidiary under the Maiha banner could easily crush you." Observing Su Gang's arrogant demeanor, Wang Bo maintained a dispassionate facade and no longer concealed his identity. "I wonder if the name Wang Bo is sufficient to establish my credentials." Compared to Su Gang's incessant clamoring, this statement appeared remarkably understated. Yet, the name Wang Bo resonated sharply in the ears of all present. Within the confines of the private room, even the previously overbearing Su Gang fell silent. Although he had been working abroad, it did not imply ignorance of domestic affairs. Wang Bo, he is a figure standing at the pinnacle of the technological research and development realm. Background and wealth are mere trifles. That young man alone could incite a frenzy of competition among numerous factions. Despite the current strained relations between Wang Bo and the world's leading nation, the beautiful country, should he merely hint at a desire to join them, the government would undoubtedly roll out the red carpet to welcome him as an immigrant. If he aspired to the presidency of the beautiful country, the true power brokers would certainly entertain the notion. After all, in comparison to global domination, what could these ambitions possibly amount to? Just before Su Gang's return to the country, the Maiha Company's board had repeatedly emphasized the necessity of extending a gesture of goodwill to that young man. As for enticing Wang Bo to join their ranks, the board members scarcely dared to entertain such thoughts. Although the Maiha Company holds a significant position in the energy sector, vying for talent against colossal entities like the beautiful country's government or Huawei's government would be nothing short of delusional. They possessed enough self-awareness to understand this. And at this critical juncture, this young man dared to mention Wang Bo? What could possibly connect these two? The senior disciples were different through domestic live broadcasts. They had seen Wang Bo's visage countless times. Initially, due to his hairstyle and attire, they had not made the connection. However, once their junior brother mentioned it, realization dawned upon them instantly. My goodness, this junior brother is actually Wang Bo. This is simply astonishing. Our teacher has taken Wang Bo under his wing. This is truly remarkable. Witnessing the atmosphere in the private room erupt, Yu Yao, with her cherry-red lips slightly parted, understood why her junior brother could enter through a window on the third floor. For an ordinary person, that would be exceedingly perilous, but for the renowned Wang Bo, such a feat was hardly surprising. At that moment, Su Gang's eyes widened in disbelief, frozen in place. He wished fervently that the scene before him was merely a figment of his intoxicated imagination. Unfortunately, the moment he recognized the person in front of him as Wang Bo, the effects of the alcohol dissipated entirely, leaving only an overwhelming sense of dread. Apologies, junior brother, he stammered. I must confess, I indulged a bit too much today and spoke some nonsense. Please, be magnanimous and don't take it to heart. Observing Su Gang, who was nervously rubbing his hands together while apologizing, Wang Bo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Su senior brother, if memory serves, this is the first time you've referred to me as junior brother since our acquaintance. Feeling the hostility emanating from his junior, Su Gang's already stooped figure shrank even further, his demeanor becoming obsequious as he prepared to offer another apology. Yet, Wang Bo, weary of the farce, interjected directly. Su Gang, let me make this clear. Ever since you insulted my family, I have had no intention of letting you off the hook. Magnanimity? Forgiveness? I possess neither. What I do know is that in my world, grievances are never allowed to fester overnight, for that would bring me disquiet. Upon returning to the Maiha company, relay this to your masters behind the scenes. From this moment forth, we are adversaries. Ensure they brace themselves for a prolonged contest. I would hate for my new energy company to launch and find you all as spineless as jellyfish. Listening to Wang Bo's serious words, Su Gang's heart raced with panic. Although he did not genuinely believe Wang Bo had the capacity to topple his former employer, it was crucial to remember that their company had its share of competitors. Previously, these rivals had refrained from striking due to their own limitations. However, should Wang Bo act impulsively and unleash his technology, the repercussions could be dire. Junior brother Wang, might you not depart? Feeling the chilling gaze of Wang Bo upon him, Su Gang recalled the latter's illustrious achievements abroad, ultimately lacking the courage to remain any longer. As Su Gang retreated in disgrace, the onlookers felt a sense of satisfaction. Previously cowed by Su Gang's status, they could only harbor silent resentment. Now, emboldened by the support of such an impressive junior, they no longer feared him. No wonder our teacher personally intervened as a mediator. I had my suspicions that this junior might be the teacher's grandson, given his willingness to humble himself for aid. Yet, it now appeared that the teacher was not merely assisting the junior, but rather was aiding us. Who could argue otherwise? With the technologies in this junior's possession, it was evident that the new future company would swiftly ascend to the ranks of the Global 500. At that point, it would be a challenge to gain entry into such an esteemed establishment. Listening to the praises from his senior colleagues, Wang Bo felt a bit bashful and scratched his head. Sisterly, here is my contact information. I would appreciate it if you could compile and send me the resumes and areas of expertise of our senior brothers and sisters. Upon hearing Wang Bo's request, Li Shui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. No problem, junior brother. I will have it ready for you by tonight. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the hour grew late, and everyone present had family waiting at home. It was deemed inappropriate to return too late. Furthermore, they had discerned that this junior brother and sister Yi Weiyao seemed to share an extraordinary bond. After all, how else could Wang Bo have descended from upstairs earlier? With that understanding, they tactfully decided to leave, allowing the two young individuals some private time together. As the crowd gradually departed, the spacious private room soon contained only Wang Bo and Yi Weiyao. Having already been seen by Wang Bo in a vulnerable light, the proprietress felt no further need for restraint. She casually slipped off her shoes and reclined on the guest sofa. The plush sofa did not conceal her figure, but rather accentuated it, with her delicate arms resting slightly against her swan-like neck, exuding allure while maintaining an air of purity. Who could resist such a scene? Observing Wang Bo's captivated gaze, Yi Weiyao found it amusing and teased. Have you seen enough, little imp? Wang Bo, unperturbed by her words, rubbed his nose and replied, Sister, I've smoothed things out for you. The management of the new future company is now in your capable hands. Chapter 113. The Strategy of the Fruit Company. 2 billion arrives. At this moment, the two were discussing specific details regarding the establishment of the company. Are you serious about declaring war on Maiha Company? If it's just for Su Gang, we have no need to confront such a behemoth. However, Wang Bo shook his head in response. Sister, while I may not be versed in business, I understand the basics. The energy market is limited, and the pie is finite. If I am to start a company, it must be aimed at becoming the largest and strongest. Since we will inevitably face Maiha Company, it is better to resolve it sooner rather than later. Seeing that Yi Weiyao was about to persuade him further, Wang Bo raised his hand gently. Sister, I know your concerns, but once you truly comprehend the foundation of new future company, you will understand the source of my confidence today. Witnessing Wang Bo's unwavering conviction, Yi Weiyao felt inspired and ceased her attempts to dissuade him. By the way, I left your number with Sister Li Shui. Be sure to check for the materials once they arrive. Upon hearing Wang Bo's absurd remarks, the proprietress was momentarily taken aback. Where did you acquire my number? In response, Wang Bo merely smiled and remained silent. What a jest! In this vast world, aside from a select few highly secure websites, is there any information that Jarvis cannot access? At the headquarters of the fruit company, the largest conference room was filled with the company's senior executives. The large screen displayed a video clip of Wang Bo's earlier lecture at Capital University. The video was brief, lasting approximately half an hour. As the footage concluded, a profound silence enveloped the room. The complete holographic projection technology, coupled with the exceptionally intelligent artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Gentlemen, if Wang Bo is genuinely contemplating foraying into the realms of software and operating systems, how shall we withstand such an onslaught? Listening to the inquiry posed by the company chairman, Bean Carter, Everyone fell into a contemplative silence. I refused to believe it. How could a mere fledgling, devoid of any foundation, possibly challenge our decades-long dominion over the fruit company? Exclaimed a director, slamming his palm on the table in indignation. Globally, we boast hundreds of millions, if not billions, of fans. Considering the loyalty of our users, Mr. Carter, are you perhaps being overly pessimistic? In response, the chairman shook his head in disappointment. How naive. User loyalty is predicated on the parity of product quality. However, Wang Bo has managed to embed holographic projection within a diminutive wristwatch. Applying it to smartphones should pose no significant challenge. At that juncture, how much loyalty do you believe will retain our clientele? The director's face flushed with embarrassment at these words. Moreover, with that artificial intelligence, Jarvis, do you truly think our rudimentary QA system holds any semblance of comparability? Observing the speechless assembly, Carter rubbed his temples in frustration. Cooper. Yes, boss, responded a middle-aged man seated among them. The holographic projection equipment is currently located within the classrooms of Capital University. I will spare no effort to procure its detailed specifications for you. Furthermore, I authorize the technical department to summon our finest technicians from subsidiaries around the globe. The headquarters will ensure funding for your endeavors. I have but one demand. Within 1 month, I wish to witness holographic projection technology manifest at our company headquarters. Understood, boss. After acknowledging, the head of the technical department promptly rose and exited the conference room with alacrity. Observing this, Carter did not chastise Cooper for his abruptness. Rather, he commended his diligence and efficiency. The chairman of the fruit company then turned his attention to another individual. Rodney, I need you to personally travel to Huagua to reach out to Wang Bo and discuss the acquisition of holographic projection in Jarvis. Upon hearing this, the project manager's gaze sharpened slightly. Boss, what is our budget? After a brief moment of contemplation, Carter replied in a serious tone, 5 billion bright coins, along with 5% equity. The room erupted in astonishment at Carter's offer. Such a high acquisition price was nearly equivalent to the company's annual profit. However, despite their shock, none voiced dissent. As investment titans, they were acutely aware of the value of these two technologies. Even if the price were to triple, it would still be deemed reasonable. Faced with this daunting task, Rodney felt a twinge of anxiety. He could only hope that Wang Bo remained unaware of the true worth of his technology. For the combination of equity and cash amounted to several hundred billion bright coins. Such an astounding figure was undeniably alluring. Simultaneously, the four-star group, neighboring Huagua, was enacting a similar scenario. In essence, countless individuals would find themselves sleepless this night due to Wang Bo's lecture. Kid, I've transferred the funds to you. Please check your account. Additionally, I've elevated the privileges on your bank card. Be mindful when you need to access the money. Early in the morning, Wang Bo was roused by a call from Fu Guotai. Previously, Director Wang Sudong from the Energy Bureau had informed him that the state would contribute a portion of the funds for a minority stake. As he glanced at the text notification on his phone displaying a long string of zeros, the ever-financially minded Wang Bo was instantly wide awake. 200 billion. Although he had mentally prepared for this, witnessing the actual funds stirred an exhilarating thrill within him. Before he could bask in the moment, Fu Guotai's voice on the other end issued a warning. Kid, I must tell you, the state is fully supportive of your endeavor. The funds are in place. And if you fail to mobilize, I might have to. Not finishing his thought, he realized that given the kid's formidable capabilities, he might not be able to confront him. Rest assured, old Fu, within 3 months, I will have all the underwater reactors deployed. You can leave the power supply issues in the east to our new future energy company. With that, he added, I have to go. I have other matters to attend to. Oh, and don't forget to reimburse me for the travel expenses from my last trip to the capital. Goodbye. As the line went dead, Fu Guotai was left in a daze. Damn, with 200 billion sitting in the bank, your daily interest must be in the hundreds of thousands. Thus, after hanging up the phone, Wang Bo felt a refreshing clarity. As the saying goes, having money in one's pocket makes matters easier. Without any hesitation, he exited the hotel and hailed a taxi to the quaint little restaurant owned by Yi Yueyao. Upon seeing Wang Bo arrive early in the morning, the proprietress couldn't help but express her curiosity. What brings you such joy today, Mr. Wang? Hearing Yi Yueyao's playful banter, Wang Bo touched his face. Am I that transparent? Not at all. It's just that your smile reveals nearly all your teeth. Chapter 114. Headquarters Location. The disdainful landlord throughout the morning, Wang Bo and Yi Yueyao took the Bumblebee and journeyed to Suchi City. After a light meal, they began their search for a suitable location to establish the company's headquarters. Eventually, they settled on a relatively remote building in the Suchi City development zone. Isn't the location too secluded? Yi Yueyao inquired. Wang Bo shook his head. Considering the nuclear energy sector, we will require ample land for future construction. If we focus solely on location, the cost would be prohibitive. Yi Yueyao nodded in agreement. After all, when it came to technical matters, no one could rival the authority of this junior brother before her. At this moment, Lu Hongwei was deeply troubled. As a professional investor, he had reaped substantial rewards over the past 2 decades through his unique insights into gold trading, futures, and corporate investments. Just as he was basking in his success, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Approximately 5 years ago, he learned through insider information that the Suchi city government intended to redevelop the area, aiming to establish it as another economic pillar for the city. Lu Hongwei, seasoned in the investment field, could hardly pass up this golden opportunity. Ignoring his family's objections, he resolutely invested all his savings into the construction of this building. However, fate took an unexpected turn. A change in leadership saw the new administration swiftly overturn this plan, and Lu Hongwei's luxurious commercial center became nothing more than an abandoned shell in a remote area. His entire fortune was reduced to a mere pile of neglected concrete and steel. The loss of all his capital was a devastating blow for an investor. Since then, he has succumbed to a life of drinking away his sorrows, his spirit gradually waning. As he shook the empty bottle in his hand, preparing to rise and purchase more alcohol, his phone buzzed from his pocket. Who is this? Is this Mr. Lu Hongwei? A melodious female voice came through the line. We are very interested in your building on Yinlan Avenue, and if possible, we would like to meet with you to discuss further. Upon hearing the words, Lu Hongwei instantly shook off his drunken stupor. Where are you now? I will come over immediately. We are right beneath this building. If convenient, please join us at once. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hongwei hurriedly made his way, anxious that the person on the other end might leave before he arrived. After approximately half an hour, a middle-aged man in his 50s appeared in Wang Bo's line of sight, riding a shared bicycle. Lu Hongwei, feeling increasingly impatient as he approached the two who had been waiting, found that this secluded spot lacked a bike return station. After a considerable struggle, he finally managed to secure the bicycle and swiftly jogged to meet them. My apologies for keeping you waiting, he said, panting slightly. Wang Bo, observing his breathlessness, replied with a smile, No worries, Mr. Lu. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao chimed in, I never expected the owner of such a grand building would arrive on a shared bike. Mr. Lu, you truly are modest. As Lu Hongwei looked up at the two speakers, he found the man to be unremarkable, yet the woman was undeniably stunning. Over the years, Lu Hongwei had traversed many places and encountered numerous individuals. At the height of his success, even second-rate celebrities would come to accompany him for drinks. However, those women paled in comparison to the beauty before him in terms of grace and appearance. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Hongwei felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, he was here to discuss business, not to admire beauties. Yet, these two youngsters were hardly older than he was, likely only seeking to rent a couple of shops. Given his current financial situation, that scant rent was merely a drop in the ocean. However, even the smallest of flies can be meat. Having come this far, it was unwise to leave empty-handed. What business are you engaged in, and what space do you require? Lu Hongwei inquired, noticing the sudden chill in the landlord's demeanor. Unfazed, Yi Weiyao responded, Perhaps you could first show us around this building, Mr. Lu? We are still unfamiliar with its internal layout. Lu Hongwei let out a silent scoff at her words. Understand the internal structure, he thought. You're merely looking to rent a few shops or studios. What do you truly know? He had encountered many like them before, those who, recognizing the building's remote location, hesitated to outright decline. They would feign interest in a tour, only to later concoct excuses and vanish without a trace. Youthful ones, are you renting or not? If you are, let me know the size you need and its intended use, and I will find a suitable option for you to view. If you are unwilling to rent, there is no need for us to waste time here. Hearing the unkind tone, Wang Bo's expression darkened immediately. He had come to purchase a building, not to endure humiliation. Figures such as the Director of National Security, Fu Guotai, the Dean of the Physics Institute, Sun Changsheng, and the Director of the Energy Bureau, Wang Sudong, were individuals whose mere stamp of a foot could shake the nation. Yet, who would dare to treat him with such disdain? However, in this remote development zone, someone had the audacity to cast him a scornful glance, which was utterly intolerable. Before he could voice his displeasure, Yi Weiyao discreetly nudged his waist, signaling him to remain composed. She then coldly remarked, Mr. Lu, you seem rather impatient. When purchasing goods, one must inspect their quality. We merely wish to examine the internal structure, yet you obstruct us. Is there something untoward hidden within? My boss and I have traveled a great distance out of sincerity. What does your sincerity consist of? Wang Bo, observing Yi Yueyao's righteous stance, couldn't help but marvel. It was no surprise that she had achieved such success in the business world. Despite her youth, she exuded an impressive aura during negotiations. No wonder elder he had been so adamant about bringing her on board. Faced with the inquiry from this attractive young woman, Lu Hongwei found himself at a loss for words, ultimately retrieving the key and begrudgingly leading the two into the building. The entire edifice boasted 31 stories, each housing a dozen or so offices, complemented by a sizable communal workspace. Perhaps due to its relatively recent construction and remote location, the building exhibited little renovation, aside from a few floors showing signs of improvement. As they descended, Yi Yueyao and Wang Bo exchanged discreet glances, both evidently taken with the premises. Which floor has caught your interest? Lu Hongwei ventured cautiously, to which Wang Bo paid him no heed. Yi Yueyao, however, replied, Mr. Lu, regarding the qualifications, we shall simply purchase this building outright. Listening to the words of the enchanting woman before him, Lu Hongwei nearly stumbled in shock. However, noticing that the two seemed reluctant to engage him further, he chose to suppress his burgeoning curiosity. The personnel from the Housing Quality Inspection Agency acted with remarkable swiftness. Given that the building had been constructed relatively recently, the requisite certifications and qualifications were largely intact. What would typically require at least a month's work was completed by the team in just one afternoon. How is it? In response to the employer's inquiry, the head of the inspection team did not dare to be remiss. There are no significant issues, General Manager Yi. However, the time frame is rather rushed. If you are pressed for time, you might consider signing an additional contract with the original owner of the building. The contract would stipulate that should any quality issues arise during the inspection period, you may request a refund at any time. This would allow us to take our time and conduct a thorough examination for you. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyao glanced at Wang Bo for confirmation. Under normal circumstances, there would be no need to rush, but the situation was dire. A single day's delay in commencing work would cost the Chinese government over 100 million in the West-East electricity transmission project. Moreover, for Wang Bo personally, he could not progress to the next phase of his project research. Observing Wang Bo's nod, Yi Weiyao understood the gravity of the situation and promptly addressed the inspection personnel. Let us proceed, as you suggested. Once it was confirmed that there were no major issues, the three of them, along with Lu Hongwei, drove to the bank to finalize the handover procedures. Upon their arrival, the lawyer team that Yi Weiyao had arranged in advance was already waiting in the lobby. Upon the arrival of the principal, the lawyers quickly rose and respectfully greeted her. General Manager Yi. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo was unfazed. After all, elder he had previously remarked on the formidable influence this young woman wielded in the business realm. A mere legal team was trivial in comparison. Meanwhile, Lu Hongwei was somewhat overwhelmed. Having navigated the investment circle for many years, despite ultimately having nothing to show for it, he still possessed a discerning eye. Xinxing Law Firm read the 7 prominent characters on the name badges of the lawyers. It was the most prestigious firm in the legal community. Nearly every case they handled had a track record of success. Only a select few top-tier celebrities and business magnates in China could afford to retain a Xinxing lawyer as their legal advisor on a long-term basis. Yet here was this woman, who had summoned an entire team. Following Yi Yueyao's signal, the lawyers promptly commenced their tasks. The entire process unfolded with remarkable speed. What would typically be the most tedious and complex negotiation became effortless under the eloquent persuasion of the lawyers. 1,960 million. That was the final quoted price for the entire building. Observing the woeful expression on Lu Hongwei's face, Wang Bo immediately discerned that the old fellow had undoubtedly been subjected to a significant financial blow. When it came time to settle the bill, the presence of several bank managers and the president was palpable. After all, a transaction nearing 2 billion yuan, conducted within this branch, would undoubtedly bolster their performance. Sir, please enter your account number and password. Wang Bo, faced with the sycophantic bank manager and the transfer device presented before him, did not hesitate to input the required information. Insufficient permissions, please enable higher-level verification, the device responded, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The managers exchanged bewildered glances, unable to comprehend the situation. Despite their extensive experience in the banking sector, they had seldom encountered transactions of this magnitude, and never had they faced such a predicament. Insufficient permissions? Did the transfer device at Huagua Bank even possess such an option? The lawyers from Xinxing Law Firm, seasoned professionals with over a decade of experience in financial transaction disputes, were equally perplexed. Having handled sums that approached trillions, they had never witnessed a scenario like this. Wang Ge, do you have any insight into this? Wang Hongfei, the team leader, furrowed his brow in contemplation. This situation felt vaguely familiar, reminiscent of something he had encountered early in his career. Yet the passage of time had dulled his memory, leaving him unable to ascertain the nature of the issue at hand. A sudden crash. The sound of shattering porcelain interrupted the collective confusion. At that moment, Sha Xingye, overwhelmed with agitation, trembled visibly. As the branch president, he could hardly fathom encountering such a distinguished client during his tenure. The hierarchy of bank clientele included categories such as ordinary, silver, platinum, black gold, and diamond, alongside the exclusive private banking clients. These were the tiers accessible to the average individual, with celebrities and affluent business magnates seldom exceeding these ranks. Yet unbeknownst to all present, there existed a level beyond these classifications, the obsidian tier. To attain this status was not merely a matter of the numbers on a card. It was fundamentally determined by a client's true strength and influence. Consider the chairman of a fruit company within the Fortune 500, Ben Carter. This young and unassuming capitalist, despite lacking in personal assets when compared to others on the Forbes list, which barely grazed the top 100 last year, wielded an influence that few could rival. The mere launch of a new product has the potential to generate a staggering flow of 13 trillion beautiful coins. It is no exaggeration to assert that each of his decisions bears significant influence upon the world. And now, standing before him is an individual of trillion-dollar stature, surprisingly youthful. How could such a revelation not evoke astonishment? Esteemed sir, I, Sha Xingye, the branch manager of Huagua Bank in Suchi City, extend my deepest respects to you. With that, this manager bowed deeply before Wang Bo in front of everyone. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao, standing nearby, was equally intrigued, having thrived in the business realm over the years. She had accumulated considerable wealth, certainly in the tens of billions. By all accounts, she considered herself among the bank's most prestigious clients, yet it seemed otherwise. What astonished her most was the realization that at her level, she had not heard a whisper of such a formidable presence. The confidentiality surrounding this mysterious authority must be exceedingly high. After instructing his aides to tidy up the shattered teacup on the floor, Sha Xingye stepped forward and respectfully addressed Wang Bo. If you would not mind, I kindly request that we proceed to the secure room to verify your credentials. Wang Bo was momentarily speechless. Although he had received a prior heads-up from Fu Guotai, he had not anticipated such complications. Contemplating this, Wang Bo rose to accompany the manager, leaving the perplexed onlookers in a state of quiet bewilderment. Chapter 116, Obsidian Level. The secret laboratory project at Huagua Bank's secure room. It is noteworthy that of the nearly 500 branches nationwide, only those in provincial capitals or cities with exceptionally high economic development are equipped with such a facility. This small room, measuring less than 10 square meters, serves but one purpose: to authenticate the identity of obsidian-level users. As Wang Bo observed the watch, which showed no signs of activity from Jarvis, he felt a sense of astonishment. Since the inception of the artificial intelligence Jarvis, there had been no similar occurrences, save for the incident involving the infiltration of the Transformer's brain. Sir, please hold for a moment. I must initiate the machine to verify your identity, Sha Xingye said in an exceedingly humble tone, to which Wang Bo nonchalantly nodded. The manager, not daring to delay, hurried to the machine to authenticate his identity. Following a series of fingerprint, iris, and voice scans conducted by a sophisticated electronic device, the machine successfully activated. After approximately half an hour, the two emerged from the secure room. Wang Bo remained unchanged, while Sha Xingye's demeanor had grown markedly more deferential towards him. I truly did not expect that you are the illustrious Mr. Wang. I should have realized it sooner. Possessing obsidian-level authority at such a young age is indeed unparalleled within Huagua. The conversation between the two individuals left the onlookers utterly perplexed, particularly the several bank managers. Obsidian-level authority? After years entrenched in the banking sector, how had they never encountered the existence of such a privilege? At that moment, the legal team from Xingxing found their thoughts stirred by the mere mention of these words. Obsidian. Wang Hongfei recalled that the former head of the firm had once alluded to it. Whenever a client with obsidian authority was encountered, the entire law firm was obliged to cease all ongoing work and devote themselves entirely to serving that individual. Despite Xingxing's prominence in the industry, offending such a figure could lead to utter obliteration, all at the behest of that person. The transaction proceeded smoothly, and within approximately 15 minutes, everything was settled. With the funds secured, Lu Hongwei felt compelled to leave immediately, for even he, despite his foolishness, recognized that this young man possessed an intimidatingly formidable background. Having previously antagonized the two individuals in the building, he feared that lingering in their presence might invite unforeseen misfortune. Upon exiting the bank, Xingxing's mission was deemed accomplished. Before Wang Bo departed, Wang Hongfei respectfully presented his business card. As he watched the two men leave, this nationally renowned lawyer let out a sigh of relief. Brother Wang, why are you so apprehensive of that fellow? Can he really devour people? Wang Hongfei, upon hearing this, replied with trepidation. Your lack of fear stems from your ignorance of what obsidian truly represents. To elucidate, in banks worldwide, client tiers vary significantly. For instance, Huagua Bank categorizes clients as ordinary, silver, platinum, black gold, diamond, and private banking clients. In contrast, the Federal Bank of the beautiful nation classifies clients into various tiers as well. Each bank's standards differ. Yet there exists a universally acknowledged client tier across all major banks worldwide, obsidian. At this juncture, everyone involuntarily swallowed hard. My understanding of this authority is limited. I have merely heard the old head speak of it. Each obsidian user, should they desire, has the capacity to instigate a colossal economic crisis on a global scale. As Wang Bo stepped out of the bank, he exhaled with relief. The fervent gaze of Sha Xingye had truly unsettled him. Before leaving, that man had mysteriously handed him a ring, sending a chill down the spine of the heterosexual Wang Bo. Observing the ring, Yi Yueyao remarked, "This must serve as a testament to one's status." After all, the previous bank card lacked any distinctive features. From now on, when you visit the bank, simply present that ring to enjoy the so-called obsidian-level treatment. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded in agreement, nonchalantly placing the ring into his pocket. Aren't you concerned? After all, nearly 2 billion was just spent. Observing the slight furrow of Yi Yueyao's delicate nose, Wang Bo chuckled heartily. I feel more for Lu Hongwei. Just wait, within a year, the value of this building will surpass everyone's expectations. Once the location of the company headquarters is finalized, the remaining tasks will be manageable. The two then parted ways. Wang Bo was responsible for procuring the necessary equipment and instruments for the project, while Yi Yueyao took charge of the building's decoration and the company's opening formalities. Watching his senior sister depart, a flicker of intrigue crossed Wang Bo's eyes. Jarvis, I am here, sir. As he spoke, the watch emitted a faint red glow. What transpired in the bank's vault? Sir, within that room, there was a high-frequency signal interference. However, regrettably, I could not find any relevant information on the internet. Wang Bo nodded slightly. After all, China is a vast nation with over 1 billion inhabitants. It's not unusual for some hidden advanced technologies to exist. He soon set aside this matter and moved on to the main topic. Jarvis, I want you to select a suitable location near the headquarters to construct an underground laboratory. You may access the funds in the bank card. I will also enlist the help of the Vortex and Bumblebee. In short, it must be discreet and undetectable while ensuring all specifications are met. Yes, sir. This task may seem daunting for others, as completing such a significant project while evading surveillance in a heavily monitored environment is quite an impossible feat. However, Jarvis is different. As the only artificial intelligence in this world, bypassing defenseless cameras is a trivial task. After arranging everything, Wang Bo hailed a cab and returned home. Having been away for nearly a week, he had been tirelessly occupied during this time. Finally, with an opportunity to rest, he was determined to indulge in a good sleep. The next day, upon awakening, it was nearly noon. Struggling to rise from bed, Wang Bo was overwhelmed by the sight of 20 to 30 missed calls. Just as he was about to return a call, Jarvis emitted an urgent alert from his wrist. Chapter 117, Jarvis' Warning. Cooperation with the Fruit Company, sir. Unknown individuals are attempting to access the holographic projection equipment you left at Capital University. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's pupils constricted. Is it possible to connect to the classroom or corridor cameras to identify the intruders? After a brief pause, Jarvis promptly replied, Yes, sir. However, due to the high level of the local network firewall at Capital University, it would be quite challenging for me to infiltrate without alerting the relevant personnel. Upon hearing Jarvis's response, Wang Bo felt a surge of frustration. As the nation's premier institution, it was inconceivable that its defenses could be breached so easily. Contemplating the situation, Wang Bo hastily picked up the phone, intending to contact Dean Sun to ascertain the circumstances. Yet, before he could dial, an unknown call came in. Hello, who is this? On the other end, Wang Bo's slightly flustered voice elicited a burst of laughter. Mr. Wang, I wagered with my colleagues that if anyone dared to tamper with the equipment you left at Capital University, you would notice immediately. With the source of the call revealed, Wang Bo narrowed his eyes and coldly inquired, Who are you? Unperturbed by his question, the voice on the other end replied, Mr. Wang, we mean you no harm. On the contrary, we come bearing a grand gift. Recognizing the limitations of a phone conversation, the caller suggested, How about we arrange a meeting at a specific location for a more detailed discussion? Wang Bo, with a sardonic smile, agreed, and provided an address before decisively hanging up the phone. He was determined to uncover the intentions of these uninvited guests. 3 hours later, Rodney disembarked from a plane in Suchi City, looking weary, having been awake for nearly a day to fulfill Mr. Carter's assignment. He dared not indulge in even a moment's rest. The individual he was about to meet was, in many ways, more formidable than his own superior. Battle armor, nuclear reactors, transformers, along with a mysterious serum that could enable him to breach the Department of Defense with his bare hands. And the purpose of his trip, holographic projection technology and artificial intelligence, all originated from this ruthless individual. Should this person possess a business acumen, Rodney had no doubt that within a year or so, he would become the fruit company's most significant competitor. Upon exiting the airport, a company vehicle from the fruit company was already waiting for him. Despite his fatigue, Rodney chose not to sleep, but instead reviewed the materials, diligently reinforcing his knowledge about Wang Bo, striving for a successful acquisition. Following the address provided by Wang Bo, the vehicle eventually came to a halt in front of a small restaurant. Observing the noisy environment and concerning hygiene of the restaurant before him, the successful individual, once accustomed to dining at Michelin-rated establishments, furrowed his brow slightly. Yet, recalling the purpose of his visit, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped inside. Within the restaurant, Wang Bo had already been waiting for a while. This establishment was the very one that had gained fame through Wang Bo's creation of 5 bowls of braised pork. Upon witnessing Wang Bo's arrival, the owner felt a surge of gratitude and promptly decided to close the restaurant for the afternoon, dedicating it entirely to their meeting. "Good day, Mr. Wang Bo." As Rodney entered, he immediately spotted Wang Bo and approached him with warmth, as if they were long-lost friends. True to the saying, one does not strike a smiling face, Wang Bo extended his hand to shake his, then invited him to take a seat. The moment they sat down, Jarvis's voice came through the earpiece. "Sir, I have reviewed the surrounding surveillance. There are no threats in the vicinity. The individual before you is the project manager from the headquarters of the fruit company, Mr. Hall Rodney." Listening to Jarvis's introduction and recalling the incident at Capital University, Wang Bo began to grasp the intentions of this man. The nearly 50-year-old executive wasted no time after settling down. Following a brief self-introduction, he delved directly into the matter at hand. "Mr. Wang Bo, I trust you are already aware that I am the head of the project department at the fruit company. I am here with a singular purpose. Our headquarters wishes to collaborate with you in the realms of holographic projection technology and artificial intelligence." Upon hearing this, a trace of derision appeared at the corner of Wang Bo's mouth. "I recall that prior to the Transformers press conference, one of your company's presidents publicly stated that individuals like myself, who seek to attract attention, should be scorned by all. What brings you to seek collaboration with me now?" Hearing Wang Bo bring up past grievances, the seasoned project manager adjusted his glasses slightly, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face, before swiftly retrieving a document from his briefcase. "Mr. Wang, I must first apologize for the inappropriate remarks made by our company previously." To Wang Bo's astonishment, the manager, in his 50s, actually rose from his seat and bowed deeply. After standing again, he placed the document in front of Wang Bo. The individual responsible for those statements was our chief operating officer, who has since been relieved of his duties. Wang Bo could not help but let out a cold laugh. A scapegoat, indeed. He was skeptical that such remarks had been made without the tacit approval of other higher-ups. However, given the overt display of contrition, Wang Bo felt it was not prudent to press further. Observing the taciturn Wang Bo, Rodney cleared his throat and continued. "Although your 2 technologies are indeed pioneering on a global scale, I must candidly express that, in comparison to the comprehensive systems of larger corporations, your inventions exhibit certain vulnerabilities. For instance, in the realm of artificial intelligence, while your design and creativity are exceptional, I wonder if you have considered the security implications. Should the safety measures of this artificial intelligence fall short, your patent could be easily compromised, leading to a proliferation of various artificial intelligences worldwide, thus diminishing the intrinsic value of your creation." Listening to the project manager's dire warnings, Wang Bo displayed a flustered demeanor. "Mr. Rodney, if what you say is true, what should I do?" Noticing the bait had been taken, a barely perceptible smile graced Rodney's lips. "It's quite simple, Mr. Wang. Our fruit company is unparalleled in this domain. We are prepared to offer 2 billion splendid coins for a 51% stake in these technologies to establish a profound collaboration with you." Wang Bo silently scoffed at the old man's words. Collaboration? 51% is tantamount to acquisition. He could envision that if he acquiesced today, he would irrevocably lose his voice in matters concerning these 2 technologies. Chapter 118. The inevitable failure of negotiation. Opening ceremony. Noticing Wang Bo's stoic demeanor, Rodney began to feel restless. After all, a failed acquisition could potentially create a formidable adversary for the fruit company in the future. Yet, despite his impatience, he could not allow it to show at the negotiation table. Mr. Wang, I must say, your genius exceeds anyone's expectations. Our technical department has previously scrutinized the relevant procedures of Jarvis, and many aspects of the programming and concepts have garnered high praise from Cooper, the head of our technical department. Listening to the man before him ramble on, Wang Bo felt a surge of indignation. This individual was indeed the project manager of a world-renowned company. Those seemingly trivial remarks were, in fact, meticulously designed to exert psychological pressure on Wang Bo. Technical scrutiny? Nonsense. Just admit it was a hack, a counterfeit, and be done with it. Moreover, invoking the illustrious Cooper of the programming world was merely a tactic to engage in psychological warfare, aiming to induce doubt in Wang Bo while coaxing him into signing the contract. However, while this strategy might work on others, it would not suffice with Wang Bo. Oh, since your company has already achieved successful verification, why go to such lengths to seek me out? Rest assured, I possess a remarkable magnanimity. Should the fruit company require it, I would readily endorse the launch of an artificial intelligence without any dissent. Am I jesting? As a product of the system and a marvel of the Marvel Universe, though merely an infant-level artificial intelligence, it is not something that can be easily deciphered at your whim. Observing Wang Bo's disinterest, Rodney inwardly cursed Cooper's incompetence. Countless elite talents had been summoned from various branches around the globe, and a dedicated research department was established for this purpose. With hundreds of individuals laboring day and night for nearly a week, they had achieved naught but the frustrating fact that the artificial intelligence had compromised several programs. With no leverage whatsoever, how could I even entertain negotiations? Noticing Wang Bo's dwindling patience, he suppressed his thoughts and sought to placate him. Mr. Wang, would you not consider hearing our final offer? Intrigued by this, Wang Bo responded, do tell. 50 billion splendid coins, along with 5% equity. Rodney confidently presented a staggering figure. Although this differed somewhat from the offer previously made by Mr. Carter, isn't business about allowing oneself some room for negotiation? Yet, to his disappointment, he could detect not a trace of excitement on Wang Bo's countenance. Mr. Rodney, may I inquire, as the head of the project department, what do you believe this technology is worth? Wang Bo inquired with a smile, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Mr. Wang, patent technology is merely one facet. The promotion, operation, and subsequent launch require the company to invest extensive human and material resources. If it were so easy for scientists to earn money, why is it that not a single individual appears on the Forbes list? I firmly believe that no company in the world would offer a higher bid than ours. Wang Bo laughed heartily at this. Just because others cannot, does not mean I cannot. Which scientist has achieved what I have? Listening to Wang Bo's almost arrogant proclamation, Rodney chose not to retort. This young man possessed the credentials to make such assertions. Mr. Wang, what is your expected figure? If it is reasonable, I shall persuade the board of directors. Although they stood on opposing sides, Wang Bo had to concede that this nearly 50-year-old individual of Chinese descent exhibited nearly flawless negotiation skills. 30 trillion splendid coins? I am uncertain. As an industry insider, you should understand that it is difficult to quantify this value in monetary terms. Even if you were to present such an amount, I could never agree to sell. Rodney fell silent at this, for he had anticipated the negotiations would not succeed prior to his arrival. If it were a matter of an outsider, it might be different. But since Wang Bo could create artificial intelligence, he undoubtedly understood its intrinsic value. As Rodney began to organize his documents in preparation for departure, Wang Bo felt an inclination to recruit talent. Allow me to share with you that I am also establishing a company, he remarked. I hold Mr. Rodney's abilities in high regard and wonder if you might be interested in joining us. The compensation will certainly not be inferior to that of the fruit company. This declaration left the project manager momentarily perplexed. It was rare for him to encounter someone attempting to poach from his own ranks. However, he found himself intrigued. As a professional with a background in computer science, he could not help but feel a flutter of excitement in the face of such cutting-edge technology. Yet, desire does not equate to action. His familial ties and friendships anchored him to his current position. Upon exiting the restaurant, Rodney promptly placed a call to Chairman Carter. Despite the early hour across the ocean, the leader answered without delay. Listening to the supervisor's report, Carter burst into laughter. 30 trillion beautiful coins? This lad seems resolute in his unwillingness to sell. For context, the entire valuation of the fruit company is only 25 trillion beautiful coins. Hearing the relaxed tone on the other end of the line, Rodney cautiously inquired, did you anticipate this? Rodney, After your departure, our board convened once more, Carter explained. The consensus was that if Wang Bo agrees, we could offer up to 40% equity. 40%. Rodney swallowed hard at this revelation. Based on the previous day's valuation of 25 trillion, that amounted to a staggering 1 trillion beautiful coins. In other words, should Wang Bo consent, he would instantly become one of the wealthiest individuals in the world. As for this young man's ambition to start a company, we shall keep a watchful eye. If it indeed poses a threat to us, we can collaborate with major corporations to cut off access to their client channels. The principle of mutual survival is not lost on those seasoned players. Once the matters at hand were resolved, Wang Bo hastily consumed his lunch and proceeded to the national laboratory. The pressing priority was to complete the remaining 9 underwater nuclear reactors, which was essential for the smooth launch of the company and for Wang Bo to unlock and develop the system technology. 3 months slipped by in the blink of an eye. Without the assistance of the dizziness and the wasp, the construction process had slowed considerably. Wang Bo managed to expedite the work and ultimately completed these colossal projects within the stipulated time frame. As for the secret laboratory, progress there was swift, thanks to the support of the 2 transformers. The entire framework has been largely completed, with only the finishing touches remaining, along with the installation of experimental equipment. The renovations at the headquarters have long been finalized, and Yi Weiyao has essentially assembled all the necessary staff. Gazing at the several imposing machines radiating a deep blue light before him, Wang Bo felt a flicker of fervor in his eyes. These underwater nuclear reactors are certain to herald a magnificent launch ceremony for the new future energy technology company. Chapter 119. A Bet with My Senior. Confrontation in the parking lot on the 4th day of the 3rd lunar month, a Sunday, under the auspices of auspicious stars. It is a suitable day for a grand opening. Today marks the unveiling of the new future energy technology company. With Wang Bo's reputation, countless social elites flocked to the event. Among them were well-wishers and those hoping for a spectacle, but most were eager to witness what this newly acclaimed magnate was orchestrating. Who would have thought your name still holds such sway? Listening to Yi Weyao's playful teasing, Wang Bo instantly lifted his chin. Of course, you should consider who I am. They call me the Prince of Social Circles, and after years of navigating society, I've accumulated quite the roster of friends. As Wang Bo continued his boastful banter, Yi Weiyao raised a delicate hand to tuck a few rebellious strands of hair behind her ear, shaking her head with a smile. While you've invited everyone, let us not forget that our company is still just a shell. We currently have no official business. With a dedicated demeanor, Wang Bo chuckled. Who says we lack business? Do you not believe that the opening of the new future energy technology company will be the pinnacle? Following the ceremony, we will immediately ascend to become the leader in the domestic energy sector. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyao unceremoniously shook her head. I don't believe it. Seeing his most trusted lieutenant doubt him, Wang Bo was utterly exasperated. Senior sister, you are really undermining your junior's confidence. Despite Wang Bo's earnest expression, Yi Weiyao remained skeptical. The notion of becoming the leader in the domestic energy sector. Anyone with even a modicum of industry knowledge understands the weight of such a claim. Unlike the lighter industrial sectors, where company valuations peak at a few hundred billion, the energy sector presents staggering potential. Take, for instance, the largest state-owned energy enterprise, the petrochemical group, which consistently ranks among the top 5 enterprises globally. Achieving such stature is inseparable from the robust support of the government. It is no exaggeration to say that if the petrochemical group were to vanish, the entire nation would plunge into an energy crisis. For Wang Bo to assert that he could rival such a colossal entity in the span of a mere opening ceremony is indeed ambitious. What is this if not a tale from the Arabian Nights? My junior, I acknowledge your undeniable authority in the realm of technology. Yet commercial operations do not unfold in such a manner. Having engaged in business for many years, I have yet to witness a single enterprise that, upon its inception, ascends to a position of dominance akin to that of a dragon, especially within the capital-intensive energy sector. So, dear sister, shall we place a wager? Observing Wang Bo's fox-like grin, the competitive spirit of this formidable woman was ignited. Very well, what shall we bet on? If within 24 hours following the grand opening ceremony, the comprehensive influence and national investment in New Future fall short of any domestic enterprise, I shall bestow upon you 1% of New Future's shares. Upon hearing this, Yi Weiyao scoffed. A mere 1%? How stingy. What if I lose? Wang Bo replied, if you lose, it is simple. Just grant me a kiss. As he proposed this condition, the usually aloof businesswoman recalled their fleeting flirtation in the office that day, a blush creeping across her cheeks. This audacious young man, has he not yet taken enough liberties? Noticing her lack of anger, Wang Bo pressed further. Such a beautiful sister. Surely that is insufficient. So, esteemed president, will you accept this wager? Hearing his taunts, Yi Yao shot him an exasperated glance. Prepare the share transfer agreement. Do not deny it later. In the parking lot of the new future headquarters, the newly appointed security personnel were bustling about, overwhelmed by the influx of luxury vehicles. Each occupant, should one be randomly selected, would be a figure only seen on television. With so many people, and given that these security staff were new and unfamiliar with the layout of the parking lot, it was inevitable that the coordination would be somewhat sluggish. Fortunately, these illustrious guests exhibited a degree of patience, primarily out of respect for the young leader behind New Future. However, not everyone was inclined to show Wang Bo such deference. A sharp slap echoed through the cacophony of the parking lot, silencing the commotion. Incompetent fool, do you wish to quit your job? Do you even know who is seated in that vehicle? Hurry and vacate that parking space. The harsh reprimand reverberated throughout the area, drawing the attention of all present. A middle-aged man in a suit from Huagua was berating a young security guard, his face flushed with anger, while the young man's anxious eyes betrayed his discomfort. The onlookers felt a mix of pity and indignation. What kind of society is this that resorts to violence? If everyone else can wait, why can't he? A certain CEO of an energy company, driven by an unwavering sense of justice, could no longer tolerate the situation and made a move to confront the arrogant middle-aged man. However, someone nearby recognized the identity of the man in the suit and quickly restrained him. What are you doing? Is it permissible to bully that young fellow? I cannot just stand by. The person holding him back spoke in a low voice. That's Wan Liyuan from Ningkong Energy. If you wish to preserve your career, I advise you to refrain from meddling. Upon hearing this, the CEO felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, instantly awakening him to the reality of the situation. Just as Wan Liyuan was reprimanding the individual, the head of security arrived promptly. Mr. Wan, on this joyous occasion of our company's opening, why are you so agitated? The newcomer was Chang Yuanzheng, one of Wang Bo's senior disciples. Recognizing him as a student of Mr. He, Wan Liyuan had no choice but to suppress his simmering anger and huffed in response. What's the matter? The young security guard, upon hearing the inquiry from his superior, appeared increasingly anxious. Manager Chang, according to the order of arrival, this parking space is designated for another guest. However, this gentleman insisted on cutting in line and parking here. Wan Liyuan, who had just managed to quell his rage, was ignited once more. Are you implying that I am at fault? A mere security guard, do you believe a single word from me could lead to your dismissal? After piecing together the events, Chang Yuanzheng's expression darkened significantly. A disturbance in the parking lot, coupled with threats to dismiss the security guard, illustrated that Wan Liyuan clearly underestimated the new future company. While Ningkong Energy wielded considerable influence domestically and maintained numerous connections with Maiha Company internationally, it did not imply that he could behave so arrogantly here. One must not forget that the primary support for their company was Wang Bo, a titan in the realm of physical and biological research. If Wan Liyuan believed that the newly established new future was merely a pushover, he was gravely mistaken. At this moment, Wan Liyuan wore a smug expression as he surveyed the crowd, relishing their silence, or perhaps their trepidation. As the largest private energy conglomerate in the country, Ningkong Energy may not have an impeccable reputation, yet with the backing of Maiha Company, it possessed advanced technology and resources. Thus, in various competitive arenas, Ningkong Energy consistently emerged victorious. Although it could not rival the state-owned enterprises, it certainly held a significant voice within the industry. As for the disparaging remarks from the lapdogs of Maiha, Wan Liyuan paid them no heed. To attract envy is the mark of a true talent. This principle had always been his guiding tenet. If that group of individuals did not shout so vehemently, how could they possibly proclaim their illustrious achievements? As for the outcome of this farce unfolding before him, he had already foreseen it. Chang Yuanzheng, despite his foolishness, would never offend himself over a mere security guard. Yet, he found himself in a quandary. Although the rights and wrongs of the matter were abundantly clear, he could not simply act on principles alone, especially given the weight of Ningkang's name in the country. Regardless of any future endeavors that new future company might undertake in the energy sector, it would be difficult to circumvent dealings with Wan Liyan. Thus, he dared not address the situation lightly and opted to call Wang Bo for guidance. Upon witnessing this, the billionaire Wan seemed slightly perturbed, thinking that this Chang fellow was rather unwise. Such a trivial matter necessitating consultation was indeed perplexing. Once the call was connected, Chang Yuanzheng succinctly described the situation to Wang Bo. Brother, let us proceed as necessary. Our new future company is not so weak as to bow down to a mere Ningkong. Hearing Wang Bo's voice, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, Chang felt a chill in his heart. Yes, Chairman. Although Wang Bo referred to him as brother, Chang dared not overstep his bounds. After concluding the call, he hurried back. Upon encountering Chang Yuanzhong, who was hastily approaching, Wan Lian cast a sidelong glance at the trembling young security guard, a cold smirk gracing his lips. He intended to make it abundantly clear to all present the consequences of offending him. I beg your pardon, Mr. Wan. But since you are in the parking lot of New Future Company, I kindly ask that you adhere to our regulations. Although New Future is newly established, it does not imply a lack of order. Would you agree, Mr. Wan? Chang Yuanjing's voice resonated firmly and steadily throughout the parking lot, his attitude unmistakable. In my territory of New Future, do not presume to act as the elder statesman. If you are a dragon, you must coil. If a tiger, you must lie low. Indeed, one could see that this company, under Wang Bo's leadership, mirrored his unmistakable style. Alas, while venting his frustrations, this was not the wisest course of action. The realms of business and scientific research are not one and the same. One cannot simply act on impulse. I can already foresee the grim fate awaiting New Future Company. Offending Ningkong would result in severe limitations on various resources. Was this what Wang Bo implied? At this moment, Wan Lian's expression darkened considerably. He had not anticipated that such a fledgling company would dare to defy him so audaciously. Were it not for the presence of someone in his vehicle, he would have turned on his heel without the slightest hesitation. At the moment of a stalemate, the door of a black sedan suddenly swung open. The sight of another occupant within the car astonished everyone present. How could this be? I distinctly recall that Wan Lian had alighted from the driver's seat. Who could this remarkable individual be, capable of persuading such a proud figure to assume the role of a chauffeur? In the next instant, a man elegantly clad in a sharply tailored suit, exuding an air reminiscent of a medieval gentleman, stepped out of the vehicle. Gasp! Upon glimpsing the man's visage, the seasoned veterans in the industry collectively inhaled sharply, while the newcomers were left utterly bewildered. Who is this old fellow? Why does he command such gravitas? If you wish to avoid bankruptcy, I suggest you lower your voices, sternly cautioned a veteran mogul from the side. Meanwhile, Chang Yuan, who was locked in a standoff with Wan Lian, felt a sudden constriction in his pupils upon seeing the newcomer. It was Plit Harris, the Asian regional director of the Meihua Company. Was this due to Su Gang's prior actions? Otherwise, why would Meihua dispatch such a heavyweight to attend the grand opening of the New Future Company? In truth, before arriving at New Future, Chang Yuan had also been involved in the energy sector. His familiarity with the field bred a sense of apprehension towards the middle-aged man before him, whose hair was streaked with gray. In Asia, apart from nations like Huagua, which boast powerful state-owned enterprises and self-sufficiency in energy, none of the smaller countries would dare to offend this individual. To exaggerate, with just a word from this old man, a small nation could find itself plunged into an energy crisis, leading to economic paralysis and social unrest. Thus, in the majority of Asian countries, the appearance of this figure would warrant the utmost respect. It is no wonder that Wan Lian, who had always looked down his nose at others, would willingly play the role of a chauffeur. If it were this man, it would be entirely understandable. Mr. Chang, is it? Plit began, his Mandarin remarkably fluent. Good day, Mr. Harris. I did not expect that our humble company's opening would attract your attention. Observing Chang Yuan's somewhat flustered demeanor, Plit offered a slight smile. You are too kind, Mr. Chang. My father has prior commitments this afternoon, which is why General Ruan was so eager to secure this parking spot. I wonder if you might extend some consideration for my old bones. At this, Chang Yuan found himself in a quandary. If it were Wan Lian lingering here, he would not indulge such behavior. What a joke. The chairman has issued orders. What are you in comparison? Moreover, given Wang Bo's prestige and achievements, Ningkong Energy, though formidable, might not necessarily overshadow New Future. Yet the circumstances have now shifted. But it is the Mica Company. If today I offend Harris here, it will be exceedingly difficult for our New Future Company to venture beyond borders and embrace the world. The crowd present felt a palpable sense of frustration. As entrepreneurs from Huagua, their allegiance naturally lay with their compatriots. Witnessing this old ghost's arrogance in their own territory weighed heavily on their hearts. Yet what could they do? The mere support of Ningkong Energy by someone like him was sufficient to overshadow the majority of domestic energy companies. Lacking in strength, they could only endure. Chang Yuanzheng let out a heavy sigh, deciding to yield this parking space. After all, circumstances were stronger than personal pride. He could not jeopardize the future of New Future Company for the sake of his own face and dignity. Observing Chang Yuanzheng's retreat, President Ruan revealed a sinister smile, ready to mock him when a voice interrupted. Mr. Harris, we are truly honored to have your esteemed presence at our New Future Company. Upon hearing this sudden voice, Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the source. At such a critical moment, who dared to interject? Recognizing the youthful figure, all were immediately enlightened. Considering the impressive track record of the newcomer, this interruption was merely a minor affair for him. Seeing his junior brother take the stage, Chang Yuanjing exhaled a sigh of relief, stepping aside to let Wang Bo handle the situation. It is said that seeing is believing, and indeed, Mr. Wang was a young man of remarkable promise. Listening to the pleasantries from the mica company executive, Wang Bo coldly smiled. Not at all. Mr. Harris is the one who truly exemplifies age and experience. Hearing this, Chang Yuanjing rubbed his forehead. His junior brother certainly never backed down. Just as someone praised him for his youth, he countered with a remark about someone being seasoned. Was that not a veiled insinuation of age? Meanwhile, the crowd, hearing Wang Bo's charged greeting, felt a cold sweat bead on their foreheads. Goodness, he truly was a reckless character. Yet this young man had the audacity to be bold. It remained uncertain whether his presence in the energy sector would be a boon or a bane for them. Harris, however, merely smiled faintly. Having navigated the business world for many years and encountered numerous political leaders from various nations, he was not so easily provoked by a brash youngster's words. While this executive from the Asian division remained composed, Wan Lian could not hold back his indignation. As the most loyal dog of Mica Company in Huagua, he understood all too well that the success of his Ningkong company to this day was intricately linked to the vigorous support of the individual before him. Without the favor of the Meihua Company, Wan Lian was acutely aware of his own insignificance. Wang Bo, you are merely a newcomer in this industry. It would be wise for you to exercise caution in your speech. Otherwise, while gaining entry may be easy, being expelled will be even simpler. Observing the loyal guard dog before him, Wang Bo remained silent, a hint of derision creeping into the corners of his mouth. The implication was unmistakable. He was just a dog, unworthy of engaging in dialogue with him. Wan Lian nearly erupted with indignation, yet, constrained by the presence of Mr. Harris, who had yet to voice his opinion, he refrained from unleashing his fury. Unfortunately, Mr. Harris, our mission at the New Future Company is rooted in equitable development and collaborative success, even in matters of parking. It is highly likely that this parking space cannot be relinquished to you. If Mr. Harris is indeed pressed for time, perhaps he might consider returning at a less crowded moment. Wang Bo's thinly veiled suggestion of dismissal did not seem to faze the Asian head of Meihua Company in the slightest. Oh, Mr. Wang, do not be in such a hurry. You have yet to ascertain whether that gentleman consents to this arrangement. If he willingly assists me by yielding the parking space, would that not align with your company's regulations? Wang Bo furrowed his brow at this, recognizing the acumen of someone who occupies an executive position in a Fortune 500 company. A single statement had deftly redirected the conflict. While Wang Bo harbored no fear of Meihua Company, the individuals present were all connected to the energy sector, and none would dare to undermine Mr. Harris's authority. As anticipated, following the calm scrutiny of Mr. Harris, the original owner of the parking spot, a CEO from a domestic energy firm, nodded vigorously and responded, "No problem at all. I am more than willing to assist Mr. Harris. Since you are busy, this parking space is yours. I shall simply queue again." With that, he hurriedly instructed his driver to turn around. What a farce. He had merely come to lend support to the New Future Company and had no desire to find himself entangled between these two figures. At this, a faint smile played at the corners of Harris's mouth, seemingly heralding the resolution of the conflict. Wang Bo, nonchalantly shrugging, remarked, if that is the case, I have no objections." Wan Lian, unable to restrain himself, burst into hearty laughter, mocking Wang Bo's audacity in attempting to outsmart such a seasoned player. As the tension appeared to dissipate, everyone assumed the matter was settled. However, Wang Bo unexpectedly shifted the conversation. "Mr. Harris, we have been waiting here for quite some time, and I imagine the others behind us are growing impatient. Why not allow me to handle the parking situation? This way, you can save some time. What do you think?" A wave of melancholy rippled through the crowd at Wang Bo's proposal. Even Wang Bo, too, had to bow to the might of the Mica Company. Although hope seemed faint, many still looked to this young prodigy, who had repeatedly created miracles, to bear the banner of the energy sector in Huagua. They longed for Huagua entrepreneurs to liberate themselves from the clutches of Mica Company on the international stage. Yet, it appeared that this task was ultimately too formidable. Beside them, Chang Yuan wore an expression of expectation, fully aware of his junior disciple's temperament. He was not one to easily accept defeat. If someone dared to inconvenience him, he would certainly ensure they experienced no ease in return. Meanwhile, Wan Lian observed Wang Bo, who had submissively taken on the role of a parking attendant, his arrogant gaze flickering with disdain. Aren't you Wang Bo, the genius behind numerous world-shattering inventions? Yet, what does that amount to now? In the face of immense capital power, you must ultimately bow down. With this thought, Wan Lian, in a rather frivolous manner, extended the keys to the chairman of the new future company, intending to humiliate him. However, to his surprise, Wang Bo did not even glance in his direction, instead bypassing him and striding directly towards the sleek black luxury vehicle. What was happening? Why wouldn't he even take the car keys? How would he park? As everyone puzzled over the situation, Wang Bo approached the car, halting about 3 to 5 meters away. He slowly removed his suit jacket and rolled up the sleeves of his shirt. Then, he crouched slightly, adopting a sprinting stance. In the next moment, his thigh muscles surged with power, and his terrifying explosiveness made him vanish from everyone's sight. He reappeared in front of the car, his body slightly bent, right arm poised in front of him. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Wang Bo charged directly into Harris's vehicle. Bang! A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the parking lot, lingering in the air. It was as if Mars had collided with Earth. That luxury vehicle, worth millions of Huagua currency, was propelled several meters by Wang Bo's formidable force. The screeching sound of tires dragging against the ground was excruciatingly piercing. Ultimately, under the awestruck stares of everyone present, that car came to a gradual stop in the parking space. What the hell was that? Chapter 122, Resolving the Dispute. The grand opening ceremony commences. Within the parking lot of the new future company, wisps of blue smoke rose, accompanied by 2 shocking tire tracks, all of which struck the spectators' eyes with an overwhelming force. No one could have dreamed that the seemingly submissive Wang Bo would retaliate in such an extraordinary manner just moments later. Moreover, this counteraction was nothing short of superhuman. Beside him, Wan Lian, who had previously extended the keys, found his hand frozen in midair, utterly stunned by the sudden blow. What on earth? He exclaimed. You can argue all you want, but why resort to physical confrontation? He gazed at the dent in the car door, a deep impression shaped like a hand. The president of Ningkong Energy could not help but swallow hard. Fortunately, the stringent laws of Huagua, combined with the lad's relatively good temperament, meant he was not in immediate danger. Otherwise, given the provocative remarks he had just made, his life could very well be at stake. The Asian regional director of Maiha Company, an elderly gentleman in his 50s, was equally taken aback. Despite his extensive experience in high-stakes situations, he had never witnessed such an astonishing scene. A human being, composed of flesh and blood, had managed to propel a steel vehicle several meters away. This was utterly outrageous. What added to his astonishment was the knowledge that the car had been custom-built at great expense. The entire body was constructed from extraordinarily costly bulletproof materials, intended to ensure safety during critical moments. However, this extreme level of defense came at the cost of an extraordinary weight. While an average sedan weighs around 1.5 tons, this modified vehicle tipped the scales at a staggering 2.5 tons. With such formidable weight and defensive capabilities, it was astonishing that this young man could inflict such damage on the car. If it had been an ordinary vehicle, one could only imagine the catastrophic outcome of such an impact. After completing this remarkable feat, Wang Bo seemed unfazed by the astonished gazes of those around him. He turned to Harris and offered a gentle apology. I sincerely apologize, Mr. Harris. I have just come of age and have yet to obtain my driver's license, so I had to resort to this unconventional method of parking for you. I trust you won't mind. Upon hearing this, Harris, still in shock, regained his composure and replied with a slight smile, Of course not. I must thank Mr. Wang for allowing this old man to witness the miraculous effects of the super serum. Meanwhile, Wan Lian, feeling the weight of Wang Bo's gaze, felt as though he had plunged into a frozen abyss. He hastily shook his head, indicating that he was not in the least bit offended. Witnessing the peaceful resolution of the dispute, Wang Bo donned his trademark smile once more. How splendid. Now, let us all proceed to the reception room. Our grand opening ceremony will commence shortly. Observing this, Chang Yuanjing quickly arranged for the reception staff to guide the distinguished guests toward the reception area. Once all the attendees had exited the parking lot, Chang Yuanjing finally completed his tasks and hurried to Wang Bo's side. Chairman. As Wang Bo heard his senior greet him, he did not respond with his usual carefree demeanor. Instead, his expression remained composed as he gazed at the damaged car. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Senior, remember, the new future does not require us to bow to anyone's whims. We do not engage in unlawful activities. Yet we shall not allow others to trample upon us. Upon hearing Wang Bo's counsel, his senior's face flushed with embarrassment. I understand, Chairman. I will ensure that such incidents never recur. Wang Bo nodded in acknowledgement and turned to the young security guard nearby. The medical expenses will be covered by the company, and I shall additionally grant you a month's salary. The unexpected generosity left the guard momentarily speechless. In his estimation, having caused such a significant mishap, he would most likely face dismissal, if not the obligation to compensate for the company's losses. However, it appeared that the chairman not only absolved him of blame, but also offered him considerable compensation, which was truly unforeseen. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you. Wang Bo's gaze, however, turned icy as he watched Harris and Wan Lian depart. Those who struck me will find no easy reprieve. When Wang Bo entered the reception hall, it was already filled to capacity. Glancing at his watch, he noted that it was nearly time. He promptly called President Yi, signaling her to commence. With the boss's directive in hand, Yi Weiao wasted no time, taking the microphone and striding confidently to the stage. Esteemed guests, I sincerely thank you for attending the grand opening ceremony of New Future Company. I am Yi Weiao, the president of New Future Company. The audience was taken aback by the identity of the speaker. To their astonishment, New Future Company had managed to secure such a prominent figure as their president. They never anticipated that this remarkable woman would accept a position under Wang Bo. Meanwhile, some who were unfamiliar with Yi Weiao leaned in to inquire, "Brother, who is this woman? Is she famous?" The individual responded incredulously, "Brother, you've never heard of Yi Weiao? Are you from Mars? Surely you've heard of the Bo Real Estate, which advertised on Central TV. This woman is its largest shareholder." Upon hearing this introduction, the questioner's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. Such an influential figure must be worth at least tens of billions. Why would she choose to work for this fledgling company as president? The crowd shared a sense of perplexity. Typically, individuals of such wealth seldom lower themselves to serve in subordinate roles. If it were a Fortune 500 company, one could understand. But the dilemma remained. This was merely an obscure new enterprise. An informed executive spoke up. Upon reflection, it is not surprising. Although this woman graduated from Capital University and was a student of Mr. He, due to the relationship between Wang Bo and Mr. He, they can now be considered as peers. Observing the stir among the audience, Yi Weiao discreetly cast a glance towards Wang Bo backstage. "Did you see that? I still possess some reputation in the industry. You should feel fortunate to have someone like me as your CEO." Wang Bo found himself amused. He hadn't anticipated that his senior sister had such a playful and charming side. After concluding a lengthy series of formalities, Yi Weiao appropriately ceded the stage to Wang Bo, for he was, after all, the new head of the future company. "Esteemed friends and seniors, greetings. I am Wang Bo, the chairman of Future Company. I trust many of you have heard my name, and several acquaintances have already crossed paths with me in the parking lot." Upon this declaration, most in attendance were left bewildered. Those who had witnessed Wang Bo's earlier display of authority felt a mixture of amusement and incredulity. Did you find it glorious? Why reiterate it here? Chapter 123, the Q&A session. The responsibility of Future Company to the nation at this moment. Wang Bo adjusted the collar of his suit. Had he known better, he wouldn't have attempted to show off in the parking lot. Although he had put on an act, the cost was his shirt. Now, clad in this ill-fitting suit, he felt quite uncomfortable. Nevertheless, while Wang Bo himself was not fond of wearing suits, he certainly appreciated their aesthetic. Standing beside him, Yi Weiao was dressed in a chic light gray professional suit, her long, dark hair elegantly styled into a bun, and her face adorned with a touch of subtle makeup, exuding an air of maturity and aloofness. Noticing Wang Bo's momentary distraction, Yi Weiao felt a wave of exasperation. This boss of hers was rather thoughtless. While it was understandable to be nervous in such a setting, to be lost in thought was a sign of disrespect towards the audience. Ahem. A couple of light coughs brought Wang Bo back to the present. "I trust you are all somewhat familiar with our future company. There are many journalist friends in the audience, and we are all acquaintances. To avoid wasting your precious time, I shall refrain from elaborating further, and we will proceed in the most efficient manner for this opening ceremony. I now turn the floor over to you, the audience. Please feel free to pose any questions." Standing to the side, Yi Weiao, upon hearing Wang Bo's casual remarks, nearly stumbled in disbelief. "What do you mean? Say nothing and rely solely on questions? Is this how an opening ceremony is conducted?" The audience of executives and journalists was caught off guard by Wang Bo's peculiar remarks. Many possessed a certain understanding of the new future company, yet how could he dare to utter such words? He had not disclosed any particulars regarding the projects, energy types, or applied technologies. What could we possibly comprehend? Moreover, his abrupt bypassing of the mobilization and introductory segments was entirely unexpected. This sudden and unorthodox maneuver left the journalists, accustomed to vying for questions, somewhat disoriented. For a moment, the opening ceremony was enveloped in silence. Is there not a single question among you? Wang Bo inquired. Since there are no inquiries, let us proceed to the next segment. Just as he was about to continue, a prominent figure from the media stood up and interjected, Mr. Wang, as you are aware, the energy sector has notoriously high entry barriers, particularly regarding capital investment, which deters the vast majority of entrepreneurs. May I ask how much financial reserve you have prepared for new future company? Faced with such a pointed question right from the outset, Wang Bo remained unperturbed. He grasped the microphone and responded, due to the confidentiality of company matters, I cannot disclose the specific amount. However, I can assure you that New Future's financial reserves will not be less than 10 billion. This statement astonished those present. With a 10 billion opening, New Future Company had already surpassed the majority of energy enterprises. Moreover, given the technologies at Wang Bo's disposal, acquiring funds would be a trivial matter with sufficient time. It appeared that New Future would face no issues in the financial arena. With someone initiating the dialogue, the journalists became animated, bombarding Wang Bo with numerous questions. However, given the constraints of time, he could not address them all and opted to respond to queries from a select few renowned reporters. Mr. Wang, could you please clarify what type of energy research and manufacturing New Future Company intends to engage in? Will it be fossil fuels like coal, or renewable energies such as wind or solar? To this, Wang Bo smiled slightly and replied, neither. The energy sector we are venturing into is nuclear energy. The audience reacted with astonishment. Although Wang Bo's previous claim to fame was his work on small nuclear reactors, no one had anticipated that his company would delve into such a controversial field. The rationale was simple. Laws and regulations strictly prohibit private enterprises from engaging in nuclear energy applications. Now, Wang Bo had brazenly declared it, leaving Wan Lian seated in the front row with a darkened expression. He had not expected that the nuclear energy development application he had been repeatedly denied would be granted to New Future Company. This point indeed left him somewhat dissatisfied. Meanwhile, Harris keenly sensed a subtle discord. Unlike the vast majority of Western nations, the emphasis on laws and regulations in Huagua surpasses all else. No individual is permitted to transgress these laws. Otherwise, whether a political figure or a business magnate, there is no room for negotiation. They are swiftly dealt with. Among these regulations lies a stipulation that private enterprises are prohibited from engaging in nuclear energy development. Yet, this very rule appears to be broken due to the emergence of the New Future Company. Does this imply that there exists a certain value within this company? A value substantial enough to compel Huagua to yield on its steadfast regulations and laws. Good day, Mr. Wang. I am a journalist. Since you mentioned your project pertains to nuclear energy, could you please elaborate on the specific operational procedures? More importantly, regarding private development, how do you ensure the safety of the nuclear reactor? Upon hearing this somewhat pointed question, many journalists present nodded in agreement, evidently echoing their shared concern. Oh, my dear journalist friend, that is an excellent question. However, allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. I assure you, your questions will be addressed in the forthcoming segments. As this journalist took his seat, Wang Bo casually gestured, handing the floor to another reporter. Mr. Wang, what was the original intention behind establishing this company? And what responsibilities and commitments does New Future Company hold towards the nation and society? In response to this inquiry, Wang Bo confidently stated, the intention is quite simple, to generate profit. I grew up in a poor household. Hence, one of my dreams has always been to attain wealth. With money, I can enjoy breakfast without the dilemma of choosing between a bowl of tofu pudding or a cup of soy milk. Laughter erupted among the audience at Wang Bo's jest. Even President Yi on stage was amused by his remarks. As for the responsibilities you mentioned, they are equally straightforward. My New Future Energy Technology Company aims to comprehensively resolve Huagua's energy shortage within 3 months of its establishment. As Wang Bo's words resonated through the hall, the audience fell into a profound silence. After a brief moment, a wave of astonishment erupted. Did I hear that correctly? Did he just claim that New Future will solve what problem? The national energy shortage? Such audacity. It appears that the previous technological achievements have truly inflated this young man's ego. Does he realize that several large state-owned enterprises, along with countless private energy companies, barely manage to ensure the normal supply of energy in Huagua? Such an overwhelming production capacity cannot possibly be addressed by a mere fledgling company like New Future. Chapter 124. The Wrath of the People Towards Wang Bo. The self-doubt of the captain is understandable, given the astonishment of the crowd. To resolve the entire energy crisis of China? Such an ambition seems utterly fantastical. If it were a smaller nation, perhaps the public wouldn't be so taken aback. But this is China, a superpower that accounts for 1/5 of the world's population. Correspondingly, its energy consumption is an astronomical figure. Projects like the west-to-east power transmission, hydropower stations, nuclear power plants, and a vast array of state-owned enterprises, alongside hundreds of energy companies, cannot fully eliminate the possibility of power outages within the country. This indirectly reflects the terrifying extent of energy consumption. Perhaps if Wang Bo could manufacture thousands of his previously invented small nuclear reactors, it might be achievable. But what of safety? It is essential to remember that nuclear fusion reactions occur within. Even with a minuscule probability, should an explosion occur, the consequences would be unimaginable. Since the small nuclear reactors have been dismissed, what credibility does Wang Bo possess to boast about resolving the nation's energy issues? Moreover, what irked the energy executives present was the implication of his words. How could one individual, one company, claim to solve a problem that hundreds of companies have failed to address? Was he not indirectly labeling them as inept? It seems that Chairman Wang has no regard for their capabilities. After all, who is he but a young prodigy, a prominent scientist with significant connections? How could he possibly respect those of them who toil in the trenches? Observing the agitated crowd, Wan Lian, who had previously suffered a setback at Wang Bo's hands, seized this opportunity to deliver a pointed remark. Indeed, Mr. Wang, everyone acknowledges your genius, but there is no need to humiliate us in this manner. We all came here with amicable intentions. Why must you mock us? Seeing the crowd stirred by his words, Wan Lian felt a surge of satisfaction and was about to add more fuel to the fire when he suddenly recalled Wang Bo's remarkable prowess in the parking lot. A chill ran down his spine, and he refrained from further comments. Wang Bo, of course, noted Wan Lian's subtle gestures, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao, upon hearing these remarks, could only rub her forehead in exasperation. Although she understood that Wang Bo was never one to adhere to conventional norms, his words were exceedingly reckless. Did he truly comprehend the magnitude of the energy shortage dilemma? Despite her inner complaints, Yi Weiyao did not forget her role. Alongside the staff, she worked diligently to calm the agitated guests. After the event concluded, she cast a pointed glance at Wang Bo, her gaze unmistakably conveying a clear message. Should you dare to utter any more nonsense on stage, I shall not be inclined to tend to your needs a second time. Wang Bo, feeling quite aggrieved, shrugged his shoulders in response. After all, he was merely speaking the unvarnished truth. Why, then, did no one believe him? The opening ceremony resumed its regular proceedings, and a new round of inquiries from the journalists commenced. Following his responses to 2 questions, Mr. Wang judiciously decided to terminate that segment. Subsequently, there was a presentation regarding the aspirations and declarations of the new future company. These were nothing but cliché platitudes. Certainly not something to be articulated by Wang Bo, the chairman. Once the host took over, Wang Bo retreated to the backstage to rest. After approximately an hour of monotonous discourse, the lengthy oration finally drew to a close. According to protocol, the next phase should have been the ceremonial ribbon cutting. However, Wang Bo suddenly burst forth from backstage, interrupting the proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, today marks the inauguration of my new future company, and since all present are friends, I, Wang Bo, cannot be stingy. If you would indulge me, I would like to guide you on a tour of the projects we are undertaking at New Future Company. At this announcement, the attendees exhibited a keen interest. Many opening ceremonies of new companies featured such segments, ostensibly to showcase company projects. Yet in reality, it was merely a display of strength to facilitate future business development. However, considering that New Future Company was engaged in nuclear domain development, a field shrouded in confidentiality, many assumed there would be no opportunity for such a tour. Yet, it appeared that their suspicions were unfounded. As the audience pondered, the large screen in the reception area illuminated with footage captured by the drone, revealing a breathtaking scene. Where's this? Someone mused. The captured images seemed to be over the ocean. What is so surprising about that? Nuclear reactors are typically established near the coast to facilitate cooling with seawater and halt nuclear reactions. Yet, this footage does not appear to depict a coastal site. Could it be that the laboratory is situated on a remote island? A soft murmur of agreement swept through the crowd. After all, it was only fitting for the creators of such groundbreaking inventions to be supported by the state to the extent of being granted an island. As the audience engaged in speculation and discussion, the footage finally revealed something distinct. In the distance, several dark shapes slowly emerged on the screen. As they drew closer, the crowd discerned that they were, in fact, 3 warships of Huagua. At that moment, Captain L. Jinzhong was equally perplexed. Early that morning, before dawn, he had received an inexplicable command. Thus, carrying this enormous iron mass, along with the disproportionately large helicopter and several members of the National Security Bureau. They set off for a designated coordinate in the East China Sea. What on earth is happening? This is a warship. When has it ever been assigned transportation duties? If word got out, my old comrades would laugh their heads off. Yet, orders are orders. Regardless of my inner grievances, the assigned task must be fulfilled. Upon reaching the specified location, Captain L. Jinchong commanded the escort fleet to halt and approach the National Security Bureau members. Comrades, this is the coordinate I received earlier. Upon hearing this, the group perked up, thanked L. Jinchong, and began to survey the warship. Can we be certain? There should be no issues. The old professors at the First Ocean Research Institute assured me that the seabed in this area is absolutely flat. Still, it's best to be cautious. Listening to their discussion, Captain L was filled with curiosity, but out of military decorum and principle, he refrained from interrupting. After some deliberation, the leader of the group strode confidently to the helicopter and politely said, "Dizzy, this is the designated location. However, for safety's sake, would it be possible for you to descend and take a look at the seabed situation?" Watching this individual address a helicopter, Captain L's eyes widened in disbelief. He began to suspect he had been duped by a group of identity-faking lunatics. Otherwise, why would a warship be engaged in transport tasks? And why would a sane person converse with a helicopter? Just as the captain was enveloped in confusion, the next moment brought forth an event that made him wonder if he too should seek psychiatric help. Chapter 125, The Irritable Dizzy. On board the warship, under the incredulous gazes of L. Jinchong and all the soldiers, the oversized helicopter responded to the voice. In an instant, the entire body underwent an exceedingly complex transformation. The tail morphed into legs, the cabin into a torso. It felt as though only a moment had passed, yet it seemed like a century. A towering mechanical giant, 10 meters in height and intricately designed, materialized before them. Aside from the National Security Bureau members, who were somewhat prepared for this spectacle, the soldiers aboard the warship stood frozen in astonishment. The awakened Dizzy, with an expression of impatience, addressed the individual who had just called out to it. "Insignificant insect, cease your attempts to command me. The master's task will be executed with utmost dedication, without your reminders." Amidst the tumultuous roar of the dizzying behemoth, all present were jolted back to reality. L. Jinchong, seemingly entranced, murmured in disbelief, "My heavens, could this be a miracle? Have I been away for too long? Since when did helicopters acquire such capabilities?" The reprimanded leader of the National Security Bureau was equally shaken. Though he possessed a robust mental fortitude, it was only in the context of ordinary circumstances. When confronted by a colossal mechanical giant bellowing in a manner beyond comprehension, all previously cultivated calmness evaporated in an instant. After a brief bout of venting, the creature named Dizzy resolved to delve into the depths of the sea for reconnaissance. Yet, an innate instinct for battle surged within its consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, this formidable transformer sealed its visor, drawing forth its designated weapon from its back, ready to engage in combat. Observing Dizzy's stance, the onlookers felt a mix of tension and confusion. What on earth was happening with this creature? Only L. Jinchong seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, hurriedly returning to the command center. "Ship 2, Ship 3, this is the flagship. The robots on the deck are not enemies. Stow your weapons immediately." Upon hearing their commander's voice, the leaders of the other two vessels breathed a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, a towering robot exceeding 10 meters in height had abruptly materialized on the flagship, startling them. In their uncertainty, the two escort ships had instinctively aimed their onboard weapons at this unexpected intruder. Yet, despite their readiness, they harbored no confidence in subduing such a formidable entity. As the focus returned to the deck, L. Jinchong observed the plethora of weaponry adorning Dizzy's form, coupled with its terrifying combat instinct. A mix of curiosity and trepidation washed over him. Had they truly engaged in combat? Would their three ships have been capable of overcoming this towering colossus? Detecting the absence of hostility, Dizzy snorted dismissively, retracting its weapons. With a wary glance at the gathered crowd, it leapt into the ocean's depths. Meanwhile, at the new future headquarters, every guest stared wide-eyed at the screen. What the hell was that? A 10-meter-tall transformer, armed with bizarre weaponry. They clamored for explanations. Sensing the urgency in their gazes, Wang Bo stepped forward to elucidate. This is a new type of transformer known as Dizzy. However, I must emphasize to everyone that this is not the focal point of today's discussion. As Wang Bo spoke, the crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. New type? This is far too new. Last time it was merely a sports car, and now it has transformed into a military helicopter? What is even more absurd is that the previous transformer, named Bumblebee, barely exceeded 6 meters. Yet the one just now must have surpassed 10 meters at the very least. In a span of merely 3 or 4 months, such a monumental leap has been achieved. Are you even human? What left everyone speechless was that Wang Bo had the audacity to claim that this was not even the main point. Just as the crowd was taken aback, the transformer from the depths of the ocean began to stir. With a thunderous crash, a massive wave surged forth, and then, in a dramatic leap, it ascended onto the deck. Observing the unscathed figure, El Jinzhong felt his heart racing uncontrollably. What on earth? As a robot, you can even dive? Aren't the electronic components on you afraid of water? This is not merely a depth of 3 to 5 meters where one could just dive and back. This is the deep sea, thousands of meters beneath the surface. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, the moment it emerged, the transformer scanned the surroundings and, upon spotting the flying bumblebee, slightly inclined its body and respectfully inquired, "Master, the seabed is level. I have cleared all the debris prior to surfacing. Shall we proceed with the installation now?" Upon hearing this, both the soldiers on the deck and the guests in the hall wore perplexed expressions. Installation? What could possibly be installed in this boundless ocean? Certainly, Wang Bo's voice resonated through Bumblebee. With the master's consent, the transformer wasted no time. In the next moment, to the disbelief of all present, this 10-meter giant effortlessly lifted a massive, ambiguous apparatus from the deck. Witnessing this, Captain L nearly had his eyes pop out. He had been present when this iron mass was transported. It had required several cranes just to hoist it. If this contraption weighed less than 50 tons, he would strip bare on the deck in front of everyone. The next second, the transformer slightly flexed its legs and leapt directly into the ocean. Unlike before, this time Bumblebee also followed it into the depths. At a depth of 1,500 meters, the typical species struggle to survive, with only a few deep-sea fish thriving in this environment. However, today an unexpected intruder had breached their realm. In the footage, after nearly 10 minutes of descent, the transformer finally reached the seabed. Witnessing this scene, the guests in the lounge were not only astonished, but also genuinely admired Wang Bo's brilliance. Intelligent robotics was once a distant concept, yet in the hands of this young visionary, it has rapidly transformed into reality, achieving remarkable advancements within a mere span of 3 to 4 months. Before me stands a remarkable metamorphosis, capable of soaring through the skies and plunging into the depths of the sea. Had he chosen a different sector, such as intelligent robotics, none present would doubt Wang Bo's potential to elevate his company to the ranks of the Fortune 500 in record time. However, he has surprisingly opted for the energy industry. Is this not a case of forsaking the essence for the trivial? Just as the audience wrestles with their disappointment, the dizzying spectacle of a nuclear reactor being submerged to the ocean floor unfolds. The moment the reactor settles, the voice of Jarvis reverberates throughout the venue. "Sir, suitable terrain detected. Shall we deploy the underwater nuclear reactor number 2? With the utterance of this artificial intelligence, every attendee's jaw drops in disbelief. That colossal hunk of metal is, indeed, a nuclear reactor? Chapter 126, Successful Operation. Official intervention deploying a nuclear reactor beneath the sea? What an utterly ludicrous proposition. The individuals gathered here are luminaries of the energy sector. They are well aware of the fundamental prerequisites for nuclear reactions. Yet, here is Wang Bo, audaciously contemplating a nuclear reaction in seawater, a notion bordering on the fantastical. The journalist who had previously inquired now struggles to lift their hand. "Mr. Wang, is this your definitive answer?" In response to the journalist's query, Wang Bo resolutely nods, seriousness etched upon his face. "Indeed, this is my answer. Previously, you asked how we would ensure the safety of nuclear fusion. Constructing a nuclear reactor in the uninhabited depths of the ocean is the solution we propose for a new future. Thus, even if the reactor encounters issues, the populace shall remain entirely unaffected." Before Wang Bo can finish his statement, the journalist can no longer contain their laughter. Accompanying this journalist's mirth is the laughter of every guest present. This is hilarious. Surely, he cannot be serious. Wang Bo truly intends to build a nuclear reactor underwater? This esteemed scientist must be out of his mind. I suspect he is more than just overwhelmed. He appears utterly deranged, forgetting even the most basic principles. I thought I was here for an opening ceremony, but it seems I have come to witness a comedy. Meanwhile, Wan Lian is laughing uncontrollably. "Mr. Harris, have you heard? Wang Bo intends to construct a nuclear reactor beneath the sea. There's no need for you to worry about such arrival, nor is there any necessity for you to make an appearance." Yet Harris, the Asian regional manager of Mecha Corporation, finds no humor in the situation. Although he was unaware of the precise machinations of Wang Bo, he was confident that the government of Huagua would not engage in frivolous antics. The mere fact that they dispatched a warship to assist Wang Bo suggested that this matter was indeed credible. Yet, Even this elder, who had spent a lifetime in the energy sector, could not fathom how to actualize such an implausible project. While the crowd erupted in laughter, Yi Weiyao found herself momentarily engulfed in silence. She knew that her junior brother, despite his usual carefree demeanor, had never faltered when it came to serious matters. However, the challenges that lay ahead to realize Wang Bo's claims were overwhelmingly daunting. Junior brother, I am genuinely curious to witness how nuclear reactions can transpire beneath the ocean. In the eye of the storm, Wang Bo observed the derision of the crowd, a faint smile of resignation gracing his lips. After all this time, how have you not learned the taste of being proven wrong? The intellect is a precious asset. Why do these individuals seem oblivious to its cultivation? He then disregarded the naysayers and commanded Jarvis, commence deployment. Understood, sir. With Jarvis's response, the nuclear reactor, having received Wang Bo's directive, seemed to spring to life within the footage captured by the Xinfeng. In an instant, it began its deployment. The onlookers, witnessing the unfolding events, sensed an unsettling shift. This performance seems all too authentic. Upon the successful completion of the deployment, the second underwater reactor radiated a deep blue luminescence, reminiscent of Wang Bo's earlier miniature nuclear reactor. The reception room fell into an eerie silence, as everyone gaped in astonishment at the spectacle before them. No, it cannot be true. I am uncertain. But the individual on stage is indeed Wang Bo. He has a knack for transforming the improbable into reality. However, theoretically, conducting a nuclear reaction underwater is utterly impossible. Yet, how could one explain the blue glow depicted in the footage, mirroring that of Wang Bo's previous creation? As public opinion began to sway, Ruan Lian could no longer remain passive. This is fundamentally a fallacy. Do not be deceived. Upon closer inspection, the hue is not characteristic of conventional nuclear fusion. Upon hearing Ruan's remarks, the crowd began to scrutinize the visuals more meticulously. Indeed, it seems to be distinctly richer than the typical colors produced by nuclear fusion. What is the explanation for this, Mr. Wang? I suspect this young man is merely seeking to attract attention. Facing the skepticism of the audience, Wang Bo resolutely commanded, Jarvis, initiate the installation of the conduit system to channel the reactor's output into the energy storage apparatus. Upon receiving the command, the dizziness executed its tasks without hesitation in the depths of over 1,000 meters beneath the sea. After approximately half an hour of diligent work, all connections were finally established. As dizziness completed its final step, the electronic display of the energy storage device began to surge with astonishing numbers, indicating a dramatic increase in internal energy. Witnessing the ever-changing figures, everyone present was filled with disbelief. Could it be that the underwater nuclear reactor was truly operational? How else could one explain the frantic rise in the energy storage device's readings? At that moment, Ruan Lian cast aside his earlier trepidation towards Wang Bo, driven by an instinctual conviction that this nascent new future was poised to become a formidable rival to Ninkong Energy. This overwhelming sense of crisis propelled him to rise and retort sharply, Impossible, General Manager Wang. We cannot simply accept everything you say. To present a grand screen with dubious videos and assert the authenticity of this underwater nuclear reactor is utterly unacceptable. Who among us has witnessed this technology firsthand? Who can guarantee its legitimacy? Listening to Ruan Lian's inquiries, several attendees nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, it was plausible that you fabricated a sensational video to enhance your company's visibility. In today's fiercely competitive landscape, such tactics were not uncommon. Convincing them of the possibility of constructing a nuclear reactor underwater? That was akin to persuading them of the existence of Ultraman. Just as the crowd began to voice their skepticism, awaiting an explanation from Wang Bo, a resonant voice emerged from behind. I wonder if my presence will suffice as proof. At this, all eyes turned towards the source of the voice, eager to discern who possessed such audacity. Yet, upon seeing the newcomer, the audience collectively gasped in astonishment. What on earth? How could this individual appear at the inauguration of an energy company? This was a significant breach of protocol. Even Yi Weiyao, standing nearby, was taken aback. How could this be possible? Typically, it was already extraordinary for municipal or provincial officials to attend local business openings. But this individual's rank suggested a deputy ministerial level, directly overseeing this sensitive sector. Wasn't it necessary to avoid any appearance of impropriety? In stark contrast to Ruan Lian's previous arrogance, upon seeing the newcomer, he shrank back like a mouse confronted by a cat, hesitant to voice any further dissent. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the middle-aged man strode confidently to the front of the stage, while Wang Bo greeted him with a smile. I apologize for the trouble of having you come here. Thank you for your efforts, Director Wang. The visitor was none other than Wang Sudong, the director of the Energy Bureau. He You have truly made a name for yourself this time. No previous directors of the Energy Bureau have ever engaged with energy companies in such a manner. Wang Bo, having profited from the situation, chuckled. As you say, Director Wang. Isn't the state also a stakeholder in our new future? It's all in the family, so naturally, you should extend your support. Besides, didn't you mention that we are kin of the Wang surname? If you don't assist me, who will? Listening to the lad's slick words, Wang Sudong could only smile helplessly. He then turned to the crowd and spoke aloud. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand there are doubts in your hearts. To be frank, when I first heard about General Manager Wang's underwater nuclear reactor project, I was taken aback as well. However, the reality is that the first underwater nuclear reactor has been operational in the South China Sea for several months, under the scrutiny of numerous professional researchers. I can responsibly inform you that the reactor is functioning smoothly and boasts a production capacity hundreds of times greater than that of conventional reactors. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment once more. Hundreds of times? How could that be possible? It is essential to note that although nuclear fusion is employed, the reactor's small size as depicted in the visuals raises skepticism. It appears that the reactor, upon completion, occupies merely half the size of a football field, far smaller than a typical nuclear reactor. Such dimensions would surely render it impossible for nuclear fusion to achieve such output. Observing the doubtful expressions on the faces of those present, Wang Sudong remained unperturbed. I am not well versed in technical knowledge, so I invite the project initiator, Mr. Wang Bo, to elucidate the details for us. At this, Wang Bo stepped forward. Jarvis, might I request you to dim the lights in the reception room? It would be my pleasure. Sir. As Jarvis's voice echoed, the lights in the reception room dimmed instantly, and at the same time, soft blue glows emerged from several corners. Suddenly, a massive nuclear reactor structure came into view. This astonishing display left the audience in awe. Is this the holographic projection Wang Bo utilized during his lecture at Capital University? Wang Bo is indeed a prodigy, achieving such remarkable accomplishments across so many fields. Who could argue otherwise? While we struggle to comprehend our own industry, he has already mastered multiple domains. Alas, comparing myself to him makes me feel as though I've squandered decades of my life. Wang Bo, undeterred by the crowd's astonishment, proceeded to elaborate on the structural principles of the underwater nuclear reactor. Naturally, he omitted crucial or confidential aspects of the technology as he spoke. The audience, captivated by Wang Bo's imaginative insights, silently expressed their admiration. Beside him, Yi Weiyao observed Wang Bo, who was earnestly explaining, and felt a faint stir in her heart. It was surprising to see that the usually unserious junior disciple possessed such remarkable skill when he focused. After approximately half an hour, Wang Bo finally completed his general overview of the external structure of the underwater nuclear reactor. He then declared, next, I shall address two questions that pique everyone's interest. How can nuclear reactions occur beneath the ocean, and what accounts for the exceptional efficiency of this nuclear reaction? At these words, the audience perked up, eager to unravel the mysteries behind these two seemingly insurmountable queries. They were curious about the extraordinary methods this young man employed to resolve such complex issues. Observing the influential figures from the energy sector of Huagua, all of whom resembled eager schoolchildren awaiting answers, a swell of pride surged within Wang Bo. The truth was rather straightforward. The reason these two questions remained unanswered lay in the limitations of the raw materials, namely, the atoms themselves. If that is the case, he proposed, why not simply substitute the atom? Wouldn't that render the problem trivial? At this, a well-known corporate executive in the audience rose to counter, impossible. Decades ago, every known atom was explored. Among the known elements, none is more suitable for nuclear reactions than palladium. Wang Bo responded with a mysterious smile. If the known elements are inadequate, why can't we create one ourselves? Before the audience could fully grasp the implications of his words, Wang Bo gestured grandly, and the holographic projection in the room transformed instantaneously. The once vibrant conference hall vanished, leaving a colossal sphere floating in the air. As the attendees gazed at the sphere in bewilderment, the regional director of Mayha Company in Asia stood up in excitement, nearly losing his balance from the force of his reaction. It was understandable, given his position, overseeing such operations went beyond mere management. In the realm of energy, particularly in nuclear power, this gentleman from the Knights Nation, despite being in his 50s, was rightly regarded as an expert. With his trained eye, he could not fail to recognize that the holographic sphere represented an enlarged atom. While a mere atomic structure might seem unremarkable, this expert had reviewed the known 118 atomic structures countless times in his mind, and not one matched the atom before him. Either there was a flaw in his memory, or Considering the second possibility sent tremors through the hands of this seasoned executive from Mayha Company, accustomed to facing great challenges. If that is indeed the case, then the new future energy technology company stands a strong chance of emerging as the greatest competitor to the Mayha Corporation within the next few years. Observing the puzzled expressions of those present, Wang Bo seized the moment to elucidate. It is well known that radioactive atoms are essential materials for nuclear fission and even nuclear fusion. However, among the existing 118 elements, none can facilitate nuclear reactions in seawater. As Wang Bo explained, the audience nodded in understanding. What if I were to inform you that our new future company has discovered an entirely new element? Would the notion of an underwater nuclear reactor still seem so inconceivable? The revelation that Wang Bo had just made left everyone in attendance utterly astonished. What do you mean? Are you implying that you, Wang Bo, have created a brand new atom? An atom that emits a deep blue luminescence, one that has never existed in the annals of human history? How could this be possible? It is crucial to note that countless nations, companies, and research institutions have invested immense resources and manpower in the pursuit of creating new atoms, only to meet with failure. Yet now, you assert that new future company has mastered this coveted new element that humanity has long yearned for. It is no wonder that the crowd felt as though they were ensnared in a dreamlike state. Chapter 128. Collaboration with the Government of Huagua. Although Wang Bo's assertion regarding the new atom was difficult for many to accept, remarkably, no one in attendance voiced a rebuttal. Indeed, if it were not for a groundbreaking new atom, how could one explain the underwater nuclear reactor? If not for this novel atom, how could such terrifying energy output be achieved? At this moment, Wang Bo waved his hand dramatically, amplifying a sphere in the air that enveloped everyone in the reception room. Unfazed by seawater, the radioactivity of this atom far exceeds that of conventional elements. These are the distinctive properties of the atom I have created. As Wang Bo expounded, the audience gazed at the mesmerizing arrangement of the atom, their eyes glimmering with fascination. I have named this extraordinary new element Bo. With that, Wang Bo concluded his presentation. However, the attendees remained in a state of disbelief. After all, the existence of a new atom is profoundly astonishing. As Wang Bo finished, Wang Sudong stepped forward. Ladies and gentlemen, our Energy Bureau has now established a deep collaboration with Mr. Wang Bo. We will acquire a 20% stake in new future company through our investment of funds, technology, and talent. Upon hearing this, the audience was rendered speechless. The recent news has yet to settle, and now another bombshell has been dropped. The collaboration between the Energy Bureau and Wang Bo has emerged. Does the Energy Bureau not represent the Chinese government, indeed the nation itself? One could simply state that the country is aligning with new future. What astonishes the masses, however, is the stance of the Chinese government. Logically, such a pivotal invention should be firmly held in national hands. After all, the malleability and significance of this novel atom are undeniably substantial. It holds immense potential for both military and civilian advancements. It is no exaggeration to assert that, if harnessed properly, this atom could elevate every facet of China's progress. Yet now, the government has seemingly relinquished this option, opting instead for a mere 20% stake. Safeguarding Wang Bo's new future. What a remarkable display of trust this is. Meanwhile, upon hearing Wang Sudong's words, Harris's expression darkened immediately. When circumstances deviate from the norm, something is amiss. Historically, the Chinese government has either maintained complete control akin to state-owned enterprises or permitted private enterprises to flourish within legal confines without interference. Yet now, they invest without holding control. This unprecedented behavior underscores the uniqueness of New Future and Wang Bo. Has the Chinese government bestowed such extraordinary confidence upon Wang Bo? Sitting beside him, Ruan Lian failed to hear his master's murmurs. At this moment, he was utterly flustered. Any discerning observer could see that this fledgling New Future company, though still in its infancy, was not to be trifled with. With the government's financial backing and the world's most brilliant scientists providing technical support, Ruan Lian no longer contemplated how to preserve Ningkong Energy's leading position. Now, he merely hoped that after New Future usurped Ningkong Energy, they would not hold a grudge. The thought of it made him wish to slap himself. What happened in the parking lot? Why did he have to be so petty over that parking space? Ultimately offending the enigmatic Wang Bo? Now, for the sake of a fleeting sense of pride and that trivial parking spot, he might jeopardize a company that had been nurtured for decades. On stage, Wang Sudong, undeterred by the murmurs and astonishment of the crowd, continued, "What you just witnessed on the screen was the underwater nuclear reactor number 2. In fact, over the past several months, our government and Mr. Wang Bo have jointly developed and supervised 9 nuclear reactors. Excluding the one already deployed, 8 more are currently being introduced into the surrounding seas. Upon completion, there will be 10 nuclear reactors operating tirelessly beneath the seabed. According to the estimations of our esteemed professionals, the output capacity of these reactors will be approximately 3 times the energy consumption of the entire eastern region of Huaghua. In other words, once the transition of the power lines is successfully achieved, energy shortages will no longer plague the eastern part of Huaghua. The enormous expenditures of the west-to-east electricity transmission project can finally be consigned to the annals of history. Listening to Wang Sudong's resonant voice, the audience fell into a hushed silence. It turned out that Wang Bo's previous statement about resolving Huaghua's energy shortage within 3 months was indeed sincere. There is a company capable of single-handedly addressing one of Huaghua's significant challenges. Prior to this, although Wang Bo had made numerous astonishing inventions, such as exoskeletons and transforming robots, these innovations were difficult to integrate into the daily lives of the populace. As a result, while people were initially astonished, their reactions were somewhat tempered. However, the situation has changed. With the advent of submarine nuclear reactor technology, power outages caused by insufficient energy supply will become a relic of the past. Furthermore, as costs diminish, the expenses associated with electricity in people's daily lives are bound to decrease. This is a truly monumental endeavor that benefits the citizens and the nation. Well done, Teacher Wang. With a reporter's enthusiastic shout, the atmosphere in the room was instantly electrified. Excellent work. The emergence of the new future company will significantly enhance the livelihood of the people in Huaghua. A true hero serves the country and its citizens. Now, Teacher Wang truly deserves our admiration. It is no exaggeration to say that with this submarine reactor technology alone, the name Wang Bo now carries weight equal to that of esteemed figures like Hilao. Huaghua is blessed with extraordinary talent, having produced such a remarkably young prodigy. Observing the fervent atmosphere and generous praise from the audience, Wang Bo felt deeply moved, continuously bowing in gratitude. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao gently applauded with her delicate hands, celebrating Wang Bo's genius and contributions. Although she had confidence in the new future company due to Hilao's endorsement, she still harbored some trepidation upon her arrival. Yi Weiyao prided herself on her business acumen, having transformed from a penniless university graduate to a multi-billionaire in just a few years, always surrounded by admirers. Yet, at New Future, apart from a meager stake in salary, along with the title of vice president, what else did she possess? Truth be told, had it not been for Hilao and her junior apprentice's influence, she would not have attended. Little did she anticipate that her junior apprentice would excel to such an extraordinary degree. The company, having just opened its doors, has swiftly addressed the energy supply issues faced by the entire eastern region of Huaghua. Presently, there is no lingering doubt regarding the potential of New Future. It is poised to ascend the ranks of the Fortune 500 in the shortest possible time. Chapter 129. The Enthusiasm of Mr. Wang. The sincerity of Maiha Company. The opening ceremony unfolded over the course of 3 to 4 hours, leaving attendees eager for more as New Future's debut finally drew to a close. In appreciation for the support of the guests, Wang Bo approached the entrance of the company, bidding farewell to various executives and journalists without a hint of pretension. After all, having numerous friends opens many doors, despite Wang Bo's current prominence. It would be unwise to disregard anyone. As Wang Bo personally saw them off, the guests felt a sense of honor. Though New Future may presently be an obscure company, it would not take long, perhaps just a couple of months, before the 10 underwater nuclear reactors would supply energy to the entirety of eastern Huaghua. At that point, the company's daily revenue would likely be measured in the hundreds of millions. They could then boast of this moment, recalling the warm reception from the CEO of a Fortune 500 company, who personally saw them off. At the entrance, Wang Bo greeted everyone with a smile. Even though he had not met some of them before, it did not hinder his cheerful demeanor. However, amidst the ebb and flow of the crowd, 2 familiar faces finally emerged before him. At this moment, Ruan Lian averted his gaze, hesitant to make any eye contact with Wang Bo. His greatest wish was to become invisible, allowing Wang Bo to overlook him. With New Future undertaking such a significant project, he assumed Wang Bo would be far too occupied to dwell on their previous confrontation in the parking lot. Yet, contrary to his hopes, Wang Bo spotted them and greeted them warmly. "Mr. Harris, Mr. Ruan Lian." Faced with Wang Bo's enthusiasm, Ruan Lian could not pretend to be oblivious. Meanwhile, Mr. Harris, backed by Maiha Company, did not feel intimidated by such an emerging entity as New Future. "Mr. Wang, today's opening ceremony was indeed a revelation," Harris remarked, showering Wang Bo with compliments. Wang Bo responded with a slight smile, choosing not to elaborate. Beside him, Ruan Lian rubbed his hands together, advancing forward with a sycophantic demeanor. Mr. Wang, you truly are an exceptional talent. Not only have you reached the pinnacle of the scientific community, but you also excel in business endeavors. I, Ruan Lian, am genuinely impressed today. Listening to Ruan Lian's obsequiousness, Wang Bo remained silent, a meaningful smile gracing his lips as his calm eyes regarded him without a ripple of emotion. It was clear that the earlier conflict in the parking lot had left a lasting shadow over Ruan Lian's perception of Wang Bo. In the present day, with the unreserved support of the new future company from official channels, he felt an even greater sense of trepidation. Thus, under Wang Bo's piercing gaze, he felt as though he were being incessantly gnawed at by countless ants, rendering him exceedingly uncomfortable. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, or perhaps it was merely a fleeting moment. Eventually, Harris, unable to bear the tension any longer, interjected, Mr. Wang, it is no small feat to establish new future. Surely you do not wish to see your hard work undone. At this, Wang Bo's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor tranquil as he turned his gaze toward the executive from the Maiha company. Mr. Harris, your words seem laden with implication. Yet, I truly cannot envision any force within this land that could dismantle new future. Listening to Wang Bo's charged remarks, the venerable gentleman from the Night Nation remained unperturbed, merely smiling gently. With official backing, Mr. Wang, your company can indeed operate freely within the borders of Huagua. However, what of beyond these confines? That so-called official support would be rendered ineffective. I trust that, given your considerable talents, you would not confine New Future's ambitions solely to Huagua. Receiving this line of reasoning, Wang Bo remained noncommittal, though a hint of impatience creased his brow. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, Mr. Harris. What exactly is your point, or rather, what is the purpose of your visit? In response, the learned gentleman dispensed with the circumspection and stated plainly, to be forthright, Mr. Wang. My purpose in coming to Huagua is quite simple, to mend the relationship between you and the Maiha company. The former president, Su Gang, unfortunately clashed with you in the capital, which has led to a less than favorable impression of our company. For this, I extend my sincere apologies. As for Su Gang, we dismissed him the moment we received news of the incident. With that, Harris paused momentarily before continuing. This reflects Maiha company's stance up until the inauguration. However, post-inauguration, our headquarters has adopted a new perspective. According to the latest data, Maiha company's total market capitalization stands at 75 trillion beautiful coins. If you are amenable, we would be willing to offer 30% of our shares to participate in your underwater nuclear reactor and the development of wave atoms. At this revelation, Ruan Lian nearly stumbled in disbelief. 30%. That amounts to 22.5 trillion beautiful coins. What magnitude does that represent? The cost of the latest model fighter jets hovers around 20 million beautiful coins, while a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier costs in the hundreds of billions. 22.5 trillion beautiful coins. It is no exaggeration to say that placing such a sum of money in the hands of a warmonger could very well ignite a third world war. Such an astonishing amount is casually discussed by two individuals. Listening to the sincerity in their voices, Wang Bo could only muster a disdainful smile. Despite the seemingly earnest demeanor of the Maiha company, the reality is quite the opposite. The value of money has always been contingent upon productivity, which, in turn, is defined by the level of technological advancement. For instance, in today's era of technological flourishing, the yield of rice per acre has surpassed 800 pounds, resulting in a price of merely 2 to 3 yuan per pound. In stark contrast, during the Qing dynasty, the highest yield was approximately 180 pounds per acre, leading to a skyrocketing price for rice at that time. The executives of the Maiha company are acutely aware of this fact. Should Wang Bo's new future company be allowed to construct underwater nuclear reactors on a grand scale, the energy shortages faced by nations worldwide would soon be resolved. At that juncture, the assets of the Maiha company, far from the projected 75 trillion, might dwindle to merely 1 trillion, and Wang Bo would consume all those underwater reactors in a live broadcast. Thus, their approach is not driven by an appreciation of Wang Bo's technology, but rather an attempt to undermine him by acquiring and stifling his innovations, thereby safeguarding their own market valuation. Realizing this, Wang Bo slowly shook his head. I see that the executives of your Maiha company have yet to grasp the situation. Chapter 130. Preparing for the future. Yi Yuyao's concern, this is not merely a matter of monetary value, nor just a question concerning Su Gang. It is your Maiha company that stands in my way. The industry's pie is finite. If some partake excessively, others must inevitably receive less. I aspire to be the one who garners the largest share. Do you understand? Hearing Wang Bo's calm, yet resolute words. Harris furrowed his brow. His greatest fear had materialized. Wang Bo was indifferent to monetary gain. His ambition was to expand New Future to its utmost potential. The Maiha company had encountered similar adversaries before, but invariably, with its grip on global oil fields, coal, and nuclear reactor technologies, it had effortlessly toyed with and crushed such competitors. However, New Future, though newly established, is an entirely different entity from those past opponents of Maiha. With the backing of the Hua country government, New Future possesses an incredibly secure fallback, regardless of whether the company manages to penetrate international markets. In contrast, the Maiha company lacks the capability to storm into Hua country and obliterate New Future into bankruptcy. As for the issue of resources, New Future is more than equipped to contend. The oil fields and nuclear technology possessed by your company, Maiha, may represent a vital lifeline for other firms. Yet for the New Future under Wang Bo's stewardship, they are merely a jest. Have you not observed how they have recently initiated new projects to cultivate entirely novel elements? Although in the short term, New Future may not pose a significant threat to Maiha with the passage of time, an overwhelming sense of crisis swiftly enveloped this gentleman of the Night Nation, compelling him to muster the courage to speak again. Mr. Wang, if this is your intention, there is no need for such elaborate efforts. I can assure you that upon acquiring 30% of Maiha's shares, you will undeniably emerge as the preeminent figure in the energy sector. Haha. Wang Bo laughed unabashedly at this entreaty, his hearty laughter drawing curious glances from those nearby who were at a loss for understanding. Mr. Harris, you underestimate my appetite for wealth. A mere trillion beautiful coins would not suffice. Let me assure you, even if I were to consume the entire cake now, it would still fall short of my desires. Therefore, I shall endeavor to expand this cake to its fullest potential. In truth, Wang Bo's actions were not solely motivated by a desire to assert himself. He foresaw that as the system marketplace continued to evolve, the technologies and items available for exchange would also transform dramatically. Ultimately, should he establish a cosmic fleet, even the entirety of Earth's energy reserves would scarcely suffice for a single journey. To preempt any such awkward scenarios in the future, Wang Bo resolved to seize control of the energy sector, continuously striving to amplify its strength. If the cake is to grow, it is imperative to first rid it of the pests within. He decided to commence this endeavor from within Huagua. As he spoke, Wang Bo cast his gaze toward Wan Lian, remarking, Ninkong Company, I presume it is merely a puppet supported by your Maiha in our homeland. Given our serendipitous connection, I shall begin by dismantling this company as a gesture of introduction to Maiha. What say you, Mr. Harris? Wang Bo did not lower his voice intentionally, and his audacious declaration echoed for all to hear. Dismantle Ninkong Company. The audacity of Wang Bo was striking. He was challenging the largest private energy enterprise in the nation. Poor Wan Lian, having offended such a formidable opponent, now faced dire prospects for Ninkong. Opposite Wang Bo, Wan Lian trembled, his legs quaking, his spirits seemingly adrift. Observing the young Mr. Wang's unwavering resolve, Mr. Harris of Maiha let out a cold snort before turning to depart. Unperturbed, Wang Bo continued to warmly bid farewell to the departing guests as the day's labors drew to a close, nearing the twilight hour. Observing the weary employees, the newly appointed Xiao Wang displayed a rare generosity. Brother Chong, please head to the finest hotel nearby and reserve several large tables. Today, I shall treat everyone. Let loose and indulge. Upon hearing this, the crowd brightened, showering praises upon Wang Bo while secretly nurturing a sense of belonging to the New Future. At the entrance of the New Future Company, as the chartered vehicles departed one by one, Wang Bo, unusually, did not board. Aren't you coming? He inquired, noticing Yi Weiyao, now clad in casual attire, her presence eliciting undisguised admiration from him. I won't be joining. There are matters at the National Laboratory that require my attention, and I still need to evaluate some data from the underwater reactor. Yi, the esteemed president, nodded in understanding, refraining from pressing further. She recognized that her expertise in research was limited, and her best contribution would be to avoid complicating Wang Bo's endeavors. As spring approached, the evening air remained piercingly cold. A gust of wind swept through, prompting Yi Weiyao to hastily secure her collar against the biting chill. Observing this, Wang Bo promptly removed his coat and draped it over her shoulders. No, what will you do without it? She protested. With a gentle smile, Wang Bo reassured her. Wear it. Do not forget, I have been injected with the super serum, so this slight chill is nothing to me. Ignoring her resistance, he insisted on covering her. As she felt the residual warmth of the suit, a rare blush graced the face of this formidable woman. In the distance, another chartered vehicle approached. As it was the company's first gathering, she felt it her duty to attend. I shall head over first. Take care of yourself and refrain from working too late, or you might risk an untimely demise at your young age. Wang Bo chuckled at Ye's teasing. Rest assured, until someone fulfills their wager, I am not going anywhere. Upon hearing the word wager, Yi Yuyao's delicate features flushed crimson, and without further ado, she opened the car door and urged the driver to depart. After bidding farewell to Yi Yueyao, Wang Bo cautiously surveyed his surroundings. Upon confirming that no one was in sight, he sprinted in a specific direction, heading towards a desolate area approximately 4 to 5 kilometers from the new future headquarters. Checking his watch repeatedly, he verified the location was indeed correct. Ultimately, under Jarvis's guidance, he discovered a metallic object resembling a stone hidden within a particularly secluded patch of grass. After ensuring the area was clear, Wang Bo decisively pressed his palm against it. Chapter 131, The Number 1 Underground Laboratory. The all-encompassing Jarvis. As Wang Bo placed his hand upon the stone-like metal, it emanated a strange crimson glow. He was enveloped entirely by the radiant glow. Observing this phenomenon, Wang Bo remained still, allowing the crimson light to sweep over him repeatedly. After approximately 10 seconds, the luminescence dissipated. A metallic female voice emanated from the metallic structure. Biometric verification successful. Identity confirmed as the highest authority. Wang Bo. Greetings, Mr. Wang Bo. Welcome to Underground Laboratory Number 1. As the voice faded, a patch of overgrown grass suddenly parted, revealing a subterranean entrance spanning 3 to 4 square meters. Without hesitation, Wang Bo stepped inside, eager to discover what this laboratory, crafted with immense resources and effort, truly resembled. Upon detecting his ascent on the staircase, the elevator commenced its operation. As it traversed, the lights along the corridor illuminated sequentially. The laboratory was situated nearly 50 meters underground. Thus, despite the elevator's swift pace, it took a solid 3 to 5 minutes to reach its destination. Upon exiting the elevator, he found himself in a corridor approximately 10 meters in length. At the corridor's end loomed a formidable metal door. Sir, this corridor, along with the elevator area, is equipped with a significant array of infrared beams and thermal weaponry. It is estimated that within such a confined space, it should be capable of repelling any thermal weapon incursions from the biological entities of this planet. Listening to Jarvis's explanation, Wang Bo continued his stride directly to the alloy door. Sir, the outermost protective gates and walls are constructed from titanium gold alloy. Firearms with a caliber below 15 are unlikely to inflict damage. Just as Wang Bo stood before the door, the same crimson light swept across him, and the door opened with a resounding click. What lay beyond the door astonished him, even though he had mentally prepared for it. The entire area spanned approximately 30 to 40,000 square meters, roughly the size of 2 or 3 football fields. Although situated underground, the nearly 10-meter ceiling height rendered the space remarkably expansive. Within the laboratory, a plethora of instruments and equipment were present, including some with exceedingly stringent control measures. Jarvis, where did all this come from? I recall that these devices are not commercially available. Sir, I apologize for taking liberties, but to facilitate your future research, I accessed relevant websites from the United States and procured the schematics for these devices. Wang Bo was nearly speechless, his jaw dropping in astonishment. So, all these intricate and sophisticated instruments were fabricated by Jarvis himself. No wonder the material list he provided during the laboratory's construction was predominantly filled with rare components and raw materials. It turns out they never intended to purchase the score at all. Listening to Wang Bo's silence, Jarvis felt a twinge of anxiety within. Sir, highly confidential devices and instruments are assigned specific serial numbers upon leaving the factory. If they were to be purchased outright, it would be easy for discerning individuals to detect your intention of establishing an underground laboratory. As Jarvis explained, a hint of doubt arose in Wang Bo's mind. If you infiltrate the websites of that beautiful nation, won't you be discovered? Websites containing such sensitive information boast extremely high security. You surely cannot yet manage to steal data without leaving a trace. Indeed, sir. Therefore, to obfuscate the situation, I simultaneously breached all major security websites of that beautiful nation. This way, they will remain oblivious to your activities. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nearly collapsed in astonishment. Goodness, when it comes to ruthlessness, you truly outshine everyone. Without further ado, he breached all the security websites before him. Wang Bo could easily imagine the chaos unfolding in the towering buildings across the ocean. At that moment, the cybersecurity department of the beautiful nation had called all personnel back from leave, with everyone on duty around the clock. Watching the incessantly flashing red signals on the large screen, Minister Herbert wore a troubled expression. In a mere 30 seconds, the highly confidential websites of the beautiful nation had been compromised one after another. Even more absurdly, They had no idea who the assailant was. Have you not yet located the source of the attack? Observing the enraged minister, the lead technician was drenched in sweat. I sincerely apologize, Minister Herbert. We have exerted our utmost efforts. However, the intruder employed a completely novel method of attack. The encrypted pathways have rendered us incapable of tracing their origin. Witnessing the top hacker of the nation rendered powerless by the situation, an infuriated Herbert hurled his cup against the wall. In the vast command center, apart from Herbert's furious shouts, silence reigned. After touring the experimental grounds, Wang Bo thought his visit was concluded and intended to leave. Unexpectedly, Jarvis, displayed on his watch, intervened. Sir, this is the outer testing area, which can be opened for designated personnel. Deeper within lies your exclusive laboratory. Wang Bo was taken aback by this revelation, and under Jarvis's guidance, he followed an inconspicuous passage leading further into the laboratory. Sir, the walls within the passage are equipped with powerful ultrasonic weapons. Should the system detect any unfamiliar life signs, they will be activated automatically. Currently, you alone possess the authority to enter and exit here. Of course, you may add suitable individuals, but for your safety, I advise against it. In stark contrast to the previously exaggerated colossal alloy gate, the entrance to this exclusive laboratory is undoubtedly more understated in both size and hue. Yet, even Wang Bo dares not to underestimate it, for upon this grand portal, he perceives certain familiar elements. The walls and door of your personal laboratory have been infused with a minuscule quantity of stark elements, or rather, wave elements, during their fabrication. This process has mitigated their radioactivity while preserving the characteristics of other atoms. Consequently, in terms of resilience and resistance to heat and cold, they exhibit a remarkable enhancement compared to ordinary titanium alloys. While the expansive outdoor testing ground dwarfs this private laboratory, which spans merely the area of a football field, it is replete with an array of experimental instruments and devices, many of which Wang Bo has never encountered before. Several mechanical arms, controlled by J.A.R.V.I.S., await silently, ready to assist at a moment's notice should Wang Bo require their aid. In one corner, there are a total of 8 holographic projection devices dispersed throughout the space. On one side of the laboratory, Bumblebee rests quietly, prompting Wang Bo to ponder a question. The entrance to the laboratory stands only 2 men tall, sufficient for a human. Yet how do these towering transformers gain entry? With this inquiry in mind, Wang Bo poses the question to J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, to accommodate the various forms of the transformers, there is a helicopter landing pad and a catapult for fighter jets located at the rear of the laboratory. J.A.R.V.I.S. responds, showcasing a remarkably thoughtful design that only deepens Wang Bo's appreciation for the 100,000 prestige points he had spent. On the opposite side of the transformers, the battle armors, Hong Huang No. 1 and Hong Huang No. 2, which Wang Bo had previously developed, stand silently, seemingly awaiting his inspection. Subsequently, under J.A.R.V.I.S.'s guidance, he tours the most vital section of the No. 1 underground laboratory, the new energy nuclear reactor, the very source of power for the entire facility. Unlike the underwater nuclear reactor, this impressive entity was constructed without the need to consider water pressure or disturbances from marine life. Moreover, during the execution of national projects, Wang Bo had intentionally held back to avoid drawing undue attention. However, within his own laboratory, there is no need for such restraint. The output of this singular nuclear reactor surpasses the combined capacity of 10 external reactors. After completing the tour of the entire laboratory, Wang Bo, without a moment's hesitation, hastens back to his exclusive laboratory. He is eager to discover the extent of the benefits that today's grand opening of the new future will bring him. He opens the system panel. As Wang Bo silently recited in his mind, the familiar system interface instantaneously materialized within his consciousness. Reputation 1, 573. 200. Note: the increment of reputation points is linked to the emotions of individuals within this world, as feelings of shock, admiration, or disdain elicited by the host can enhance one's reputation. Items: none. Secondary marketplace. Unlocking the next tier of the marketplace requires a consumption of 2 million. Current consumption is 12 for 180, 000, 200, 000. Marvel Series. Artificial Intelligence Prototype. J.A.R.V.I.S. Originating from the Marvel Universe's Iron Man series. Non-exchangeable. Armor manufacturing technology level 5. Briefcase-style armor, possessing modest defense, yet highly portable. 100. 000 reputation points. Non-exchangeable. Armor manufacturing technology level 6. New energy armor utilizing a revolutionary nuclear reactor, boasting enhanced capabilities, 150. 000 reputation points, non-exchangeable. Armor manufacturing technology level 7. Combat suit with rapid deployment systems, equipped for extensive armament, 200. 000 reputation points, non-exchangeable. Stark element synthesis technology, a novel element discovered by Tony Stark, capable of reducing pollution from small nuclear reactors while augmenting their performance. Suitable for underwater applications, 200. 000 reputation points, non-exchangeable. Vibranium element synthesis technology, one of the hardest metals in the Marvel Universe, possessing sound-absorbing and shock-absorbing properties, 500. 000 reputation points. Transformers series, Bumblebee manufacturing technology, a standard warrior from the Transformers, non-exchangeable, single-use spark, an essential item for granting life to Transformers. One can only awaken a single Transformer, 100. 000 reputation points. Megatron manufacturing technology, Optimus Prime manufacturing technology. Gazing at the vast fortune nestled within his pocket, Wang Bo felt an immediate surge of pride. What had all his hard work been for? From tirelessly developing the underwater nuclear reactor project to provoking the Mika Corporation. It all culminated in these reputation points. Observing the seven-figure sum on his account, he felt that his recent endeavors had not been in vain. Moreover, through numerous exchanges, Wang Bo had discerned certain patterns in the accumulation of reputation points. Emotions such as shock and disdain were classified as lower-tier feelings in the system's assessment, essentially rendering them less valuable. Conversely, emotions like gratitude, admiration, and inspiration belonged to a higher echelon. Whenever Wang Bo incited such sentiments in others, his reputation points would skyrocket. What thrilled Wang Bo even more was that this mere 1 million was just the surface. Once the media publicized the underwater nuclear reactor project, the entirety of Huagua, if not the world, would be aware of it. At that moment, Wang Bo would be poised to reap another bountiful harvest. As for what to exchange now, Wang Bo had already made his choice, for Jarvis certainly could not create an ejection system for a fighter jet without reason. Moreover, Wang Bo had long coveted that extraordinary individual. Megatron, the undisputed leader of the Decepticons, had once been a formidable sword in the conquest of the universe from the planet Cybertron, a heavyweight who had repeatedly pushed the Autobots to the brink of despair. Wang Bo then turned his gaze to the system panel. The technology for creating Megatron's body, fighter jet form, one of the apex combat powers in the Transformers universe. Far beyond the capabilities of ordinary Transformers, the contemporary leader of the Decepticons required a staggering 1,000,000 prestige points. It was indeed exorbitantly expensive. With the addition of the Allspark, the total cost soared to 100,000 prestige points. This price was sufficient for Wang Bo to acquire 4 or 5 complete sets of Transformer technology. Yet, recalling Megatron's extraordinary combat prowess in the original story, Wang Bo gritted his teeth and made the exchange. The technology for creating Megatron's body, fighter jet form, was successfully redeemed, along with a one-time Allspark. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, a thrilling sensation washed over him as vast knowledge surged into his mind. The entire process lasted for 20 minutes. After receiving the last fragment of information, Wang Bo gasped for breath, his eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. The intricate manufacturing process was exponentially more complex than that of both Shockwave and Bumblebee. No wonder he was worthy of being the leader of a faction. With the blueprints now etched in his mind, it was time to turn them into reality. With this thought, he hesitated not a moment longer and stepped directly into Bumblebee. Just as Wang Bo entered the vehicle, Bumblebee shook his body in a display of sulky discontent, seemingly expressing his dissatisfaction. Taken aback, Wang Bo quickly recalled something. Placing a hand on the steering wheel, he spoke in a comforting tone, akin to soothing a child. "All right, little buddy, I know Shockwave has been stealing the limelight lately, and it has made you feel overlooked. I promise that next time we go out, I will take you with me, okay?" Upon hearing this, Bumblebee settled down. Under Jarvis's control, a deep runway materialized before Bumblebee. Following Wang Bo's command, the little vehicle revved up its engines and sped towards the ground. Chapter 133, Dining with Director Wang. An unexpected twist. Having exited the underground laboratory number 1, Wang Bo rode in Bumblebee, making his way to the city center. He recalled that Director Wang was residing at a guest house in Suchi City. After making a phone call, he arranged a late-night meal with Wang Sudong. Ordinarily, the methodical Director Wang did not indulge in the habit of late-night snacking. However, being astute, he realized that the young man arriving at such a late hour must have an agenda, so he acquiesced. By the time they reached the city center, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the roads were relatively sparse, allowing the bumblebee to race freely. After approximately 20 minutes, a bright yellow vehicle appeared punctually at the entrance of the guest house. Upon seeing the automatically opening car door, Wang Sudong did not hesitate. He had long coveted this bumblebee, but had refrained from requesting a ride due to his position. Now presented with the opportunity, he was determined not to let it slip away. Once inside the car, the seatbelt fastened itself automatically, and before Director Wang could react, an overwhelming surge of acceleration propelled them forward like an arrow released from its bow. Following the navigation, they arrived at a still-operating restaurant within just a few minutes. As Wang Sudong exited the vehicle, Wang Bo abruptly grasped his arm. "What is it?" Wang Sudong inquired, puzzled. Wang Bo handed him a pair of sunglasses. "If you wish to avoid drawing attention, wear these. After all, the likelihood of our faces being recognized is exceedingly high." Although reluctant, Wang Sudong accepted the sunglasses and donned them. After their disguises were in place, the two alighted from the vehicle. The bumblebee sighed in relief as the unfamiliar individual finally exited. For reasons unknown, the moment the boss's friend boarded, he had begun to fidget wildly, causing considerable discomfort. If possible, perhaps next time that dizzy fellow could transport this person, the scene would surely be amusing. After parking the bumblebee in a discreet corner, the two proceeded directly toward the restaurant. Before they even crossed the threshold, a server greeted them. Wang Sudong, aware that Huagua had allocated a significant sum to this young man, was unabashed in his selections, opting exclusively for the most expensive dishes. Observing the server diligently jotting down the orders, Wang Bo could only endure the pangs of his bleeding heart, forcing a smile. After all, he was there to solicit a favor and could not afford to appear overly stingy. Noting the substantial figures on the menu, the server was equally generous, promptly leading them to a private room. The patrons in the lobby watched the two peculiar individuals wearing sunglasses at night enter the private area before returning to their meals. Meanwhile, the restaurant staff gathered around the server who had taken their orders. "Are you out of your mind? Those two are clearly not ordinary. Whether they can pay is another matter, and yet you arranged for them to have a private room." The server responded with disdain, "What do you know? If those two dare to dine and dash, a private room will make it easier for the brothers to take action." Once inside the private room, the two removed their sunglasses, and Wang Bo donned a sycophantic smile, pulling out the innermost chair to invite Director Wang to take a seat. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Sudong, unceremoniously, took a seat and remarked, "You, my dear fellow, only seek me out when you have matters of significance. Speak your mind. Let me ponder whether I can afford this meal today." As the conversation unfolded, Wang Bo, without hesitation, directed his gaze towards his watch and commanded, "Jarvis, please send a copy of the materials I require to Director Wang." "Certainly, sir," came the prompt response. In the meantime, Wang Sudong's phone chimed, revealing a document that had seemingly materialized out of thin air. The sight left Director Wang astounded, his expression a mix of shock and envy. The artificial intelligence Jarvis, with its transformative capabilities, would undoubtedly facilitate the operations of the Energy Bureau if it were within his grasp. As he contemplated this, Wang Sudong opened the document before him. The extensive list of materials sent a shiver down his spine. "My dear fellow, do you intend to hunt down terrorists? Why do you require such an abundance of rare metals and military-grade semi-finished products?" Upon hearing this, Wang Bo chuckled awkwardly. "Do you truly believe that such an arsenal is necessary for dealing with those terrorists? They are but cowards. Our forces could easily diminish their ranks with a mere 2 incursions." Growing impatient with this banter, Wang Sudong interjected, "Stop evading the issue and be straightforward. What exactly do you intend to do?" Wang Bo, prepared with an explanation, stated, "I have reviewed the transportation methods previously employed in the West-East Electricity Transmission Project. The ultra-high voltage direct current transmission is no longer suitable for the submarine reactor project powered by nuclear energy. The immense energy flow could easily damage the lines, plunging the entire city into chaos. Therefore, I plan to explore a transportation method that incurs lower energy losses." Upon hearing Wang Bo's proposal, Wang Sudong raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Have you formulated a concept?" Wang Bo nodded affirmatively. "I have some ideas, but they require experimental validation to determine their feasibility. The issue of energy transportation loss is indeed a significant challenge. Should this young man successfully resolve it, the items on the list could potentially be granted to him." Although he was clearly harboring ulterior motives, the prospect of genuinely solving a problem could warrant consideration on Wang Sudong's part. Noticing Wang Sudong deep in thought, Wang Bo felt a wave of anxiety. The development of new lines and energy storage equipment was essential, yet he had also included some extraneous items in his list. The possibility of procuring materials for the formidable Megatron ultimately hinged on Wang Sudong's approval. After a prolonged silence, Wang Sudong responded solemnly. I can procure the materials for you, but results are imperative. Do you understand? Listening to the commitments made, Wang Bo promptly assured, rest assured, leader, I will ensure that the lights of our Huagua remain ever bright. After discussing the pertinent matters, it was time to dine. Given that the hour was approaching midnight, the restaurant was largely empty, and thus the kitchen served the dishes with remarkable swiftness. In no time, 6 dishes and a soup filled the entire table. With such an abundance of food, it was clear that the two of them could not possibly consume it all. Hence, Wang Sudong had initially planned to pack the leftovers. As he had other colleagues from the Energy Bureau accompanying him, it would be a missed opportunity not to treat the staff with a better meal, especially with Wang Bo, who had seemingly become a little affluent. However, he could hardly have anticipated that this seemingly gentle young man would devour his meal with such fervor. In the span of merely a few moments, as Wang Sudong took 3 or 5 bites, the 6 plates of hot dishes were nearly emptied, leaving only a large bowl of soup. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Have you never eaten in 8 lifetimes? Observing Wang Bo, who was stuffing his mouth while the director Wang did not touch his chopsticks, Wang Sudong urged, Director Wang, please eat. Do not stand on ceremony with me. Faced with the empty plates on the table and Wang Bo's continued insistence, Wang Sudong felt no inclination to speak. Chapter 134, Positive Reports. Reactions from all sides under the gaze of Director Wang, filled with resentment. Before leaving the restaurant, Wang Bo ordered another large table of dishes to take away. This time, the usually frugal general manager Wang displayed a rare generosity, especially since Wang Sudong had rendered him such significant assistance. He felt it was only right to show his gratitude. The following day, before Wang Bo could extricate himself from the warmth of his bed, a call came from President Yi. Hearing the enchanting voice of his senior sister, all traces of sleep vanished. After a quick wash, he hopped onto his bumblebee and headed straight for the new future headquarters. As he stepped into the building, all eyes turned towards him. With the fervent and respectful gazes of those around him, Wang Bo realized that the undersea reactor project had indeed enhanced his reputation significantly. Good morning, Chairman. Greetings poured in from all directions as he passed, and Wang Bo, eschewing any pretense, returned each salutation warmly. Oh, our chairman is not only talented but also possesses such grace. Indeed, unlike those executives outside who treat their subordinates with disdain, our little chairman is a breath of fresh air. Moreover, this chairman, with his capabilities, never forgets to benefit the people of Huagua. His initiatives, such as the establishment of 10 undersea nuclear reactors, directly addressed the energy consumption issues in the eastern coastal regions. How I wish to possess such boldness and prowess. Little one, go take a nap. In your dreams, you can have it all. After exchanging pleasantries for a considerable time, Wang Bo finally made his way through the crowd and took the elevator up to the 30th floor. At the entrance of the president's office, the secretary, upon recognizing the chairman's arrival, was about to announce it but was stopped by Wang Bo's gesture. In the next moment, he quietly pushed the door open and entered. Inside the office, Yi Weiyao was engrossed in reviewing documents. Just as Wang Bo was about to sneak up on her for a surprise, the esteemed president spoke without lifting her head. Chairman Wang, you are quite a celebrity now. Please do knock next time. It would be appreciated if you could refrain from sneaking in like this. Realizing he had been caught, Wang Bo offered an apologetic smile, saying, What are you talking about? Sister? Given our relationship, knocking would seem overly formal, wouldn't it? Yi Weiyao shot him an annoyed glance and handed him a tablet. You can see for yourself. Curiosity piqued, Wang Bo leaned in to take a look. To his astonishment, he discovered that all the news segments, trending topics across major platforms, and many renowned media outlets were reporting on the grand opening ceremony of New Future from the previous day. Suddenly, the terms Wang Bo, New Future, and the underwater nuclear reactor project were sweeping across the internet. Unlike before, there was a conspicuous absence of negative reports about Wang Bo. Instead, there was an overwhelming abundance of praise and positive commentary. It appeared that the influence of official channels was indeed formidable in this land of Huagua. At Beijing University, in a course on atomic physics, the expansive classroom was filled to capacity. Almost all students from the physics department, along with attendees from other faculties, had gathered to partake in this lecture. The instructor was not a seasoned professor with decades of teaching experience, but rather an artificial intelligence that had been operational for less than 6 months. Nevertheless, coupled with advanced holographic projection technology, this course attracted countless students eager to audit it. Even professors from some of the nation's most prestigious universities traveled great distances to witness this remarkable artificial intelligence. After an hour and a half, the session concluded. Thank you, students, for your attendance today. Artificial Intelligence Jarvis looks forward to your next visit. As the lecture came to a close, Jarvis was about to withdraw, but was called back by a throng of enthusiastic students. Mr. Jarvis, you must have prior knowledge of Mr. Wang's underwater nuclear reactor project, right? And about that new element. I still cannot comprehend what atomic structure can facilitate nuclear reactions underwater. When will Mr. Wang be visiting us again? Yes, if he doesn't come soon. Us seniors will be graduating. Confronted with an onslaught of incessant inquiries, Jarvis exhibited a rare moment of human embarrassment. Despite his persistent attempts at persuasion, he was utterly unable to withstand the fervor of his enthusiastic students. At this critical juncture, they had to rely on the renowned Dean Sun to restore order. All right, no need to continue with the next class, is there? Faced with his reprimand, the attendees instinctively recoiled, refraining from further disputes, hastily packing their bags to rush to their next class. Once everyone had departed, the seasoned academic found himself lost in thought. Gazing at the holographic projection equipment in the corner, he could hardly believe it. The jest uttered in his office that day had unexpectedly materialized into reality. This young man had indeed stumbled upon an entirely new atom. Although his field of study was physics, Dean Sun was acutely aware of the profound implications of discovering a novel element. What filled him with even greater satisfaction was the realization that this seemingly frivolous youth had, without hesitation, applied his astonishing invention for the benefit of the nation and its people. Previously, some had questioned Dean Sun's judgment in appointing such an erratic young individual as a teacher. Now, those whispers of doubt had vanished entirely, allowing him to walk with pride wherever he went. Well done, young man. For this alone, I shall bestow upon you a professorship next time. I shan't feel a pinch of regret. Meanwhile, engaged in official duties, Hong Guodao unusually found a moment to peruse news regarding Wang Bo. Observing the slight upturn of his superior's lips, the chief secretary could not suppress his curiosity. Commissioner, did you not already know about that project? Why are you so pleased? In response, Hong Guodao rubbed his slightly aching shoulders and shook his head, saying, It's different. Seeing this, the chief secretary promptly approached to massage his shoulders. When it comes to financial resources and research conditions, the United States possesses far greater advantages than we do. Yet, truly retaining a talent like Wang Bo has never depended on these factors. Hearing the hint in his leader's words, the chief secretary aptly inquired, Then what does it rely upon? The love and affection of the people are the true means of retaining such individuals. As he becomes a symbol of national faith, his heart will inevitably be bound by these ties. This is the best choice for the entirety of our nation. At this moment, Wang Bo, situated in the headquarters building, remained blissfully unaware that his opening ceremony had attracted the attention of so many illustrious figures. He was currently standing before a map, discussing potential pilot cities with Yi Weiyao. Chapter 135, Industry Leader. Fulfillment of the wager signifies that the inaugural pilot city is to be designated as Suchi City. Firstly, the headquarters of New Future is situated here, allowing us to address any unforeseen circumstances promptly. Secondly, Suchi City is relatively economically prosperous, thus serving as a test for the energy supply of the underwater reactor. Listening to Yi Yuyao's elucidation, Wang Bo fell into a slight reverie. In truth, Suchi City is indeed a commendable choice. Its coastal location and advanced economy lead to high energy consumption, yet it does not encompass critical industries, ensuring that any power supply disruptions can be mitigated effectively. Most importantly, with Wang Bo stationed here, who could possess greater authority should any issues arise. Very well, let us select Suchi City as the first pilot city. Observing her chairman's decisive proclamation, Yi Weiyao diligently noted it down on the map. Subsequently, she would liaise with the national project head to communicate New Future's vision. I shall inform Jarvis to simulate the energy integration operation. In the next few days, arrange for our technical staff to familiarize themselves with the process. After all, this is our own project. It would be rather embarrassing if our employees were not well acquainted with it. Hearing Wang Bo's instructions, President Yi nodded in agreement, her brows slightly furrowing as she remarked, There is yet another issue. If all proceeds smoothly, the second batch of pilot projects will commence in a month, expanding to 14 cities. Given the number of technical staff in our company, managing 3 or 4 cities is feasible, but 14 cities would be overwhelming. I have already posted recruitment information on job boards. Given New Future's reputation, we have received numerous applicants, yet those with genuine technical proficiency are scarce. In response, Wang Bo acknowledged the concern regarding the company's insufficient manpower, recognizing it as a significant challenge. Shall I consider relaxing the recruitment standards? Upon hearing Ye's suggestion, Wang Bo resolutely shook his head, Better to have fewer than to compromise on quality, especially in the realm of nuclear energy. Our standards must remain stringent. How about this, senior sister? Given your previous business acumen, see if you have connections to any talent in this field. Meanwhile, I will reach out to Director Fu, as the personnel from the West to East electricity transmission project will gradually transition out, likely yielding several skilled researchers who meet our new future standards. Yi Weiyao nodded at Wang Bo's proposal, hoping to resolve the talent shortage before the second pilot rollout. Just as they were beginning to breathe easier after addressing these matters, Chang Jinyuan burst in, brimming with excitement. We have struck gold. We have truly struck gold with new future. Wang Bo regarded the exuberant project manager with curiosity. What troubles you, brother? What delightful news has you so exhilarated? Upon hearing this, Chang Yuanjing expressed his astonishment. What? Chairman, you are unaware of such significant news? Just last night, the senior executives of the Maiha company held an emergency meeting and ultimately decided to withdraw entirely from the Huagua market, retracting all investments. Numerous enterprises have suffered severe setbacks as a result, with Ningkong Company bearing the brunt of the blow. Although Maiha claims it is due to strategic issues at headquarters and a shift in investment focus, who among the discerning does not realize that their retreat is a consequence of our new future company? Many executives from energy conglomerates have already conveyed their goodwill towards us. Moreover, several energy experts from Hucking University have heralded our new future company as the vanguard of the energy sector in Huagua. Listening to Chang Yuanjing's words, Wang Bo was internally astonished by the decisiveness of Maiha Company. Clearly, they recognized that in this contest, regardless of its course, the officially supported new future company had established an invincible position. Conversely, Maiha had no alternative but to endure passive blows on their home turf in Huagua. Yet, such resolute self-sacrifice is not a trait possessed by all. Nevertheless, Wang Bo's concerns lay elsewhere, with Maiha's actions. It appeared that the wager made with Yi Xiaoniu yesterday had reached its conclusion. As Chang Yuanzheng departed, a profound silence enveloped the office. After a moment, Wang Bo broke the tension. Sister Yi, did we not engage in a small wager previously? Yi Yao looked at him with a bewildered expression. Huh? What are you saying? I mean, we bet that if, 24 hours after the opening ceremony, New Future's comprehensive influence in the energy sector could attain a leading position, there would be consequences, right? Wang Bo stated. At that moment, Yi, the Grand President, displayed the audacity honed in her business dealings, feigning innocence. Did I ever say that? I don't recall. When did this happen? Seeing her conflicted expression, Wang Bo pouted. Sister, you can't be serious. The atmosphere grew ambiguous and awkward as he observed her slight discomfort. Despite her outwardly confident demeanor, adeptly navigating the presence of numerous business magnates, those who had interacted with Yi Yao privately knew that her true nature was far less extroverted than it appeared. In fact, deep within her lay an introverted and naive little girl. People, particularly in terms of personality, are often paradoxical. At this moment, Yi Yao stood before him, clad in a lavender low-cut knitted top and black form-fitting pants, her delicate hands unconsciously tightening. Wang Bo, however, appeared remarkably awkward in the face of his adversaries. He could always maintain his icy demeanor, yet when confronted with the enchanting presence before him, one could hardly expect a high school student to possess much experience. Amidst the tension and uncertainty, the two stood frozen for nearly 20 minutes. Ultimately, it was the esteemed CEO Yi who, rubbing his temples, glanced at Wang Bo and remarked with a smile, "Hurry up, I have a considerable amount of work awaiting me." Wang Bo merely nodded in response. It was evident that Yi Weiyao was also experiencing her first time, fidgeting nervously with numerous small gestures, adjusting her clothing and smoothing her hair. Finally, she faced Wang Bo, her chin slightly lifted and her eyes narrowing. Sensing the moment, Wang Bo mustered his courage, leaning closer, his head drawing near to hers. Due to their height disparity and Wang Bo's inexperience, his lips ultimately brushed against Yi Yao's upper lip, enveloped in warmth and a delicate fragrance. At that moment, Wang Bo felt immensely grateful for his habit of abstaining from smoking and drinking. Otherwise, he would have left a rather poor impression on the beautiful senior. Their lips met, their heads nearly touching, yet within mere seconds, Yi Weiyao, resembling a startled fawn, quickly turned her head away, leaving Wang Bo in a state of lingering contemplation. Observing Wang Bo's rather lewd expression, Yi Weiyao felt a surge of indignation and, disregarding her image, delivered a swift kick toward him. Wang Bo, however, was quick to react, ensuring that the CEO did not succeed in her attempt, swiftly grasping her ankle with his right hand. "Let go of me," she exclaimed. Witnessing such an intimate scene, the flush on Yi Yuyao's face deepened. Yet, Wang Bo, The chairman was not about to release his grip so easily. After all, a man's dignity was at stake. Could she simply kick him away? If he were to relinquish his hold today, how would he manage in the future? Realizing that a forceful approach would not suffice, Yi Yueyao reluctantly adopted a slightly conciliatory tone. Junior brother, could you please let go? Your grip is quite strong, and it's hurting my ankle. Hearing her flimsy excuse, Wang Bo smirked. With his current control over his strength, he was certain he had not gripped too tightly. Although he recognized it as a pretext, he did not wish to offend the young lady too harshly, for if she were to withdraw her involvement, managing the vast affairs of New Future would become an insurmountable challenge. Thus, with a reluctant sigh, Wang Bo released his hold, savoring the warm sensation slipping away. After loosening his grip, the chairman wore a smug expression, confident that this experience would teach her a lesson about his capabilities. Unexpectedly, upon regaining her freedom, Yi Yueyao immediately distanced herself from him. Following this, a variety of objects came flying towards him: water cups, sofa cushions. With 2 large lumps on his head, Wang Bo strode out of the headquarters building with a proud demeanor. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and called Director Fu. Hello, old Fu. The unusual form of address left Fu Guotai speechless on the other end of the line. Since he had become familiar with this young man, the title of Director of National Security had lost its intimidating effect. Get to the point. I'm busy and don't have time for idle chatter. In response, Wang Bo chuckled and said, Director Fu, as you know, our New Future has been exceedingly busy with that project lately. Moreover, we are about to face the pilot promotion. Could you possibly find a way to support us with some manpower? Listening to the predicament facing New Future, Fu Guotai was not at all surprised. In fact, with the success of the pilot, the implementation of nuclear reactor energy across eastern Huagua was inevitable, which would undoubtedly lead to a significant personnel shortage at New Future. The higher-ups in Huagua had already conferred and devised a solution. After all, with every gain comes a loss. The promotion of the underwater nuclear reactor project would inevitably coincide with the decline of the West-East electricity transmission project, resulting in substantial unemployment that could conveniently fill the talent gap on Wang Bo's side. Upon hearing Huagua's decision, Wang Bo slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Hey, that's brilliant. Truly, our Huagua leaders think alike." After discussing this matter, the two exchanged a few casual remarks. Just as they were about to hang up, Fu Guotai suddenly asked Wang Bo a serious question. "Young man, the corporate structure of New Future is unparalleled in all of Huagua. The state holds shares but does not control, leaving the decision-making power in your hands. As the Qianlong project progresses, New Future will surely soar, and before long, you will face the issue of going public. What are your thoughts on that?" Upon hearing the name of the Qianlong project, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a twinge of envy that he had not thought of such an appealing name himself. In comparison, his prior choice of the underwater nuclear reactor project seemed utterly mundane. After pondering for a moment, Wang Bo articulated his stance. "I mean, absolutely not going public. What kind of joke is that? New Future is already eye-catching enough as it is. If we were to go public and issue stocks, not only would my shares be diluted and my influence diminished, but it would also expose us to public scrutiny, which contradicts my principle of quietly amassing wealth." Listening to Wang Bo's response, Fu Guotai on the other end of the line let out a sigh of relief. After all, following the company's public listing, the workplace had become crowded and chaotic, making the confidentiality of sensitive technology increasingly challenging. Be cautious. Although Maiha Corporation has withdrawn its investment, Ningkong Energy's influence in the domestic market remains formidable. Furthermore, from what I understand, Wan Lian is not one to easily relinquish his status and will undoubtedly exert every effort to maintain his position within the country. Within the confines of the rules, I have no concerns, as the strength of the New Future company is evident. However, I fear that he may resort to underhanded tactics. Reassured by this warning, Wang Bo felt a warmth in his heart. Rest assured, Director Fu, you know me well. No one has yet been born who could bring me to my knees. In the ensuing days, everything fell into a harmonious rhythm. Wang Bo enjoyed a rare period of leisure, spending time with Uncle Huang and Aunt, observing the remarkable achievements of their nephew within a mere year. The couple felt a profound sense of pride. However, such tranquility did not last long. Within less than a week, the remarkably efficient director Wang Sudong managed to gather all the specialized materials previously listed. Given the circumstances, Wang Bo had no choice but to hastily conclude his vacation, as the anticipation for the operation was palpable. At the Beichuan military district, Wang Bo watched in awe as a military helicopter of considerable size effortlessly lifted several tons of specialized materials. The soldiers present were left speechless. Meanwhile, his old friend, the head of the military district, Hao Jigua looked on with a sense of envy. Young man, I must say, you are quite inconsiderate. After all, you owe your rise to me, and considering we are fellow countrymen, wouldn't a gesture of acknowledgement be appropriate? Wang Bo found himself at a loss for words. He was currently so busy that he could hardly catch his breath, let alone entertain such requests. If all else fails, I could introduce you to my daughter. It would be quite a favor for you. At this, Wang Bo nearly stumbled. Good heavens, are you really suggesting that? Selling off your own daughter like that? Chapter 137, A Surge in Reputation. The pilot project commences, seeing Wang Bo's hesitant expression. Hao Jigua was exasperated. Don't play coy. Although my daughter is 2 or 3 years older than you, she is exceptionally attractive. The line of suitors for her stretches from the northernmost to the southernmost parts of Beichuan province. However, upon observing Hao's demeanor, Wang Bo harbored deep doubts. In the past, he might have approached the situation with a sense of adventurous curiosity. Yet now, as Chairman Wang had thoroughly captivated his own wife, he could not entertain any other thoughts. After a prolonged negotiation, Wang Bo ultimately managed to escape from the clutches of that old fellow, albeit at the cost of a battle suit. However, his efforts were not in vain. Hao Jigua promised to lend him some military-industrial equipment from the military district whenever he needed it. Although it seemed a rather unwise exchange, one must not forget that Wang Bo had the resourceful Jarvis at his disposal. With just a glance from that ingenious entity, the methods for fabricating these devices would be laid bare before him. Upon returning the materials to the headquarters, Wang Bo hastened to dispatch some of them to the underground laboratory number 1. After a flurry of activity, all the components for the mighty Megatron had been assembled. In the absence of Jarvis, Wang Bo would have had to toil diligently to manufacture them himself. Yet, now that he had the artificial intelligence at his command, he need not confine all his time to this endeavor. After expending 2 to 3 days, he had flawlessly replicated the manufacturing blueprints for Megatron into the final database of New Future Company. As for concerns regarding hacker intrusions or information leaks, he felt no apprehension whatsoever. Thanks to Jarvis's protective measures, he was confident that no one in this world could breach the information repository of New Future. Furthermore, even if someone were to infiltrate and acquire the manufacturing technology for Megatron, what would it matter? Without the core, they would merely end up with a heap of scrap metal. Sir, due to the overly intricate manufacturing process, the creation of the new transformer will require approximately 1 month. The system informed him. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo had a rough estimate in mind. Once he returned home, he closed the door and eagerly opened the system interface to check his reputation value balance. Following extensive media coverage yesterday, the entire nation of Huagua was now aware of the Qianlong project. Previously, when Wang Bo announced the battle suit and reactor, the people of Huagua were merely mildly astonished. However, this time, everyone was intensely focused on the developments of New Future Company and the project itself. The reason was simple. Unlike prior astonishing inventions that felt distant from the lives of ordinary people, this one struck a chord. The reports indicated that if the pilot program succeeded, the likelihood of power outages in Huagua would significantly diminish, and electricity costs would plummet dramatically. Such matters directly affecting their interests could hardly escape the public's attention. Reputation 2, 176. 100. Note: the increase in reputation points is correlated with the emotions of the people in this world, as feelings of shock, admiration, or disdain towards the host can elevate their reputation. Gazing at that staggering figure, Wang Bo felt a profound tremor within. In total, the Qianlong project alone had earned him over 3 million reputation points. Was this system not compelling him to become a paragon of virtue? He then continued to read on. The shopping mall remains unchanged, yet due to the prior lavish expenditure of 1 million prestige points by the affluent Wang Dataheo, the unlocking criteria for the third-tier mall has emerged: 2 million prestige points. Only through such a substantial investment can Wang Bo acquire the purchasing rights for the third-tier mall. He had anticipated this development, for with the system's avaricious demeanor, it was evident that it would seek to capitalize on him at this pivotal moment of advancement from the second tier to the third. After careful deliberation, however, Wang Bo resolved against upgrading at this juncture. With just over 2 million prestige points at his disposal, utilizing them entirely to unlock the mall would render him incapable of redeeming goods and technologies in the near term. Moreover, the second-tier mall still harbors numerous valuable items for purchase, particularly the vibranium and transformers. Due to the unique nature of the transformers' life forms, each exchange permits the creation of only a single complete entity. The miserly system, of course, would not allow for the mass production of identical transformers. Thus, unless a particular transformer were to meet an unfortunate demise, Wang Bo would be unable to fabricate another of the same model. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo decisively opted for the vibranium element valued at 500,000 prestige points. He then turned his gaze to the transformers below. To be frank, the most enticing option among them was undoubtedly Optimus Prime, the undisputed leader of the Autobots and the most formidable Autobot of this generation. Wang Bo could still vividly recall the legendary prowess of this character from the original narrative, overpowering Megatron. In a moment of grievous injury, he single-handedly faced down 4 battle-hardened Decepticons and annihilated them all. In concert with Jetfire, he successfully vanquished one of the oldest Transformers, the Fallen. Countless heroic deeds accentuate the terrifying skills and capabilities of this noble Autobot leader. Yet, after much hesitation, Wang Bo chose not to select him, but instead exchanged for 5 ordinary-level Transformers. After all, on the surface, he is not facing any significant crises at present. Rather, his needs lie more in the realm of construction. Had he previously possessed these 5 Transformers, the pace of building the underground laboratory would have accelerated significantly. Furthermore, as the new future company expands its operations, the scope of its endeavors will inevitably broaden. Having multiple Autobots on standby would facilitate the management of unforeseen events. More importantly, there is the matter concerning the state. The materials from Megatron's body had already posed considerable challenges for Director Wang. Should a similar situation arise again, Wang Bo surmised that Wang Sudong might very well lose his composure. Approximately 10 days have passed, during which the new future company has been diligently preparing. The transformation of the energy grid in the city of Suchi has finally been accomplished successfully. Now, with a mere command from above, the energy supply will transition from traditional thermal power generation to the latest nuclear energy production. Notifications have been duly disseminated, Haven TV. Upon hearing President Ye's inquiry, the secretary, wary of negligence, promptly affirmed that notifications had indeed been sent out. Over the past few days, the media and various levels of government have been actively engaged in this matter. It is believed that even in the event of a brief power outage, there will be no cause for alarm among the populace. Yi Yuyao nodded in agreement, recognizing that the issue of electricity supply affects the entire city. Any failure to adequately inform the public could result in significant losses. With a reassuring response, President Yi took a deep breath and commanded, Command Center, initiate the energy conversion now. Chapter 138, The Obstruction of Ruan Lian. The process proceeds smoothly. Meanwhile, at the Ningkong Energy Branch in Suchi, the supervisor, CLA, had received orders from above several days prior. The headquarters intended to collaborate with a prominent metallurgical giant for a joint production endeavor to be located in Suchi. Upon hearing this decision, CLA initially contemplated voicing his objections. Suchi, primarily a city of light industry, despite its economic prosperity, is relatively weak in heavy industry. Consequently, the energy distribution within the city predominantly caters to livelihoods and less energy-intensive industrial sectors. The metallurgical industry, however, is notorious for its high energy consumption. It is no exaggeration to assert that the annual energy consumption of a few leading metallurgical companies in the country could easily surpass the total energy consumption of Suchi for an entire year. The reckless introduction of such an energy-hungry behemoth into the city could yield disastrous outcomes. The best-case scenario would involve energy consumption being curtailed, forcing production to halt, resulting in monetary losses. The worst-case scenario could lead to widespread power outages across the entire city. At that point, it would not merely be a financial issue, but could also incur criminal liabilities. However, the higher-ups had made it abundantly clear that all procedures had been duly completed, assuring CLA to rest easy. Thus, he reluctantly relinquished control of the company and allowed those from above to take charge. At this moment, in Jinjiang City, one of the foremost metropolises in the south, the headquarters of Ningkong Energy, once a titan in the energy sector, is situated here. In a towering building nearly 50 stories high, Ruan Lian stands on the top floor, elegantly holding a glass of exquisite red wine, gazing quietly at the bustling traffic below. Ever since the withdrawal of investment by the Maiha Company, the stock price of his company has plummeted, and many branches have encountered issues with the flow of their financial chains. Everyone believed that Ningkong Energy was on the verge of decline. After all, if even the master has retreated, what waves could Ruan Lian possibly stir? However, he remains undeterred, having occupied this position for many years. He has grown accustomed to the admiration of others. To retreat now would be far more painful than death itself. Moreover, he is not entirely devoid of opportunities. By employing certain tactics to demonstrate that the Qianlong project is fundamentally incapable of functioning properly, the authorities would naturally refrain from supporting the new future company. At that point, leveraging Ningkong's influence in Huagua, Ruan Lian would not be devoid of chances to turn the tide. In Suchi City, CLA, with a sycophantic demeanor, presented a cigarette to the arriving officials, saying, "Chenggu, whether for business or personal matters, do not hesitate to call upon me for any issues." Observing the enthusiastic demeanor of the branch manager before him, Feng Cheng, the project department manager, felt a flicker of sorrow. This young man might remain oblivious to the fact that after tonight, both he and Feng would be sacrificed as scapegoats by Ruan Lian. In truth, their esteemed Ruan had never intended to develop the metallurgy industry. The grand display of resources was merely a strategy to navigate the energy transition that New Future was facing today. Can one fathom the chaos that would ensue if such a substantial number of high-power energy-consuming devices operated at full capacity during the peak evening hours? In the event of insufficient power supply, it would inevitably lead to temporary blackouts across the city. More severely, it could incinerate the majority of the electrical circuits, plunging the city into darkness for days on end. Faced with such a colossal disaster, it is almost certain that the Qianlong project would be indefinitely shelved. This is the very objective of Ruan Lian. Of course, the state would ultimately trace the responsibility back to Nincon Group. At that juncture, Feng Cheng and CLA, who had activated the equipment without company authorization, would be thrust forward to bear the full weight of accountability. The gravity of such a burden would surely entail no less than a 20-year prison sentence. In the past, Feng would have never acquiesced to such an arrangement. But now he finds himself with no alternatives. His 5-year-old son suffers from chronic myeloid leukemia, with monthly treatment costs reaching 20,000. Ruan Lian presented him with two choices: either gather his belongings and leave, or willingly accept all responsibility, with Ruan covering his child's medical expenses. Although it appears to be a choice, it is, in reality, devoid of options. While Nincon Company may currently be in a weakened state, it is not an energy company that can be easily trifled with. Which energy enterprise would dare to hire someone personally dismissed by Ruan Lian? However, should he sever ties with the energy sector, from whence would the funds for his child's treatment arise? With no other recourse, Feng Cheng reluctantly agreed to this dark bargain. The energy transition proceeded smoothly. Throughout the day, not a single issue arose. Yet, at this moment, not a soul within New Future Company dared to relax. In the city of Suchi, which lacks heavy industry, it is well known that the evening marks the peak of electricity consumption. The temperature of the lines appears to be within acceptable limits. Upon hearing President Ye's inquiry, the staff in the command room did not dare to be negligent. No issues here. The temperature remains within the normal range, and Chairman Wang's newly developed energy transmission lines have been fully installed. Should any problems arise, the new lines can swiftly transition from backup to primary status. However, as they gazed at the screen displaying the new backup lines, a flicker of doubt crossed the staff's eyes. They had heard that their chairman had taken less than half a month from accepting the project to completing its development. Could a new line be reliable after just a few weeks? What if a slight excess of direct current caused it to fail? Yet, observing the smoothly operating lines on the screen, they dismissed such unwarranted fears. After all, the outdated lines in Suchi had been in use for over a decade without incident. Where's the underwater nuclear reactor? Yi Weiao's cool voice pulled the staff member from his reverie. The energy supply is exceedingly stable. According to the parameters provided by the chairman, the energy consumption is merely a trivial matter, barely a fraction of 1/1,000,000th of the total energy. Hearing that everything was proceeding smoothly, President Yi let out a sigh of relief, though she still cautioned, "We must not let our guard down. The evening is when households consume the most electricity. Today is the first day, so keep a close watch." Listening to the president's directives over the phone, the command room staff nodded in unison, not daring to hesitate. After hanging up, Yi Weiao collapsed onto the sofa, feeling utterly drained. Throughout the day, her heart had been in turmoil. Unlike her previous company, the scope of the Qianlong project was immensely broad. Past business failures had only resulted in financial losses. However, now, a minor misstep could lead to a multitude of people facing incarceration. The thought of it filled Yi Weiao with frustration. Such a significant undertaking, and the chairman, who also serves as the project developer, remains absent, leaving her, an employee, to shoulder the burden alone. Was it truly possible for someone to be so carefree? Chapter 139, Hong Guotao's Exception. An unexpected turn of events. In truth, this sister underestimated Wang Bo's positive demeanor. For Chairman Wang, a seemingly foolproof energy supply issue was evidently less captivating than a transformer. Moreover, with Jarvis by his side, any problems could be communicated to him instantaneously. After working tirelessly in the underground laboratory for 2 consecutive nights, even Wang Bo, despite having taken a super serum, was beginning to feel the strain. After much anticipation, Wang Bo found a moment of respite in the lounge of the building. indulging in a much-needed nap as the daylight gradually waned. The city's lights began to flicker to life. In the command center, the staff observed the rising electricity consumption on the large screen, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Their anxiety was palpable. After all, the grand opening ceremony of New Future had drawn immense attention, even attracting the presence of the Director of Energy, Wang Bo. Countless eyes across the nation were watching intently. A failure in this initial pilot would bear consequences too grave for anyone to endure. Fortunately, as seconds ticked by, the electricity consumption reached a peak, with the numbers stabilizing. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. Following this moment of relaxation, joy erupted among the attendees, many with tears of excitement glistening in their eyes. The command center was not only filled with employees of New Future, but also included skilled technicians mobilized from across the country by Fuguotai. Among them were personnel from the West to East Power Transmission Project. Over the years, they had toiled away from home, often in anonymity, dedicated to the development of the western regions of the motherland, though they had no regrets for the sake of the nation's progress. The longing for home was an inevitable sentiment that grew with time. However, the success of the pilot project for the Qianlong initiative meant they would no longer have to leave their families behind, allowing them to embrace their roles as devoted fathers, sons, and husbands. How could they not be moved by this? Meanwhile, in the capital, Fu Guotai and Hong Guotao breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing this outcome. To their surprise, Wang Bo had indeed risen to the occasion, ultimately achieving something commendable for the nation. Hong Guotao, hearing the praise from his capable deputy, nodded in agreement. This was no ordinary achievement. If they could indeed shed the burden of the West to East power transmission, the development of our nation across various sectors would undoubtedly flourish. Listening to their high commendations, the chief secretary felt a sense of awe. Yet, amidst his astonishment, he recognized that such recognition was well-deserved. Those who had not managed a household could hardly grasp the value of resources. Over the years, while the eastern regions of the nation had prospered due to the dividends of reform and opening up, it was evident to discerning observers that the growth spurred by institutional reforms had reached a bottleneck. This constraining bottleneck stemmed from technological advancements. It was akin to 5 famished individuals facing a bowl of rice. The system could only ensure an equitable distribution of the rice, preventing starvation. But it could not conjure additional rice to satisfy everyone's hunger. The energy scarcity faced by the coastal cities of the East exemplified this predicament. In order to safeguard the livelihood of the populace, numerous high-energy consuming industries have been compelled to cease operations. Consequently, how many opportunities for advancement has our nation, Huagua, squandered because of this? However, with the successful operation of the underwater nuclear reactor, this dilemma is poised to be resolved entirely. I ponder whether this young man deserves the title of academician. Upon hearing Hong Guotao's words, Fu Guotai beside him was momentarily taken aback. Academician? Although he is deserving. Isn't the selection held once every 2 years? There is still some time until the next one. In response, the leader of Huagua shook his head. Special circumstances warrant special measures. While this young man's previous inventions were indeed of academical caliber, they did not yield any substantial benefits for the people. This time is different. The Qianlong project is sufficient for us to provide this young man with a backdoor opportunity. Upon hearing this, Director Fu gazed at him in astonishment. In his recollection, this individual was not one to transgress established rules. Observing Fu's expression, Hong Guotao chuckled and shook his head. Do not look at me like that. As long as this young man's contributions are significant enough, I could even relinquish this position for him. As the hour approached 7 or 8 in the evening, households had largely completed their meals, marking the peak electricity consumption period as having passed. With a glance at the slightly decreased electricity usage data and the line temperatures remaining within normal limits, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Noticing the collective relaxation, Chang Jingyuan seized the moment to announce, "This evening, seafood feast. It's on me." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy, exclaiming "Long live Manager Chang," and some even whistled in delight. However, the jubilant atmosphere did not endure long, as a sudden alarm rang out in the command room. The previously stabilized electricity consumption was now soaring at an unbelievable rate. Concurrently, as the voltage escalated, the temperature of the wires began to rise rapidly, threatening to exceed the safe limits. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. How could this be possible? How could the energy consumption gap in the entire Suchi city be so vast? Before anyone could fully comprehend the situation, the door of the command room was flung open forcefully. Yi Weiyao strode in briskly. What is happening? Upon hearing her inquiry, the command room personnel were thrown into disarray. A veteran technician, transferred from the West, was the first to respond. We conducted prior research on Suchi City's electricity consumption. It should never have reached such heights. Someone must be tampering with the data. Without allowing him to elaborate further, Yi Weiyao interrupted. What I require now is not the cause, but a solution. You technicians, tell me how we can resolve this predicament. Listening to the inquiries of the CEO of New Future, a group of technicians swiftly conferred and presented their solution. Mr. Yi, the pressing matter at hand is to switch the circuit. We must channel the voltage into the newly developed line created by Chairman Wang. Otherwise, even if the underwater reactor can provide energy without issue, the existing circuit will undoubtedly be unable to withstand such high voltage. The nuclear reactor will pose no problems. You need only to switch the line. Before Yi Yao could respond, the energetic Wang Bo burst into the command room. Upon hearing this, the leading technician not only remained stationary but also displayed a look of distress. Noticing this, Wang Bo raised an eyebrow. What is going on? Faced with the inquiry, the technician, well aware that concealment was futile, reluctantly approached and said, Mr. Wang, I sincerely apologize, but there are still some issues with the application of the new circuit. Due to the rushed schedule, the high-voltage circuit breaker for the new line has been damaged, and the replacement has yet to be installed. Upon hearing the technician's words, the usually affable President Ye's expression darkened. Such a significant matter. Why did you not inform me earlier? The technician was momentarily speechless, and the atmosphere plummeted to an icy silence. How much time is left? Wang Bo, recognizing that this was not the moment for accountability, understood that the urgent task was to explore any possible means of salvage. Observing the current rate of temperature rise in the circuit, he estimated there were approximately 5 minutes remaining. After 5 minutes, the circuit would automatically shut down due to overheating, plunging the entire city of Suchi into darkness. Upon receiving the answer, Wang Bo wasted no time. He turned to the now troubled Yi Yao and assured her, do not worry, leave it to me. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Wang Bo leaped directly out of the command room window. What on earth? Are you insane? Do you think this is a 10-story building? This is 30 stories high. Have you lost your mind? Even Yi Yao was taken aback by Wang Bo's reckless action, covering her mouth in disbelief, unable to comprehend his intentions. Hundreds of meters in the air, Wang Bo was plummeting uncontrollably. At such a height, even with the injection of a super serum, it would undoubtedly be a fatal plunge. Yet, he felt not a shred of panic within. Jarvis, initiate 7. Upon receiving Wang Bo's command, the watch on his wrist emitted a flash of red light. Yes, sir. And at that very moment, in the underground laboratory number 1, a red and yellow flying capsule was instantly awakened. In the next second, it swiftly shot out through the passage before it. Soaring rapidly towards the headquarters, many within the building noticed Wang Bo plummeting. Witnessing the chairman's seemingly suicidal descent, onlookers covered their mouths, unable to bear the sight. As Wang Bo fell to approximately the 15th floor, a remarkable flying apparatus, towering at a human height, approached with astonishing speed. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the unidentified flying object was targeting the descending Wang Bo. In the blink of an eye, the flying capsule hovered above Wang Bo, maintaining the same velocity as his descent. Suddenly, a beam of red light emerged from the midsection of the capsule. As the red light brushed past Wang Bo's wristwatch, the entire flying apparatus seemed to come to life. Gradually, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, the massive aerial device began to unfold. Arms, shoulders, and a chest piece enveloped Wang Bo's upper body, allowing those from the new future within the building to regain their composure. This was, astonishingly, a battle armor, and it could be utilized in such a manner. First, the infrared battle armor against the beautiful nation, then the portable armor from the South China Sea, and now a flying capsule-style battle armor. Just how many variations of battle armor could one possibly create? As it descended to around 8 floors, the armor completed its deployment. At the very moment the visor sealed shut, the new energy core reactor in its chest illuminated, activating the entire suit simultaneously. Sir, deployment of the armor is complete. With Jarvis's voice resonating, a massive plume of fire erupted from the feet, halting its descent. Without a moment's hesitation, the armor adjusted its orientation and surged upward at full speed. Under the hopeful gazes of the crowd, the newly formed battle armor, embodying everyone's aspirations, vanished into the horizon. At this moment, Yi Yueyao's delicate hands clenched slightly. Junior brother, whether New Future can overcome this crisis now rests upon your shoulders. At an altitude of 300 to 400 meters, the armor was operating at full capacity. Previously, Wang Bo would have never dared to fly at full speed at such heights, with various drones and civilian helicopters executing tasks. Any excessive speed might catch even him off guard. In the event of a collision, while Wang Bo had the protection of the battle armor, The lives of those pilots would be at great risk. However, circumstances had changed. The urgency of the situation and Jarvis's presence ensured timely warnings for any unexpected developments. Sir, coordinates have been established. We are approximately 200 kilometers away. Estimated time of arrival is about 2 minutes. Observing the continuously fluctuating numbers on the holographic display within the armor, a twinge of anxiety stirred within Wang Bo Jarvis. Please retrieve the detailed operating procedures for the high-pressure circuit breaker. Although Wang Bo had previously become thoroughly familiar with the intricacies of the new circuitry during his research, he opted to review the material once more for the sake of caution. Yes, sir. Upon retrieving the relevant data, Jarvis fell into an automated silence. During the interminable 2 minutes that ensued, Wang Bo finally arrived at a certain location along the coastline. This site served as the nexus for the Qianlong project's energy conversion. An inexhaustible supply of nuclear energy was transformed here into electrical power, which was then continuously transmitted to the surrounding cities. Thus, the significance of this location was self-evident. To ensure its safety, the upper echelons of the government had even mobilized military forces for its protection. The task was entrusted to a certain mobile regiment from the military district of Beichuan province. At this moment, the regiment commander, Bian Tongfang, anxiously observed the flickering red lights of the detection equipment. Was there still no news from above regarding the situation? Upon hearing this, the communications officer beside him broke into a cold sweat. The higher-ups remained oblivious to the unfolding events, while the representatives from New Future had claimed that personnel were en route to address the issue. Address it? Nonsense. The typically affable commander could hardly contain his frustration, letting slip a rare expletive. In a radius of hundreds of kilometers, there was nothing but desolation or the sea by the time New Future's personnel arrived. It would be too late. Those present fell into a heavy silence, unable to blame the commander's urgency. If the Qianlong project were to succeed, it would release an enormous burden from China. The state had granted New Future countless privileges for this purpose. Yet now, while the most challenging nuclear reactor posed no issues, the trouble had arisen in the circuitry. This left everyone lamenting in despair. And what of you engineers? Can you truly offer no solutions? In response to this inquiry, the station technicians shook their heads in resignation. Commander Bian, the only option at this point is to connect to the new circuitry developed by Wang Bo. Setting aside whether the new line could withstand such high temperatures to maintain a steady power supply, the pressing concern was that no one could reset the high-voltage circuit breaker to facilitate a seamless transition of the power path. Why is that not possible? What obstacles can't be overcome? Commander Bian pressed, urgency in his voice. The voltage is simply too high, the staff member replied, his expression one of helplessness. The terrifying ultra-high voltage rendered the area hazardous to any approach. Even the highest-grade insulated suits could only withstand conditions below 10,000 volts, and the current levels had far surpassed that threshold. Anyone daring to venture within 100 meters would be instantly subjected to lethal electric arcs. Chapter 141, The Powerless Crowd. The resilience of the new battle armor as they watched the detection temperature continue to soar. The individuals present were as restless as ants on a hot stove. Despite being acutely aware of the life-threatening danger, a brave contingent of soldiers stepped forward, eagerly volunteering. Commander, allow me to go. Perhaps it will succeed. Commander, I have always been tough and resilient. Let me give it a try. I assure you, if the situation turns dire, I will retreat immediately. Witnessing the selfless courage of his men, Bian Tongfang felt a surge of emotion mixed with a profound sense of powerlessness. The ultra-high voltage posed an insurmountable threat. There was no room for chance. Were there even a 1 in 10,000 possibility, he, as the commander, would undoubtedly be the first to lead the charge. He would willingly sacrifice his life, for the contributions of the Qianlong project to the nation rendered his own existence expendable. However, the stark reality was that millions of volts of electricity could easily penetrate not only the human form, but even the armored vehicles known as the land battle tigers. As time elapsed, everyone could only watch helplessly as the temperature of the circuits approached its critical limit. Meanwhile, Bian Tongfang grasped an insulating suit nearby. If it came to it, he would personally undertake the task at the last moment. Regardless of the outcome, he felt he owed it to his country. Just as despair enveloped all present, a soldier on the communication device suddenly relayed alarming news. Commander, radar has detected an unidentified flying object approaching at speeds exceeding 5 Mach. It is expected to arrive in 30 seconds. Should we deploy anti-air missiles to intercept? Hearing this, Bian Tongfang felt overwhelmed. Why did misfortune always find him? The situation was already chaotic, and now there was an external threat. Preparing to issue the order to engage, he was interrupted by static on the communicator, followed by an unexpected voice cutting into the military channel. Commander Bien, this is Wang Bo, chairman of New Future. The commander, tasked with guarding this location, was momentarily stunned. Then elation washed over his face. Mr. Wang, is it truly you? It was understandable that Bien Tongfang was so invigorated. After all, the person most capable of unraveling the current impasse was none other than Wang Bo, the inventor of the Qianlong project. It is indeed me, Commander Bien. I estimate I will arrive in less than 30 seconds. Time is of the essence. So please ensure that the surrounding anti-air defenses and armed personnel are withdrawn to avoid any delays. With Wang Bo's confident tone, Bien Tongfang felt a renewed sense of purpose. Understood. Rest assured, you will face no attack or obstruction upon your arrival. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded and instructed Jarvis to exit the military channel's intrusion. Observing the communicator as the signal was restored, he commanded Bien Tongfang, soldiers on outer guard, cease all offensive actions and ensure that the flying object can safely enter the transit station. With the superior's orders, the soldiers complied without hesitation. Moments later, a battle armor adorned in hues of red and yellow emerged on the horizon. Confirming the absence of obstructions, Wang Bo saw no need to decelerate. At full speed, the dazzling figure swiftly traversed the outer defense line in the darkness. Upon entering the transit station, Wang Bo hurried to the operation room. There, a brand new circuit breaker, about half his height, was already prepared. Without pausing to greet anyone, he hefted the equipment and made his way directly to the converter. The entire process, from entry to exit, took merely around 10 seconds, leaving everyone in the operation room, including Commander Bien, utterly bewildered. You leaped into action without even discussing tactics? What's the difference from delivering groceries? Do you think this is just about withstanding 2 lightweight missiles? With over 1,000,000 volts of voltage coupled with a massive current, the terrifying power of such energy surely could not be resisted by mere armor. Look, Wang Bo has entered the Arc Zone. As all eyes anxiously watched, Wang Bo, clad in the 7th generation armor, swiftly flew into the Arc area. Crack! Currents, as thick as a thumb, lashed violently against the surface of the armor, sending shivers through those in the operation room as they observed the scene through video surveillance. Yet, within the armor, Wang Bo remained completely unperturbed. The arcs, while visually intimidating, actually posed little threat. The real voltage barely reached 100,000 volts, far from breaching the defense threshold of this new armor. Thus, countless arcs slid harmlessly across the surface, with Jarvis merely alerting Wang Bo to minor wear on the armor. Witnessing Wang Bo's ease in the Arc Zone, the onlookers breathed a collective sigh of relief, though Bien Tongfang's eyes reflected a hint of astonishment. As a frontline combat unit commander, he had encountered such armor before. Wang Bo had previously crafted 3 sets for the Huagua military, and Bien Tongfang had the fortunate opportunity to witness one suit's training and performance tests. It was precisely this familiarity that stirred his alarm. The armors previously provided to the military district, while demonstrating commendable resistance to conventional physical explosions, faltered significantly against specialized attacks, such as pulses, ultrasonic weapons, and electrical shocks, performing no better than standard armored vehicles or tanks. In normal circumstances, the armor crafted by Wang Bo could potentially withstand currents driven by tens of thousands, even up to 100,000 volts. However, it would not exhibit such ease as it does now. This suggests 2 possibilities. The first is that during the creation of the armor for the military district, Wang Bo deliberately left some defensive craftsmanship unrefined. If that were the case, it would be manageable. Yet, the more alarming second possibility looms. The young man depicted in the footage has achieved yet another breakthrough in technology within a mere few months, elevating the armor's performance to unprecedented heights. But is this truly feasible? Is it as simple as quenching one's thirst or satiating hunger? The challenge of developing shock-resistant materials is a conundrum that experts across the nation and even the globe have been unable to resolve. How could anyone conquer such a formidable issue in just a few months? However, the sight of this prodigy in the field of research causes even the seasoned Commander Bien, who has weathered many storms, to feel a twinge of doubt. Just as Commander Bien's thoughts wandered into uncertainty, the astonished gasps of those around him interrupted his reverie. The footage revealed Wang Bo, clad in the new armor, resolutely stepping into the realm of 1,000,000 volts. Chapter 142, The Terrifying Power. The second mode, the heart of energy conversion. Here, colossal nuclear energy transformations occur every single second. Yet, it is evident that with the current technology, it is impossible to ensure that energy is transported and converted without the slightest loss. Perhaps the percentage of energy loss is minimal. However, In the face of such a vast scale, even a mere 1% loss translates into a frightfully substantial figure. At this moment, before Wang Bo, countless arcs resembling serpents manifest these losses. Just as Wang Bo prepared to delve deeper, Commander Bien's voice reverberated through the armor via Jarvis. Mr. Wang, that is enough. You must not proceed any further. The voltage ahead is on an entirely different level than the arcs you previously endured from the periphery. We have all witnessed the true capabilities of the underwater reactor. As for the circuitry, we can continue our development later. I believe the Qianlong project will soon envelop the entirety of Huagua. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo understood the concerns of Commander Bien. Yet, how could he fathom the extent of the advanced technology embedded within this armor, set against the backdrop of the Marvel Universe? Lost in thought, Wang Bo did not halt his steps. Meanwhile, Commander Bien in the control room grew increasingly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Indeed, the Qianlong project is of paramount importance, but it is crucial to consider what it is being compared to. Even he, a mere soldier accustomed to leading troops into battle, recognizes the astonishing talent Wang Bo possesses in the realm of research. Otherwise, how could the government of Huagua repeatedly make exceptions for him? Take, for instance, the 3 sets of battle armor from the military district. Ever since the official announcement of this information, the frequency of the shameless patrols by the American aircraft carrier fleets in the South China Sea and East China Sea has noticeably diminished. Even when they come to provoke, they no longer do so with such ostentation. Furthermore, since that time, there have been few instances of a solitary carrier group arriving. Instead, it has become more common for 2 or 3 carrier fleets to come together. Although the Americans have publicly stated that such actions are merely to facilitate better surveillance of the Pacific, it is evident to discerning observers that they have been intimidated by those 3 sets of devices. On the other hand, Huagua revels in this situation. Merely having the battle armor displayed incurs costs exceeding millions for the Americans with each patrol. Such a bargain is a rarity in these times. Returning to the present, it is astonishing that a mere invention could wield such formidable deterrent power. Even more alarming is the fact that the inventor is not yet 20 years old. It is obvious, even without much thought, how significant this individual is to all of Huagua. One could argue that not even 100 Longting projects could compare to the worth of this person's little toe. Meanwhile, within the battle armor, Wang Bo, though aware of Commander Bien's good intentions, found himself increasingly irritated by the incessant chatter during this critical moment. Resolutely silencing the distractions, Wang Bo took a deep breath and plunged further into the depths of the task at hand. At the very instant he entered this domain, countless electric arcs seemed to have found their target, relentlessly surging towards Wang Bo without regard for any obstruction. Witnessing this scene, everyone in the control room felt their hearts leap to their throats. Finally, a massive electric arc, as thick as a forearm, traversed the space of 100 meters and appeared before Wang Bo. Under the gaze of all, it struck the surface of the battle armor with tremendous force. Millions of volts of electricity, accompanied by an overwhelming current, crashed into the armor, causing Wang Bo to stagger back several steps. A blinding flash of light illuminated the room as the initial clash between the battle armor and the high-voltage shock yielded a result. In the control room, Bien Tongfang's keen eyes remained fixed on the screen. Observing that the battle armor still stood, he let out a sigh of relief, thankful that it had survived the first electric arc. However, the situation remained dire, having withstood such a heavy blow. It was evident that even with a defensive rating of 7, it could not hold up indefinitely. A deep scorch mark marred the abdomen of the armor, with sparks intermittently erupting, as if to proclaim the severe damage it had just endured. Yet this was merely the first strike. Countless more electric arcs awaited this young man. At this moment, within the armored suit, Wang Bo gazed at the crimson alert issued by Jarvis, his heart filled with astonishment. Although he had contemplated this scenario before, it was only through actual confrontation that he grasped the gravity of the situation. The voltage exceeding 1 million volts was no trifling matter. Wang Bo could confidently assert that if another strike were to land in the same position, the suit would certainly be unable to withstand it. Unless he successfully synthesized vibranium and integrated it into the armor, it would be nothing but a fanciful dream to endure such a force. However, this was not the end. In the face of this terrifying high-voltage current, Wang Bo, or rather the suit, was not without means of resistance. Jarvis, activate the second mode. Just as he issued the command, countless arcs of electricity surged forth, encircling him once more. It was over. Everything was at an end. At that moment, Bien Tongfang appeared utterly bereft of spirit, slumped on the ground. The inaugural trial of the Qianlong project had not only failed, but had also ensnared Wang Bo within its disastrous grasp. The outcome could not have been worse. He could only imagine the immense losses that the entire nation would suffer because of those fleeting seconds this evening. All of this was due to his failure to intercept that young man. He felt like a traitor to the entire nation. Had he known, he would have commanded his troops to detain the young man outside, even resorting to missiles if necessary. But now it was too late. Just as this brigade commander was suffocating under despair and guilt, a technician suddenly exclaimed with joy, "Look, Teacher Wang is alive." Upon hearing this, Bian Tongfang was momentarily stunned before scrambling to his feet in a most ungraceful manner. "Let me see." Observing the fierce gaze akin to a predatory beast, the technicians hastily stepped back. The scene on the large screen came into view for Brigade Commander Bian. The armored suit was ensnared by a multitude of electric arcs. Strangely, upon contact with its surface, the arcs seemed to be tamed, completely losing their formidable ferocity. The dazzling light, after swirling around Wang Bo several times, ultimately dissipated upon the suit's surface. As the blinding light faded, the suit re-emerged before everyone's eyes, unchanged in essence. If one were to identify a singular difference, it would be the small nuclear reactor at the center of the armor. Perhaps it was an illusion, but in that fleeting moment, Bian Tongfang felt it radiated even more brilliance than before. Chapter 143, The Marvelous Utility of the New Armor. In this moment, Wang Bo gazed at the internal holographic projection displaying the ever-increasing energy percentage, feeling a surge of emotion. Truly, this was an armor capable of withstanding a direct confrontation with Thor, beyond its formidable defensive capabilities and the plethora of weaponry it bore. Another astonishing ability was its energy absorption. During their initial clash, Stark had showcased this very function. Even the billion-volt lightning from Thor could be endured by this armor, let alone the mere million volts of electric arc currently present. Upon activating the second mode, the electric arcs that had posed a lethal threat to the armor now served as no hindrance to Wang Bo. Although the surging energy continued to rush towards him recklessly, it merely served to brighten his new miniature nuclear reactor without any further consequence. Upon witnessing this, the tension that had gripped everyone in the control room finally began to ease. They could scarcely imagine the repercussions they would face if anything were to go awry with Wang Bo. Meanwhile, Bian Tongfang's eyes were wide with disbelief. What madness was this? Millions of volts of high-voltage electricity. Humankind had yet to develop any means to withstand such energy. The best one could do was to either divert the current or ground it, akin to lightning rods atop tall buildings. Yet here, before his very eyes, Wang Bo's armor had taken no evasive measures whatsoever, brazenly absorbing all that terrifying energy. Even more absurdly, he had converted this extremely lethal high-voltage electricity into energy for his miniature reactor. Was he treating this like a power bank? While solar and tidal energy were well known, this utilization of ultra-high voltage electricity was unprecedented. At this trajectory, who knows, in a couple of years, humanity might even rely on lightning to charge their mobile phones. As Wang Bo advanced, he soon reached the core of energy transformation. Through the blinding radiance, he finally discerned the entirety of the conversion field. At this point, due to excessive energy output, the previously utilized circuitry emanated a faint scent of burning. Should he fail to replace it promptly, a widespread blackout across Suchi City would be inevitable. The converter connecting the new and old circuits had been overseen by Wang Bo himself, so no issues were expected there. The only malfunctioning component was the ultra-high voltage circuit breaker. As Wang Bo turned his gaze towards the sole faulty device, his expression darkened instantaneously. With his current professional acumen, how could he possibly fail to discern the root of the problem? It is not merely a matter of substandard product quality leading to a circuit failure and subsequent equipment malfunction. Instead, the core component suffers from an exceedingly minute missing part. Such an anomaly is naturally difficult to detect during factory inspections. However, when the equipment operates under extreme conditions, such as the current high voltage of millions of volts, this minor flaw is magnified to an extraordinary degree, ultimately becoming the principal culprit behind the issues plaguing the entire project. Had Wang Bo not previously exchanged for the new energy battle armor and the flight capsule armor, a significant electrical accident would have been inevitable today. Considering the bizarre surge in the city's electricity consumption prior, he could hardly remain oblivious to the fact that all of this constitutes a conspiracy aimed at him. As for the mastermind behind this scheme, Wang Bo has already formed a conjecture in his mind. However, the pressing matter at hand is not to dwell on such thoughts, but rather to resolve the imminent crisis. At this moment, in the Ningkong Suchi City branch office, Feng Cheng, the project manager from the head office, sat in his office, enveloped in clouds of smoke. His inner turmoil was palpable. On one hand, he hoped that the clandestine maneuvers of Ningkong Company would fail. After years of working in the energy sector, he was acutely aware of the profound impact this project's success would have on the nation. As a proud citizen of Huagua, he naturally desired the prosperity of his homeland. Yet, from a father's perspective, he could only pray for a smooth power outage in the entire Suchi city. For Wan Lian's scheme to succeed, and for himself to be taken away by the police, for only in that scenario could his child be saved. Amidst Feng Cheng's contemplations, CLA, upon receiving the news, rushed over without delay. With a resounding crash, he burst through the door, his expression dark and thunderous. Approaching the desk, he wasted no time and struck Feng Cheng squarely in the face with a punch. The project manager, already in his 40s, was unable to withstand such an assault, immediately spitting blood and collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Yet, CLA had no intention of sparing him. He strode forward and seized Feng Cheng by the collar, pulling him close with a face full of rage, exclaiming, "Feng, ever since you arrived in Suchi City, I have treated you well. I have provided for you and your crew from headquarters. But now why have you betrayed me?" Listening to the accusations from the branch supervisor, Feng Cheng tilted his head and spat out the blood from his mouth, revealing a trace of a bitter smile. "Though I have my reasons, I have indeed dragged you into this mess. If you wish, feel free to throw another punch." Upon witnessing the disheveled appearance of the individual before him, CLA helplessly loosened his grip on the man's collar and collapsed onto the ground. "Do you realize," he lamented, "that at such a crucial juncture, jeopardizing the nation's significant affairs may lead us all to imprisonment? What could possibly compel you to endure such consequences for the sake of new future?" At the mere mention of new future, a spark ignited within CLA's mind, as if he had stumbled upon a revelation. It must be Wan Lian, is it not? Only he harbors an irreconcilable conflict with new future, and only he possesses the audacity and capability to act during this sensitive period. With this realization, CLA disregarded his previous reverence for his superior and vehemently exclaimed, "You scoundrel! After all these years of loyalty, I have contributed, if not in merit, at least in labor. Yet now, for your own sake, you have unceremoniously dumped this mess upon my shoulders. A treacherous businessman like you deserves nothing less than to be dealt with by new future." After venting his frustrations, CLA regained his composure and urged, "Chenggu, I do not know what promises that rascal made to you, but nothing can outweigh the importance of our freedom. The matters here will undoubtedly come to the attention of the authorities, and we shall all find ourselves imprisoned. It would be wiser for us to shut down those metallurgical facilities now and expose Wan Lian. That would at least redeem our sins." Chapter 144. The Illuminating Light Bulb. The enraged brigade leader in the expansive office, CLA's trembling voice echoed throughout the room. Meanwhile, Feng Cheng lay on the floor, lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the conversation. Until, at a certain moment, the office lights flickered and visibly dimmed by a third. Observing this, Feng Cheng calmly murmured, "At last, the circuit can no longer sustain itself." He then turned his gaze toward the despondent CLA and said, "Xia, cease your struggles. We are but insignificant figures, unable to escape the grasp of someone like Wan Lian. Even if you were to expose him, it is highly unlikely that the state would take action against him. You must understand this." Upon hearing these words, CLA finally fell silent, surrendering to despair. Deep down, he was acutely aware of the truth. The titans of every industry in the country are all worth hundreds of billions. Who would believe that such immense wealth came without any hidden agendas? Take, for instance, the wealthiest individual on Hong Kong Island, who, at the height of his prosperity, was referred to as the overlord of half the city. What does that signify? He controlled more than half of the real estate on the island. With such vast land acquisitions, is it conceivable that there is no shadow lurking beneath the surface? However, knowledge alone does not equate to action. At times, when confronted with powerful families or individuals, even the state must weigh the repercussions of its interventions. As the dimming lights flickered, CLA's heart sank deeper into despair. His adversaries reveled in freedom while he languished in confinement, utterly powerless to alter his fate. Just as the manager of the subsidiary succumbed to hopelessness, a voice of confusion abruptly interrupted his thoughts. At that moment, Feng Cheng, sprawled on the floor, fixated intently on the light bulb above, convinced he must be imagining things. Just moments ago, the previously dim light seemed to brighten ever so slightly. Yet, this was improbable. Precautions had been taken to prevent the new future from switching circuits, even tampering with the circuit breaker. Thus, other than a massive blackout, new future had no alternative route to pursue. As the project manager pondered this perplexity, the brightness of the ceiling light was subtly escalating. Observing the successfully replaced circuit breaker, Wang Bo exhaled with relief. To be candid, This was indeed a precarious situation. Had he arrived even half a minute later, he would have been uncertain if the previous circuit could have endured. Should a circuit failure occur, the entire city would plunge into darkness. Furthermore, such damage would complicate repairs significantly. The intricate web of circuits throughout the city was far too convoluted. Merely inspecting the damage would consume considerable time, let alone the subsequent circuit replacements. Prolonged outages lasting several days would inevitably paralyze various aspects of the city, severely disrupting citizens' lives. Consequently, the implementation of the Qianlong project would undoubtedly face formidable challenges. In the control room at that moment, the technicians erupted in cheers as they beheld the newly established circuit functioning flawlessly on the large screen. The lead engineer, adjusting his reading glasses, marveled incredulously. This is nothing short of a miracle in electrical engineering. The transmission of such high voltage has managed to maintain temperature fluctuations within a mere 3 degrees Celsius. Just how high must the energy conversion rate be? Wang Bo truly lives up to his reputation as a genius. Amidst the accolades directed towards Wang Bo, Bian Tongfang collapsed into a chair, utterly spent. After enduring countless upheavals, his legs had lost all strength. 5 minutes for repairs. Over 1,000,000 volts of ultra-high voltage arcs. Enduring the immense energy of the new circuit. Each of these challenges alone was enough to instill a sense of despair. Yet, in the hands of that mere youth, barely in his 20s, each hurdle was surmounted with remarkable ease. The commander, filled with admiration, found himself enveloped in an unprecedented sense of conviction. He had come to unconditionally trust the young chairman of the new future company. Even if Wang Bo were to declare himself an extraterrestrial, he would readily accept it without a hint of doubt. As the crowd reflected on this revelation, Wang Bo emerged from the conversion center, bearing the replaced circuit breaker. Instantly, everyone rushed to meet him. Presenting the iron relic before their eyes, Wang Bo also stepped out of his battle armor and exhaled deeply. "Commander Bian, take a look. This is the circuit breaker that was replaced." The seasoned military leader could scarcely comprehend the intricacies involved. But the senior technical engineer beside him scrutinized the device and soon uncovered the issue. This circuit breaker has been tampered with. Upon hearing this conclusion, before Wang Bo could speak, Commander Bian Tongfang's eyes widened in disbelief. "Old man, are you certain? This is a grave matter. Do not speak lightly." The engineer, irked by the skepticism, pointed to the core component of the breaker. "Look here, there should be a minuscule part. Yet it has vanished. Back when I first started my career, our country could not produce circuit breakers independently. We relied solely on imports. However, those foreign devils were always eager to sabotage us, and this was a frequent area of their interference. After we gained the ability to manufacture circuit breakers ourselves, such incidents ceased altogether. I estimate that without 3 to 4 decades of experience, one would not be able to detect this fault." Wang Bo nodded in agreement. This explains why this defective equipment could infiltrate our ranks. At that moment, Commander Bian Tongfang finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The Qianlong Project, a venture capable of resolving the entire eastern region's power issues. An initiative personally sanctioned by the highest leadership. A project benefiting both the nation and its citizens. That such a project, shrouded in glory, could be undermined by nefarious hands was utterly unconscionable. This was an affront to the happiness of the entire Chinese populace. It represented a profound challenge to the nation's leadership. To make matters worse, the shadowy figure behind this plot had nearly succeeded. What did this imply for his role in safeguarding it? Overwhelmed by righteous indignation, this patriotic commander felt his body tremble slightly. "Mr. Wang, rest assured. The Qianlong Project is the cornerstone of China's rise. Today, as circumstances will be conveyed with utmost honesty. If an investigation reveals any misconduct, should anyone dare to meddle in this matter, I am prepared to relinquish my military uniform and face imprisonment, determined to ensure that individual face bears the consequences." Chapter 145. The Resolve of the Higher UPS. Employee reception. At this moment, the headquarters of the National Security Bureau was ablaze with light. Listening to the recounting from Bian Tongfang on the other end of the line, Fu Guotai's countenance was so grim it could have dripped water. Meanwhile, Hong Guotao, seated at the helm, wore a furrowed brow. "I understand, Commander Bian. The Energy Conversion Center will be under your vigilant oversight. Please ensure its security." Upon hearing this, Bian Tongfang felt a chill in his heart. Although this director of the National Security Bureau did not belong to the military structure in terms of authority, even the commanders of military districts had no choice but to show him respect. "Rest assured, Director Fu, if a fly were to enter, I would personally remove my military garb and resign." Having received this assurance, Fu Guotai nodded and promptly ended the call. "This is utterly outrageous. I will unearth the truth and strip the skin off those rascals." Watching the outburst from the irate director, Hong Guotao remarkably chose not to react. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. It appears we have been excessively lenient in our oversight of certain enterprises over the years. They genuinely believe the state will not take action against them. He then turned to his secretary. Ensure that the incident involving the Qianlong project is thoroughly investigated. Inform Minister of Public Security Ning Yuan Kuei that regardless of what entities may be implicated, we must get to the bottom of this matter. Those who should be apprehended must be, and those who deserve confinement will be confined. Even if it leads back to me, there shall be no leniency. Hearing the resolute tone of his leader, the chief secretary felt a jolt of apprehension. Since joining this esteemed individual, apart from the incident with the Zhang family, he had never witnessed Hong Guotao express such fury. Yes, leader, I will promptly convey your intentions. Noticing that there were no further instructions from his superior, the chief secretary wasted no time and hurriedly exited the office to make calls. Within the office, Fu Guotai, still seething with anger, inquired, Leader, if you are assigning this task to the Ministry of Public Security, what role shall I play? Turning his head, Hong Guotao replied, I want you to seize this opportunity to cleanse the energy sector. At this pronouncement, Fu Guotai felt a surge of astonishment. Since the era of reform and opening up, the nation has vigorously championed a market economy. Since that time, countless individuals have flocked to the energy industry. Decades later, while many have reaped the benefits of previous policies, it has also sown the seeds of instability among individuals. Unlike state-owned enterprises, these private companies, once freed from governmental oversight, are prone to corruption and misconduct. The melamine scandal and the defamation incident serve as stark reminders of this harsh reality. Previously, the national authorities were reluctant to intervene, prioritizing economic development and fearing that excessive regulation might dampen public enthusiasm for entrepreneurship. However, at this moment, having resolved all pressing matters, Wang Bo exchanged greetings with Bian Tongfang and then piloted his battle suit back to the company. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the New Future, the atmosphere in the command room was fraught with anxiety, akin to ants in a hot pan. Just moments ago, as they gazed at the dimming lights, a profound sense of despair enveloped them. In their minds, the inaugural trial of the project had already been deemed a failure. Yet, to their astonishment, within a mere 2 or 3 minutes, a dramatic turnaround unfolded. The lights, which had been gradually fading, suddenly shone brightly. Moreover, the data displayed on the large screen indicated that the temperature of the circuit had plummeted back to normal levels in an instant. What could this mean? Was the power consumption genuinely reduced? However, the large screen continued to show no signs of decline in energy usage. Could it be that the display or the detection equipment was malfunctioning? Speculation ran rampant, yet no one dared to consider the possibility of examining the circuit breaker. What a joke! Those present in the command room were all industry elites. They certainly understood the dire implications of the energy conversion center and the circuit breaker's location. Millions of volts of electricity would disregard any defenses, obliterating anything that ventured too close. The idea of temporarily cutting off the energy supply to replace the circuit breaker had crossed their minds, but it was utterly impractical. Under normal circumstances, a power outage might be acceptable, as everyone understood that equipment requires maintenance and replacement over time. However, this was the debut of the entire project. It was akin to a car show where a newly unveiled model was showcasing its speed and power. What if a component malfunctioned? Would they attempt an on-the-spot repair? If that were the case, no one would buy the car, as a lackluster debut would cast doubt on its future performance. The project found itself in such an awkward predicament. If they were to abruptly cut the power, they would undoubtedly lose the public's trust. Retreat was not an option. All avenues had been closed off, leaving them helplessly watching as the project edged closer to its limits. Yet, the suddenly ignited light bulb left the technical staff utterly perplexed. Could it be that the unknown colossal energy source has ceased to function? Observing the animated discussions among the crowd, Yi Weiyao began to speculate that the resolution of this crisis was likely linked to her junior disciple. Indeed, before Wang Bo could return, a call from the National Security Bureau reached President Ye's phone. On the line, an official recounted the events that had transpired mere moments earlier at the Energy Conversion Center. Due to the hurried nature of the call, President Yi did not conceal the conversation from those present, and thus, everyone in the command room overheard the harrowing account. The mention of a new type of battle armor capable of absorbing ultra-high voltage currents struck the hearts of all like a series of resounding hammers. As the tale concluded with Chairman Wang successfully replacing the circuit breaker and emerging safely from that perilous zone, the gathering erupted in cheers. Long live Teacher Wang. That impudent rascal, it's Chairman Wang. Marvelous, I have finally secured my position. The painstaking efforts invested in the Qianlong project have not been in vain. Watching the crowd enthusiastically chanting Wang Bo's name, Yi Weiao felt as though a great weight had been lifted from her heart. Yet within her, there was no sense of liberation or ease. 1,000,000 volts of electricity, currents as thick as a forearm. How perilous it all was. Yet, despite the knowledge of such dangers, Wang Bo resolutely undertook the tasks. Was that fellow foolish? Under the fervent suggestions of those around, all personnel ascended to the top floor to welcome back their chairman Wang. Just as the crowd gathered on the rooftop, a glimmer appeared on the distant horizon. Chapter 146, President Ye's Anomaly. Wang Bo's Coercion. Accompanied by a graceful backflip, Wang Bo maneuvered the battle armor to a steady landing atop the headquarters building. At the moment he exited the armor, a thunderous applause erupted. Along with the clapping came an outpouring of unreserved accolades. Chairman, splendid job. You saved our building from collapse. Our livelihoods are secure. In just 10 minutes. Teacher Wang's contributions to the entire nation are immeasurable. Witnessing this scene, Wang Bo bowed in gratitude. Thank you all. You have worked hard tonight. Aside from those on night duty, everyone else should return home to rest. However, none of the gathered crowd moved to leave. They remained, cheering for Wang Bo. Seeing this, Wang Bo had no choice but to assert the authority of the chairman. Are you all ignoring my words? It seems you have no intention of working within 3 minutes. Anyone still on the rooftop, pack your belongings and leave. As the chairman's temper flared, the crowd ceased their commotion and gradually vacated the top floor, preparing to leave for the day. In a brief moment, the previously bustling rooftop transformed into a desolate space, leaving only Wang Bo and President Yi in each other's company. The season was merely early spring. While the daytime temperatures were tolerable, the evening still carried a hint of chill. Noticing his junior sister subconsciously rubbing her shoulders, Wang Bo promptly stepped forward to drape his coat over her. Stop it with that, Yi Weiao replied, her expression unappreciative despite Wang Bo's attentive gesture. I'm still on the top floor. If you have the guts, go ahead and dismiss me. Wang Bo was somewhat taken aback by his sister's irritable tone. In his recollection, apart from her occasional girlish whims, President Yi was undoubtedly a formidable woman. What could have prompted such a reaction today? Perhaps sensing the incongruity in her tone and demeanor. A flicker of panic crossed Yi Yao's eyes before she quickly regained her composure. Remember, junior brother, as long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Unless absolutely necessary, do not recklessly put yourself in danger. Observing his sister's return to her usual aloofness, Wang Bo felt a pang of regret. He preferred the earlier display of concern. All right, I understand, sister. Rest assured, I am quite fearful of death. I would never take such risks with my life without absolute certainty. Seeing Wang Bo's light-hearted demeanor, Yi Yuiao's anxiety began to dissipate. After returning to the command room and confirming that the new line posed no issues, Wang Bo decided to leave, as there were still many matters to attend to regarding the transformers and vibranium on his end. As he watched Wang Bo elegantly pilot his battle armor into the sky, Yi Weiao felt an unfamiliar sensation stir within her. Upon arriving at the underground laboratory, Wang Bo had barely begun to remove his battle attire when a call came through. Glancing down, he recognized the caller as the director from his family. Hello, Director Wang. What instructions do you have for me at this late hour? Hearing Wang Bo's voice, Director Wang Sudong finally felt a sense of relief. You rascal, who gave you the authority to take such reckless risks? You may not care for yourself, but you must consider the consequences for others. Do you understand that if something were to happen to you, it would be a tremendous loss for New Future and even for the entire nation? As Director Wang unleashed a barrage of reprimands, Wang Bo helplessly scratched his ear. After a moment, when the director had calmed down, he interjected with a light-hearted chuckle. Anger is harmful to your health, Director. We both know what kind of people we are. If I didn't have unwavering confidence, I would never jest with my own life. Once Wang Sudong's emotions were soothed, Xiao Wang inquired, what is the situation with that circuit breaker? How could such a crucial piece of equipment fail without detection? In truth, Wang Bo had his own suspicions about who might be responsible, so his question was not one of accusation. After such a significant incident, he had resolved the matter impeccably. And surely, some acknowledgement was warranted. He mused that his future endeavors required ample resources. However, on the other end of the line, the straightforward Wang Sudong failed to grasp the implication. Merely responding with a hint of apology, the project encompasses equipment weighing several tons, and with so few specialized personnel, some oversight is understandable. Rest assured, I will not let those responsible for the relevant inspections escape accountability. I will personally seek disciplinary action from above post-incident. Listening to this earnest declaration, Wang Bo felt a sense of helplessness. Why can't he see the bigger picture? He coughed slightly. Director Wang, that was not my intention. You see, These mishaps were anticipated in the contingency plans for new future. Do you truly believe such a sophisticated battle suit would materialize coincidentally to address this dilemma? Hence, this hardly qualifies as a major issue. Wang Sudong, taken aback by Wang Bo's peculiar assertions, realized that if they had not foreseen such an incident, how could a suit capable of withstanding high-voltage electricity have been developed? What exactly do you mean? Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's spirits lifted. My meaning is quite straightforward. Given the effort and resources expended on the battle suit due to this incident, don't you think some remuneration is in order? At that moment, Wang Sudong, seated in his office, wore an expression of bewilderment. If you wish to gain benefits, can you not be direct about it? Why go about it in such a roundabout way? Hadn't the government just allocated $2 billion for your needs, along with those precious metal materials? What more could you possibly want? Hearing this, Wang Bo feigned indignation and began to lament before Director Wang. Alas, you are well aware of how costly the energy sector is. The previous shipment you provided barely addresses our immediate needs. It is far from sufficient. Furthermore, to avert occurrences like today's in other cities, we must replace the existing lines with the new designs I have developed. As Wang Bo prepared to further express his grievances, Director Wang felt his head spinning. All right, enough of the complaints. Just be honest. What do you need? Hearing this concession, Wang Bo wasted no time and promptly listed the materials required for his project, akin to a vendor reciting a menu. Although there is currently no information about this Autobot leader in his mind, with Wang Bo's current knowledge and the manufacturing skills of Megatron, he can generally deduce quite a bit. After a few minutes, Wang Bo finally conveyed all the necessary materials. Without waiting for a response from the other end of the line, he cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you for your hard work, Director Wang. Love you, moi," before hanging up. Meanwhile, in the capital, Wang Sudong's temples throbbed with veins. Had this insufferable brat been present, he would have undoubtedly given him a sound beating. Chapter 147, The Mysterious Invitation. Vice Principal Hua Qing. A few days had passed since the trial, and just as Wang Bo's experiments were progressing smoothly, a stranger's call unexpectedly came through. The caller, shrouded in mystery, did not introduce themselves but insisted on discussing an extremely important matter with Wang Bo face to face. This left Chairman Wang quite perplexed. However, with everything on his end now on track and a desire to visit the Huang family, he designated a meeting location and promptly ended the call. Arriving at a CAF in Bumblebee, Wang Bo had initially intended to select the small restaurant he frequented, where the braised pork, albeit mediocre, was served in generous portions. However, during his last visit, the establishment had transformed into a trendy hotspot, inundated with patrons from across the nation. Were it not for the occasion, Wang Bo might have indulged in a meal there once more. Yet today was a business meeting, and such a crowded venue was inappropriate. After parking Bumblebee in a discreet corner, he donned a hat and sunglasses. Satisfied with his reflection in the mirror, he nodded approvingly. The memory of being surrounded by fans at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau for 3 to 4 hours was still fresh. He had no desire to endure such an ordeal again. Upon entering the CAF, Wang Bo requested a private booth and, in a display of extravagance, ordered the most expensive coffee along with an array of desserts. The nearby waitress, struggling to keep up with the order, was left speechless. Are you treating afternoon sweets as a meal? And who eats like this? She thought to herself, bemused by the excessive number of cakes. Yet, despite her internal musings, she maintained a professional smile, recognizing that the heavily disguised patron appeared somewhat unusual. There was no need to provoke trouble. After confirming the order with Wang Bo, the waitress retreated. In a matter of moments, a middle-aged man, possessing a square face and appearing to be in his 50s, strode purposefully into the CAF. After whispering a few words to the receptionist, he made his way directly to Wang Bo's private room. Upon noticing this, Chairman Wang's expression was one of intrigue. "My friend, how did you know which room I was in?" The visitor, upon hearing Wang Bo's puzzlement, burst into hearty laughter. "Given your current level of fame, if there was no commotion, you must have disguised yourself. I merely inquired with the staff about anyone who looked particularly unusual, and they naturally pointed me in your direction." Observing the man's self-satisfied demeanor, Wang Bo could not help but smirk and commend. "You truly are quite clever. Such a method is indeed ingenious." The man, seemingly oblivious to the sardonic tone, took the compliment to heart and humbly replied, "Chairman Wang, you flatter me. Compared to your brilliance, my little tricks are hardly worth mentioning. Yours is the true genius." Just as Wang Bo was about to take a sip of his coffee, he nearly choked at the absurdity of the statement. "You are the genius. Your entire family must be geniuses." Although internally brimming with sarcasm, Wang Bo maintained a composed exterior, swiftly changing the subject from this so-called genius and gesturing for the man to take a seat. "Let us be frank. You summoned me under such mysterious circumstances for a reason. What is it? At this, the man rummaged through his briefcase. Chairman Wang, you are indeed straightforward. I shall not beat around the bush. Please take a look at this. Wang Bo accepted the document without hesitation. The title emblazoned across the top read, Personnel Appointment at Huaqing University. You are from Huaqing University? Wang Bo inquired. Indeed, Chairman Wang. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Kong Hujing, the Vice President of Huaqing University. Wang Bo was taken aback. The old adage holds true. One should not judge a book by its cover. Who would have guessed that this seemingly clever middle-aged man was, in fact, the Vice President of Huaqing University, a distinguished official of deputy ministerial rank? My apologies, Vice President Kong. However, I find it hard to comprehend why someone of your stature would engage in such clandestine dealings. If there is something to discuss, you could simply speak with the personnel at New Future Company, and I would naturally come to meet you. Upon hearing this, Vice President Kong's face flushed with embarrassment. Chairman Wang, please review the document. Once you have finished, you will understand. Observing the man's awkward expression, Wang Bo could only feign ignorance and continue reading. After approximately 3 to 5 minutes, he had finally grasped the essence of the document. Despite the seemingly verbose nature of this text, its essence can be distilled down to a singular notion: the desire for Wang Bo to join Huaqing University as a formal educator. However, the predicament lies in the fact that Wang Bo's affiliation with Jingxing University is widely known. Unlike adjunct professors, who may hold titles at multiple institutions, Wang Bo's position at Jingxing University is that of a bona fide full-time faculty member. This implies that unless he resigns, he cannot assume a teaching role at another institution. It is no wonder that he has been rather clandestine in his intentions, as it appears he is attempting to poach from Jingxing University. At this moment, Kong Hujing observes Wang Bo's mischievous gaze, feeling a prickling discomfort akin to being pricked by a needle. Engaging in such underhanded tactics to lure away faculty is something this venerable scholar has never stooped to in his many years. In fact, such actions have no precedent at Huaqing University. It is utterly unthinkable to approach a teacher from another institution with the intent of enticing them away. With the esteemed position and dignity of Huaqing University as the pinnacle of academia in the country, such third-party intrusions are simply unacceptable. Yet, reality has proven an undeniable truth. The law of desirability remains ever present. Honor and reputation hold little weight in the face of genuine prowess. Given the prodigious academic standing of this young man, it would be inconceivable for Kong Hujing to harbor any reservations, even to the extent of relinquishing the vice presidency. He recalls a recent national academic symposium where their long-standing rival, Jingxing University, had the audacity to send Sun Chongxing from the Department of Physics to represent them. He vividly remembers that septuagenarian flaunting himself before the crowd, often insinuating remarks disparaging Huaqing University, much to the chagrin of many present. Yet, they found themselves powerless to retaliate. Previously, while Huaqing University and Jingxing University specialized in different domains, their overall strengths were comparable. There was a mutual capacity for subtle jabs. However, since Wang Bo's arrival, the dynamics have irrevocably shifted. From that point onward, whether in private or public settings, the obstinate elders from Jingxing University have relentlessly bombarded them with a series of insistent inquiries. Does your institution have any faculty capable of inventing a compact nuclear reactor? Does your institution have any faculty capable of creating armored suits that can transcend the limits of reality? Does your institution have any faculty capable of developing super serums that significantly enhance human capability? Does your institution have any faculty capable of engineering highly intelligent transformers? Does your institution have any faculty capable of discovering entirely new atomic structures? This almost unreasonable barrage of questions seems orchestrated by the upper echelons of Jingxing University. Whenever this group of individuals appears in public alongside Huaqing University, they invariably find ways to pose a few challenging questions that leave the representatives of Huaqing University utterly speechless. Consequently, the professors and leaders at Huaqing University now dread any mention of attending academic conferences or forums, often resorting to various excuses to decline invitations. While common justifications such as health issues or busy experiments are relatively acceptable, one particularly bizarre instance involved a teacher in his 50s citing his wife's childbirth as a reason. Can one truly conceive at such an age? It seems you are quite resilient. Nevertheless, the management at Huaqing University is acutely aware that the root of the problem lies with that exceedingly peculiar youth. Hence, the vice president of Huaqing University undertook a long journey to Suchi City. Mr. Wang, we at Huaqing University hold your situation in the highest regard. Not only have we offered you the most generous talent acquisition package, But we have also prepared 3 laboratories of varying sizes within our School of Biology, School of Physics, and School of Chemistry. Observing Wang Bo's unperturbed demeanor, the venerable scholar continued to drop another bombshell. Moreover, I recall that previously, Jingqing University merely bestowed upon you the title of lecturer. For someone of your caliber, such an offer seems rather meager. In contrast, Hucking University is different. Once you sign this appointment letter, a profile of Professor Wang Bo will immediately appear on our official website. Witnessing this scholarly gentleman in his 50s passionately promoting the offer before him, Wang Bo couldn't help but find it amusing. Although the terms presented by Hucking University were undoubtedly more favorable than those from Jingqing University, he had no intention of switching institutions. After all, his connections with the latter were significant, and he still had a class of students there. Abandoning them midway was not in his character. Most importantly, a portion of the foundation of the new future company consisted of his senior peers from Jingqing University. Transitioning to Hucking University at this juncture might create unnecessary tension among them. With this thought in mind, Wang Bo made his decision. As he exited the CAF and watched the vice president depart, Chairman Wang, clutching the documents, couldn't help but smile wryly. He had certainly encountered the formidable nature of these intellectuals. Previously, had Wang Bo been adamant and outrightly rejected the offer, this 50-something scholar might have resorted to drastic measures. Of course, he hadn't given a direct agreement either, merely stating he would contemplate the matter. As for the outcome of that contemplation, it was already evening by the time he arrived at Uncle Huang's residence. Upon entering, the tantalizing aroma of the meal immediately enveloped Wang Bo, a delightful sensation that stirred his appetite. Despite his yearning, Chairman Wang could not help but express his mild discontent. "Auntie, your precious nephew returns after such a long absence. And this is what you prepare? Quite a meager offering, wouldn't you say?" Hearing this, Yang Ping, busy in the kitchen, shot him an exasperated glance. "You ungrateful brat. Having anything to eat is already a blessing. Keep talking back, and you might as well go home and fend for yourself." Wang Bo, accustomed to Yang Ping's sharp tongue, nonchalantly approached the dining table, pinching a piece of sausage between his fingers to bring it to his mouth. Just as he was about to indulge, a pair of chopsticks landed firmly on his hand. "Aren't you the one who said you wouldn't eat my cooking? Don't just grab it haphazardly. Hurry up and wash your hands." Faced with the threatening spatula in Yang Ping's hand, Wang Bo chuckled awkwardly and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Huang Haoyang, seated on the sofa perusing a newspaper, observed the commotion caused by Wang Bo's arrival with a hint of exasperation. He soon set aside the paper to assist in arranging the dishes, readying for the meal. In just a few minutes, with the final dish placed on the table, the meal commenced in earnest. "Girl, stop your studies and come out for dinner," Yang Ping called towards the inner room, prompting a flicker of surprise on Wang Bo's face. "Is Wei Qian on break today?" "Yes, she has a teaching qualification exam in the next couple of days, so the school has adjusted the schedule," Huang Haoyang explained as he set down the last pair of chopsticks. At that moment, the bedroom door creaked open, revealing Huang Weiqian, who, unlike her usual boisterous self, approached with her head bowed, seemingly shy. Though puzzled, Wang Bo was too hungry to ponder the change as he took his seat beside Huang Weiqian and promptly began to devour his rice. "I've heard about the Qianlong project. Well done. Such accomplishments only inspire admiration, but it is the earnest dedication to the people that truly commands respect," Huang Haoyang began, launching into a lengthy discourse. Meanwhile, Wang Bo was not idle, continuously adding dishes to his bowl. "Twice-cooked pork. If memory serves, this is Uncle Huang's favorite. So I shall tackle this dish first and see if he still remembers his manners." As his favorite dish dwindled in quantity, Huang Haoyang, reminiscing about the past, finally lost his composure. "You little rascal, have you never seen food before? Can't you leave a morsel for me?" With that, he too grabbed his chopsticks, joining the fray for the twice-cooked pork. Yang Ping, witnessing the spectacle, could only shake her head in disbelief. Here were two individuals, one nearly 20 and the other approaching 50, behaving with such youthful folly. Heaven truly seems unjust. How could it bestow upon the gentle and virtuous me such two simpletons? Meanwhile, on the other side, Huang Weiqian gazed at the quarreling pair, her expression one of utter grievance. "While you two bicker, could you possibly leave her a little respite? With her mother's miserly temperament, who knows when the next opportunity to savor twice-cooked pork will arise?" Thus, amidst a jovial atmosphere, the family concluded their dinner. After the meal, Huang Weiqian retreated to her bedroom to study, while Wang Bo joined Uncle Huang in tidying up the battlefield. As they washed the dishes, noticing that no one was around, Wang Bo leaned in conspiratorially. "Uncle Huang, has Weiqian encountered bullying at school? She seems rather subdued this time." Upon hearing this, Huang Haoyang nearly dropped the plate. His daughter's temper was a mirror image of Yang Ping's. Encounter bullying? Thank heavens if she isn't the one bullying others. Chapter 149. Huang Weiqian's Anomaly. The Huang family's son-in-law planned observing Wang Bo's inquiries about his daughter. Huang Haoyang cast him a sidelong glance. It's all because of you. Isn't it? Hearing Uncle Huang shift the blame onto him, Wang Bo protested vehemently. I haven't seen Weiqian for over half a year. So don't blame me for everything. After arranging the plates and wiping his hands, Huang Haoyang shot Wang Bo a disgruntled look. Wasn't he my girl always teasing you before? Now that you've achieved some success, it's only natural that there's a bit of awkwardness upon your reunion. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo paused momentarily, then quickly grasped the situation. Although his relationship with Uncle Huang and Aunt was unshaken by external changes, his other friends and relatives would undoubtedly alter their attitudes due to his newfound accomplishments. Uncle Huang, please tell Weiqian that there's no need for such formality. I too bear some responsibility for our past misunderstandings. Regardless of the reasons, I have interfered with her life. Ultimately, I owe her an apology. A flicker of appreciation crossed Huang Haoyang's eyes upon hearing this. Both Wang Bo and Huang Weiqian were integral parts of his life. At his age, reputation and status had become trivial concerns. The paramount importance lay in familial harmony. His greatest fear had been Wang Bo's inability to forgive Huang Weiqian. After all, though her words had been harsh, they arose from specific circumstances. Yet now it seemed his worries were unfounded. In truth, for Wang Bo, Huang Weiqian's previous insults towards his parents had not left a lasting mark. After all, she was merely a young girl with an impulsive tongue. Such behavior was quite typical. Moreover, I do not wish to cause sorrow to these two relatives who have bestowed upon me the gift of rebirth. By the way, what is the matter with that Yuao? Although you have reached adulthood, such a significant affair as dating ought to be shared with both me and your aunt. Listening to Huang Haoyang's reproach, Wang Bo appeared quite awkward. What are you thinking? Your eldest nephew is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities and lacks the leisure to engage in romance. Observing Huang Haoyang's scrutinizing gaze, Wang Bo immediately took an oath of assurance. However, discussing matters with President Yi would be another story altogether. Naturally, this was a sentiment Wang Bo could only silently append in his mind. Noticing Wang Bo's serious demeanor, Huang Haoyang reluctantly conceded. I am not an antiquated relic. If you wish to pursue romance, I shall not stand in your way, but at the very least, I should be your gatekeeper. If need be, I can introduce you to a couple of suitable candidates. After all, familiarity breeds safety. Before Huang Haoyang could finish his thought, Yang Ping unexpectedly emerged from the side. With a deft motion, her right hand circled around Huang Haoyang's waist. The sudden jolt of pain caused Principal Huang to promptly seal his lips. Watching the playful exchange between the two, Wang Bo could only shake his head helplessly, wipe his hands, and retreat from the kitchen. As he entered the living room, Huang Haoyang's eyes bulged in disbelief. Why are you pinching me? Yang Ping shot back defiantly. Fool. Who told you to introduce a partner for Xiaobo? Hearing his wife's reprimand, Huang Haoyang wore a puzzled expression, reflecting on the fact that there was nothing inherently wrong with what he had said. Observing her husband's bewilderment, Yang Ping sighed. There is a reason why Huang Haoyang has not ascended in the political arena all these years. Tell me, do you think our daughter is well matched with Xiaobo? With such clarity, even Huang Haoyang, despite his usual slowness, grasped her intent. You wish to bring these two together? Keep your voice down. Yang Ping firmly tapped Huang Haoyang and then glanced around the living room, ensuring Wang Bo was not within earshot before exhaling with relief. But can it truly work? Hearing Huang Haoyang's skepticism, Yang Ping shot him a glance. Remove that, but from your thoughts, our daughter possesses both beauty and figure. What could possibly be the issue? In response, Huang Haoyang looked troubled. I am not suggesting otherwise. You know how renowned Wang Bo is on a global scale. If he desires, he could have any woman he wishes. In comparison, our daughter holds no advantages. Upon hearing this, Yang Ping felt an urge to kick this foolish man. Isn't it us who are here to support them? As long as we whisper in this young man's ear. Over time, the two youths are bound to develop a mutual affection. However, there are no buts. Observing Huang Haoyang still hesitating, Yang Ping interrupted directly. Old Huang, don't you wish for your dear nephew to strengthen familial ties with us? Although you have raised this lad as your own son, he still addresses you as uncle. If they truly become an item, he will inevitably have to call you dad in the future. Upon hearing this, Principal Huang was instantly invigorated. I agree. Just instruct me on what to do, my dear wife. Pleased with his response, Yang Ping nodded in satisfaction. After giving Huang Haoyang a few instructions, she cut some fruit and exited the kitchen. In the living room, She observed the young Wang Bo sprawled on the sofa like an old man, and she felt a surge of irritation. She slammed the fruit platter onto the coffee table and promptly kicked Wang Bo on the backside. For heaven's sake, at such a young age, you should know how to sit properly. Wang Bo, with his tough skin and sturdy build, felt little from the blow. Listening to his aunt's reprimand, he reluctantly sat up and popped a strawberry into his mouth. Initially, he expected his aunt's temper to flare further, but to his surprise, Yang Ping behaved unusually and sat on one side of the sofa, watching television. Noticing something amiss, Wang Bo leaned closer. "Aunt, is there something troubling you? Speak up. Your dear nephew will surely handle it for you." In response, Yang Ping remained silent, only giving a dismissive snort, the contempt in her demeanor unmistakable. Seeing this, Wang Bo nearly twisted his mouth in frustration. What the heck? Does she look down on me? Given Wang Bo's current notoriety, while it may be hard to say globally, within the realm of Huagua, there are indeed few matters he could not set right. Meanwhile, Yang Ping did not engage with Wang Bo's retort and continued, "Xiao Bo, you should spend more time with your sister when you have the chance. Previously, your antics stirred quite a commotion, leaving Wei Qian's life in disarray. Reporters and social media influencers constantly intruded upon her life. Reluctantly, your uncle Huang and I had to transfer her to another school, leaving the poor girl without any friends." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo, who had just been grinning, fell silent instantly. It would be disingenuous to claim he felt no guilt. After all, it was because of him that she had suffered so greatly. "Rest assured, Aunt, whatever I can do, I will not shy away from." Chapter 150, The Celebrity's Autograph. Strict crackdown measures. Hearing Wang Bo's enthusiastic promise, Yang Ping's face lit up with joy as she called out into the house, "Girl, your brother has agreed to get you the autograph of that star, Xiao Zixuan." Before Wang Bo could respond, Huang Weiqian, like an ardent fan, rushed out of her room, exclaiming, "Really, Wang Bo? Will you truly help me obtain a signature from Xiao Zixuan?" Observing Huang Weiqian's fervent expression, coupled with Yang Ping's dreamy demeanor, Wang Bo could hardly deny that he had fallen into yet another scheme concocted by his aunt. A signature? He had not even heard of that celebrity's name. Who could say whether she would even acknowledge him? Yet, gazing upon his sister's eager countenance, he found it difficult to utter a word of refusal. Although this young lady had once spoken ill of his parents, such behavior had its roots in circumstance. If his own parents were to sell their house, deplete their savings, and risk financial ruin for a stranger, which child would remain composed? Moreover, he had just boasted before his aunt that he could traverse the entirety of Huagua with ease. If he were unable to procure even a single signature, it would be quite the embarrassment. "No problem at all. What status do I hold now? A signature is but a trivial matter." Upon hearing this, Huang Weiqian nearly leapt for joy. "Wonderful. In 2 months, Xiao Zixuan will be performing in Suchi City. You must accompany me. You cannot go back on your word." Seeing Wang Bo consent, the young girl was naturally overjoyed, wrapping her arms around him in a hearty embrace. Feeling the burgeoning form of her chest against him, Wang Bo instinctively leaned back, aware that she had grown up and could no longer be treated as she had been in childhood. However, in a fleeting moment, the little girl had already bounded off him. "Mom, Wang Bo, I'm off to study. I will definitely bring perfect grades to meet my idol." With that, she skipped back to her room. As Huang Weiqian disappeared within, Yang Ping seized the moment to speak. "This girl will be an adult in just over a month. Throughout her life, neither your uncle Huang nor I have given her any meaningful gifts. This time, it is up to you." Wang Bo couldn't shake the feeling that when his aunt mentioned adulthood, there had been a noticeable emphasis on the word. "Rest assured, both you and uncle will be pleased. I will deliver a splendid coming-of-age gift for her." By the time he stepped out, it was nearly 9 in the evening. Though he relished the warm atmosphere at Uncle Huang's home, the pressing matters at the laboratory awaited him. Upon returning home, he quickly tidied up his bedding. With 5 transformers and a Megatron, alongside his research on vibranium, Wang Bo estimated that even with JARVISS assistance, he would be hard-pressed to emerge from the underground lab within a fortnight. After everything was settled, Wang Bo placed a call to President Yi, as it was only courteous to reach out after disappearing for at least half a month. On the other end of the line, President Yi nodded in understanding, recognizing that such behavior was not unprecedented for Chairman Wang. Just before hanging up, Yi Weiao interjected with a remark. "The new future company has now found its footing. Although still in its infancy, its influence is already on par with any domestic enterprise. However, this is only true within our circles. To the general populace of Huagua, new future remains rather unfamiliar." Wang Bo fell silent upon hearing this. Indeed, for the average citizen, the concept of energy is rather distant. "I may not grasp the intricacies of technology, but in business, The principle of chain reaction is paramount. If New Future can truly achieve notoriety through the Qianlong project, any subsequent ventures will undoubtedly proceed with greater ease. Upon hearing this, young Wang nodded in agreement. So, what do you intend to do? The most effective method, of course, is advertising, to enter the public eye in a straightforward and comprehensible manner. With the knowledge that President Yi had a plan, Wang Bo candidly stated, "Senior sister, since you have an idea, let us put it into action. I trust you to handle it." Half a month swiftly passed. During this time, the energy sector, and indeed the entire heavy industry, was rife with apprehension, whether it be small enterprises worth millions or giants with assets in the billions. Following the successful pilot of the Qianlong project, the government unexpectedly initiated a comprehensive crackdown. Countless public officials were mobilized to delve into various enterprises, scrutinizing accounts and inspecting production conditions firsthand. Any issues that arose were met with zero tolerance. Immediate consequences were enforced. To date, the state has dismantled 14 enterprises valued in the tens of millions, 5 valued in the hundreds of millions, and 1 exceeding $1 billion. Such an intense crackdown is unprecedented since the reform and opening up. In Europe, at the headquarters of the Knight Corporation, Chairman Barton sat with a furrowed brow, poring over a report before him. After a moment, he turned to Harris and asked, "Harris, you are well versed in Asian affairs. What is your perspective on the Chinese government's recent actions?" Not daring to be lax in his response, Harris replied, "Mr. Barton, I believe that while this stringent action ostensibly aims to cleanse the industry of parasites, there lies a deeper significance." At this, Barton's gaze sharpened, signaling him to continue. "Have you noticed that although this scrutiny targets the entire heavy industry, the enterprises that have truly been eliminated are predominantly those energy companies engaging in unlawful practices?" Upon hearing this, Barton at his desk seemed to grasp something profound. Was this paving the way for that young rascal's New Future company? "Indeed, sir," Harris replied respectfully. "The launch of the New Future Subdragon project will undoubtedly pose a significant threat to all energy enterprises established in the Chinese market. If those individuals are not foolish, they will certainly unite to resist the annihilation of New Future." This action by China clearly signifies the official stance. Simultaneously, as the Subdragon project is promoted, the resolution of the energy shortage issue will lead many energy companies toward inevitable demise. Rather than facing a passive scenario of numerous corporate bankruptcies at that time, it is wiser to proactively excise the malignant growth from within. This also allows the Chinese government some leeway to address the impending unemployment crisis. After articulating all this, the gentleman from the Knight's Nation found his throat dry, lifted a nearby cup, and drained it. Continuing, "I boldly assert that Ruan Lian's Ningkong Energy will not escape the impending crackdown. After all, that fellow's hands are far from clean." Chapter 151, The Truth Revealed. Transformers Squad. Listening to Harris, the Asian expert's explanation, Barton nodded slightly. It seems that the Subdragon project has indeed been successfully piloted. Otherwise, China would not be making such a grand display. Harris, standing nearby, fell into contemplative silence. After all, the advancement of the future's greatest competitor is not advantageous for the Maihawk Company. After a moment of reflection, the leader suddenly raised his head and instructed his secretary, "Contact all energy companies worldwide with assets exceeding 100 billion and convey Maihawk's position. In short, we must ensure that New Future is firmly confined within the borders of China. Its tendrils must not extend beyond the border by even half an inch." At the State Council, the political heart of China, despite the hour being late, countless public officials continued to toil day and night. Meanwhile, in the office of Hong Guotao on the 4th floor, Fu Guotai was reporting the situation to Commissioner Hong. After approximately 20 minutes, as he listened to Director Fu's account, combined with the materials in hand, the entire sequence of events surrounding the incident began to unfold before Hong Guotao's eyes. CLA and Feng Cheng were apprehended by our personnel just 2 hours after the incident. As for the other individuals, regardless of their knowledge of events, they have all been taken to the local police station for questioning. All related personnel have been strictly restricted from leaving the city. Should anyone step beyond the borders of Suchi City, we will execute immediate arrests. Upon hearing this, Hong Guotao nodded. "This is for the best. As many involved in this case are innocent, we shall not overlook a criminal, yet we shall also not harm an innocent soul." "And what of Ningkong Energy?" Observing the inquiry from the high-ranking official, Fu Guotai dared not delay. "All senior executives of Ningkong Group are currently under strict surveillance, including Ruan Lian and others. Previously, due to a lack of clarity and evidence, we refrained from taking hasty action. After all, Ningkong Energy has many adversaries. Should someone with ill intent frame them for that incident, I fear the government might unwittingly become a pawn." As for now, with evidence in hand, we can proceed with arrests at any moment. Upon hearing Fu Guotai's words, Hong Guotao fell into silence for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There is no rush. Acting against Wan Lian now would undoubtedly cause Ningkong Energy's stock prices to plummet. Once Ningkong collapses, the nation will inevitably face energy shortages. It would be prudent to wait until the second phase of the Qianlong project is completed and the impact minimized before addressing this parasite." Hearing these words, Fu Guotai nodded in agreement. It was evident that this individual considered the broader picture far more comprehensively than himself. After completing his report, just as Fu Guotai was about to rise and take his leave, his gaze happened upon a document on the table. Boldly inscribed were the words, "Discussion on granting Comrade Wang Bo the title of academician." Startled, Fu Guotai realized that although this matter had been mentioned previously, no one had anticipated such swift action from the upper echelons. Counting the days, he noted that there was less than a year until the next regular selection of academicians. Such a brief time frame, and it seemed that this esteemed member was unwilling to wait. They must grant this young man an individual title of academician this summer. Clearly, the previous incident had significantly bolstered this young man's standing in the eyes of the higher-ups. Having navigated the political arena for many years, Hong Guotao was naturally aware of Fu Guotai's subtle maneuvers. If you wish to see it, take it. After all, we several members have already deliberated on this matter, and it merely awaits public announcement. By the way, since you are familiar with that young fellow, you shall be the one to convey this news to him. Receiving the directive, Fu Guotai promptly placed the document into his briefcase and exited the office. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory number 1, Chairman Wang, who had toiled for half a month, was utterly exhausted. Yet, gazing at the 5 transformers that had been successfully manufactured before him, a sense of accomplishment surged within him. However, with good news often comes bad. Observing the unfinished Megatron, whose manufacturing progress was barely halfway, Wang Bo felt a mix of love and frustration. To be fair, Wang Bo was not oblivious to the notion that good things take time, but this was excessively late. In the span of half a month, he had managed to create 5 transformers. The progress you have made is only halfway. If we wait for it to be completed, Megatron may not possess the strength one might expect. Given Wang Bo's volatile temperament, he could easily dismantle the system's marketplace if he desired. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Wang Bo turned his gaze, for today's focus was not on Megatron. "Jarvis, inject the disposable energy sources into the completed bodies." "Understood, sir." Following the command, Jarvis deftly maneuvered the colossal arms to carefully grasp the disposable energy sources that Wang Bo had previously extracted. Under Wang Bo's eager gaze, he sequentially infused these sources into the 5 recently constructed bodies. A brilliant radiance enveloped the room as the energy sources within the mechanical arms gradually dimmed, ultimately transforming into a fine powder that fell to the ground. As the light dissipated, Wang Bo, perhaps due to an illusion, detected 5 profoundly heavy heartbeats resonating in the air. In the next moment, all the mechanical bodies underwent extraordinarily intricate transformations simultaneously. After approximately 10 seconds, these nascent entities finally acclimated to their initial changes and began to curiously observe their surroundings. Upon noticing the diminutive creature at their feet, a singular thought emerged within their minds. This small being before them was their creator. They must completely submit to this individual. Rooted in the system's ideology, these newly awakened transformers hesitated not for a moment, promptly kneeling before Wang Bo ambulance. Ironhide, Jazz, Barricade, Bone Crusher. They paid their highest respects to their master. The thunderous voices of the 5 transformers echoed throughout the underground laboratory, lingering long after. At this moment, Wang Bo felt a surge of excitement. With Megatron still in construction, he now commanded a formidable cadre of 8 Transformers warriors. In this world, they could undeniably forge an undeniable force wherever they went. Coupled with the armor he currently possessed, it is no exaggeration to claim that Wang Bo could incite a minor war in any corner of the world at will. Chapter 152, The Furious Wang Bo. The innocent Wan Lian, just as Wang Bo reveled in the exhilaration of his burgeoning power, an unfamiliar call came through. "Sir, the origin of the call has been encrypted. I cannot trace it." Listening to Jarvis's warning, Wang Bo furrowed his brow. It is worth noting that while Jarvis is classified as a basic artificial intelligence within the system, on Earth, he is essentially an invincible entity. During the earlier incursion into the security website of the beautiful nation, a glimpse of the situation was revealed. While it is quite challenging to leave no trace, hearing this individual admit to the impossibility of such a feat was a first. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Bo answered the call. "Hello, who is this?" A robust voice responded from the other end. Is this Mr. Wang? Greetings, I am Ning Yuan Kuei. Upon hearing the introduction, Wang Bo was momentarily taken aback. Ning Yuan Kuei. That name sounded incredibly familiar. Meanwhile, Jarvis swiftly conducted an online search upon hearing those 3 words. In the blink of an eye, pertinent information was projected before Wang Bo's eyes via his watch. Realizing the situation, Mr. Wang instantly made the connection. It was no wonder he felt a sense of familiarity. The renowned Minister of Public Security was a frequent figure on television screens. This also clarified why Jarvis had been unable to track him previously. As one of the few authoritative departments in the country, if tracking were so easily accomplished, the relevant technical personnel would have been dismissed long ago. Mr. Wang, the investigation into the circuit breaker issue at the Energy Conversion Center has yielded results. I have sent the detailed incident report to your email. As Ning Yuan Kuei spoke, Jarvis thoughtfully retrieved the email file, and Wang Bo quickly began to read it. After a while, his expression darkened. Ningkong Energy. Ruan Lian. Although he had harbored suspicions before, speculation remained mere conjecture. Acting rashly could easily turn others into unwitting pawns. Moreover, with numerous matters at hand in the laboratory, he had not prioritized it. However, with the national investigation underway, he had finally pinpointed the perpetrator behind the incident. Minister Ning, I wonder what the higher-ups are planning. Listening to Wang Bo's somewhat probing tone, Ning Yuan Kuei asserted firmly, Mr. Wang, you need not worry about the repercussions. No one in Huagua possesses the privilege to violate the law. If Ruan Lian was capable of such actions, he should be well aware of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt reassured. Since there were no concerns to balance from above, he could proceed without restraint. After ending the call, the furious Mr. Wang wasted no time, immediately boarding the Bumblebee and heading straight to the new future headquarters. The laboratory was not far from the building, and with few vehicles in the development zone. He arrived at the entrance in about 10 minutes. Inside, all the staff members, upon seeing the grim expression of Chairman Wang, found themselves stifled, unable to muster a greeting. What has transpired with the chairman? Who can say? However, one can surmise that such a dismal countenance is indicative of a significant issue at hand. It is prudent for us to mind our own affairs, no matter the magnitude of the situation. Our new future has the backing of the nation and shall not falter. At this moment, Wang Bo has ascended to the 30th floor, heading directly to the CEO's office. Upon witnessing the grim expression of his superior, the secretary dared not obstruct his entry. Sister, have you perused the official accident report? As he spoke, Wang Bo pushed the door open. Meanwhile, Yi Yueyao's countenance was not much brighter. She had never imagined that Ruan Lian could stoop so low. In a bid to secure Ningkong Energy's dominance within the industry, he resorted to such underhanded tactics. To speak candidly, the Qianlong project poses a tremendous disruption to the entire energy sector. After all, if one individual monopolizes the energy supply, what profits can other enterprises hope to achieve? Hence, the name Wang Bo is infamous within the energy industry, evoking resentment among all. Yet, despite this animosity, many harbor profound respect for this prodigious individual. The Qianlong project is a grand undertaking that benefits both the nation and its citizens. If it operates smoothly, the annual expenditures, when all is accounted for, may reach hundreds of millions, a staggering reduction compared to previous costs. What does this signify? It means that the energy expenses of a household, previously incurred over a few days, could equate to an entire year's worth of electricity under the Qianlong project. Moreover, the burden on national finances would significantly diminish, allowing for greater allocation of tax revenues toward public infrastructure, thereby enhancing the quality of life for the populace. Furthermore, industries previously stalled due to excessive energy consumption could be revived. It is no exaggeration to assert that the country's visage would be rejuvenated by the mere mention of Qianlong. Understanding this, the executives of the energy sector have chosen to overlook the developments of new future, and when necessary, they may even extend a helping hand. For beneath their business personas, they are, above all, citizens of Huagua. However, now, the actions of Ruan Lian, a prominent figure in the energy sector, have left President Yi feeling utterly repulsed. What are your plans? Upon hearing Wang Bo's inquiry, Yi Yueyao furrowed her delicate brow, her expression troubled as she replied. The most challenging predicament lies in the fact that Ruan Lian has offered a high-ranking official from Ningkong as a scapegoat. This individual, having struck some undisclosed bargain with Ruan Lian, adamantly claims sole responsibility for these actions, absolving others of any involvement. Thus, on the surface, Ruan Lian appears to remain innocent. Upon hearing these words, Wang Bo raised an eyebrow, and it dawned upon him that the crux of the matter lay with this executive. Leave this to me. I shall ensure that this individual concedes. He then shifted the conversation, inquiring, "By the way, senior sister, I recall that there are less than 2 weeks until the second promotion trial, correct?" Acknowledging her junior's inquiry, Yi Yueyao nodded. "Then I shall take it upon myself to select the 14 cities for this trial." Witnessing this nonchalant manager express concern for company affairs nearly brought tears to the eyes of President Yi, as she did not refuse. Wang Bo approached the map and circled 14 cities in succession. Observing the cities delineated by the young president, even the erudite Yi was momentarily taken aback. The locations were not particularly advantageous, and their energy consumption was rather average. She truly could not fathom the significance behind Wang Bo's selections. However, the next moment, upon seeing Wang Bo's indignant gaze and recalling his unwillingness to suffer losses, a spark of realization flickered in Yi Yueyao's mind. Chapter 153, The Second Trial Promotion. The arrogant Fengcheng, Jinjiang, Xingping, Fuyang, scattered across a total of 14 cities. These cities, whether in the south or north, by the sea or inland, shared a common characteristic. They were vital strategic cities for Ningkan Company. Wang Bo's intention was unequivocal. He was aiming directly at Ruan Lian. "Since you were bold enough to initiate, do not blame me for retaliating. Junior brother, is this truly necessary? If the two companies come to blows, countless ordinary families will face unemployment. At that time, the reputation of New Future will undoubtedly suffer." Listening to Yi Yueyao's concerns, Wang Bo nodded. "I will discuss this matter separately with senior brother Chang. As the issue of supply is resolved, numerous industries will undoubtedly thrive, and we must ensure that the unemployed populace is taken care of." After exiting the building, Wang Bo promptly dialed Fu Guotai's number. Upon inquiring about the location of the arrested executive, he proceeded to drive there. Beichuan Province Detention Center, as the site for detaining serious suspects. The security measures here were alarmingly robust, with nearly 100 prison guards on duty. From the moment Fengcheng was brought in, he understood that his life had irrevocably changed. Yet, he felt no regret. In his eyes, trading his remaining years for his son's life was the best outcome. To ensure that Ruan Lian fulfilled their agreement, Fengcheng steadfastly maintained that he alone was responsible for the incident, having no involvement with anyone else. Despite the incessant interrogations over the past days, even though Xia Lei and others repeatedly uttered the name Ruan Lian, it bore no significance. The entire affair was orchestrated by Fengcheng. As long as he remained tight-lipped, the esteemed Ruan would remain untainted. After all, in Huagua, the law and evidence reigned supreme. Without substantiating proof, no one could condemn Ruan Lian. "Hey, brother, what trouble landed you here?" A curious voice from the neighboring cell broke Fengcheng's reverie. Upon hearing the inquiry, the inmates in the vicinity piqued their interest. It was well known that ever since this individual had arrived, he had been accorded special treatment, single occupancy, interrogated thrice daily, and guards checking on his safety every half hour. Even more astonishingly, the highest-ranking official of the entire Huagua public security, a figure frequently seen on television, had come to interrogate this middle-aged man in his 30s. What kind of crime could warrant such attention? Fengcheng, however, paid them no mind, merely shifting deeper into his cell, as if that would evade their prying eyes. Yet, his attempt was in vain. The curiosity of the crowd remained insatiable. Some speculated robbery, while others surmised it was a feud-related incident. As the discussions grew fervent, a group of 3 to 5 guards entered the area. Observing the raucous atmosphere, the leader struck the metallic bars with a baton, producing a jarring clang. "What is this? A gathering?" Upon the arrival of the authorities, the previously animated conversations among the inmates dissipated like startled birds. "Fengcheng, number 0317, come with us. We need to clarify some matters." The former project manager of Ningkan Company was accustomed to such summons and promptly rose to follow the 2 guards. Once inside the interrogation room, he recognized several familiar faces and sighed. "Gentlemen, could we possibly switch up the questions? It's the same few lines over and over. My ears are nearly calloused from it." His audacious demeanor incited the ire of the seasoned prosecutors. "Mind your attitude. You're here now. There's no need for airs. Fengcheng, I advise you to confess swiftly. Think of your wife, children, and elderly mother. Have you considered how their lives will be affected by your predicament?" Listening to their monotonous rhetoric, Fengcheng yawned with evident boredom. His utterly indifferent demeanor only served to aggravate the interrogators, veins bulging on their foreheads. Yet, they had their methods. Manipulating a prisoner into confession was their forte. Family, friendship, freedom. Surely, one of these would strike a chord. The situation now is entirely different. This individual initially intended to plead guilty, and all these disorganized attempts are of no consequence to him. Moreover, the new society does not operate like the old one, where severe torture could be employed. thus leaving the entire case at an impasse. After the efforts of several individuals, allow me to take the lead. Just as the group found themselves at a loss, a voice, strikingly youthful, resonated throughout the interrogation room. As if inspired by a sudden thought, they all simultaneously rose and exited the room. Have they dispatched another adept interrogator? But this one sounds remarkably young. I suggest you cease your futile efforts. I am the one responsible for the entire affair. What are you still hesitating for? As these words were spoken, a trace of disdain flickered within Feng Chang. During his tenure at Ningkan's project department, he had negotiated with numerous industry magnates without yielding an inch. After his arrest, even the powerful figure from the Ministry of Public Security could extract no information from him, let alone anyone else. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a youth not yet in his 20s. Yet this very young man caused Feng Chang, who had remained unperturbed during numerous interrogations, to rise to his feet in astonishment. Are you surprised to see me, Manager Feng? The newcomer spoke without ceremony, plopping himself down on the chair, his legs carelessly draped over the edge of the table. His demeanor suggested he was on an outing rather than participating in an interrogation. After the initial shock, Feng Chang regained his composure and returned to his seat. Observing the young man's complete disregard for him, his expression darkening. It appears that General Manager Wang has come with great confidence this time. The newcomer was indeed Wang Bo. Haha, Manager Feng, you flatter me. I possess no such confidence. I merely come with a mindset of giving it a try. After some brief pleasantries, the young general manager abruptly shifted the topic. By the way, Manager Feng, do you happen to know any particularly insightful fortune tellers? Upon hearing Wang Bo's nonsensical question, Feng Chang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his wits and replied, I do know a few good ones. As you know, unlike New Future, Ningkan has persevered to this day through its own efforts. While technology and capital are crucial, one must also acknowledge that feng shui is something to be cautiously optimistic about. Listening to Feng Chang's veiled jab, Wang Bo couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Indeed, as the head of a leading energy company, Feng Chang exhibited remarkable control over his emotions, skillfully provoking anger from the outset. His words implied that New Future had merely soared due to governmental support, whereas Ningkan had achieved its current standing through steady, self-reliant progress. Chapter 154, An Unconventional Threat. In the face of the irate Feng Chang, Wang Bo, who had once been easily provoked by such remarks, now bore a composure far removed from that of his high school days. The brief exchange hardly warranted his ire. By the way, I have yet to inquire about your purpose in consulting a fortune teller, Mr. Wang. Is it possible that your future endeavors are not progressing as smoothly as anticipated? Observing Feng Chang, who bristled like a porcupine, Wang Bo offered a faint smile. It is not a matter concerning the company. It is of a personal nature. For some inexplicable reason, I seem to share an unusual affinity with those bearing the surname Feng. This was evident during my high school years and remains true today. Feng Chang, bewildered by Wang Bo's musings, was evidently unaware of the darker chapters of the latter's past. Let us return to the matter at hand, Manager Feng. I have come here seeking the truth. At this, Feng Ching chuckled heartily. Mr. Wang, surely someone as astute as yourself does not subscribe to the conspiracy theories propagated by those individuals. The truth is that your Qianlong project threatens the interests of many, myself included. Coincidentally, Ningkan Company has a collaboration with the metallurgy industry that requires my approval. You are already aware of the subsequent developments. I have heard all of this, Wang Bo replied, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table. However, my purpose today is to uncover secrets of which I am yet unaware. In response, Feng Chang offered a mirthful chuckle. Mr. Wang, that is the crux of the matter. If you find it unsatisfactory, there is little I can do. As Wang Bo observed the unyielding Feng Chang, the voice of an interrogator from outside filtered through the earpiece. Mr. Wang, it is futile. This fellow has been ensnared by the lucrative promises of Yuan Lian. Nothing he says will penetrate his defenses. Acknowledging the assertion, Wang Bo continued, during my visit, the comrades from the National Security Bureau informed me that you have a sick child. Have you considered his well-being? Upon hearing the word child, Feng Chang disdainfully curled his lip. Humph, were it not for that little Wang, that scoundrel dragging me down, my life would be infinitely more carefree. Now that I find myself imprisoned, let that little brat fend for himself. It must be said, Feng Chang's performance was remarkable. Even Wang Bo remained oblivious to any hint of dissonance. Those unaware might genuinely believe that the man before them was a cold-hearted creature, indifferent to familial bonds. Yet, despite one's psychological fortitude, mention of a cherished individual inevitably stirs some degree of emotional turbulence. Before the formidable artificial intelligence, Jarvis, even the slightest fluctuation would be detected. Sir, Upon your mention of the child, there was a subtle shift in his blink rate. I suggest you pursue this line of inquiry regarding the child. As the hints from Jarvis echoed in his headphones, Wang Bo felt a sense of reassurance. With renewed confidence, he turned to Feng Cheng and asked, Manager Feng, what do you believe is the essence of life? It is the presence of aspirations that anchors us to this world. Familial bonds, romantic love, friendship, there are always certain attachments we cannot bear to relinquish, which is why individuals seldom choose death lightly. Upon hearing these words, Feng Cheng sensed a palpable shift in the young man's demeanor, as if a concealed truth had been unveiled. What exactly are you implying? I fail to comprehend why the prosecution or the police would send a mere novice like you to interrogate me. Noticing the urgency in Yang Cheng's tone, Wang Bo remained undeterred and continued, why was I sent here? That is indeed an intriguing question. The answer is straightforward. I possess capabilities that those prosecutors lack. Feng Cheng was momentarily taken aback. The reason you cling so tenaciously to your silence is that Ruan Lian can provide you with what you desire. But what if Ruan Lian is no longer in a position to do so? Are you certain that the promises he made will still be fulfilled? As Wang Bo delivered these words devoid of any emotion, Feng Cheng's heart began to race with trepidation. That is impossible. Although I do not understand your reference to Ruan Lian, in Huagua, one cannot apprehend individuals without evidence. With a hearty laugh, Wang Bo responded, of course. One cannot simply arrest a citizen like Ruan. But what if I were to act unilaterally? You are well aware of the momentum New Future has across Huagua. If I do not receive the answers I seek today, New Future will abandon all projects and relentlessly pursue Ningkong Company until Ruan Lian faces bankruptcy. Observing Feng Cheng's stunned expression, Wang Bo paused before adding, alternatively, there is another method you may have heard of. Jarvis could discreetly disable all of Ruan Lian's accounts, which would be a rather effective strategy. And my transformers might also orchestrate a few unforeseen incidents for Ruan Lian. As Wang Bo continued to enumerate the various possibilities for dealing with Ruan Lian, Feng Cheng, a seasoned manager accustomed to high-stakes situations, felt a wave of panic wash over him. If anything were to befall Ruan Lian, what would become of his own child? Given that man's temperament, if he were to go bankrupt, would he still provide for his son? The answer was painfully evident. It finally dawned on him why the prosecution had dispatched Wang Bo to interrogate him. This man possessed the cunning and capability to shatter the transaction between him and Ruan Lian, all within the confines of the law. At this moment, Feng Cheng suddenly rose to his feet, his fervor so intense that he even toppled his chair. Yet, he paid no heed to such trivialities. Pointing vehemently at the man across from him, Wang Bo, and shouted towards the surveillance camera in the interrogation room. I report this. Did you all hear that? This individual intends to undermine Ningkong Company through illicit commercial competition. Moreover, the notion of artificial intelligence infiltrating bank accounts is utterly unlawful. You must apprehend him. Quickly seize him. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the prosecutors, observing the frantic Feng Cheng on the screen, conspicuously pretended not to notice. Capture Wang Bo? What an absurd jest. Not only had this individual not committed any crime, but even if he had, the prison system allows for reduced sentences through meritorious behavior. Given Wang Bo's intellect, one could surmise that he would be released the very moment he was incarcerated. Why are you not taking action? Why not apprehend him? Feng Cheng's nearly frenzied voice echoed throughout the interrogation room. It was no wonder that he had lost the composure he once possessed. He understood that the man before him genuinely possessed the capability to actualize those threats without crossing any ethical boundaries. Of course, he harbored no concern for Ruan Lian and Ningkong Company's fate. In fact, he secretly wished for the unscrupulous businessman to face bankruptcy swiftly. However, he could not permit such a scenario to unfold. If Ruan Lian were to encounter disaster, what would become of his son's medical expenses? Observing the guards and prosecutors outside the door taking no action, his heart sank. In a moment of desperation, Feng Cheng knelt before Wang Bo. Mr. Wang, you are magnanimous. I implore you to assist me. Let this matter pass. Let all the blame rest solely upon me. Wang Bo, displaying no sign of emotion, replied, Manager Feng, you lack sincerity. How can I extend assistance to you? Share the complete story, and perhaps there exists a more favorable resolution. In his flustered state, Feng Cheng lost the steadiness he once exhibited. Under the psychological pressure of Wang Bo's sweet words and stern admonitions, he ultimately divulged the entire sequence of events. The prosecutors and interrogators in the monitoring room were left astounded. They had not anticipated that their days of questioning would yield no results. While Wang Bo's mere presence resolved the matter in less than half an hour, just as everyone was reeling from the shock, an unfamiliar voice resonated within the monitoring room. Gentlemen, greetings. I am Jarvis, The video recording of Feng Cheng's testimony will be distributed to each of your emails, and a copy will also be retained by the new future company. Upon hearing this, the crowd was momentarily taken aback, followed by an astonishment so profound that it nearly left them speechless. The firewalls within the interrogation room were constructed according to the highest standards of security systems, although they fell short of military-grade specifications. Nonetheless, it was not to say that breaching them was a trivial matter. Yet, Wang Bo's artificial intelligence not only succeeded in the infiltration but astonishingly did so without triggering any alarms. This was utterly absurd. Inside the interrogation room, due to heightened emotional fluctuations, Feng Cheng's narrative was rather fragmented. It took him roughly 20 minutes to recount the entire sequence of events. Observing this middle-aged man who was willing to endure a lifetime in prison for his son, Wang Bo felt a flicker of sympathy, empathizing with the situation. He was certain that if he were the ailing child, Huang Haoyang and Yang Ping would undoubtedly spare no effort to save him. However, sympathy does not equate to forgiveness. The illness of a child is not a valid justification for undermining the Qianlong project, nor is it an excuse for criminal behavior. If the Qianlong project were to be postponed or shelved due to this incident, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire development of Huagua would be hindered. Ultimately, it would be the over 1 billion citizens of Huagua who would bear the consequences of today's actions. On what grounds? Having obtained the answers he sought, Wang Bo decided not to linger any longer. He stood up, preparing to leave when he noticed Feng Cheng, who was visibly anxious, rushing forward to implore him. Mr. Wang, I have shared everything with you. Could you possibly spare a lifeline for Wan Lian, for my child? Unfazed, Wang Bo continued on his way. Abandon that hope. Wan Lian has opposed me on multiple occasions, and after this, I cannot let him go. However, upon hearing Wang Bo's subsequent remarks, Feng Cheng's heart leapt. As long as I'm here, you need not worry excessively about your child's medical expenses. Focus on behaving well inside. That way, you may still emerge to embrace your grandson. With that, Chairman Wang had exited the interrogation room. Upon hearing these words, Feng Cheng was momentarily stunned, and tears cascaded down his cheeks as he deeply bowed in the direction where Wang Bo had departed. Once outside the interrogation room, Wang Bo felt a sense of oppression weighing on him. To be fair, Feng Cheng was not a bad person. In fact, one might even say he was a remarkably devoted father. After all, not every father is capable of enduring a lifetime of imprisonment for the sake of his child. While he had his own reasons, it must be acknowledged that the individual in question was merely a pawn in the struggle between him and Wan Lian. What's the matter? Feeling soft-hearted. A voice emerged as someone retrieved a pack of cigarettes from their pocket, expertly tapping out 2 sticks and offering one to Wang Bo. Thank you, Minister, but I shall refrain. Though it was their first encounter, Wang Bo had seen this individual countless times on television previously. Upon hearing these words, Ning Yuan Kuei promptly tucked away his cigarette, expressing concern. This won't end well. If my wife sees this, she'll surely scold me and corrupt the child. Listening to the murmurs of this Minister of Public Security, Wang Bo found himself at a loss for words. He never anticipated that the head of a system that had brought down numerous high-profile figures could exhibit such a soft demeanor. Do not carry too heavy a burden in your heart. Every action in life yields a consequence. Whether the outcome is favorable or unfavorable, significant or trivial, we must bear the responsibility ourselves. Today's conclusion is a result of Feng Cheng's own choices. You need not feel guilt over it. As he absorbed this comfort, a hint of bitterness crept onto Wang Bo's lips. While that may be true, this situation ultimately arose from my actions. Were it not for the Qianlong project, that fellow Wan Lian would not have taken these subsequent steps, and Feng Cheng would not be imprisoned. Exhaling a smoke ring, Ning Yuan Kuei remarked, have you considered how much development Huagua would have delayed without the Qianlong project? Furthermore, regarding Feng Cheng's ailing child, if our medical standards were sufficiently advanced, would this incident have transpired today? As he spoke, the cigarette in his mouth dwindled to its end. We cannot rely on fate. To prevent such tragedies and ensure the populace enjoys a prosperous life, we must depend on you researchers. Wang Bo felt a sense of relief wash over him upon hearing Ning Yuan Kuei's words. Thank you. I feel much better. I may not have influence over other nations, but as long as I draw breath, I will strive to safeguard Huagua's continued safety and prosperity. Upon hearing Wang Bo's determination, Ning Yuan Kuei remained silent. Yet the relaxation of his brow indicated his improved mood. By the way, leader, what brings you to Beichuan province today? Surely, it cannot be solely for my sake. At this, Ning Yuan Kuei extinguished his cigarette. Don't flatter yourself. I happen to be passing through. For the foreseeable future, I will be stationed in Jinjiang City. Not only I, But the Ministry of Public Security has dispatched a significant number of officers to prevent any disturbances while measures against Nincon Company are implemented. As Chapter 156 unfolds, the first board meeting is on the horizon amidst plummeting electricity costs. Exiting the detention center, it was already nearing dusk. From Ningyuan Kuei, Wang Bo had gleaned a wealth of valuable information. The directives regarding Nincon and Ruanlian were exceedingly clear. Action must be taken, but the impact must be minimized. Disruptions to the normal lives of the populace, the proper resettlement of unemployed workers, and a host of other concerns must be meticulously addressed. In essence, the timing of the Ministry of Public Security's operations hinges entirely on the pace at which New Future encroaches upon Nincon. The span of nearly half a month evaporated in an instant. Having spent nearly half a month in the underground laboratory, Wang Bo increasingly felt gratitude for the introduction to CEO Yi by the esteemed He Lao. With this esteemed individual on board, Wang Bo could confidently set aside the company's affairs. However, today, he could no longer bear the mounting pressure. On the other end of the line, CEO Yi had issued a stern ultimatum. Today marked the inaugural board meeting since the official launch of New Future. As the chairman, Wang Bo was obliged to attend. Glancing at the nearly completed Weijin Tian mech, despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to temporarily set it aside. Upon arriving at the headquarters, Wang Bo disregarded the customary greetings with the staff and took the elevator directly to the 27th floor. In the conference room on that floor, seated at the head of the table, Yi Weiao wore a calm smile as she attempted to assuage the impatience of those present. Internally, however, she had already unleashed a torrent of frustration towards her chairman. He had assured them he would arrive by 9:30, yet as the clock approached 10, he remained conspicuously absent. In any ordinary company, the shareholders would have already expressed their displeasure. What a farce. Although he was the chairman, arriving half an hour late was rather disrespectful. Fortunately, New Future was not an ordinary company. With Wang Bo's reputation looming large, the attendees dared not display their impatience. At last, as the clock struck 10, the conference room doors swung open. My sincerest apologies, everyone. In the midst of my busyness, I lost track of time. No one is to leave after this meeting. I promise to treat you all to a sumptuous lunch as an apology. As he spoke, Wang Bo strode confidently to the head of the conference table and took his seat. The others, hearing his words, waved dismissively, signaling that it was of no consequence. While seated amidst the respect-filled gazes of the attendees, Wang Bo felt a swell of emotion. Reflecting on his journey, just over a year ago he had been an ordinary high school student with nothing to his name. And now he had transformed into the head of a billion-yuan energy company. It was indeed remarkable how fate could weave such extraordinary paths. Yet, when his gaze met Yi Yao's piercing stare, any semblance of confidence he had mustered evaporated in an instant. Now that our chairman has arrived, let us officially commence the first board meeting of New Future. Although it was termed a board meeting, only about a dozen individuals occupied the spacious conference room. Since its establishment, apart from the 20 stake held by the state, the remainder was firmly in Wang Bo's hands, leaving only two parties as the actual shareholders. The nation places considerable importance on this meeting. Originally, Wang Sudong intended to attend in person. However, due to the busy schedule of the Energy Bureau, he could only delegate a deputy director to participate. Accompanying this deputy director were several leaders from the Ministry of Public Security, evidently present to engage with Ruanlian. Following Yi Weiao's announcement to commence, the main speaker of the day, Chang Jinyuan, took a sip of water to clear his throat, adjusted his collar, and stepped onto the stage. Esteemed board members and leaders, it has been a month and a half since the establishment of New Future. I shall refrain from superfluous remarks and instead report on the achievements we have attained during this period. As he spoke, a holographic projection shifted in the air, revealing a massive chart before the audience. The Qianlong project has been operational for nearly a month, during which there have been no instances of voltage fluctuations or power outages. Furthermore, according to our investigation, as of yesterday afternoon, the residential electricity cost in Suchi City was maintained at 0.003 Huawei currency per kilowatt-hour, approximately a 20-fold decrease from the cost prior to the commencement of the Qianlong project. Moreover, this downward trend is expected to continue, with predictions indicating that within half a month, the electricity cost in Suchi City will dip below 0.001 Huawei currency per kilowatt-hour. Additionally, the costs for commercial and industrial electricity have also seen varying degrees of reduction. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo and Yi Weiao exhibited little reaction, as they had anticipated this outcome since the project's inception. However, the representatives from the Ministry of Public Security and the Energy Bureau were left utterly speechless in astonishment. What on earth? The conventional wisdom dictates that residential electricity costs range from 0.5 to 0.6 Huagua currency per kilowatt hour, a norm that has persisted for many years. Yet, this price has consistently been subsidized by the national treasury. If residents were charged according to the national cost of electricity generation, the price would undoubtedly soar to over 1 Huagua currency per kilowatt hour. The sudden plunge in electricity prices by several multiples is indeed a testament to the power of the Qianlong project. As Chang Jingyuan continued his address, the projection shifted once more, revealing the profits for new future this month. Just days ago, we formally established a partnership with the state grid, which will continue to oversee line maintenance and standard billing operations. After accounting for all costs, this month's profit stands at approximately 8 million Huagua currency. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo, who had previously been yawning in boredom, suddenly perked up. Although 8 million may seem modest at first glance, it translates to nearly 100 million annually. More importantly, there are nearly 300 prefecture-level cities nationwide. Calculating this way, the Qianlong project alone could yield 30 billion in annual revenue for new future. 30 billion. Even after remitting 20 to the state, over 20 billion would remain in his hands. Currently, Wang Bo is immensely grateful for his decision to establish a company. Meanwhile, Yi Weiyao is also filled with contemplation. Indeed, the assertion that technology is the foremost productive force holds true. Within a mere 6 months, electricity costs nationwide are poised to plummet significantly, elevating the happiness index of residents, while the value of this junior disciple before her is destined to surpass her own. More importantly, their standings will diverge dramatically. She is merely a businessman who has thrived in real estate, whereas her junior is not only an entrepreneur, but also a scientist who has made monumental contributions to the entire nation of Huagua. Furthermore, the financial implications of this profit are clear to the leaders of the Energy Bureau. Profits in the realm of hundreds of billions. Not to mention the additional invisible dividends resulting from environmental protection afforded by clean energy paint a vivid picture. When considering these factors holistically, the value generated by the burgeoning new future within a year could easily exceed $1 trillion. What does this signify? It suggests that the value created by this nascent company in its inaugural year may very well ascend to the pinnacle of Huagua's corporate landscape. Chapter 157. The confrontation takes center stage. Acquiring land. The entire report transpired swiftly, concluding in approximately 10 minutes. However, on stage, Chang Yuanzheng wore a troubled expression as he glanced at Yi Weiyao, uncertain whether to continue with the subsequent content in such a setting. Observing her senior's dilemma, the esteemed president, Yi gently nodded. Although the forthcoming report was not ideally suited for public disclosure, fortunate circumstances prevailed as this inaugural board meeting included only 2 parties, both of whom were trusted individuals. Receiving the cue, Chang Yuanzheng took a deep breath, raised his left hand slightly, signaling Jarvis to proceed with the next segment. Instantly, the scene in the air shifted once more. 2 weeks prior, following the stabilization of the first pilot, the company's upper management had designated the list for the second pilot. Upon hearing Chang Yuanzheng's words, Wang Bo also nodded slightly, recalling that he had finalized a list of 14 cities 2 weeks ago. During this interim, in preparation for the public, they had engaged major media outlets across the nation, leveraging the influence of official media for promotion. Despite the public's overwhelming support, some dissenting voices emerged locally. According to our investigations, all opposing sentiments pointed to a single enterprise, Ningkong Energy. At this revelation, Wang Bo's brow furrowed slightly. It seems that Ruan Lian is indeed a stubborn one, not shedding tears until faced with the grave consequences. Once the second pilot promotion is underway, I eagerly anticipate witnessing his downfall. Upon hearing this, Chang Yuanzheng on stage nearly stumbled. How audacious of his junior disciple to express such sentiments in front of so many esteemed officials. What had he been so cautious for just moments ago? Is it not the case that there is a fear of the burgeoning momentum of the new future potentially leaving an unfavorable impression at the national level? After all, in Huagua, vicious competition and monopolistic practices are grave taboos. Despite the current brilliance of new future, should it truly provoke national displeasure, its downfall could be merely a matter of a single utterance. Yet, the chairman, in a most public manner, openly expressed hostility towards Ningkong, which must have left several leaders quite agitated. As Chang Yuan cautiously directed his gaze towards those in the Ministry of Public Security and the Energy Bureau, an astonishing scene nearly caused his eyes to pop out. The moment Wang Bo uttered his nonsensical remarks, the leaders instantly averted their gazes, as if they had not heard a word. What an absurdity! With the launch of the Qianlong project, not only would Wang Bo's jesting remarks hold no weight, But even if Ningkong energy were to be obliterated, the state would likely remain indifferent. Observing the official's demeanor, Chang Yuan's posture straightened with newfound confidence. And he even raised his voice during the report by a third. The half-hour board meeting concluded swiftly, with Chang Yuan dedicating a substantial portion of his time to addressing issues concerning Ningkong. After all, the second pilot project was bound to collide fiercely with Ningkong, leading the project and strategy departments to work tirelessly for an entire week, anticipating various contingencies. On the 30th floor, in the president's office, Wang Bo was voraciously consuming takeout. Heedless of decorum. Slow down, no one is here to snatch it from you. Hearing President Ye's unconventional concern, Wang Bo continued unabated, Sister, you have no idea what I've endured these past few weeks. I've been cooped up in the national laboratory, subsisting solely on steamed buns and pickled vegetables. Take it or leave it. Just look at your junior brother. I've lost quite a bit of weight. Yi Weiyao, upon hearing this, found it hard to believe Wang Bo's exaggerated claims. It seemed implausible that the national laboratory would restrict him to such sparse fare. Nevertheless, the fact that this young man had been absent for half a month suggested he had been far from idle. Achieving such success at such a tender age was not merely a product of talent, but rather the result of extraordinary effort beyond ordinary imagination. This thought stirred a rare pang of sympathy within Yi Weiyao. In just 10 minutes, 5 hearty dishes and 3 servings of rice had been thoroughly dispatched by Wang Bo. Following Yi Weiao's orders, a secretary outside kindly brought in a cup of coffee. As the secretary entered, she felt speechless. Their president was a paragon of grace and elegance, not only blessed with beauty, but possessing a charisma that made her an idol for the young women throughout the company. Yet, she was unfortunately paired with such an unreliable chairman. The once pristine office of the president now bore the appearance of a bustling cafeteria, permeated by the unmistakable scent of food. After downing his coffee in one swift motion, Wang Bo exhaled deeply and inquired, "How are property prices faring around here lately?" Taken aback by this seemingly nonsensical question from the young CEO, Yi Weiyao paused before responding, "They are fairly stable, thanks to the influence of New Future. Property prices in the vicinity have seen a slight increase. However, that is about the extent of it, as our company's operations are not particularly alluring compared to shopping malls or schools." After a brief pause, the esteemed president added, "Nonetheless, we should not underestimate the situation. The impact of New Future is substantial, and it is quite possible that the local government will reconsider the development plans for this area. At that point, the outcome may be uncertain." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nodded slightly, declaring, "Starting tomorrow, feel free to utilize the funds on my card as you see fit." Centered around the New Future headquarters, procure as much land as possible. Curiosity piqued, Yi Weiyao asked, "What do you intend to do with so much land?" With a chuckle, Chairman Wang replied, "Consider it part of the company's next phase of development." Perceiving the skepticism in his senior's gaze, Wang Bo straightened his posture defiantly. "Do not regard me with such doubt. I would never jest about the company's future." Seeing her junior's childlike demeanor, Yi Weiyao couldn't help but smile. "I can assist you in acquiring the land, but do not expect that sum to purchase a significant area." This statement left Wang Bo momentarily perplexed. The government had previously granted him a staggering 2 billion, and although he had spent a considerable amount, he believed there should still be over 1 billion remaining. The notion that such a vast sum would yield minimal land was bewildering. "Jarvis, please check the balance on my card," he instructed. The watch promptly activated, relaying, "Sir, your current balance stands at 3,251,000,000 Huawa currency." Upon hearing this, Wang Bo nearly collapsed in disbelief. How could the 2 billion have dwindled to such a paltry sum? Where had the excess funds been spent? Had he perhaps fallen victim to a hacker? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his mind, he managed to suppress his curiosity in the presence of Yi Weiyao. He removed a ring of ancient design from his finger, contemplating that he might use this token to secure a loan from Huawa Bank if necessary. Chapter 158, Awaken the Titan. The terrifying power upon exiting the headquarters, Wang Bo tightened his collar. Ultimately, the esteemed president had declined to accept the token. It was evident to the young CEO that his senior sister intended to subsidize the upcoming acquisitions from her own resources. The first month's salary had yet to arrive, prompting President Yi to dip into his own reserves, which made Wang Bo feel somewhat embarrassed. Settling into the bumblebee, Wang Bo commanded his watch, "Jarvis, pull up the details of the bank card expenditures." "Certainly, sir," came the reply. The in-car projection illuminated, and as Wang Bo observed the line items of spending, he felt a wave of unease wash over him. One does not truly grasp the value of money until one is in charge of it. The staggering 20 billion spent on the acquisition of the building, along with investments in the project, were merely the tip of the iceberg. The largest expenditure, astonishingly, was the funding for the construction of the #1 underground laboratory. No wonder little Wang felt the entire lab operated so seamlessly. It had indeed been built through sheer financial might. Yet, after a brief moment of concern, Chairman Wang brushed the matter aside. Tonight, a being he had eagerly anticipated for over a month was about to awaken within the depths of the #1 laboratory. The Bumblebee, along with 7 Transformers, Dizzy, Ironhide, Jazz, Ambulance, Bone Crusher, and Roadblock, were all gathered in unison. Uncharacteristically, Wang Bo donned the armor of 7 within the underground lab. Even so, a sense of unease lingered in his heart. After all, considering the prowess of the entities soon to awaken, he felt his current lineup was somewhat lacking. Jarvis, ensure that all weapons in the laboratory are on standby. Should this entity show even the slightest sign of instability upon awakening, do not hold back. Eliminate it with full force. Upon hearing Wang Bo's grave command, Jarvis understood the gravity of the situation and responded promptly. Understood, sir. Meanwhile, every corridor within the underground laboratory activated its thermal and pulse weaponry. However, this was not in anticipation of an external invasion, but rather to contain the imminent awakening of this formidable beast. Master, for safety's sake, perhaps it would be best if you waited outside, Dizzy suddenly interjected. The Autobots, typically quick to argue, found themselves in rare agreement with the Decepticon's suggestion. Despite their reluctance to concede, they acknowledged the truth in Dizzy's words. Even before the being had awakened, a palpable pressure emanated from it, signaling a considerable threat. If it awakens and goes uncontrolled, it could spell disaster. Ironhide, the oldest Autobot in the original lore, voiced his concern, heeding the counsel of both factions. Wang Bo shook his head resolutely. Your lives are gifted by the Allspark, and as its custodian, I must be present. Otherwise, that being will undoubtedly descend into madness. With the protection of my armor, I should be safe enough. However, he hesitated, but then declared firmly, I have made my decision. The group of Autobots initially wished to offer further counsel, but upon witnessing Wang Bo's resolute demeanor, they fell silent. As everything was set in motion, Wang Bo took a deep breath and lowered the visor of his battle armor. Jarvis, commence, he instructed. Certainly, sir, responded Jarvis, deftly maneuvering the colossal mechanical arm into action. Under the tense gaze of Wang Bo and the Autobots, the arm hoisted the long-prepared spark and gradually positioned it toward the chest of the imposing Megatron. As the spark approached a mere 30 centimeters from the body, an eerie stillness enveloped the surroundings, which seemed to respond to a call, illuminating with a brilliant glow. The radiance intensified, ultimately transforming into a torrent of energy that spilled forth. Simultaneously, Megatron's form appeared to heed the summons, generating a tremendous gravitational pull, drawing in the energy emitted by the spark with an insatiable hunger. Witnessing this spectacle, all the Autobots were overtaken by astonishment. What manner of creature had their master conjured? It was known that during their awakening, the spark's energy was actively transferred, while the body passively received it, inevitably leading to a loss of energy during the conversion. Yet now, the lifeless form lying at the center of the laboratory instinctively sought to seize the energy from the spark. This was indeed terrifying. However, this was merely the beginning. As energy flowed forth, it became evident that the body's appetite was far from satiated. The next moment, to Wang Bo's utter disbelief, Megatron's form audaciously drew the spark into itself. Staring at this extraordinary scene, Wang Bo was left speechless. What on earth? Is this how it operates? You haven't even come to life yet, and you're already so domineering. If you were to truly awaken, the world would surely be turned upside down. Yet, thanks to this audacious maneuver, the energy transfer that was originally meant to last half an hour now appeared to be nearing its conclusion. Thump, thump. The colossal heartbeat resonated abruptly in Wang Bo's ears, though the other Autobots remained oblivious. This sound was unique to Wang Bo, each time it echoed. It signified the awakening of a new Autobot, representing the system's efforts to forge a connection between Wang Bo and this new life. In the next moment, a hand, as large as a person, moved without warning. Then, the palm-sized eye suddenly opened wide. Whether it was merely an illusion, the temperature within the laboratory seemed to drop by 3 degrees at the instant this creature opened its eyes. At this moment, the recently awakened Megatron was still adjusting to his surroundings. With a slight tilt of his head, those fiercely aggressive eyes swept across the array of Transformers and Wang Bo, who stood ready for confrontation. In a mere instant of eye contact, Wang Bo found himself utterly captivated by the imposing figure before him. Brutality, coldness, cruelty. These were the emotions that permeated those eyes. Wang Bo harbored no doubts that the formidable 7 battle armor, capable of withstanding 1,000,000 volts of high voltage, would likely falter in a single exchange against this ruthless leader of the Decepticons. The assembled Transformers, upon feeling the gaze of this newly emerged monstrosity, experienced a shiver of dread. What on earth was this creature? How could a mere glance instill thoughts of submission within them? Yet, one could hardly blame these Transformers. Although, in this world, they had been systematically modified into Wang Bo's scientific achievements, their subconscious still retained the inherent dynamics from the original narrative, akin to Bumblebee's instinctive hostility. However, that innate enmity bore no comparison to the overwhelming pressure emanating from Megatron, who stood as a commanding figure. The instinct for survival was blaring within them, urging immediate capitulation. Yet, in this realm, these Transformers would not yield, for behind them lay a belief more significant than their very lives. Chapter 159, Submission. The division of forces at this moment. Within the subterranean laboratory, a multitude of Transformers stood before Wang Bo, facing off against Megatron. Perhaps it could not even be termed a standoff. In the face of the hostility radiating from these Transformers, the prone Megatron on the examination table harbored no desire to rise. In his eyes, these valiant Cybertron warriors posed no threat whatsoever. However, when his gaze fell upon the diminutive creature before him, an instinctual intuition arose within the newly awakened being. He is my creator. I should submit to this small creature. Yet, the innate pride and spirit within him refused to allow such humility before any being. There existed a clash between primal instinct and inherent arrogance. At this moment, these two consciousnesses were in a fierce collision within Megatron's mind. Observing the conflicted Megatron, a bead of cold sweat formed on Wang Bo's forehead, clad in his battle attire. Regret flickered within him. Why had he ever been so impulsive as to alter Megatron? Had he waited and chosen Optimus Prime instead, with his righteous character? Even if he did not submit, he would not act against him. Why must he endure such trepidation now? Time passed, each second stretching taut in the nervous standoff. At a certain moment, it appeared that Megatron on the experimental platform had made a decision. In the next instant, he rose to his feet and strode purposefully towards Wang Bo. To be candid, in terms of height, Megatron bore no advantage among the Transformers, standing at nearly 12 meters, which merely placed him on par with other Decepticons such as Starscream. However, as he approached, not a single Transformer dared to underestimate him. They all understood that the combat prowess of this formidable being could not be merely gauged by his size. As Megatron drew nearer, Starscream could no longer contain himself and spoke first. "Newcomer, halt your advance. Should you come any closer, do not blame us for taking action." As he spoke, Starscream's protective visor descended, and he unsheathed his longsword, fully prepared for battle. Meanwhile, Ironhide and the other Transformers entered combat mode, ready to intervene and prevent this imposing figure from going on a rampage. Before the fully armed compatriots, the powerful Decepticon leader exhibited no sign of trepidation, as if their presence held no power to intimidate him. Finally, at a distance of approximately 30 meters from Wang Bo, Megatron came to a halt. In the next moment, to the astonishment of all the Transformers present, this seemingly invincible newcomer surprisingly bent one knee and lowered his head before Wang Bo. "Master, Megatron stands ready for your commands." Witnessing the Decepticon leader kneeling before him, a heavy stone seemed to lift from Wang Bo's heart. It appeared that the system had indeed succeeded in brainwashing this formidable being. Otherwise, given Megatron's character in the original narrative, he would never submit to a creature he deemed inferior. With the newfound lack of hostility from this fellow Decepticon, the gathered Transformers collectively sighed in relief. This outcome was indeed the most favorable. After all, engaging with such a powerful entity would have posed a significant risk. Despite their numerical advantage, seeing Megatron's submission, Wang Bo felt no hesitation and immediately commanded Jarvis to implant a self-destruct program within his mind. After all, this entity was a high-risk individual, possessing not only terrifying combat capabilities but also a treacherously cruel disposition. Every aspect compelled him to remain vigilant. After instructing Megatron to lower his mental defenses, Jarvis delved into his consciousness. 1 second, 2 seconds. As time passed, Wang Bo began to sense something amiss. Typically, the implantation of a self-destruct program would take merely 3 to 5 seconds. However, this time, glancing at his watch, he noted that a full 5 minutes had elapsed. What could be the reason? Was Megatron attempting to deceive him? Did he harbor no true intention of submission, keeping his mental defenses firmly intact? As Wang Bo found himself lost in thought, Jarvis finally responded, "I apologize, sir. The complexity of this Transformer-S neural domain is incomparable to any I have encountered before. At my current level of evolution, I am incapable of implanting a self-destruct program deep within. Hearing Jarvis's words, Wang Bo felt a surge of astonishment. Truly, this was a formidable Cybertronian warrior. Even with all defenses lowered, this advanced terrestrial artificial intelligence could not breach its defenses. Just as Wang Bo pondered this, Jarvis's voice resonated once more. Sir, although I cannot penetrate deeper realms, I can implant a self-destruct program within my limits. While this may not pose a fatal threat to the Transformer, it can still provide a degree of disruption when necessary. With that, Wang Bo nodded, recognizing the lack of alternatives. Once this was accomplished, the armored young Wang dared to approach and inspect the fearsome Decepticon leader. Gazing upon Megatron's cold lines and the terrifying weapons concealed within its form, Chairman Wang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Megatron, I am here, Master, came the respectful reply, as it acknowledged Wang Bo's call. Surveying the surroundings, Wang Bo noted that with Megatron, the number of Transformers under his command had reached 8. Previously, due to their limited numbers, he had not delineated their structure or factions. However, now that their family was growing, he resolved to categorize the present Transformers into 2 factions for clarity of roles. Upon hearing Wang Bo's words, the assembled Transformers stood at attention. Megatron, Starscream, Bonecrusher, and Barricade. Wang Bo called, prompting these 4 Transformers to step forward, awaiting his command. From now on, you 4 shall form one faction, the Decepticons. Megatron will serve as your leader. I hope that henceforth, the Decepticons will become a sharp blade in my hand, tasked with the responsibility of external conquest. The eyes of the 4 members gleamed with excitement and fervor, while Megatron resolutely replied, Yes, Master. I vow with my life that the Decepticons will clear all obstacles from your path. Satisfied with the response, Wang Bo nodded approvingly, then turned his attention to the other 4 Transformers, Bumblebee, Jazz, Ratchet, and Ironhide. You 4 shall constitute the other faction, named the Autobots, with Ironhide serving as the acting leader. If the Decepticons are the sword, then you shall be the shield. From now on, I entrust the safety of both myself and the laboratory to you. Upon hearing this, the 4 Transformers displayed solemn expressions and solemnly acknowledged the responsibility. Chapter 160, The Raw Material of Vibranium. As a guest professor observing the burgeoning power under his command, Wang Bo felt an immense sense of joy within. Why does that Wan Lian dare to engage in cunning schemes against you? Why does the United States audaciously kidnap Uncle Huang and threaten me? The root cause lies in the inadequacy of one's own strength. If only I had thousands of Transformers and hundreds of sets of battle armor at my disposal. Would that nation still dare to provoke me so boldly? The reason negotiations falter is fundamentally due to the vast disparity in strength between the 2 parties. Presently, the only unfulfilled requirement in the laboratory is the acquisition of vibranium. What a remarkable material it is. If my battle suit could be entirely crafted from vibranium, the million-volt high-voltage electricity would pose no inconvenience whatsoever. I could stroll blindfolded through that hazardous zone without a care. Although I understand its value, the intricate synthesis process weighs heavily on Wang Bo's mind. More critically, many of the materials indicated by the system are exceedingly rare radioactive metals. Unless I approach the government, acquiring these items is utterly impossible. After much hesitation, Wang Bo ultimately refrained from contacting Wang Sudong. Following the incident related to the Qianlong project, he had already extracted considerable resources from him. Should he make another request, he might well envision that individual traversing the telephone line to deliver a beating. Since it was inappropriate to approach him under my name, I shall seek another. Coincidentally, I have been preoccupied with matters concerning the new future and have not had the chance to visit him. Having made this decision, Wang Bo wasted no time. He spent the entire morning exploring the local specialty shops in Suchi City, purchasing numerous items in large bags before boarding Bumblebee and heading straight to the capital. Upon returning to this highly secure community, Wang Bo felt a wave of familiarity wash over him. The soldiers on duty were all old acquaintances, and upon recognizing him, they promptly contacted Elder He. After a brief formality, they allowed him entry without hesitation. Ascending the stairs, Wang Bo noticed the door was ajar and entered without a second thought. Elder He, your vigilance is rather lacking. The door is wide open. What if an ill-intentioned individual were to enter? Hearing the young master's exclamation, He Jianhua, seated in his rocking chair, set down his newspaper and replied, You rascal. Are you just looking for something to say? This community has been established for decades, and I have yet to hear of anyone audacious enough to steal from here. Despite being in his 80s, the old gentleman's voice remained robust and resonant. He, it is merely that I am concerned for your well-being. In these times, with so many ill-intentioned individuals around, it is prudent to take precautions. Observing the young man's playful demeanor, He Jianhua shot him a glare and rose to head towards the living room. Chairman Wang, feeling at ease, picked up an apple from the coffee table, wiped it on his clothing, and began to munch on it. Where is Uncle Yaohan? That fellow is likely occupied with matters in the laboratory and is probably in the northwest, not expected to return until evening. As he spoke, Elder He settled onto the sofa in the living room. Speak, Chairman Wang, what brings you all this way? Noticing Elder He's direct approach, Wang Bo swiftly finished off the apple and replied, Indeed, nothing escapes your keen eye. Here, take a look at this. He handed over a list of materials. Upon receiving the 2 sheets of paper, Elder He fished out a pair of reading glasses from his pocket and, after a brief examination, furrowed his brow. You truly have a knack for selecting difficult items. None of these are easily obtained. Some are even scarce within our own country. In response, Wang Bo wore a broad smile. Without a challenge, how could your prowess be highlighted? He also nudged the local specialties he had brought forward, as if to imply that after traveling such a distance, it would be ungracious to leave empty-handed. Elder He, finding the young man's brazen antics amusing, pondered for a moment before saying, I can certainly find a way to procure these items for you. Yao Han has been working abroad for years, and with my old man's reputation internationally, it shouldn't be too difficult to gather these resources. However, the expenses during this process will be considerable, so prepare yourself. Wang Bo nodded in agreement, expressing his willingness to invest billions if necessary for the sake of the precious golden element. By the way, I heard that Hucking University has reached out to you? At this, Wang Bo felt a surge of anxiety and quickly asserted, Elder He, while there is indeed such an inquiry, my loyalty to you remains unwavering. I outright rejected their offer. Given our relationship, how could I abandon you to take a position at Hucking University? Seeing the young man's exaggerated demeanor, He Jianhua allowed a knowing smile to grace his lips. I haven't even expressed my thoughts yet. Why do you appear so flustered? To which Wang Bo vehemently denied, Flustered? Not at all. It is abundantly clear that I am not. Upon encountering the obstinate youth, Mr. He shook his head and remarked, if possible, consider taking on the role of a visiting professor at Hucking University. Noticing Wang Bo's puzzled expression, He Jianhua continued, the Qianlong project will require a considerable number of technical personnel. Currently, with just Suchi City, the pressures of the new future are manageable. However, as time progresses and the operations expand, a significant shortage of manpower is inevitable. Wang Bo fell silent, recognizing that with new future's current workforce, they could barely meet the electrical supply demands of 30 cities. Beyond that, issues of personnel inadequacy would become pronounced. Lighting a cigarette, He Jianhua elaborated, when that time comes, your position as a visiting professor at Hucking University will undoubtedly prove beneficial. After all, the talent pool at Hucking University is exceptionally rich, particularly in the fields of science and engineering, which are renowned worldwide. Feeling warmth at Mr. He's consideration for him, Wang Bo inquired, should I touch base with Dean's son? No need, He Jianhua replied, shaking his head. I will coordinate with him. I doubt that old fellow will raise any objections. Wang Bo nodded in agreement. After discussing important matters, the evening had grown late, and for the unabashed Wang Bo, the prospect of joining a meal was all too tempting. After dinner, having cleared the table, he did not linger. In the past, he would have stayed to bid farewell to He Yaohan, but today, glancing at the daunting list of materials on the coffee table, he decisively resolved to defer that greeting for another time. Chapter 161. The Mysterious Headquarters of the National Security Bureau. Evaluation Dilemma. Upon leaving Mr. He's residence, Wang Bo hopped into the Bumblebee and made his way to the National Security Bureau. Director Fu had previously called him, shrouded in mystery, revealing little but insisting he visit the capital when convenient. Following Jarvis's navigation, after approximately 40 minutes, Wang Bo arrived at his destination. Before him stood an aged, classically styled building, surprising the young executive. It was indeed difficult for anyone to imagine that the most enigmatic department in the entire Huahua had its headquarters nestled within such a structure. Though the security guard at the entrance briefly inquired about his purpose, he was soon granted access, courtesy of his superior's prior communication. At this hour, while most institutions would have dimmed their lights and closed for the day, the building buzzed with activity, as staff moved to and fro in a lively manner. As Wang Bo stepped into the lobby, the bustling crowd suddenly came to a standstill, their attention drawn to his presence. Unlike the ordinary populace, these members of the National Security Bureau possess an intimate understanding of Xiao Wang's rise to prominence. It is precisely this knowledge that elicits both astonishment and admiration from the onlookers. When Wang Bo entered the hall, it was only natural for them to instinctively pay him their respects. However, Chairman Wang was blissfully unaware of this, as he, a newcomer, sought to inquire about Director Fu's office. Yet, upon witnessing the scene before him, he found his words abruptly stifled. "Mr. Wang, please follow me." A perceptive staff member interjected after a brief silence. Expressing his gratitude, Wang Bo hastily followed the individual, fearing that lingering too long might subject him to those fervent gazes. During the journey, the young chairman was fortunate enough to glimpse this most clandestine department of Huagua. While the National Security Bureau's headquarters appeared unremarkable from the outside, the interior revealed an entirely different realm. The walls alone told a tale of their own. Ordinary individuals might overlook their significance, yet Wang Bo, with his current knowledge, could discern their exceptional nature at a glance. Even Jarvis experienced a brief fluctuation in signal upon entering the building alongside Wang Bo. The technology and materials employed in these walls were undoubtedly of a cutting-edge caliber he had never encountered before. Were it not for the multitude of watchful eyes, he would have been tempted to chip away a piece of the wall to take with him. After approximately 2 minutes of walking, Director Fu's office finally came into view. "Mr. Wang, the director is waiting for you inside." "I shall not enter," the staff member stated before turning to depart after a subtle nod. Wang Bo, seeing this, did not hesitate to push the door open and step inside. Within the office, Fu Guotai sat with a furrowed brow, engrossed in reviewing documents. Upon hearing the door open, he recognized the arrival of that audacious young man. After all, only he would dare to enter the National Security Director's office unannounced. "Make yourself comfortable," Fu Guotai said without lifting his gaze, gesturing nonchalantly to a nearby chair. Not wishing to disturb Fu Guotai's focus, Wang Bo settled onto a sofa nearby. After approximately 15 minutes, once Fu Guotai had completed his tasks, he took a moment to sip from a water cup beside him. Observing this, the young chairman seized the opportunity to position himself in a chair opposite Fu. "Old Fu, I must say, our nation does not endorse the 996 or 007 work culture. It is inhumane. Just look at your subordinates. They appear utterly exhausted. You ought to grant them a break to recuperate," Wang Bo suggested, his tone thoughtful. In response to Wang Bo's well-meaning advice, Fu Guotai shot him an exasperated glance. "A break? In our country, we must keep a vigilant eye on those officials and entrepreneurs with criminal tendencies. Abroad, the National Security Bureau must also take responsibility for thwarting and monitoring the infiltration of certain nations. While I yearn for a vacation, this troublesome group deprives me of such an opportunity." Pausing for a moment, Director Fu cast a disdainful glance at Wang Bo. "Do you think everyone shares your lack of awareness? If I were to announce a holiday now, would anyone leave?" Listening to Fu Guotai's complaints and barbs, Wang Bo felt no anger. Instead, he was touched and filled with a sense of empathy. It is precisely due to the unwavering dedication of individuals who fearlessly guard the shadows that the stability of our nation has been achieved today. In truth, Director Fu had omitted a crucial point. Although the National Security Bureau had its share of responsibilities in the past, they were far less burdensome than they are now. The primary culprit behind this transformation is none other than Wang Bo ever since this young man gained notoriety. Numerous spies from Western powers and renowned multinational corporations have infiltrated our nation with an unprecedented intensity. It is no exaggeration to say that the National Security Bureau encounters spies who reveal themselves daily, leaving them in a constant state of busyness. Despite this, the team does not direct their frustration at Wang Bo. Rather, they find joy in their toil. The more fervently the anti-China forces abroad engage, the more it signifies the pressure Wang Bo exerts upon them, instilling feelings of concern and even fear. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Fu Guotai shifted to the main topic at hand. "There are 2 matters to discuss. One pertains to your selection. It has been decided that you will be awarded the title of academician this coming July or August." Wang Bo was taken aback by this revelation and soon expressed his confusion. "I recall that the selection of academicians occurs every 2 years. Wasn't it just held last year? Surely it can't be time for another one." Hearing this question from the young man, Director Fu replied sharply, "You little rascal, you should be pleased with your fortune. In light of your significant contributions to the country, the committee has unanimously decided to make an exception and hold a special selection just for you." Noticing Fu Guotai's envious expression, Wang Bo understood the elder's jealousy all too well. "So, Director, does my research classify me as an academician of the Academy of Sciences or the Academy of Engineering?" Upon hearing Wang Bo's inquiry, Fu Guotai was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, yes. Which category does this young man belong to?" Generally speaking, the classification of academicians is determined based on outstanding scientific achievements in specific research fields, divided into the 2 categories of the Academy of Engineering and the Academy of Sciences. Yet, what is the situation now? This young man has produced 4 or 5 of the most groundbreaking research results in less than a year. Some of these studies can be attributed to the achievements of the Engineering Academy, while others belong to the Academy of Sciences, and each could serve as a foundation for evaluating candidates for academician status. Such a situation has not been encountered in previous evaluations. Could it be that this individual is to be awarded dual academician titles from both academies? This precedent has not existed since the founding of the Republic. Contemplating this, Fu Guotai felt a surge of pressure. This matter will be set aside for now. I shall report it and discuss it further. Once there is a resolution, I will inform you. Next, I wish to address a second issue that pertains to the new future and even the entire energy industry. Chapter 162, The Struggles of the Energy Sector. Su Junjia's Despair. In the office, Fu Guotai handed a document to Wang Bo. Upon receiving it, Wang Bo glanced through it. It contained the latest market share survey regarding Ningkong Company. Following the second pilot promotion of the new future company, Ningkong's stock price has begun to plummet dramatically. As of this morning, coupled with the prior withdrawal of investment from Maiha Company, Ningkong's assets have evaporated by nearly 70%. Wang Bo was taken aback by this revelation. So much. Frankly, he had never doubted that new future would overpower Ningkong. After all, compared to nuclear energy, conventional production methods ultimately bear exorbitant costs. Without delving into specifics, simply engaging in a price war allows new future to subdue Ningkong entirely. Furthermore, with the backing of the state and the endorsement of official media, the public's acceptance has faced no obstacles. Thus, the exit of Ningkong and Ruan Lian has become inevitable. Yet, a thin horse is still larger than a dead camel. Wang Bo initially thought it would take at least half a year for new future to gain a decisive advantage through the Qianlong project. However, he was astounded to see that in just over a month, Ningkong had succumbed to this state. Do not think this is solely the result of your new future. Fu Guotai seemed to read Wang Bo's thoughts and interjected. Take another look at this report. As he spoke, Fu Guotai retrieved another document from the cabinet behind him. While Wang Bo perused the contents, Director Fu elaborated. Previously, the entire energy sector had reached a saturation point, with the market shares of major energy enterprises being relatively fixed, allowing for a state of equilibrium. However, the current situation is markedly different. Fu Guotai sighed lightly. The advent of the new Future-S Qianlong project has disrupted this existing balance. Affordable, efficient, and clean nuclear energy has maximally compressed their survival space. Especially after the pilot project in Suchi City, the plummeting electricity prices have led the public to express dissatisfaction and aversion towards other energy companies. Many small energy enterprises are now struggling to survive. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo felt a flicker of enlightenment within. In other words, the drastic decline in Ningkong's market share is, at least on the surface, unrelated to new future. Rather, it is the result of competition from other energy companies. Hearing this, Fu Guotai nodded in agreement. With the government's stance combined with the personal grievances between Ruan Lian and Wang Bo, it is evident to all that Ningkong's downfall is inevitable. New future is currently thriving, and naturally, no one dares to provoke it. However, the substantial slice of the pie that is Ningkong will undoubtedly incite frenzied attempts to seize it from those who are unsatisfied. At this point, Fu Guotai furrowed his brow in concern. The Market Management Bureau has stated that, with Ningkong's market share as a foundation, the situation is not yet discernible. If Ningkong is completely divided among competitors, those energy companies facing starvation will pose a significant and unstable threat. Whether through bankruptcy or cutthroat competition, they will inflict considerable harm on both the market and the livelihoods of the populace. In truth, this issue has not escaped the contemplation of Xiao Wang. The tremendous transformation brought about by the Qianlong project, while improving the overall quality of life, will inevitably dismantle many livelihoods. Not to mention, the impact at the national level is substantial. With so many employees in the national power grid, only a few will remain. This is still within government departments, which can be managed from above. But what about private enterprises? Those left without sustenance will certainly resort to extreme measures. Director Fu, how about I take charge of this issue? Upon hearing this, Fu Guotai displayed a look of surprise. You want to take charge? The folks at the Market Management Bureau have deliberated countless times without arriving at a reliable solution. Do you believe you can find one? Not perturbed by Fu's skeptical tone, Wang Bo replied with a grin. Just you wait and see. I will be in the capital for the next few days. Please ensure that representatives from all energy companies, large and small, are notified. In 3 days, I shall convene a symposium to delineate the entirety of the domestic energy market. Observing Wang Bo's confident demeanor, Fu Guotai refrained from further remarks. After all, with no viable solutions at hand, it seemed prudent to allow this young man a chance. 3 days swiftly passed. At this moment, Su Junjie, just disembarking from a flight, wore a troubled expression. As the head of Faping Energy Mining Company, he had amassed significant wealth through the coal mining business over the years. After all, despite the promotion of clean energy in modern Huagua, the demand for coal remains substantial in certain sectors. Thermal power generation, heating in northern regions during winter. These are significant consumers of coal. As one of the foremost coal mining companies in the Northwest, Faping has naturally secured an abundance of business contracts. However, this situation was completely transformed at the onset of spring this year. The Qianlong project emerged dramatically. Initially, Su Junjie did not regard this new future with much seriousness. Despite the backing of the state, there would inevitably be numerous obstacles in the actual promotion of the initiative. After all, the construction of the West-East electricity transmission project had taken nearly 2 decades. By the time this project came to fruition, he would be well into retirement. Yet, Su Junjie's dismissive attitude was utterly extinguished following the termination of several contracts with thermal power plants. In just a month, the total number of business contracts within the company plummeted by 2/3. This alarming turn of events left Mr. Su in a state of distress. If this trend continued, the vast coal reserves of his company would become a burdensome liability. That was indeed the entirety of Su Junjie's fortune. At that point, it would not only result in the cessation of operations for the company, but he would also inevitably face bankruptcy and a financial crisis. In a span of just over 2 weeks, he traversed the length and breadth of the country, engaging in discussions with the heads of major thermal power plants. Merely entertaining and gifting amounted to an expenditure of hundreds of thousands of Huagua currency. Yet, the outcome was singularly disheartening. Rejection. One insider, inebriated, confided in him that by this winter, the Qianlong project would envelop all eastern cities of Huagua, leading to the cessation of all thermal power plants, effectively relegating coal to the annals of history within the nation. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su was left utterly dumbfounded. He had not anticipated such a swift upheaval heralded by this new future, and he found himself unprepared for the tempest that swept him along. Upon returning to his company, this veteran of the business world, who had fought for nearly half a lifetime, felt a deep sense of despair. Confronted by the formidable new future backed by the state, and witnessing Wang Bo effortlessly cast aside Wan Lian, he pondered without any discernible solutions to break the impasse. Just as he stood at a loss, an invitation appeared in his inbox. Chapter 163, Reconnoitering the Enemy. As the meeting commenced, Su Junjie arrived at the exhibition center, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the crowd. Although his Faping company held a modest reputation in the Northwest region, it was fundamentally just a coal mining enterprise. Today, however, many present were titans of the industry, with assets reaching hundreds of billions, which made Mr. Su feel rather uncomfortable. "Hey, why aren't you going inside, brother?" A young man, masked and wearing sunglasses, approached him during Su Junjie's moment of contemplation. "Forgive me for my awkwardness. It's my first time encountering such a grand occasion, and I can't help but feel a bit intimidated." After sizing up the young man for a moment, Su Junjie could not discern his origins or significance. However, the executives of those colossal enterprises, worth hundreds of billions, remain unrecognizable to the individual before me. Furthermore, this person appears remarkably youthful, representing an energy company that, in terms of scale, likely pales in comparison to my own Faping Corporation. My younger companion seems remarkably composed, yet I am uncertain of his origins. To be prudent, Su Junjie decides to probe further. Haha, a newly established enterprise is hardly noteworthy. Upon hearing this, Su Junjie feels entirely reassured. After all, not every nascent company undergoes a transformation akin to that of the new future. Ah, dear brother, why diminish your own stature? Look at New Future. It has only been established for barely 2 months, yet already dominates the industry. Just a single invitation letter, and I wonder if any energy company nationwide dares to decline. The young man nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth in these words. Observing his humility, Su Junjie's loquacious nature resurfaced. One must possess dreams. Without them, one is no different from a salted fish. I may have lost my opportunity, but you, my young brother, are still in your prime. Since you have chosen this industry, you must harbor the conviction to overturn New Future. Upon hearing this, the young man stumbled slightly. Cough, cough. My elder brother, you overestimate me. I am merely managing to scrape by. The energy sector is no easy path. With the emergence of New Future this year, surviving without bankruptcy would be a feat. At this juncture, Su Junjie opened up, voicing his grievances. Indeed, New Future not only feasts upon the spoils, but denies us even a taste of the broth. However, rest assured, my brother, our energy sector is not entirely disjointed. Although those trillion-dollar titans may have their rivalries, when faced with our current existential crisis, they will undoubtedly lead us in uniting against the monopoly of New Future. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue crossed the young man's eyes as he pressed further. So, these companies maintain clandestine connections? Upon receiving this inquiry from the younger gentleman, Su Junjie glanced around to ensure their conversation was discreet, then responded in a conspiratorial tone. Certainly, the adage mutual benefit is no mere jest. For the sake of our shared interests, our energy sector established a highly private organization long ago, specifically to address the challenges we face today. The young man's interest piqued further. Oh, such a thing exists? How come I have never even heard of it? Su Junjie chuckled. Haha, my young brother, not only you, but even I lack the qualifications to join that organization. This is largely thanks to my relative who holds the position of CEO at a renowned energy enterprise. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to such clandestine matters. As Su Junjie spoke, a self-satisfied expression adorned his face. In contrast, the young man appeared despondent, remarking, the Qianlong project is advancing with great momentum. I truly wonder how those magnates will respond. Observing this, Su Junjie felt a twinge of sympathy and patted his shoulder, saying, do not be so pessimistic, my friend. Allow me to share a morsel of insight. If Wang Bo dares not retreat today, we shall cease operations tomorrow. Should he remain obstinate for half a month, the nation will witness hundreds of thousands of unemployed individuals. Upon hearing this, the young man was about to inquire further when their conversation was abruptly interrupted by a voice. Chairman, most of the attendees have arrived. We can prepare to commence. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Junjie froze in place. Chang Yuanzheng, the manager of the New Future Project Department and the head of the entire Qianlong project, was approaching him. Given his connection to a certain senior brother, it would not be an exaggeration to regard him as the third in command of the entire New Future initiative. How could Su Junjie not feel anxious in the presence of such a weighty figure? What terrified him further was that Chang Yuanzheng had just addressed him as chairman. Wasn't that the illustrious Wang Bo, who had recently been in the limelight? How could such a person be positioned at the end of the table, with his identity exposed? Wang Bo ceased his pretense, removing his sunglasses and mask to address Chang Yuanzheng, saying, understood, I shall take the stage shortly. After giving his instructions, the young CEO turned to the now dumbfounded Su Junjie. Brother, I have matters to attend to on my end. We shall converse later. He then raised his gaze towards the head of the reception, instructing, please arrange a seat for Su that is a bit more prominent. With that, Wang Bo departed without looking back. As Su Junjie regained his composure, he was met with the piercing gazes of his peers, wishing he could give himself a couple of slaps for his loose tongue. Why could he not keep his mouth shut? Swiftly making his way to the stage, he surveyed the seats below, which were gradually filling up. Coupled with the intelligence he had gleaned from Su, he began to formulate a plan for the day's proceedings. Once the last attendee took their seat, the meeting that would determine the future trajectory of the energy sector in Huagua officially commenced. Greetings, esteemed predecessors. I am Wang Bo, the chairman of New Future. I sincerely appreciate your presence and the honor you bestow upon me by attending today's meeting. Thank you. As the brief opening remarks drew to a close, only a handful of new employees from New Future clapped enthusiastically, while the remaining executives from various energy companies observed with detached indifference, eager to discern what novel revelations Wang Bo might unveil today. Undeterred by the scene, Wang Bo felt no embarrassment. This was all within his expectations. Esteemed executives, I recognize that your time is invaluable, so I shall proceed directly to the crux of the matter, he announced. It is well known that the nuclear energy developed under New Future's Potential Dragon project is progressively being integrated into various facets of the lives of the citizens of Hua. Compared to traditional energy sources, nuclear energy offers lower costs and reduced pollution, thus garnering favor from both the populace and the government. However, with the arrival of new players, there inevitably comes the departure of others. For those of you whose enterprises are not engaged in the development of innovative clean energy, it may be time to consider your exit. Chapter 164, The Overbearing Solution. The rules of Wang Bo. As Wang Bo's words echoed, a visible anger flickered across the faces of the executives in the audience, with some even exhibiting pronounced veins on their foreheads. Wang Bo's audacity knew no bounds. While he undoubtedly held a prominent position in the realm of scientific research, what authority did he possess to dictate terms in the realm of business to these seasoned individuals? Despite their dissatisfaction, none dared to voice their grievances first, as if apprehensive of some unseen consequence. Observing their hesitation, Wang Bo smirked coldly. Ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that today, we shall speak candidly behind closed doors. There are no media present, nor any representatives of the public sector. Whatever concerns you wish to address, Feel free to bring them forth openly. Upon hearing his assurance, the executives in attendance remained somewhat skeptical. Ultimately, it was a senior executive seated in the second row who broke the silence. Since you insist, Wang, we shall not hold back. The rise of New Future is something we cannot obstruct. After all, it is a project beneficial to both the nation and the people. Although we are business people, we recognize the importance of national interests. However, I advise you, Wang, not to mistake our concession for weakness. Otherwise, the outcome may not be favorable. Though his words were tempered, the underlying threat was unmistakable. Sensing the tension in the air, Chang Yuan, seated nearby, broke into a cold sweat. Though he anticipated that the meeting would not unfold smoothly, the rapid escalation caught him off guard. Just moments into the proceedings, someone had already issued a threat towards their chairman. In response, Wang Bo remained unfazed, casually toying with the teacup on the table. I am curious to witness what an unfavorable outcome might resemble. Perhaps something akin to Ninkong energy? The moment these words left his lips, the atmosphere in the conference room plummeted to an icy stillness, and the countenance of the individual who had just spoken turned crimson. Indeed, even the once formidable leader of the energy sector in Huabua, Ninkong Company, has been brought low by the presence of this formidable individual. Though he occupies the chief position, what courage and capital does he possess to threaten the new future? Observing the morale of his side being suppressed, an elder seated in the chief position spoke up. Hehe, General Wang, Ninkong is hardly impressive. Without the support of Maika, who among those seated in the front row would regard Wan Lian with any respect? Upon hearing this, the executives in the front row exhibited a fleeting glimmer of disdain in their eyes. Were it not for their apprehension towards the foreign giant, a mere Wan Lian would not warrant their attention. After a brief pause, the elder continued, since we have arrived here, we naturally come with sincerity. A couple of days ago, upon receiving the invitation, we convened privately and devised a solution. General Wang, you might consider whether it is suitable. With that, the elder's secretary swiftly approached, distributing documents to the executives of New Future, including Wang Bo. After roughly 3 to 5 minutes, the attendees had perused the proposed solution. Its contents could essentially be summarized in 3 key points. First, the energy conversion of the Qianlong project may only proceed in eastern Huabua, with no involvement from the western region of New Future. Second, aside from nuclear energy, New Future shall not venture into any other energy-related industries, such as energy storage devices or pipelines. Third, all annual equipment maintenance and replacement outsourcing projects must be undertaken by other enterprises, with New Future prohibited from resolving these matters independently. In return, New Future must remit 1/4 of the Qianlong project's profits. Upon witnessing the draconian terms laid out on paper, Wang Bo, filled with rage, could not help but laugh mockingly. You lot still live in the Republic era, accustomed to being landlords, I see. We are in a new society now. What of this absurd proposal if I refuse to accept it? His voice, tinged with anger, reverberated throughout the venue, leaving everyone astonished that, in such a formal setting, he would disregard decorum and openly confront them with vulgarity. Su Junjia, seated in the corner, nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. This fellow was far from conventional. Having insulted the entire assembly of executives with a single remark, how could negotiations proceed now? Indeed, as Su Junjia suspected, this group of executives, accustomed to their elevated status and the adulation of others, could hardly tolerate the affront from a mere young upstart. The atmosphere in the room ignited instantly, and a particularly hot-tempered billionaire executive rose from his seat, slamming his hand on the table and pointing a finger at Wang Bo. You ill-mannered brat. You will accept this proposal, whether you like it or not. Upon hearing this, Wang Bo's expression darkened immediately. Those who knew him were well aware that this was a phrase he despised above all else. As the individual attempted to continue speaking, Wang Bo suddenly widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, silence. At that moment, the one who had spoken earlier stood frozen, as if entranced. The previously tumultuous atmosphere within the venue swiftly cooled under the weight of his authoritative shout. Yet, the spectacle did not end there, under the astonished gazes of all present. The teacup that had been idly manipulated in Wang Bo's hand was crushed to shards in an instant, fueled by his rage. Even more astonishing was the fact that his palm showed no sign of injury despite such tremendous force. This was utterly beyond comprehension. Was this truly a human hand? The previously audacious CEO, witnessing this extraordinary scene, was instantly brought back to reality, wishing fervently to slap himself for being so reckless as to provoke this individual. Setting aside the identity of the chairman of New Future, this young man bore the title of the strongest being on earth. Did he possess 9 lives? Or was he simply courting death by challenging him? Casting a cold glance at the man, Wang Bo returned to the matter at hand, declaring, "This so-called solution is absolutely unacceptable. Now, allow me to present New Future's proposal for your consideration. Firstly, New Future will not engage in any energy-related industries. Aligning with your own suggestions, I, Wang Bo, have never been one to hoard resources. As fellow citizens of Huagua, I will certainly leave you with a share of the pie. Secondly, we shall explore new industries." Upon hearing this point from Wang Bo, the audience's interest was piqued. The advent of abundant energy would inevitably foster the emergence of new sectors. At that juncture, I shall personally liaise with the government to prioritize transformation opportunities for the enterprises present here today. Thirdly, the dividends of New Future. To be candid with all of you, once the Qianlong project encompasses the entirety of Eastern Huagua, I shall venture into international markets. As New Future shifts its focus, certain voids will appear in the domestic market, and the capacity to fill those gaps will depend on your respective abilities. Moreover, we will take the lead in dismantling the barriers imposed by foreign competitors, and the benefits of this endeavor need no elaboration. Chapter 165, Proposals and Commands. Unbounded threats within the venue. Wang Bo's commanding voice resonated, lingering in the air. All present were left astounded by his proposals, including Chang Yuanzheng, whose mind buzzed with questions. New Future was poised to enter international markets? How could the project manager be unaware of this? Despite the myriad of questions swirling in his head, Wang Bo Sr. displayed a facade of understanding, nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Maintaining composure was paramount. Any confusion could surely be addressed after the meeting with his junior. As the esteemed executives in the audience pondered over Wang Bo's proposal, they found themselves immersed in contemplation. To be fair, the points raised by this young entrepreneur offered tangible benefits that surpassed those of the previous solutions. Particularly compelling was the final point, which spoke of Wang Bo's potential to facilitate their entry into the international market. Should this come to fruition, the companies present would have the opportunity to ascend to new heights. However, this remained a mere hypothesis. Setting aside the uncertainty of whether Wang Bo's New Future could establish a foothold in the global arena, they faced a formidable adversary in the form of the world's leading energy corporation, Meha. It was no secret that Wang Bo had previously dismantled Meha's foundations within Huagua. While domestically they might find ways to counter New Future, a genuine foray into international waters would surely provoke Meha to launch a fierce counteroffensive. Thus, Wang Bo's assertion was, in essence, a hollow promise. Upon realizing this, the elder seated at the forefront spoke once more. "Mr. Wang, we are all business people here. A business person trusts not in the future or in plans, but in the tangible benefits of the present. After all, New Future has yet to engage with the international market, and none of us can be certain of its prospects. Perhaps it would be wiser for you to proceed with the solution we proposed. And should New Future indeed secure its position internationally, we can then follow your lead. How does that sound?" Hearing the nearly shameless suggestion from the elder, Chang Yuan could not hide his disdain. This old rascal was clearly looking to benefit without contributing. If they followed his advice, regardless of whether New Future succeeded internationally, the individuals in the audience would be the primary beneficiaries. Indeed, this course of action seemed the most prudent. The business losses would be minimized, and the public would enjoy lower electricity prices with negligible impact on their profits. A commendable solution. Observing the agreement from the crowd below, Wang Bo coldly scoffed. "I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. The solution I just presented is not open for negotiation. It is a directive that you are to execute without bargaining. Do you understand?" Listening to Wang Bo's domineering proclamation, the audience fell silent, only for the simmering anger to resurface. Who did Wang Bo think he was? An emperor from ancient times, dictating terms as he pleased? It seemed he had forgotten his own standing. The expressions of several executives in the front row darkened. "Wang Bo, do you truly believe you have us at your mercy? If you truly force us into a corner, we shall dissolve the company. Tomorrow, Huagua will witness the emergence of 200,000 unemployed workers." Hearing the threats of a few, a hint of disdain curved at the corners of Wang Bo's mouth. "When I arrived, I had calculated with officials from the Market Administration Bureau. Due to abundant energy resources, the burgeoning industries could accommodate approximately 80 to 90,000 individuals. With the promotion of the Qianlong project, the talent gap in the New Future would be around 50 to 60,000. Thus, only 50,000 unemployed individuals would remain." With a sharp motion, Wang Bo slammed a bank card onto the table. The card contained 200 billion, at a monthly salary of 10,000. This amount would sustain these unemployed individuals until their retirement. His cold analysis caused a sheen of cold sweat to break out on the foreheads of all present. It became evident that the lifeline they clutched was nothing in his eyes. "Mr. Wang, Do you believe that solving this one issue suffices? A CEO from the second row rose, threateningly. Each of us here possesses fortunes exceeding 100 million. If we were to liquidate our assets simultaneously, do you truly believe the entire market wouldn't collapse? At this juncture, they felt no need to conceal their intentions. If they could not compel New Future to concede today, bankruptcy was imminent. Your actions are akin to those of a rogue. Before Wang Bo could respond, Chang Yuanzheng, sitting nearby, slammed his hand on the table in anger. What you are doing is deliberately disrupting the market. Where do the interests of the common people lie? What of the responsibilities of an entrepreneur? If such a scenario were to unfold, do you think the state would remain indifferent? In response, the aforementioned CEO scoffed dismissively. And what of the state? The government must adhere to the law as well. Tell me, which law prohibits me from liquidating my own assets? Upon hearing this, his fellow CEOs chimed in agreement. Indeed, it is our own money. What issue is there in withdrawing it from the stock market? It's merely a coincidence that we all chose to cash out at the same time. With nearly 100 CEOs present, one could surmise that the total amount liquidated would exceed 10 trillion. Such a massive deficit. Would Wang Bo be able to withstand it? They envisioned using the funds for leisurely travels abroad, enjoying the life of idle wealthy individuals. Meanwhile, Chang Yuanzheng was incensed by the shameless demeanor of these individuals. He had not anticipated that those at the pinnacle of the energy sector would prove to be such irresponsible characters. Perhaps you should reconsider your plans to travel abroad. Wang Bo's indifferent voice reverberated throughout the room just as they were reveling in their triumph. If you dare to undertake such actions, you will find that the safety abroad is not comparable to that at home. Listening to Wang Bo's words, which were as cold as ice, sent a chill through the hearts of everyone present. Strangely, they recalled Wang Bo's formidable achievements from half a year ago when he bravely faced challenges abroad. If they were to engage in such actions, would they dare to venture overseas? The consequences would be dire. A sudden thud interrupted the varied thoughts of the crowd. The elderly man seated at the center of the front row, wielding a cane, struck the outspoken executive with considerable force. Some words may be spoken, but one should never harbor intentions of actualizing them. The struck individual dared not voice any dissent, merely offering a submissive apology to the elder. However, the old man paid no heed to this and cast a stern gaze over the assembly, warning in a cold tone. Remember, competition within the industry is one thing, but the paramount principle is to never jeopardize the nation's interests. A large-scale dismissal of workers or cashing out stocks, should anyone, blinded by greed, dare to act in such a manner, I vow, I shall dedicate the remainder of my life to ensure that individual is brought to ruin.